a law graduate from a prestigious university. He was known for his losing streak, either landing his clients in prison or bankrupting them, earning him the mocking title Legal Daredevil. Yet, he defeated an undefeated legal team. But unexpectedly, the female college student he helped turned against him, falsely accusing him, which led to his arrest and eventual death in prison. Now, he found himself reborn in the courtroom, unlocking the legal daredevil system. As the presiding judge asked from the bench, "Defendant Chang Xin, you are accused of extortion and bribery. Do you plead guilty?" Chang Xin, who initially intended to confess, suddenly recalled the tragic fate of his past life. Overwhelmed by painful memories, he shouted in response, "I, Chang Xin, refuse to plead guilty." His declaration sent shockwaves through the courtroom. The nationally live-streamed trial saw its online viewership surge past 1 million in an instant. With a flood of mocking comments, "Seriously? He still won't admit guilt? Lawyer Chang won the first trial, isn't that proof enough? Without bribery, how did he break his 100% losing streak? Lawyer Chang underperforms. His clients lose money, performs normally. He sends them to jail. This time, he overperformed and landed himself in trouble too." In the courtroom, the presiding judge didn't expect Chang Xin to be so unyielding. Picking up the prepared documents on the table, he continued, "As far as I know, your legal career has been full of ups and downs, and your path to fame is highly unconventional. 3 years ago, after graduating from Southeast University of Political Science and Law and becoming a licensed lawyer, your very first case, despite having a significant advantage, ended with your client being sent to prison. You were hailed as a legendary figure who shocked the entire legal world with your debut. But after that, the cases you took on continued to result in repeated failures, either landing your clients in jail or bankrupting them. However, in last month's case, you unexpectedly secured a first-instance victory against a top-tier domestic legal team, nearly succeeding in sending the defendant to prison on behalf of your client. Fortunately, the Supreme People's Procuratorate upheld strict legal standards, and during the second trial, it was discovered that the chain of evidence you provided was insufficient, leading to the defendant being declared not guilty. Recently, the Procuratorate has also received multiple bribery complaints against your law firm, and the judge from your only victorious case has provided evidence of your bribery. As for the charge of extortion, the plaintiff and witnesses will arrive shortly. Defendant, do you have anything further to argue? As soon as the presiding judge finished speaking, all cameras in the courtroom instantly focused on Chang Xin in the defendant's seat. At this moment, Chang Xin fully recalled all his past life experiences. Hearing these accusations, his expression turned extremely grim. He admitted that after graduating from Southeast University of Political Science and Law, he had indeed suffered repeated defeats in court, but he firmly denied winning the first trial through bribery. 1 month ago, a tearful female student named Lin Shuyao burst into Chang Xin's law office. She claimed to have been raped and urgently needed Chang Xin's help. Lin Shuyao was a minor, and the chain of evidence she provided was remarkably complete. Without hesitation, Chang Xin took on the case. The person who raped Lin Shuyao was none other than Su Tianhua, the wayward scion of the prominent Su family in Jiang City. Facing rape charges, Su Tianhua showed no remorse, instead of apologizing or compensating the victim. Upon learning that Lin Shuyao had hired the undefeated Chang Xin, he immediately enlisted a top-tier national gold medal legal team. He even boasted that Lin Shuyao was framing him and would be sent to prison by this ace lawyer Chang Xin. Although Chang Xin had consistently lost cases before, he was after all a graduate of Southeast University of Political Science and Law, ranked first nationally in legal education. Armed with solid evidence and leveraging Lin Shuyao's status as a minor, he managed to secure a first trial victory for her despite facing the elite legal team. The case caused a nationwide uproar. Chang Xin had thought this would be his chance to turn things around, but the Su family used their connections to frantically appeal, bribing judges to fabricate evidence of Chang Xin's bribery. They also secretly paid off Lin Shuyao's family, causing her to betray him during the second trial. Under the Su family's series of manipulations, Chang Xin lost the second trial and was also accused by the Su family of extortion, being convicted of bribery by the court. Do I have to go through this again? I don't want to repeat the same mistakes, Chang Xin screamed inwardly. Just then, a mechanical system prompt sounded in his mind. Ding! Detected that the host is suffering persecution and public condemnation. The Lawless Avenger system is activating. Upholding justice and defending fairness are the fundamental principles of a lawyer. This system specializes in enforcing justice and punishing evil within the bounds of the law. With this system, the host will master all laws in the world, and the system can automatically identify false evidence, ensuring the host remains invincible within the legal framework. With the system's help, Chang Xin quickly found the key to breaking the deadlock in the law. He looked up at the presiding judge and asked, "I'd like to ask the presiding judge, what reason would I, Chang Xin, Have to commit extortion and bribery? Let's start with extortion. What motive would I have to extort the plaintiff? Su Tianhua? As Chang Xin finished speaking, the door on the plaintiff's side swung open, and Su Tianhua swaggered in, surrounded by a group of people. Taking his seat at the plaintiff's table, seeing his enemy, Chang Xin's eyes burned with fury as memories of his past life's tragic experiences flooded his mind. What infuriated him even more was that Lin Shuyao, whom he had once helped, was now sitting beside Su Tianhua on the plaintiff's side. You can know a person's face but not their heart. I helped you, isolated and helpless, win the first trial in your rape case, and now you turn around and accuse me. Chang Xin's heart burned with rage. Su Tianhua spoke up. The motive is simple. As a lawyer notorious across the internet, you normally can't get any cases and have no income. You wanted to use Lin Shuyao's sexual assault case against me to extort money from our Su family. Because we didn't pay you, you held a grudge and bribed the judge to help Lin Shuyao win the case and send me to prison. As soon as Su Tianhua said this, the jury members nodded in agreement, and many in the gallery stood up to accuse Chang Xin. These people were either clients or family members of clients Chang Xin had previously represented. They shouted, "Unscrupulous lawyer Chang Xin took exorbitant fees but didn't help my son win the case. Instead, he sent my son to prison." As the uproar in the gallery grew louder, the presiding judge quickly intervened. "Order. Let the defendant speak." Chang Xin looked at the ugly faces in the gallery, his expression growing colder. Calmly, he said, "It was your own deliberate concealment of key information and fabrication of evidence that led to losing the case or going to prison. What does that have to do with me? In Su Tianhua's sexual assault case, I fought against the plaintiff's elite legal team and secured a first trial victory for Lin Shuyao. At the time, the Su family even announced a $1,000,000 commission for anyone who could help Su Tianhua win the trial. If I were truly so desperate for money that I had to extort the plaintiff, wouldn't it be easier for me to deliberately lose this case and take the Su family's commission instead? Given my past track record, isn't losing lawsuits just the norm for me? Why would I go to such lengths to bribe the judge, accusing me of extortion due to financial desperation, then claiming I spent money on revenge after failing to extort? Isn't that self-contradictory?" As soon as Chang Xin finished speaking, a system notification sounded in his ears. Ding. The Lawless Maverick system has triggered the passive skill words carry weight. The host's statements now hold greater authority and credibility in the legal field, making them more persuasive. Whether it was because Chang Xin's argument was indeed well-founded or the system had taken effect, none of the jurors dared to refute him. The public opinion in the live-streamed courtroom's bullet comments also began to shift. On the plaintiff's side, Su Tianhua noticed Chang Xin's words turning the tide and gave Lin Shuyao a meaningful glance. Lin Shuyao timidly stood up and addressed the judge with a tearful voice. "Your Honor, this is what happened. Su Tianhua and I used to be in a relationship. A month ago, I went to Chang Xin's law firm for a consultation. During casual conversation, I mentioned that I was Su Tianhua's girlfriend. Chang Xin then manipulated me into accusing Su Tianhua of rape to extort money from him, promising a 70-30 split of the extorted funds if successful. That's how Chang Xin ended up helping me accuse Su Tianhua of rape. Now, I feel deeply remorseful. I've already broken up with Su Tianhua and sincerely apologized to him, and he has forgiven me. Next, I'll provide the recording from when I consulted Chang Xin at the law firm." With that, Lin Shuyao took out a voice recorder from her pocket and played it in front of everyone. After the recording finished playing, the online barrage of attacks against Chang Xin escalated instantly. "There's actually a recording, now we have to believe it. Lawyer Chang is truly unethical and incompetent. He couldn't make money as a lawyer, so he turned to finding ways to profit from criminal law." Chang Xin was also not calm inside when he heard Lin Shuyao's words with the contents of the recorder. Chang Xin, who had the memories of his previous life, had also known about the recorder that Lin Shuyao was able to take out. It's not that he panicked after the other party took out stone-hard evidence, but in his last life, Chang Xin was sent to jail because Lin Shuyao was convicted after he took out such crucial evidence as a tape recorder. The tragic end of his imprisonment is a nightmare that still lingers even after his rebirth. For Lin Shuyao's words and the tape recorder she took out, there was no doubt that Lin Shuyao had basically made up the words she had just said, and this recording was naturally the one that Su Tianhua had hired someone to help Lin Shuyao forge with AI dubbing. Chang Xin had never seen this recorder before, plus Lin Shuyao was crying like a parrot that time when she sought his help. How could she still be in the mood to record anything? Defendant Chang Xin, now that the plaintiff has provided key evidence in the form of a tape recorder, what do you have to say in rebuttal to what is contained in the recording? However, even if he had the help of the system now, it seemed that there was no way to prove that the recording in the recorder was forged by Lin Shuyao. After all, this group of people in the courtroom are all bought and paid for by the Su family in advance, and even if one verbally says that the recording inside the recorder is a disguise, surely no one will believe it. Ding! checked that the other party used fake recording evidence, now forwarded the real-time recording at that time to the host's cell phone. Please open the host to check. Upon hearing this, Chang Xian's heart rejoiced and he hurriedly opened his cell phone to check. And surprisingly, there was a recording actually lying in the cell phone recording software file. Chang Xian immediately started playing the recording and turned his cell phone speaker to maximum. After the recording was played, Chang Xian and Lin Shuyao came out of the cell phone speaker at once, and Lin Shuyao's speech was accompanied by bursts of crying. Seeing Chang Xian also pulling out a recording, Su Tianhua's entire face darkened. Because, the recording given by Chang Xian is completely different from the one given by Lin Shuyao. In the recording given by Chang Xian, it is all about Lin Shuyao claiming that she was raped and begging Chang Xian to help her sue Su Tianhua. A look of panic surfaced on Lin Shuyao's face, who heard her own crying voice, so nervous that she even squeezed the recorder in her hand a few points tighter. After the recording given by Chang Xian was played, the room was silent. Su Tianhua, who was sitting in the plaintiff's seat, was so furious that his back teeth grooves were about to be bitten to pieces. How could he not understand how Chang Xian could have kept the recording of Lin Shuyao when she first went to seek help from him? Presiding judge, I'd like to ask why the recording provided by the plaintiff is completely different from the one in my cell phone where my client approached me for help at the time? Chapter 3, Reversal. The presiding judge's brow furrowed in the face of two different recordings. According to the Su family's prior arrangement, he only needed to convict Chang Xian directly after Lin Shuyao provided the recorder. But now something seems to have gone wrong. How come Chang Xian also has a recording? Now that the two pieces of physical evidence are in conflict, if the presiding judge rashly says that Chang Xian has provided false evidence without the court verifier re-verifying the physical evidence, it is obviously out of order. However, the Su family had long ago conspired with the judge to prepare a second set of plans to take down Chang Xian. Chang Xian, an incompetent lawyer with numerous defeats, can't turn over a new leaf. The presiding judge immediately announced, the parties have conflicting physical evidence, which will be referred to the verifiers for re-verification of the physical evidence for re-identification. Call new witnesses. Chang Xian followed the presiding judge's gaze. The corner of the gallery, a middle-aged man with his head down and his hands in silver handcuffs was escorted to the plaintiff's seat by two bailiffs. Seeing the middle-aged man, Chang Xian was stunned in his heart. This face Chang Xian remembers very clearly, is when Su Tianhua rape case ruled in favor of him in the first trial of Judge Ji Yinming. Even Judge Ji Yinming, who defied power and insisted on upholding justice in the first place, has been bribed by the Su family to sit on the plaintiff's bench to frame him? As Ji Yinming took the stage, Wang Manhwa, the leader of Su Tianhua's gold medal lawyer group, who had originally fought with Chang Xian, also took the plaintiff's seat with a thick pile of documents. Your Honor, this is the evidence of the defendant's bribery confessed by Ji Yinming, please verify it. Let me expound on the specific details for Ji Yinming. Seeing Ji Yinming and his own gold medal lawyer Wang Manhwa make their appearance, Su Tianhua's heart smiled even more. You're too young to fight me. At the presiding judge's nod of the head, Wang Manhwa immediately filed a lawsuit in righteous indignation. The defendant, in order to obtain a victory in the first trial of Su Tianhua's rape case, privately offered Ji Yinming a bribe of 200,000 dragon bills in cash on the eve of the opening of. If Ms. Lin Shuyao and Mr. Ji Yinming had not had the courage to come forward to clarify the facts, there is no telling how many people would have been deeply deceived and victimized by him. In this regard, I implore the judge to uphold the order of the judicial world and sentence the defendant Chang Xian, an unscrupulous lawyer, to life imprisonment. For the last sentence, Wang Manhwa pressed his tone extraordinarily heavy. This was not only the most valued request of the client, Su Tianhua, but also carried his own grudge against Chang Xian. A month ago Su Tianhua lost the first trial in the rape case, a stain on his career for the rest of his life. It's not even if a gold medal lawyer with a 100% winning record loses, it's also surprising that he loses at the hands of a bad lawyer with a 100% losing record. It was a great shame for him. In those days, he was ridiculed by countless peers, from being a top lawyer in the profession to being nailed to the bar's pillar of shame. He hated for Chang Xian to die immediately. Life imprisonment? That's less. Why don't we just go straight to the death penalty? If this kind of bad route doesn't get the direct death penalty, the moral standards of the entire Dragon Kingdom will have to regress by 10 years. Knowing the law and committing several offenses, this nature puts the ancient times have to be straightened to 9 families. The live broadcast pop-ups are flying, and all the major professional jets have power, which is to be put in reality. Chang Xian is estimated to be sprayed to death by one person with a mouthful of spittle. The presiding judge took the documents provided by Wang Manhwa from the court staff and pretended to look through them carefully. Now that the evidence is conclusive, according to the procedure, it is possible to give Chang Xin a final sentence. The further we drag this out, the more likely Chang Xin is to come up with a way to get off the hook. Dang! Dang! The presiding judge banged his gavel twice and solemnly announced, in view of the overwhelming evidence on the plaintiff's side, this judge now declares. In the nick of time, a shout cut his words short. Slow down, judge. I have something else to argue. Chang Xin bellowed, interrupting the presiding judge's pronouncement. It's so acted that you can't even bring it. He hasn't even started his rebuttal yet, and he's just going to rule on it? This old cunning fellow really wants to find an opportunity to try to sentence himself, if he does not interrupt each other, is really dead. Before the presiding judge could react, Chang Xin took the lead and spoke. I would like to ask the plaintiff's attorney, what evidence do you have to prove that the 200,000 dragon bills sitting in the refrigerator at Ji Yanming's home are the bribe money I gave him rather than the planted money that you guys put in there ahead of time? Nowadays, online payments are so advanced that who carries cash with them to make payments? They don't just pay online, and if they have cash, they put it on their card. By that reasoning, can I not reason back that if I want to take out $200,000 in cash for a bribe, do I have to take out $200,000 in cash from the bank? Since I have to take out $200,000 in cash from the bank, won't there be a record? Out of the principle of the benefit of the doubt, please show me the record of me taking out $200,000 in cash from the bank. Just after Chang Xin's words were finished, the system's beeps synchronized to sound in the depths of his mind. Ding! Check the other side to use cash perjury. Now will be nearly several years host bank card water bill deposited into the phone. Please host open check. Ding! Check that the host has completed 2 successful debates, now delivering a hidden reward, a video. God help me. With the system backing him up, Chang Xin was even more confident. However, Chang Xin was a bit puzzled as to what the hidden reward, a video, was about. Meanwhile, the plaintiff's table. Wang Mingwa scratched his head and did not expect Chang Xin to be so articulate when he was dying. He was still thinking of how to refute Chang Xin. Chang Xin directly did not give him time to react, and then put on the heavy stone hammer. Since the plaintiff's attorney can't produce it, I'll provide the evidence myself. Said that, Chang Xin immediately tapped on the phone, with the help of the projection camera sunscreen out of the bank card flow records in recent years. The first thing that is more embarrassing is that Chang Xin's bank card current is extremely low. The crowd and live viewers originally held the attitude of looking for suspicion with a magnifying glass to carefully look for loopholes, but several pages down, all silent. Not to mention the record of $200,000 cash withdrawals, bank card balances are perennially in the low 5 figures. The largest purchase was a donation of 2,000 dragon bills for nutritious lunches for children in mountainous areas a few months ago. The daily consumption of the most is a takeaway platform 9 yuan 9 packet delivery spell good meal? Oh, this Chang barrister lived how then I am still miserable I monthly income of 2,800 every day to smile and laugh or occasionally treat yourself, he directly ton spell good meal? Awesome, Chang barrister actually willing to donate 2,000 dragon bills to the mountain children's nutritional lunch. I want to donate 50 cents. All feel like I'm old and caring. I do have to wonder if barrister Chang's previous daily defeats were poisoned by eating spelled good meals. Once Chang's new bank card running account was released, the spewing on the internet instantly subsided a lot. How could they not expect that an unscrupulous and Thai lawyer who loses every day would donate money and still eat spelled good food every day? That's a bit of a contrast, isn't it? At this moment, Chang Xin's face was also on fire. If he hadn't been forced to, he wouldn't have wanted such an embarrassing scene of himself to be presented for the entire public to see. Before he went to prison in his last life, he never got a dime of attorney's fees at all because he took cases on his own and lost them repeatedly. The only way to make ends meet is to take legal advice on the side in anonymity. Living another life, he didn't want to live that life anymore, he'd had enough. Right at this moment, Chang Xin snapped to mind the other hidden reward given by the system, a video. Ghostly, he closed the bank card running statement chart and clicked on a new video in the corner of the system video folder. With the projection camera relayed, the large courtroom screen began to play the footage. The footage is a live surveillance video in a bright living room with a refrigerator directly in front of the surveillance camera. All of a sudden, those present at the court who had a clear understanding of the situation directly pointed out that this place was the living room of Ji Yanming's house. The video shows a man wearing a black ducktail hat carrying a black briefcase towards a refrigerator in the living room. The detail that can be noted is that the black briefcase is bulbous and appears to be stuffed. The man opened the refrigerator in the living room and took bundles of money from a black briefcase and stuffed them into the refrigerator. Estimating from the amount he had stuffed in, there were at least 100,000 or so dragon bills. The video plays later, and the man turns his head and walks away with the refrigerator closed. And the moment the man turned his head, the man's true identity came out. This person was not Cheng Xian, but Wang Minghua, the ace lawyer hired by Su Tianhua. Chapter 4. Opening of the broadcast. Once this video was aired, the courtroom scene as well as the live webcast of the trial caused an uproar. Reversed, thought Barrister Chang was going to pull a big one, but it turned out to be a straight-up hole. It's fine if the recording can be faked, but this video can't be faked, can it? Cheng Xian showed the video shot clearly. Ji Yinming home refrigerator. The 200,000 dragon bills is Wang Minghua stuffed. If the 200,000 dragon bills were Cheng Xian's bribe money, shouldn't Cheng Xian have stuffed them in? How could Wang Minghua have stuffed it in? Not only were the people at the scene and the audience in the live broadcast room dumbfounded, Cheng Xian was also very surprised. Although he guessed that what the system gave should be crucial evidence, he really didn't expect that the hidden rewards given by the system would actually be a king's bomb. Even the videos of other people's homes were turned out. Meanwhile, Su Tianhua's face was covered in gloom. Obviously Wang Minghua had previously agreed to casually send Cheng Xian in. It turned out that people backhandedly provided them with all the footage they planted. What does the Su family do with all the money they spend on these fools? Maybe you're not going to put yourself in there, are you? Wang Minghua felt that the anger in Su Tianhua's heart could not be suppressed any longer, so he could only shoot up with a dead duck's mouth. Judge, I have an objection. Ji Yanming's home camera broke down a while back, and the video was blank for a whole month and a half. Where did the defendant get the video from Ji Yanming's home? I have reasonable grounds to suspect that this video is AI generated. Then he took out the file where Ji Yanming reported the recording of the camera in his home. At the moment, he was muttering in his heart. Strange, before clearly deliberately sent someone to Ji Yanming home camera tuned bad. The day of the incident before and after the 7 days of video should be blank. He doesn't even have that day's video. Where did Cheng Xian get it? What's an AI generated video if not an AI generated video? Wang Minghua's counter-argument brought the situation to a standstill. Nowadays, AI technology is advanced, and the video presented by Cheng Xian does have the possibility of being generated by AI. Although the people in the courtroom are silent at the moment, but the internet courtroom live broadcast of various netizens for the video authenticity of the noise of the heated. I'm a programmer from the AI research and development company Kofi. This video is also too damn realistic. The head AI trained by our company can't get it that realistic. I'll press a pack of chorizo. This video is an AI generated. I'll talk to the HR of a company upstairs, and I'll talk to a pack of chili fries. To this, is AI generated. I opened up the upstairs to recruit Cheng Barrister to come in and. If the plaintiff's side suspects that the footage I have provided is faked, the judicial officer is welcome to make the relevant identification on the spot. Cheng Xian swept his gaze across the plaintiff's table and finished his final statement with forced anger. After hearing Cheng Xian's words, the presiding judge's face clouded over. The script arranged by the Su family is not written this way. This Cheng Xian where to get the video? What if it is really identified on the spot, and it comes out to be true later? It was a big gamble, and he didn't dare to bet. To lose the bet, he would not only face the wrath of the Su family, he would also be in jail. We can only drag our feet and ask for the Su family's opinion first. The presiding judge also does not intend to give Wang Minghua the opportunity to speak. A moment Wang Minghua had to identify the video provided by Cheng Xian on the spot, and then identify the real, is not fried? Thinking long and hard, he decided to open a postponement announcement. The gavel sounded. The trial judge rose to state, at the moment, the plaintiff and defendant each has his own word. Taking into account the complexity of the plaintiff and defendant's chain of evidence conflict in this case, I have decided to suspend the trial, waiting for the relevant personnel of the court on today's plaintiff and defendant's personnel submitted to the strict identification of the evidence, in order to ensure that the evidence of the true and reliable. When the relevant court personnel have finished appraising the relevant evidence, I will transfer the case to the Supreme People's Court and will give it publicity. The Supreme People's Court will pronounce the results within 5 working days of the presentation of the findings, so please wait for your good news. It's gone? You're not going to identify it on the spot? The scene and the courtroom broadcast were in an uproar. No, that's gone? At first, I thought I could send Barrister Chang in, and then I followed up thinking that Barrister Chang had turned the tide against the wind. But this actually isn't over yet? What the hell, won't you ask someone to appraise it on the spot? Adjourned directly to the court, which counts? People are clearly not too happy with the results the judge handed down today. The crowd would have been watching and eating, anxious to see which side would be directly sentenced to go in. The trial process was reversed and reversed again, and the result was that when it was thought that there would be an end, it was announced that there was still an investigation to be conducted and a date to be set for a resentencing, which was indeed too much for anyone to bear. Chang Xin had predicted the outcome of the moment. The presiding judge was bribed by the Su family. Surely did not dare to identify the video on the spot. He had already guessed that Su Tianhua was in an impotent rage at this moment, and that the Su family was not going to let this go. Chang Xin concluded that after the video he provided was taken away for appraisal, the Su. Every wicked person will eventually need his judgment. Walking out of the courthouse door, Chang Xin heard a crisp system beep in his ear. Ding! Congratulations to the host for advancing the main line. Outside the door, a group of reporters swarmed around Chang Xin when they saw him come out. Can Barrister Chang accept an interview with our South China TV station? May I ask Barrister Chang where you got the video you provided in court? Lawyer Chang, do you know some inside information about the Su Tianhua rape case? Reporters of all kinds of messy questions came overwhelmingly. Chang Xin was caught off guard. The paparazzi reporter is trying to get the big story out of his mouth again. Chang Xin did not want to make any answer at all to the reporter's question. He knows very well in his heart that once he says something wrong in front of these people, these unscrupulous journalists will surely take the facts out of context and falsify them to create hotspots to compete for headlines. So naturally, the best way to respond was to ignore them and just leave. However, the reporters did not intend to give Chang Xin a chance to leave. They surrounded Chang Xin as if they would not rest until they had stripped something out of Chang Xin's mouth. Seeing that this group of people do not let themselves go, in order to get rid of the entanglement, Chang Xin had no choice but to put the word, "Thank you for the reporters and friends to come to the scene. I personally very much want to answer everyone's questions, but I can't help that I am not feeling well now and would like to go home and rest for the time being." Barrister Chang, answering questions won't delay you for a few minutes, so just answer everyone. A female reporter with a harsh speaking voice directly disliked the microphone to Chang Xin's mouth. Chang Xin was speechless, so he couldn't leave without answering, right? But fortunately, it just so happened that the court security personnel responsible for maintaining order at the entrance were just about ready to clean up these door-blocking journalists, and Chang Xin decided to find an opportunity to bolt. All of you TV stations stay out of the jam. All make way for the people inside the courthouse to get out. Taking advantage of the journalists' attention being attracted by the security personnel, Chang Xin found a gap in the crowd and quickly escaped from the pile of journalists. Lawyer Chang, wait, you haven't answered our questions yet. Stop squeezing me, people are running away. After leaving the reporter, Chang Xin hid alone back in an old building, pushed open the door of a law firm called New End. When it comes to the name of the law firm, the New is taken from the new Chang Xin, while the N is taken from the N of Chang Xin's college roommate, Zheng He. When they graduated from college that year, the two of them worked together as a team to open this law firm, vowing to make the name of Xinhe Law Firm known throughout the country. But the good times don't last long. Zhang He died in an accidental car accident half a month later. Chang Xin attended his funeral, bear the burden of carrying forward the new and bright law firm. Ironically, after he had fought for several years, the reputation of Xinhe Law Firm had indeed resounded across the country, but it was indeed black and red, a notorious law firm in the lawyer's world. Rumor in the industry is that whoever has an itchy ass and wants to go to jail is welcome to consult with Ching Sun Firm. The two, when carrying the dream of lawyers into this point, Chang Xin to the ground when the time to go to the bottom, have no face to face the former friends. Chang Xin sat down on the chair in the lawyer's office with slight frustration. Under 100 boredom, he took out his cell phone and casually opened the short video platform to brush up the video. It turned out to be several hotspots in a row, all related to that live broadcast of his trial today. As soon as you open the short video hot search, the first ranking is his name. At this time Chang Xin remembered that he seemed to have tens of thousands of fans on his account and was still an active black fan. Before that, Chang Xin occasionally made short videos to publicize legal knowledge. There are not many likes on the short videos posted, but the comments are tens of thousands. However, the comments section was all about mocking Chang Xin and recounting Chang Xin's black history. Clicking on the short video personal homepage, Chang Xin suddenly realized that the number of fans on his account had reached 200,000, and this number was actually still rising. At this moment, Chang Xin suddenly realized that he seemed to be on fire. The good news is that it's on fire, the bad news is that it's supposed to be black and red. Originally, he was just a bad reputation in the industry. The trial of the live broadcast directly let the whole country know that he 100% win rate, who will come to find their own lawsuits. It won't work. Does it feel like it has to be opened up and explained to a national audience? Thinking of this, Chang Xin clicked on the live stream and pointed the camera at his face. Chapter 5, Getting Sued by Your Female Neighbor for Solving Your Physical Needs at Home? Just clicked on the broadcast, the number of people in the upper left corner of the live room began to jump constantly. Tens of thousands of people came in at once. Right at this moment, the system beep suddenly sounded. Ding! Congratulations to the host for unlocking the Quest Live Broadcasting Law Prevention. After completing a live broadcast of the law, you will be awarded the professional title, Law Anchor. Legal Anchor. Each time you complete a legal counseling task, the system will place a monetary reward based on the client's satisfaction with the counseling. Progress, 0-10. Accumulated completion of tasks will unlock the title of Lawgiver, and the system will unlock more functions. Ha! This system turns out to still issue quests? Can I get monetary rewards for completing legal counseling tasks? Seeing that the system had released a live broadcast of the mission to popularize the law, Chang Xin suddenly had a good idea in his heart. I don't think anyone would believe me if I went on the air and explained to the whole country that my 100% win rate was due to my clients' problems, would they? It's definitely better to show your professional abilities by paying lip service. It just so happened that there was a system task to do. If one broadcasts live to promote the law and connects to successfully solve everyone's legal counseling problems, can't this be used to salvage one's reputation a bit? Thinking of this, Chang Xin changed the title of the live room to Free Legal Advice, Fixed Cell Phone Camera Position Debugging Live Settings. At the moment, the number of people in the live room was soaring. Where did this is Barrister Chan live? It's Lawyer Chang now. I was watching the trial live in the afternoon, and he didn't even change his clothes. Legal counseling? Chang Barrister this just out of the court to take the job to do? It is not right. How is free counseling? Is the paid counseling cannot receive a single change into a free? After adjusting the live broadcast equipment, Chang Xin cleared his throat and said to the camera. Hello everyone, I'm Chang Xin. First of all, you may have heard of my repeated failures as a lawyer taking cases, but I would like to explain that my legal expertise is still very strong, and all the previous cases lost were actually all accidents. To prove myself, I'll be on the air in the future to give people the law and do free legal counseling to help them solve their problems. I won't say anything more about what happened in court today. Let's wait for the court to make an announcement. After saying that, Chang Xin opened the live link function. And at this moment, the live broadcast room exploded, with connection requests drifting across the screen like snowflakes. The viewers in the live broadcast room were dumbfounded, and a group of internet keyboard warriors were preparing to ruthlessly mess up Chang Xin's live broadcast room. Free legal advice? Is this Chang Xin crazy? He lost 100% of his cases before. Ha, there's a good show to watch. Hurry up and connect. I want to ask him how he managed to lose 100%. I'm afraid this isn't an attempt to capitalize on the heat and make another buck, is it? Free counseling? Who'd believe it? The crowd in the live broadcast room were rubbing their fists, ready to challenge Chang Xin with all sorts of tricky and weird questions, waiting to see him make a fool of himself. Saying that this was late and that was fast, Chang Xin had just opened the live streaming connection, and the connection request directly filled up. The first person to connect was a man in a funny mask, who was extremely visibly shady as soon as he got through. Barrister Chang, I've heard a lot about you. I've heard that you've never won a lawsuit, so what made you want to get up and do a free consultation today? Is it going to be a big-time start misguided? Hearing the other party's extremely obvious barbed words, Chang Xin, however, laughed with disinterest and replied unhurriedly. This friend, you're talking a little sour. Please be aware that I have lost previous cases because my client provided false evidence, not because of my lack of professional competence. It's pure joy to do free counseling, and to give back to the community, and to educate people about the law in the process. Seeing Chang Xin's couldn't care less, the masked man snorted even more coldly. He had come here today to purposely find things out. How could he let Chang Xin pass so easily? Giving back to the community? I think you're trying to whitewash yourself. I have a legal question for you. How about if you can't answer, you admit you're a claptrap and a liar? Upon hearing this, Chang Xin instantly raised his eyebrows. Seriously, 2 lives and now he has the system. The whole mind is not at all stable in a way that an unusual person could think of. If a mere Rakugo man had come by, it wouldn't have been able to break his defenses at all. But now the other side, if they really want to talk about the problem from a legal point of view, then he's going to have to get serious. By all means ask, I'd like to see what kind of conundrum can get the best of me. Okay, I'll ask you then. The masked man cleared his throat and deliberately trailed off. If a person kills someone while sleepwalking, is he legally responsible? The live broadcast room was quiet, and everyone listened with their ears perked up, wanting to see how Chang Xian would answer. After all, the question is really quite novel. It can be said that it is a perspective that they, as ordinary people, have never thought of. At that moment, everyone's curiosity was also aroused. And unlike others, Chang Xian replied without thinking. Certainly to not be liable, provided it can be proven that he was indeed sleepwalking in a naturally triggered sleepwalk and not stimulated by an external object. However, just as Chang Xian's reply fell, the masked man laughed out loud. I knew you couldn't answer. Sleepwalking isn't a mental illness, it's natural to be responsible for murder. You're really just here to mislead people. However, in the face of the other party's unceremonious mockery, Chang Xian merely shook his head and patiently explained. Sleepwalking murders fall into a special category of crimes caused by sleep disorders. According to the provisions of our criminal law, the perpetrator is committing an act against society. If in a state of incapacity to recognize or control one's own behavior due to mental illness or other disease, it is not criminally liable if it is confirmed by statutory procedures of identification, but it is subject to corresponding civil liability. And sleepwalking falls squarely into the category of not being able to control one's behavior, so there is no criminal liability for sleepwalking homicide. However, it is important to note that if the perpetrator intentionally or negligently caused the sleepwalking, for example, deliberate alcoholism, drug use, etc., which results in killing someone in a sleepwalking state, would be criminally liable. The masked man choked on Chang Xian's words and was half speechless. Instead, the live stream exploded with pop-ups. This Chang Xian is something. It really answered. Call what Chang Xian? Call Chang Barrister. I didn't realize that his expertise was quite solid. It seems that the previous defeat was really pitched by the client. That's too quick a reversal. I'm beginning to believe a little that he was wrongly accused. How much did the white guy upstairs charge Barrister Chang to wash him like this? The masked man was annoyed and was about to open his mouth to retort, but was interrupted by Chang Xian. My friend, did you understand my explanation? If there are still questions, go ahead and ask them, but please refrain from personal attacks. The masked man held back his red face, half squeezing out a sentence. I have no more questions. After saying that, he hung up the connection in a grayish manner. Chang Xian looked at the camera and smiled before continuing to speak. Next. After Chang Xian hung up the first connection, the popularity of the live broadcast room rose instead of falling. Even some of the passerby viewers who hadn't watched the live court hearings today to follow the case in question were drawn in. More people flocked to see what other wonders the lawyer anchor had up his sleeve. A second connection request was quickly connected, and a young, slightly shy man wearing glasses appeared on the screen. Unlike the earlier aggressive masked man, this audience member's tone was full of helplessness and help. Anchor, I'm really in trouble and wanted to ask if you could help me. Chang Xian raised his eyebrows and asked with interest. Tell me, what's the problem? It might really help. The spectator pushed up his glasses, his eyes fluttering as if he were organizing his words or stifling a laugh. The audience in the live broadcast room also became curious, and the pop-up screen was full of various speculations. Something's not right with this dude's expression, it feels like there's fun to be had. It's not here to smash the scene again, is it? Anchor, be careful. I'll bet 50 cents that this dude is here to ask questions about his relationship with his boyfriend. What do you mean upstairs, him and his boyfriend? Finally, in the midst of all the speculation, the spectator spoke, his voice slightly trembling, as if he was trying to suppress a laugh. Anchor, what if I was sued by my female neighbor for solving my physical needs in the living room of my home? How come you can't in your own home? I haven't sued her for spying on me yet. My mom and dad told me that looking at that would have to be done with me. I'm not convinced, I want to defend my rights. Chapter 6, My Wife Has Been Defiled. Once this question came out, the live broadcast room immediately exploded, the pop-up screen instantly exploded, all kinds of ha-ha-ha and 666 brush screen. Some people are teasing that this is the problem of the century, while others are gloating and waiting to see Chang Xian make a fool of himself. At this moment in the live broadcast, the pop-up screen was frantically swiping the screen. Against all odds, it's still a female neighbor. Laughing my ass off. This dude is here for a laugh, right? That's an odd question. The anchor is probably going to be confused. Sit back and wait for Barrister Chang to roll over. Ha ha ha. However, to everyone's surprise, Chang Xin did not show the slightest bit of panic. He pondered for just a brief moment, then replied with a serious look on his face. A home is a private space, not a public place, and does not violate rights. Your neighbor is asking for trouble. This matter is not about gender, whether the other person is a man or a woman, you are not guilty. After a short period of silence in the live broadcast room, more enthusiastic laughter erupted, and the pop-ups poured down like a waterfall. That's okay? The anchor is awesome. He actually answered it really seriously. God reply. I kneel for Barrister Chang. The corner of Chang Xin's mouth rose slightly as he looked at the pop-ups that were frantically surging on the screen. This somewhat quirky question is honestly kind of funny. Okay, everyone calm down, next. Shaking his head and smiling, Chang Xin opened his mouth to control the enthusiastic pop-ups before clicking on the next connection request. A young mom appeared on the screen with red eyes, like she had just cried. Hello anchor, I would like to ask a question about child custody. The young mom's voice choked a little. Hearing this, Chang Xin immediately put away his smile and his expression became extremely serious. Go ahead. The young mother began to tell her story, and it turned out that she and her husband were in the middle of a divorce. Not only does the husband cheat, but he is also a domestic abuser. She wants to fight for child custody, but her husband's family is well off and she is the one who is worried she won't be able to fight. Chang Xin listened patiently, asking questions from time to time for more detailed information. The audience in the live room also quieted down and listened intently to the mom. Occasional words of comfort and encouragement drifted through the pop-ups. Based on your situation, you have a good chance of winning your case. After understanding the situation, Chang Xin gave professional legal advice. Your husband's infidelity and acts of domestic violence are gross betrayals of the marriage. The court will prioritize the child's interests when awarding custody. And your husband is clearly unfit to raise a child. When the young mother heard Chang Xin's words, it was as if she had grabbed a lifesaver, and hope was rekindled in her eyes. Really? Can I really get custody of my child? Of course, I'll do my best to help you. Without the slightest hesitation, Chang Xin looked at the woman on the other end of the cell phone with extreme seriousness, and his tone was even more firm. If you need, I can act as your attorney and help you with this lawsuit. The young mom was thrilled and thanked her, choking back sobs before hanging up the connection. Thank you, Counselor Chang, you're a good man. The audience in the live broadcast room was also moved by Chang Xin's seriousness and responsibility, and the pop-up screen was full of praise. Lawyer Chang is so warm. What kind of divine lawyer is this? Love it, love it. Must be powdered. Lawyer Chang YYDS. Alas, have you guys forgotten that looking for Barrister Chang to file a lawsuit, a moment later Bauma sends Barrister Chang in and it's over? And after hanging up this inquiry, Chang Xin, who was gradually getting into the mood, didn't say any more and directly connected to the next one. As viewers continued to come online, the connectivity counseling got more exciting. Chang Xin's exposure to cases is also becoming more diverse. From petty neighborhood disputes to financial disputes involving large amounts of property, he is able to handle them all with ease. One by one, they give reasonable solutions and show superb professionalism. Of course, there were some quirky viewers who deliberately asked oddball questions to try to make things difficult for Chang Xin. A college student connects the dots in tears, complaining sadly. Anchor, my wife was raped. The audience in the live broadcast room exploded, speculating on which beast was so bold. Chang Xin, who had just solved an economic case, was also stunned and hurriedly asked a follow-up question. What's going on? Tell me in detail. He was really a bit confused. After all, the fact that the dude is crying like that means things should be stone cold. A Stonehammer rape case now even needs to seek his counseling? That's a lot of questions there. Under Chang Xin's serious gaze, the college student cried even harder and intermittently recounted his tragic ordeal. I just got back from the library last night. Just found my wife lying disheveled on the bed and my roommate lying next to her. And just after he finished speaking, the pop-ups in the live broadcast room directly exploded. Really fake? That's too much. Which beast did this? It's a crime against humanity. Brother, have you called the police? The murderer must be severely punished. And then what? Did you call the police? Any suspects found? Chang Xin frowned. Why was this plot direction getting weirder and weirder? A college student's roommate is able to rape each other's wives in the middle of their dorm rooms? What a deep background that is. One could say that the law is not taken seriously at all. Thinking of this, Chang Xin's fists couldn't help but clench. He was reborn in one life, and what he did was to return a clear sky to the world. With this kind of behavior, even if it was the king of heaven, he would still send the other party in. Hearing Chang Xin's inquiry, the college student was crying even more. I haven't called the police. Because of what? Listening to the intermittent replies, Chang Xin, who was already a bit anxious, felt that his patience was about to be worn out. He wasn't the only one, but the pop-ups among the live broadcasts were also scrolling wildly. Brother, speak up. I'm in a hurry. What's going on? What happened to your wife? Holy, this is too beastly, it's been a few years, how can this still happen? The college student finally held back the second half of his sentence. Because my roommate said that my wife. She's a blow-up doll. Even if you call the police, no one will care. Chang Xin. Live. After an eerie silence, the live stream pop-ups exploded again. This time it wasn't anger, it was an overwhelming ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. Laughing my ass off. I thought something was really wrong. An inflatable doll? Dude, that's so right. Barrister Chang, help this brother, his wife has been raped. Chang Xin, whose heart was already almost filled with anger, was also slightly stunned. Then he felt the corners of his mouth twitch uncontrollably a few times. It was expected to be a big case. I didn't realize it was another error. He took a deep breath and tried to maintain his professional image. This student, according to our law, the object of the crime of rape must be a living person. Your inflatable doll. It does not fall under the protection of the law. The college students don't seem to be reacting. Huh? What about? What about me? My wife has been defiled. Chapter 7: The least severe method of sentencing? Hearing the other party's still somewhat confused words, Chang Xin forced back his laughter and explained in a serious manner. From a legal standpoint, your housemate's actions could constitute burglary or willful destruction of property. If you want to hold him accountable, I can help you with the lawsuit and give you a 20% discount on the lawyer's fee. How about that? The college student was instantly energized. Really? That's great. Lawyer Chang, you're such a great guy. Okay, I'll go to him now and theorize, and if I need you after that, I'll contact you. Looking at the college student who hurriedly hung up the connection, Chang Xin couldn't help but murmur a sentence inwardly. If we really fight this case, not to mention 20% off, it's free. Mainly because I want to see this man of God up close. There was a lot of laughter in the live broadcast room, and Chang Xin also realized that he had completed the system mission without realizing it. Ding! Detected the host completing the Law Host 2310, unlocking the Law Master title. Lawyer, being well versed in the law makes you more responsive in solving legal issues. Effects: when the host is dealing with legal issues, logic and reaction are increased by 30%. Ding! Detected the host overclocking to complete the mission, unlocking the hidden reward, Observer. Observer, a good lawyer is of course also a good psychiatrist. Effect: your eyes will be able to detect more micro-expressions of other people, so that you can judge the truth of what they say. Looking at the rich rewards on the system panel, Chang Xin couldn't help but feel good inside as well. Worthy of being a must-have for the protagonist, the system is so powerful. In a good mood, Chang Xin smiled and said to the live broadcast, "It's getting late, so I'm going to answer one last viewer question today, and then I'm going to get off the air." The pop-ups were a disgruntled mess, and they were retained. But Chang Xin was still determined to choose the last audience member to connect. When the video connected, a man with a mask and sinister eyes appeared on the screen. Before Chang Xin could say anything, the man asked in a low voice, "I'd like to ask, what is the lightest sentence for killing someone in what way?" Upon hearing this question, the originally cheerful atmosphere of the live broadcast room instantly froze. The pop-up stalled for a moment, then exploded. Is this dude serious? No one would really want to ask that kind of question on the air, would they? Lawyer Chang, call the police. This is definitely a premeditated crime. This isn't scripted, is it? For show effects? Something's not right, brothers. You're looking at him the same way my second uncle does when he kills a pig. He's serious. Upstairs is also a talent. People are killing people. You froze to say killing pigs, right? Some people also began to worry about Chang Xin's safety. Lawyer Chang, be careful. This dude doesn't look like he's joking. These days, people's hearts are unpredictable. Lawyer Chang, protect yourself. If something really happens here, the platform has to be responsible, right? Lawyer Chang, hang up quickly. This problem can be defined as an accomplice if you don't straighten it out. Chang Xin, on the other hand, didn't pop up, but just stared stonily at the man on the screen with a mask and sinister eyes, alarm bells ringing inside. Without much hesitation, he turned on the live video recording function and carefully sized up the other party without moving. Thanks to the new observer skill rewarded by the system, he could see more. He realized that while the other man's eyes were sinister, there was more sadness in them. The puffy bags under his eyes and the reddened corners of his eyes told a silent story that he had just cried. Is this a desperate, pathetic man? Chang Xin did not move and asked in a calm tone. Why do you ask this question, my friend? After a pause, he added again. If you're serious about killing someone, I'm not going to offer you any advice. Instead, I'm going to advise you to turn yourself in. After all, anyone has to pay for their actions. Hearing this, the other party's eyes flickered and avoided Chang Xin's gaze, saying vaguely, I'm just curious, just asking. However, these words were not the least bit useful in front of Chang Xin, who possessed the observer skill. He keenly caught the unnaturalness in the other man's tone and micro-expressions. Curious? Chang Xin smiled, and his tone became significantly softer. What kind of curiosity would make you ask such a question? Can you tell us your story? Maybe I can help. The other party fell silent, seemingly struggling. Chang Xin didn't rush and waited patiently. The audience in the live broadcast room also held their breath, and the atmosphere was so tense that it was as if a pin dropped on the ground could be heard. After a long time, the other finally spoke, his voice low and hoarse. My name is Zhang Chang. My wife. She was. He choked back a sob and couldn't speak. Chang Xin sighed softly, his tone more gentle. Slow down, I'm listening. Zhang Chang took a deep breath and broke off to tell his story. He originally had a happy family, his wife was gentle and virtuous, and his daughter was lively and lovely. But it was all ruined by a rich kid named Li Wei. Li Wei took a liking to his wife and forced her with power and money, which eventually led to her being so humiliated that she jumped to her death. But I'm certain that my wife would never kill herself. She was definitely pushed off. I called the police, but they said there was not enough evidence to file a case. Zhang Chang's voice gradually became agitated, carrying extremely obvious trembling and anger. I went to a lawyer, but they all said I couldn't win. Said Li Wei's family is rich and powerful, I can't fight him. He jerked his head up. Since the law can't protect me, I'll take matters into my own hands. Even if Jade Stone burns, I'll make him pay. Chang Xin was silent. He knew that any words of comfort at this moment were pale and powerless. He looked at Zhang Chang's twisted face on the screen and had mixed feelings inside. Chang Chang. Chang Xin slowly opened his mouth, his eyes even more tightly staring into the other party's eyes. I know you are in pain and despair. But killing won't solve the problem, it will only plunge you deeper into the abyss. Do you think about your daughter? She's lost her mother now, what will she do if she loses her father? Upon hearing this, Zhang Chang was not the least bit surprised, but only shook his head. Counselor Chang, since I'm saying this, I'm ready. I'm sorry to bother you today. You are truly a good man, may you do what you want to do. May I be too. Chapter 8, Where is Justice Under Power? After softly finishing the last sentence, the camera on Zhang Chang's side moved, obviously preparing to hang up the connecting microphone. Wait, Zhang Chang, wait. Seeing the other party's movements, Chang Xin hurriedly opened his mouth to stop the other party. He couldn't let the other guy hang now. Otherwise, the odds are that it's really 2 lives, and a fatherless little girl. And perhaps Zhang Chang did not expect Chang Xin to suddenly open his mouth, so he really stopped moving at that moment. The law, perhaps, has loopholes. Seeing the other party stop, Chang Xin organized his words and hastily spoke. But it remains our last line of defense for justice. If you choose to give it up, you are giving up hope. After a pause, Chang Xin's tone became firm. You just said I'm a nice guy, right? Then tell me, will you trust me? I'll do everything I can to help you get justice. Zhang Chang looked at Cheng Xian with suspicion in his eyes. He wondered, could this lawyer, whom he had never met, really help him? Originally he had only come up here today to see what could be done to make the penal code lighter. After all, it was like what Cheng Xian had just said, he really couldn't let go of his daughter. It would naturally be best if he could live. But now it looks like things are really going to turn around? And just as he was considering it, the pop-ups in the live stream suddenly went wild. Reversed. So that's what happened. Wait, this is something I even saw on the news today, so that's what's going on. This is too miserable. This Li Wei is simply scum. Lawyer Chang, you must help him. We can't let the bad guys get away with it. Support Lawyer Chang. We are all behind you. Mad. I'm pissed off. Lawyer Chang, you make a move. If this dude doesn't have any money, I'll pay for the lawyer's fees. Seeing these pop-ups, Zhang Chang's eyes gradually changed, and the fire-called hope flickered in his eyes once again. After hesitating for a moment, Zhang Chang finally nodded heavily as if he had made up his mind. Lawyer Chang, I would like to believe you. His voice was raspy, not as dead as it had been at first, but with an extremely noticeable choke. Then my wife's affairs are in your hands. Hearing the other party's promise, Cheng Xian finally felt relieved in his heart. He knew that he had won the bet. Don't worry, Zhang Chang, I will do my best to help you get justice. Cheng Xian's tone was firm, but at this moment it sounded more reassuring than impassioned words. You just have to trust me and I'll give you a satisfactory answer. After calming Zhang Chang down and adding contact information with him, Cheng Xian announced that he would go off the air. This time the live broadcast audience did not say any more blocking words, but instead left messages of support and spontaneously made a cyber denunciation of Li Wei. Lawyer Chang is awesome. That's what I want to see. Mard, this Li Wei is really a. He must be brought to justice. Please contact me if you need financial support. We must make this scum pay. Looking at the screen full of support, a warm current surged in Cheng Xian's heart. In this moment he knew that he was not alone. After the next broadcast, Cheng Xian immediately began to work on organizing the live video and related clues provided by netizens. As Zhang Chang said, Li Wei's father is indeed a powerful local figure. This has created a great deal of resistance to the investigation of the case. The reason why the previous lawyer that Zhang Chang had found was unwilling to take this case was precisely because of the fear of the Li family's power. Looking at the information found on the computer, Cheng Xian frowned. The case itself wasn't really that difficult. The evidence is overwhelming and the facts are clear, but it's the identity of the other party that causes so much trouble. In that case, then the most important issue right now is nothing else but getting this case reopened. Only a reopening can change the end of the case. A brilliant light flashed in his eyes. Cheng Xian already had an idea in his head. Opinion. He is well aware that in this age of information explosion, the power of public opinion is immensely powerful. If public opinion can be utilized, it can put tremendous pressure on certain people. Force them to revisit the case. It was then that he could officially step into the case. As the thought stopped, Cheng Xian tapped his fingers on the desktop. The rhythmic tapping echoed through the silent office. Even though he had thought of a way out, his brow was still furrowed. The screen flashed with Zhang Chang's live broadcast, despair written all over that weathered face. Public opinion, a double-edged sword. Used well, it can set off monstrous waves and wash away scum like Levi. But if you don't use it well, it will backfire on you and even involve you in it. He himself had been swallowed up by public opinion. Damn Li Wei, just because he has an official father, he does whatever he wants. Do you really think that the law is just for show? Cursing in a low voice, a nameless fire burned in Cheng Xian's chest. In the age of the internet, the water boys are proliferating. For this to really fester, it is far from enough to rely on the spontaneous spread of netizens. And this matter, he was able to think about it, those old foxes of the Li family had naturally considered it as well. It was even possible that the Li family had already arranged their manpower, just waiting for him to jump in. Wait. If the internet alone won't do it, then the power of officialdom. Fingers snapped as a figure flashed through Cheng Xian's mind. Like a shooting star passing through the night sky, it instantly lit up his thoughts. That was his college sister, Su Mu. A girl with a fiery, cynical personality. Unlike his choice to become a lawyer, Su Mu ended up becoming a journalist. Her keen sense of social injustice and courage to expose the truth is exactly what he needs most right now. The most crucial thing was that the other party's background wasn't much weaker than the Lee family's in some ways. If you ask her for help. Muttering softly to himself, Chang Xian's tightly locked brow gradually stretched out, and a bit of a smile crept up to the corners of his mouth. But even with his thoughts, he didn't immediately contact Su Mu. You can't put your eggs in one basket. This was a lesson he had learned from his 2 lives and his experience in the entire world. He turned on his computer again, and had downloaded a couple of programs. It took less than 2 more hours to edit the live footage into several short videos. With sensationalized copy and sad background music, they were posted to major social media platforms respectively. The headline is also sufficiently eye-catching. How can he get justice when his wife is dead and the killer is on the loose? A man's desperate cry, somebody help me. Where is justice in power? After the video was uploaded, Chang Xian didn't keep watch for the data. He knew this was just the first step, the real battle was just beginning. When the obvious didn't work, he played the dark side. Chapter 9 She has in her heart for me. Only after doing this did Chang Xian pull out his cell phone. Now that the front as well as the padding is done, the next step has to be the new media means of communication. Chang Xian didn't even look at the time that it was already 3 in the morning and directly dialed Su Mu's number. The ringing of the phone stung in the silence of the late night. After 3 rings, a sleepy, slightly impatient female voice came through the receiver. Hello? Who is it? You're up in the middle of the night, you're playing for keeps. Hearing this familiar voice, Chang Xian's heart was shaken, and his eyes were actually a little moist. In his last life he was falsely imprisoned and at the end of his rope. Only Su Mu ran around trying to find a way out for him. Although it didn't work out in the end, it was a friendship that he always remembered. Now that he was living again, hearing her voice again actually gave him a sense of being a world away. Taking a deep breath and suppressing the churning emotions, Chang Xian tried his best to make his tone seem calm and natural. Su Mu, it's me, Chang Xian. As his voice dropped, the increasingly overbearing words on the other end of the line fell abruptly silent for a split second. After 2 or 3 seconds, Su Mu's voice sobered up a few points, with obvious doubt. Chang Xian, are you completely settled? What's the matter with calling so late? Need my help or what, you? Never mind, just give me a location and I'll come to you now. Hearing this, Chang Xian had mixed feelings in his heart. This woman, a phone call over nothing has been said, she is already ready to take the initiative to come over to help themselves. Isn't it, she has me in mind? Before Chang Xian could think down the line, a rustling sound came from the other end of the phone, obviously the movement of Su Mu getting ready to dress and get up. Miss Su, no, you don't want to run around at night. My own problems are completely solved. Mostly, there's a case right now that I'd like to ask you for a favor. Hearing the other party's movement, Chang Xian cried and laughed a little. This ninny's personality is still this fiery. And after stopping Su Mu down, he was concise and straight to the point. Well, Zhang Chang's matter, as well as Li Wei's evil behavior. As well as his current predicament, he told Su Mu originally. And after listening to it, Su Mu's sleepiness was gone. She herself was extremely sensitive to social injustice, and with Chang Xian's description, it made her even more righteously indignant. This Li Wei, he's nothing but scum. Doing whatever he wants just because he has a little power, do you really think the law can't control him? So, I'd like to ask you for a favor. Exhaling lightly, Chang Xian's tone was sincere. I know you're cynical, and you're in a better position to access the truth now. Coupled with Uncle's connections there, our vocal outlets won't go away easily. I think you're the only one who can help Zhang Chang get justice. No problem. This kind of thing is my favorite. Without any of this intention, Su Mu then directly opened his mouth to agree, the tone of voice is full of energy. You send me the information and I'll start investigating tomorrow. Right, we'll meet tomorrow to talk more about it, at a place you decide. Okay, so tomorrow at 2 p.m. I'll see you at the usual place. Hanging up the phone, Chang Xian breathed a long sigh of relief, his taut nerves finally relaxing. He knew that the addition of Su Mu would be the key to turning the situation around. After Chang Xian hung up the phone, his entire body relaxed, as if 1,000 pounds had been lifted. He threw away some strange thoughts inside his brain, briefly washed up, and fell back to sleep. This sleep is not restful, the dream is full of some light and strange scenes. The humiliation and indignation of his last life came like a tidal wave and overwhelmed him. At 7 in the morning, the alarm clock went off. And Chang Xin struggled to get up from the bed the moment the alarm clock went off. With less than 4 hours of sleep, his head still ached. After casually cooking a packet of instant noodles and gulping it down, he started contacting Zhang Chang. "Hey, Zhang Chang, it's me, Chang Xin. Can you come by my office today? Bring the court judgment and the official verdict. After all, this matter can't be delayed, we must bring it to a conclusion as soon as possible." Chang Xin tried to make his tone sound as calm as possible, knowing that Zhang Chang's mental state must be very fragile right now. There was silence on the other end of the phone for a few seconds before Zhang Chang's trembling voice came through. Okay, Lawyer Chang, I'll be right there." Not quite 8:30, a sharp knock on the door broke the quiet of the office. Chang Xin opened the door and saw Zhang Chang standing in the doorway. His heart sank violently. In reality, Zhang Chang is even more emaciated than what he saw in the video. His eye sockets were deep set and covered with blood, his beard was bearded, and his whole body looked like he had aged 10 years. It was different from yesterday's fish out of water ferocious look. Now he was hunched over, his hands rubbing the corners of his coat uneasily, living a life crushed by life. "Chang, Lawyer Chang, hello. I've come to trouble you." Zhang Chang's voice was hoarse, and even more so, it carried a slight tremor. It was only when he heard the other party speak that Chang Xin reacted and hurriedly welcomed him into the house, pouring him a glass of water. "Zhang Chang, don't think too much, you haven't caused me any trouble. Let's take our time." Zhang Chang held the water cup with both hands, but he didn't take a sip. Just staring blankly at the water in the glass. After a few moments, he looked up and said in a hoarse voice. "Lawyer Chang, I don't know what to say. I really don't know what to do now." I know. Chang Xin gently patted his shoulder and sighed softly once again. With his current eyesight, he could naturally tell that Zhang Chang's mental state was already a bit off. This is a mental aspect of extreme fatigue and stress. "Tell you what, you can show me the judgment and the verdict first." Zhang Chang shivered as he pulled out a stack of documents from his arms and handed them to Chang Xin. Chang Xin took the document and flipped through it carefully. After reading it, Chang Xin frowned. This judgment and verdict is nothing short of blasphemy. According to what Zhang Chang said, it was clearly Li Wei who intended to molest Zhang Chang's wife on a high building. The result was an accident that sent Zhang Chang's wife falling to her death. But because of Li Wei's power and connections, the final verdict turned out to be Zhang Chang's wife jumped to her death. This is nonsense. Chang Xin couldn't help his anger and slapped the table fiercely. Zhang Chang was so scared that he shivered, and the water cup in his hand fell to the ground and shattered. "Lawyer Chang, don't be angry, I actually know it's hopeless." After calming his breathing, Zhang Chang's tone was once again filled with despair. "I came to see you today and actually made the decision last night. After all, I have promised you that I can't go back on my word, in fact I know it won't change anything. I just can't understand why the law can't protect us honest people." Chapter 10, Realize You Like Me? Chang Xin took a deep breath, forced down the anger in his heart, looked at Zhang Chang, and said in a deep voice. "Zhang Chang, don't worry, I will definitely help you get justice." Hearing this, Zhang Chang couldn't help but raise his head. Seeing Chang Xion's serious expression, hope flashed in his eyes, but it quickly dimmed again. "Counselor Chang, I know you're a good lawyer, and you're also the first lawyer who has expressed a desire to take my case. But Li Wei's background is too deep, you can't fight. Try to know if you can fight or not." Only before he could finish his words, Chang Xian directly interrupted. "Do you remember the question you asked me last night? It was then that I wondered what kind of oppression could move an honest man to kill. Now that I think about it, it's this injustice. It's this despair. As a lawyer, I will never let this injustice continue. So Zhang Chang, don't worry, the law will definitely give you justice. You go back first and wait for my news, don't do anything rash in the meantime, protect yourself, understand?" As soon as the words fell, Chang Xian patted Zhang Chang's shoulder. Chang Xian could now see that the current Zhang Chang's mind was still a bit unstable. He was now really afraid that while he was making preparations, Zhang Chang would really choose to go and take revenge on his own after a thought. Zhang Chang's eyes were red, his lips trembled, and in the end, he just choked and nodded. 1 step forward, 3 steps back, he left the law office. After sending Zhang Chang away, Chang Xian carefully organized the documents he brought and rubbed his somewhat swollen temples. The sun was shining just right outside the window, but his mood was as heavy as a rainy day. The time came to 1 p.m. Chang Xian set off on time and headed to the coffee shop he had arranged with Sumu. Pushing open the door of the coffee shop, Chang Xian saw Sumu at a glance. She was wearing a dry OL outfit today, unlike the short hair she wore to school. Her waist-length black hair was casually draped over her shoulders, and her delicate makeup further accentuated her snowy skin. The whole person exudes an air of intellectual elegance. Chang Xian couldn't help but stop in his tracks. Even after 2 lifetimes, he would still be amazed by Sumu's beauty. Not to mention, what Sumu did for him in his last life. Even more, it caused an unspeakable tenderness to well up within him. Sumu seemed to notice Chang Xian's gaze and turned his head to look at him. A gentle smile appeared at the corner of his mouth as he gently waved. Chang Xian, here. Chang Xian came back to his senses and walked quickly to sit down opposite Sumu. However, when Sumu raised his head to meet his eyes, he felt a violent tremor in his heart. Chang Xian's eyes seemed to be different from the past. It was a complex emotion, containing tenderness, pity, and a little tenderness? Is this Wood finally getting the hang of it? Realize you like me? As soon as this idea appeared, Sumu's cheeks couldn't help but blush a little, and his heartbeat began to accelerate uncontrollably. It's been 5 years since they met. 5 years. This elm is finally getting the hang of it. But Chang Xian was completely unaware of Sumu's inner waves. He took a break from the memories of his last life and handed Zhang Chang's case information to Sumu. Look at this first. Sumu was slightly stunned. This wasn't quite what she expected. He's already showing this look, shouldn't he be confessing his love next? Does this Wood know what she means or not? However, there were waves in his heart, but Sumu suppressed his mood and didn't say anything. Let's deal with this for him first, and then we'll get a good tune-up on this man, too much of a noob. Sumu took the information and read it carefully. As a law student and now a journalist, she naturally had a keen sense of observation and analytical skills, and quickly read the case. After reading it, Sumu couldn't help but be filled with righteous indignation. This is too much. It's a travesty of the law. I will definitely bring this matter to light and let that leeway be sanctioned by the law. That's what I thought. Seeing that the other party was still as cynical as he remembered, Chang Xian also gave a light smile and nodded. However, Li Wei's background is very deep, so we must be careful. Then under the warmth of the sun, the two began to discuss a specific course of action. And after learning that Chang Xian had already released the video, Sumu also directly decided to start with online public opinion first. Utilizing self-media platforms to disseminate relevant information and draw public attention. At the same time, she used her status as a journalist. Begin secretly investigating the background of Li Wei and his father to find more strong evidence. Chang Xian, on the other hand, began to study the legal details of the case, preparing to file a lawsuit as soon as there was a chance to overturn the case. Both men were very cautious and went about their respective tasks in secret in order to avoid spooking them. And while the duo made their arrangements, public opinion on the internet has also already begun to fester. Because of the video posted by Chang Xian last night, more and more netizens have begun to pay attention to the case of Zhang Chang's wife. There has been a flurry of condemnation of Li Wei's evil deeds and official inaction. They even say things that officials and businessmen are protecting each other. Ask the police to reinvestigate. Humming an out-of-tune tune, Levi got out of the tawdry bright pink Lamborghini. With 8 steps, he wandered into his own company building. Last night's Little Minx did taste good and brought back memories for him. It's just a shame that he's lost some of his fighting prowess lately. 1 pill used to make him keel over for the whole night, but now it takes 3. It'll be another 20 minutes before the medicine takes effect. Looks like it's time to find an old friend for something a little more fierce. Mulling over these meticulous matters in his mind, Li Wei also entered the interior of the company. And in the lobby of the company, the employees saw Li Wei's figure like a mouse seeing a cat. There were heads bowed, desperate to shrink into the ground. Li Wei had long been accustomed to this, and he enjoyed the feeling of being feared. Passing by a hot female employee, he nonchalantly raised his hand and slapped her on the ass. Feeling the elasticity coming from his palm, he let out a lewd, soft laugh. The female employee dared to be angry, but could only bite her lips and endure the humiliation. After all, she still needed the job to support herself. Especially with the power of the Li family's father and son, if she resigned, it would either be a career change or a city change. Otherwise, there really wouldn't be a place for her in a city. Li Wei walked straight to the exclusive elevator, which only he and his old man could use, highlighting their supreme status in the company. The elevator door slowly closed, isolating the mole-like employees outside, and Li Wei had a contemptuous smile on his face. When he arrived at his office on the top floor, Levi sat down on his butt in the leather boss chair. Crossing his legs, he lit a cigar and gobbled it up. Here, he is the sky and no one can do anything about it. Chapter 11: The Li Family. Li Wei picked up his cell phone, looking through the trophies captured last night. The corner of his mouth showed a lewd smile. Knock, knock, knock. And just before he could look at it for a moment longer, a knock on the door interrupted his excitement. Come in. Li Wei growled impatiently. A tall, good-looking female secretary in professional attire walked in, holding a folder in her hand. Mr. Li, this is the document that needs your signature today. The female secretary said respectfully, trying not to look at Li Wei's naked eyes. Li Wei took the folder and casually flipped through it, mostly inconsequential statements and contracts. He absently signed his big name and tossed the folder back to the female secretary. Anything else? Levi asked impatiently, his eyes looking up and down her body. The female secretary hesitated before speaking. Mr. Li, about that case of Zhang Chang, the internet is now buzzing, you see. Make a scene, it's none of my business. Hearing this, Li Wei directly tossed the cigar in his hand and said with disbelief. A bunch of unruly people, can they still turn over the sky? My old man has people above him, so I'm afraid of nothing. The female secretary wanted to say something else, but was interrupted by Li Wei. Okay, leave me alone and get out. The female secretary helplessly turned around to leave, and when she reached the door, Li Wei suddenly called out to her. Wait! The female secretary stopped in her tracks, her heart thumping as a sense of foreboding surged through her. You, come here. Levi pointed at her and hooked his finger. The female secretary tremblingly walked to Li Wei and lowered her head, not daring to look at him. Levi grabbed her wrist and pulled her into his arms as his other hand roamed up her body. Tonight, stay with me. He had taken this woman a long time ago, only that he had been getting tired of eating on that little tender model all this time. Today, when he took a look at this type, he was tempted to get up. Just then, the office door was suddenly pushed open and a loud voice rang out. Sinner! What have you done again? The mood was already bad. Li Quan walked into the office. Seeing that his own son was even doing these confusing things up to now, the anger in his heart intensified. And Li Wei was startled by the sudden roar. Raising his head, he was just about to open his mouth to berate, but when he saw that the visitor was his own old man, he immediately changed his expression to a playful one. Yo, Pops, what brings you here? Didn't say anything in advance, so I could prepare for it. Saying that, he frivolously patted the female secretary's ass, signaling her to go out first. The female secretary left the office as if she had been pardoned and fled. Prepare? Ready for what? Ready to show me how ridiculous you are? Seeing that the other party was still full of concern until now, Li Quan's face was so angry that it even turned a little white. Playing with women to the company, do you have any sense of proportion? But his reaction didn't make Li Wei feel anything wrong, still shrugging his shoulders with care. Playing with women? What's so new about that? I learned that from you. With that, he once again lit himself a cigar and crossed his legs in the manner of a fop. Didn't you used to change women every day? Why are you lecturing me now? You. Li Quan was so choked by his son's words that he couldn't speak, and his fingers were trembling as he pointed at Li Wei. Is the old man mad at you for playing with women? I'm mad at you for all the assholes you've done. Look at what's going on online right now. Do you really think I can cover the world with one hand? Online? What's wrong with the internet? Hearing this, Li Wei was at a loss. He hadn't really noticed what had happened since he had been playing last night. At that moment, he picked up his cell phone and casually flipped through it. It was only then that I realized that the news about Zhang Chang's wife's crash case had been all over the place, and the comments section was full of curses. Che, a bunch of unruly people, can they still turn over the sky? Now that the case is closed and you have someone above you, fear not. Going forward and directly throwing Li Wei's lit cigar onto the ground and stomping it out, Li Quan glared at Li Wei with hatred. You asshole! This time the matter has gotten big. The top is getting concerned too. Would you please restrain yourself and stop causing trouble for me? Completely ignoring the look on his own old man's face, Levi opened the drawer and drew out a cigar. What are you afraid of? Isn't it just one stinking? If you're dead, you're dead, what else can you do to me? He laughed contemptuously when he finished. The big deal is to pay some money and let this go. Li Quan was so angry that his face turned blue. He knew his son's nature. It was useless to say anything more, so he could only sigh helplessly. You better pray that this one goes over well, or else. He didn't finish and shrugged out of the office. Li Wei looked at the back of his father's departure, disdainfully skimmed his mouth, and continued to browse the trophies on the phone. The mind calculates which nightclub to go to at night to have fun. Meanwhile, Chang Xin was nestled in his law office. Buckets of instant noodles piled up next to him, the light from the computer screen reflecting on his tired face. After he separated from Su Mu, he directly shut himself up in the middle of the lawyer's office, looking for a break in this case. After all, this case is extremely different from the usual ones. In the absence of key evidence to substantiate it, there really isn't a problem from a legal standpoint if suicide is indeed ruled. And he was about to find that some life out of this dead end. He was studying the file on Zhang Chang's case word by word, trying to find a breakthrough. The legalese danced before his eyes like strings of complex code. And he had to crack those codes to find a weapon to sanction Li Wei. On the other hand, Su Mu was transformed into a tireless news warrior. She contacted a few friends who had been in the media business for years. Send them the organized press release and persuade them to cover the story. She is well aware that in this age of information explosion, only enough exposure can draw public attention and put pressure on Li Wei. And under her impetus, the public opinion on the internet was like a bomb that had been ignited and exploded with increasing power. In 3 days' time, the negative news about Li Wei spread like a virus. The comments section has even been reduced to a battleground for vocally criticizing him. Scum, evil. All sorts of unpleasant words filled the screen, as if to drown Li Wei in this torrent of anger. But Li Wei, who is the main character, is oblivious to all this and continues to indulge in a life of paper and gold. He hangs out in all kinds of upscale clubs and nightclubs, surrounded by women and girls. Chapter 12 Changes in Li. Li Wei was completely in an isolated paradise of hedonism. He even took to his social media accounts to show off his loot. Not the slightest realization of how far the situation has now progressed. And while he was enjoying himself recklessly, Li Quan was fuming so much that he wanted to scratch his scalp off. Because during this time, Li's share price started to dive all the way down. Shareholders have called to question Li Quan. There was also a lot of panic within the company, and many employees even began to consider jumping ship. This also made Li Quan finally realize the seriousness of the situation. He burst into a rage and slammed the papers on his desk to the floor with a snarl. This loser! What a success! He immediately contacted his PR team and tried to suppress the negative news by deleting posts and controlling comments. However, this is like a drop in the bucket. Public opinion on the internet is out of control, and any attempt to cover up the truth will only provoke a greater backlash. Mr. Li, the situation is very bad now. The public opinion on the internet has completely turned to Zhang Chang's side. We must find a way to turn the situation around. The PR manager said carefully, afraid of offending the already furious boss in front of him. Li Quan, on the other hand, rubbed his temples in annoyance as he felt like his head was about. No one dares to speak up for him now for fear of getting into trouble. Hearing this, the PR manager's face went white, but he still replied with trepidation. Li Quan, who had just calmed down a little bit of anger, heard these words and was once again infuriated to the point of turning blue. He slammed the table and roared. Wastes! Bunch of losers! Li Quan's growl echoed through the office. He paced back and forth, his face blue, the veins on his forehead bulging. After a long time, he took a ragged breath and sat down disheveled in his boss's chair, rubbing his temples in annoyance. He knew that things were getting out of hand. He forced himself to calm down, lit a cigar and took a deep drag. The smell of nicotine relaxed his taut nerves slightly and gave him a new idea. The matter was urgent, he couldn't count on that bunch of losers anymore, he had to do it himself. He picked up his cell phone and dialed a few media executives he knew well, trying to control public opinion through them. But all of them, without exception, have been shut out. The guys who used to nod their heads at him and couldn't wait to get on their knees and lick his shoes. At the moment, they are all shirking and prevaricating. After the order was given, under the energy of Li's group. Soon, Zhang Chang and his daughter were brought to Li Quan's office. Li Quan looked at them askance, his eyes filled with gloom. It was the man whose entire body didn't add up to $500 that had driven him to this point. Steadying himself, he smiled contemptuously, crossed his legs and exhaled a slow smoke ring. Zhang Chang, right? This thing about your wife's death is something I really don't want to happen either. But the old ones are gone, and we the living still need to live well, right? So here's the deal, I'll give you a chance. Li Quan said in a patronizing tone. $2 million, plus the best educational resources for your daughter. And I'm on the verge of satisfying you with whatever kind of woman you want. Saying that, Li Quan patted the ass of the female secretary beside himself, signaling the other party to take 2 steps forward. Mr. Zhang, I don't think you've ever touched a woman like this in your life, have you? Now just nod your head and this one is yours. Whether it's for fun or whatever, it's up to you, even to get a marriage license. On the condition that you voluntarily dismiss the lawsuit and make a public statement that your wife committed suicide. As soon as the words fell out, he paused and his tone suddenly turned cold. Of course, you can disagree. However, there may be an accident here today. A desperate single father takes his daughter and jumps off a building to die with his late wife. Such news should be fascinating too, right? Li Quan's threats were naked and undisguised. He believes in absolute power and money. No one can resist the temptation. Even if you could, what about in the face of life and death? Today, he still won. However, to his surprise, Zhang Chang did not reveal the fear he expected. Instead, he actually smiled. The smile was even more eerily calm. Mr. Li, your offer is tempting. Zhang Chang slowly opened his mouth, his tone so calm that it was somewhat terrifying. But I refuse. Just as Li Quan froze, Zhang Chang pulled out his cell phone from his jacket pocket. Reversed with the screen facing Li Quan. And as he did, Li Quan's pupils suddenly contracted. Because on the cell phone screen was a video call in progress. On the other end of the video was a stubbled face. And it was a face that Li Quan was fully familiar with after all these days. It is Zhang Chang's bottom line this time and the other key person in this case. Lawyer, Chang Xin. And as he froze, Chang Xin's calm voice came from the cell phone. Mr. Li, if you think you can do what you just said, then do it. I've recorded all of what you just looked like on the screen and have dialed the authority. They should be heading your way right now. So make your own choice. It's going in for threatening, murder, and evil force, mutilation of a minor. Or do we let them go now and I'll erase the recording screen while telling the authority I filed a false police report? Upon hearing this, Li Quan's face instantly turned white. Chapter 13, 3 Days. Li Quan felt like he was being strangled by a big invisible hand, and breathing became difficult. Cold sweat seeped out of Li Quan's forehead and slid down his obese cheeks. It converged into a bean-sized bead of sweat on his chin. The last drops fell on the large, shiny leather shoes, haloing a small watery stain. He stared dead at the cell phone screen. Mile knew that rippling face. It felt like looking at a poisonous snake that could strike him a fatal blow at any moment. Ha, Lawyer Chang, you think you can scare me like that? Li Quan tried to maintain his composure, but his voice trembled slightly. And if I let them go, what guarantees do you have that you'll erase the footage? I've seen a lot of litigants like you. But his unceremonious words, which fell on Chang Xin's ears, did not make him change in the slightest. Just the corners of his mouth curved up in a sneer. Mr. Li, you don't get to say whether I'm a litigant or not. But as a lawyer, I take responsibility for every word I say. He paused, his tone even colder. What's more, do you, now, have a choice? These words were like a thunderbolt that exploded in Li Quan's ears. He blushed even harder. He looked around at the bodyguards who normally nodded at him. At the moment, they all had their heads down, looking completely unconcerned. After all, for them, it's only tens of thousands of dollars a month, so it's really not a game of chance. This also makes Li Quan understand that the momentum is gone. Okay, Lawyer Chang, you win. Li Quan gritted his teeth and squeezed out a few words. I'll let them go. But you better remember your promise or else what? Chang Xin raised an eyebrow, without any intention of retreating in the slightest. Mr. Li, I think you should be clear that there are some things that are done. It's not something that can be erased with an or else dot. The rest of his words were stiffly blocked by Chang Xin's words. Li Quan opened his mouth, but in the end, he waved his hand dismally, signaling the bodyguard to release him. And after no one was in control, Zhang Chang then also directly held his daughter's hand. Walked past him without a pause. Li Quan. However, as Zhang Chang walked to the door, he still stopped and looked back at him, his tone frighteningly calm. Remember, the tears of my wife and daughter, I will make you pay for them 100 times over. One way or another, I'll do it. As soon as the words fell out of his mouth, he turned around and left once again. This time he didn't give anyone time to speak. And Li Quan, who was sitting in the boss's chair, shuddered. Looking at the back of Zhang Chang's father and daughter's departure, an inexplicable amount of coldness surged up from the bottom of his heart. He sat paralyzed on the couch, as if he had aged 10 years in an instant. On the other hand, walking out of Li's mansion, Zhang Chang only breathed a long sigh of relief, the oppressive turbid air in his chest finally dispersing. He crouched down, looked into his daughter's still somewhat frightened eyes, and patted her head gently. "It's okay, baby, let's go home." The little girl tightly wrapped her arms around Zhang Chang's neck, her tiny body still trembling slightly. Zhang Chang took out his cell phone and looked at Cheng Xian, who was already visibly tired on the screen, and his tone was grateful beyond words. "Lawyer Chang, thanks to you today, otherwise." Okay, don't be melodramatic." Looking at Zhang Chang, Cheng Xian smiled, then raised his hand to interrupt the other party. "The main reason you got out today is that you reacted quickly and knew to call me. If it had been a different elm. I guess he's still kneeling in front of that fat-ass Li Quan and singing conquests." Zhang Chang let out a bitter smile. Cheng Xian's style of speaking really never changed. However, it was also this openness and confidence that gave him a great sense of security. "Seriously, Lawyer Chang, thank you so much this time." Zhang Chang once again expressed his gratitude. "I'll take credit for that favor." "Well, Zhang Chang, since I took your case, these are what I should do." Hearing the other party's words, Cheng Xian smiled faintly. Then, as if thinking of something, he spoke again. "I do have good news for you, though." Upon hearing this, Zhang Chang's spirit perked up, as if he had thought of something. His eyes also brightened up. "What's the good news?" "Sumu and I carefully analyzed the situation this time. I'm guessing the official side won't be able to carry the pressure to reopen your wife's case for 3 days at the most." Cheng Xian's tone was relaxed, but with certainty. Hearing that it matched what he was thinking, Zhang Chang's grip on the cell phone tightened violently. More than that, he was so excited that he could barely speak. "Really? That's great. My wife's injustice will finally be avenged. Well, Li Wei that can't run away either." Cheng Xian paused, his tone becoming icy. "I'll make him pay, don't worry." Cheng Xian hung up the phone and didn't immediately delete the video that was enough to ruin Li Quan's reputation. He just lightly called the authority, his tone so relaxed that it sounded like a family conversation. "Hey, Team Zhang that alarm before I was the one who got drunk and made a mess, sorry for the trouble." After saying that, he even yawned as if he was really hungover. And in response to his words, the Zhang team on the other end of the phone didn't say anything serious. It was just a simple educational criticism. After all, with the conclusion of that previous case, Cheng Xian was now considered a popular figure in his city. Befriending with them will certainly not be a problem. And Cheng Xian didn't retort, just responded with a smile. After doing this, Cheng Xian leaned back in his chair, his fingertips gently tapping on the desktop, making a rhythmic clacking sound. He knew that the Li family was no pushover. Today's incident was, at best, a bit of trouble for them, and to bring them down was not even close. Especially that video, although it could discuss Li Quan a bit. But when it comes to actually holding it up as evidence, it doesn't carry enough weight. With the wealth of the Li family, a casual joke, drunkenness excuse can be fooled. But for Cheng Xian, the problem was not too big. In the moment, he also just sneered. "Want to play these tricks with me? Then I'll play with you slowly." When he thought of this, he took out his cell phone and once again sent a message to Zhang Chang. "Go home first, don't say anything, wait for news." On the other side, Li Quan was so angry that his face turned blue. He didn't expect Cheng Xian and Sumu to be so difficult to deal with that they could actually force him to this point. He instructed the PR team to continue to suppress the negative news online as he did so. Contact an attorney while you're at it and discuss your options. The culprit, Li Wei, is drunk at the moment and knows nothing about the monstrous waves on the internet. He has even upped the ante by posting provocative comments on social media. Poor people just deserve to be stepped on. Justice? How much is justice worth? Chapter 14. Thoroughly enraged. The network Li Wei these words without the slightest brain, is also considered to be completely enraged netizens. Cheng Xian looked at Li Wei's death-defying behavior, the corner of his mouth hooked up a cold smile. This kid, he's just digging his own grave. Without any hesitation, he took a screenshot of Li Wei's remarks and saved it. Kid, from now on this will be your life-suppressing charm. 3 days later, the gates of the A City Police Department were once again surrounded by reporters. Flashbulbs were coming and going. In the crowd, Zheng Chang clenched his fists tightly, his eyes red and glittering with hope. Officials reopened his wife's case in response to public pressure. And Chang Xian and Su Mu stood outside the crowd, looking calm. They know that this is just the first step. Next, it's up to the Li family to react. Chang Xian said in a low voice, his gaze sharp as a falcon. Su Mu nodded slightly, suddenly as if he thought of something, opened his bag and took out a pile of information from it and handed it to Chang Xian. This is a record of the Li family's business activities in recent years that I've gathered during this period of time. Maybe there are some clues. Though it may not play a vital role in deciding anything in the middle of this case. But disgusting them a little should do the trick. Chang Xian took the information handed over by Su Mu, and his fingertips gently scratched the paper. While feeling the texture of the paper, his gaze fell on Su Mu's face. Her makeup was light today, but it still couldn't hide the heroic look on her brow. The sunlight spilled over her face through the branches and leaves on one side, adding a little more softness. Looking at Su Mu's soft smiling face, Chang Xian also couldn't help but gently smile. With such a confidant and friend around, he truly had nothing to fear. Thanks, Miss Su. Chang Xian half joked, an easy smile at the corner of his eyes. Hearing his words, Su Mu's beautiful eyes rolled and she blanked him. Don't be poor, hurry up and see if there's anything you can use. The two men smiled at each other before returning side by side to the lawyer's office. Start organizing the information in your hands to prepare for the next court session. Chang Xian compared the information Su Mu had brought with the evidence he had in his hands, trying to find a connection between the two. Su Mu, on the other hand, assisted him from the side, offering his opinions and suggestions from time to time. On the other hand, Li Quan, after learning that the police reopened the case of Zheng Chang's wife, his already bad mood in the past 2 days was even more stormy. He slammed the teacup in his hand down on the floor so hard that it splintered. Damn! This group of losers can't even do this little thing right. He knows that if the case is reinvestigated, Li Wei's crimes will likely be exposed. The fact that the case could be previously characterized as a suicide was not due to a lack of evidence. Rather, he used his connections to suppress all evidence against Li Wei. Now that Chang Xian, a difficult lawyer, has intervened, things have become tricky. He immediately contacted Li Wei and warned in a stern tone. Be honest with me, kid. Don't make any more trouble for me lately. You hear me? Li Wei was spending time with a group of Fox friends. Hearing his father's angry roar, he perfunctorily said with some impatience. Got it, 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 bugged. He didn't take his father's words to heart at all and continued to do what he was doing. Li Quan began to operate his connections again in an attempt to stop the police investigation. He even contacted Zheng Chang again, suggesting that he could settle the matter with a large sum of money. The figures he quoted were enough to clothe and feed an ordinary person for the rest of his life. But Zheng Chang refused without hesitation. Li Quan, do you think everyone is like you, that they can lose their conscience for money? I'm telling you, I will get justice for my wife. Li Quan touched a snub and became even more irritated in his heart. But he didn't give up and remained active in the shadows, trying to turn the situation around. Li Wei, on the other hand, is still immersed in drunkenness, ignoring the public opinion on the internet and his father's warnings. He even intensified his efforts by posting provocative comments on social media, mocking Zheng Chang. He even openly at Chang Xian and Su Mu with arrogant words. A bunch of clowns, want to fight me? You guys are still young. Li Wei drunkenly tapped this text, then smugly tossed the phone aside and continued to have fun with his foxy friends. These remarks were recorded word for word by Chang Xian and Su Mu. It became strong evidence against Levi later. Chang Xian and Su Mu didn't let their guard down because of Li Wei's arrogance. They knew that the Li family's power in his city was deeply rooted, and it was never easy to bring them down. However, Process Nu did not give up. After all, he still doesn't believe it. The people around Li Wei are that extremely heartfelt, or those whose handles are in the hands of the Li family. Surely the witnesses will exist. Throwing the file in his hand onto the desktop, Chang Xian rubbed his temples. Staying up all night for several days in a row was still a bit overwhelming, even after he had a system boost now. The case is going harder than expected. The Li family's power in his city is disjointed, like a muddy quagmire, making it difficult for people to focus. The information he had collected during this time had also started with Li Wei's fox and dog friends to see if he could find a breakthrough. Now, however, it seems to be a bit of a challenge. After all, someone who can play with this asshole Li Wei. Either he's got something on him, or he's a degree of suck. In this case, it is extremely difficult to investigate. And while he was having some headaches, Sumu pushed the door in with all the wind and fire, and his face was even more excited with an undisguised excitement. Cheng Xian, I have good news. Without saying much, Sumu came directly to Cheng Xian and raised the file bag in his hand. I have a reporter friend who infiltrated Li's group to investigate. They have been found to have had a large flow of unexplained funds in recent years, and the evidence is all here. Cheng Xian took the document bag and quickly flipped through it, and the contents inside lifted his spirits as well. Dense transaction records, intricate flow of funds. All point to the truth of one. Li's group, in the shadows, has already screwed up too many things. And they are things that he will be able to use afterward. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but give a thumbs up towards Sumu. Great job. This friend of yours is also too desperate, giving up his life for the truth. Sumu raised her eyebrows triumphantly, her small hands pinched her waist but showed a few points of liveliness. That's for sure, and don't look whose friend it is. It's a scoop, enough for them to brag for the rest of their lives. Cheng Xian pondered for a moment, and a sudden light flashed in his head. Wait, I'm just now reacting to something. Were we thinking wrong before? Hearing this, the smile on Sumu's face diminished and he looked at him suspiciously. What do you mean? Chapter 15 Wrong Ideas? Upon hearing her question, the smile on Cheng Xian's face, however, became much more obvious, and he immediately pointed to the file bag and said, We've been keeping an eye on Levi, trying to get at the people around him. But his real umbrella is the Li group. As long as we lift this umbrella, then how many days can this Li Wei still jump around? Hearing this, Sumu's eyes also lit up. Right. As long as we turn in this evidence at the trial, Li's group will be finished. By that time, the Li family will not be able to take care of themselves, so how will they have the energy to protect Li Wei? The two looked at each other and smiled, both seeing the light of victory in the other's eyes. But soon, the excitement on Cheng Xian's face gradually faded, replaced by calm reflection. He rearranged the information in the file bag, his tone serious once more. Though the evidence would be a death blow to Li's group. But not enough for Levi's case. Hearing his words, Sumu also calmed down and nodded. Indeed, we need more direct evidence. The case that proves Zhang Chang's wife's case is that Li Wei is directly involved in this illegal activity. Hearing Sumu's words, Cheng Xian tiredly rubbed his temples and sighed. Yeah, it's like a jigsaw puzzle right now. It looks like there are a lot of parts, but the critical ones are always missing. Cheng Xian pointed to the information on the table with a hint of fatigue in his tone. It's a hard case to win when there's no physical evidence. Sumu walked behind him and gently massaged his shoulders, softly saying, Don't worry, we still have time, we'll find a breakthrough. It's a habit they picked up back when they were still in school. The two form a group to complete their schoolwork. When one person gives more, the other is extremely taciturn about stepping up to give a relaxing massage. Cheng Xian closed his eyes, feeling the force of Sumu's fingertips, while his thoughts drifted to the scene of the crime. Li Wei's arrogant and domineering appearance, Zhang Chang's near-collapsed state. All of them pricked his nerves like needles. Time's running out, moo. Cheng Xian opened his eyes, his tone firm. I'm guessing the court will be back in session in a week at the most. The Li family won't give us much time to investigate, we must speed things up. Hearing this, Sumu's hand also stopped and asked with extreme concern. So what are you going to do? Exhaling deeply, Cheng Xian's eyes flashed with brilliance before he slowly spoke. Since we can't find clues from people, let's start with physical evidence. Let's go to the crime scene, maybe we can find some clues. The crime scene? But it's been surveyed by the police a long time ago, what else could there be? And I think that since we were able to press the case under the name of suicide last time, it must have been the Li family that stepped in and cleaned up all the evidence. We should just be wasting time if we go over there now, right? Looking at Cheng Xian's appearance, Sumu was really a bit puzzled. Going back to the crime scene at this time nowadays would really be no different from wasting time. No, it won't. Haven't you realized that through a few days of observation? That guy Li Wei looks smart, but he's actually dumb as a pig. As he said that, some cold smiles gradually surfaced on Cheng Xian's face as well. Even his dad, Lee Kwan, wasn't really a very careful person. So I'm betting he didn't do a clean job even if he did dispose of the evidence. It might leave something broken. Saying that, Chang Xin grabbed his jacket and said to Sumu, "Come on, grab your camera and let's take our chances." Although Sumu still had doubts, he still chose to believe Chang Xin. She picked up her camera and followed Chang Xin out the door. With no words along the way, the two soon arrived at the building where Zhang Cheng's wife had fallen. Looking at the towering building in front of him, Chang Xin couldn't help but frown. This place is crowded with people. Trying to find a clue is undoubtedly a needle in a haystack. Chang Xin, where do we start looking? Sumu looked around and also felt a bit bewildered. Chang Xin didn't answer immediately as he walked to the edge of the building. Looking upwards, his eyes eventually rested on a corner of the top floor. Narrowing his eyes, his gaze seemed to pierce through layers of concrete. Straight to that secret hidden high in the sky. He could almost see the woman's desperate figure. Struggling through the air, trying to grab the last straw. The underside of the crash site was perversely clean. Even if it was logical that there would be someone to clean up after them, this level was too much. This convinced him even more that someone had deliberately cleaned up the scene. "Come on, Mumu, let's go up there." Chang Xin withdrew his gaze, a hint of coldness in his tone. Entering the building, the security guard routinely stopped them. "Hello both of you, please what are you doing? This is a private place, so if you don't have an appointment, please leave now." The security guard looked the duo up and down with a wary look in his eyes. It's been a while since people with a strong sense of justice have been coming over here basically every day to make a scene because of the case of the falling building. Those of them who are security guards are really a bit scared. "Hello, I'm a lawyer here to investigate something." Chang Xin flashed his credentials, his tone flat but with a non-negotiable feeling. And Sumu duly flashed his press card, adding, "I'm here for an interview, and I'm sure you're aware of how much of a fuss you've been making here lately. So I need to know something now too." The security guard hesitated for a moment, but eventually let it go. After all, lawyers and journalists were not to be trifled with, and he was just a part-time worker. It's better to do more than less. The wind was strong on the top floor, whistling past his ears as if telling some unknown secret. Chang Xin walked to the corner and scrutinized the ground. Some scattered cigarette butts and lingering wine stains caught his attention. It looks like this is the first scene of the crime. Chang Xin squatted down, and after putting on his gloves, he twisted a cigarette butt in his fingers and carefully identified the markings on it. The price of this cigarette, as I recall, was about 500? Expensive stuff, in keeping with Levi's taste. Sumu recorded every detail of the scene with his camera. The flash kept flashing, illuminating this shadowy corner as if it were day. Chang Xin noticed some minor scratches on the drain pipes on the building's exterior wall. Following the scratches upwards, there were some similar marks on the edges of the top floor windows. The marks were new, like they were recent. "New, take a picture of those scratches," Chang Xin said, pointing to the edge of the window. "I think we're close to a breakthrough." Sumu nodded and aimed the camera at the scratches, carefully filming them. Chapter 16, Witnesses, Material Evidence. These scratches, they look like they were left by someone trying to grab something. The system-gifted observer title is unleashed, plus a mind boost. Through these few scratches, Chang Xin then analyzed many things. It is likely that Zhang Chang's wife tried to save herself by grabbing onto a drainpipe or the edge of a window during the fall. But, speaking here, Chang Xin paused, pointing to some extraordinarily obvious scratches. These marks are too deep to be made by human hands. I suspect that someone came back afterward and cleaned up the scene a second time. Levi? Hearing these words, Sumu, who had just taken the photo, responded almost subconsciously. Quite possibly. With a cold smile, Chang Xin looked at the traces, and the cold aura in his eyes intensified. That guy looks smart, but he's actually dumb as a pig. He thought he could cover up the truth by cleaning up the scene, but he didn't realize that he was revealing more cracks instead. Carefully putting the cigarette butts and the marks on the drainpipe into an evidence bag, Chang Xin clapped his hands and stood up. Sumu also put away his camera, and the two exchanged a look. Everything was in the air. "Come on, we have another place to go. And also to see if we can find some new clues along the way." Looking at the evidence bag in his hand, Chang Xin once again stepped towards the building after his words fell. In the security room, the guard on duty was flipping through his cell phone in boredom. A sudden knock on the door startled him. "Gentlemen, Aren't you here to investigate and interview? Is there anything else, please? The security guard looked at Chang Xian and Su Mu, who had reappeared, and some impatience was also evident in his words. We need to pull the building's security footage. Ignoring the other party's tone, Chang Xian didn't have any nonsense and directly opened the door. The eyes were even more locked onto the other's face. The purpose of his visit was not so much to videotape. After all, Li Wei wouldn't keep such obvious evidence to himself no matter how stupid he was. But he didn't have to ask for that surveillance now. And after his words fell, this security guard's face changed slightly. Though there was still that look of impatience. But one could tell it was much more reluctant, and his eyes were flickering even more. This requires a police authorization, and I don't have access to it. Hearing this extremely odd excuse, Su Mu's willow eyebrows rose and she was just about to open her mouth to retort, but was stopped by Chang Xian. Chang Xian took a step forward and forced himself to look at the security guard, his tone icy cold like the cold wind in an ice cellar. I'm only going to ask you one question. Do you know what the charges are for maliciously destroying evidence and harboring a criminal? The security guard shivered in fear, his face went white, and he stammered for words. He was just a small security guard, where had he seen such a battle? Chang Xian ignored the security guard's excuses and slowly and methodically pulled out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket. After pulling one out and handing it to the other, he lit one himself. Between puffs of smoke, he looked at the guard, his eyes sharp as knives. You know what? Destroying evidence is punishable under Article 307 of the criminal law. Imprisonment of up to 3 years or detention. Aggravating circumstances shall be punishable by imprisonment for a term of not less than 3 years and not more than 7 years. He paused, took another drag on his cigarette, exhaled the smoke ring, and continued to speak. As for the crime of harboring, Article 310 of the Penal Code, imprisonment of up to 3 years, detention or control. Aggravating circumstances shall be punishable by imprisonment for a term of not less than 3 years and not more than 10 years. Guess, in your case, how many years will you get? With every number Chang Xian uttered, the security guard's face whitened and fine beads of sweat began to ooze from his forehead. He is just a small security guard, usually responsible for checking the surveillance and patrolling, which has seen this kind of battle. I hear the words 3 years, 7 years, 10 years. He felt his legs and stomach shaking. I don't know. The guard's voice trembled like a mosquito hum. No? Chang Xian sneered and ruthlessly pressed the cigarette out on the table in front of the other party. I see that you don't see the coffin. He slammed the table with a loud bang, and the security guard shuddered in fear, nearly jumping out of his chair. I'm the one who's already given you a chance now. But what about you, do you really want to go to jail? Chang Xian asked in a stern voice. No. Don't want to. The guard almost blurted out. It wasn't me who volunteered for any of this. It's Li Wei. Halfway through his sentence, the guard suddenly reacted and violently covered his mouth. However, looking at the other party, Chang Xian smiled. Pulled a recorder out of his pocket and pressed play. I didn't do it, it was Levi who threatened. The security guard's voice from earlier came out clear as day from the recorder. Watching Chang Xian's actions, the security guard's face instantly turned pale. He looked at Chang Xian, his eyes full of surprise. He knew that he had been duped. Chang Xian put away the recorder, and the smile on his face grew even wider. Now, can we talk properly? Hearing his words, the security guard's body visibly trembled. Eyes flashing, obviously struggling with something. Chang Xian didn't rush him, just quietly lit a cigarette again. Amidst the smoke, his eyes seemed to penetrate the heart. Su Mu, on the other hand, stood on the side, holding his arms, a cold smile at the corner of his mouth. The situation was now completely in their hands, so naturally there was no hurry. It's Li Wei, he threatened me. Under the duo's watchful eyes, the guard finally couldn't carry the pressure and spat it out in a broken voice. He said if I didn't destroy the security footage, it would make me eat my words. I'm just a small citizen, surely I wouldn't dare offend him. Oh? How'd he get the best of you? Chang Xian exhaled a mouthful of smoke rings, his tone playful. Hearing these words, the security guard seemed to be thinking of that day and took an inexhaustible gulp. He said he was going to make it impossible for me to make it in this town. And say, get someone. The security guard's voice grew so low that it was almost inaudible. Looking for someone? Looking for someone for what? Sumu pursued, a few more chills in his tone. Looking for someone to keep my family alive. The guard's voice quivered. Hearing this, Chang Xin laughed, his laughter tinged with mockery. He's really treating a city as if it's their family's world. There should be more than that though, right? Give an honest account of all of it, or else I won't be able to protect you afterward. As these words fell, the security guard also raised his head and looked at Chang Xin with a puzzled expression. What's so hard to understand? Say, how much more did he give you? Looking at the other party's eyes, Chang Xin once again opened his mouth with a light smile and asked. If there was no monetary transaction in this incident, then he really didn't believe it. Chapter 17 Abandon Resistance. Hearing Chang Xin ask so bluntly, the small security guard's face stiffened. Eyes averted again, he stammered for half a day before squeezing out a few words. No. No, Li Wei he just scare me. Just scaring you? Chang Xin raised his eyebrows and looked at him with a teasing smile. Scaring you into obediently destroying surveillance footage? You've got a lot of nerve, don't you? Listening to Chang Xin pressing the question again, the small security guard's forehead was also clearly oozing fine beads of sweat. But still, he hung his head low and said nothing. Chang Xin wasn't in a hurry and even took Sumu's camera. Looking at the evidence that had just been taken, before speaking again in a careless tone. If you have time, don't watch short videos every day and learn the law too? Taking bribes and destroying evidence is a punishable offense. Imprisonment of not more than 3 years, or in aggravating circumstances, not less than 3 years and not more than 7 years. 10 years is possible if something else is involved. Hearing these already familiar words, the small security guard's face became even more ugly. I. Only after thinking about it did the little guard stutter again. I really didn't take the money, he really just threatened me. Threaten you? Seeing that the other party was still talking tough until now, Sumu also couldn't help but sneer. Threaten you and you do it? If you're so obedient, why don't you go be his dog? The little security guard was dumbfounded by Sumu's unrelenting words, and he lowered his head, not daring to speak again. Returning the camera to Sumu, Chang Xin patted the other's shoulder before continuing. Confess and resist. Confess now, and I can still use it as tainted evidence, and you won't be liable. But if we wait until we find out, it'll be too late. And those words became the final straw that crushed the young security guard's mental defenses. He slumped in his chair as if he were a deflated ball. Letting out a long breath, his eyes stared vacantly at the ceiling as if he had given up the fight. 50,000. Li Wei gave me 50,000. His voice trembled like a mosquito hum, revealing even more intense exhaustion. After listening to Chang Xin give him a generalization of the law, he now really regretted it. Immediately afterward, it was like he thought of something. Shivering, he took out his cell phone from his pocket, flipped out the transaction record with Li Wei, and handed it to Chang Xin. Seeing this ironclad record, Chang Xin and Sumu looked at each other and smiled. This Li Wei, he really made a fool of himself. Chang Xin quickly took a picture of the transaction record and saved it, before turning his head again to look at the small security guard, and his tone was extremely serious. This money, have you ever spent it? Even a penny counts. The small security guard, who was already near collapse, also waved his hand. His head was even shaking like a rattle drum, even as he watched tears fall from his eyes. No. Didn't spend it. Really, I didn't spend a dime. I just put it in the card. I'm poor and scared. Hearing this deja vu line, Chang Xin couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth as he thought to himself. Is this kid acting like a TV show? Don't come with me on this. Right now, come with me to the bank and print out the current. However, Process Nu didn't bother to say anything more and directly spoke in a commanding tone. After all this time in contact, he had kind of figured out the little security guard's personality. Bullying and lack of initiative. For this kind of person is not so much bending, direct hard to the end can be. And perhaps it was rather easier after a thorough accounting. The little security guard was unusually obedient this time, getting up and following Chang Xin outside. On the way to the bank, the little guard asked cautiously. By the way, this lawyer greatly. If I cooperate with you guys like this now, is it possible that I won't have to go to jail afterward? Hearing this, Chang Xin still couldn't help but glance at him and sighed somewhat helplessly. If I had known it would come to this, why would I have done it in the first place? Arriving at the bank, Chang Xin skillfully found the self-service printer and instructed the small security guard to operate the printing of running water. Looking at the printed-out water list, Chang Xin's heart was finally completely relieved. Everything is under control. Back in the security room, Chang Xin organized all the evidence and then said to the small security guard, "Okay, you can go. But please remember, this is not over. If you are required to go to court as a witness afterward, if you can't do it." Chang Xin deliberately paused and swept his eyes sternly at the small security guard. Consequences. The small security guard was like an amnesty, rolling and crawling away from the security room, fearing that Chang Xin would back out. Looking at the little security guards fleeing back, Sumu couldn't help but laugh. "What are you scaring him for? By the look of him, I guess he wouldn't dare think of anything else." Hearing Sumu's words, Chang Xin shrugged indifferently. "It's good to be cautious, who knows if this kid will turn against us again. After all, he's such a bully, if that guy Li Wei reacts. One more intimidation and this kid is literally leaving the city straight away. We can't let such an important witness go." As soon as the words fell, Chang Xin also couldn't help but stretch his back, his bones clicking as if he had unloaded a heavy burden. He turned his head to look at Sumu, his tone relaxed. "Get some rest for the next 2 days, now that the evidence is conclusive, you can apply for a court date." Sumu nodded gently without saying much. She was indeed a bit tired after running around for the past few days. When Chang Xin saw this, the corner of his mouth hooked up into an imperceptible soft arc. In 2 lifetimes, this schoolmate of his had really always been there to help him. He was still an incredibly lucky man to have such a confidant. After bidding farewell to Sumu, Chang Xin returned to his law firm, took out his cell phone and dialed Zhang Chang's number. "Mr. Zhang, I have good news for you. After the last few days, evidence has been gathered. Plus now that the Crown has reopened the case, you can now apply to the court. It's time for us to get to the bottom of this case." And after his voice fell. The other end of the phone was quiet for several seconds before Zhang Chang's voice rang out with choking and excitement. "Lawyer Chang. Really thank you so much. I really don't know what to say." He was incoherent and so excited that he could hardly speak in complete sentences. "Mr. Zhang, there's no need to be so polite." With a light smile, Chang Xin's tone did not change in the slightest. "You are my client, and I will naturally do my best to defend your rights. It's my duty." As the words fell out of his mouth, he paused before meticulously explaining again the matters that needed attention on the day of the hearing. Things like dress code, mannerisms, etc., everything. Chapter 18, Physical and Mental Exhaustion. After explaining what he could think of, he hung up the phone and Chang Xin collapsed directly onto the bed. He was physically and mentally exhausted from days of intense work, and he could finally relax at this moment. He closed his eyes, but his thoughts began to churn. This case may seem simple, but it's a dark one. Li Wei is not scary, the main thing is the network of Li's group. Even if some other evidence is now in hand. But if we really say that we are bound to win, Chang Xin doesn't have such thoughts. After all, there are no absolutes under the sun. He had to be prepared for everything in order to get the situation infinitely in his favor in court. And he slept so soundly that he woke up in the evening. The sky outside the window was dyed a magnificent orange-red by the setting sun, like a richly colored painting. He rubbed his sleepy eyes and felt sore as if he'd been run over by a truck. These last few days have been exhausting. This is still being systematically strengthened physically and mentally. If not, then I shouldn't be able to get up straight away in my current state. Spitting in a low voice, Chang Xin struggled to get up from the bed. Walking over to the refrigerator, he pulled out 2 cans of cold beer, pulled the pull tabs on the easy open cans, and took a big gulp. The cool liquid ran down his throat and into his stomach, making him groan in comfort. Meanwhile, Zhang Chang was standing excitedly in the hall of a city's highest court. He clutched his cell phone in his hand, the screen displaying a text message from the court notifying him of the filing of the case. Finally get to go to court. Zhang Chang took a deep breath and tried to calm his excitement. Since his wife's accident, he has been living in pain and suffering. Running around and begging for help almost brought him to despair. If it wasn't for Chang Xin's appearance, he was afraid that he would have given up hope of pursuing the truth. What Zhang Chang didn't know was that his application for a hearing could come down so quickly. It's entirely because the matter has been all over the internet. Almost all the residents of City A and even some out-of-town netizens knew about it. The pressure of public opinion was like a big mountain, weighing down the officials of a city. If this case isn't closed, I won't get promoted. The president of the A city court looked at the online comments and couldn't help but curse. He immediately called a meeting with the relevant people and decided to open the trial of Zhang Chang's case as soon as possible. Court in 2 days. Dean hammered away, unable to resist rubbing his temples. Hurry up and get the word out to calm the public. As a result, an announcement appeared on the official website of the A City Court, announcing that the trial of Zhang Chang versus Li Wei for intentional homicide would begin in 2 days. When the news broke, the internet immediately exploded. Finally, the court is in session. Great joy. Support Zhang Chang. Punish the murderer severely. The officials have finally done something. Various comments came like a tidal wave, almost flooding the official website of the A City Court. Zhang Chang looked at the comments on the internet and felt a lot of emotions in his heart. He didn't realize that his matter had attracted the attention and support of so many people. Lawyer Chang, thank you. Unable to resist being moved in his heart, Zhang Chang dialed Chang Xian's phone, and his voice also choked up significantly. I don't know what I would have done without you. And Chang Xian had just finished his second can of beer and was about to order a takeout to treat himself when he received a call from Zhang Chang. Mr. Zhang, I said there's no need to be so polite. Placing the beer in his hand on the table, Chang Xian smiled faintly. But looking at your state, the court side has passed your complaint? Hearing this, Zhang Chang then reacted to the fact that he hadn't informed Chang Xian of the good news, and hastily opened his mouth. I. Lawyer Chang, the court has notified me. The time is 2 days from now, with a 9 a.m. court date. In 2 days? Hearing this time, Chang Xian raised an eyebrow. Palm raised, he took another gulp of beer, the cold liquid clearing his chaotic mind. What's the rush? It seems that the city court was forced enough by the pressure of online public opinion to try to put the matter to rest as soon as possible. But it's good that the evidence is ready on your side. It was a good thing that the Li family's side responded to the war in haste instead. Good. Chang Xian's tone was relaxed, with some imperceptible teasing. Mr. Zhang, just rest for the next few days, get your strength up and prepare for the court session. Don't worry about the rest, just leave it to me. After hanging up the phone, Chang Xian once again ordered a takeaway. These 2 days every day to eat instant noodles really gave him some discomfort. It's time for some good nutrition. And while waiting for the takeout, he started going through the case file. Although he had a good idea of what he was going to do, knowing the enemy and knowing himself was the best way to fight 100 battles. He didn't want any slip-ups in court. On the other hand, Li Quan was sitting in his gilded office with a horribly gloomy face. He slammed the goblet in his hand hard on the floor with a loud thud. Damn! How did this case get to trial so fast? The assistant standing at the side shivered in fear and spoke cautiously. Mr. Li, the public opinion on the internet is very unfavorable to us now. The court side probably can't handle the pressure either. Pressure? The pressure is all caused by that Chang Xian. Hearing this, Li Quan gritted his teeth and spoke. If it wasn't for his meddling, this case would have been squashed long ago. Then, Mr. Li, what do we do now? The assistant asked cautiously. Exhaling deeply, Li Quan held back his anger. What to do? Since Chang Xian wants to play, I'll play with him. Doesn't he just rely on his knowledge of the Torah? Then I'm going to show him how wrong he is when it comes to capital. Also, get that asshole Li Wei back here and stop letting him run around. The assistant led the order and left. Li Quan sat alone in his office, his eyes flashing with a sinister light. He knew that this lawsuit was not only about his reputation, but also about the future of the Li family. He absolutely cannot lose. 2 days passed in a flash, and on the day of the trial, there was already a crowd outside the court. Flashbulbs were going off and on, and the reporters' microphones were disliking the faces of the security guards who were keeping order. On the webcasting platform, the popularity of several live rooms has exceeded 1 million, and pop-ups are flying like snowflakes. Lawyer Chang is awesome. I benefited a lot from the last live broadcast of the popularization of the law. Support Lawyer Chang. Overthrow those vampires of the Li family. Li Wei, that things still dare to come? Really not afraid of social death? Upstairs, maybe they brought a PR team with them, ready for a whitewash operation. Whitewash? Laugh it up, look at his dead mom face, can he be whitewashed? Chapter 19 I want your whole family to pay for your life. Chang Xian and Zhang Chang stepped into the courthouse door one after the other, and at once all the cameras were aimed at them. Unlike before, Chang Xian changed into a black suit this time. He looked extraordinarily competent, and his handsome face was wearing a confident smile. Zhang Chang, on the other hand, was slightly rushed and followed Chang Xian closely. An extremely fit man was now acting like a little chickadee seeking shelter. The pop-ups on the live feed exploded again. Lawyer Chang is so handsome. I can. Lawyer Ching's suit is absolutely amazing, begging for a link. Zhang Chang is such a wimp, it looks like he's been scared out of his wits by the Li family. Nonsense, can the average person get tough with a capitalist? You don't want to see why Zhang Chang's case with such a bad influence wasn't taken? It's only a tough guy like Lawyer Chang who dares to come forward. Li Quan's father and son arrived later, with Li Wei still looking like a hangdog. He even gave a yay sign to the camera, which instantly set the internet ablaze. I threw up. This still have the face to compare yet? Is he out of his mind? Is he still so arrogant even at this point? Upstairs, you guys are so naive. This kid must have a plan, maybe he's already paid off the judge and is ready to bite back. It's really possible. Fine thinking. Don't panic, I trust Lawyer Chang. He'll definitely be able to send these scum to jail. Surprisingly, there were some sporadic pop-ups in defense of Levi. I think there must be a misunderstanding, Young Li doesn't look like that kind of person. Yeah, looking at how confident Young Li is, maybe someone deliberately set him up. These remarks were like stones thrown into the sea and were instantly drowned out by a flood of curses. Sailor. Identification complete. Dude, earn money, and take me one, I'm a professional when it comes to being a sailor. Upstairs, add me. I'm good at cursing. But the pop-ups on the internet had little effect on the crowd in attendance. The two teams entered the courtroom in turn, with a presiding judge and two jury judges already seated on the bench. The court officers all around are also ready to take their places. With the fall of the gavel in the hands of the presiding judge, the trial officially began. And Zhang Chang, as the plaintiff, first stated his case. He recounts how his wife was targeted by Li Wei and suffered endless harassment after she joined Li's group of companies for work. The wife tried to quit her job but was thwarted by Li for various reasons, especially salary. Eventually, on March 12, Levi cited a work assignment as the reason. Lured his wife to the top of a 30-story office building in downtown A with the intention of committing a misdemeanor. In the process of his wife's resistance, Li Wei, however, lost his hand or was annoyed and pushed her down the stairs, resulting in her death on the spot. As Zhang Chang recounted the story, his voice gradually choked and he eventually sobbed uncontrollably. In the gallery, many people's eyes were red and they were sobbing in low voices. The pop-ups in the webcast room were also silent. The screen was then filled with curses against Li Wei and regrets for Zhang Chang's wife. This is not human. It's so sad, I hope the culprits are severely punished. We must make Li Wei pay. However, amidst the clamor, some discordant voices have popped up. There's one thing to say, since Zhang Chang can say all this, it means he was in the know in the first place. He can't be blamed for letting his wife work in these conditions for money. If he had brought his wife home in the first place, maybe this tragedy wouldn't have happened. As soon as these pop-ups came out, the winds of the live broadcast began to quietly change. After all, the comment did hit a sore spot for some. You can't say that, nowadays, who doesn't need money? You guys, look at the clothes Zhang Chang is wearing, it's obvious that he's not a rich man. And I've heard he has a daughter, and with a child situation at home, there's so much money needed. Your hearts don't hurt when you people say things. And just as the two sides were arguing, a new point of view emerged. Actually, if you ask me, it's all bull. You should know that Li Wei is the Li family's eldest young man. To put it mildly, there are 80 women he has played with if not 100. How can you possibly look at Zhang Chang's wife? In my opinion, it must be Zhang Chang's wife who accidentally fell down the building herself. And Zhang Chang, the money grubber, wants to use this to blackmail the Li family for a fortune. Li Wei is definitely innocent. This is definitely set up by Zhang Chang. As soon as these remarks were made, the two groups of people who had just been arguing immediately stopped arguing and unanimously aimed their spears at these new ideas. Sailors, get out. Don't insult our intelligence. Doesn't it hurt your conscience to talk with your eyes open? No dude, it's nice that we're cranky old buddies, but we're not bipolar or hyper-masculine. If you're going to do a beat, can you do it with a brain? And while the pop-ups were bickering inside the courtroom, however, Li Wei suddenly burst out laughing, breaking the otherwise dull atmosphere. In the gallery, the audience who had been whispering also quieted down at the moment, looking at Li Wei incredulously. The pop-ups on the livestream also stopped momentarily, only to erupt into a more violent outcry a few seconds later. This is too arrogant. Is this kid crazy? How dare he say such things in court? That's just contempt for the law. Strongly demand that this scum be severely punished. And in the midst of all this clamor, Li Wei didn't care. After laughing, he looked askance at Zheng Chang with contempt in his eyes. A poor trash, if you want money, just say so, what's the use of talking so much? Where else can I play with a woman but with your wife's broken shoes? At these words, the entire courtroom was silent. The air felt like it had frozen, so oppressive that it took one's breath away. Someone in the gallery sucked in a breath of cold air. Someone covered their mouth in disbelief. That is really too much. Zheng Chang's eyes were even more red, veins bulged on his forehead, his fists were clenched, and his knuckles were white. He stared at Li Wei dead in the face, and his chest visibly rose and fell violently. You. Zheng Chang squeezed a word out of his teeth, but he could no longer speak. He then stood up straight away, clenching his trembling fists as he was about to walk towards Li Wei. He wanted the scumbag who had dared to insult his late wife until now to die. But the two bailiffs at his side were quick on their feet. With one hand, he grabbed Zheng Chang's shoulder and pressed him back again, firmly controlling him in his seat. Calm down. This is a courtroom. One of the bailiffs whispered. Li Wei watched Zheng Chang being controlled. Not only did he not restrain himself, but he became even more arrogant. He provocatively hooked his finger towards Zheng Chang with an extremely exaggerated smile on his face. Come on, do it. Hit me once and I'll make your whole family pay for their lives. Zheng Chang struggles, trying to break free of the bailiff's grip. But how could he, an ordinary man, break away from two well-trained bailiffs? He could only watch Li Wei, the blood in his eyes becoming more and more evident. Chapter 20. Guess what? Seeing the scene, Chang Xin couldn't help but frown. Looked up at the stern-faced judge on the bench. Li Wei was so arrogant in his words, but this judge was so indifferent that he didn't even frown. Chang Xin didn't need to think carefully to understand the meaning of this. It seemed that this lawsuit today was far more complicated than he had imagined. However, this is not the time to think about that. Chang Xin quickly got up, pulling Zheng Chang, who was several times about to storm off, and spoke in a low voice. Zheng Chang, calm down. This is a courtroom, and any impulsive behavior on your part will only work against you, do you understand? Zheng Chang gasped for air, his chest rising and falling violently like a trapped beast. He stared at Li Wei dead in the face, his eyes almost spitting fire. The current him naturally knew that Chang Xin was right. He couldn't be impulsive, and he couldn't let Li Wei's treacherous plan succeed. He took a few deep breaths, trying to calm the anger inside him, and slowly sat back in his chair. Li Wei looked at Zheng Chang's stoicism and laughed even more recklessly. That arrogant look made all those who saw it want to directly hammer their fists on it. However, Li Wei didn't care at all and even continued to open his mouth to provoke. What? Don't dare to make a move? Poor bastard. Your wife's such a, I look at her. I tell you, even if she sends herself to the door, I won't even touch her. Tisk, TSK, and I don't know how many people have played it badly. You. Such extremely insulting words made Zheng Chang unable to hold back any longer. Even Chang Xin's exhortation just now was thrown to the back of his mind. He stood up fiercely and roared angrily towards Li Wei. If it wasn't for Chang Xin and the bailiffs holding him down with deadly force, he was afraid that he would really pounce on Li Wei and fight for his life. The audience in the gallery could no longer remain silent. That's too much to say. It's simply inhuman. A middle-aged woman covered her mouth in disbelief. This Li Wei is simply a scum. He must be severely punished. A young lad clenched his fists in righteous indignation. The webcast exploded with even more pop-ups. This Li Wei is also too arrogant. Simply not putting the law in his eyes. What is this judge for? Why didn't you stop him? Strongly demand that this scum be severely punished. Return justice to Zheng Chang. This Li family is also too arrogant. It's practically covering the sky with one hand. Just then, Li Quan, who had just gone to make a phone call, returned from outside. As soon as he entered the courtroom, he saw his son's arrogant and domineering demeanor, and his face was suddenly gloomy. He's been running around for this. I've been trying to find someone else, and this bastard is still in the courtroom. Doesn't this undo all the hard work he's done before? Li Quan quickly walked over to Li Wei and let out a low chortle. You shut the up. Do you realize what you're doing? You're going to this up. And Li Wei gave him a sidelong glance, full of concern. Afraid of what? I'm telling the truth. That woman is an rag, am I wrong about that? Looking at his son's completely uncollected state, Li Quan took a deep breath and forced down his anger. It's already happened, and reprimanding the asshole will only get him more wound up. Anyway, everything is ready to go, and as soon as this judgment comes down, all will be well. He turned his head and bowed deeply to the judge and Zhang Chang. Your Honor, Mr. Zhang Chang, I'm really sorry. My son is young and uneducated and has a bad mouth. I beg your pardon for his insolence. However, Zhang Chang's anger did not diminish in the slightest because of the other party's words. If it wasn't for Chang Xian's deadly hold on him, he really wanted to rush up and tear Li Wei's arrogant face apart. Forgiveness? Your son insults my wife in front of the entire court and a word of forgiveness is all it takes? Li Quan, on the other hand, changed from his usual condescending state and remained humble. Mr. Zhang Chang, I understand your anger, and I will definitely discipline my son. As for the matter of your wife, that's pure fiction. It's all my son's nonsense, please don't take it to heart. But the moment Li Quan bowed his head to apologize, Chang Xian, who was on the sidelines, however, keenly caught an extremely covert eye contact between him and the presiding judge. That look, although it flickered, was like a thorn in Chang Xian's heart. With the title of observer rewarded by the system, Chang Xian's insight into the smallest details was far beyond the ordinary. There was nothing wrong with this eye contact, though it seemed to regular people. But in Chang Xian's opinion, it is full of different flavors. And anger rose from the bottom of his heart. He had known for a long time that this was a bad lawsuit. But I didn't expect the other party to be arrogant to such an extent. Even judges can be bought, this city's legal environment has been corrupted to such a degree? Chang Xian took a deep breath and tried to keep himself calm. He knew that now was not the time to explode. He patted Zhang Chang's shoulder, signaling him to be at ease. Zhang Chang, calm down. Chang Xian whispered in a consoling voice, his hand tightly resting on Zhang Chang's trembling shoulder. Now is not the time to be impulsive, trust me, I'll get you justice. But his words played a less obvious role. Zhang Chang was still clenching his teeth and staring at Li Wei with red eyes, itching to rush up and tear him into pieces. Chang Xian, I can't calm down. He's insulted my wife up to now, and I'm going to make him pay. Zhang Chang's voice was hoarse as he squeezed these words out from between his teeth. I know. Chang Xian patted his shoulder, his tone as calm as possible. But what we're going to do now is bring him to justice. Instead of being intentional. Don't worry, I won't let him go. At the same time, the wind direction of the pop-ups in the webcast room has vaguely begun to change. Hey, look at this Li Quan, he doesn't feel like a bad guy, he's quite polite. Yes, the son does not teach the father, this father has apologized, maybe it is really a misunderstanding? A well-known entrepreneur in a city, as to drive someone to death over this trivial matter? Could it be something else? Could have really reversed it? Of course, there are a number of netizens who are keeping their heads above water. What do we need cops for if apologizing works? What's the point of apologizing when his son is like that? Don't be fooled by this old fox. This is obviously an act. That's right, pretending to be a human being, maybe how nasty he is behind the scenes. There's one thing to be said for his son, he did wrong in the first place, isn't an apology in order? That's all there is to boast about, huh? The netizens' arguments did not affect the progress of the trial. Chapter 21. Start of authorization. The courtroom debate phase began with Chang Xian speaking as the victim's lawyer on a priority basis. However, the process did not lead directly to the case. And first, the egregious nature of Levi's words and actions were emphasized with calm. Mr. Li Wei's words and actions in court are not only an insult to Mr. Zhang Chang and his late wife, but also a trampling on the dignity of the law. He slandered the dead with impunity and without remorse, and this behavior is heinous. These words made the atmosphere of the courtroom, which had just been interrupted by Li Wei's antics, serious again. The crowd's attention returned to the case itself. Immediately afterward, Chang Xian's words changed and his tone became harsh. I stand here today to make that clear. Li Chang's wife definitely didn't commit suicide, but was forced to die by Li Wei. It's indisputable. But Chang Xian had just finished his words and was just about to get to the point. Instead, only a muffled thud came out as the judgment hammer hit the table hard, interrupting his prepared speech. The main judge stared expressionlessly at Chang Xian with a hint of impatience in his tone. Lawyer Chang, above the courtroom, please watch your words. Where is the evidence for your word forced death? Empty promises can be legally liable. If there is no corroborating evidence, then please don't waste the court's time and let the opposing counsel speak. Slightly stunned, Chang Xian's prepared words were swallowed, and an unspeakable sense of absurdity surged to his heart. He had anticipated that the lawsuit would be fraught with obstacles. But I didn't expect the other side to manipulate the court so blatantly. The attitude of this principal judge is simply more arrogant than that of Li Wei's father and son. Is he not afraid of being seen to be something? He took a deep breath and forced down the anger in his heart, staring at the main judge with a torch-like gaze. Your Honor, my client Mr. Zhang Chang's wife. After months of harassment and humiliation by Li Wei's son, Li Chang, ended up on a high floor because of Levi's move to fall off the high floor. That's the truth. And now you have this attitude when I'm just about ready to produce evidence. It makes me a little skeptical that you're even in a position to hold the presiding judge's chair right now. Chang Xian's words rang out loud and clear, and the courtroom was silent. Zhang Chang in the gallery clenched his fists tightly, his eyes red. The pop-ups on the webcast also exploded instantly. My God! It started. Lawyer Ching has started. Good Lord, this is the first time I've seen a lawyer directly questioning a judge in court. Today is an eye-opener. I'd say that's right. This judge is too biased. Yeah, Lawyer Chang was interrupted before he could finish. Isn't this a clear case of favoritism towards Li Wei? It is. You call this a fair trial? It's just like killing people. How much did this judge charge? I'll pay double. This city's judicial system is too dark. Is there still a king's law here? Support Lawyer Chang. There must be justice for the victims. Of course, there are some different voices mixed in. What are you talking about? The judge was right, too. This is a court of law, not a food market. Surely we must speak with evidence. Who wouldn't be able to do that just by talking? That's right, maybe it really was suicide? People are so mentally fragile these days. Don't get carried away, wait for the court's decision and trust that the law is just. And after hearing Chang Xian's unceremonious words, Judge Chun Yoqian's face also visibly stiffened. His eyelids jumped, obviously not expecting Chang Xian to dare to confront him head-on. He was about to slap the table and go ballistic, but then it was like he suddenly remembered something. Stiffly, he swallowed back the words that had reached his mouth, and his face returned to normal. Coughing lightly, his tone also turned noticeably milder. Counselor Chang, words can't be spoken out of turn. I took an oath to the law before I sat here. How could I take sides? I was reasonable and compliant in interrupting you just now. Now we're in a court of law and it's about evidence. Otherwise, if you say one thing and I say another, all empty words, how can this case be decided? Lawyer Chang, you are also a veteran practitioner in this industry, so you don't need me to say this, right? So yeah, Lawyer Chang, don't be unreasonable. If you have evidence, please show it, if not let the opposing counsel speak. Looking at Chen Yoqian's pretense of hypocrisy. Especially when he described himself as being unreasonable in 3 words, Chang Xian's heart felt a wave of nausea. That's the kind of you swear to the Torah? Don't insult the Torah. But even though his mental emotions were fluctuating, his face remained motionless. After all, he also knew very well that the old fox was receiving black money. Now that you're a thief, you have no problem defending your rights a little bit. But if it really goes too far, the other side will jump over the wall and it will be bad. Thinking of this, Chang Xian took a deep breath, suppressed his discontent, and prepared to take out the evidence. Although he knew that even if he produced the evidence now, this old fox would definitely find a way to drill the basket. But now it's good to be all over the internet. He still has a chance. This lawsuit, it's not certain who's going to die. Just as Chang Xian was about to make a move, the long-lost system beep in his head suddenly sounded. Ding! Known lawbreaker detected. Target, Chen Yuqian. Being one of the presiding judges of the Supreme Court of the city of A. Offense, more than once, the Lee family and other families took property to favor the other family, causing the real victims to suffer. Transaction, Chen Yuqian used his wife's identity information to make an online store, which is full of sky-high premium products. This time, Li Quan purchased exactly $300,000 worth of one cake of tea from it, thus obtaining help from the other party. The host has been given a new mission. Knowing the law is the most hateful thing, please send this person to prison with the host's own hands. Reward, unknown. Please accept, yes, no. This sudden ringing of words caused Chang Xian's heart to tremble, and then a wave of ecstasy surged through his heart. It's true that if you want to sleep, a pillow will come. Now, not only can we help Zhang Chang get justice, but we can also send this corrupt dog official to jail. As for the reward being unknown? Not that he would have cared. Even if there was no so-called reward today, he would still let this old thing in. Accepted. When the thought stopped, Chang Xian did not hesitate to meditate on it in his mind. Mission accepted. A record of the transaction between the two has been printed and placed in the host's bag. Please host justice. As Chang Xian agreed, the system's icy voice sounded again in his head. Looking at Chang Xian before he could say anything, Chen Yuqian tapped the small hammer in his hand once again with a bashful expression. That official demeanor also proclaimed his authority as inviolable. Chapter 22 I'm suing the judge. The time for the victim's attorney to speak is over, and the suspect's attorney will now be given the floor. Chen Yuqian's voice did not have waves, but it was like a heavy hammer hitting Chang Xian's heart and shattering the last hope on Zhang Chang's face. He wasn't a cutie pie. Naturally, he could see that something was wrong. This judge is now so clearly biased in favor of the Li family and son. Are we still going to lose this time? On the other hand, Li Quan on the other side breathed a long sigh of relief, his hanging heart finally falling to the ground. He cast a sidelong glance at Chang Xian, and disdain surfaced in his eyes without any concealment. Little man, fight with us? You're still young. As for Li Wei, that would be arrogant. He directly raised his middle finger at Chang Xian, a contemptuous smile on his face. However, just as the lawyer beside Li Wei was about to get up to speak, he was stopped by Chang Xian suddenly raising his hand. Chang Xian slowly twisted his head, his gaze sweeping over the Li family's father and son, the corner of his mouth hooked into a meaningful smile. And looking at Chang Xian's gesture, Li Wei's mouth directly skimmed. It's just a dying struggle. The whole court is full of his people. Chang Xian can't even play over him with his life today. But after Li Quan, who had experienced great storms, saw it, it sent a chill down his back. A sense of foreboding surged through him, he thought darkly. This kid, what kind of drugs are in his gourd? And naturally, this image was broadcast live, and instantly the pop-up screen exploded. Is Lawyer Chang about to make a big move? I think he's just bluffing and clamoring. I feel the same way, there's no need to retry this case, he's just doing it for the fame. Stop arguing and read on. The pop-ups were noisy, and Chen Yuqian's face became increasingly ugly. Obviously he has pronounced the sentence, now it's time for other people's lawyers to speak. Is this Chang Xian deliberately messing with him today? The thought stopped, and he heaved the small hammer in his hand, and snapped. Lawyer Chang, you're disrupting the court. I'm warning you once, and if it happens again, you will be asked to leave the courtroom. Only then did Chang Xian turn his gaze to Chen Yuqian, the smile on his face not diminished in the slightest. Instead, it was even more brilliant, looking at Chen Yuqian's heart. That smile, how weird does it look? Judge Chen, take it easy, of course I know the rules of the court. And just as Chen Yuqian couldn't help but chide again, Chang Xian slowly opened his mouth. But even if I were to be kicked out, it wouldn't be your turn. The words came out, not to mention the sudden spike in pop-ups. Even the current spectators couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. How dare Lawyer Chang openly challenge the authority of the judge? Is he crazy? Before the crowd could react, Chang Xian pulled out a document from his briefcase and held it high above his head. Today, I, Chang Xian, am entrusted by Mr. Zhang Chang to come and handle the case of Zhang Chang's wife's fall. But before that, he deliberately paused for a moment before turning his head once again to look directly at Chen Yuqian and said word for word. I want to report that the Chief Judge, Chen Yuqian, had financial dealings with the suspect. I want to report the presiding judge, Chen Yuqian, for using his position to commit embezzlement. And the suspected amount is up to $1 million. As soon as Chang Xian's words fell, the entire courtroom fell silent, and a pin could be heard. Everyone stared at him dumbfounded, digesting the message in his words. An attorney who sued the judge who opened and approved the case? What is this? What is this all about? And the pop-ups on the live stream were completely abuzz. This reversal is too exciting. Sue the judge? He actually sued the judge? Ha ha ha. Lawyer Chang is awesome. That's a real lawyer. I knew there was something fishy about this case. This is going to be a good show. Under the gaze of the crowd, Chen Youqian's face did not change in the slightest. It was only after quietly looking at Cheng Xian for a few seconds that he slowly opened his mouth, his tone even colder. Lawyer Chang, you should be well aware of the serious consequences of slandering a judge. Are you sure you know what you're talking about? Can you take responsibility for what you say? Chen Youqian's unperturbed attitude can be said to be like a pot of cold water poured over the fire of gossip that had just been ignited in the gallery. At the same time, it also made the calm crowd's hearts beat a drum. After all, this is one of the judges of the Supreme Court of a city. If such people are bribed, then won't it be completely hopeless for ordinary people like them to file lawsuits in the future? The pop-ups in the live broadcast room also gradually became hesitant from the excitement and thrill they had just experienced. No way, Lawyer Chang wouldn't be mistaken, would he? I don't think Judge Chen is like that kind of person. Could there be some kind of misunderstanding? Lawyer Chang wouldn't be speculating on purpose, would he? He even dares to sue the judge in order to become famous? Can understand, after all, before this small Chang lawyer is a letso person, now it is not easy to be famous. Naturally, it is necessary to take advantage of it. Shut up, black man upstairs, not the whole world is as brainless as you. No matter how noisy the live stream was, it didn't affect anyone else. In the middle of the court, Cheng Xian stood in the center, looking at Chen Youqian in this old-fashioned manner. The smile at the corners of his mouth deepened. He certainly knew why Chen Youqian was so emboldened. The system had already presented Chen Youqian's chain of criminal evidence in its entirety before him. Online store transaction records, bankwater, and even Chen Youqian and Li Quan, father and son, of the audio and video recordings of private transactions. It's simply not too complete. Judge Chen, I certainly know what I'm talking about. Cheng Xian unhurriedly pulled out a stack of documents from his briefcase and slapped them in his hand. I have enough evidence here to prove that you used your position to accept bribes and manipulate the verdict of the case. Oh? Yeah? Chen Youqian raised an eyebrow, his face still unperturbed. Then Lawyer Chang might as well show me the evidence, or let me die with a clear conscience. Of course, Judge Chen. Cheng Xian had a confident smile on his face as he raised the document he took out of his bag. However, my demands remain the same. I will not turn over any evidence until the presiding judge is replaced. He paused, his eyes sharply sweeping over Chen Youqian and Li Quan's father and son, and said word by word. I, Cheng Xian, can take responsibility for everything I say. If I'm taking this at face value, then I'm willing to take whatever the law throws at me. Cheng Xian's sound words were like a thunderbolt exploding in the courtroom. People in the gallery were mingling and talking. The pop-ups in the live stream also exploded once again, with all kinds of speculations and analyses coming out. Such a decisive attitude caused Chen Youqian's face to finally change imperceptibly. He originally thought Cheng Xian was just bluffing and wanted to use this opportunity to hype himself. Chapter 23, taking the law into his own hands. But he didn't expect Cheng Xian to be so resolute, even going so far as to try his hand at the law. Does he really have any hard evidence? Chen Youqian's gaze drifted involuntarily to Li Quan. The two men's eyes met in the air, both seeing doubt in the other's eyes. There were no words, but both understood each other. This time, there's absolutely no betting. Ahem. Steadying his mind, Chen Youqian coughed lightly. Counselor Chang, I received your statement. But how can it be that easy to change the main judge? Even if we are the Supreme Court of City A, there are only 3 presiding judges in total. And everyone has a busy schedule, so you can't just mobilize a presiding judge because of a few empty words from you, can you? As he said this, his tone hardened. So Lawyer Chang, if you really have evidence in your hands, still please hand it over. Otherwise, I will now arrest you for slander and libel and disturbing the order of the court. Just as Chen Youqian's words had just fallen, Cheng Xian snorted without the slightest bit of mercy. Judge Chen, what are you singing about? As you also said, there are only 3 main judges in our city Supreme Court now. Is it hard to believe that both principal judges are on vacation today? Or are you too scared to let another presiding judge hear the case? Hearing these unceremonious words, Chen Youqian's face instantly turned a little green. But thinking that it was still being broadcast live on the entire network today, he eventually forced his anger to speak. Lawyer Chang, watch your words. I'm just stating facts, don't speculate without reason. Facts? Everything that comes out of your mouth is the truth? Chen Youqian, why on earth are you afraid to let the other judges out? Looking at the other party, Chang Xian raised an eyebrow, and his tone was even already full of undisguised mockery. Anyway, he's got all the evidence in his hands now. What more face to this hypocritical social garbage? The two men went toe-to-toe, neither refusing to. Even with his heart nature he couldn't help but be furious now. How many years? How many years have passed? He was unexpectedly called by a young junior today, on such an occasion, in front of so many people, by his name. After today, no matter how this matter developed, it had become a stain in his career. And just when he was about to tense up, a slightly older but neutral voice came from outside the courtroom. Since there are no other presiding judges, then let the old man just try the case himself. The sudden sound was not loud though. However, it was like a flat thunderstorm that instantly exploded in the ears of the crowd. The courtroom was silent, and everyone looked around at the sound. Who is it? How dare you say such a thing at this juncture? Is he not aware of what is at stake? Or does he just don't care? In the gallery, some people who knew something about the legal profession began to whisper. They thought the voice sounded somewhat familiar, but were unsure. Because if it really is who they think it is, then this is really going to be a big deal today. As the crowd watched, an old man with gray hair and gold-rimmed glasses slowly walked into the courtroom. He was hale and hearty despite his age. Especially those eyes hidden behind the lenses, so sharp that they seemed to penetrate the heart. As soon as the old man appeared, the whole atmosphere of the courtroom changed. Even the bailiff, who had been standing at attention, visibly blanched. Hurriedly, he took 2 steps forward to the old man's side, in a bodyguard stance. Some of the originally unsure viewers also began to sense that things were unusual. They have been inquiring about the identity of the old man from those around them who have changed color. Who is this one? Such a big battle? You don't even know him? What are you doing here at the courthouse? Being so despised by others, this person was not annoyed. After all, the bailiff's posturing, cutie. All could tell this was a big shot coming. He explained with a dry cough and a grin. It's not Zhang Chang's case that's making a lot of noise, so I came over to take a look. Upon hearing this, the man's attitude immediately made a 180-degree turn and gave a compensatory smile. Sorry bro, I forgot how hot this case is. After all, we law students are the only ones who come to observe and study on weekdays, so it was an oversight. I was just excited and a bit tongue-tied, so don't mind me. After saying this, he paused to organize his words before he began to rattle off his introduction. It's only natural that you don't understand it if you're not a student of the law. You know, this is a legal legend. There have been 6 changes to our criminal code in recent years, and this one has been involved in all of them. 2 of them are even more crucial legal regulations, both of which were slapped down by him. And almost 80% of all law books and textbooks sold on the market now carry his name. He is He Zhongjing, known as the evergreen tree of the legal profession, Elder He. In contrast to their whispered discussions, the pop-ups on the internet completely exploded. He Lao? I'm not mistaken. My God. This is a textbook character. I can't believe I can see it with my own eyes. This wave is not bad. This case has even alarmed Elder He. It seems like things really aren't simple. There's a good show to watch now. Chen Youqian is afraid that he'll have to eat his words this time. Lawyer Chang is awesome. Surprisingly, he even invited Elder He here. In the middle of the field, Chang Xian also froze for a moment before reacting. Almost subconsciously, he stood up straight and smoothed out his tie. After all, in the face of this old man, as long as one was eating the bowl of law, there was no disrespect. And Chen Youqian even stood up directly from his position as the main judge. Shocked beyond measure, he looked at Elder He, his face a shade of green and white. How could he not have expected that this case would have alarmed this Tarzan? And when did this one come to a city? How come he didn't receive any news at all? Elder He walked slowly to the front of the trial bench, escorted by the bailiffs. Chapter 24 The greatest Dharma fighter in the world. His eyes swept across the room and finally landed on Chen Youqian. Judge Chen, I heard everything that just happened. Right now you're not in a fit state to continue with the trial of this case, although it's a bit out of order. But there's nothing wrong with me taking over under special circumstances, is there? Looking at the other party, he Lao smoothly opened his mouth. His voice was old, but it carried a majesty that dared not let people face it directly. Hearing this, fine beads of sweat oozed from Chun Yoqian's forehead. He opened his mouth to explain, but realized he couldn't make a sound. Since Judge Chen doesn't have an opinion, then this case will be heard by the old man. After waiting for a moment and seeing that Chen Yuqian still didn't say anything, Elder he then once again took 2 steps forward and took a seat on the judgment seat, picking up the dossier on the table and began to carefully flip through it. In the gallery, the crowd held their breath, not daring to utter a single breath. The pop-ups on the live feed also briefly stalled for a few seconds before erupting again at a much faster rate. Elder he personally tried the case. This case is going to be on fire. Let's see who really has a ghost in their heart now. After all, Elder he is known for his iron face. He Lao flipped through the dossier quickly. In less than 5 minutes, he had gone through all the information. He put down the dossier and looked up, his gaze sharply sweeping over everyone in the courtroom. According to the record on the dossier, and some of the speeches that were just made out there, the old man now has an inkling of the case. Elder he slowly opened his mouth, his voice was not loud, but it clearly spread throughout the courtroom. At this time, counsel for the plaintiffs will present their case. Chang Xin took a deep breath and tried to keep himself calm. He walked to the front of the judgment seat and bowed slightly to Elder he before quietly waiting for the other party to ask questions. Elder he didn't ask about the case directly, but instead looked Chang Xin up and down, pushing the gold-rimmed glasses on the bridge of his nose before speaking slowly. Lawyer Chang Xin, I do have some impression of you. If I remember correctly, you're supposed to be the one lawyer with the lowest win rate in the entire legal profession? The moment these words came out, a burst of whispers rang out from the gallery, and the pop-ups in the live broadcast room even exploded. Elder he actually knows Lawyer Chang? This is too powerful. Wait, lowest winning percentage? Is that a compliment or a detraction? Elder he is so humorous. This is simply a public execution. My heart aches for Lawyer Chang for a second, being flirted with by his idol like this, he probably had to find a crack in the ground. It's pretty true to say that it's the lowest winning percentage. You guys should know that Lawyer Chang has been in business for several years and has won just that one game, And after the other party's words fell, the smile that had just surfaced on Chang Xian's face visibly stiffened. Named as having the lowest win rate by the legal profession's leading figure. This feeling of social death made his back tingle. He could only smile dryly, trying to ease the awkwardness. But old man he didn't seem to have the intention of letting him go, the corners of his mouth even brought on some smiles as he continued to speak. Seriously, to be able to be practicing law for several years. You're also truly unique as a lawyer who can still maintain a 100% losing record. Now, the gallery and the broadcast room were completely abuzz. Naturally, there was no need to say much in the live broadcast room, which was directly brushed with all kinds of laughter. The gallery was also different from the previous whispered discussions, and extremely obvious laughter came out from it. At this moment, even though Chang Xian had always felt that his mind was far beyond normal, he still felt his face burning. This is his idol. To actually expose him in front of so many people. Just when Chang Xian was so embarrassed that he was about to choke. Elder he turned his words around and placed the case file in his hands on the table. The smile on his face disappeared and his tone became serious. But now you're not a 100% loser anymore. I followed that last case where you incriminated yourself. The logic is clear, the chain of evidence is complete, and it could even be used as a textbook case. But what is the nature of what you've done this time, are you really clear about that? Although Elder He's tone was calm, it nevertheless caused Chang Xian to calm down instantly. He knew what Elder Ho was referring to. This time he sued Qin Yuqian, the presiding judge of the A City Court. This is no ordinary case, and the slightest mishap could lead to a huge furor. Only after taking a deep breath and adjusting his mindset a bit did Chang Xian solemnly nod his head. I know. Seeing Chang Xian's determined eyes, Elder He nodded slightly before speaking in a deep voice once again. A hero is a hero. A lawyer suing a judge in court is the first time I've seen that in decades of practice. Then, let's ask Counselor Chang to bring out your evidence. Of course I don't mean that this case is important compared to Mr. Zhang Chang's. Rather, it's that there's too much involved in this Chen Eugene relocation of judges. If he really did embezzle and take bribes, then the city court will have to undergo a thorough cleansing. But if you're taking it on faith. Elder, he paused, his eyes staring sharply at Chang Xin. A place like a court of law doesn't need a man full of lies to defend people as a lawyer either. Therefore, we must define the truth or falsehood of this matter in the shortest possible time. Elder He's words were loud and clear, and the laughter in the gallery instantly disappeared and became quiet. Even in the live broadcast room, the pop-ups that had been surging wildly had significantly decreased by quite a bit. After all, anyone who knows what they're doing understands that this case is no joke. Sue the judge? One bad move, and the entire city justice system is going to quake. As for those muddy water marines, they were so scared that they didn't even dare to fart. After all, their very existence is illegal, and now bringing Holao, the Titan, to the beat? Are you tired of living? And under Elder He's gaze, Chang Xin also instantly felt the pressure pressing down like a mountain, and it was even a little difficult to breathe. But instead of fear, a wave of excitement welled up in his heart. This is the perfect opportunity to prove yourself in front of your idol. Steadying his breathing, Chang Xin's mouth once again curled into a confident smile. He calmly pulled out a USB flash drive from his briefcase and handed it to the bailiff who had already prepared it by his side. All the while calmly pulling out a stack of printed documents. Elder He, it's all here, both the electronic and paper versions. Taking it from the bailiff's hand, a deputy judge immediately projected the contents of the flash drive onto a large screen. While Li Lao carefully flipped through the paper documents. The first thing that comes to mind is the transaction record of Chen Youqian's wife's online store selling overpriced tea. A cake of ordinary tea is actually priced at $100,000. It's like open robbery. So the game's over, huh? Chapter 25 Reversal. What is even more shocking is that the name of Li Quan also appears in the purchase record. Immediately after that, there are records of Li Quan's purchases and Chen Youqian's bank flows. The timeline matches perfectly. Shortly after Li Quan purchases the overpriced tea, Chen Youqian's account then received a transfer for the same price as the tea. The chain of evidence is complete and clear, with not a single hole in it. The gallery exploded with whispers. Holy! This is too blatant. Do you really think the law is just for show? This Judge Chen usually looks quite decent, but I didn't expect to do this kind of thing behind his back. This is going to be a good show. The pop-ups in the live broadcast room were even pouring down like a waterfall. 666. This lawyer is awesome. Actually really found the evidence. This is the end of Chen Youqian and Li Du. Sit back and wait for a major earthquake in the A City courthouse. Chen Youqian and Li Quan's faces instantly turned pale as bean-sized beads of sweat rolled down from their foreheads. How could they not expect that Chang Xin had actually found such conclusive evidence? Obviously it's not the first time they've done this kind of thing. And it's only right that every time you do it you destroy the traces at the first opportunity. How did this kid find it? Li Wei, the person involved in this case, on the other hand, still looked as if he had nothing to do with it, and even yawned. In his opinion, what's so scary about nothing more than a dying old man coming? His Li family is a famous snake in his city. Black and white, what can a small lawyer do to him? Putting down the document in his hand, Elder He gently exhaled. With a light tap of the small hammer in his hand, he voiced his final decision. Based on the evidence provided by lawyer Chang, I declare that Judge Chen Youqian is suspended from his duties and is subject to investigation. At the same time, list Li Quan as a suspect to be investigated together. Elder He's voice was not loud though. But the pronouncement was like a thunderbolt that shook the entire courtroom. The crowd in the gallery, which had been whispering, instantly exploded. This reversal is too exciting. I thought this lawyer was going to be cold, but I didn't realize he actually sent the judge in. You're not saying that right. These corrupt officials should be punished by the law. This case today is truly the most exciting I've ever seen. And in the webcast room, the pop-ups were even more like a volcano erupting and spewing out, directly obscuring the entire screen. Awesome! Lawyer Chang, what a man! Sent the defendant away to send himself, now straight to the judge, 6,666. A city court is going to change the sky. Lawyer Chang is going against the odds. Who said Lawyer Chang was trash before? Does your face hurt now? Various flirtatious pop-ups filled the entire live broadcast. Even the server lagged at one point due to excessive access. And at this moment, Li Quan's face was visibly ugly. Slumped in his chair like a deflated ball. He knew that he was really finished this time. Though it doesn't look like there's anything going on with him right now. Even the bailiff didn't come to him. But that's because the evidence just now hasn't been fully established. And if he waited to be completely sure, he wouldn't be able to walk away today. His son Li Wei's matter has not yet been resolved, and now he himself is going to be investigated, which is really the highest level of pitfalls. He stole a glance at Li Wei, who remained unconcerned, and couldn't help but curse in his heart. This loser, he knows how to cause trouble. Chen Yuqian, who was standing next to him, was in disbelief. How could he not expect that Cheng Xian could actually find evidence to bring him down? As he was taken away by the bailiffs, he was still staring dead at Cheng Xian, his eyes full of resentment. And after witnessing Chen Yuqian being escorted away, Elder he also once again tapped the small hammer. Take a 10-minute break halfway through. In 10 minutes, we will reopen the case of Zheng Chang's wife. Look at the very short breaks in the past. But for the moment, in and out of the courtroom, it's a wild ride. The originally solemn and serious gallery is now as lively as a night market. I'll go. That scene just now was better than a movie. That's right. I didn't realize that the lawyer looked so nice. I can't believe it's so fierce that it sends the judge right in. Such a fierce one to stand up for Zhang Chang, and now there won't be a little cutie. It's okay to say the Li family, right? This is a good show. I don't know how this Li family father and son will end up. The webcast was a blast. 66666, Lawyer Chang is awesome. I give full marks for that reversal. The server crashed again? Programmer boy, add chicken leg. Various pop-ups came like a tidal wave, almost covering the entire screen. The programmers responsible for maintaining the live broadcast were even busier at the moment. Can't wait to grow more hands. Keep in mind that this is still in a state of recess. It can all turn into this situation at this point in time. Then in a moment if the approval is opened again. The 10 minutes passed in a flash, and he Lao resumed his seat at the judgment seat. The small hammer in his hand struck gently, and the solemn sound resounded throughout the courtroom. Court will now resume. The small hammer in He Lao's hand fell, and the originally noisy atmosphere in the courtroom instantly froze. Everyone's eyes subconsciously converged on Chang Xian. The stone-cold reversal of the scene just now made them expect a lot from the young lawyer. And under their gaze, Chang Xian first straightened his collar without any panic, and then stood up straight from his seat. Presiding judge, jurors. I'm going to tell a story today about dignity, about despair, about a woman driven to desperation. Chang Xian's voice was calm and magnetic, instantly grabbing everyone's ears. Li Wei, son of Li Quan, a famous entrepreneur in a city. A representative of what should be the elite of society has committed a heinous and despicable act. Chang Xian paused for a moment, his gaze sweeping over Li Quan's father and son, who were sitting paralyzed in their chairs, with undisguised contempt in his eyes. According to the evidence we have, Li Wei is against Zheng Chang's wife. An ordinary staff member engaged in months of harassment and humiliation. He used his power and money, constantly mentally torturing this poor woman with horrendous methods. Along with the speech, Chang Xian also raised his volume, the anger in it could be heard by a person. Not only did he verbally insult Chang's wife on several occasions within the company, they even made the mistake of following her home, sending threatening text messages, and even spreading rumors to discredit her. Excuse me, isn't this an intentional injury? Isn't that a travesty of one's dignity? Chapter 26 I sued them for libel. As Chang Xian's words fell, the courtroom fell silent. The people in the gallery have long since learned what happened from news reports and webcasts, though. However, at this moment, Chang Xian personally listened to Li Wei's evil deeds one by one statement. The heart still lit up a burning fire of anger. Because this has been more than a simple homicide. It's more of a tragedy of an ordinary family being oppressed by the powers that be and ultimately coming to ruin. They recalled the hasty characterization of the police before Chang Xian took over the case. The court's perfunctory behavior, even today's session, the presiding judge was bribed. If not for the timely appearance of Mr. He, Zheng Chang's wife's injustice may never be clear. The Li family, on the other hand, is still at large. At the thought of this, someone in the gallery couldn't help but curse in a low voice. This Li family father and son, really inferior. That's right. If it weren't for Lawyer Chang, I don't know how long this case would have dragged on. If we don't get an explanation for today's case, will there be any law in the city? Can the rich do whatever they want? In the webcast room, the pop-ups were even erupting like a volcano. Lawyer Chang, this bunch of Li Wei, this should be cut by 1,000 cuts. Strongly demand that the Li family father and son be severely punished and that justice be done to Zhang Chang's family. Programmer boy, hold on, don't let the server crash again. The programmers, who are responsible for maintaining the livestream, have been sweating for a long time. Fingers were still flying over the keyboard as he followed the trial as it unfolded. Fingers crossed that the servers can hold up to this traffic onslaught. In the courtroom, Chang Xian looked around and took in the crowd's reactions. He took a deep breath and continued. Li Wei's evil behavior is not only an insult to Zhang Chang's wife, but also a trampling on the dignity of the law. He thinks because he's rich and powerful, he can get away with doing whatever he wants. Today, I'm going to show him that everyone is equal before the law. No one is above the law. Chang Xian violently turned to Li Wei, his eyes as sharp as a blade. Levi, what else do you have to say? But Chang Xian's aggressive questioning sounded like the performance of a jumping clown to Li Wei. He didn't panic in the slightest in full view of the public. Instead, with a contemptuous snort, they exaggeratedly mimicked what had just been whispered in the gallery. Aya, this Li family father and son, really inferior. If it weren't for Lawyer Chang, I don't know how long this case would have been dragged out. After saying that, he exaggeratedly wiped his non-existent tears and turned his head to look at Chang Xian, his tone even more frivolous. Barrister Chang, it's a pity that you don't go to acting with your ability to incite people's hearts. But the court is a place for evidence, not for you to perform stand-up comedy here. Crossing his legs, he leaned his body right back in his chair, the smile on his face a few moments more pronounced. You said I harassed and insulted Zhang Chang's wife? Where's the evidence? Take it out. Make up your mind without proof, and I'll say she seduced me. I'm so yucky and suave and my family is so rich. For a yellow face like her, I don't even care if she falls back on me. She was the one who begged me and failed, and became so enraged that she went and jumped off the building herself to frame me. What, you're the only one allowed to spew here, Barrister Chang, and I'm not allowed to refute it? After a pause, Li Wei's eyes rolled and his body slightly stretched forward to look at Chang Xian. Also, Counselor Chang, I advise you to watch what you say, be careful of the trouble that comes out of your mouth. I'm going to hold you legally responsible for slandering me here today. I'll sue you for libel. At these words, there was a brief silence in the gallery, and then it was as if a pot had exploded, with angry curses rising and falling. This kid still has a stiff upper lip even now. Deadly unrepentant. What the hell is this? How dare you insult the dead at this hour? Do you really think that the law is just for show? This Li family father and son are simply scum. Are worse than that. In the webcast room, the pop-ups were even more like a tidal wave, and the server once again let out an unbearable groan. This Li Wei is simply a madman. How dare he be so arrogant even at the end of his life? Strongly demand that the Li family father and son be severely punished and that the deceased be given justice. This is still approving a hair. Don't talk nonsense with this, directly send him to the road. Don't get excited, Yun Li is also right. In the absence of evidence of the scene, it is impossible to convict. When Li Wei heard the curses from the gallery, instead of restraining himself in the slightest, he intensified his curses back. What's with the cursing? Am I wrong? You're talking nonsense without proof, and I can't refute it? A bunch of brainless things. Li Quan, who was sitting beside Li Wei, was currently turning blue, itching to slap this incompetent son to death. He worked his ass off to get up and down, but now it's all ruined because of Chang Xian. And he should be facing approval after that as well. But this kid is good, now he's not thinking about how to fix it. It's also adding fuel to the fire, directly igniting public anger. Isn't that a death wish? Li Quan lowered his voice and chided through gritted teeth. You shut the up. Do you know what you're talking about? And Levi bristled with concern. Dad, what are you afraid of? I'm not wrong. They have no proof, they are slandering me. I'll sue them for slander. And Wang Li, the ace attorney hired by the Li family's father and son, was completely confused at this moment. According to the original plan, this should be the moment for him to come out and save the day. But this Li Wei didn't follow the rules at all and directly messed up the situation. He opened his mouth to say something, but didn't know where to begin. Chang Xian looked at the ugly state of the father and son in front of him, and the corner of his mouth hooked into a cold smile. He was waiting for this moment. He slowly pulled a document out of his briefcase and held it aloft, speaking aloud. Levi, did you think you were doing a seamless job? Is that why you say I have no proof? Well then, I'll show you now what evidence means. Hearing Chang Xian's words, Li Wei's face changed, but he quickly regained that arrogant and domineering look. Leaning back, he grunted once more. Playing God. If you have proof, then bring it out. I'd like to see what tricks you can play today. His arrogant attitude was naturally not without reason. Rather, it's just as Chang Xian said. He did feel he had done a seamless job. Witnesses? It was arranged long ago. Physical evidence? Destroyed cleanly. The bottom line is that so much time has now passed as well. And Chang Xian wasn't a detective or some kind of god. It's just a lawyer, and it's even the second round before he takes over, and no way can he make any waves. Chapter 27, Still Holding Out. In the gallery, when the people saw Li Wei's attitude, they were even more furious and cursed. I'll be damned. You're still talking tough at the end of your life. This kid really doesn't see the coffin. Lawyer Chang, hurry up and take out the evidence and ruthlessly hit this face. And in the webcast, the pop-ups exploded again, and the servers were almost paralyzed. Sit back and wait for Lawyer Chang to hit your face. This Li Wei really won't stop until he reaches the Yellow River. Hurry up and sentence him to death, don't waste time. Chang Xian looked at Li Wei's look of a dead pig, and the sneer at the corner of his mouth increased. He slowly pulled a stack of photographs out of his briefcase and handed them to the bailiff beside him. The bailiff took the photo and walked straight to the presiding judge, Mr. He Lao, and presented the photo. Elder He received the photo and didn't immediately view it, but scanned the crowd. Well, since you're taking evidence now, that means you're done arguing and now you want to start the trial, right? In that case, then silence. The trial will now continue. His sharp eyes swept across the gallery and finally landed on Li Wei, the warning in them speaking for itself. Li Wei's heart fluttered a little at the look in Elder He's eyes. Still, he forced himself to remain calm and terse. What are you looking at? I'm not breaking any laws. Elder He ignored Li Wei's shouting and instead looked down and began to flip through the photos in his hands. One by one, he carefully looked over the photos, and He Lao's brows became more and more furrowed, his face gradually becoming grave. After looking at the last one, Elder He handed the photo to the assistant beside him and waved his hand. The assistant, who had been waiting on the sidelines, understood and immediately scanned and entered the contents of the photo into the court's computer system. In the next moment, high-definition photos were clearly displayed through a large screen. Only, when the crowd in the gallery and the viewers in the webcast room saw the content of the photo, they were a bit confused. Because the photos are not the chats and transfers they thought they would be. Or some more visual picture of the evidence. Instead, it's a set of photos taken from an overhead perspective of a drain located in a tall building. The crowd looked at each other and began to whisper, speculating about what the photos could actually do. What the hell is this? A drain pipe? What does that tell you? Can't figure it out. Is there some secret hidden in this drain? It can't be that Lawyer Chang made a mistake, right? This is too outrageous. The pop-ups in the webcast room also flew like snowflakes, with all kinds of speculations and questions. Lawyer Chang, are you sure you didn't take the wrong picture? What the hell is this drain? Could it be that Lawyer Chang is trying to say that the drain pipe is the murder weapon? Upstairs, I urge you to be kind, some things are not to be joked about. Seeing this, the old man, the small hammer in his hand gently knocked on the desktop, issued a dong-dong, two sounds, signaling the crowd to be quiet. Silence. Silence. It's in the middle of a session. Anyone who disrupts the courtroom again will be held in contempt of court. After the courtroom quieted down again, Elder He spoke. Lawyer Chang, what does this picture of the drainpipe tell us? You explain it to everyone. And as his voice fell, the bailiff also immediately took a tablet connected to the mainframe and handed it to Chang Xian. Yes, Your Honor. Chang Xian took the tablet and skillfully enlarged the photo, pointing to one of the inconspicuous corners. Everyone, these photos were taken above the building where Mrs. Chang Chang fell. Everyone, please look here. In the photos, there are some minor scratches and wear on the edges of the drainpipe that you can't even notice without looking closely. In the gallery, some people with bright minds immediately reacted, their faces changing slightly. Is this a climb? Someone muttered in a low voice. Li Wei also noticed the marks on the photo, and his face instantly became a bit ugly. Chang Xin ignored the crowd's reaction and continued to speak. In the previous trial of the case, it was concluded that Zhang Chang's wife had committed suicide by falling from, barked with his neck. You're slandering. What does that tell you? Maybe some wildcat climbed up there and left it. Hearing this, Chang Xin almost couldn't help but laugh outright. Is this guy not logical at all? A wildcat? Mr. Li, have you ever seen a wildcat that could scratch a drainpipe this deep? And this is the 35th floor. What kind of feral cat can come to the 35th floor and crash climb? And I should warn you, based on the depth and direction of the tracks. Modern technology is capable of determining the height and weight of a climber. Beads of sweat began to ooze from Li Wei's forehead, but he remained stiff-lipped. How is this evidence? You're a plant. But this state of eagerness on his part proved something even more. Now there was no need for Chang Xin to say anything else, everyone could see that something was wrong. This kid, there's definitely something wrong. I told you, there's something going on in this case. Lawyer Chang is awesome. This can even be found. As a lawyer for the opposite side, Wang Li's forehead oozed with bean-sized beads of sweat. He immediately rushed forward and covered Li Wei's mouth as his arms powered up to drag him back. My little young master you can cut the crap. Wang Li screamed in his heart, this case is really the most tricky he has ever taken. This Li Wei is simply a pig teammate, it's okay if he doesn't open his mouth, but once he opens his mouth, he will make it to death. Li Quan couldn't look away either, he yanked his son to his side and chided him in a low voice. You kid, shut up. What am I paying a lawyer for? What are you yelling about here again? Li Wei was startled by his father's roar, which made him honest. It was just that his eyes still held resentment, glaring fiercely at Chang Xin. Seeing Li Wei finally quiet down, Wang Li was relieved. He first pretended to calmly straighten his slightly messy suit, and then respectfully bowed to Elder He. Only then did he turn to Chang Xin, a professional smile piling up on his face. Lawyer Chang, the point you just raised is indeed interesting and barely counts as evidence. Chapter 28, Where's the evidence? As soon as the words fell, Wang Li's words paused and his tone became sharp. But you say that my client deliberately destroyed these traces, may I ask, where is the evidence? It is important to realize that there are many possibilities for the cause of these marks. Similar wear and tear may be caused by accumulated weathering over time, and you can't draw conclusions based on mere guesswork. Hearing Wang Li's words, Li Wei looked like he had grabbed a life preserver and immediately jumped up again, pointing at Chang Xin and screaming. Right. What gives him the right to say I sabotaged it? What proof does he have? He's just a guy who only believes what he's told. The expression on Wang Li's face instantly froze, and he twisted his head to look helplessly at Li Wei, who had started jumping up and down again. He was crying in his heart, can't this kid stop for a while? Ignoring the other party's farce, Chang Xin sneered, not at all moved by Wang Li's sophistry. Attorney Wang, you're right, the wind and sun do cause wear and tear. But please, the drain on the 35th floor. Even after years and years of being in an environment of high altitude and strong winds, how could there be only so many fresh, uniformly oriented scratches? And the depth and width of these scratches, which are clearly different from signs of long-term wear, are clearly recent. Chang Xin said, swiping his finger on the tablet and pulling up a high-definition enlarged picture. Look, everyone, at the edges of these scratches. There could still be some metal shavings left here, which can't be caused by the wind and sun. Li Wei's face, who had just gotten complacent, stiffened once again, and his lips trembled as he tried to retort, but he was pulled back by Wang Li. He was really afraid to let the kid speak now. Otherwise, something is really going to happen. Taking a deep breath, Wang Li tried to remain calm. Lawyer Chang, that doesn't mean anything. Maybe someone else accidentally left it behind when they were repairing or cleaning? But since Chang Xin dared to use this object as evidence, how could he be asked by the other side? Don't forget, he's been preparing for this case for almost a week. The corner of his mouth hooked up in a mocking arc, Chang Xin spoke softly once again. Counselor Wang, according to the surveillance video provided by the property. In the 3 days before and after the murder, no one had been near that drain, let alone repairing or cleaning it. He said, handing a copy of the flash drive to the bailiff beside him. Hello, please insert this USB flash drive into the host computer. I have something else in it. Waiting for the bailiff to link the flash drive, Chang Xin tapped on the tablet and pulled up a file once again. This is the weather data I pulled from the Weather Bureau for the 7 days of the murder. There was very little wind for 7 days, and there's no way it could have caused such visible scratches. And, according to the analysis of the traceology, the scratches were made by a person between 163 and 167 centimeters tall and weighing between 50 and 60 kilograms, climbing from the bottom up. He paused and swept his gaze sharply over Li Wei. Mr. Li, Mr. Zhang Chang's wife happens to be this data, now do you have anything else to say? By the time Chang Xian's words completely fell, Li Wei's face could no longer be described as difficult. He opened his mouth, but nothing came out. The gallery couldn't help but let out a little chuckle on. The pop-ups in the webcast room were even more frantic, with all sorts of mockery and abuse coming from all over the place. This kid is finished. With all the evidence, let's see what he has to say. Lawyer Chang is awesome. This wave of operation is simply 666. Sit back and wait for the Li family father and son to be brought to justice. Server Cohen, you must hold on. As the words fell, Wang Li immediately felt that his back had been drenched in cold sweat. He did not expect that Chang Xian a lawyer. It's amazing how much evidence can be found after such a long time apart. It's not something that is extremely critical to get a direct conviction though. But if it's not handled well, it can be a really big problem. On the side, Li Quan also glared fiercely at Li Wei and lowered his voice to curse. You accomplished thing. Sooner or later, I'm going to be killed by you. Li Wei also panicked at this time, no longer able to maintain his previous arrogance. Obviously he didn't feel the slightest bit wrong when he did it before. How come it's now evidence that can be used in court? He fiercely grabbed Wang Li's arm as if he had grabbed a life-saving straw. Lawyer Wang, you must save me. My dad has money, any amount will do. Upon hearing this, the expression on Wang Li's face became even more ugly. This young master is really stupid, isn't he? Saying this in front of so many people? Isn't that an admission that he really did those scratches? Now that the evidence is overwhelming, even the gods can't save us. Exhaling deeply, he tried to stabilize himself and looked up to Elder He. Your Honor, I request a 10-minute recess, we need to talk to our client. His eyes narrowed slightly, but Elder He didn't say much. Just a slight nod and a 10-minute recess. After all, it's the other side's legal rights. Now that the evidence was not yet conclusive, he naturally would not try to stop it. The atmosphere in the room at the backside of the courtroom was oppressive. Wang Li, who had just looked confident in the courtroom, undid his tie in annoyance. Tugging his shirt collar loose, he could no longer resist pointing at Li Wei's nose and cursing angrily. Are you stupid? Saying that kind of in court, afraid people won't know you did it? Although as a professional lawyer, it is not possible for something to happen that abuses one's employer. But what the other guy just did was just plain idiotic. And now Li Wei was not as he was at the beginning. The several speeches Chang Shi had just made were considered to have completely frightened him. At that moment, he also scrunched his neck, his face filled with horror. Lawyer Wang, I was too nervous, I didn't mean to. Nervous? Nervous enough to throw your brains out? However, before he could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by Wang Li storming out. You sneak off to destroy evidence and think you don't know what's going on. If only it were only that. But what about the state you were in just now in the courtroom, a total silverless 300? How do you expect me to speak in my defense? Li Quan, who was on the side, had an iron face as he glared fiercely at Li Wei, gritting his teeth. You punk! Sooner or later, the family business that I worked so hard for will be lost to you. If it weren't for you, I'd be bribing that old thing? Now it's good enough to get yourself involved. Dad, I was wrong. Hearing his own father say this, the sobbing on Li Wei's face became even more obvious. By now he counted on knowing. He's really in big trouble this time. Wrong? You can solve the problem by saying you're wrong? If you don't get off the hook, I'll break off the father-son relationship with you. Chapter 29, Gagging? Li Quan roared angrily, his fingers trembling as he pointed at Li Wei. The father-son argument tightened the atmosphere in the room. Wang Li took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down. All right, all of you, stop it. He rubbed his brow and sat back in his chair wearily. What's the use of arguing now? Thinking about how to solve the problem is the key. He turned to Levi, easing his tone a bit. You tell me everything that happened, exactly as it happened. Don't withhold any more details. The way things are now, the slightest deviation could have fatal consequences. Upon hearing Wang Li's words, Li Wei, who had just had a timid face, suddenly had his eyes averted. It took half a day of stammering to squeeze out a few words. What I? Hurry up and say it. Time waits for no one. Tapping the table in annoyance, Wang Li was really a little confused about this young master. Doesn't shut up when he should, but now when he's actually told to talk, he doesn't. Seeing this, Li Quan, who was on the sidelines, also hurriedly followed along to help. Speak up, you kid. Don't dawdle. Now come clean and let Attorney Wang know what's going on. That will help you better understand. Under the two men's pincer attack, Li Wei finally couldn't collapse either. With a sobbing voice, he gave a broken account of what had happened. He was drunk that day and wandering around downtown. I happened to run into Zhang Chang's wife coming home alone. At that moment, there was an evil fire that instantly ran up Li Wei's brain. He pulled out his cell phone and called Zhang Chang's wife in his capacity as a director of the company. Said it was a temporary arrangement for her to go on a business trip on the top floor of that building. Zhang Chang's wife was a bit puzzled though. But once you hear about the travel grants and overtime pay, it's ridiculously generous. And without giving it much thought, he did so dutifully. Levi waited smugly on the roof of the building, fantasizing about the good things to come later. When Zhang Chang's wife arrived, he couldn't wait to pounce on her, but was pushed away by his opponent's efforts. Between pulls, Levi didn't stay on his feet. One stumbled and actually missed and pushed Zhang Chang's wife down the stairs. Watching his opponent scream and fall, Levi was scared out of his wits. By the time he reacted, the other man did have both hands powered up to hang on to that drain. He had wanted to reach out and save the day. After all, he had never wanted to kill anyone, he just wanted the late thrill of the. But before he could take a step, the other man disengaged and lost his grip and fell without a sound. Li Wei panicked. He knew he was in big trouble. It was late at night and he looked around. Once it was determined that there were no witnesses, the scene was cleared. Destroyed the tools of the trade and even bribed the building security to delete the surveillance video. He thought he had done a seamless job, but he didn't expect Chengxi to take the slightest trace from the drainpipe. Inferred all this stuff. After listening to Li Wei's confession, Wang Li did not say a word, just nodded gently. This thing, if it is, then there is actually a chance of a turnaround. Li Quan, on the other hand, was so angry that his face turned blue and he pointed at Li Wei's nose and cursed. You! Family so rich, want to play women what kind of cannot find? To have to do such a hurtful thing. Now it's good enough to get yourself involved. Wang Li, who had just had some thoughts, almost forgot the ideas that had just surfaced when Li Quan yelled at him. Rubbing his temples, he forced down the anger in his heart that had been provoked by the duo and asked again. Are you sure all traces have been cleaned up? And the surveillance did get deleted? I'm sure. It's all cleaned up. Li Wei, with a sobbing voice, spoke quickly, as if he was afraid that Wang Li wouldn't believe him. All those tools, I threw them in the rotten river west of the city. Sunk to the bottom. Never to be found. Wang Li breathed a long sigh of relief, like 1,000 pounds of weight had been lifted. Finally, I hear some good news. This loser is not stupid enough. If he really keeps that evidence, then the gods can't save him. Good. Very good. Wang Li's tense shoulders relaxed and his tone eased. Next, you don't have to do anything, just listen to my arrangements. He stared at Li Wei, his eyes sharp. There's only one thing to keep in mind for me. Deny it. No matter who asks, you'll deny it to death. Understand? Li Wei nodded his head like a chicken pecking rice. At this moment, how dare he say half a word? What Wang Li said is what? Seeing Li Wei's wimpy behavior, Li Quan, who was on the side, scolded with hatred. You punk! You just know how to cause trouble. I'm really unlucky to have a son like you. Wang Li rubbed his brow and waved his hand impatiently. All right, Mr. Li, scolding him now won't help. It's better to think about how to deal with the next situation. Li Quan sat disheveled in his chair, as if he had aged 10 years in an instant. He was well aware of the seriousness of this matter, and if he didn't handle it well, the Li family would be finished. If it's because of the bribe to get in, then so be it. If his own son goes back in. If it's still because of the murder charge, then the Li family will really have to break their back. Compared to Li Quan's disheveled state, Wang Li was still pondering over the current state of affairs, and after a few moments of contemplation, he opened his mouth once again. Mr. Li, I know you're in a bad mood right now. But the immediate priority is to control public opinion and not to let this matter continue to fester. I'll contact some of the media afterward and try to keep the negative press down. Also, now we need to find Cheng Xin and see if we can. Looking for Cheng Xin? Hearing these words, Li Quan raised his head violently, and ruthlessness flashed in his eyes. That asshole kid, spoiling my big event. If it wasn't for him, things wouldn't have gotten to this point. Seeing the other party's appearance, Wang Li sighed in his heart, worthy of being father and son, even their brain circuits were exactly the same. But the mouth continued to persuade. Mr. Li, calm down. This is not the time to get carried away. When I think of Cheng Xin's appearance just now, I think he must have some other evidence in his hands right now. We have to find a way to shut him up. It would be best if we could settle privately. Reconciliation? How? Without any change because of Wang Li's words, Li Quan was still gritting his teeth. What, I can still shut this kid up with money? This also depends on what he wants. Hearing this, Wang Li paused before continuing. However, Mr. Li, you must also be prepared. Let's not talk about whether the other party agrees or not, even if they do, I'm afraid the price this time is not small. Li Quan was silent, he knew that Wang Li was right. The way things are now, spending money is the best option. It was just that the thought of spending a large sum of money to fix this brat who had caused his Li family so much trouble made a pang of discomfort in his heart. Chapter 30 Bought and paid for. But soon Li Quan figured out, money, outside the body, spent can earn again. It's come to this, breaking the bank is the best policy. As for whether Cheng Xin would agree? Li Quan didn't even think about it. The previous failure to bribe Zhang Chang was because the kid was a rash. Plus it is true that it was his own son who killed his wife, so it's understandable that he wouldn't let go. But Cheng Xin is different. He's a lawyer who gets paid to do things. And there is no deep hatred with their Li family, the money was sent to him, why should he refuse? Thinking of this, Li Quan's heart immediately had a bottom, throwing the cigarette in his hand to the ground and stepping hard. Wang Li, go contact that kid and probe him. The price well. First open $500,000, see what his reaction. Receiving Li Quan's instructions, Wang Li was relieved. $500,000? To the Li family is just a drop in the bucket, as long as we can settle this matter, not to mention $500,000, $5 million is worth it. Now it's all about whether Li Quan wants to give it or not. He glanced at his watch, there were still 5 minutes left in the recess, he had to contact Cheng Xin as soon as possible. This is a lawsuit he doesn't want to fight for a moment. Cheng Xin is like a difficult ghost, always catching the Li family's loopholes. And the Li family, father and son, are stupid as pigs, especially Li Wei, who gives him trouble after trouble. He even began to wonder if Li Wei was doing it on purpose, deliberately trying to drive him crazy. Wang Li rubbed his temples and walked quickly towards Cheng Xin's restroom. Cheng Xin, this kid, looks young, but his mind is horribly deep. Just now in the courtroom, his chesty look clearly meant that he still had a backhand. Wang Li didn't dare to gamble, he couldn't afford it. In case Cheng Xin really has any solid evidence in his hands, then the Li family will be completely finished. Then his 100% win rate up to this point would be shattered outright. He walked to the lounge door, took a deep breath, and knocked gently. Knock knock. A knock sounded on the door, and Cheng Xin looked up from the pile of papers and rubbed his somewhat sore eyes. The case is now underway, every piece of evidence, every sentence he has repeatedly scrutinized, and strived to be watertight. With his eyes slightly narrowed, Cheng Xin looked straight into his opponent's eyes without moving the slightest bit. He had heard of this old fox. One of the very few lawyers in the A city with a 100% win rate. Such a character would inevitably not be apologizing for coming to him right at this point in time. Counselor Chang is indeed a refreshing person. Wang Li rubbed his hands together and glanced at his watch. It's almost the end of the recess, so I won't beat around the bush. Lawyer Chang, look at. He paused, watching Cheng Xin's expression. Can't we find a place to talk privately? Cheng Xin raised an eyebrow, this old man, finally showing his fox tail. If Lawyer Wang has something to say, he might as well say it. Wang Li laughed dryly twice, lowered his voice, and approached Cheng Xin. Counselor Chang, it's not in everyone's best interest for this case to get to this point. Do you think it's Possible to settle out of court? He held out 5 fingers and waved them in front of Chang Xin. What do you think? What about it? Chang Xin looked at Wan Li's 5 fingers that he stretched out and froze slightly, then let out a cold laugh. 50,000? $500,000? 5 million? Oh, the Li family really looks up to him. At this point in time, you still want to use money to block his mouth? Really think he is an unseen rash? Lawyer Wang, are you insulting me or the law? With this in mind, Chang Xin didn't bother to give the other party a good look anymore. The tone of his voice was icy cold as he spoke again, his eyes were like knives, stabbing straight at Wang Li. As these words fell, the smile on Wang Li's face froze. He was not expecting Chang Xin to react this way. His impression was that most of the young lawyers were in a hurry. With only money and fame in their eyes, $500,000 is no small amount, enough to make a lot of people desperate. Lawyer Chang, you've misunderstood. However, remembering his mission, Wang Li returned to his senses and hurriedly explained. I'm trying to say that if we settle out of court, we can. It's not necessary. But before he could finish his words, Chang Xin interrupted him without hesitation. I'm not much of a good person, I'm just a one-track mind, and when I recognize something, I can't get it back with 9 oxen. The Li family must pay for the mistakes they made. Chang Xin waved his hand and made a gesture to close the door. Seeing this, Wang Li immediately became a bit anxious and quickly reached out to block it, continuing to accompany the smiling face and said, Lawyer Chang, young man, don't be so angry. This stuff is just the beginning, we can talk more, on whatever terms you want. Only his words didn't do much good. Chang Xin just looked at him with a smirk, his eyes filled with contempt. Lawyer Wang, are you teaching me to commit a crime? You're also an old-timer in the legal profession, how can you not even have that kind of professional conduct? Such nonchalant words caused Wang Li's old face to blush, and his tone became stilted. Lawyer Chang, you are not giving me face. Face is earned, not given. Too lazy to say anything more to the other party, Chang Xin snorted coldly. If you really want to save face, advise your client to confess to the crime and stop playing these crooked tricks. This time, for the sake of you being a senior, I won't record it. But if there's a next time, then the entire legal community of a city will know what you've done. After saying that, Chang Xin no longer paid any attention to Wang Li, and with the force of his arm, he directly closed the door. Looking at the door to the room that slammed into his face. Wang Li stood outside the door, the smile on his face disappeared and was replaced by an undisguised gloom. He didn't expect that he would be defeated in front of a brat. Does this Chang Xin really think he's going to win? Chapter 31 Realistic 3D Animation. This Chang Xin, so young, but so greasy. Just happened to win once and found some more inexplicable evidence. How dare you treat me like this? Today I will tell you to behave properly. Wang Li returned to the restroom with an iron face after being defeated. Li Quan's father and son were sitting upright, and when they saw him come in, Li Wei immediately greeted him and asked eagerly. How's it going, Counselor Wang? Did the kid say yes? Wang Li shook his head grimly, rejecting Chang Xin for reconciliation. There was even an added recapitulation of the threats that were made against him in turn. What? This kid's a toast. As soon as Li heard this, he, who was already losing his mind, was. When the court is in session, you don't say anything and leave everything to me. As for Mr. Li. Speaking here, he once again gave Li Wei a meaningful look. Young people are bloodthirsty and inevitably impulsive, but you must remember the previous explanation. Keep your mouth shut and don't fall for the other side's trap. When Li Wei, who was already in a bad mood, heard this, he waved his hand somewhat impatiently. I know, what a nag. What else can I say? Is it hard for me to admit in court that I pushed the man down? The corners of his mouth couldn't help but twitch. Looking at the other party, Wang Li was really feeling tired. He really wanted to pull the other man by the collar and ask after him. Wasn't he the one who just came close to admitting it straight down in court? However, when he thought of the other party as his employer, he finally resisted the idea. At the end of the short recess, the courtroom was once again crowded inside and outside. The number of viewers of the webcast also spiked again. Clearly everyone is excited about what's coming next. And with a confident smile still on his lips, Chang Xin returned to the courtroom once again. This time, instead of rushing to speak, he calmly presented a new piece of evidence. Your Honor, jurors. Given that the evidence is currently insufficient to form a complete chain of evidence, We have created a special animated presentation that we hope will provide the court with more information. As his words fell, a realistic 3D animation began to play on the courtroom's big screen. At the beginning of the animation, it is clearly the image of Li Wei arguing with Zhang Cheng's wife on the rooftop on the day of the crime. The characters' movements, mannerisms, and even the details of their surroundings are vividly portrayed. Immediately after that, the scene shifted to simulate the whole process of how Li Wei destroyed the scene after Zhang Cheng's wife accidentally fell from the building. From Li Wei's panicked look around, to his careful wiping of fingerprints on the railings, to his deliberate removal of the scratches left by Zhang Cheng's wife. Every single detail is slimly visible, as if you've seen it with your own eyes. There was a gasp from the gallery, and the webcast exploded. Which modeling guru did this? It's too realistic. Lawyer Chang is awesome. It's amazing that he can restore things to such a degree. If this is true, then this kid Li Wei is dead. And Li Wei, who had been forcing himself to be calm, completely panicked the moment he saw the animation. His face was pale and trembling, and his eyes were filled with shock. Because the anime deduction of this segment does resemble what he did that day by 7 or 8 degrees. How could he not have expected that Cheng Xin would be able to restore things so clearly? No. That's not true. It's all fake. He panicked and tried to defend himself, but he was pulled back by Wang Li, who was at the side. Young Li, remember my words? Be sure to calm down. This is not the time to talk. Wang Li took a deep breath and tried to keep himself calm. He knew that things were very bad for them now. The appearance of this animated demo undoubtedly pushed Li Wei into the abyss. He had to find a way to turn things around. Your Honor, this animated presentation is well produced though. But it is, after all, only a simulation and not direct evidence. Wang Li stood up and said righteously. Our view is that the animation is highly speculative. It is likely that the plaintiff's party intentionally produced it in order to lead to an audition. Its authenticity is yet to be proven and should not be used as a basis for judgment. Hearing Wang Li's words, the corners of Cheng Xin's mouth rose slightly, and the smile on his face became even more pronounced. Counselor Wang, you're right, the animation is indeed simulated. He said slowly. But it's every bit as detailed as it was made based on scene photos, trace analysis, and Li Wei's height and weight data. Moreover, we have hired professional experts for identification and technical analysis. Proof that every detail of the animation has a solid basis. Said Cheng Xin handed a thick stack of appraisal reports and technical analysis documents to the judge. Elder, he took the document and carefully flipped through it, his expression gradually becoming serious. Counselor Wang, do you have anything else to say? Hearing Elder He's tone, Wang Li's heart sank. He knew that things had come to a head. If he couldn't come up with stronger evidence, I'm afraid Li Wei would really be finished. Wang Li took a deep breath and tried to keep himself calm. Chapter 32 Direct Evidence. Your Honor, jurors, our side remains the same. This animated presentation is not direct evidence. His voice was slightly raspy, but his words were clear and echoed through the courtroom. He paused for a moment to give the jury some time to digest before continuing to speak. Our side does not deny that the animation restores some of the scene though. But it doesn't directly prove that Levi is the killer. Looking around, he gradually got better as he recounted his points down. Simply put, even if this demo was real. And what makes this murderer, who could be anyone, a flat-out murderer of my client? And after hearing the other party's point of view, Cheng Xin laughed, with an imperceptible mockery in his smile. Attorney Wang, are you questioning the ability of professionals or my professionalism? However, after gradually finding the feeling, Wang Li did not flinch. Lawyer Chang, I'm questioning the evidence, not the person. The existence of this animation only proves that such a possibility exists. But it doesn't prove that it's true. Possibilities? Raising an eyebrow, Cheng Xin looked at the other party with interest. And what is your so-called possibility, Counselor Wang, based on? With all this evidence to illustrate, you still think that the death of Zhang Cheng's wife, up to now, was just an accident? Accidental or man-made, there has to be hard evidence. Without following Cheng Xin's words, Wang Li didn't budge an inch. And this animation as evidence is clearly not enough. And what kind of evidence is considered conclusive, according to Counselor Wang? Some light flashed imperceptibly in his eyes, but Cheng Xin's face was slightly embarrassed. And naturally, this little detail did not escape Wang Li's eyes. Sure enough, there's nothing else in this kid's hand. The corners of his mouth rose slightly, and Wang Li knew that his chance had come. "Oh, Lawyer Chang, you're also one of the longer ones, why do you still need to ask me about this kind of stuff?" As soon as the words fell out of his mouth, he deliberately stretched his voice. "Murder weapon, fingerprints, eyewitnesses, or the killer's confession." Wang Li's words had just fallen, and in his heart, he was about to be complacent, but he saw that the difficult color on Chang Xian's face instantly disappeared. In its place was a confident smile. This sudden change caused Wang Li's heart to panic, and an ominous feeling of foreboding arose. This kid, clearly, has been pushed to the point where he needs to prove himself. Why are you still laughing? Could he have been waiting for this moment? This thought crossed Wang Li's mind like a bolt of lightning, causing him to instantly break out in a cold sweat. Before he could react, Chang Xian had already opened his mouth blandly. "Since Counselor Wang wants other evidence, I'll provide it to you." He turned his head to look at Elder He, his tone calm. "Your Honor, I ask that the witnesses be brought to the stand." Elder He nodded, and the small hammer in his hand came down dryly. "Granted." Witnesses? Wang Li and the Li family were instantly confused. Li Quan and Wang Li subconsciously looked at Li Wei with doubt in their eyes. This kid clearly said before that there were no traces left. Even the physical evidence has been disposed of, so where are the witnesses popping up now? Even Li Wei, the person in question, was at a loss. He desperately tried to remember everything that happened that night. "Make sure you don't have any witnesses to show up when you do this." The heavy doors of the courthouse slowly opened as the crowd watched. Two bailiffs led a thin young man out. His head was bowed, his hands restlessly clasped in front of him, and he looked around extremely timidly. A murmur went up in the gallery. People mingled and speculated about the young man's identity. Li Quan also couldn't help but poke his son beside him and lowered his voice to ask, "Who's this? Looks familiar." Li Wei originally watched idly. But after seeing the visitor, his face suddenly changed, as if he had seen a ghost, and he violently shrank backward. His eyes were filled with unbelievable horror, his lips trembled, and he was half speechless. "What's wrong? You recognize?" Li Quan sensed his son's difference and pursued the question suspiciously. Levi gulped, his voice so dry it sounded like sandpaper rubbing. He was the security guard on duty at the building that night. Security? Hearing these two gestures, Li Quan froze before speaking again. "What's with the security guards?" But before he could finish his words, he suddenly realized something. Snapping his head around to look at his son, anger in his eyes. "I thought you said it was all taken care of. What the hell can you do right, you piece of?" Li Wei also panicked as he desperately tried to recall all the details of that night. It was clearly confirmed that there were no witnesses. Even made a point of giving that security guard a hush money. But how did he end up here now? "I don't know. I obviously paid him." Their conversation was deliberately lowered though. But Wang Li, who was sitting next to him, still heard it clearly. His face also became unusually ugly, and an ominous feeling of foreboding surged to his heart. Thoughts running through his head, he asked in a low voice as if he had thought of something in a hurry. "When you paid him hush money in the first place, was it in cash or by transfer?" Hearing this question, Li Wei froze for a moment before he said with some uncertainty. "Transferring money, of course. Who goes out with that much cash these days?" Hearing this reply, Wang Li only felt his eyes go black and almost didn't pass out on the spot. What a piggy bank! In a court of law, there is a world of difference between the validity of a cash transaction and a transfer record. How stupid does this kid have to be before he stops? With the transfer records, this hush money becomes hard evidence of bribery. Two bailiffs took the security guard to the witness stand. The thin frame was almost completely submerged by the wide chair. His hands were even clutching the corners of his coat, his eyes fluttering, not daring to look directly at anyone. However, Elder He didn't care about his opponent's state at all. Just holding up his glasses, his tone was serious. "Wouldn't that be jail time too?" The guard's face instantly turned white, and beads of sweat rolled down from his forehead. He was already a coward. Being intimidated by Chang Xian and then agreeing to testify in court already made his heart tremble. Now that Elder He had brought out the weapons of the law, how could he still dare to be tough? I say everything." The security guard spoke quickly as if he had grabbed a life preserver. "I did see it on surveillance that night. Saw Li Wei and Zhang Chang's wife arguing on the rooftop, then. He took a deep breath, as if gathering courage, and closed his eyes to finish in one breath. Then I saw Li Wei grabbing the other man's hand and flinging it as hard as he could. Zhang Chang's wife didn't stand still before. She fell. After that, Li Wei gave me a sum of money and let me delete the surveillance. After the security guard shivered and said these words, the gallery exploded. Holy! This is too vicious. Killing people to silence them. What a human face. I thought he looked human before. This kind of scum deserves the death penalty. Various curses rose and fell, like waves after waves. The webcast was even more completely abuzz. 666. The reversal came so fast like a tornado. I told you. This kid doesn't look like a good thing at first glance. Lawyer Chang is awesome. This witness can even dig it out. Dense pop-ups covered almost the entire screen, and the server was overwhelmed and nearly collapsed. He pounded the gavel hard to maintain order in the courtroom, his thick voice overpowering the noisy crowd. Silence. Silence. Please remain silent. After the courtroom quieted down a bit, he looked at the security guard and asked in a serious tone. Witness, can the record of the transfer of funds that you have just mentioned be provided to the court as evidence? The security guard nodded his head in a hurry, trembling as he pulled his cell phone out of his pocket and handed it to the bailiff with both hands. The bailiff took the phone and with some skillful maneuvering, projected the transfer records onto a large screen. The transfer amount of $50,000 is clearly visible, as well as the account information of both parties to the transaction. Li Wei's face instantly turned pale, his lips trembling, trying to argue but unable to say a single word. He felt like his heart was being clutched tightly by a big invisible hand, almost suffocating. Wang Li's face was also unusually ugly. How could he not expect that Li Wei, his piggy teammate, would leave such an obvious handle? It's really hard to jump into the Yellow River now. But seeing that Li Wei had completely panicked, he forced himself to calm down. He knew that now was not the time to panic and had to find a way to remedy the situation as soon as possible. Wang Li took a deep breath, and without waiting for Elder He to continue asking, he stood up violently and said in a loud voice. Your Honor, I protest. His voice was loud and strong, instantly attracting everyone's attention. My client has explained to me before about this $50,000 transfer. On the night of the incident, my client was inconsolable when she saw this security gentleman, who was about her own age, staying up all night on duty. So, out of the goodness of his heart, he transferred $50,000 to the other man so that he could get some rest. Speaking here, Wang Li paused and gave Li Wei a look. Li Wei immediately understood and pointed at the security guard, hissing and yelling. You obviously accepted my kindness, why are you biting me back now? Did that guy Chang Xin give you more favors? How dare you not even have a conscience for money? The security guard was startled by Li Wei's sudden outburst, his body trembled violently and his face turned even paler. He opened his mouth to explain, but didn't know where to begin. People in the gallery also began to talk. This lawyer can really talk. $50,000 to someone you don't know at all to get a good night's rest? Hell no. It is. This is clearly an attempt to present the bribe as a goodwill grant. This Li Wei is also shameless enough. It's all at this time, and he's still hitting back. The pop-ups in the webcast room were even spewing out like a volcanic eruption. I've never seen such a brazen man. This lawyer's mouth, lying ghost. It's a shame that this acting skill doesn't go to the theater. Mr. Li's heart is so good, how come we don't see him on the top 10 people who moved the Dragon Kingdom? Ha, well said upstairs, I won't even look at the top 10 moving figures this year without Mr. Li. Chang Xin couldn't help but snicker as he listened to Wang Li's ridiculous defense and Li Wei's poor performance. He shook his head slightly, his eyes looking straight at Wang Li. Lawyer Wang, $50,000, flat out, to a stranger? May I ask what kind of normal behavior is this? That's too much of a childish excuse for you, isn't it? Really think everyone's a cutie? No? But after Chang Xion's words fell, instead of being the slightest bit flustered, Wang Li directly laughed out. Ha, Lawyer Chang, that's a funny thing for you to say. It was you who first made the empty claim that the $50,000 was a bribe. Before you ask me to prove it, is it possible to ask you to prove it first? Is it just a transfer record? But my client has explained that the money was gifted by him out of the goodness of his heart. How do you prove that the money was a bribe, now that each side is saying the same thing? Wang Li's words were like a thunderclap on the ground, instantly plunging the entire courtroom into silence. The people in the gallery looked at each other in disbelief, all shocked by Wang Li's tricky angle. At first glance, his words seemed to make no sense. But it accurately caught Chang Xian's loophole. Now it is true that there is no direct evidence that the transfer was a bribe to remove the surveillance video. Seeing this, Li Wei also immediately reacted and stood up condescendingly, pointing at Chang Xian and shouting, "What do you know, you poor bastard? It's only $50,000, I can't even pay more than that for a drink. I'll pay whoever I please, what's wrong with giving him some money when I feel sorry for him for staying up all night? What do you care? But it's a pitiful world for the penniless, 50,000 as a number." When he finished, he glared viciously at the pale little security guard sitting on the witness stand. "If I had known you were such a damn thing, I shouldn't have pitied you in the first place. It's a hell of a way to live with good intentions." Chapter 34 Hearth Hone. Chang Xian's face was calm, but a faint chill flashed in his eyes. Wang Li, this old fox, is really difficult to deal with. He let out a light laugh, his tone carrying a bit of mockery. "Counselor Wang is really good, this sophistry is really well honed. But do you really think you can turn black and white upside down and get away with it?" Pushing the golden glasses on the bridge of his nose, Wang Li, however, did not pick up Chang Xian's words. Still clinging to his theory. "Counselor Chang, I'm speaking on the matter. You're accusing my client of bribery, so you have to show proof, right? Empty promises don't stand up." While hearing Wang Li's rebuttal, Chang Xian once again let out a light laugh and responded to Wang Li with a confident jest. "Counselor Wang, do you think I would stand here with an empty mouth? Evidence, of course I have." He paused, his eyes swept across the opposite side of Li Wei and Wang Li, and the corners of his mouth curved up in a slightly playful arc. "I'm requesting access to all the surveillance footage of the entire building on the night of the incident. And request a technician to fix and analyze the surveillance footage." Wang Li pushed the gold-rimmed glasses on the bridge of his nose, and the lenses reflected a cold light. "Lawyer Chang, even if you've accessed all the surveillance footage, what does that tell you? According to what you just mentioned above, the security footage from that rooftop has been deleted. Can't you magically change it back? If that's the case, then I have to wonder if this surveillance is real. Or the authenticity of this security guard as a witness now." At the end of the sentence, Wang Li even looked at the security guard standing in the field with a meaningful glance, the meaning of which was extremely clear. He was not too harsh in that one sentence. It could be said that both of Chang Xian's paths were directly blocked. Either the evidence is false or the witnesses are false. The current Chang Xian couldn't even take out that video even if he did have it in his hands. This is a logical trap. And now Chang Xian as well as into the trap. Deleted? Counselor Wang, there is no such thing as deletion in this world in the true sense of the word. But to Wang Li's surprise, Chang Xian's tone remained bland. There was not the slightest hint of panic in it. Even if the surveillance on the rooftop was deleted, the other cameras in the building, they could always catch some trace of it, right? For example, the friendly meeting between Mr. Li and the security guard. When Li Wei, who was still arrogant, heard this, his face also changed abruptly once again, and he subconsciously looked at Wang Li. And Wang Li gave him a soothing look without moving. However, when twisting his head around, Wang Li couldn't help but be secretly shocked. He pushed up his gold-rimmed glasses, his eyes cloudy under the lenses. He quickly thought about a countermeasure, but realized that he was now in a dilemma as well. Preventing Chang Xian from submitting the surveillance video will only make him look weak-minded, but will instead deepen the judge's suspicion of Li Wei. But don't stop it, once the security footage is repaired and the duo is actually shown. That would be a real nail in the coffin for Li Wei's bribery conviction. Objection. After thinking for a while, Wang Li finally decided to let go. Your Honor, it is our opinion that accessing the entire building's security footage would be time-consuming, labor-intensive, and of little relevance to this case. We recommend that we focus on investigating key evidence to avoid wasting judicial resources. However, just as his words of opposition fell, Chang Xian smiled contemptuously. Lawyer Wang, are you starting to be in fear here? Fear of the truth coming out? You. Wang Li was so choked by Chang Xian's words that he couldn't speak. Watching what was going to be another argument, Elder He once again reached out and banged the gavel. Silence. Counselor Wang's application is denied. As long as evidence can be found, the FSD is naturally available. So the court grants Attorney Chang's motion. Technicians begin restoring the security footage immediately. And after these words of He Lao fell, a professional technician came to the courtroom. Technology is inherently advanced these days. The masters who can work for the crown are even far more skillful. The immediate operation flew by, taking just under 10 minutes. The restored surveillance video was then presented on the large screen in the center of the courtroom. At this moment, everyone's breathing slowed down, and the air in the courtroom seemed to freeze, so that a pin could be heard. The video began to play and the time shown on the screen was 11:18 p.m. Li Wei's figure appeared in the elevator. He was pale and wiped beads of sweat from his forehead from time to time. The fingers were also trembling, obviously in a great panic inside. As soon as the elevator doors opened, he rushed out like a lost dog. Straight to the security booth located in the corner of the building. Since there is no surveillance inside the security booth, so the people in the courtroom could only see Li Wei standing in front of the window of the security booth, talking to the security guard inside. His body language is very rich. At times he waved his arms, at times he bent his head, as if pleading for something. About 5 minutes later, Li Wei walked out of the security booth. He looked down at his cell phone, a look of relief on his face. He paused purposefully as he walked to the door of the security booth. Waving the screen of his cell phone at the security booth, he then left without looking back. Seeing this, Mr. He banged his gavel, breaking the suffocating silence in the courtroom. "What time is this video?" he asked. The assistant immediately stepped forward to check and replied. 11:24 p.m., Judge Ho. Elder He nodded and signaled his assistant to project the bank flow records provided by the little security guard onto the big screen as well. In the dense transaction records, a $50,000 entry record appeared at 11:24 p.m. It seems that things are clear. Elder He spoke in a calm tone, but with unprecedented majesty. "Mr. Levy, do you and your attorney have anything else to say at this time?" Li Wei's lips trembled like a dying fish, his mouth wide open but unable to make any sound. Sweat soaked his shirt, and his whole body looked as if it had been fished out of the water. His eyes were hollow, staring straight at the surveillance video and bank flow records displayed on the big screen. The face was frighteningly pale, as if he was going to faint in the next second. Wan Li watched from the sidelines and sighed deeply. He knew that it was all over. The evidence is overwhelming and no amount of sophistry will help. He walked over to Li Wei, tapped him on the shoulder, and spoke in a low voice. "Mr. Li, I've tried my best, plead guilty. Fight for leniency, and in that case, you should still get a few years off your sentence." Li Wei turned his head violently, his eyes filled with horror. He said with a trembling voice as he grabbed Wan Li's arm. "Lawyer Wang, I can't plead guilty. Once I plead guilty, my life will be over." Chapter 35. The evidence is overwhelming. Wang Li shook his head helplessly and pulled his arm out. "Young Master Li, it's normal that you haven't studied law. The evidence is so overwhelming now that it's useless for you to deny it. It's better to come clean than to be negative. Otherwise the end result will be more serious." And Elder He, who was the judge, didn't bother to say anything more as he looked at Li Wei, who was slumped in his chair. Now that the evidence is overwhelming, he's too old to bother talking to a murderer. "Mr. Levi, do you have anything else to say? Confess now and you can still fight for a lighter sentence." Hearing the other party's words, Li Wei slumped in his chair. Like a puppet with its spine taken out, its eyes were hollow and stared blankly ahead. Now his mind buzzed and went blank. The arrogance that had been clamoring earlier was gone, replaced by bone-chilling fear. He knew that it was all over. Wang Li once again walked up to him and patted his shoulder with a helpless tone. "Mr. Li, confess your sins. Fight for leniency and get a few years off your sentence." Li Wei, however, grabbed Wang Li's arm violently as if he had grabbed a life preserver, his eyes filled with despair. "Lawyer Wang, you must save me. I can't plead guilty. Once I confess, my life is over. I've got so much left to enjoy. Help me, my family has money, I can give you money if you can save me." His voice trembled, and there was even more hysterical sobbing in it. Wang Li helplessly broke free from Li Wei's grip and sighed. The evidence is overwhelming, there is little hope of a reversal, and no amount of defense on his part will help. He looked at Li Wei, his eyes filled with sympathy, but more than anything else, he was powerless. "Mr. Li, the way things are now, it's useless for you to deny it anymore. Confessing to leniency and resisting to severity, this is the unchanging truth." Elder He looked at Li Wei, who was sitting paralyzed in his chair, and asked again in a calm tone. "Mr. Levi, do you have anything else to say?" Confess now and you can still fight for a lighter sentence. Li Wei looked around in despair, the contemptuous glances cast from the gallery piercing his nerves like needles. He could no longer withstand the immense pressure and broke down and cried out, his mouth constantly more so. It wasn't me, I didn't kill anyone. It was his own foot that slipped and didn't stand still enough to fall. I didn't try to kill him. Li Quan watched his son's collapse with mixed feelings. He was now truly regretting the spoiling and indulgence that had led to his son's current situation. He walked over to Levi and whispered comfortingly. Wei, don't be afraid, Dad will find a way. Plead guilty now, get a good attitude and try to get out sooner. He had investigated before he came, and his own son's case was considered manslaughter, and if the circumstances were not egregious, he should be able to reduce his sentence appropriately. Li Wei, however, pushed Li Quan away, and the look on his face had even become hideous. You think of something, what do you think of? You're going in for bribing lawyers yourself. It's all you. It's all because. What are you holding back? Elder He's voice raised a few points, carrying an extremely obvious warning. The evidence is overwhelming. Confess now and you can still fight for a lighter sentence. If you continue to be obstinate, what awaits you will be the severe punishment of the law. Li Wei's face became paler as he understood what Elder He meant. If he refuses to plead guilty, once more new evidence points to him, it's completely certain. He will be facing a much harsher punishment and may not even have any chance to reduce his sentence. Thinking about this, Li Wei's inner defense completely collapsed. He slumped helplessly into his chair, tears of despair welling up again. I plead guilty. He choked out a sob, his voice so weak it was barely audible. Louder. Only just after his voice fell, Elder He's tone became violently high. I plead guilty. He visibly trembled at the sound of He Lao's voice. Li Wei almost subconsciously roared out. The voice was hoarse, with a desperate cry. And after his words fell, it was like an explosion in the gallery. Whispers and sighs mingled. Some people even stood up excitedly, pointing at Li Wei and cursing. In the webcast room, the pop-up screen is even more crazy. Serves you right. Finally admit it. Sentence them hard for doing so many bad things. Lawyer Chang is awesome. That's a real lawyer. Chang Xin stood at the side, his expression calm, the corners of his mouth slightly upturned. It was a battle he won. He twisted his head to look at Zhang Chang, who had long been sobbing uncontrollably, his body trembling, about to kneel down to him. But fortunately, Chang Xin was quick to hold him up. Zhang Chang, justice has been served, and your wife's spirit in heaven can rest in peace. Zhang Chang held Chang Xin's hand tightly, so excited that he was incoherent. Lawyer Chang, thank you. Thank you. You are truly a great benefactor to my whole family. I really don't know how to thank you. With it he choked up again, tears blurring his eyes. The current Zhang Chang was truly excited beyond words. It was thought to be a desperate case, even he was ready to sacrifice himself to avenge his wife's death by entering the case with his body. But it's amazing that it's actually resolved now. Chang Xin, on the other hand, smiled faintly and patted his shoulder. Zhang Chang, this is just my duty as a lawyer, you don't have to take it too much to heart. R.I.P., I hope you get out of the darkness and start a new life soon. Chapter 36 Sentencing. And this scene of Zhang Chang being grateful to Chang Xin was all seen in the eyes of Elder He, who was in the position of the main judge. Although he didn't say anything, an imperceptible appreciation flashed across his face. At one time, he had also followed the Su Tianhua sexual assault case. He was also surprised by Chang Xin's victory against Su Tianhua's gold medal lawyers at that time. However, word soon came out in that case that Chang Xin had bribed the judge. It also happened later that Chang Xin confronted Su Tianhua and others in court, and that by now the Supreme People's Court was characterizing that case. Looking at it today, Elder He sensed, based on Chang Xin's play, that he might indeed have been falsely accused before. The future generation is in danger. If that case had been vindicated, would a new star have risen in jurisprudence? After thinking for a few moments, Elder Chang's expression then once again resumed its lightness. He raised the palm of his hand and banged the gavel again, his solemn voice resounding through the courtroom. Silence. The sentence is now pronounced. The defendant, Li Wei, is guilty of manslaughter. According to Article 233 of the Criminal Law, a person who negligently causes the death of a person shall be sentenced to imprisonment for a term of not less than 3 years and not more than 7 years. In lesser circumstances, the penalty shall be imprisonment for a term not exceeding 3 years. But in this case. Speaking here, Elder He's words paused, and his gaze was even sharper as he swept over Li Wei's father and son. Defendant Levi not only failed to take active responsibility after the crime. Instead, he teamed up with his father, Li Quan, to bribe the relevant people in an attempt to cover up the truth. Interfering with the course of justice is a serious offense and should be punished severely. In addition, in view of the fact that the staff of the court of first instance accepted bribes, which led to the wrongful conviction of the case, the relevant persons will be dealt with in a separate case. Li Wei, guilty on all counts, sentenced to 10 years in prison. As soon as the words fell, 2 bailiffs stepped forward and dragged the limp Li Wei out. Li Wei, on the other hand, couldn't even resist anymore. The whole person was dragged like a dead dog, his eyes were empty, and he had long lost his old arrogance. Li Quan sat disheveled in his chair, his face ashen, as if he had aged 10 years in an instant. He watched as his son was taken away, his heart filled with remorse. I don't know if I regret that I was too indulgent with my son or that I was not strong enough to quell the matter for him. However, Li Quan couldn't help but sigh as well when he thought about where he would end up afterward. The business empire he has built is probably going to fall apart. And on the sidelines, Wang Li silently packed his briefcase, his face grimacing. The myth of the 100% win rate that he was so proud of was completely shattered today. And it's all thanks to Chang Xin. The lawyer across the street who used to have a 100% failure rate has performed another miracle. Thinking of this, he once again raised his head and looked deeply at Chang Xin, his eyes filled with complex emotions. There is resentment, and some admiration. Loosening the tie on his collar, Chang Xin slowly exhaled a cloudy breath. This case, finally, is over. He fulfilled his due diligence as an attorney. After resting for a few moments, Chang Xin led Wang Chang out of the court after doing his due diligence in the middle of the court. But just as he pushed open the door, the blinding flash nearly blinded him. A group of reporters swarmed like sharks that smelled blood, and the microphone disliked directly into his mouth. Lawyer Chang, may I ask how you were able to turn the situation around and win the case in such a short period of time? Lawyer Chang, what are your thoughts on Li Wei being sentenced to 10 years in prison? Lawyer Chang, what are your future career plans? Will you consider entering politics? Chang Xin was not surprised by this scene. The last time he was out of court, this group of reporters were in the same boat. That extremely perfect smile appeared on Chang Xin's face once again, and he raised his hand to signal everyone to be quiet. My fellow journalists, I am relieved that justice has been served. But as for the rest, no comment. Borrowing Zhang Chang's escort, Chang Xin hardily squeezed through the crowd and finally drilled into an extremely ordinary black sedan. The reporters all looked defeated as they watched the black sedan's distant exhaust. Again, just like last time, it slipped by Ching Xin. Coming to the car, Zhang Chang once again excitedly shook Chang Xin's hand. The bashfulness that he had originally braced himself for in front of the reporters could not be maintained, and his voice choked up again. He had a feeling of unreality about this victory even now. Lawyer Chang, a great favor. I don't know what I would have done if it weren't for you. I must thank you very much. Looking at the agitated Zhang Chang, Chang Xin did not withdraw his own palm either, but reached out his other fingered hand to gently pat the other party's shoulder. Mr. Zhang Chang, I said. At the point where you trust me enough to let me take over your case, that's my part. The fact that you trusted me enough not to do the impulsive things you did is a reward to me for being so great. So there's really no need for these special words of gratitude. I'm curious though, what are your plans for the future? Hearing this, Zhang Chang, who had just been incredibly excited, stiffened his face and silently sighed as well. Alas, Counselor Chang, truth be told, after my wife left, I was left alone to pull my daughter along. Now the lawsuit is won, but I have a future. He paused and rubbed his rough hands together. Lawyer Chang, you probably don't know how expensive it is to raise a child. Looking at Zhang Chang, Chang Xin also gently nodded his head in understanding. He was not a father, but he did understand. Trying to grow a child in this age of paying for knowledge. That's really kind of an astronomical amount for normal people. Just after saying all this, Zhang Chang suddenly seemed to realize something and connected. Lawyer Chung, you mustn't misunderstand. I'm not telling you this to need any help from you, I'm just whining. I'm content that you helped me win my case, I don't need any help from you in life. Ah, enough of that. It's been hard on you today, Lawyer Chang, and it just so happens that it's dinner time. Why don't we go get something to eat? After gathering his emotions, Zhang Chang then started the car with a strong smile. Chang Xin didn't refuse this, it just so happened that he was also really a bit hungry. The two found a small restaurant and ordered a few dishes and a couple beers. After 3 rounds of wine, Zhang Chang pulled out a bank card from his crumpled bag and carefully handed it to Chang Xin. Lawyer Chang, I know this amount is nothing. Forget what happened in the car in front of me, I have the hands and feet to make enough money to provide for my daughter. But this is a small token of my appreciation, so please do take it. If it weren't for you, my life would have been in jeopardy, and probably my daughter would have been orphaned. This is a little bit of money as a thank you for saving your life. This action caused Chang Xin, who had just raised his glass, to frown slightly, and he pushed the card back without even thinking about it. Zhang Chang, what do you mean by that? As I've said many times, I'm a lawyer. It's my job to defend the rights of my clients. How can I charge you for something that belongs to me when I've already charged you for it? And upon hearing Chang Xin's words, Zhang Chang's face reddened and his tone became somewhat agitated. Lawyer Chang, don't push your luck. I know you're a good person, but you have to live too. I can't let you work for nothing. If you don't want it anymore, I can't get it out of my mind. Chang Xin sighed and was about to open his mouth when Zhang Chang suddenly knelt on the ground and hugged Chang Xin's thighs, crying out. Lawyer Chang, just take it. Please. I can't let you work for nothing. If you don't want it, I'll go on my knees for a long time. Chang Xin froze, he did not expect Zhang Chang to be so excited. This sudden change so that the surrounding diners also of side-eye thought this side of what happened, pointing at them and talking about it. Hey, look at that guy, haven't you seen him on TV before? Seems to be a lawyer, quite famous. Who's that on his knees? Crying so hard. I don't know, I guess there's some kind of grievance. Lawyers these days, TSK. Is it true that lawyers won't work unless they're given an extra red packet? Hearing the whispers around him, Zhang Chang realized that his reckless actions had troubled Chang Xin. Chang Xin had just helped Zhang Chang up when Zhang Chang turned red and started explaining to the surrounding diners. Guys, misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. Mr. Chang is a rare and good lawyer. He helped me win my case and is a good and dedicated lawyer. Chapter 37, can't be boyfriend and girlfriend, right? I gave money to Mr. Chang Xin simply because he has been so kind to me that ordinary attorney's fees are not enough to express my gratitude. Absolutely not, it's not what you think, he's collecting red envelopes or anything. Everything was of my own free will, and he had nothing to do with it. Zhang Chang explained incoherently, beads of sweat seeping from his forehead in his haste. And with his words, the gazes of the surrounding diners, which were originally with scrutiny, gradually eased at the moment. Why are you so excited? And it seemed that they had heard of lawyer Chang Xin's name somewhere. Combined with that face, it couldn't be the lawyer named Chang Xin from the courtroom broadcast on the cell phone just now, could it? Chang Xin, lawyer Chang. Seems a bit familiar. A middle-aged man wearing glasses and a suit rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Yeah, I feel like I've heard that somewhere too, I think I've seen that face somewhere before. Another young man in a flowered shirt chimed in. At that moment, a man with a stout figure and a gold chain around his neck rushed out from a nearby booth. Chang Xin? Lawyer Chang? Which one is Lawyer Chang? The crowd was startled by the sudden roar, and the sound of chopsticks falling on the table was heard. Chang Xin also froze for a moment, and after looking around to make sure that the other parties seemed to be looking for him, he slowly raised his hand. Hello, I'm Chang Xin, what can I do for you? The lanky man's eyes lit up and he rushed over in his stride. As soon as he shook Chang Xin's hand, he was as enthusiastic as if he had met a long-lost brother. Chang Xin had also never seen this scene before and was taken aback by his sudden enthusiasm. Out of instinct, he subconsciously wanted to draw back his hand, but the other party's palm was quite strong, and he tried several times without being able to draw his hand back. Before Chang Xin asked what was going on, the burly man yelled excitedly, and a mouthful of standard Mandarin instantly switched to a strong northeastern flavor. Lawyer Chang. Oh my god, I've finally met a real person. As a law student, you're my idol. That case was fought today, and it was a beautiful one. I watched it live on the internet and it was a blast, it was awesome. As he spoke, he shook Chang Xin's hand vigorously, as if he was holding some rare treasure. Chang Xin was a little dizzy from his shaking, and his heart was a little weird. Combined with his previous 100% losing record, How did he even get a fan base? And this dude. Is this body type a law student? Really? The lanky man's voice attracted the attention of the surrounding diners, who put down their chopsticks and looked over curiously. At that moment, a young man next to him suddenly exclaimed. It's really Lawyer Chang Xin. He's the one who fought that case of the Lee family that was broadcast live this afternoon. I'm a big fan of his, and I often watch him live on his short video platform. He excitedly raised his cell phone, and on the screen was a picture of Chang Xin's impassioned speech in court. Chang Xin in the photo, eyes like a torch and imposing, and in front of this slightly helpless Chang Xin is a different person. But well, the looks are relative, it's really the same person. It's really him. I thought it looked familiar just now. Awesome. This is the hottest case in recent memory. The surrounding chatter grew louder and louder, and the diners who had originally been pointing their fingers at Chang Xin had now changed their expressions to one of adoration. They pulled out their cell phones and snapped pictures at Chang Xin. Something else to post in the circle of friends today. Lawyer Chang, can we take a picture? Lawyer Chang, give me your autograph. Lawyer Chang, add a WeChat. The crowd instantly boiled over and surrounded Chang Xin and Zhang Chang. And Zhang Chang was currently dumbfounded as he watched the scene in front of him. How could he not have expected that Chang Xin, who had been pointed out just a moment ago, had become the object of admiration in the blink of an eye? Then what the hell did he just explain? If I had known Chang Xin had so many fans, I wouldn't have lost that face just now. Chang Xin was a bit overwhelmed by this sudden enthusiasm, and he barely managed to squeeze out a smile. Guys, please calm down. However, his voice was drowned out in the clamor of the crowd and no one could hear him at all. A young woman in a revealing dress squeezed in front of Chang Xin and said in a whiny voice. Lawyer Chang, people are your fans. Can I take a picture with you alone? Saying that, she didn't care if Chang Xin agreed or not, so she reached out and wrapped her arms around Chang Xin's arm, pressing her plump breasts tightly against his body. Chang Xin instantly felt stiff, and a strong perfume smell hit his nose, making him a little uncomfortable. If this scene was captured by a paparazzi reporter with ulterior motives, they might rumor that he had a girlfriend. He was about to open his mouth to refuse when he suddenly felt a pain in his waist, as if he had been pinched hard by something. The corner of his mouth couldn't help but twitch. Chang Xin was also a little angry inside. Originally being pestered by this inexplicable woman made him a bit unbearable. Now there are vicious personal attacks? He's going to take the other guy to court. As the thought fell, he turned his head to look, and some of his anger froze on his face. Only to see that Su Mu was standing behind him at some point, with a smirking expression on his face. Barrister Chang, the ravishing fortune is not easy to come by. Su Mu's appearance was like a breeze that blew away the dry heat around him. Chang Xin unconsciously breathed a sigh of relief, and the pain in his waist seemed to have eased considerably. Journalists do have journalists, but not paparazzi journalists. When the surrounding fans saw Su Mu, they first froze for a moment, then erupted into an even louder clamor. Su Mu! Big reporter Su Mu! Why is she here too? What's her relationship with Mr. Chang? It's not a boyfriend and girlfriend, is it? A man and a woman. It's possible, you heard what reporter Su just said. Hearing the more chaotic and outrageous words of the surrounding crowd, Chang Xin also reacted and hurriedly waved his hand to explain. Everyone, misunderstanding, Su Mu is just my schoolmate and a good friend. Su Mu, on the other hand, smiled without saying a word after chasing away the female fan who was plastered on Chang Xin. Her face was cloudy, as if she was quite dissatisfied with what Chang Xin had just said. And he also looked at Chang Xin meaningfully, with a hint of cunning in his eyes. But it was the gesture that favored it, which made the onlookers think even more, and the uproar became even louder. Schoolmates? A good friend? Liar. Lawyer Chang, reporter Su is looking at you with drawn eyes, and you're still saying you're a good friend? As my idol, Lawyer Chang can't be a scumbag. I see this relationship is definitely not ordinary. Between the uproar of the crowd, the northeastern man from the beginning and Zhang Chang also reacted and came forward to help. The northeastern man was tall and strong, like a small mountain in front of Chang Xin, and yelled at the crowd with a tiger's face. What are you doing? What are you doing? What are you doing here? Lawyer Chang still has to eat. They're all dispersed. Zhang Chang also opened his mouth helpfully from the side. That's right, it's not easy for Lawyer Chang to take a break, so don't bother him, all of you. With the help of a few people, Chang Xian finally got rid of the enthusiastic fans, and the four of them found a quiet corner to sit down. Chang Xian rubbed his waist that had been pinched to the point of raw pain and gave Sumu a somewhat odd look. And Sumu hugged his shoulders and looked at him with a smile, with a few hints of urgency in his eyes. "Barrister Chang, how do you feel now? It's nice to be surrounded by stars, isn't it?" Sumu's words clearly and secretly have other meanings, but the process of knew such a big straight man probably did not even figure out what the situation. Hearing this, Chang Xian helplessly rubbed his temples. "Sumu, please don't make fun of me, I really didn't expect this." This was not really a self-effacing remark, but a thought from the bottom of his heart. He just wants to be a quiet lawyer, he doesn't want to be in the public spotlight. While looking at Chang Xian's appearance, Sumu raised his willow eyebrows. "What's the rush to clear the air between the two of us?" Chapter 38 Really Finding Treasure. "It's hard for you to keep a low profile now, look at that, you're an internet lawyer, . After all, those little girls had stars in their eyes just now." After saying this inexplicably somewhat conspiratorial remark, she paused before speaking again. "Still, it's an opportunity. You can use your popularity to do something socially beneficial, like you did before with the live broadcasting of law enforcement." Chang Xian nodded, feeling that Sumu's words were not unreasonable. He's live-streamed law enforcement before and it's really helped a lot of people. Even Zhang Chang found himself in this way. Perhaps he could actually use his popularity for something more meaningful. Seeing Chang Xian nodding his head, not hearing the words in his own words, Sumu smiled and didn't say anything more. Dead straight. Sumu turned his gaze to the two people sitting across from him, and his eyes became strange. "Zhang Chang, it's understandable for you as the previous client to follow me here. But..." She looked over at the lanky northeastern man with an undisguised probing tone. "And what are you following me here for?" The burly northeastern man scratched his head and smiled nervously, revealing a mouthful of large white teeth. "Reporter Su, my name is Zhao Gang, I'm a law student, and Lawyer Chang is my idol." He spoke in a jar, perhaps because of his excitement, and he still had a strong hometown flavor in his voice now. "It's hard to see a live one today, so I have to look at it and learn a few more tricks." Sumu raised his eyebrows with some surprise. This big and thick man was actually a law student? She looked Zhao Gang up and down with a probing look in her eyes, as if assessing the compatibility between his sinewy body and the study of law. Chang Xian knew the identity of the other party just now though. Still, it felt a bit anticlimactic to look at him now at his size and emphasize again that he was a law student. However, the lawyer's profession is still based on verbal expression and specialized knowledge and memory, and you don't have to be white to do it. Chang Xian quickly reacted, and at that moment, he also coughed lightly and said extremely seriously, "Mr. Zhao Gang, right? It's an honor to be liked by you. However, as a law student, the most important thing right now is not stargazing. Instead, study hard and become a good lawmaker in the future." Upon hearing this, Zhao Gang immediately sat upright and nodded his head vigorously like an elementary school student listening to a teacher's lecture. "Don't worry, Counselor Chang, I'm a good student, top 10 in my grade." When these words came out, Chang Xian and Sumu both froze. Zhang Chang even sprayed a mouthful of tea directly, choking and coughing. Cough cough cough. Top 10? This student, I know people like to show themselves in front of their idols. But bragging is a bit much. Hearing Zhang Chang's words, Zhao Gang instantly reddened his face and somewhat aggressively defended himself. "I really didn't brag. If you don't believe me, ask my classmates, who in the entire academy doesn't know my great name, Zhao Gang." Sumu sized up Zhao Gang with interest. As a journalist, there is still a partial overlap between professional knowledge and law, so naturally I'm aware of how difficult it is to get to the top 10 in law. I can't speak for the top 10 in other majors, but the top 10 in law school, the gold in that is no joke. There are 100 or 80 books to memorize just for that pile of law school books. She had thought this guy was just a simple-minded fan, but she didn't realize he was a schoolteacher? Zhao Gang looked at the three people's surprised expressions and scratched his head in some embarrassment, once again letting out a silly laugh. "Haha, actually, there's one more thing I'd like to ask Lawyer Chang." He squirmed for a moment before swallowing. "That what? I'm graduating soon and I'm looking for a job now. I wonder if Mr. Chang's law firm is still hiring. If you want me, Counselor Chang, then I don't want a salary, I'll work as a volunteer." And Chang Xian couldn't help but be dumbfounded after hearing these grandiose words from Zhao Gang. It's really not simple to find a job in law school, and many of the less specialized ones even pay to hang on to the name of a law firm and pay to work. But top 10 in law school, and the school's guaranteed admission to law firms should be random, right? Don't want a paycheck, or even pay back money to volunteer? Is there such a thing these days? In his heart, he mused that this kid was either a rash or a deep talent. And judging from Zhao Gang's small eyes that were shining with excitement, Chang Xian preferred the latter. In fact, Zhao Gang's words reminded him. As his reputation grew, so did the number of cases he took afterward. Even with the system, he couldn't do every case himself. It's also really time to recruit and expand your team of lawyers. You can't be alone the whole time, can you? A moment when looking for cats and dogs cases have to personally deal with their own, the case a lot of up or a headache. Mr. Zhao Gang, I appreciate your enthusiasm. Chang Xian smiled and opened his mouth, a little flirtation in his tone. I do need to recruit new people for my law firm, and don't worry, it's definitely not the volunteer type either. He purposely paused and looked at Zhao Gang's tense expression before adding immediately after. Our law firm is a good law-abiding organization, child laborers, volunteers, whatever, we don't take any of it. Pay me what is due at market rate. Hearing Chang Xian say this, Zhao Gang's originally tense body gradually relaxed, and he smiled nervously, revealing a mouthful of large white teeth. Seeing that the atmosphere had eased, Chang Xian put away his joking tone and his face gradually became serious. So you can rest assured that the paycheck, I'm sure, will be in place. But I'm also very demanding. I don't need abusers on my team, you'll have to show your true colors. Just as Chang Xian's words fell, Zhao Gang took over and without the slightest bit of timid excitement patted his chest and said, Lawyer Chang, feel free to test me with your questions. I promise I won't let you down. The corner of Chang Xian's mouth rose slightly as he watched Zhao Gang leap into action. He decided to start with a simple case study to see how basic the kid was. Suppose you represent the attorney of a defendant in an intentional assault case. Sorting through the thoughts in his head, Chang Xian's speech slowed down, letting the other party hear his words as clearly as possible. The victim claimed that the defendant cut him with a knife, but the defendant insisted that he was only acting in self-defense. There's no surveillance footage from the scene and no other witnesses. How do you defend a defendant? Zhao Gang was then slightly stunned after hearing the title. He originally thought that Chang Xian's examination was a sample test of Torah memorization. It turned out to be a direct simulation of the case? But Zhao Gang didn't panic, and after freezing for a moment, he frowned and lowered his head in contemplation. He stood up unconsciously and paced back and forth, mouthing words as if simulating scenarios in his head. Sumu and Zhang Chang also looked at him with interest. They also wanted to see what this big, burly man was capable of. After a few minutes, Zhao Gang raised his head, his eyes shining with confidence. Lawyer Chang, I think we can start from the following aspects. He spoke eloquently about everything from the shape and location of the wound to the defendant's motivation for his behavior. Then to the possible third-party evidence, which he analyzed in detail. And the corresponding defense strategy is proposed. Chang Xian listened while nodding frequently. Although Zhao Gang's analysis was still a bit young, the logic was clear and thoughtful, and it was obvious that he had worked hard. It is especially rare that he starts with circumstantial evidence to find a breakthrough when he cites no direct evidence. It's like you've really found a treasure. Chapter 39 Wang Li calls. Not bad, clear thinking, logical, very promising. Chang Xian nodded his head in satisfaction. He didn't mince his words of praise, after all, good seedlings were rare. After a pause, Chang Xian threw out a new question. This time, it was no longer a case study, but a direct examination of Zhao Gang's legal knowledge base. Article 234 of the Penal Code, whoever intentionally inflicts bodily harm on another person shall be punished by. Chang Xian deliberately paused and threw the words directly at Zhao Gang. Zhao Gang, on the other hand, took a deep breath and immediately picked it up. Shall be punished by imprisonment of not more than 3 years, detention or control. Whoever commits the crime in the preceding paragraph and causes serious injury to a person shall be sentenced to imprisonment for a term of not less than 3 years and not more than 10 years. Anyone who causes death or seriously injures a person by particularly cruel means resulting in serious disability shall be sentenced to not less than 10 years imprisonment, life imprisonment, or the death penalty. Where this act provides otherwise, it shall do so in accordance with its provisions. He recited it fluently with barely a pause, spitting out the words with clarity and force. Chang Xian then examined several laws in succession. There's about intentional homicide, robbery, fraud, and so on. And Zhao just answered them all, never pausing for more than 3 seconds during the whole process. And not a word of it, not even a punctuation mark or a pause in tone. A hint of surprise flashed in Chang Xian's eyes. This kid's memory was simply perverted. That's not memorization, that's just photocopying. He secretly sighed in his heart, if this is placed in the ancient imperial examinations, the proper talent of the scholar. Good. Very good. Chang Xian did not hide his appreciation, this kind of talent he really liked. Mr. Zhao Gang, your basic skills are solid and your memory is superb, I appreciate it. Zhao Gang scratched his head and smiled nervously, revealing a mouthful of large white teeth. Hey, Lawyer Chang overpraised, I usually like to memorize legal texts and flip through them when I'm not doing anything. Play? Chang Xian raised an eyebrow, this kid was really a law obsessive. In this state, if you can stick to your heart afterward, you'll be a gold medal lawyer's seedling without any surprise. Okay, since you like playing with the law so much, why don't you come to my law firm and play a big game with me? When Zhao Gang heard this, his eyes lit up with excitement. Lawyer Chang, you mean? I mean, you're accepted. Smiling, Chang Xian directly stood up and extended his hand to Zhao Gang. Welcome to my team of lawyers. Zhao Gang was so excited that he almost jumped up. He gripped Chang Xian's hand hard and said excitedly. Thank you, Lawyer Chang. I will definitely not fail you. After drinking and eating, Zhang Chang enthusiastically offered to send Chang Xian home, but Chang Xian politely refused. It's rare to get it all out of the way, and I'd like to take a walk alone to digest it. Chang Xian patted his slightly bulging stomach and smiled. After the words fell, he turned his head to look at Zhao Gang again with a solemn tone. Zhao Gang, tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock, come by my law firm and we'll talk about contracts and salaries. Zhao Gang was flattered and nodded his head repeatedly, his large white teeth looking especially bright in the light. Witnessing the departure of the three, Chang Xian walked alone on the slightly cold street, the dim streetlight stretching his figure. The evening breeze brushed by, bringing a hint of the coolness of early fall and clearing Chang Xian's chaotic mind. Everything that happened today replayed in his mind like a movie clip. Courtroom verbal sparring, Zhao Gang's outstanding performance, Wang Li's iron face. He couldn't help but let out a light laugh, breaking Wang Li's 100% win rate. This feeling, it really wasn't bad. Suddenly, Chang Xian was keenly aware that someone seemed to be following behind him. Without moving, he quickened his pace and turned into a dimly lit alley. With the footsteps still following close behind, Chang Xian turned around violently, his eyes glaring at the visitor. Lawyer Wang? How come it's you? Seeing the appearance of the person behind him, Chang Xian was really a bit surprised. He had thought that it was Li Quan who was going to do something to himself out of spite in his heart. But it really wasn't expected to be the other side. Under the dim light, Wang Li's face looked a little gloomy. He didn't say a word, just staring at Chang Xian closely. It's so late, Lawyer Wang followed me, do you have any instructions? Seeing the other party's expression, Chang Xian's tone did not change though. But without moving his hand, he reached into his pocket and pressed the emergency dial button on his cell phone. But what was unexpected was Chang Xian. Wang Li's gloomy expression didn't last long before it froze and then turned into a helpless color. Lawyer Chang, you can hang up the alarm call. Wang Li sighed, an extremely obvious sense of exhaustion in his tone. I came here today just to talk to you. Without responding to the other party, Chang Xian didn't move to observe Wang Li's micro-expressions. The title of observer granted by the system allowed him to capture the subtle changes in the other party's emotions. He realized that what Wang Li said was indeed from the heart. Thus, Chang Xian silently hung up the phone, intending to see what drugs the other party was selling. Under the dim streetlight, Wang Li looked deeply at Chang Xian twice before opening his mouth to ask. Lawyer Chang, today the Li family father and son wanted to settle privately, why did you refuse? That's $500,000. Chang Xian raised his eyebrows and looked at Wang Li with a smile. Barrister Wang, are you fighting for the Li family father and son? Or are you just upset that your share of the commission flew? Upon hearing this, Wang Li's face stiffened once again, but he quickly regained his composure. Lawyer Chang is joking, I'm just a little curious. $500,000, that's a minimum of 3 years of income based on your normal income. Why do you refuse something that you can obviously have with a nod of your head? Hearing the other party's words, Chang Xian however couldn't help but let out a light laugh. The tone of his voice was even more undisguised with a bit of mockery. Counselor Wang, that's an interesting question you're asking. What do you think, I'm the kind of person who lacks money? Wang Li froze and carefully sized up Chang Xin. Indeed, Chang Xin was dressed in ordinary clothes though. But between his hands and feet he exuded a sense of self-confidence and calmness, not like a person who was worried about money. In all seriousness, you have the best temperament I've ever seen in a young man. But I think that you are short of this money. At the very least, you definitely don't have more than $100,000 on you right now. As soon as Wang Li's words fell, Chang Xin unexpectedly did not retort, but instead nodded seriously. You're right, Counselor Wang. I'm all over the place right now, not to mention $100,000. After I pay this month's rent and utilities, I guess I'll have $3,000 left to survive. Wang Li froze as he looked Chang Xin up and down, trying to see some clues from him. Chang Xin still had that cloudy look, as if there was no difference between $3,000 and $30 million to him. Chapter 40 Different Choices. This aroused Wang Li's curiosity even more, and he couldn't help but interrupt Chang Xin and ask a follow-up question again. If that's the case, why did you turn down my offer? With this $500,000, you can. It would do a lot, wouldn't it? Chang Xin took Wang Li's words and the corner of his mouth rose slightly. Buy a decent suit, get a better car, maybe even a down payment. Or take a step into the middle class and say goodbye to this cramped rented room and bubbly life? Wang Li did not speak. In his opinion, in Chang Xin's current state, $500,000 was undoubtedly a huge sum of money, enough to change the course of his life. Chang Xin, however, shook his head and reached out to point at his chest. Because, what's here, is more expensive. Wang Li was silent, and the dim light from the street lamp cast dappled shadows on his face, making him look even deeper. Cigarettes burned silently between his fingers in a haze of smoke. Looking at Chang Xin, Wang Li seemed to see his youthful self again from years ago. Ryoga took a deep drag on his cigarette and exhaled slowly. You're right, Lawyer Chang, $500,000 is really nothing to you. Wang Li's tone was low, as if he was talking to himself. But for many, this money is enough to change their destiny and even their principles. Chang Xin didn't answer, just quietly looked at Wang Li. He knew that the other party still had something to say in his heart. In all my years as a lawyer, I've seen too many people who give up their principles for money. Wang Li's voice carried undisguised exhaustion. Some of them help bad people get off for money against their conscience. Some sell out their friends and even family for money. He paused, and an extremely obvious pain flashed in his eyes. I was once like you, young and full of ideals. It feels like the law is sacred and justice is inviolable, but... Speaking of this, Wang Li looked like he had thought of something. The words suddenly stuttered, and a moment passed before he let out a bitter laugh. Instead, reality hit me over and over again, telling me that in this world, money is everything. Give up anything for money. Is that why you're curious as to why I refused? After his words fell, Chang Xin also finally opened his mouth to take over the other party's words, his tone calm. Without refuting Chang Xin, Wang Li gently nodded. You broke my 100% win rate, and to be honest, I was upset. But your actions, again, intrigue me and even honor me. In response to his words with obvious compliments, Chang Xin, however, smiled and did not respond. What is the more important thing in your heart? Wang Li finally asked the question he wanted to ask the most. Chang Xin didn't answer directly, but instead asked a rhetorical question. Lawyer Wang, why are you so obsessed with this issue? Wang Li was silent for a moment and looked at Chang Xin with complicated eyes. Maybe. It's because I also want to know if what I gave up in the first place was worth it or not. Looking at Wang Li's changing face, Chang Xin then slowly spoke. The dignity of the law, the value of justice. These are things that money can't measure. In fact, talking about it, I know you actually have an answer in mind. Staring into Wang Li's eyes, Chang Xin said word for word. Right now you're just running away. Wang Li jerked his head up and met Chang Xin's insightful eyes. The heart was like being hit by a boulder and could not be calmed for a long time. The issues he had been deliberately avoiding were revealed by Chang Xin without mercy. Chang Xin observed the subtle change of expression on Wang Li's face and his heart was clear. He was silent for a moment before he whispered a question. So, Lawyer Wang, what did you choose to do in the first place? And when Wang Li heard Chang Xin's words, his face couldn't control the sudden change. Obviously poked at the deepest scars of his heart. A moment later, he smiled bitterly and exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. The cigarette in his mouth was brightly lit in the darkness, like his wavering state of mind at the moment. You're right, I do keep running away. Smiling to himself, Wang Li's eyes drifted as he thought of his own youth. At that time, he was also like Cheng Xian, green, hot-blooded and full of justice. Firmly believe in the inviolability of the dignity of the law. I took on a case of a young man who was set up by a powerful rich kid. All the evidence points to him, but I know he's innocent. Because all that forged evidence was too obvious. Speaking here, Wang Li's tone couldn't help but bring on a little tremor. I was young and angry and vowed to get justice for him. I ran around, gathered evidence, and even found eyewitnesses. But just as the case was about to go to trial, I got a call. After a pause, Wang Li took a deep drag on his cigarette. They threatened me that my family would be in danger if I continued to defend that young man. I was not married, my sister was still in college, and my parents weren't in good health. $500,000, they offered me $500,000 to drop my defense. Speaking here, Wang Li's tone was filled with bitter regret. Like I said earlier, this amount is just a drop in the bucket for them. But for me, it was a huge amount of money, enough to protect my family. Wang Li's breathing became rapid as he covered his face in pain, his shoulders trembling slightly. I eventually compromised and I took the money and resigned as a defense attorney. Watching that young man get sentenced to prison and the look of despair in his eyes is something I still can't forget. Cheng Xian listened quietly without interrupting, knowing that Wang Li needed an outlet for catharsis. From that day on, I gave up on my ideals. I became a profit-oriented lawyer who would do anything for money. Putting down his hand, Wang Li's eyes were empty and his face was filled with self-deprecation. Ugh. Looking at the other party like this, Cheng Xian couldn't help but sigh and took 2 steps forward to pat Wang Li's shoulder. The past is the past. The important thing is that now you have a chance to choose again. Hearing Cheng Xian's words, Wang Li took a sharp drag on his cigarette. And with that move, he nodded heavily, as if he had finally made up his mind. Thank you, Counselor Chang. Exhaling the last mouthful of smoke, Wang Li's voice was a bit hoarse. Thank you for listening to my bull tonight. And thank you for waking me up. As soon as the words fell out of his mouth, he smiled to himself as well. It's so old to be talking about this. Chapter 41, Everyone Makes Mistakes. Without waiting for Wang Li to finish, Cheng Xian interrupted him with a wave of his hand. Lawyer Wang, you're overstating things. Everyone gets lost at times and it's important to be able to find your way again. But wrong is wrong, and the courage to recognize your mistakes is the first step to growth. After hearing Cheng Xian's words, Wang Li didn't say anything else, he just looked deeply at Cheng Xian once again, then directly turned around and walked out of the alley without looking back. Cheng Xian looked at Wang Li's back as he left, and his heart suddenly moved. A thought flashed through his mind, causing him to cry out almost subconsciously. Attorney Wang. Please wait. Wang Li, who was about to walk out of the alley, had a footstep and slowly turned around, looking at Cheng Xian suspiciously. He couldn't imagine what the man was up to. Cheng Xian took a deep breath and walked quickly to Wang Li. The eyes became a little hot from the blandness of a moment ago. Lawyer Wang, I wonder if you're interested in join my law firm? Hearing this extremely abrupt invitation, Wang Li directly froze in place. Even his expression, which had been somewhat sad a moment ago, became strange, and he didn't know how to respond for a moment. After all, this was a situation that he really didn't expect. Is it fun to invite an enemy to join? Looking at Wang Li's somewhat strange expression, Cheng Xian also reacted that his idea was indeed a bit sudden. At that moment, he coughed lightly and continued. I know this invitation is abrupt, but... After a pause, Cheng Xian once again organized his words before speaking. Lawyer Wang, there is no doubt about your ability, and I have great admiration for the ideals you once held. That's why I want to give you a chance. If you want to, you can definitely rediscover who you once were, and even do better. Wang Li froze for a full half a minute before finding his voice and dryly squeezing out a few words. Lawyer Chang, what did you say? Cheng Xian was not impatient with this, but only smiled faintly and repeated it once again. I say, Lawyer Wang, are you interested in joining my law firm? After a pause, he added again. I know it's sudden, but I'm serious. Looking at Cheng Xian's serious face, Wang Li's eyes also became complicated. Not daring to look the other man in the eye again, he lowered his eyes to hide the emotions that were churning inside him. Lawyer Chang, you're lifting me up too much. It was just that his words were directly interrupted by Chang Xian just as he reached the middle of his sentence. I now know what you've been through in the past. But that doesn't mean your future. I believe that you still have the potential to be a great lawyer. With a bitter smile, Wang Li did not follow Chang Xian's words, but shook his head. Lawyer Chang, you're young, you don't understand. What don't I know? Chang Xian stepped forward and stared at Wang Li with a burning gaze. Don't understand your inner torment? Don't understand your desire for ideals? Still don't understand your compromise with reality? With 3 consecutive questions, Wang Li was also shocked by Chang Xian's compelling aura. He subconsciously took a step back, deliberately avoiding Chang Xian's probing gaze, and murmured softly. I'm not the same person I was. And what kind of you are you now? Chang Xian seemed to have expected Wang Li to say this. So just as Wang Li's words fell, Chang Xian opened his mouth without the slightest pause. A walking corpse? A profit-oriented machine? Or a coward who despises even himself? Wang Li snapped his head up, anger flashing in his eyes. But it quickly dimmed again, and he slumped his shoulders in dismay, whispering a response. Yeah, you made a good point, Counselor Chang. Right now I'm a loser. Chang Xian didn't say anything else and just quietly looked at Wang Li. It was a long time before he sighed, his tone easing. Lawyer Wang, everyone makes mistakes. What matters is whether you are willing to give yourself a chance to change. These words, which were no longer so aggressive, instead silenced Wang Li. As the night wind blew by, Chang Xian was in no hurry, just quietly waiting for the other party to answer. Finally, after several minutes, Wang Li slowly raised his head. Instead of timidity, there was more clarity in his eyes at this moment. He looked at Chang Xian and bowed extremely formally before slowly speaking. Lawyer Chang, thank you for scolding the current me. Just when Chang Xian thought this was in the cards, but Wang Li had a turn of phrase. But I can't accept your invitation. Chang Xian froze, obviously not expecting Wang Li to refuse. Looking at Chang Xian's puzzled look, Wang Li didn't hold back and laughed outright. Ha, Lawyer Chang, we've known each other until now, and you're finally showing this expression. I thought you knew everything. But since Counselor Chang, you didn't get it, then I'll explain. First of all, I think you're mistaken. It's not that I don't see your firm. As a matter of fact, I appreciate your appreciation. It's just that. When he said this, the smile on Wang Li's face disappeared and his tone paused before he continued. I just need some time right now to get myself together. I'm going to go out for a walk and see the greatness of my country. Also go to help some people in need. Looking up into the night sky, Wang Li's entire body was obviously much more relaxed. I would like to take on pro bono cases and provide legal assistance to those who can't afford a lawyer. Think of it as atonement for what you once were. After quietly listening to Wang Li's words, Chang Xian was silent for a moment, then released a smile. I understand. Everyone has their own path to follow. Since you've made your choice, I respect your decision. But if you ever want to come back, then I'll always have a place for you here. Looking at Chang Xian, Wang Li also smiled, in which it was even more obvious that there was a color of gratitude. Thank you for your understanding, Counselor Chang. The two of them smiled at each other, and it was all in the air. Then, Precious. Chang Xian extended his hand. Precious. Wang Li held Chang Xian's hand tightly and shook it vigorously. After seeing Wang Li off, Chang Xian walked alone on the streets at night, the streetlight stretching his figure out. The evening breeze brushed by with a hint of early fall coolness, clearing his somewhat muddled mind. Back on the second floor of the law firm, he made himself a cup of strong tea out of habit. In the rising mist of tea, tonight's conversation with Wang Li kept replaying in his mind. Wang Li's decadence, Wang Li's struggles, and ultimately his choices are like a mirror. It mirrors Chang Xian's own confusion and uncertainty. It also simultaneously made him think again about what he had experienced in his last life. He realizes that the law is not just a cold text, but a touchstone of humanity. It can expose the ugliness of human nature and also awaken the conscience of human nature. The identity of the Netflix lawyer was initially for him just for the sake of system tasks, or survival, so to speak. Get him on his feet in this competitive industry. It's also a new dawn. Chapter 42. Developments ahead. Chang Xian also thought of what Sumu told him yesterday. In his current capacity, he does seem to have the ability to do a lot of things that regular people can't do. But just where to start? It's actually a problem. Early in the morning of the next day, when Chang Xian opened the door of the law firm on time, he was surprised to find that Sumu had already waited at the door. She was also carrying 2 cups of soy milk and a bag of buns in her small hands. "Yo, Barrister Chang, starting work so early?" Looking at Chang Xian, whose face was somewhat surprised, Sumu smiled and raised the breakfast in his hand. "I knew that, as is your custom, you must not have eaten breakfast, and brought it for you on purpose." After reacting, Chang Xian was not polite and directly took the breakfast, smiling and responding with a sentence. "What, so big reporter doesn't have to go after the news today?" However, just after his words fell, Sumu directly rolled his eyes. "This dog man," the girl volunteered to send breakfast and do not understand what it means. However, she didn't show it but picked up on process news words. "Don't mention it, the journalist business, it's getting harder and harder now. And after watching you in court yesterday, I've decided to go back to my old ways and hang out with you." Chang Xian, who had just put the bun in his mouth, froze straight away when he heard these words, and then reacted. "You mean you're joining my law firm? What, not welcome?" Looking at Chang Xian's reaction, Sumu raised his eyebrows, and his face became a bit unkind. "Back in the day, I was a big deal in law school. If I hadn't gone into journalism on a whim later. Welcome, of course." Looking at Sumu, who was obviously just about to start a long speech, Chang Xian hurriedly waved his hand to interrupt her spell casting. "With a law school senior like you on board, my law firm is like a tiger with wings. I'm still curious though, why did you suddenly change your mind? I remember when you were out of school, you made a bold statement that you would avenge all the evils of the world." Shrugging his shoulders, Sumu also directly reached out and took out a bun and put it in his mouth. "Senior Chang, you really don't understand my line of work. Look at all the stuff I've written, and by now I've offended a lot of people as a journalist. It's gotten to the point where you can't post something real even if you want to write something real. And with all that fake I don't want to write, I might as well just quit." Chang Xian smiled bitterly. This is really Sumu's style, straight to the point, never beat around the bush. However, he did need a capable assistant, and the addition of Sumu was undoubtedly a blessing in disguise for him. After all, this schoolmate of his own is also an extremely outstanding existence in the law profession now. If I hadn't run off and become a journalist on a whim back then, by now it might be a silver or even gold medal lawyer at some prestigious law firm. Alright, if big reporter Sue is willing to condescend to join my little temple, I'm naturally eager to do so. I just don't know, what position is Sue de reporter prepared to condescend to? Looking at this girl who had been extremely helpful to him in both lives, Chang Xian also made a rare snide remark. "Less poor." Putting down the soy milk, Sumu gave him an extremely cute blank look before opening her mouth to respond with a sentence. "How about it, partner? Qualified enough?" In a sense, she's also asking for a name. And hearing Sumu's words, Chang Xian was not surprised at all. After all, with his knowledge of Sumu, he'd only be a little surprised if the other man didn't say the location instead. But looking at the other's bulging, cute smiling face, he still deliberately made a surprised expression. "Yo, you got a big mouth, coming up as a partner? My temple is too small to accommodate a big Buddha like you. Come on you, still a big Buddha, have you ever seen any big Buddha running out the news every day?" Sumu nonchalantly disliked him back, grabbing another steamed dumpling in his hand, his cheeks bulging like a little squirrel. "Poverty again, believe it or not, I'll expose you to a big news story and make this little temple of yours directly collapse." These words made Chang Xian couldn't help but laugh, directly raising his hands in surrender. "Ha, auntie, I'm wrong, okay? Partner is partner, I'm afraid you'll think my temple is too small to stay here. Then we have to stay first." Seeing Chang Xian's promise, Sumu finally revealed a satisfied smile and drank the last mouthful of soy milk. "Say, Barrister Chang, what are the future development plans? You're not really planning to retire in this little temple, are you?" The two joked about it, but when it came to business, Sumu immediately changed to a serious expression. There was no trace of the dainty and naive look from a moment ago. "Well, that's something I considered on yesterday. First of all, I think that the visibility of our law firm is there, but..." Chang Xian also put away his joking mind, and discussed in detail with Sumu some of his previous ideas and the new ideas that had just sprouted this morning. And Sumu was no less than the man of the year at the law school. Coupled with years of experience as a journalist, his insight into the social scene and the human condition far exceeds that of Chang Xian. Many of the suggestions she made Chang Xian's eyes light up with a sense of clarity. The two men were discussing so passionately that before they knew it, the time had reached 10 o'clock. Knock knock. An abrupt knock on the door sounded, interrupting Chang Xian and Su Mu's heated discussion. Who would come at this hour? Chang Xian looked up, only to see Zhao Gang carrying 2 large bags of fruit, standing in the doorway. That naive face was also filled with smiles, as if he was going to visit a relative. Turns out it's a new employee. Chang Xian and Su Mu looked at each other and laughed, both finding the scene a bit comical. Zhao Gang, what are you doing? You're here to work, why are you acting like you're proposing marriage? Looking at this law genius whose appearance was extremely inconsistent with his heart, Chang Xian smiled and made a snide remark. Zhao Gang scratched his head and smiled nervously. It's not the first time I've officially come to work, so I have to show it. He said, placing the fruit on the table, 2 large bags full of apples, bananas, oranges, everything. Okay, know what you mean. Looking at the things on the table, Chang Xian shook his head helplessly. But we don't do gifts here, so give me the bill later and I'll reimburse you. After all, what kind of person comes to work on the first day and starts spending money before they've earned it? Have a seat, let's get down to business. Led by Chang Xian, Zhao Gang also sat on the sofa and straightened his back in a formal manner. Hands were even on his knees, like a schoolboy waiting for his teacher to lecture him. Seeing this, Chang Xian smiled and patted his shoulder. Relax, we don't have that many rules here. Today we want to get together and discuss the future direction of the law firm. And your contractual problems. Su Mu held his chin with one hand, his eyes darting around, sizing up Zhao Gang, the corner of his mouth hooked into a playful smile. Zhao Dazhou, how does it feel to be officially working for the first time? Ever been shocked by the splendor of our little temple? Zhao Gang was a little embarrassed by Su Mu's sudden flirtation, his cheeks slightly reddened as he stammered. And, no, Sister Su is joking. Chapter 43, What's wrong with you? Come on, don't tease him. Chang Xian interrupted Su Mu's flirtation with a smile. Zhao Gang, feel free to say what you have in mind, let's brainstorm. Zhao Gang took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down. This brother Chang, I just came over, I don't know where you and Sister Su talked about. But if I'm being asked what I think, then I think it's this. Although our law firm's popularity has gone up now, it mainly relies on your personal ability, Brother Chang. If you're looking at the long term, it's better to have a well-established brand image. And after hearing his words, Su Mu held his chin with interest. Yo, Zhao Dazhou, can't see it, you're quite thoughtful. Tell me, how does it build up? Zhao Gang's face turned even redder when he was teased by Su Mu like this, but he still summoned up the courage to continue. I think we can have a multi-pronged approach. First of all, open a self-media account like Public, Steady Tone, C-Site, and regularly post some legal literacy tidbits. Or cases that our law firm handles, of course, keeping the client's privacy in mind. This will popularize the law and promote our law firm at the same time. Secondly, we can actively participate in some social welfare activities. Like free legal counseling or something like that, to enhance our firm's social responsibility and project a positive image. Also, you can work with the local media to do some in-depth coverage. Promote our law firm's expertise and service philosophy. Zhao Gang said a lot in one breath, and it was obvious that he had thought about these things in advance. Instead, it was a temporary thought that came to mind when he heard Chang Xian's question. Chang Xian and Su Mu listened attentively, nodding in agreement from time to time. And after Zhao Gang's words stopped, Su Mu also appropriately added a sentence. I know quite a few media friends from my previous work as a journalist, so I can contact them to help publicize the story. Also, invite some prominent members of the legal community to be guests at our law firm. Give lectures or talks or whatever to enhance the professionalism and authority of our law firm. Sitting in the main seat, Chang Xian's eyes lit up and he clapped his hands. These are great ideas. Zhao Gang, your brain is really something, looks like I've picked up a treasure. Zhao Gang was a little embarrassed by Chang Xian's praise and smiled nervously. The three then began to discuss the specific implementation program, you a word and I a word, the atmosphere is warm. Chang Xian realized that although Zhao Gang had a naive appearance, however, it has a unique perspective on law firm development and branding. And when the heated discussion ended, Chang Xian pulled out a long-prepared cooperation agreement from the drawer and pushed it in front of Zhao Gang. Take a look and sign it if it's okay. We'll be brothers in the same boat from now on. Handing over the contract in his hand, Chang Xian smiled gently. Now he was more and more pleased with the rough-and-tumble college student. Receiving the agreement, Zhao Gang didn't just sign it without even looking at it just because he trusted it. As a lawyer, and in front of his idol, he definitely had to maintain his professionalism. So he read it carefully line by line, nodding now and then. And the more he looked, the more the excited gleam in his eyes became apparent. Because an agreement says it's a labor contract, but it's really more of a partnership-like thing. Zhao Gang was not a stupid person by nature, and naturally reacted at that moment. This is Chang Xian planning to train him ah. Brother Chang, Sister Su, thank you for trusting me. After reading the last line, Zhao Gang exhaled. First, he gave a solemn roar of thanks before signing his name. You're welcome, just do a good job from now on. Sumu smiled and winked, directly pulling out an apple and eating it. Sis will cover you from now on. The new team was formed and all three were of the nature to do what they said they would do. So there was no such thing as a break or a get-together to celebrate, it was straight into the thick of things. Zhao Gang is responsible for the firm's branding and day-to-day operations. He thunderously registered a series of self-media accounts such as Public, Steady Tone and so on. It has also begun planning a series of legal literacy campaigns. As a college student, he knows that in this age of information explosion, the fragrance of wine is also afraid of the deep alley. One has to be proactive to get more people to know about their law firm. And now with that case of the Li family's father and son, Chang Xian's name already carries its own traffic. Today is the perfect opportunity. On the other hand, Sumu utilized the human resources he had accumulated as a reporter before and contacted a number of media outlets for cooperation. It has also successfully invited several legal authorities to the firm for lectures and exchanges. Her previous career as a journalist had long honed her eight-sided nature. The duo teamed up and quickly opened up the firm's name recognition as well. And Chang Xian was not idle. He is completely focused on handling the firm's cases. It also actively participates in a number of public interest legal aid activities to enhance the firm's social image. In his 2 lives he knew one thing very well. Word of mouth is the lifeblood of a law firm, and only by truly solving problems for the people can we win their trust and respect. A week later in the evening, Chang Xian stretched and rubbed his somewhat sore shoulders. Just finished a divorce property dispute case, which was small. But both the plaintiff and the defendant are like mad dogs, catching whoever bites who, making him a little physically and mentally exhausted. Sure enough, since the ancient times, it's hard for the cleaners to solve the family affairs. It's better to let someone else practice on this kind of case afterward. After rubbing his eyes, Chang Xian then pushed open the door of the law firm. However, just after returning to the law firm, Zhao Gang immediately greeted him with an undisguised excitement on his face. A week's work had faded much of his original youthfulness. In its place is a maturity and stability. Combined with his burly frame, it really does give a sense of security that others can't match. Brother Chang, our steady voice fans have broken 100,000. Zhao Gang's tone carried a clear invitation for credit. As promised to the fans earlier, we'll have to live stream the poo tonight. It's just the right amount of heat right now to draw another wave of traffic. Chang Xian raised an eyebrow. He had given Zhao Gang full authority over the operation, naturally he had to respect his ideas. Fine, live on air. Just remembering all the strange and unbelievable questions asked by netizens during the last live broadcast. He still couldn't help but twitch at the corners of his mouth. It felt like more of a headache than dealing with a divorce case for 3 days and nights in a row. He was about to nod his head in agreement when Sumu's voice suddenly came from outside the office. You? How you came to ah? It was followed by a muffled thud, like something heavy had hit the ground. What's going on? Chang Xian and Zhao Gang looked at each other and hurriedly walked out of the office. Chang Xian and Zhao Gang rushed to the entrance of the law firm almost at the same time, both of them subconsciously clenching their fists, their faces obviously anxious. Chapter 44 Elder He's Invitation. After all, in their opinion, if there was a sudden sound of something heavy falling to the ground in the middle of the night, 9 times out of 10, it was someone who had come to cause trouble. Although coming to the door of a law firm and causing trouble sounds like a joke. But this is the norm for lawyers. There's always the odd person who loses a case and stubbornly believes that it's the lawyer's fault rather than their own rightfulness. What's more, Sumu is still a girl. If she really encounters a troublemaker, she will definitely be the one to suffer. However, both of them froze when they saw the old man at the door. It was none other than the living fossil of the legal profession, the common idol of contemporary law students. Ho Sr. Elder He's gaze did not fall on Chang Xian and Zhao Gang. With his hands behind his back, he quietly gazed at the signboard of Chang Xian law firm as if he were scrutinizing a work of art. Zhao Gang was the first to react, and he scrambled to pick up the papers scattered on the floor. These were the ones that Su Mu had dropped by mistake because he was too shocked. As a newcomer to the workplace, he knew that on such an occasion, it was extremely impolite for him to rashly go up and strike up a conversation with Elder He. Zhao Gang's movements woke up Su Mu and Chang Xian. Su Mu also hurriedly squatted down to help organize the documents, while Chang Xian quickly walked to Ilao's side and inquired in a respectful tone. Elder He, why are you free to come to my humble abode? Upon hearing Chang Xian's greeting, Elder He slowly lowered his head. The eyes, on the other hand, carried undisguised admiration. I've been in a city for a week, and I'm going back to Kyoto tomorrow. I've seen a lot of good young lawyers over the years. But you are undoubtedly the best of them. It's only natural to pay a visit before you leave. These words flattered Chang Xian. It's no exaggeration to say that you've been relived twice and have a system attached to it. There were already very few things that could make Chang Xian lose his temper like this. But for him to be able to receive this master's praise, it had a completely different meaning for him. At that moment, he also rushed to welcome He Lao into the law firm. Su Mu and Zhao Gang also packed up their documents and followed closely behind, preparing tea. Elder He, please take a seat. Chang Xian guided Elder He to the sofa and said with a slight apology. Our law firm is just starting out, so I hope you won't be offended by our humble conditions. In response, Elder He smiled brightly and waved his hand. A mountain is not as high as an immortal. This law firm may be small, but with you in it, its value can far exceed that of the so-called big law firms that are so vain. Chang Xian smiled modestly, but a warm current surged in his heart. Elder He's affirmation was a great encouragement to him. After exchanging pleasantries, He Lao took a sip of the tea brewed by Su Mu and slowly said the real purpose of this trip. Lawyer Chang, I haven't just been drinking tea and walking around for a week. Actually, I've been watching you too. I'm very impressed with your ability, your person. At this point in the conversation, Elder He's tone paused and his eyes brightened. I would like to invite you to join my law firm. Upon hearing this, Chang Xian directly froze. He Lao's law firm, that is the country's top law firm, is how many lawyers squeezed through the head want to enter the place. He didn't think that such an opportunity would fall into his lap. Elder He, Chang Xian was momentarily speechless. Even with his mindset, he didn't know what to say now. I know, it's sudden. Looking at Chang Xian, Elder He smiled and waved his hand. And you don't have to rush your reply, you can think about it. He picked up the teacup and gently blew on the floating tea leaves. Kyoto Law Firm can offer you a bigger platform, a wider world. Chang Xian took a deep breath. A bigger platform, a wider world, this was undoubtedly what he had dreamed of. However, when he thought of this small law firm that he had founded, and thought of Su Mu and Zhao Gang, he felt some reluctance in his heart. Elder He, you allow me to think about it, okay? Chang Xian looked towards Elder He, his tone more or less tinged with hesitation. Upon hearing this, Elder He didn't say anything but just laughed. Of course you can, young people, it's good to be cautious. He put down his teacup, his tone a little more serious. However, if you'd like to join, these people you have with you now can come along as well. Chang Xian froze again. He Lao's law firm, unusual lawyers want to get in, the minimum requirement is a gold medal lawyer. Now, to think that he could take Su Mu and Zhao Gang in with him just by nodding his head? He felt like he was dreaming. This happiness came a little too suddenly. He subconsciously looked at Su Mu and Zhao Gang, both of whom were also in shock and disbelief. Elder He, you're not kidding, right? Chang Xian asked with a bit of a stutter. Putting down the teacup in his hand, Elder He raised an eyebrow. Do I look like the kind of guy who jokes around? I believe in your vision, and the person you choose, naturally, won't be bad. Chang Xian had mixed feelings in his heart, and He Lao's trust in him made him both touched and grateful. Elder He, wait a moment, I want to discuss this with them. Chang Xian pointed at Su Mu and Zhao Gang before getting up and walking towards the office. Su Mu and Zhao Gang hurriedly followed, and once they entered the office, Su Mu couldn't help but exclaim. Chang Xian, this is too unbelievable. Elder He actually invited us to join his law firm. Zhao Gang was also flushed with excitement, and with his own somewhat darker complexion, it looked rather comical. Yes, this is an opportunity that many people have only dreamed of. Chang Xin looked at the excitement of the two, but his heart was unusually calm. Do you guys really want to go? Of course I want to go. Hearing this question, Sumu didn't hesitate to open his mouth to answer. Ho's law firm, that's the top firm in the country. Being able to go in and study would definitely be a huge boost for us. Zhao Gang, who was on the side, also nodded repeatedly. Yes, Brother Chang, we can't miss such a good opportunity. Chang Xin looked at the two of them and was silent for a moment, then slowly spoke. But what about our own law firm? When these words came out, both Sumu and Zhao Gang froze. Yeah, what about their own law firms? It's just getting started and you're about to give up? Silence also fell in the office, and the atmosphere became a little gloomy. Lighting a cigarette, Chang Xin took a deep breath and slowly exhaled the smoke ring, and the office was filled with the faint smell of tobacco. To be honest, Elder He's invitation is indeed very tempting. He paused, his gaze sweeping over Sumu and Zhao Gang's slightly anxious faces. Kyoto law firm, that's where many lawyers would like to get in. The resources, the platform, it's not comparable to our little temple. Sumu bit his lip, his eyes flashing with a complicated light. Zhao Gang, on the other hand, scratched his hair in annoyance, his already tan skin looking even darker at the moment. But Chapter 45 Elder He accompanies him live? Chang Xion's tone turned, and the look on his face was once again firm. Our own law firm is just getting off the ground, and I'm not happy to give it up. As soon as the words fell out of his mouth, he pressed his cigarette hard into the ashtray. Didn't we fight our asses off to get this far just to prove ourselves? Elder He's invitation is a recognition of our abilities. But that doesn't mean we have to give up on our dreams. He stood up and walked over to the window, looking down at the traffic-laden street below, and bravado rose in his tone. The three of us, who started with nothing and have come so far one step at a time, is that all the gumption we have? We can totally make our law firm bigger and stronger, no worse than Kyoto Law. Sumu and Zhao Gang fell silent. Chang Xion's words were like a heavy hammer that struck their hearts. Yeah, what was their dream before they joined Ching Sun Law Firm? Isn't it about creating a top law firm of your own? Sumu took a deep breath and his eyes gradually became firm. Chang Xian, you're right, we can't give up. With that, she clenched her fists as well. The Kyoto law firm is good, but it's someone else's platform. We need to have our own stage to show what we're made of. Zhao Gang also figured it out at this time and nodded heavily at that moment. Brother Chang, I'll listen to you. Let's do it together. Grinning, he revealed 2 rows of white teeth, his previous anxiety swept away. The three looked at each other and smiled as a seed was planted in their hearts, waiting to sprout. Having settled on the idea, they no longer had the slightest hesitation. When he walked out of the office, he went straight to Elder Ho. Elder He, we've discussed this. Chang Xian's tone was calm and firm. Thank you for the invitation, but we have decided that we will continue to run our own law firm. Elder He didn't show any surprise, but instead laughed out loud. Good. That's the kind of drive young people should have. Although he was rejected, he wasn't the least bit upset, but instead looked at Chang Xian appreciatively. I understand where you're coming from, and the doors of Kyoto Law Firm are always open for you. But I appreciate it even more when you choose to go your own way. He picked up his teacup and gestured towards the Chang Xian trio. Here's to you all in lieu of tea. I hope you will keep your hearts and grow your law firm. Seeing Elder He's action, the three of them also hurriedly raised their teacups and drank it all in one go. After doing this and chatting briefly for a while, Chang Xian planned to send Elder He away. After all, it wasn't a big deal for the other party, such a big curiosity, to be in his little temple all the time. However, Zhao Gang pulled him aside with a mysterious face and asked with a squeeze. Brother Chang, I just heard Elder He say that he will return to Kyoto tomorrow, right? Chang Xian nodded and looked at the other party with some uncertainty. Yeah, what's up? In his heart, he muttered, what's this kid up to? And after receiving an affirmative answer, Zhao Gang rubbed his hands together and hemmed and hawed. In that case, I see that old man he also quite likes you, Brother Chang. Why don't you try letting Elder He accompany you live today? Chang Xian froze, then stared at Zhao Gang incredulously. What did you just say? Live broadcast? Letting Elder He accompany him live? This kid was crazy, right? Zhao Gang didn't seem to see Chang Xian's eyes that were already on the verge of dulling, and continued to analyze with great interest. Think about it, Chang. Elder He is a titanic figure in the legal profession. If we can go live with him, then the popularity of our law firm will not go up by leaps and bounds. When the time comes, are you afraid of running out of cases? Returning to his senses, Chang Xin took a deep breath and tried to suppress the urge to kick the brat Zhao Gang out of the way as he patiently asked. What do you want me to do live with, ho? Straight to the start of the lesson, huh? Zhao Gang, on the other hand, was immediately anxious upon hearing this. Brother Chang, what are you talking about? We're lawyers, of course we have to broadcast law-related content live. For example, we can ask Elder He to talk about some classic cases. Or talk about interesting things in the legal world, and then answer some of the legal inquiries from the internet. Chang Xin listened to his eyebrows jumping. This kid, really take He Lao as a traffic code? Have you thought about whether or not He Lao would like it? He's a highly respected senior, do you think he'll be happy to accompany you here to fool around? Once again pressing down the thoughts of pressing this brat to the ground in his mind, Chang Xin asked back in a good-natured manner. However, after his words fell, Zhao Gang changed his playful demeanor and became serious like never before. Brother Chang, I know it's risky, and it might make Elder He's impression of us greatly diminished. But think about it, we've all turned down Elder Ho's invitation now, making it clear that we want to make our own sign. If we miss this opportunity, where will we find such a good publicity opportunity in the future? Zhao Gang's tone was still a bit urgent though. The meaning, however, was clearly well thought out. Traffic is king, Brother Chang. In this society nowadays, even fragrant wine is afraid of deep alleys. Elder He's in the legal profession, that's top stream. If we can catch this wave of traffic, our law firm will immediately become famous. The key thing is that everyone knows what kind of character Elder He is. It would mean so much more if he could appear with you. The more Zhao Gang spoke, the more excited he became, as if he had already seen a bright future. Chang Xin rubbed his temples as he admitted that Zhao Gang's words had some truth to them. They really need to raise the profile of the law firm quickly now. And working with He Lao on the air is certainly a great opportunity. But the crux of the matter is still the same. Will Mr. Ho agree? I understand everything you're saying. Suppressing the somewhat moving emotions, Chang Xin sighed. But the question is, what guarantee do you have that Elder Ho will say yes? If we can't reject the question, then it's a lie if we think about it anymore. However, after Chang Xin's words fell, Zhao Gang once again hemmed and hawed, revealing an expression of confidence. Brother Chang, don't worry about that. I've been thinking about saying that for a long time. Let's just say we want to ask He Lao to popularize the law for the general public and promote the spirit of the rule of law. Besides, live streaming is so hot right now, let He Lao also experience the fresh things of the new era. And plus the most important point, Elder He is very optimistic about you. On the off chance that his old man's love of talent goes through the roof, wouldn't that make it so? All right. After several passes in his head, Chang Xin finally compromised. Like you said, try it then. However, this matter must be for me to talk to Elder He, so you brats shouldn't follow and cause trouble. Chapter 46. Publicity Methods. Chang Xin walked up to Elder He and deliberated on the wording before speaking tentatively. Elder He, it's like this, our law firm has been trying out some new ways of publicizing recently. Trying to do some live streaming on a couple platforms. Give the general public a taste of the law and promote the spirit of the rule of law. I wanted to ask you if you have time today and if I could trouble you to come out with me for a shot or something. He secretly observed Elder He's reaction, his heart in a state of confusion, ready to be rejected at any time. After all, having a highly respected legal scholar interact with a group of netizens is a bit implausible by any stretch of the imagination. Live? Elder He pushed up his glasses, but his cloudy eyes shone with curiosity. I do know about this, I was told that young people like to play this nowadays, right? Isn't this a product of entertainment? And it can still be popularized? Chang Xin didn't expect that He Lao actually didn't directly reject it, but instead became interested in the live broadcast, and his heart suddenly ignited some hope. Yes, Elder He, live streaming is very hot now, and many people are learning knowledge and understanding current events through live streaming. So there's not just live entertainment as you know, but there's also like a science category like ours. Do you see a convenient time on your side? Exhaling deeply, Chang Xin once again gravitated towards what had just happened. He Lao's attitude, let him vaguely feel. This time it seems like it could actually work. Well, times are changing, and we old guys can't be left behind. Elder He stroked his chin and pondered for a moment. Legal literacy is good, and it's not a bad idea to do it in a way that young people like. Chang, you have a good idea, I support it. Chang Xin almost thought that he had heard wrongly, that Elder He had agreed? He was ecstatic and rushed to say. Thank you, Elder He. It's great that you're willing to participate. We will definitely prepare carefully so that more people can benefit. The assistant standing behind Elder He's face changed slightly, and was just about to open his mouth to dissuade him, but was stopped by a stern look from Elder He. Chang Xin didn't notice this dark little tidbit. He was full of planning for the live broadcast and couldn't wait to start acting immediately. Elder He, what do you think about going live at 6 in the evening? It won't take you too long. Chang Xin deliberately advanced the live broadcast time by 3 hours in consideration of He Lao's age. In response, Elder He nodded happily. Fine, 6 is 6, I'm not that particular. Getting the final confirmation from Elder He, Chang Xin immediately contacted Zhao Gang and asked him to hurry up and release the teaser on various platforms. Zhao Gang was so excited that he almost jumped up when he heard that He Lao had agreed, and without saying a word, he immediately began to operate. A few minutes later, the legal community on all the major platforms exploded. Elder He wants to broadcast live? Did I hear you right? Universal law? That's too grounded. 6 o'clock? Tonight? I'll have to set a reminder soon. Is this for real? Elder He has actually descended to the earth. Live with who? It's not some internet lawyer, is it? Upstairs, watch what you say. It's lawyer Chang Xin. Young and promising. Lawyer Chang? That name sounds a bit familiar to me. The news spread quickly like a virus, and netizens in the law circle ran to it their friends in fear of missing this rare live broadcast. Zhao Gang looked at the soaring data in the background and danced with excitement. Brother Chang, it's done. It's done. It's going to be a hit. Chang Xin could not hide his excitement either, but he knew deep down that this was only the beginning. It's the content of the live stream that's key. He had to make sure that the broadcast would actually serve the purpose of popularizing the law and not be a farce of claptrap. Otherwise, the fun would be really big. Just then, Chang Xion's cell phone rang, an unfamiliar number. Hello? Lawyer Chang, I'm a reporter from XXTV. We'd like to do an exclusive report on the live broadcast between you and Elder He. Is it convenient for you to be interviewed? Chang Xian froze for a moment, attracting media attention so quickly. It seemed that the impact of this live broadcast was greater than he had imagined. Before he could answer, the call was interrupted by another unfamiliar number. Lawyer Chang, hello, we are the person in charge of the XX live broadcast platform. We would like to invite you and Mr. Ho to join our platform and provide the best resources and promotion. Chang Xian hung up the phone, looked at the missed call alert that kept bouncing on his cell phone, and fell into deep thought. Is this sudden traffic and attention a good thing or a bad thing? He vaguely felt that things seemed to be moving in an uncontrollable direction. Chang Xian hung up the last call and rubbed his temples, feeling that things were getting a little out of hand. It was like a wild beast with a huge flow of traffic that was nothing like what he expected. The slightest miscalculation will backfire on itself. Taking a deep breath, Chang Xian admonished himself that he must calm down. Traffic is a double-edged sword. Unable to stop himself from muttering, Chang Xian subconsciously prepared to pull out a cigarette to calm himself down. At this time, Zhao Gang rushed in with an excited face, still holding a tablet computer in his hand, the screen displaying the background data of the live broadcast platform. Brother Chang. The number of reservations has exceeded 100,000. And it continues to grow. This wave is going to be really hot. Zhao Gang was so excited that his face turned red and he stuttered a little. Not wanting to blow Zhao Gang's mind, Chang Xian could only barely squeeze out a smile at that moment. It's good to have good numbers, but it's also important to ensure the quality of the broadcast. You go prepare the live equipment and make sure it's safe. Don't worry, Brother Chang. Everything is ready. With a pat on the back and a promise, Zhao Gang put away his tablet and prepared to run out with gusto. Chang Xian was also ready to get up and go find Elder He to communicate the content of the live broadcast. Instead, the office door was slammed right open. Sumu walked in aggressively, grabbing Chang Xian and Zhao Gang by the collar, his eyes filled with anger. Are you two crazy? Don't you guys have any idea what kind of curiosity Elder He is? Can you guys hold this level of traffic? One little hiccup and our law firm will be waiting to close. Zhao Gang was scared by Su Mu's roar and shrank his neck, not daring to speak. This was his idea after all. If we let this sister who even Qing is afraid of know. And looking at Zhao Gang, who had become a quail, Cheng Xian could only give a helpless bitter smile. Schoolgirl, calm down for a moment and let me explain. Explanation? What explanation are you going to give? Now the whole internet knows that you're going to live stream the popularization of the law with Elder He. If you mess up, where will you let Elder He's face go? Where does that leave our firm? The more he said, the angrier he got, and Sumu looked like he hated it. Chapter 47 Popularity Soars. As a journalist, she knows all too well the power of traffic. Cheng Xian knew that Sumu was doing it for his own good and could only patiently explain. I know things were a little sudden, and I didn't think it would get this much attention. But now the arrow is in the air. Instead of worrying about the consequences, think about how to get the broadcast right. Seeing that Cheng Xian's attitude was still serious, Sumu's anger calmed down a little. So what are you going to do? Is the live content ready? What if Elder He changes his mind temporarily? What if something happens during the broadcast? Hearing these questions, Cheng Xian also sighed once again. But the look was much more serious. I've considered all of these. I've communicated with Elder Ho before about the content of the live broadcast. It's based on classic case studies and interactive questions from netizens to avoid being too serious or entertaining. As for Elder Ho's side, I'll reconfirm his wishes and make sure he's not in any discomfort. During the live broadcast, I will do my best to control the pace and avoid surprises. Sumu was slightly relieved after hearing Cheng Xian's explanation, but he still couldn't help but remind. This live broadcast is very risky, you must be careful. And let's settle the score after we get off the air. After saying that, Sumu then also turned around and left the office in a huff. Looking at Sumu's departing back, Cheng Xian let out a bitter smile. He naturally knew what Sumu meant by settling accounts. For now, though, he had to take care of the live stream first. After sending Sumu away, Cheng Xian rubbed his brow and felt a headache. This girl's windy personality hadn't changed at all, but her reminder wasn't unreasonable. When the thought stopped, he picked up his cell phone again and dialed Elder He's number. He hadn't forgotten the inexplicable questions those viewers had asked the last time he was live. If it was just him it would be fine, but in front of He Lao. Try not to have one of those cases where an inflatable doll being used by a housemate would constitute rape. Elder He, when you watch the live broadcast, for the netizens' questions. Let's try to pick some of the more routine legal questions to answer. Some of the more sensitive topics, or obviously just odd questions, let's. After waiting for the call to be connected and after a few polite words, Cheng Xian opened his mouth and politely hinted. And hearing his words, Elder He smiled brightly on the other end of the phone. Xiao Chang'an, don't worry, although my old man is getting old, he still has this point of control. Besides, I want to take this opportunity to let more people understand the law and defend their rights. Hearing these words from Elder He, Cheng Xian's hanging heart was finally released. With these words from Elder, the broadcast is halfway there. On the other hand, Sumu was not idle. She contacted a few trusted media friends to spread the word about the live broadcast. And skillfully guided public opinion by focusing this live broadcast on legal awareness and downplaying the entertainment component. I have to say, Sumu deserves to be a gold medal reporter in just a few hours. Attention across the internet went from shocking. Famous law firms teamed up with retired bigwigs to broadcast live legal education, to a new way of popularizing law education. A new way to educate about the law. Live broadcasting the law, letting the law into thousands of households. Sumu looked at the online comments and nodded in satisfaction. It's a good wave of warm-ups that extends the reach and avoids the risks associated with over-entertainment. At 6 o'clock sharp, the live stream opened on time. In the picture, Cheng Xian, dressed in a straight suit, sits beside He Lao and gives a slightly stiff smile to the camera. And almost the instant the live stream was turned on, the number of people in the broadcast room surpassed 5 digits. The pop-ups were even pouring down like a waterfall, almost obscuring the entire screen. All sorts of odd IDs and greetings come and go. Anchor awesome. Hold YYDS. 666, front row selling peanuts and melons and small stools. Little brother Chung Lu is so handsome. I want to get married. Cheng Xian took a deep breath, tried to ignore the eye-popping pop-ups, and began the opening remarks he had prepared in advance. Good evening, everyone, and welcome to our live broadcast of the law. Today we are very honored to have the esteemed Mr. He invite this jurist to come and discuss some legal issues with you. But Chang Xian's slightly more official opening did not get the live broadcast into the expected rhythm. Instead, it provoked a wave of strange pop-ups. Hey! Why is Lawyer Chang so formal today? Wasn't he quite wavy during the last live broadcast? Yeah, and last time I answered a couple of heirs' questions and laughed my ass off. I know. It's the one about the inflatable doll being used by a housemate counting as rape, right? The truth is upstairs. Chang Xian couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth as he looked at the pop-ups. Are you kidding? Can you not be nervous? Sitting next to him is old man Ho. It's like a young singer just starting out standing in front of a national team like Mr. Tang and singing the other's hit song. It's good enough to be able to speak properly. Taking a deep breath, Chang Xian tried to ignore the flashing pop-ups and continued to speak. Ahem, the purpose of today's live broadcast is mainly for legal awareness. Let more people learn about the law and defend their rights. Once the words fell, Chang Xian turned his head and looked away, politely passing the words to Elder He. Elder He, look at. He Lao pushed the presbyopic glasses on the bridge of his nose, hale and hearty. There was not the slightest hint of the odd stance that some bigwigs have, but instead, he waved his hand at the camera with a smile on his face. Hello everyone, I'm He Jongmin, it's a pleasure to meet you all on the air. After the greeting, Elder He paused in his tone. His eyes swept over the fast-scrolling pop-ups, and surprisingly, he picked one to read out. Hold YYDS. What does that mean, Ching? Chang Xian almost choked on his own saliva as he tried to maintain the smile on his face and explained. It's a way for young people to express their admiration these days. It means, you are awesome. Oh, very impressive. After hearing the explanation, Elder He also laughed out loud, and his cheerful laughter infected everyone in the live broadcast room. That's all the more reason for me to behave myself, I can't let the youngsters down. The popularity of the live broadcast room instantly soared, and the pop-ups rolled even more frantically. Elder He is actually so down to earth. I thought why old man would be serious, but I didn't realize it was so cute. Elder He, my grandfather is also a fan of yours, he especially likes the general theory of civil law you wrote. Aha! He Lao is watching me. I'm on TV. Chang Xian was also secretly relieved. Originally, he was worried that He Lao would not be able to adapt to this form of live broadcasting. Chapter 48 An Unexpected Joy. After all, the old man is old and has been living in simplicity for a long time, and even more so, he spends the whole day with the seriousness of politics and law. Now it seems that his fears were completely unwarranted. Instead of being uncomfortable, He Lao was like a fish in water, quickly controlling the rhythm of the live broadcast. That's a real surprise. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Elder He got to the point. Instead of giving a long lecture on esoteric legal texts, he started with a few close-to-life cases. For example, property disputes, neighborhood conflicts, internet scams, and so on. These are problems that the people are prone to encounter in their daily lives, and they are also more likely to resonate with us. I saw a news story a while back. Said an elderly sister was buying groceries at a food market and was scammed by a vendor with fake bills. He narrated the story in a calm tone, as if he were chatting with a neighbor. This case involves a very common scam, how should we prevent it? Mr. Ho explained the relevant laws in depth. Occasionally interspersed with some of his own youthful case experience, attracting the live audience to shout. So the law is so close. Elder He spoke so well that I finally understand what the law does not tolerate mercy is. I used to think the law was boring, but now that I'm listening to Mr. He, I feel it's quite interesting. Chang Xian, on the other hand, added some details of the case at the right time and guided the netizens to ask questions actively. The atmosphere of the live broadcast room was very active. The law students hiding behind the screen were even more excited and on the verge of going crazy. Aha! I can't believe I listened to Elder He's class online. This is more exciting than winning the lottery. Thank you, Lawyer Chang. If it weren't for you, how could we have had the chance to get so close to Elder He? This is simply an open class. Elder He, can you hold more live broadcasts in the future? Chang Xian's mouth was grinning up to his ears as he watched the pop-ups scrolling frantically on the screen. Although he hadn't seen the data in the background, he could guess that the effect of this live broadcast was absolutely explosive. The visibility piece is kind of completely pulled full circle. Being immersed in joy, Lao suddenly pushed up his glasses and said to the camera with a smile. I've seen a lot of netizens say they want me to have more live shows. I'll thank you all in advance for your kind words. But my old arms and legs can't stand up to that. This time, it also happens to be here at Attorney Ching's that I have the opportunity to meet everyone. Elder He paused, a hint of flirtation in his tone. So if everyone really wants to see more of this old face of mine, they'll have to thank Counselor Chung properly. Chang Xin was originally still immersed in the joy of success. When he heard these words, his back went violently numb and his entire body froze. He Lao is advertising him? And in such an unabashed, straightforward way. The live stream instantly exploded. Elder He is openly standing up for Lawyer Chang. Lawyer Chang is awesome. To actually get Elder He to do this. What's Lawyer Chang's story? Ask for science. Lawyer Chang's contact information. Hurry up and private message me. Don't even think about it upstairs, Lawyer Chang's appointments are probably already lined up for next year. Chang Xin felt like he was dreaming. He originally just wanted to use Elder He's fame to raise his popularity. I didn't expect Elder He to help him publicize it in turn, it was like pie in the sky. Elder He looked at Chang Xin's dumbfounded face and smiled as he patted his shoulder. Xiao Chang, don't just stand there, hurry up and say a few words to everyone. Upon hearing these words, Chang Xin came back from his shock and his face was brilliantly colorful, living like a Sichuan opera changing its face. He certainly understood Elder He's intentions. This live broadcast was approaching 6 figures in online numbers though. But most of them came for Elder He, and there were many bigwigs from all walks of life. As for him, Chang Xin, in the eyes of these people, the odds are that he's a handyman. It is no exaggeration to say that now the entire live broadcast room knows that he is Chang Xin lawyer. It is estimated that even less than 2%. He Lao's wave of maneuvering was clearly intended to push him into the spotlight. Returning to his senses, Chang Xin immediately opened his mouth and bowed deeply to the camera. Thank you very much for Elder He's cultivation. It's an honor to have Elder He here today, and thank you all for your support. He paused, his tone even more sincere. Actually, Elder He is the biggest contributor to the success of this live broadcast. I just did some insignificant work. Although Chang Xin also knew that Elder He was holding him up. But he wasn't so dim that he couldn't tell the back and forth. And after his words fell, the live broadcast pop-ups instantly exploded. So he's Lawyer Chang Xin. I thought it was an assistant. Lawyer Chang is so handsome. Sister wants to file a divorce lawsuit, can I ask Mr. Chang? I'll pay you whatever you want. Upstairs sisters, wake up. Lawyer Chang looks like he's only in his 20s and won't accept a second marriage. +1, Lawyer Chang look at me, just turned 18. Of course, in addition to these flamboyant pop-ups, there were some enthusiastic netizens who came out with their science. If you don't know Lawyer Chang, you can search the internet. This lawyer can be treated so well by Elder He, he's definitely really capable. Ahem, although the cases handled by Mr. Chang have a defeat rate of over 90%. But now the cause has also been identified, is really not to blame Lawyer Chang. The key thing is that the fees are still conscientious, unlike some lawyers, who just know how to rip off money. I've heard that Lawyer Chang is especially approachable in private, not a bit of a stand. Looking at the increasing number of his name on the pop-up screen, Chang Xin once again handed Elder He a grateful look. This senior, truly, had helped him too much. Elder He didn't say anything, and with a smile still on his face, he opened his mouth to ask. Ching what's the next process to come? Chang Xin snapped out of his excitement, this momentary complacency of his own. I can't believe I forgot all about the process that I had arranged in advance. Tough on Elder Ho's pummeling just now. Next up is the Audience Connect segment. Speaking of this, Chang Xin's heart thumped. After all, during the last time he was live on his own. The guys who were looking for a good time love to make things happen in this part of the process. If that happens in front of Elder He later. However, this thought was quickly suppressed by him. After all, facing a respected senior like Elder He. Even the most fun-loving person shouldn't be able to ask that kind of strange and bizarre thing again, right? Thinking of this, Chang Xin kept his smile and announced to the camera. And now for the Audience Connect session. When he finished, he took a deep breath and flipped the connecting switch. And when it was just opened, there were hundreds of applications coming in straight away. Chapter 49 You Needn't Be Afraid. The law will protect you. Chang Xin didn't have a choice and directly clicked down the first connected viewer. And when the screen lit up, a slightly formal middle-aged man appeared in front of the crowd. His forehead was tinged with fine beads of sweat as he rubbed his hands nervously at the camera. And after watching himself literally come up, it was extremely obvious that he took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down. After 3 or 4 of these, he stumbled over his words. Elder he, Lawyer Chang, hello, I would like to consult a question. Chang Xin smiled slightly and tried to look as cordial as possible. After all, this was a good opportunity to show his face in front of Elder he. This senior had held himself up so well before, so he must have acted like he must be professional as well. Hello, may I ask your name? Feel free to ask any questions you want. This soft attitude made the man relax a little. He rubbed his hands together and spoke in a slightly rushed manner. Elder he, Lawyer Chang, how are you? My name is Lee and I'd like to ask a house sale or purchase. Here's the thing, I recently bought a house, signed a contract with an agent, and made a down payment as well. But now the agent's side is delaying the delivery of the house and saying that I am in breach of contract and I have to pay liquidated damages. Mr. Lee's voice grew smaller and smaller, becoming almost a mosquito hum by the end of his words. In this state, even without using the observer title, Chang Xin could tell that the other party was very anxious inside. And as his question fell, the live stream pop-ups instantly exploded. Holy, this agent is too dark. Eating people without spitting out bones. Nowadays, these shady agents are really getting more and more, specializing in screwing us, the common people, out of our hard-earned money. I was also screwed by an agent some time ago, my deposit has not been returned until now, and it's useless to complain. Upstairs, brother, fellow sufferers. I'm even worse, I was scammed out of $50,000 by an agent and now I'm in debt. In this world, can people still live well? The pop-ups were filled with curses, almost flooding the screen. Apparently, Mr. Lee's ordeal resonated with many netizens. After all, buying a home is a major life event, and no one wants to be ripped off by an agent. Elder he held up his glasses, his face still maintaining a gentle smile. Mr. Lee, can you elaborate on what happened? Including the contents of your contract with the agent. And on what grounds the agent is asking you to pay liquidated damages. Recording the question down, Chang Xin also added a word at the side. Right, Mr. Lee, you'd better be able to provide some relevant evidence, such as contracts, chat records, transfer records, and so on. This evidence is very important to your rights. Mr. Lee nodded his head in a huff, reaching over and pulling out a thick pile of information from the side and showing it to the camera. Elder he, Lawyer Chang, these are the contract I signed with the agent and the relevant evidence. Look guys, is this agent deliberately screwing me over? Elder he leaned forward and flipped through it carefully. Chang Xin also came over and studied the terms of the contract with Elder he. Viewers of the live broadcast room have also been transformed into network lawyers, pointing at the contract on the screen, express their views. The clauses in this contract are too overbearing. It's obviously favoring the agent. This agent is clearly trying to cheat money. Mr. Lee, you mustn't compromise. Mr. Lee is advised to call the police directly. This kind of shady agent should be sanctioned by the law. But the comments on the pop-up screen didn't affect the duo of He Lao and Chang Xin. It took nearly 10 minutes for the two of them to go through the information provided by Mr. Lee. He took off his glasses and gently rubbed his brow. Mr. Lee, based on the information you have provided, there are indeed some problems with the contract you signed with the agent. The agent's demand for liquidated damages based on your breach of contract is not well-founded. However, the specifics will require further investigation and evidence to be finalized. Lee asked nervously as he sniffed. Then Elder he, then do you think I have a good chance of winning? Hearing this question, Elder he smiled once again. Mr. Lee, the law is just and it will protect the rights and interests of every lawful citizen. You don't have to worry too much, as long as you actively cooperate with your attorney and provide sufficient evidence. I'm sure the law will do you justice. But only if you find a reliable lawyer. Tell you what, it's fate to meet, so you can send me your location in the background. I'll see if I have any friends there and ask them to send a reliable lawyer to help you. Mr. Lee nodded gratefully, his eyes slightly moist. Thank you Elder he, thank you Lawyer Chang. You guys are really my saviors. Mr. Lee left the live broadcast with 1,000 thanks, leaving a screen full of good people in life. The serious and rigorous attitude of He Lao and Chang Xin also made the audience marvel. In particular, Elder He's initiative to help Mr. Lee contact a lawyer had brought the legal bigwig closer to ordinary people. The pop-up screen has also unconsciously picked up the rhythm, filled with the sentiment of "So Lao is so close to us." Chang Xian was about to connect to the next viewer when a girl wearing a mask and hat, her face completely invisible, appeared on the screen. Chang Xian's brow was also slightly furrowed as he noticed that the girl's ID was called Death is Relief? That's not an appropriate phrase for an ID. And as soon as she opened her mouth after the connection was successful, her voice was laced with sobs. Elder He, Lawyer Chang, I've been cyber violated. Without giving Chang Xian and He Lao the chance to open their mouths and inquire, the girl once again broke off and recounted her experience. She is a coser for cosplaying one of the sexier characters at Comic-Con. It was then maliciously photographed and uploaded to the internet by some people with some insulting words. The photo quickly went viral, drawing abuse and attacks from countless netizens. Some people have even picked up her real identity information and are manhandling and harassing her. The girl's voice grew choked, and she was almost sobbing by the end of her sentence. They called me a. And you say I have no shame, but I haven't done anything wrong at all. Looking at the girl's tearful appearance on the screen, the pop-ups in the live broadcast room also quieted down, replaced by a sea of comforting and encouraging voices. He Lao looked grave, took off his glasses and gently rubbed his temples, and his tone was unprecedentedly gentle. Don't cry yet, child, about this situation you're in. There may not have been a law about it in previous years, but now it's also explicitly illegal in the law. You don't have to be afraid, the law will protect you. Chapter 50 Crackdown. After the words fell, Elder He paused before continuing to speak. According to the newly revised cybersecurity law, as well as relevant judicial interpretations, cyber violence has clearly constituted an offense. Spreading rumors, defaming others, insulting and intimidating others can face civil liability, and even criminal liability in serious cases. Although Elder He's tone was calm, the expression on his face became serious. Obviously, this kind of thing made this senior who had fought for his entire life in the Dharma realm feel a bit of anger. Chang Xian duly took over the conversation, his tone professional and competent. My cozer friend, I suggest you start gathering evidence immediately. All comments, private messages against you, take screenshots and save them. Especially those statements that are clearly insulting and defamatory in nature. As well as people searching for information about you and leaking your private content, these are very important pieces of evidence. It's also important to call the police if someone is harassing you offline and keep a record of it. Chang Xian said as he quickly wrote down a few keywords on a piece of paper. Evidence collection, police records, attorney letters, lawsuits. He looked up and spoke to the camera. We will assist you in developing a rights plan, including how to communicate with the platform and how to defend your rights through legal channels. We can also take the case if you need our law firm. After that, he put down the pen and book in his hand and looked at the camera with a serious face. Cyber violence, which has intensified in recent years, has become a serious social problem. But thankfully, our laws are also improving in cracking down on online violence. So I also hope that all internet users will be warned. Don't be a perpetrator of cyber violence or a silent accomplice. Cyberspace needs to be maintained by us together, and everyone should be responsible for their words and actions. And after He Lao and Chang Xian's words fell, the pop-ups in the live broadcast instantly exploded. Support the right to defense. Sue these keyboard warriors to death. The internet is not a place outside the law. It must be severely punished. Don't be afraid, Miss Kozer. We all support you. These guys are really fed up, they must all be a bunch of losers in real life. Elder He is awesome. Lawyer Chang is awesome. Look at the screen full of support and encouragement. The girl's tone finally calmed down a bit as well, and when she stood up she bowed to the duo. Thank you Elder He, thank you Lawyer Chang, thank you all. As the connection was hung up, Chang Xian breathed a long sigh of relief and was about to click on the next connection request, but was stopped by Elder He raising his hand. Elder He took off his glasses, pinched the bridge of his nose, and sighed wearily. Seeing this, Chang Xian also had the sense to sit back and quietly waited for Elder He to speak. I'm getting old and I'm basically not involved in cases anymore, I spend most of my time revising the Torah. So I'm just finding out now. Has the internet environment, nowadays, gotten this bad? Elder He put on his gold-rimmed glasses again and spoke in a low tone, but his eyes looked sharply straight into the camera. I really can't keep up with the times. Hearing this, Chang Xian quickly spoke out to comfort him. Elder He, don't say that, you're the titan of our jurisprudence, your contributions are unrivaled. Only just after his words fell, Elder he waved his hand and let out a bitter smile. Contribute? I've been revising the law for most of my life. At the end of the day, there's still pandemonium and rumors all over this emerging network, so what kind of contribution is that? He paused, an extremely obvious self-deprecation in his tone. The Dragon Kingdom has been a state of etiquette for 5,000 years, but now it has become a place where dirt is hidden. How ironic. Chang Xin was silent, he knew he Lao's pain. Over the years, cyber violence has intensified. Many innocent people have been maligned and even forced to take desperate measures. And they, the lawmakers, often feel overwhelmed. Elder he took a deep breath, his tone firming up. Ching Counselor, we can't just sit back and do nothing anymore. The crackdown on cyber violence must be stepped up to make those curmudgeons hiding behind their keyboards pay the price. Chang Xin nodded heavily. Elder he, I understand. I will assist you in this endeavor to the best of my ability. The pop-ups in the livestream were also active again. Elder he is right. The internet is not a place outside the law. Support severe punishment for cyber violence. Those keyboard warriors must be made to pay. The pop-ups in the live room were like waves of shouts of approval and anger. The majority of the crowd supported Mr. Ho's statement. However, behind the ocean of cheers, there was another layer of air hidden. Lin Fong, who was sitting in an office on the top floor of a glass building in North Capital, tapped his desktop. He is the head of one of the top 3 social media platforms in the Dragon Kingdom. He is well known in the industry, but at the moment his expression is not easy. He narrowed his eyes slightly, staring at the imposing Elder he in the screen. Looking at his moist but hostile gaze, he felt some coolness spread through his heart. If he's determined to make a move, we're afraid that our industry won't be able to take a bite out of it. Murmuring in a low voice, Lin Fong then shook his head and let out a light laugh. It's as if he finds it ridiculous to save himself for a rainy day like this. When though it was, he picked up the phone on his desk and pressed a number. The phone picked up after only 2 rings, and a slightly fawning voice came from the other end. Mr. Lin, what are your orders? Censorship of content on the platform has been tightened up a little bit more recently. Lin Fong spoke in a low tone, his eyes tightly staring at the live broadcast in front of him. Nothing else matters, focus on the stuff that is piecing together rumors and stirring up emotions, and make sure it's deleted to the bone. When things go wrong, it's not a matter of fines. And as his words fell, a succession of voices from across the room agreed. It's a small matter, don't worry, Mr. Lin. Guaranteed to wash the platform clean. Lin Fong hung up the phone, but didn't relax in his heart. Tarzan is not a casual description of. Meanwhile, in a cosmopolitan city across the sea, Lu Chuan, president of the short video platform that says young people are using it, is also paying attention to the live broadcast. Only, in stark contrast to the excited pop-ups of regular users. His face was expressionless, his gaze fine as a weave. He quickly drew his eyes back from the broadcast and turned to wave at the waiting director of operations. You go and pass me the notice to do a major inspection starting tonight. Strictly screen-sensitive content, especially by encrypting all the black material that users have uploaded over the years first, so as not to let it circulate freely. The director of operations froze, then nodded. Roger, Mr. Liu. Chapter 51 How to Testify Against Yourself? Lu Chuan stared coldly at the night outside the window that was as deep as the sea and muttered. Let's hope we're still lucky enough to sidestep the storm this time. And within another city in the country, Wang Bin, a business tycoon who had made a name for himself by single-handedly running a traffic agency. Also sitting in his office at the moment, he was smoking a cigarette in front of the live feed from his computer. Compared to the other bigwigs who were nervous or thinking about it, he seemed rather unconcerned. He casually sent a message to his secretary, for simple words. Backup perjury. Just as Wang Bin was lighting his second cigarette, the cell phone screen suddenly lit up. He looked down at the newly popped-up source and froze for a moment, followed by a bit more playfulness in his eyes. Actually took the initiative to find it? With a sneer, he held the phone up to his ear. Hey, I thought you guys would have your heads in the sand by now, how dare you take the initiative to call me? Another cold voice came from across the room. Cut the crap, next we need to make a joint statement to the public to take the wind out of this. There's no rush, I like to watch people toss. Wang Bin exhaled a mouthful of smoke rings, and a touch of grimness flashed under his eyes. With that said, he also cut the live screen back again. Let's see how much longer these cyber saints can really bounce around. Gee, that's pretty funny. And while the giants of the major platforms are busy lining up. In the live room, Hilao also finished his long speech. Chang Xian looked at Elder He's slightly tired face and knew that today's live broadcast should almost be over. Thank you, Elder He, for your wonderful explanation. I believe everyone has gained something today. The thought stopped and Chang Xian turned his head to the camera. Connect with one last viewer and we'll go off the air. I hope today's broadcast really helped. Be brave enough to speak up for yourself if something like this happens in the future. Chang Xian didn't drag his feet and directly connected to the last viewer. And as he did, a haggard-faced, but bright-eyed youth appeared on the screen. Being suddenly chosen, the youth was also clearly not expecting it. Nervousness could clearly be seen, and he rose violently from his chair and bowed deeply. Seeing the other party's movements, Chang Xian also smiled and waved his hand. There's no need to be so polite, we don't practice that here. This student, do you have any questions you want to ask? Elder He, who was on the side, also laughed and joked. It's good for young people to study, but they should also pay attention to their bodies, so don't break them. The pop-ups lightened up and began to come alive. This young man looks like a student. Don't talk nonsense upstairs, this weak state is not necessarily caused by studying, it's normal for young people not to know how to moderate. The old driver upstairs is driving. Maybe I overindulged last night and can't get out of bed today, Hey, what are you guys talking about? But Elder He just finished saying that the network is not an extra legal place, And just about everyone was speculating about what academic questions the young man would ask. However, the first words the young man spoke froze everyone in their tracks. May I ask how I am to incriminate myself if I am slandered? The question posed by the youth froze both Chang Xian and Elder He, and the atmosphere in the live broadcast room changed. The originally relaxed atmosphere instantly solidified as if a pot of ice water had been poured on it. After all, the other guy had that student look, a sickly look of malnutrition. It's hard not to associate him with schoolboys and academic problems. Everyone thought that he had come wanting to personally ask Elder He some academic questions, using this to advance further on his own academic path. But now it seems that this is not an academic question, this is clearly a heavenly problem. After all, even people who don't study the law know one thing very well. It's hard as hell to prove your own innocence. Chang Xian quickly responded, still wearing a professional smile on his face. The tone was gentle and soothing to the youth, and he opened his mouth to question the other. This student, don't be in a hurry, speak slowly, what exactly happened? The youth took a deep breath and tried to calm himself as he spoke slowly. My name is Zhou Yang and I am a graduate student. A week ago, I was on the subway. As Zhou Yang recounted the story, the audience in the live broadcast room gradually understood what was going on. A week ago, Zhou Yang was riding the subway when his mentor suddenly sent a message, so he took out his cell phone to reply. But the message was only half replied when suddenly two girls rushed over. Without saying a word, he slapped him while loudly accusing him of spying on them. Zhou Yang was confused by this sudden turn of events and covered his face for half a day. When he came back to his senses, he was on fire. In the presence of the crowd and the subway security guards, he asked the two girls to check his cell phone albums. What he has not done, he is naturally not afraid to investigate. The results of the examination were just as he thought, there were no surreptitious photos or videos on the cell phone. He then asked the two girls to apologize. By all rights, it should have ended here. But those two girls were unconcerned, even with dislike, and their apologies were also shady and perfunctory. The more Zhou Yang thought about it, the more angry he became, so he demanded a serious apology. But as soon as he said this, the two girls suddenly burst into tears, their tears falling down like broken beads. This sudden turn of events left Zhou Yang completely dumbfounded. The surrounding passengers and security guards, seeing this scene, also started to persuade Zhou Yang to be more generous, don't get on the wrong side of the little girl and so on. With no choice but to leave, Zhou Yang could only choose to leave. But when he went back, the more he thought about it, the more angry he became, so he posted his encounter on the internet. I didn't realize that the video was on fire. But what followed was not righteous support, but waves of internet exposure. After the matter had festered for 3 days, the school authorities suddenly approached him and asked him to delete the video and put the matter to rest. To add to his fear, some inexplicable people started blocking his doorstep and intimidating him with all kinds of threats. Almost everyone except his mentor and parents viewed him as an enemy. It was only at this point that Zhou Yang realized that the two girls had also posted the video, only to turn black and white and put all the blame on him. In a fit of pique, he took the other party to court. But the result? Was that he lost the case? Speaking here, Zhou Yang's voice choked up, his eyes filled with despair and helplessness. I really don't know what to do. The pop-ups in the live stream also exploded. This is outrageous. Are all little girls so vicious these days? How can you lose a case like this? Is this judge blind? Heartbroken lad, this is too bad. What's wrong with this society? Chapter 52, Rest in Peace? Chang Xian listened to Zhou Yang's disjointed narration, his sword brows locked. The index finger also tapped the tabletop one by one, lost in thought. Things had been trickier than he had expected, with the vicious framing of the two girls and the chilling resting place of the school authorities. And the unthinkable losing verdict. It was all extremely out of place, and it all puzzled him. Especially the result of losing the case. The word bizarre is even more evident in it. And by this time the pop-ups in the live stream had exploded. All kinds of vulgarity and abusive language, like a boiling frying pan that could explode at any time. What the hell is this world? Is there any law left? These two ES shall not die. Sooner or later, I'm going to follow the net to find them and reward them with a ton of TNT each. The school is also a piece of, they know how to put things to rest, this kind of school should be closed down. Support Zhou Yang. Sue them to death. Chang Xian raised his hand to signal everyone to be quiet, and the noisy voices in the live broadcast room gradually subsided, leaving only some sporadic curses. He cleared his throat, his tone steady and strong. Student Zhou Yang, don't be in a hurry, I already have a general understanding of what happened. Although the situation is not favorable to you at the moment, please believe that I will help you and solve all the problems perfectly. He paused, his eyes glazed over. I, Chang Xian, hereby promise you that I will accept your commission. To provide you with legal assistance and to pursue the truth in this matter and to do you justice. Elder He, who was on the side, also slowly opened his mouth, with undisguised worry in his tone. My son, you have my deepest sympathy for what you are going through. But life is like that, full of all kinds of injustices and challenges. You must remember that no matter what difficulties you encounter, never give up hope and believe in the power of justice. Zhou Yan looked at Chang Xian with tearful eyes and choked. Lawyer Chang. Thank you. Thank you. Chang Xian signaled him with his eyes to be at ease. He then said with a firm gaze. Ladies and gentlemen, I, Chang Xian, am here today to assure you that I will do everything in my power to help Zhou Yang's classmates seek justice. I also hope that everyone will keep following this matter and cheer for Zhou Yang's classmates. The live broadcast room instantly boiled over as pop-ups floated across the screen like snowflakes, almost entirely in support of Zhou Yang and Chang Xian. Lawyer Chang is awesome. Support you. Justice will prevail. Go Zhou Yang. Sit back and wait for Lawyer Chang to punch those two green tea whores and trashy schools in the face. Lawyer Chang, I'll brush your rockets. Be sure to win. The moment he closed the live broadcast page, Chang Xian's entire body sat paralyzed in the leather chair and let out a long sigh of relief. He rubbed his slightly sore brow as his eyes scanned the last pop-up on the screen. That bunch of sinister-minded villains, Lawyer Chang can definitely handle it. The sense of anticipation in the direction of the pop-up pen made the corners of his mouth turn up slightly. But things aren't done. Opening the backstage, Chang Xian found Zhou Yang's account and directly sent a message over. Zhou Yang, let's add a contact. In the dimly lit room, Zhou Yang, who had just calmed his mood down, froze as he looked at his cell phone. Then came back to his senses and replied to the message in a hurry. He didn't expect Chang Xian to not only be willing to help himself, but also be so grounded. Even this most basic contact information came forward to mention. Fingers flew over the keyboard as he typed and edited a message out. 179XXXXXX, Chang Lu, this is my cell phone number. That's the same account on the other software. And after adding friends, Chang Xian found that Zhou Yang's WeChat location shows actually also a city. What a coincidence, you're in a city too. Yeah, Chang Lu, I've been in a city all along. Seeing Zhou Yang's reply, Chang Xian secretly nodded his head, which saved him a lot of trouble. He packed up his things and got up to see He Lao off. Walking to the entrance of the office, He Lao smiled and patted Chang Xian's shoulder. This evening has really taught this old man of mine. Elder He, I understand, I'll do my best to handle this matter. Only then did Elder He nod his head in satisfaction and bent down to get into the car. After seeing Elder He's car leave, Chang Xian turned around and returned to the office. He stood by the window, looking at the night view of a city, and fell into a deep thought. Elder He's words made him realize that this matter was even trickier than he had imagined. If it is not handled well, it is likely to cause a bigger storm. He pulled out his cell phone and tapped on Zhou Yang's WeChat again. Zhou Yang, tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock, come to my office and let's talk about the details of the case in detail. After the message was successfully sent, Chang Xian put down his phone and rubbed his brow. It's been one thing after another for a while now. At 9:55 a.m. the next day, Zhou Yang appeared in front of Chang Xian's office on time. He was wearing a t-shirt that was a little whitewashed, and his jeans were frayed, and his whole body looked a little haggard. Upon seeing Chang Xian, he rubbed his hands together nervously. Xiang Lu, hello. Chang Xian smiled and told him to sit down. No need to be nervous, let's just talk as normal friends. He poured Zhou Yang a glass of water. Take a sip of water first and take your time. Leaning back in his chair, Chang Xian gazed straight at Zhou Yang. Since there were no outsiders around anymore, his questions were much more pointed. Zhou Yang, I'll ask again, are you sure that all the evidence you've provided is true and valid? Surveillance video, testimony from subway security. The physical evidence should have been sufficient to disprove any false allegations, and it turned out to be a losing case. It's really hard for me to understand what went wrong here. Chapter 53 Strange Chain of Evidence. Zhou Yang slightly lowered his head, his hand nervously twisting the seam of his pants, and after hesitating for a moment, he whispered. Xiang Lu, I know you don't quite believe it. But the court did dismiss my defense claim for lack of chain of evidence. And Zhou Yang let out a bitter smile as extremely obvious humiliation surfaced in his eyes. The other party filed for emotional distress and wanted me to pay $50,000 in damages. I'm almost out of money for food right now, this is outrageous. Chang Xian didn't say anything for a moment, but subconsciously rubbed his fingers over the lines of the desktop. The air seemed to become incredibly dull at this moment. What the hell kind of bull verdict did he hear? The evidence is all over the place, but instead the person is asked to pay for the damages? This is more than a joke. However, he is well aware that the person concerned always tends to confuse the point or omit key details in his narration. Zhou Yang, this doesn't make sense. Can you tell us the whole process in more detail? From the time you were first accused to the end of the first trial. Even up to now, exactly what has happened since losing the case. Don't leave out any details. Zhou Yang took a deep breath and struggled to raise his head. It happened suddenly, like I said before, and afterward I felt insulted and called the police. And then what? Chang Xian's tone was still smooth, but the coldness in his eyes gradually deepened. The police side checked the surveillance and I thought it would be over, but I didn't realize. Zhou Yang paused, clenching his teeth. She actually sued me with a lawyer. That I verbally molested her and violated her dignity or something. And also mentally affected by the video I posted online and have gotten depressed. Chang Xian frowned, his tone slightly harsh. But the evidence in front of you shouldn't be easily overturned. You tell me what happened the day of the trial. Zhou Yang lowered his eyelids and spoke in a low, hoarse voice after several seconds. I couldn't afford a barrister, so I had to find a lawyer to represent me through the legal aid center. But the other side is different. She had a tough legal team that came up and smeared my character right off the bat. Said I might have engaged in similar behavior and even specifically sought out women I didn't know to testify. Said I was acting inexplicably and misbehaving on the subway. And my attorney wasn't prepared for these charges at all. Chang Xian's brows had furrowed into a knot. What about the video and the security guard's testimony? How did they disprove it? The expression on Zhou Yang's face was bitter and helpless. The other side said that the surveillance video only proves the picture. But it doesn't fully reflect the linguistic context of the time. And the security guard's testimony. They outright said the security guards were biased in my favor, gender biased and not credible. I really didn't know what to do at the time. Cheng Xinxin said, a suffocating anger surging to his heart. He clenched his fists, his tone cold. Ridiculous. No one is stopping this inversion of black and white? Did the judges on the floor not offer a rebuttal? Hearing this, Zhou Yang laughed harder than he cried. They seemed to really favor each other. The other side's lawyers stirred up emotions, saying it epitomized the conflict between opposing men and women. I represent the side of society that bullies vulnerable women. She later cried extra hard in court and said she had been severely traumatized. So the judge awarded me $50,000 in damages.
Chang Xin could no longer sit still and violently stood up from his chair.
His gaze was like a knife, and his voice dripped with intense indignation.
Zhou Yang, this matter is by no means simple.
Let me ask you, who was the chief judge at your first trial that day? Zhou Yang sniffled, trying to stop her tears, and said in a broken voice. I remember, it's the female judge called Zhang Rongjing.
Chang Xin's frown tightened when he heard the name.
As a lawyer, he is naturally impressed by these judges.
Zhang Rongjing, one of the few female judges in the political and legal system of a city.
And it's already a first-class senior judge.
The ability shouldn't be bad, so how did you get this result? Chang Xin muttered in his heart, could there be something fishy here?
He suppressed the doubts in his heart and looked at Zhou Yang, who was about to cry out, and slowed down his tone.
Don't cry, it's happened, crying won't solve the problem. Tell me, which subway station was the incident?
Zhou Yang froze for a moment, as if he hadn't gotten over the emotions he had just felt, and froze for a few seconds before reacting.
Third subway entrance. Okay, go ahead and go home and keep your cell phone open.
As soon as I hear anything, then I'll contact you to get ready for the second trial appeal.
Exhaling a breath, Chang Xin smiled once again and reached out to Zhou Yang. The situation is a bit tricky. But as a lawyer, he has to give his client enough confidence. So even if it was too difficult, he couldn't show it. After sending Zhou Yang away, Chang Xin got up and walked to the window.
Looking downstairs at the endless stream of traffic, his mind was full of thoughts.
This matter is definitely not as simple as it seems. How could a first-class high-ranking judge make such a cheap mistake?
In here, there must be something inside that he didn't know about. And just as he was contemplating, the door to the office opened and Zhao Gang and Sumu walked in with their feet up. Zhao Gang was still holding a bunch of documents in his hands, and it looked like he had just printed out the live broadcast data from last night.
Seeing the two, Chang Xin also came back to his senses and grabbed his jacket. Zhao Gang, come out with me.
Zhou had just put the file on the table before she had a chance to organize the live data.
He was then stunned by Chang Xin's sudden order. He looked up at Chang Xin suspiciously.
But seeing Chang Xin's serious expression, he didn't dare to ask more questions and hurriedly got up to follow. Just as the two of them were about to reach the door, Sumu's crisp voice floated from behind.
Barrister Chang, in such a hurry, it's for that Zhou Yang case last night, isn't it? Upon hearing this, Chang Xin's footsteps lurched and he turned back to look at Sumu. He's still so accurate in his senses as a schoolmate. How do you know?
Sumu let out a light laugh, walked over to the table and picked up a document, flipping through it carelessly.
Guess. What else could have gotten you so fired up besides this case? I'm guessing that you're planning to go to the police station for AT. Rants for order now, aren't you? Chang Xin raised an eyebrow. This woman was almost like a roundworm in his stomach.
That's right, the subway station is under official jurisdiction, unlike that last building where you can check the surveillance at will. If you want to access the surveillance video of the subway station, you have to go through the formal procedures.
Sumu put down the document and looked at Chang Xin with a smile. Really?
I saw that you made Zhao Gang go out with you and thought you were going to fight.
Chapter 54 Interpersonal Communication. Chang Xinyan frowned slightly and didn't answer for a moment.
He looked down at Zhao Gang beside him, the big man who usually had a naive look. At this moment, he was already a bit stunned and seemed to be puzzled by Sumu's words as well.
The man was unexpectedly thoughtful, despite his large size.
Especially in evidence analysis and data organization far beyond the ordinary, Chang Xin is naturally valued.
Why, Sumu, what's wrong with me taking Zhao Gang to retrieve the surveillance?
Chang Xin pursed his lips, his tone carrying a bit of doubt. He really couldn't understand what kind of medicine Sumu was selling in his gourd. Sumu raised his eyebrows at this, cupping his teacup and gently knocking the edge of the table, making a crisp sound. Her movements carried a bit of lethargy, but her complexion stared at Chang Xin for an instant. The deep gaze reminded him of the way his mother had looked when she had interrogated him about stealing candy when he was a child. Chang Xin, don't blame me for saying that you're a genius at law, but you're a genius at interpersonal communication. She paused, an inexplicable smile on her lips.
Still a little too straight. Straight? Chang Xin raised an eyebrow, seemingly unsatisfied with the comment. I think it's fine, how can the letter of the law not be straight?
Sumu looked at his stiff upper lip appearance and smiled wider and wider. However, he was too lazy to talk nonsense with him, put down his teacup and leaned back in his chair, and said gently.
In last night's live content, that Zhou Yang's conversation with his opposing counsel was all exposed.
A case like this can still be lost, and the issue has long since gone beyond the point of the law to the point of. She pointed to her head and then to the spot on Chang Xian's chest.
Hearts and minds. Chang Xian said, slightly stunned. Last night during the live broadcast.
Of course he saw Zhou Yang's demeanor and what that other person said about the situation. But after a night of thinking about it, he never managed to put together a clear picture in his mind of these fragmented feelings. But this sentence of Su Mu's was quite a precise point. What does the heart mean? Zhao Gang frowned and interjected. But then it was as if he realized that he had been too reckless in his interruption. Bean scratched his head and closed his voice to stop talking. Su Mu, however, didn't even look at Zhao Gang, just smiled faintly and turned to Chang Xian. You're running to the police station now, and with your connections the transfer order might not be much of a problem, but what is the problem? Consent approvals may be available to you. But what about the people? How many of them will cooperate with you in pulling up that really useful information? Even if you spend time scrubbing surveillance all night, once someone in the background plays a little trick on you. Even if you find one that's favorable to Zhou Yang, it's likely to be turned a blind eye to, or even outright erased. Got it? Chang Xian's gaze was locked, her words had forced him to ponder. He knew even with the utmost confidence that if this matter was really complicated to such an extent, it was impossible to run through it by means of a regular program. He knew better than to think that Zhao Gang was not the type to read and improvise. If it's really as Su Mu said, I'm afraid it's really a flawed choice. So who do you think is suitable? Chang Xian simply asked in a straightforward manner, and simply saved himself from beating around the bush. Su Mu slowly stood up and reached out to straighten his tailored white shirt. Fingers brushed lightly over the neckline, the delicate snowy skin looking a little harsh in the white light. A playful smile spread across her lips as she reached out and gently pointed a finger at the tip of her nose. Take me, Chang Xian. I promise you'll get more answers you want than if you take Zhou just. Chang Xian stared at Su Mu's fingers and then at the confident smile on her face, and for a moment, he was in a trance. This schoolgirl of his, she's quite something. He admitted that he did think a bit outside the box. Always felt that lawyers should be drilling in the law, not like Su Mu. How can I put it? It's a bit jaded. But as things stand now, it might actually take a jungle spirit to fix it. Okay. The thought stopped there, and Chang Xian finally nodded his head. Just you. Zhao Gang, you stay at the office. The sudden change in news also left Zhao Gang in a daze. But always unconditionally obedient to Chang Xian's decisions, he answered sullenly. The two drove to the police station. Chang Xian made light work of finding the police officer in charge of the case and submitting a formal request to access the surveillance video. Su Mu, on the other hand, quietly observed from the side, interjecting two seemingly insignificant pleasantries from time to time. Officer Lee has been looking good lately, it seems that the case was solved quite smoothly. Geez, the greenery in this office is so well kept, it looks like it's taken care of by someone with heart. Chang Xian initially felt that Su Mu was a bit dense with words, unlike the appearance of serious business. And he was also curious as to how Su Mu knew so many people. But soon he realized that these seemingly idle words. However, it skillfully draws the police closer and makes the other side unconsciously let down their guard. More importantly, Su Mu had probed some key information without a trace in the seemingly easy conversation. For example, who is the technician in charge of monitoring the video, the duty schedule, etc. Paving the way for the next move. Sure enough, the approval process went surprisingly smoothly, even with the cooperation of the back-office technicians. Chang Xian had to admit that Su Mu's set of sidekicks. In that regard, it was really more efficient than if he'd been reading the law hard for a few years. Standing in front of the police station, Chang Xian glanced down at the review approval in his hand, his eyes revealing some incredulity. He had been mentally prepared to run hard for a day or even two. There was even a whole process simulated in my head. Yet the truth caught him a little off guard. This was done quickly in less than a morning? It's so efficient, it's like a hangover. It wasn't whether he had the system or Su Mu had the system. He really couldn't stop thinking about it, especially after thinking about what Su Mu had done today. That bit of complexity couldn't help but bubble up even more. He'd always felt competent, but today's scene seemed to be a silent reminder of that. Not everything can be solved by going head to head.
There was a click behind him, the crisp clatter of an apple bag being opened. When he turned around, he saw Sumu leisurely holding his arm, greatly holding a piece of bitten apple. That look could not be said to be casual, but there was an invisible witticism under the cover of innocence. When she saw Chang Xian standing there for a long time, the smile at the corner of her mouth deepened by 3 points. "What are you doing? Tired of standing in front of the police station, do you want to squat down for a while?" As he spoke, the empty hand had naturally hooked towards Chang Xian's sleeve. It's less of a pulling motion and more of a subconscious control of the tempo. "Let's go, brother. There's a bunch of stuff going on back there. You think the tour is over for today?" Chang Xian's feet mechanically followed a few steps at this tug from her and stopped again. He lowered his eyes to scrutinize the creases in the cuffs that had been gripped, helplessness written all over his face. Chapter 55. The witty Sumu. "You're laid back, how come you're so capable?" Hearing this, Sumu arched his eyebrows as if he had heard a joke. "Me? Capable?" The corner of her mouth quirked, and she hummed deliberately. "Which is not. In front of Barrister Chang, the word capable is not my turn." "Shut up, you." Looking at Sumu's nearly all the way up to the sky, Chang Xian couldn't help but snort. But it was true how he couldn't hide the laughter in his words. Sumu, however, hit the snake on the spot, dragging out the tone of voice to hang on and flirt up. "Egu, you're not displeased in your heart, are you? Don't worry, it's not your pot. I can only say that there's such a thing as a setup. You do have a bit of a congenital lack of talent for being a senior in law." Chang Xian couldn't help but draw the corners of his mouth when he heard Sumu's words. She had this mouth that was so damaging and poisonous that it was impossible to be angry. Obviously this ninny was a serious law senior a few years ago. The kind of tough guy who sealed the deal and won battle at the debate. But now, after a so-called career drift as a journalist, just start talking to him in this tugging, 250 tone that just doesn't let up. The style has become, well, too thorough. Chang Xian made a slanderous comment in his heart, and then accelerated his pace to follow Sumu. In the end, she wasn't right in her analysis earlier. The clue hidden under the file today was absolutely crucial, and they didn't have time to spend it in front of the police station. They got into the car, Chang Xian drove and Sumu laid down in the passenger side. An apple rolled around in her hand, barely missing the windshield. Subway entrance number 3. Don't go the wrong way, or I won't help you find your sense of direction in a sea of people later. Sumu fiddled with the car navigation while lazily opening his mouth. Come on, you can still look professional to me by shutting up. Chang Xian glanced at her and shook his head helplessly. When they reached the exit of line 3, it was just as Sumu predicted. Crowds swarmed out, and the bright yellow sight fence was like a rock in the waves, cutting the area hard into 5 intricate passages. It was crowded, dense, with traffic police guarding a short distance away, all tangled up like octopus tentacles. Chang Xian downstation at the curb, that burst of bustling people from a distance are comparable to the downtown night market stalls. He took a deep breath, his gaze sweeping over the approval in his hand, and for a moment his heart tightened slightly at the tip. Nervous about what? Sumu clutched a handful of gum in his hand and stuffed it into his mouth, lifting his foot and stomping on the heel of Chang Xian's shoe. The smile on his lips was shallow and faint. This is the most well-planned operation ever, you should be relieved, right? Chang Xian turned his head to look at her, with a bit of a smirking flirtation on his face. Reassured? I'm just a little afraid you're going to lose control of the scene in a moment and move someone directly to the media cameras. Bah! Sumu spat out an airy sound and some disdain flashed in his eyes. I've told you I'm not a journalist now, so naturally I don't think that way anymore. Can't even write the real thing anyway. Sumu shrugged his shoulders and chewed his gum with a snap sound, looking like he didn't care. So yeah, now I'm doing my job, don't worry. Unable to help but laugh and shake his head, Chang Xian didn't answer again. He walked straight to the entrance of the subway station and showed his approval from the police department. The duty officer guarding the entrance double-checked before letting them in. Sumu slowly followed behind, blowing a not-so-small bubble. The backstage monitoring room at the subway station was small, and the air smelled of metal and wiring characteristic of a server room. A young, somewhat wooden-looking staff member in a subway uniform and black-framed glasses was on duty. After Chang Xian explained his intentions, the other pushed up his glasses and pointed to a row of surveillance screens in the corner. It's all there, see for yourselves. Chang Xian and Sumu walked over to the surveillance screen and began to carefully sift through the footage from the day of the crime. However, when they enter the date, the screen says, "No record found." Sumu raised an eyebrow and double-checked the date a few more times, and the result was still the same. What's going on? Chang Xin frowned and turned his head to look at the staff member. The staff member seemed to have anticipated this situation as he pushed up his glasses and said in a flat tone, "Oh, that's right, our surveillance system here was serviced a while back. There may well have been some technical glitches. It's caused some of the surveillance video to be missing." Chang Xin and Sumu glanced at each other, both seeing doubt in the other's eyes. Zhou Yang had clearly said before that this surveillance video was submitted up as evidence. It's only been 3 or 4 days. Why is it missing? Sumu narrowed his eyes, walked over to the staff member, patted his shoulder and said in a relaxed tone, "Don't be nervous, little brother, we're just going about our routine. But it's too much of a coincidence that the security footage is missing, isn't it? It happens to be from the day of the murder, don't you think it's a little, well, fishy?" Sumu's eyes were as sharp as a falcon's, locking onto the staff's evasive gaze. She noticed the other woman's throat roll and subconsciously touched the tip of her nose. All of these subtle movements seemed to her to be full of brokenness. Years of journalism have allowed her to develop a pair of fiery eyes. Although it was no match for Chang Xin, who held the title of observer, it was still far beyond the norm. "Don't be nervous, little brother, my sister is just asking." With a light smile, Sumu pulled out a red bill from his pocket. Without moving, it was tucked into the staff member's hand. "Do me a favor and see if you can recover? Sister treats you to milk tea." The staff member's eyes twinkled as he looked at the tantalizing red color. Hesitating for a moment, he finally put the money in his pocket. He pretended to tap away at the keyboard. Muttering some jargon, he finally spread his hands helplessly. "Sorry, 2 officers, this surveillance data is really corrupted and can't be recovered." Sumu wasn't annoyed either, but instead smiled even more broadly. "That would be a pleasure, little brother." After saying that, she pulled Chang Xin out of the monitoring room. And Chang Xin worries that he's inadvertently breaking the other side's plans. So it didn't say anything, just watched quietly from the sidelines. He didn't ask with a puzzled look on his face until he was completely out of the subway station. "Why are you giving him money? Isn't it obvious there's something wrong with it? Besides, even if he restores the surveillance, we can't guarantee the authenticity of the footage." Sumu smiled mysteriously and reached out to point at his chest. There were nothing but blood-curdling waves there, and they glistened a little in the sunlight. "Is this?" Chang Xin followed her finger and naturally noticed those many unusual lights. A possibility also came to mind at that moment, looking at the other party with some surprise. Chapter 56 Advanced Preparation. Invisible Cameras. Seeing Chang Xion's changed expression, Sumu also winked triumphantly. "I expected them to play tricks, so I prepared ahead of time. I videotaped his every move just now, including his collection of the money and the false pretense of restoring surveillance." Hearing Sumu's words, Chang Xin was really a bit shocked. "This ninny, she's quite a spook." "You're good, big reporter Su, you actually left such a hand." Chang Xin laughed and teased, his tone carrying undisguised admiration. In this aspect, he really couldn't compare to his own schoolmate. While listening to Chang Xion's words, Sumu raised his chin proudly. "That's for sure, and don't you see who I am? If they want to play dirty with me, they are still a bit young." As she said that, she also intentionally straightened her chest, and that pair of proud peaks slightly trembled with her movements, seeing Chang Xin subconsciously avoiding his sight. This niece pays attention to a little bit. After returning to the office, Sumu made a copy of the recorded video to Chang Xin and handed the USB flash drive to Zhao Gang. "Gangzi, hard at work, help me see if the terminology this grandson is talking about is right or wrong, and if there are any loopholes." Just after finishing organizing the live broadcast data, Zhao Gang took the USB flash drive. He didn't ask many questions, just pushed his glasses up on the bridge of his nose. "No problem, Sister Mu, leave it to me." On the other side, Chang Xin was also watching the video over and over again. The observer's title is used to scrutinize the micro-expressions and body language of the staff with the intention of finding more breaks. Meanwhile, Sumu contacted her friends in the media circle. It is prepared to pressurize public opinion to make the police take the case seriously. "Old Chang, do me a favor, there's a big news story, want it?" Her tone was lighthearted, though the meaning that came out of it felt like it was going to make some people sweat if they heard it. Soon, an edited video was sent anonymously to a couple of reporters who knew each other well. The video clearly captures the entire process of subway workers collecting money and pretending to restore surveillance. Sumu also purposely added a meaningful sentence in the email. I've heard that the subway surveillance system has been having a lot of problems lately, so I wonder if someone is behind it? And although Sumu has quit the journalist world, but not long ago, its own popularity still exists. So there are still a lot of people who follow her. So when the news came out, it immediately attracted widespread attention, and major media outlets reprinted the report, with public opinion pointing directly at the MTRC and the police. Is there a deliberate cover-up in the bizarre disappearance of subway surveillance? Missing surveillance video of the crime calls police investigation into question. Behind the huge compensation, are there power and money deals? For a while, speculations and questions were rampant, and the MTRC and the police were thrust into the limelight. On the other side, Zhao Gang also finished analyzing the video. He pointed to a few words on the screen and said to Chang Xin and Sumu, "You guys, this guy's talking all this jargon, it's just donkey talk. I've checked the information, and those data recovery methods he mentioned don't even apply to this type of surveillance system. This kid, he's obviously faking it." As soon as Zhao Gang's words fell, Chang Xin and Sumu exchanged a look, and it was all in the air. Expected. Sumu shrugged his shoulders, and his slender fingers gently tapped on the desktop, making a crisp sound. These guys, they play the same old tricks. Chang Xin, on the other hand, nodded, the corner of his mouth hooked into a cold smile. The more cliched it is, the easier it is to let one's guard down and the easier it is to reveal oneself. They were waiting for this moment, for the fish to take the bait. Things didn't keep them waiting long. 3 days later, the pressure of public opinion came in like a tidal wave, swamping Metro and the police. All kinds of questions and condemnations were heard, and some people even began to organize offline protests. After all, this case can mean so much. Men and women are pitted against each other in inexplicable grievances. Even this case was brought up in front of Elder Ho in the first place. Not to mention a city, even several neighboring cities are paying attention to this matter. And under pressure, the MTRC and the police had to set up a joint investigation team to thoroughly investigate the incident of missing subway surveillance video. And that was exactly the result Chang Xin and Sumu wanted. This is going to be a good one. Sumu clasped his arms with an excited glint in his eyes. Chang Xin smiled and didn't say anything, just quietly waiting for things to develop further. Unsurprisingly, Metro executives decided to ditch the car and push out the staffer who took the money to take the fall. To the outside world, it was claimed that he was the one who took the bribe privately and faked the CCTV footage in an attempt to cover up the truth. The poor staff member was thus scapegoated and taken away by the police for investigation. But somewhat to the surprise of others. The other man, perhaps in self-preservation, gave up the man who directed him. An assistant manager at Metro. Day 2. In the middle of the office building of a city metro, a middle-aged man with a greasy face stood in front of the stage. Standing in front of the steel jungle of flashing lights and microphones, a fine bead of sweat broke out on his forehead, but he kept his composure. This time things have gotten too big. Especially since he was a senior figure as an assistant manager. There's no way to just fire it like that little employee. So it had to be forced to hold a press conference. He held up his gold-rimmed glasses on the bridge of his nose and squeezed out a smile that was worse than a cry for the camera. For this incident of missing subway surveillance video, we are deeply sorry and have set up a special investigation team to look into the matter thoroughly. I can responsibly say that this is definitely not a case of intentional human damage or cover-up. Rather, it was a purely technical glitch. He paused, took a stack of papers from his assistant and held them aloft. This is a record of the maintenance of the equipment on the day of the incident, as well as information about the company responsible for the maintenance. All of them are open and transparent to public scrutiny. Offstage, the reporters were like sharks who smelled blood and scrambled to ask questions. May I ask how your company ensures the authenticity of these records? Is there any possibility of falsification? As soon as his words fell, a female reporter wearing black-framed glasses stood up and asked a direct question. This lady, please don't question us for no reason. We are a responsible company and all records are true and verifiable. The assistant manager's tone was noticeably aggravated, though behind his lenses his eyes flashed with panic. Then why didn't previous investigations reveal these records? Was it made up on the spot because of public pressure? The assistant manager's face grew more and more ugly as he stammered his explanation like he had swallowed a fly. This This is because the previous investigation didn't go far enough. In the back row, Chang Xian watched the clumsy performance on stage, and the corner of his mouth curled up in a mocking arc.
With a slight sideways glance, he whispered to Sumu beside him.
Chapter 57 Hacking.
Look at this assistant manager, acting so poorly like a third-rate actor that even an elementary school student can tell he's lying.
Sumu let out a light laugh with a teasing look in his eyes.
The clumsier you are, the easier it is to reveal yourself.
The play, it's just beginning.
The assistant manager's performance continued, and the reporters underneath grew more and more agitated, and the scene was chaotic for a while.
Chang Xian looked at the farce and found it tasteless, so he turned his head sideways and said to Sumu,
"Let's go, Mumu, there's nothing more to this play." Hearing this, Sumu raised his eyebrows and let out a light laugh.
"What? Not going to keep looking? Maybe there's some unexpected reversal?" Shrugging his shoulders, Chang Xian still had a bored look on his face.
With this poor acting, what can be reversed? It's nothing more than a dead giveaway, then getting cornered by reporters and finally rolling off the stage in disgrace.
You guys, you're so unemotional.
Sumu let out a light laugh and followed Chang Xian out of the noisy conference room. After exiting the metro building, Chang Xian let out a long sigh and reached out to rub his temples.
This case, it's a real head-scratcher.
Sumu clasped his hands on his chest and leaned on a side pillar, looking at Chang Xian with interest.
What? Is there a time when Barrister Chang is at his wit's end? Exhaling slowly, Chang Xian glanced at her helplessly.
I'm not at my wit's end, I'm just short of staff right now.
Although Lao Zhao is well versed in law and data analysis, he's still a bit short on the technical side.
You, on the other hand, are first-rate at socializing, though.
But you can't hack into Metro's system and restore the surveillance video, can you?
Fair enough.
Sumu nodded in thought. It would be nice to find a tech guru.
It's the kind of god that can hack into any system and steal or recover any file from a computer thousands of miles away. Sumu's words fell, which caused Chang Xian's eyes to light up.
Right. I've heard of these hacker bigwigs before, I just didn't know where to look. And just as Chang Xian's words had just fallen, he then felt another electric tingling sensation in his brain. It was a feeling he hadn't experienced in a long time. Since the system had fallen silent, he had almost forgotten that he had such a golden finger.
Ding, detected that the host is facing a difficult situation, began to detect the situation. A mechanical electronic tone sounded in Chang Xian's head, lifting his spirits. The results of the judgment have appeared, and the host is seeking justice for those who have suffered wrongs.
Results passed, host dilemma detected.
Ding, system reward, master hacking technique 24 hours.
Chang Xian froze, and then the corners of his mouth couldn't restrain themselves from rising, revealing a smile. This system, it's really timely. He subconsciously glanced at Sumu and realized that she was sizing herself up with interest. Why are you looking at me like that? Unable to resist touching his face, Chang Xian asked with some confusion.
The look on your face just now was like you won the $5 million lottery.
Laughing lightly, the light in Sumu's eyes became more obvious. Come up with any good ideas? Under the good mood, Chang Xian also smiled mysteriously, close to Sumu, lowered his voice and said, Mu, didn't you just say you wanted a tech guru? I can tell you right now that I've found him.
Hearing this, Sumu raised his eyebrows with a disbelieving expression.
That fast? Where did you find it? And in all the time we've been together, I don't know any hacker bigwigs around you. It couldn't be that what I just said made you think of someone, some kind of charlatan, could it? A liar? When have I ever had a bad eye? However, in response to Sumu's skepticism, Chang Xian remained confident.
Reaching out, he patted his chest. Sumu hugged his arms and looked at him with a smirk.
Oh? And where is this big man now?
Looking at the other party's gradually curious expression, Chang Xian also stopped selling the story and directly pointed to his head.
Far away and close. The corner of his mouth couldn't help but twitch as Sumu was speechless. Are you kidding me? Teasing you? Do I look like that kind of guy?
Chang Xian raised his eyebrows, showing some rare bad smiles. Come on, let's take you somewhere so you can see what your boss is really capable of.
Sumu half-heartedly followed Chang Xian out of the law firm.
Along the way, she was guessing what drug Chang Xian was selling in his gourd.
She and Chang Xian have known each other for how many years? But I've never heard of the other side having knowledge of this. But looking at his chesty look, he didn't quite look like he was faking it. Chang Xian brought Sumu to a somewhat shabby-looking internet cafe. Dim lights, noisy keyboard tapping.
The smell of instant noodles and cigarettes filled the air, causing Sumu to frown.
What did you bring me here for?
Frowning, Sumu looked around with a disgusted expression. She grew up in an extremely good family, so naturally she had never been in such an environment. The smell of cigarette smoke that was rushing through her nose especially turned her stomach a little.
Don't we have computers in the law office, so why specifically come here? Don't worry, the best is yet to come. Chang Xian smiled mysteriously, and after paying the fee, he pulled Sumu to an empty computer and sat down. Sumu hugged his arms and looked at Chang Xian with an expression of watching a good show. She wanted to see what kind of tricks this guy could play. Turning on the computer, Chang Xian skillfully entered the system's background.
Then 10 fingers flew on the keyboard and lines of code poured down like a waterfall. And although Sumu didn't know how to program, he could also see the smoothness and professionalism of Chang Xian's operation.
When did you learn all this?
After looking at it for a moment, Sumu could no longer hold back his surprise and asked.
At first, Sumu thought Chang Xian was just doing some superficial work, pretending to knock some codes to bluff her.
But as Chang Xian operated deeper and deeper, and even after all opened the system of the metro, she also gradually realized.
Chang Xian is really mastering high-level hacking skills.
Hey, secret. Chang Xian continued to operate without lifting his head, and various complicated commands and data kept jumping on the screen.
Only Chang Xian easily bypassed Metro's firewall and entered their database.
He then began to retrieve the deleted surveillance footage.
Found it.
Exhaling lightly, Chang Xian leaned back and reached out to point at the video file on the screen.
This is the security footage from the day of the incident. It did get deleted by them, but I've restored it. Sumu came closer to the screen and watched the video carefully.
The video clearly captures what happened, although there really isn't much sound. But the arrogant expression on the girl's face was a sideways proof that their client had told the right thing.
This is incredible. Sumu was too shocked to speak.
She didn't expect Chang Xian to actually be able to do all this, and do it so cleanly.
Chapter 58, Unbelievable. Ignoring Sumu's shock, Chang Xian directly extracted the video.
At the same time he delved into the other side's system again and found many files.
After copying, Chang Xian pulled out the USB flash drive.
Turning it around in his fingertips, the corners of his mouth curved up in an imperceptible curve.
Let's go, Su schoolgirl.
Sumu was still immersed in the shock of what he had just seen, and dully followed Chang Xian out of the internet cafe. The sunlight outside was a little harsh, making her a little uncomfortable. She took a deep breath, and the fresh air finally washed away the lingering smell of bubblegum in the internet cafe.
When the hell did you learn all this?
Sumu finally found his voice, his tone filled with disbelief.
Chang Xian just smiled mysteriously and didn't answer.
Instead, he accelerated his steps, leaving Sumu with a dashing back.
Wait for me, what's going on here? Sumu trotted to follow, asking questions along the way. Chang Xian, on the other hand, always smiled without saying anything, making her scratch her head.
Back at the law firm, Zhao Gang was anxiously flipping through the case files, and when he saw the two return, he immediately greeted them.
Well, what's going on? Hearing this, Chang Xian didn't say anything and directly threw the flash drive to him. Look at this. Zhao just took the flash drive and inserted it into the computer.
When he finished reading it, he jerked his head up and his eyes went wide as brass bells.
This is... Chang, where did you get this? Secret. Chang Xian winked in a mysterious manner, then walked to his desk and opened the information he had copied from Metro.
Zhao Gang rubbed his hands together excitedly, studying the surveillance video as if it were a treasure, and letting out a gasp every now and then.
Chang Xian, on the other hand, frowned as he skimmed through Metro's financial statements. The accounts are in disarray and the whereabouts of some monies are unknown.
It made him smell something unusual.
After all, this Metro isn't some private property. How can this happen to such an official organization? That's a lot of questions there. These assholes. Chang Xian cursed in a low voice, some coldness flashing in his eyes. Without much consideration, he told Sumu and Zhao Gang about his discovery.
After Sumu heard this, his eyebrows knitted tightly, and the look on his face iced over for a few minutes.
This is not a small matter. If it really involves corruption, it's a jail sentence. Zhao Gang, who was on the side, was excited and rubbed his hands together. Brother Ching, this is a big case. If we can pull this off, we'll have a great reputation as a law firm. Upon hearing this, Chang Xin didn't react too much. Just gave him a soft, bland look. Don't get too happy yet, we only have suspicions at this point, we don't have hard evidence yet. So what do we do now? Sumu asked. Keep checking, of course. Chang Xin's eyes flashed with brilliance, and he turned around before returning to the computer once again. The 24 hours of master hacking skills that the system had now rewarded him with weren't for show. After saying that, Chang Xin once again dived into Metro's system. This time, he's targeting deeper data and internal emails. With the depth of the investigation, a company named Hongyuan Construction into the vision of Chang Xin. This is the same company that was contracted to build the subway line construction project. And there were a large number of suspicious financial transactions between the deputy manager of Metro and this company. Looks like this is a big fish behind the curtain? Stretching his back, Chang Xin's mouth curled into a slight sneer. In the next moment, he began to move again. The accounts of Everest Construction were traced and it was found that the company had transferred some of the funds to overseas accounts. The account holders are relatives of the deputy manager of Metro. The evidence is overwhelming. Zhao Gang, who had been waiting quietly on the side for a while, also shouted out excitedly after seeing these evidence that could be considered solid. Let's see what they have to say now. Sumu also let out a sigh of relief and stared tightly at the computer screen. Justice has finally been served. However, Chang Xin didn't say anything and just quietly looked at the screen. A complicated look flashed in his eyes. Things seemed to be more complicated than he had imagined. For no other reason. It's just that he suddenly found a photo in the account of Hongyuan Construction. A picture of a girl. The girl in the photo was young and pretty, with a slight flirtatious frown. If it was just that, then Chang Xin wouldn't have cared in the slightest. After all, it wasn't like he hadn't seen beautiful women before. Sumu was such a big beauty staying next to him every day, this kind of rouge and vulgar powder didn't have the slightest temptation for him. He could be surprised at the picture of this man. It was only because the other party, the very woman who had falsely accused Zhou Yang. So it is. Murmuring a sentence in a low voice, Chang Xin's mouth revealed a meaningful smile. Chang Xin saved the photo, his fingers flying across the keyboard. Start digging deeper into the girl's background and relationship with Everest Construction. With the added power that the system now gave him, the cyber world was as transparent to him. As for firewalls in all areas, they are a sham. In less than 10 minutes, the girl's profile was presented on the screen. Li Na, the only daughter of Li Hongyuan, the owner of Hongyuan Construction. The daughter of the owner of Everest Construction? Chang Xin stroked his chin, some playfulness flashing in his eyes. This little girl is the daughter of the old boss. Why don't you stay at home and come out to falsely accuse Zhou Yang? Did. The thought stopped there, and a bold speculation came to his mind. He recalled the time of the crime that Zhou Yang had initially said, and once again opened the Metro's ledger. Sure enough, just in the days of the crime, Metro had several amounts in the millions of dollars of water mobilization. And don't care where that money goes out. But it all ended up in the account of Hongyuan Construction. So it's a cover-up. Chang Xin sneered, his fingers lightly tapping on the desktop. Using Li Na's false accusation of Zhou Yang to divert public attention. Shady money transfers, what a great tactic. Chang Xin narrowed his eyes and tapped his index finger on the desktop one by one, making a rhythmic ringing sound. It was crystal clear in the silence of the room. Li Na, Hongyuan Construction, Metro. These three are intertwined like an invisible web, hiding deeper secrets. Hongyuan Construction. Hongyuan Li. Chang Xin whispered the two names, and his gaze was also fixed on the computer screen. Under that operation he just did. These carefully concealed truths were gradually exposed to Chang Xin. Heh, these people really have a big appetite. Laughing coldly, Chang Xin looked at the densely packed transaction records on the screen, and mockery flashed in his eyes. This evidence is enough to nail Li Hongyuan and his Hongyuan Construction completely. Chang Xin organized all the evidence and saved it in an encrypted folder. Chapter 59 The Tinker. These are the key evidence to bring down Li Hongyuan and clear Zhou Yang's name afterwards. After all this, Chang Xin stretched his back, and the bones in his body made a crackling sound. The long hours of ambulatory work had left him a little tired,
but the excitement in his heart was undiminished. He pulled out his cell phone and dialed Zhou Yang's number.
"Hey, Zhou Yang, good news." Chang Xian's tone was relaxed, with undisguised teasing. "Are you ready for your second trial?"
On the other end of the phone, Zhou Yang's voice carried an incredulous excitement.
"Lawyer Chang, you are saying you found evidence?"
It wasn't that he was young and sullen.
Mostly because it's been a really stifling time. Inexplicable hatchet job. Not only has his schooling suffered, but now even doors don't always go out. It's safe to say that life itself has been greatly affected. And now in just 3 days, Lawyer Chang has collected all the evidence? Sure. Chang Xian smiled, but did not hide it from the other party. I have all the evidence.
But the specifics of this matter may not be quite what you think, so just be prepared.
Good. Lawyer Chang, thank you so much. Not catching the rest of the meaning in Chang Xian's words, Zhou Yang's voice was now a little choked. After all that he's been through, is he finally getting his life together? Thanks are not necessary.
Compared to Zhou Yang's excitement, Chang Xian's emotions remained as mild as ever.
I just can't stand the moralizing hypocrites. After hanging up the phone, Chang Xian walked to the window.
Looking out the window at the bustling city night scene, the corner of his mouth hooked into a meaningful smile.
Li Hongyuan, do you think you can cover the sky with just your hands? You think you can get away with this? A little naive. Early the next morning, Zhou Yang arrived at Chang Xian's law firm with 2 dark circles under his eyes.
He had barely closed his eyes in the last few days.
Lena's lawsuit was like a boulder on his chest, leaving him breathless. Chang Xian handed him a cup of coffee and spoke with a smile. Take it easy, everything will be fine. Hearing Chang Xian's words, Zhou Yang did manage to squeeze out a smile.
I took the coffee, but I couldn't stop my hands from shaking. Under Chang Xian's guidance, Zhou Yang filed a motion for a second trial. The cumbersome legal process added to his already somewhat confused head. After completing the formalities, Zhao Gang, who had already been waiting by the side, then also came up quickly.
Zhou Yang, now I need you to record a video.
Tell the story as it is, without any exaggeration or concealment.
Without any unnecessary nonsense, Zhao Gang's tone was serious. Zhou Yang froze for a moment, his heart vaguely uneasy. Record a video? Does this work? I've used it before, but it works. Of course it works. Patting his shoulder, Chang Xian softly spoke. Public opinion is against you right now and you need to speak up for yourself.
Remember, sincerity is the most powerful weapon.
Zhou Yang took a deep breath and nodded.
He knew that he really had no choice now. Under Zhao Gang's arrangement, Zhou Yang began his narration to the camera. Trying to control his emotions, he told the story of what had happened that day. He was slapped in public for responding to his mentor's message by pulling out his cell phone, only to be mistaken by Lena for a pervert who was taking a picture of him. He demanded an apology after proving his innocence, only to be met with even worse humiliation. He posted a video online expressing his displeasure, only to have it come back to bite them in the ass, suing them for $50,000 for insulting character and suffering from depression. Towards the end, Zhou Yang's voice had choked a little. He had been under tremendous pressure during this time, and the mixture of aggression and anger had nearly crushed him. Zhao Gang nodded in satisfaction after watching the video. It's good, it's real. I'll post the video online as soon as I can so people can understand what's going on. And that would put pressure on the Crown to speed up your second trial a bit more. Yes, at that time, Mr. Ho was there, and now he's saying it again. Is this preparation for the second trial? Of course, there are some skeptical voices. Who knows if it's true? There are all sorts of people on the internet these days, so maybe it's a deliberate hype? Are all men so fragile nowadays? Crying and wailing when they get slapped, so unproductive. Maybe the guy really did sneak a peek and just didn't have proof. Chang Xian slid the screen of his cell phone and watched the netizens bicker in the comments section, the corners of his mouth curved up in an imperceptible arc. Supportive, abusive, skeptical, watchful. There were all kinds of sounds, like a boiling pot of porridge, buzzing with activity. But he didn't care about that. Originally he wanted more than the brainless support of the netizens. Rather, it's the attention, it's this rolling heat. He knew that with the official forces behind the other party. This case can't be a slow grind like the Li family's father's case. It has to be a quick battle to catch the other side off guard.
Otherwise, even if the chain of evidence is complete, you may end up winning the case and losing your life. What's more, those transaction records in his hands pointed to a huge problem with Everest Construction. This was the real big head, this was the real big fish he wanted to catch. Joe just. Putting down his cell phone, Chang Xian's gaze was like a torch as he spoke softly. You go and contact the media again, and say that we have major insider information about Hanyuan Construction in our hands and are ready to hold a press conference. Zhao Gang froze, then rubbed his hands together excitedly. Brother Chang, that's a tough move. Just muddy the waters and let them make their own mess. But are we really going to make such a big deal out of it this time? This time the other party is not a private enterprise. Upon hearing Zhao Gang's question, Chang Xian nodded without the slightest hesitation. Now that public opinion is in our favor, we must strike while the iron is hot and extend our advantage. The launch is scheduled for 3 days from now. In these 3 days, I want you and Sumu to contact all the media you can, the bigger the name the better. After the words fell, Chang Xian looked at Zhao Gang and a slight smile appeared on his face. Zhao Gang, as a senior, I'll teach you a lesson. The law, sometimes, is like a spider's web, looking airtight, but always having some loophole to get through. And it's our job to find those holes and then sew them up completely. Chapter 16 Mobile Records. 3 days later, the launch site was packed and the limelight was flashing. Chang Xian stood on the stage, calmly, with a slightly confident smile on the corner of his mouth. Hello, everyone in the media. I'm calling this press conference today. It's to expose a serious case of corruption and give justice to the victims. Chang Xian cleared his throat, his voice was not loud, but it clearly spread throughout the entire venue. On the big screen, a document and a photo flashed in turn. Hers is the evidence of the huge amount of money exchanged between the deputy manager of Metro and Hanyuan Construction. The amount, time, and account information for each transaction is clearly visible. Even the path of the funds that ended up in the overseas accounts of the deputy manager's relatives was clearly labeled. This evidence shows that there is an improper transfer of benefits between the deputy manager of Metro and Hanyuan Construction. The amount is huge and the nature is bad. Facing many reporters, Chang Xian's tone was aggravated and his gaze was like a torch. And that is just the tip of the iceberg. Immediately afterward, Chang Xian dropped another heavy bomb. Lena's true identity. I'm sure everyone still has an impression of the previous incident where Mr. Zhou Yang was falsely accused of stealing photos. Now, I can tell you clearly. The Lena who falsely accused Mr. Zhou Yang is none other than the daughter of Hanyuan Construction's boss, Li Hanyuan. The scene was in an uproar, with reporters mingling and whispering. What's even more shocking is that it's no coincidence that there were multiple records of large money movements in the days before and after the Metro crime. Chang Xian pointed to the eye-catching numbers on the screen and said word for word. All indications are that Lina falsely accused Zhou Yang and did not have a male-female rivalry provoked by someone with an ulterior motive. It was actually to cover up the transfer of benefits and corruption between Everest Construction and Metro. Divert the public's attention and create confusion in order to secretly make money transfers. Chang Xian's statement in a loud voice was like a thunderbolt that exploded in the meeting room. Reporters couldn't hold back any longer and raised their hands to ask questions. Lawyer Chang, may I ask how you obtained this evidence? Lawyer Chang, are you worried about retaliation from Hanyuan Construction? Lawyer Chang, how do you think this case will be decided in the end? Facing the reporter's barrage of questions, Chang Xian smiled faintly and raised his hand to signal for silence. Folks, I know there's a lot of concern about where the evidence came from, but the case is still in the investigative stage. In order not to affect the subsequent judicial proceedings, I am not at liberty to disclose too many details for the time being. He paused, his eyes sharpening again. But I can assure you that all the evidence is from legitimate sources and stands up to any scrutiny. I hope the focus of attention should not be on where the evidence came from, but on the heinous nature of the case itself. A subway project that hides such a huge corruption blackout behind it. This is not only a travesty of the law, it is a serious detriment to the public interest. I hope the authorities will investigate this case thoroughly and punish it severely. Give justice to the victims and fair justice to the society. After these words were said, Chang Xian didn't say anything else and directly twisted his head and left the venue. After experiencing so many things, he now knew the truth of doing more than one thing. There are times when it's a good idea to intentionally put things off a bit. And after the conference, with reporters posting Ching's new evidence online, public opinion has completely exploded. Everest Construction and Metro were thrust into the limelight. Netizens have been transformed into keyboard warriors to verbally attack both companies.
This Lee Hong-yuan is really something, he doesn't even care about his face in order to make money.
Metro is also a raccoon, eating out of the palm of their hand. Support lawyer Chang, we must bring these assholes to justice. Back in the law firm's office, Chang Xian slumped into his boss chair and let out a long sigh of relief.
Sumu and Zhao Gang gathered around the computer, looking at the real-time soaring internet heat. Their faces were filled with uncontrollable excitement. Boy, the number of retweets, the number of comments, it's going to explode. Zhao Gang rubbed his hands together, his eyes glowing. Brother Chang, your information channels can this evidence is hidden deep enough. When did you get it? I didn't hear a peep before. Sumu also looked at Chang Xian with an imperceptible admiration in his eyes. Yeah, Chang Xian, you're really great this time. This move has directly caught Lee Hong-yuan off guard.
Chang Xian rubbed his temples, but there wasn't a trace of relief on his face. This is just where it's at, it's too soon to be happy.
He picked up the mineral water on the table, unscrewed the cap and took a sharp gulp. It's just a little bit of a public opinion advantage right now, and Lee Hong-yuan isn't a vegetarian. This old fox has been in the business world for so many years, he definitely has a backhand.
Upon hearing this, Zhao Gang was somewhat unimpressed. Fear him. Now that the whole internet is scolding him, he wouldn't dare to show his backhand even if he has one. If this dares to make any more small moves, it's really asking for death.
You're so naive, Zhou Kong.
Chang Xian put down his water bottle and looked serious. Don't forget, who is behind Lee Hong-yuan?
It was disjointed interests with a lot of energy.
This little bit of public pressure is just scratching an itch for them right now. Sumu also nodded his head, expressing his agreement with Chang Xian's point of view. Chang Xian is right about that, we can't take it lightly. Lee Hong-yuan definitely won't sit back and wait, he'll find a way to counterattack. I know. Chang Xian stood up and looked at the various data on the computer, coldness flashing in his eyes. The most we can do now with all this is to ensure that Chou Yang's second trial is held successfully. It's not even close to truly bringing down Lee Hong-yuan. And Chang Xian's premonition was indeed true. After all, Lee Hong-yuan was someone who dared to transfer property in a company with an official background. What kind of man could he be? How could one swallow such a big loss in the moment? In less than a day, all kinds of trouble came to Chang Xian. First, the tax department suddenly came to the door, saying that it was a routine inspection and checked the accounts. Immediately afterward, the Trade and Industry Bureau also came, saying that it had received a report that Chang Xian's law firm was suspected of unfair competition. Eventually, even the Bar Association called. It said that there were complaints about Ching Sun's irregularities and that he needed to go and cooperate with the investigation. This old fox, he really has nothing to lose. Chang Xian sat in his office, sneered, and threw the pile of papers in his hand on the table. Sumu and Zhao Gang's faces didn't look too good. Especially Zhao Gang, who had just graduated not long ago, was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan, running around in the office. Brother Chang, what should we do? They're clearly trying to screw you. Chapter 61 Chang Xian's Intentions. Sumu was relatively calm, but the worry lingered between her brows as well. Chang Xian, Lee Hong-yuan is coming on strong this time, we must deal with it carefully. Chang Xian rubbed his brow, and a ruthlessness that rarely appeared flashed in his eyes. What are you afraid of? Soldiers come and go. If they want to play, I'll play with them to the end. As soon as the words fell, Chang Xian slumped down on the sofa. The posture was lazy, and even closed his eyes directly, as if he was ready to catch up on his sleep. It was as if the viciousness just now was just a flickering illusion. Zhao Gang's eyes widened as he looked at Chang Xian like a monster. What's with this? Just a moment ago, she looked like she wanted to fight Lee Hong-yuan to the death, but how come she's sleeping now? He scratched his head and looked at Sumu with a confused expression, trying to seek a little explanation. Sumu's eyebrows were slightly knitted, although he was also puzzled in his heart. But she was still more composed than Zhao Gang's confusion. Chang Xian had always acted with his own logic, and this time was certainly no exception. She walked over to the couch and gently nudged Chang Xian. Chang Xian, what are you? Chang Xian didn't even raise his eyelids and muttered vaguely. Sleepy, catching up on sleep. Hearing this, Zhao Gang, who had returned to his senses, instantly jumped a little in anxiety. Brother Chang, it's on fire and you're still sleeping? He pointed to the pile of papers on his desk. Taxes, industry and commerce, bar associations, none of these are to be messed with. If you don't do something about it, our law firm is really going to be finished. Sumu, who used to look confident, is now somewhat worried. Cheng Xin, Li Hongyuan is obviously prepared this time, we can't take this lightly. Cheng Xin finally opened his eyes, the corner of his mouth hooked up in a teasing smile as he looked at Sumu. My good senior sister, when did you become so sullen as well? Jo just graduated, I won't say anything about her unstable mind. But how many years have you been in society? Now this little scene and you're panicking? Sumu was made even more puzzled by his glib attitude. A small scene? You really have an idea? Sure. Cheng Xin slowly sat up and stretched. What am I, Cheng Xin? How can you be defeated by this little trick? His gaze turned to Zhao Gang with a hint of flirtation. On the contrary, how long have you, Zhou Kong, just been here? You learned nothing else but to be a worrywart? Zhao Gang reddened and wanted to retort, but he didn't know what to say. Cheng Xin laid back down again and changed to a comfortable position before he slowly opened his mouth. Use your brain, Sumu, let me ask you, what does Li Hongyuan want most right now? Sumu froze and then reacted. What he wants most, of course, is for us to shut up and stop attacking him. Exactly. Cheng Xin snapped his fingers, and the smile on his face became several points more pronounced. And did he accomplish his own goal in going to all this trouble to screw us? The words fell like a stone, stirring ripples in Sumu's calm heart lake. Her beautiful eyebrows were locked as she chewed on the meaning of Cheng Xin's words. Zhao Gang, who was on the side, was still in a state of confusion. Like a headless fly, his eyes darted back and forth between Cheng Xin and Sumu. Cheng Xin watched the two men's very different reactions, and the smile at the corner of his mouth became even more intense. Li Hongyuan, he's a businessman. Businessman seeks profit, and he makes so many messes with only one ultimate goal: maximizing benefits. After a pause, Cheng Xin stretched out two fingers and gestured in the air. Screw our law firm? What's in it for him? It will only provoke a greater public backlash and hold him up to the fire. What's he after? A trace of realization flashed in Sumu's eyes as she asked tentatively. So he's aiming to shut us up? Bingo! Cheng Xin snapped his fingers and gave Sumu an appreciative glance, then turned to Zhao Gang with a flirtatious tone. Zhao Gang, you need to use your brain more in the future. Realistic cases aren't as rigid as what you read in books. Zhao Gang's face turned red at Cheng Xin's words and he mumbled, unable to speak. Cheng Xin also stopped teasing him and continued to analyze. What Li Hongyuan needs most right now is time, a delay so that he can have room to maneuver. He'll find a way to settle privately, and most likely, he'll gag us with money. He said, a sly glint in his eye. So what's our hurry? Instead, Cheng Xin deliberately lengthened his tail, whetting Sumu and Zhao Gang's appetites. Sumu and Zhao Gang asked almost in unison. Instead of what? Cheng Xin sat up straight, his eyes watching the duo closely. Instead, it's the fact that we're not doing anything right now that's the biggest blow to him. Nothing? Hearing this, Zhao Gang, who had just sort of somewhat understood, once again looked puzzled. Brother Cheng, can this work? Hearing Zhao Gang's questioning, Cheng Xin did not sell out anymore and spoke directly. We're not saying a word online right now, posturing as victims. The netizens' sense of compassion and justice is then galvanized. They will take it upon themselves to vocalize Li Hongyuan and put more pressure on him. By then, the officials, pressured by public opinion, will speed up the process of the second trial of Zhou Yang's case. Sumu's eyes also lit up as she finally understood Cheng Xin's plan. So, we're returning a trick for a trick, turning Li Hongyuan's attack into a weapon in our favor? Cheng Xin smiled and nodded. That's right. As long as Zhou Yang's case is able to open a second trial, we'll have a chance to flip it. In time. He paused, and ruthlessness flashed in his eyes once more. I will make Li Hongyuan pay the price he deserves. As soon as Cheng Xin's words fell, Sumu couldn't help but laugh out loud. Stretching out his white thumb, he gestured towards Cheng Xin. Cannot Cheng Xin, now is to play psychology understand TCH, if only you change your somewhat rigid nature again. Then you'll be the law firm's crossdresser from now on. Cheng Xin raised his eyebrows and sighed in a fake helpless manner. Su big beautiful lady fallacious praise, my elm brain which can be compared to your eight-sided exquisite Besides, I'm being serious as a lawyer, how is that a dead giveaway? And yeah, I'm a natural for tongue-in-cheek in the courtroom. This socializing and entertaining job is better left to more appropriate people. With that, he glanced meaningfully at Zhao Gang. Zhao Gang was immersed in Chang Xian's brilliant analysis just now. When he was seen in the cold, he was jolted and waved his hand. Don't, Chang, I can't. I'm too dumb to say anything with this mouth, it's better for your old man to step in. Chapter 62. The wind is in its prime. Old man? Zhao Gang, you kid has gotten fat with guts, daring to call you brother Chang like that? Chang Xian laughed and cursed, the ruthlessness from a moment ago was gone, replaced by ease and teasing. Hey, slip of the tongue. Zhao Gang scratched his head and smiled nervously. Ching is always young and strong and in his prime. The ass-kissing, though slightly stiff, made the atmosphere in the office more congenial. Sumu covered her mouth and snickered on the side as she ruffled the broken hair around her ears and gave Zhao Gang a glance in a flirtatious manner. You're the one with the sweet mouth, and I don't know who you learned it from. Chang Xian waved his hand, stopping the two men's nutrient-less commercial blowing each other up. Okay, don't be poor. Big beautiful Sue, the social flower of our law firm from beginning to end can only be you, no one can snatch this away. As for Zhao Gang, said Chang Xian as he turned his gaze to Zhao Gang, his tone tinged with cunning. You boys have a more important mission right now. Upon hearing this, Zhao Gang immediately sat upright and asked with a serious face. Brother Chang, what mission? Just give your orders. Go on, make a post from the law firm's private account. Remember, it's a private account, not a corporate one. The corner of Chang Xian's mouth hooked into a meaningful smile. Posting? Post what content? Zhao Gang was a bit puzzled. Chang Xian paused, and the smile on his face grew a bit thicker. The content of the post then reads, due to certain force majeure factors, this law firm is suspended with immediate effect. If you need legal advice, please also go elsewhere. Specific hours of operation to be announced. Closing down? Brother Chang, we're at a critical moment now, why should we shut down? Upon hearing the release, Zhao Gang was confused, not understanding Chang Xian's intentions at all. Stupid you. Sumu, who had already reacted, stretched out her slender jade finger and gently tapped Zhao Gang's forehead. Why don't you react now? It's called trying to escape, understand? The more we keep a low profile now, the more we can stir up the curiosity and sympathy of the netizens. Especially since we're still on a private account, which represents so much more. At that time, the pressure of public opinion will only increase, and that old fox Li Hongyuan will just wait to be roasted. Slumped in his office chair, Zhao Gang stared at his computer screen. His hand hovered over the mouse for a split second of hesitation, then he slammed the keyboard. At that moment, his action was like igniting a time bomb. Seconds later, that simple but meaningful cease and desist statement appeared on the law firm's private account. Sumu walked behind him and patted Zhao Gang's shoulder, the corner of his mouth revealing a meaningful smile. Zhao Gang, this is a release of the century. Whether or not this statement of yours can stir up the entire internet is up to the level of the netizens brainstorming. Questioning this statement, Zhao Gang scratched his head. Sister Sue, aren't you overestimating the netizens a bit? Is it hard to believe that they can really pull something off with that one sentence? After all, that's not a shred of evidence. You still underestimate the internet these days. Chang Xian added leisurely, propping his elbows on the table and idly flipping through the case file he had just printed out. His tone was flat, but it was like a pronouncement. We're not in a courtroom right now, we don't need to talk about evidence. The less information, the bigger the brain, that's the golden rule for internet users. Just you wait, the hilarity will come soon enough. As luck would have it, just 10 minutes later, the notification beeps from the law firm's mailbox went off in bursts. Zhao Gang couldn't help but frown and flipped out his phone to open the social media platform. Only to see that Chang Xian law firm closure, this hot search phrase, is rapidly rushing to the top of the list. The comments section has exploded. What's the situation? Didn't this law firm just have a wave of fire, why did it suddenly shut down? Oops, there's definitely something fishy going on here. Did you offend some big shot? Geez, it couldn't be that Li Mao Yuan who messed up last time, could it? I'll bet a pack of chorizo that this law firm is being targeted by the forces behind the scenes. Sumu stared at the increasingly outrageous content of the comments and couldn't help but laugh her ass off. Chang Xian, look at this, the netizens' brainchildren really didn't disappoint.
This time, they'll probably be able to help us rake out the entire Li Hongyuan's connections. The corner of Chang Xian's mouth lifted slightly, but his eyes remained calm and unperturbed.
This is just the beginning, the real fun is yet to come. As the heat of the discussion skyrocketed, many news outlets caught wind of it.
After all, these reporters don't miss any potentially explosive news.
At one point, calls and emails poured into the law firm like a tidal wave. "Brother Chang, another media outlet has contacted us and wants to interview you."
Zhao Gang took off his headphones and reported in a tone like an enemy.
"As usual, we don't do any interviews." Chang Xian didn't raise his head, turning over the legal text in his hands. "The arrow is just now leaving the bow, how can we not let it fly for a while?"
Sumu reclined on the edge of the table with his arms wrapped around him, his gaze turned, and he suddenly opened his mouth with a smile.
"Chang Xin, are you going to keep pretending to be mysterious? Have a little pop, it's actually kind of fun." Chang Xin raised an eyebrow and was about to reply when Zhao Gang suddenly interjected.
"That? Chang brother, I suddenly feel a little panicked.
With so many people watching us, what if Li Hongyuan jumps over the wall in a hurry?" Hearing this, without even needing Chang Xian to open his mouth, Sumu snorted.
"It means he's starting to get hard, and we're standing in the best position to watch the show." After finishing her sentence, her cell phone actually vibrated a few times along with her. She looked down and opened the message with a slight frown. Sure enough, those groups behind Li Hongyuan moved. "Word just came in from a reporter friend of mine. It says they're accelerating the buying of water and pressing the heat." "Then let them press." Hearing this news, Chang Xian was not surprised. Only his tone carried a hidden coldness, and his eyes were sharp as knives. He put down the dossier, raised his eyes to meet Sumu's gaze, and slowly opened his mouth.
"But don't let Zhou Kong be idle. Our response to public opinion program is about to take a step up."
Looking at Chang Xian's changed expression, Sumu raised his eyebrows. "Hey, new assignment coming up, Zhou Kong, hurry up and get the coffee ready."
And while Chang Xian and the others were negotiating, in the middle of a luxurious office,
Li Hongyuan grimaced, staring at the rising hot searches on his cell phone screen, veins rippling at the corners of his forehead. The news of the closure of Ching Sun law firm spread like a virus.
The comments section is even more agitated, pointing the finger at Hongyuan Group.
He slammed the phone down on his desk so hard that the glass panel cracked in response.
"Damn Chang Xin. Toast to the coaster."
He gritted his teeth and growled lowly, a nameless fire churning in his chest.
Chapter 63 Door Threats?
"Mr. Li, calm down, this is not the time to get angry." On the sidelines, a man in a suit with a greasy head cautiously advised.
"He is Li Hongyuan's confidant, named Ma Tao." "Rest your anger? How can I be angry? This Chang Xian is clearly going to die with me. He's trying to ruin me."
"Damn, where the hell did he get those things?
Are all those hackers you pay for losers?"
Li Hongyuan roared, his obese body trembling violently.
"Mr. Li, this is really not my reason. Those hacks are really the best you can find on the market right now." After first shouting an injustice, Ma Tao's eyes rolled.
Lifting his foot closer to Li Hongyuan, he lowered his voice and said, "Mr. Li, in my opinion, now that things are like this, it's useless to go deeper.
Why don't we take the initiative and break the bank? After all, that Chang Xian is just a lawyer.
Even though he is favored by Elder He is only just a little famous now. And it's not even in court yet, there's still a chance for everything. We just have to give enough leverage, and then this isn't really that hard to do." Upon hearing this, Li Hongyuan frowned and pondered for a moment before finally nodding helplessly.
"It'll have to do. In that case, I'm not at liberty to come forward myself nowadays.
Prepare your own car and go to Ching Sun Law."
Meanwhile, inside Chang Xian law firm, the atmosphere was much more relaxed.
Zhao Gang carried 2 cups of coffee and carefully placed them in front of Chang Xian and Sumu, still looking a little nervous. After all, his grades were even better. But it's also just a college student just out of school. This time the play was just too big and he was really panicking a bit.
"Brother Chang, is this Li Hongyuan really coming? He's not going to just send someone to crash the party, is he?" Sumu snorted out a laugh and took a sip of coffee. "Zhao Gang, you're too timid. It's broad daylight, how dare he?"
Chang Xian took the coffee, but did not drink it, just gently placed it on the table, his eyes as calm as water.
"Come on, it will come. It's just a matter of sooner or later." Hearing Chang Xian's assured words, Sumu put down his coffee cup with a suspicious face. Stretching out her slender fingers to point at her temples, she pretended to exaggerate. Barrister Chang, you don't think we're filming a TV show, do you? But we have the advantage, how dare he send someone to assassinate us? And talk about staging a late-night smash-up? Don't tell me you've even figured out a route to run? Chang Xian rubbed his brow helplessly. This girl usually looks quite shrewd, how come her brain is so wide open at the critical moment? He hadn't even said anything yet, and she could have brainstormed a gangster drama.
On the contrary, Zhao Gang, this kid usually looks a bit gum, but his brain is quite clear at critical moments.
He asked cautiously. Brother Chang, you mean they'll come and gag us with money?
Cheng Xinshin said, nodding faintly, just as he was about to open his mouth. A sharp crack of brakes suddenly came from outside the firm. With that, a man's voice came in, not too high, not too low, and it sounded very polite.
Is there anyone inside? I'm here to visit Lawyer Chang.
Zhao Gang's hand shook, almost smashing the coffee cup in his hand, and his face suddenly froze for a few minutes.
Coming? Really coming? Brother Chang, is this set up in advance?
Sumu, however, looked as normal and even smiled and flirted with Zhao Gang.
Can you still be a gold medal lawyer in our firm in the future with this mental quality? After all, we don't take on any small jobs at home. It's not going to be rare after this. Chang Xian didn't pay any attention to the two men's flirting.
Instead, he casually pushed his coffee cup on the table and spoke in a low voice.
You guys go to the other room now and do your thing. Just leave it to me here.
This sentence caused Sumu's original relaxed expression to slightly lurch. He had never understood that the calmer Chang Xian was, the more it meant that things might not be as simple as they appeared. Without further ado, she pulled Zhao Gang quickly towards another office. And just at the moment of closing the door, Sumu glanced back at Chang Xian with more than a vague worry in his eyes. Weekday jokes are jokes. But she also did so because she didn't want Chang Xian to add too much pressure on herself.
But now it seems you can only rely on Chang Xian.
And just as she and Zhou were heading out, the door to the parlor was pushed open.
An obese man walked in. It was Li Hongyuan's beloved Ma Tao.
He wore an iron suit and carried a heavy briefcase in his hand, a warm smile piled on his face.
Lawyer Chang is really as young and promising as rumored. Ma Tao stepped forward with a big smile on his face and extended his hand.
I'm Mr. Li's assistant, Ma Tao, and I've come here today to ask for advice. Chang Xian got up and swept him lightly, but did not reach out to shake his hand.
Assistant Ma is polite. I don't know what I can teach you by visiting my humble abode. We have a lot going on at the law firm right now. If there is no important matter, then please come back another day.
Not a word was spoken, not even a seat was given up, and the atmosphere was lowered to suffocating levels from the start. The corners of Ma Tao's mouth stiffened, but he quickly recovered his smile and heaved his briefcase toward the table.
Lawyer Chang, let's get to the point. Mr. Li asked me to come here to discuss a best of both worlds solution with Lawyer Chang.
The best of both worlds? Chang Xian's tone was unperturbed, but his back leaned into the sitting chair, signaling the other party to continue. Ma Tao pulled a thick wad of cash out of his briefcase and casually placed it on the desktop, his voice a few points lower.
This is a bit of sincerity from Mr. Li. You're kind enough to take those. How about the misunderstanding is squashed?
Chang Xian's eyes fell on the stack of cash, his gaze calm and looking at the white paper was no different. There was a few seconds of silence before he flicked back.
Mr. Li's sincerity seems a bit light. Ma Tao's cold, hard smile finally cracked a little.
Lawyer Chang, I advise you not to be too greedy, leave a thread in everything. Before the words left his mouth, Chang Xian reached out his fingers and gently tapped the desktop, interrupting him.
Are you threatening me? Hearing Chang Xian's undisguised words, Ma Tao was stunned. He really didn't expect that Chang Xian was now not giving any face to both sides.
But he quickly adjusted his demeanor and continued with a forced smile.
We just want to make friends with Lawyer Chang. Besides, there are some things where a fish out of water isn't good for anyone, are they?
The threatening implication in Ma Tao's words had been laid out clearly, but Chang Xian still looked calm. He pulled a scrap of paper with his hand and wrote something as if he was distracted.
Does Assistant Ma need me to remind you that threats are an offense? Chapter 64, Appetizer?
Such nonchalant words instantly caused Ma Tao's disguised, dripping smile to twitch slightly.
But ultimately, it's a character who's been in the mall for years. At that moment, he also quickly adjusted his expression and laughed, trying to ease the atmosphere. Lawyer Chang, you are mistaken, how can it be a threat? Our Mr. Lee is sincere in wanting to work with you. This is a small token of appreciation, just throwing in the towel. His soft tone was matched by the chubby hand tentatively pushing forward the cash on the table. After sweeping over the stack of bills, his eyes returned to Chang Xian with a few sly probes. However, Chang Xian's expression remained calm. Long fingers picked the edge of the pile of cash and flipped it over casually. It was then tossed back onto the table like it was trash. Mr. Lee's sincerity would be appropriate to take to fill those bills your company is secretly paying. These words caused the cracks on the face of Ma Tao, who was already struggling to maintain a smile, to become more pronounced. Thick, short fingers couldn't help but tap twice on the desktop, his tone intensifying. Lawyer Chang, I'll be honest, what's sitting on this table is nothing more than an appetizer. As long as you are willing to hold your head high in this matter. With the benefits that follow, Lee will always keep you satisfied. He leaned forward quietly as he spoke, a few glimmers of gloom in one eye. But if this stalemate continues, although your firm's closure statement creates a bit of momentum, how big a wave can it really make? Mr. Lee said that a fish out of water is not good for anyone. Since Lawyer Chang is a smart man, why let things get out of hand? Cheng Xinshin said, the corner of his mouth suddenly hooked up a faint smile. The handsome appearance coupled with this smile made his whole person appear much softer. But it made Ma Tao's heart inexplicably tighten. Fish out of water? Chang Xian repeated these 4 words, his voice not slow and unhurried, even seeming a bit careless. Assistant Ma, I really don't think, you fish, have a chance of extinction. With that, he pulled a dossier from the pile of papers on his desk. Casually, he pushed his hand in front of Ma Tao's face, but his tone remained calm. Mr. Lee has some interesting problems with the content of certain contracts in these recent bids. For example, the flow of funds does not seem to be fully reconciled in the contract specifications and the actual project implementation. I wonder, would our friends in the Commerce and Industry Bureau or the Taxation Bureau be interested in these as well? Ma Tao's face suddenly changed drastically as he grabbed the dossier. Flipping through a few pages haphazardly, he held his tongue before barely squeezing out a sentence. Lawyer Chang, there's no need for us to make it so ugly, right? Ugly? Chang Xian raised his eyes, his tone still light but his gaze sharp as a knife. The ugly ones are you guys. Assistant Ma, at the moment this Zhou Yang case has involved too much money from unknown sources, as well as false accounts. If your Mr. Lee insists on pushing the envelope, then I would be able to dig a little deeper to see just how deep the pool is. He paused, then got up and walked over to the floor-to-ceiling window, looking out and speaking without delay. My goal has always been simple, Zhou Yang, an innocent college student, his innocence must be returned. It's not so much a deal as it is the bottom line. As for how Mr. Lee is going to choose, whether to solve the problem with cooperation or turn it into a disaster, that depends on whether he has the guts. The sweat on Ma Tao's forehead eventually failed to hide as he gritted his teeth, stood up and smiled respectfully. Lawyer Chang, you are very righteous, I will bring your meaning back to Mr. Lee as it is. Chang Xian didn't respond, turning his back to him and continuing to look out the window. Until the moment the door to the room closed, his eyes went slightly cold. He then turned back to his seat and removed the tape recorder from under the table. Holding it in his hands and playing with it, a sneering cold smile also surfaced at the corner of his mouth. This game. It's just getting started. Slowly and methodically ripping through the recording, Chang Xian's fingertips were as steady as a rock, but the corners of his mouth curled into a cold smile. 2 lives. The rules of the game in this world, he had long ago figured out. Those who think they're above it all always like to stretch their hands too far without ever considering the cost of breaking them. He, on the other hand, was more than happy to send a pair of scissors. After backing up the recordings, he meticulously organized all the evidence into a book. Sort them into coded cabinets. Any pinprick of a loophole could be a breach for a counterattack, and he never took it lightly. He then dialed He Lao's personal phone number. Just after the phone call was answered, Chang Xian immediately changed his tone, becoming slack but not losing respect. Elder He, I haven't seen you for a few days, I wonder how is your health these days? Elder He's voice was steady and thick, and although it was soft, it also carried the characteristic majesty of the older generation. Ah Chang, my body is fine. On the contrary, I hear you're stuck with a bunch of trouble right now? Is it going to be my shot now? Then if that's the case, what I said before counts.
You bring those two friends over here, and the law firm still wants it all on my side.
And it's something that I can make work. Upon hearing this, Chang Xin couldn't help but let out a light laugh. Should I say that Mr. Ho has a love for talent? Still want to make some big noise. The moment he had the chance, he wanted to bring him into his fold. But since he had already done well with Sumu and the others to do well with his law firm, that must not be done halfway. At that moment, he gathered his mind and spoke softly. Rather, I'm sorry to trouble Elder He with this. But for me, trouble is nothing to talk about, just dealing with some jumped up clowns. I wonder if you, Elder He, have some interest in the name Honyuan Group? One sentence managed to trigger a short silence on the other end, and then He Lao's tone took on a few points of gravity. You mean the stuff you said at the launch? Yes. Hearing that Elder He understood what he meant, Chang Xin did not drag his feet in the slightest. Just now his assistant, Ma Tao, made a personal visit, tried to bribe without success, and turned to implied threats. They are involved in something that goes far beyond an ordinary commercial dispute. It can even implicate more and more complex platforms. I'm afraid that the Honyuan Group isn't as simple as just playing one or two scrubs. As soon as his words fell, Elder He answered. The seriousness of the incident has obviously been realized. This incident was brought to my attention when you had him just burst into flames. Especially since you mentioned the issue of illegal benefit chains. Chang, just go ahead and do whatever you need to do, I'll apply pressure from official channels on my side. Chapter 65 Purpose? But you must be safe, a predator like this one has few scruples when it comes to biting. If you were in the capital, I could still bail you out, but now. Thanks for your reminder, Elder He, I know it in my heart. In response to Elder He's concern, Chang Xin naturally wouldn't say anything grandiose. But at that moment, his gaze was also slightly cool. From within He Lao's words, he heard more meaning. But it's too late to turn back now that we've come this far. After exchanging a few pleasantries again, Chang Xin hung up the phone. Although his face maintained such calmness, the battle intent within his body had long been like boiling water churning. This legal leakage. He made sure to catch them back completely one by one. Just then, the office door was suddenly pushed open, but Sumu suddenly broke in. There was still a bit of hidden excitement on his face, and he was holding a stack of freshly printed materials. Chang Xin, this matter has stirred up more than we thought. Sumu slapped the material towards his desk, his eyes flashing with excitement. A reporter friend of mine just sent word that Hong Yuan's people have their eyes on the public opinion on the internet. It's contacting those water teams in the industry that specialize in manipulating public opinion to try to squash it. But guess what now? Looking at the smile on the other party's small face, Chang Xin had some answers in his heart. At that moment, he asked without haste. Pressing soldiers against soldiers? You're no fun. But it's pretty much what you said. Sumu sat on the sofa, the corners of his mouth almost quirking up to his eyebrows. The more Han Yuan deletes posts and suppresses hotspots, the more he creates suspicion. Netizens are now all about picking up Hong Yuan's background, and the heat is rather higher in the past 2 days. TSK, it's kind of a dowry for us. The corner of Chang Xian's lips drew a shallow arc, his eyes penetrating with a meaningful light. Since they want to use their power to curb public opinion, then let's all see if their power rips through the beast of public opinion or not. Sumu sniffed and clasped his hands on his chest, raising his eyebrows at him. So what's next? How are you going to give them a hard time? Chang Xian didn't rush to answer, but lowered his head and took out a few documents from the drawer and handed them to her. Pass all the word to Zhao Gang to gather all the current public opinion and case clues in summary. Especially those hints that involve the Everest group. Save it for when I serve them the main course. That's not a wonderful enough appetizer to eat. Sumu glanced at the document, and the smile on his face was instantly tinted with a bit of playfulness. Chang Xin, you are really a torturing monster. Is it that you can't see others living comfortably? Comfort? Chang Xin smiled lightly, but his tone was as cold as an ice blade. Save it for the innocent to enjoy, Li Hongyuan doesn't deserve it. On the other side, Ma Tao returned to Li Hongyuan with a grimace on his face. Well, did the kid give in yet? Seeing Ma Tao enter into the middle of the office, Li Hongyuan did not get up. Leaning back in the leather seat, a cigar in his hand. Between swallowing the clouds, it was a winning look. After all, in his mind, it was an impossible situation to fail. It's just a matter of seeing how many flowers are spent. And all that money he had prepared was definitely enough. But when he was out of his expectation, Ma Tao did not show a smile, instead he shook his head and spoke in a grave tone. Mr. Li, Chang Xin. He seems to have completely ignored you. Pop. As soon as the words were out of his mouth, the cigar was slammed hard into the ashtray, sending sparks flying. Li Honyuan sat up straight violently, his obese face trembling with horizontal flesh. What did you say? What does he really think he is? A brat with no hair on his head, how dare he call me out? Seeing Li Honyuan's appearance, Ma Tao hurriedly took 2 steps forward and lowered his voice to advise. Mr. Li, calm down. Now that this is such a big deal, you'd be better off if you... What more? Does he really dare to touch me? Li Honyuan's eyes widened in anger, like an enraged beast. I've been in this acreage for so many years, I've never been afraid of anyone. He snapped to his feet and paced back and forth across the room, gritting his teeth as he opened his mouth. No way. I can't swallow this. He must be given some credit. Upon hearing this, Ma Tao's face changed and he quickly reached out to stop him. Mr. Li, never. The whole internet is on this now. If anything happens to Chang Xin, we won't be able to get away with it. Without calming down from these words, Li Honyuan shook off Ma Tao's hand and roared. Afraid of what? I'll pay to get rid of it. Get a few outlaws, God forbid. Ma Tao stopped him again, his tone more urgent. Mr. Li, calm down. Behind Chang Xin is Elder He. Do you know that, Elder He? That legal titan in the capital. If he intervenes and the capital exerts pressure, we'll be completely finished. As soon as this name entered his ears, Li Honyuan's movements also froze violently. The anger on his face began to visibly dissipate, replaced by a bit of panic. He had naturally heard of Elder He's reputation, that was a figure that would make the entire legal profession tremble when he stomped his foot. And now Chang Xin had really climbed the big tree of Elder He. Did he really kick the bucket this time? Cold sweat ran down Li Honyuan's forehead as he sat back in his chair disheveled and muttered. How did this kid climb up to He Lao? Seeing that Li Honyuan was finally calming down, Ma Tao hurriedly handed over a cup of tea and gently persuaded him. Mr. Li, the priority now is not to deal with Chang Xin. Instead, we're trying to find ways to calm public opinion and minimize the damage. Li Honyuan took the teacup and drained it in one gulp, his eyes flickering. He knew Mateo was right. Now that the situation was stronger than the others, he could only endure this breath first, and then make a plan. Slowly, he exhaled a mouthful of turbid air, as if emptying his chest of the turbid air that had been pent up for a long time. Li Honyuan's face was still ironic, but he finally calmed down. He loosened his tie and tugged at the collar of his shirt, which was strangling his neck raw, before asking in a muffled voice. Ma Tao, what does that kid want? Ma Tao, observing his words and carefully weighing the wording, coughed lightly before opening his mouth. Chang Xin said that he only wanted to clear Zhou Yang's name. Innocence? As if Li Honyuan had heard some heavenly joke, his obese body couldn't help but shake once again. He made all this noise for a farting innocence? Where did he put me, Li Honyuan? Where did you put my Honyuan group? Ma Tao lowered his head and didn't dare to answer, afraid that if he was not careful, he would become the vent for Li Honyuan's anger. Chapter 66, Too Much Manipulation. Li Honyuan heavily rested his teacup back on the table, the porcelain clattering with a crisp sound. Standing on the sidelines, cold sweat rolled down from Ma Tao's forehead in drops. But after a few moments, he couldn't help but whisper his advice. Mr. Li, the matter is so big, if you are too hasty, I am afraid that you will. Shut up! Li Honyuan let out an explosive shout, causing the already somewhat nervous Ma Tao to tremble. Up? Am I not in a hurry now, waiting for that kid to stomp me around in the mud? You tell me, can I not be in a hurry? He gasped, his face reddened, and his eyes slashed at Ma Tao like knives. Why don't you come up with an immediate solution for me? What's the use of just standing around chattering? Swallowing his throat, Ma Tao steadied himself dolefully and opened his mouth. Mr. Li, how about letting public opinion chill for a while? After a while, the wind always passes. Let's lay low for a moment. Low profile? Upon hearing this, Li Honyuan sneered, his obese face filled with anger. Low profile is an excuse for being a wimp, get it? I want a victory, a no-holds-barred crushing. And if it goes any lower, either the old man's daughter or the old man is bound to have one in. His fist slammed into the tabletop with a hard, muffled thud. Go on, notify everyone, meet me in the conference room in 10 minutes. Ma Tao didn't dare to say another word, but only answered, looking at Li Hongyuan's gloomy face, and hurriedly retreated. 10 minutes later, the core members of the Hongyuan group gathered together. Li Hongyuan sat in the main seat, his hands folded, his gloomy gaze sweeping over the crowd. A low voice rang out. More than I can say. The core idea of this meeting is known to you. Give me a way out. Anyone who talks crap gets the hell out of here on their own. As soon as the words fell, the crowd looked at each other as if they were waiting for a knife fight. A moment later, someone spoke tentatively. Mr. Li, why don't we find a few well-known media outlets to work with? Send out some clarifying statements and turn the tide of public opinion around a little bit? Not enough. It's too soft. Li Hongyuan vetoed without mercy, impatience written all over his face. When dealing with that Cheng Xin kid, you have to be ruthless. And now that he's a victim on the internet, this way is too ineffective. Go on. Upon hearing this, the other man hastened to add. So? Can we still find some of his black history and dig up some material to break? Like previous scandals, bad records, or something like that, to create more trouble for him? Fart. And after hearing this, Li Hongyuan couldn't help but angrily slap the table. That's the best I can do for the money I spent? Use your head, will you? Looking at the furious Li Hongyuan, the crowd grew more and more silent. This matter. Remember, this is going to be clean even if the cost is sky high. Otherwise, something happens and you take the blame. Old Lu's face instantly turned white, but he could only bow his head and vaguely respond. Mateo. Li Hongyuan suddenly turned to Ma Tao, his voice stabbing directly like a sharp blade. Ma Tao's body trembled as he hurriedly stood up. Mr. Li, what are your orders? You and Old Lu operate together to make sure that there are no less mistakes in every aspect. It's something I just need to see the results of. His tone was icy cold, and a chilling oppression hid under his eyes. By the way, get a couple of media outlets, make some noise and send out some smears. Play it smart, don't be too obvious, create a little smoke, got it? Ma Tao's heart was beating wildly. He knew best that this matter involved too much depth, and that the entire group would be plunged into a quagmire if they were not careful. And if the hand rubs the gun, he'll be the first one to be sacrificed to the heavens. But looking at Mr. Li's gaze that seemed to want to eat people alive, how could he dare to refuse and could only hang his head in answer? Understood. Get your ass to work if you understand. I want to see the initial feedback at 12 o'clock tonight. Li Hongyuan slapped the table fiercely, shaking everyone for a moment and making them tense. After the meeting was adjourned, and before the crowd fishtailed out, Li Hongyuan picked up his cell phone. Flipping a number from the contacts with a vague note. He dialed, and in a short time the call was answered, and the voice on the other side was low and husky. Mr. Li, what brings you here? Cut the crap, I have something big I need your cooperation on. Price is not an issue, but I want a 100% guarantee. Li Hongyuan didn't have any courtesy, his tone was domineering and tough. There was a moment of silence across the room, then a smile. Oh, it's natural to be attentive to Mr. Li's business. The cost, however, may have to be increased appropriately depending on the difficulty. Li Hongyuan frowned, but eventually snorted. Okay, as long as you do it beautifully, you'll get a small cut. After hanging up the phone, he leaned back in his wide chair, his gaze grim and murderous. Cheng Xin, even if you can turn over the sky, you can't escape my poem. This show has just begun, the best is yet to come. Meanwhile, Cheng Xin, who was located at the other end of the city, was focusing on the public opinion chart that Sumu had handed over. The pen in his hand tapped the desktop quickly, as if analyzing the information behind each piece of data. Sumu leaned forward slightly and couldn't help but ask softly. Brother Xin, their routine is nothing but the same old three boards, smearing and accusing, nothing new at all. Are we going to play defense next, or are we just going to come right back at them? Zhao Gang also came over. Chapter 67 Tearing Straight Through. Yeah, that grandson Li Hongyuan is so disgusting, it's better to just tear his face off. However, Cheng Xin did not answer immediately. But after a brief silence, his characteristic smile with confidence and sternness suddenly bloomed at the corners of his mouth. No, it's not all that simple. He spoke slowly, his voice low but strong. The calm before the storm isn't something to wait around for foolishly, and I've got to be ready for their surprise. Set it up ahead of time and we'll get a head start on them. Hearing this, Sumu frowned. But this time Lee Han-yuan is obviously hiding very deeply. You mean he'll have another killer? Hearing this, Chang Xian nodded, his gaze sharp as a blade. So this public opinion building he's doing is a smokescreen at best. His real target is definitely hiding deeper. Sumu frowned slightly, clearly a little confused. Smoke and mirrors? Doesn't he really want to stink us up? Chang Xian's fingertips lightly knocked on the desktop, his voice steady as a bell. Smearing us is the goal, yes, but it will never be the ultimate motivation. Think about it, he's going around using his connections to create a public opinion war, and he's not afraid to throw money at the situation. With all this action, you think it's just to disgust us? It's too big a price to pay. What he really wants to do is the key. The question now is, what exactly is he? He said as he slowly stood up, his eyes sweeping over the computer on his desk. He suddenly gave a low laugh, muffling that laugh, cold and a little mocking. With that, he simply sat back in his chair and turned his head towards Zhao Gang and shouted. Zhao Gang, organize all the running water records we can find in our hands and the evidence of the black information passed out by those sons of ES into documents. As well as in having a few extra flash drives, 5 at least. After you've made a complete copy, store it separately. Zhao Gang rubbed the back of his head and was a bit confused in the moment as well. What's with all the backup copies? We're afraid they'll hack in and delete files too? And even if he did come and delete it, with Brother Chang's hacking skills you have, it wouldn't be easy to recover it? Hearing Zhao Gang's words, the corner of Chang Xian's mouth twitched unnoticeably. What the other side said was true. Only that was only if he had top-notch hacking skills rewarded by the system. 24 hours had now long passed. That top hacker's skills have long since been recovered by the system. If the other party did it now, it would be really bad. He didn't show it, though. After all, he had a system and was a born-again thing. Let's not talk about whether anyone believes it or not, the main point is that it creates too much of an impact. At that moment, he opened his mouth and pulled a random excuse. I'm not afraid of them deleting it, but I'm looking at the possibility that they might make other moves. If the enemy doesn't move, we have to leave a counter-recovery net ready when they do. Hearing this, Zhao Gang no longer asked any more questions. At that moment, he nodded and immediately went to prepare without saying a word. Chang Xian then sat back down in front of the computer. Fingers tapped like flies on the keyboard, pulling up several complex data analysis charts. Sumu leaned against the table with a cup of coffee and stared at Chang Xian's side face. A little concern surfaced in her eyes, but with a deep trust. Look like you haven't sorted out his cards yet? Chang Xinxin gave a start and raised an eyebrow at her sideways. Ah, schoolmate Mu, do you know what the biggest trap is? Hearing this sudden question from Chang Xian, Sumu also couldn't help but be stunned. It's the fuss that's beyond the range of normal human intelligence. Li Han-yuan guessed that I'm not easy to deal with. So he must have prepared a more elaborate plan to endure the pain of this game. His smoke and mirrors are just to confuse us so we can be slowed down by the illusion. As Chang Xian's words fell, Sumu quietly looked at him for a moment, then nodded thoughtfully. Indeed, you have a point, someone like him would never waste a move. As he said that, Sumu's hand that was touching the coffee cup was also slightly harder. Chang Xian noticed some worry showing in her lowered demeanor and couldn't help but raise his eyebrows lightly. A slight smile hung at the corners of his mouth, as if he was aware of the sentiment. He didn't say much, but sat back down in front of the computer, his fingertips flying over the keyboard. The computer screen is densely packed with codes and documents flowing. Chang Xian operates at a rapid pace, occasionally mumbling a few sentences. Well, cover it here. Yes, another layer of camouflage is needed. His eyes were focused and sharp, each pause for further deliberation. Now the system has taken back his top hacking skills though. But now he has to do something as simple as transferring and overwriting data. That's not so hard, it's perfectly fine to have hands. Sumu didn't disturb him and stood quietly behind him, but his gaze was unconsciously attracted by Chang Xian's serious side face that was hidden. She realized that when the man focused, everything around her seemed to be eclipsed, including herself. Her gaze fixed on his lean, steely jawline for a moment before she was slightly startled. Hastily, he averted his eyes, as if somewhat embarrassed by his lapse in concentration. Sister Mu, if you keep staring at me like that, I'm going to mistake how handsome I am. Chang Xian suddenly opened his mouth, the corner of his mouth hooked into a playful smile, but his eyes did not leave the screen. Sumu couldn't help but blush slightly when she was interrupted by his words, but she quickly raised her head and countered with a feigned calmness. What's wrong with handsome? Can handsome be food? Upon hearing this, Chang Xian froze, then laughed out loud. The voice was bright, even with a bit of brisk flair. His hand didn't stop as he continued to enter different streams of data. It took less than tens of minutes for Chang Xian to stop after a series of alert boxes popped up on the screen. Relieved, he turned and leaned back in his chair, not forgetting to pick up the conversation in a flirtatious tone. Handsome is not a meal. But handsome does give me a little extra flavor when I look in the mirror and eat. After all, show and tell. Sumu gave him a blank look, but she couldn't help but raise the corner of her mouth and almost laughed out loud. He was just about to dislike him again, but he heard Chang Xian suddenly say in a low voice. Well, great job. Transferring the file is complete? Sumu took a step closer and stared curiously at the screen. Chapter 68 Preparing Evidence? Not only was it transferred, but I left him a copy of the shrunken fireworks. Chang Xian's eyes were triumphant, and the smile at the corner of his mouth became more and more obvious. If Han Yuanli does find a hacker to reverse push my port, track it down directly. Then all you'll see will be some junk treasure. Believe it or not, he's going to be furious. Sumu narrowed his eyes, and a meaningful arc came out from the corner of his mouth. Junk treasure? What do you mean? Chang Xian sat up straight from his chair and craned his neck leisurely. Some faked income bills, but they look especially real. Like 144 late-night snack takeouts, $2,000 for gaming gear, or something like that. Sumu burst out laughing and gently pushed Chang Xian's shoulder, his tone pretending to be reproachful. How come you're acting like a belly-aching kid when you call yourself my senior? Hearing Sumu's words, Chang Xian also raised his eyebrows unconvincingly. Composure is not called belly-aching, it's called a deep set. There's nothing left inside this computer that can be used anyway. If he really spends a lot of money to find some hacker bulls, it will only be a waste of money. Looking at Chang Xian's confident look, Sumu couldn't help but smile, his apricot mouth slightly open, intending to ask what to do afterward. After all, now she was really out of rhythm. It would be better to hear what Chang Xian is planning to do next. In that case, let's. Only just as she opened her mouth, the office door was violently pushed open. Zhao Gang had an anxious look on his face, holding a pile of documents in his hands, and almost bumped into Sumu. What's going on here? Old Zhao, are you finding any new clues here? Raising an eyebrow, Chang Xian spoke softly, a hint of flirtation in his tone. Zhao Gang couldn't care less about Chang Xian's flirting and placed the documents on the table, pointing to one of the public opinion analysis reports with a grave expression on his face. Brother Chang, Sister Mu, look, this is what I found just now when I was organizing the data. The water army of the Hong Yuan group has begun to move again. Sumu picked up the document and quickly skimmed through it, and his face sank. On the internet, various posts smearing Chang Xian were endless. There's even been some picking up on his supposedly dark history in college. Even added to the story by making up a story about a schoolyard bully. These sailors, they really dare to say anything for money. Vile and shameless. Small hands slammed down on the table. Sumu was furious, his delicate eyebrows filled with sulkiness. Chang Xian, however, just smiled, picked up the bottle of mineral water on the table and took a sip, saying slowly. Calm down, schoolmate Mu, this is just where it's at, the good part is still to come. He turned his head to Zhao Gang. Old Zhao, continue to monitor Hong Yuan Group's public opinion movements, I want to know their plans every step of the way. Especially for the last 24 hours, I want data down to the minute. Understood. Zhao Gang nodded and turned to leave the office. Meanwhile, in the office of Hong Yuan Group, Li Hongyuan was proudly swiping his cell phone. Looking at the overwhelming negative comments on the internet, the corner of his mouth hooked into a sinister smile. Ma Tao, Lao Lu, well done. Keep increasing the firepower, the effect doesn't matter. But I'm going to make sure Chang Xian doesn't have any sight to worry about anything else. Don't worry, Mr. Li, we've contacted all the major media outlets to ensure that this evidence is real enough. Hearing this, Ma Tao hurriedly stepped forward and responded with a fawning smile. Upon hearing this, Li Hongyuan sked in satisfaction and reached out to knock on the desktop. Instead, his eyes fell on the still cell phone screen on the table. He half smiled, a winning smile on the corner of his mouth, and looked up at Ma Tao, who was standing across from him. In that case, go ahead and don't let me down. Li Hongyuan's tone was flat, completely different from his previous extremely irritated appearance. But the blandness was still a jolt to Ma Tao. At that moment, he was flattered and nodded his head. Don't worry, Mr. Li, how dare I let you down, I promise to do it properly. Okay, don't just stand there, get out. Li Hongyuan casually waved his hand, a few more points of impatience evident in his tone. Ma Tao immediately backed up and respectfully brought the door closed. And as the other party left, Li Hongyuan instantly put away his smile. With a cold gaze, he reached out and grabbed his cell phone, dialing that number in his address book once again. When the call came through, he spat out a few simple words. Get moving. There was no reply from the other side, only a soft, inaudible answer, followed by a busy signal. Hanging up the phone, Li Hongyuan threw the phone back on the table. Lifting his steps to the floor-to-ceiling windows of his office, he put his hands behind his back and looked out the window at the neon city night scene. It's quite a view today. Meanwhile, a dark and narrow hut tens of kilometers away from Li Hongyuan's company. A single figure sat in front of the computer, the whole thing almost hidden in the shadows. The youth's hood was pressed low, revealing a bit of a cold profile. Countless lines of code jumped and flowed on the screen in front of him. The pale glow reflected on his thin face with a few distinctly unhealthy glimmers. Key clues, and what a joke. He snorted softly, his fingertips flying over the keyboard. These people, do they really think I'm here to clean up their trash? As soon as the words fell out of his mouth, he tapped his finger on the enter key as well. But the screen didn't change into what he expected. A message popped up above. Target virtual port connection failed. Upon seeing this somewhat unexpected news, the youth was first stunned. It was then not annoyed, instead the corners of his mouth lifted slightly. Kind of. Murmuring softly, his fingers moved again, quickly tapping in a new string of path commands. A few moments later, however, multiple pseudo-data source windows popped up on his screen. The windows were constantly refreshing and closing at a speed barely visible to the naked eye, interfering with his operation. He frowned and couldn't help but murmur. That's pretty crafty. On the other hand, Chang Xian was sitting in front of his desk and had just explained Zhao Gang. A sharp alarm sound suddenly sounded in the Bluetooth device in his ear. His expression wasn't half disturbed, but instead showed a rather playful smile. Coming. He whispered to himself as his long fingers slid the mouse, quickly bringing up the system log. One by one, a dense string of numbers and codes jumped into his field of vision. At first glance, he hummed softly, a glint in his dark eyes. Seeing Chang Xian's sudden rise in action, Sumo also reacted that something had happened. Hastily, he took 2 steps forward and came behind him. What happened to this? Looking at the complex images on the screen, her delicate little face was filled with bewilderment. Chapter 69. Let's see who's caught off guard. Chang Xian put down the mouse, stood up and stretched, and leisurely turned back to Su Mu. It's nothing, it's just someone in a hurry who wants to tamper with the evidence. But... His eyes lifted slightly, and the curve of his mouth grew more open. Unfortunately, the other side seems to have made the wrong move. Hearing Chang Xian's words, Sumo immediately thought of what he had arranged Zhao Gang to do earlier. Right away there was a flash of light, and she understood the key. So, Li Hongyuan's real goal is actually the evidence in our hands? The flashing alarm on the computer screen continued. Chang Xian also stopped selling out and nodded with a smile. Sumo looked at Chang Xian's chesty look. Recalling that he had anticipated this step earlier when he heard about Li Hongyuan's supposed actions, he couldn't help but give him a thumbs up. Senior, as far as playing with your heart is concerned, it's still you. The smile on Chang Xian's face instantly froze. This girl, why does complimenting someone sound so awkward? He coughed lightly to hide his embarrassment. Just a basic operation, routine. This Li Hongyuan, the segment is still a bit low. Using the mall routine against us can be a bit insufficient. Chang Xian's fingers paused for a moment, then resumed tapping on the keyboard. The firewall interface on the screen was busy, with code scrolling like a waterfall. The scene looks like a high and mighty one to the layman. However, to look at it from a professional point of view, it's not really a very smart operation, and one could even say that it's a bit confusing. Sumo stared at his screen for a moment, and really couldn't help but open his mouth. Senpai, I remembered that you hadn't already transferred all that evidence just now. Even put a bunch of fake evidence in there specifically? And now you have to get these. You're running out of time with them? Her brow was full of confusion and she cocked her head looking a little puzzled. Chang Xian didn't raise his head, a light smile on his lips. Yeah, that's right, it's just running out of time. His tone was characterized by a sense of carelessness, as if he truly disregarded the opponent in front of him. But, receiving Chang Xian's affirmative answer, Sumu did not unravel the confusion. Instead, he frowned more visibly. Since the barricade was put up a long time ago, it's just as well they breached it. Why go to such lengths to stop it when you can't reach the real thing anyhow? This firewall looks... Wait, senpai, you didn't just write that, did you? Chang Xian finally raised his eyes, his gaze smiling. It's true that nothing gets past your eyes. That's right, I'm just writing this randomly. So random that you can't wait to stir it up with 2 chopsticks and just throw it out. Sumu was exasperated by his shocking attitude. One hand crossed his arms and the other pointed to his screen. Then why did you add this mess of a firewall? Isn't this a waste of time? I thought you said our stuff was deployed. Deployment is one thing. Chang Xian didn't stop moving, his fingers nimbly tapped out a code and opened his mouth with a bit of smugness. The layout is another matter. Mind you, that crowd is no cutie pie. And what's the feeling we've been giving him? It's cunning, treacherous, and does things in dribs and drabs. Now that you've made it easy for them to break into a system, isn't their first thought deceitful? As soon as he spoke, he subconsciously turned his head to look at Sumu. Sure enough, the girl froze for a moment, then nodded with some clarity. A moment later, though, she stared at him suspiciously, clasping her hands in a rhetorical question. So you're doing all this now to make them think what they've found is hard to come by? Brilliant. The smile at the corner of Chang Xian's mouth became even thicker, and his face was filled with a teasing expression. The things that make people chase are often the unattainable things. Slightly sweeten the pot, let them taste some victory, and throw in some false hope. Well, God forbid the trick should be more genuine. Sumu skimmed his mouth and muttered in a seemingly unintelligible manner. This is clearly the realm of psychology. How is it that when it comes out of your mouth, this is like a charlatan's routine? Chang Xian lost his smile and returned without changing his face. It doesn't matter if you cheat or not, it's the results that count. Dealing with someone like Hong Yuan Li who doesn't see a rabbit. You're a little careless, and he's better than anyone at following the trail. But even then, how long can you stall? Sumu subconsciously asked, his expression slightly heavier. Chang Xian moved with a slight lurch, tilted his head to look at her, and said in a single word. It doesn't matter how long it takes, only if we can hold it off for one more second, it's good for us. After all we need now is time. And the more the merrier. And hearing Chang Xian's words, Sumu raised her nice eyebrows. There was a sly glint in his eyes. She was a senior in law school back in the day, no less. When Chang Xian's words came to this point in the moment, she naturally figured out what they represented. She clasped her hands to her chest and leaned back slightly, leaning on the back of the chair with a lazy yet elegant posture. So, next step, it's time for that Zhou Yang kid to add more fuel to the fire? She spoke slowly, playfulness in her tone. Let him take advantage of this win to make more noise and rush the progress of the second trial? Chang Xian nodded in satisfaction, his fingers flying on the keyboard as complex codes flashed on the screen. That's right, little Mumu, worthy of being my strongest schoolmate. He turned his head to look at Sumu with appreciation in his eyes. I'll leave it to you to contact Zhou Yang. And don't wait until tomorrow, tell him to make his move tonight. Just make a video and post it online so that the netizens know that his second trial has not been opened until now. Hearing this, Sumu rolled his eyes and said without any good humor. Spoken like I'm idle. I'm the one organizing people to fight back now and online with all that public opinion, eh? But just as the words fell, her words gave way, and the corners of her mouth rose slightly, revealing an evil smile. But I like this game of playing with fire. Show those old guys that we're not to be messed with. It's to show them that rabbits bite when they're anxious. Ruthlessness flashed in Chang Xian's eyes, and his tone became icy. This time, it's time for them to pay the price. Hearing this, Sumu lightly laughed, the corner of his mouth slightly raised, his clear voice carrying excitement. Aha, then leave the matter of contacting Zhou Yang to me. Since the other side wants to catch us off guard. Well, let's see who ends up being the one who gets hit. Chapter 70, Stress Reaction? Sumu let out a light laugh, the corner of his mouth slightly raised, his clear voice carrying excitement. Aha, then leave the matter of contacting Zhou Yang to me. Since the other side wants to catch us off guard. Well, let's see who ends up being the one who gets hit. After the words fell, Sumu directly took out his cell phone and dialed Zhou Yang's number. As a partner of the firm, she naturally had the contact information of Zhou Yang, a client. Hello? Sumu's tone was relaxed and casual. A short silence came from the other end of the phone, then Sumu clearly heard a crisp beep. The other party hung up. Sumu and Chang Xin both froze and looked at each other. Sumu blinked in disbelief. He hung up on me? Chang Xin stroked his chin, a hint of doubt flashing in his eyes. Maybe it's a bad signal? Hearing this, Sumu couldn't help but roll his eyes. It's 5G, can you hang up on me with a bad signal? After that, she dialed again. This time, a cold, mechanical female voice came directly from the phone. Sorry, the number you have dialed is in progress. Sumu was completely confused and tried again without dying, still with the same result. He actually blackballed me? At this moment, even Sumu couldn't help but burst out. Chang Xin also felt that there was something strange going on and pulled out his own cell phone and dialed Zhou Yang's number. The phone was picked up after 2 rings, and Zhou Yang's slightly excited voice came out of the receiver. Lawyer Chang. You finally contacted me. Any results yet? When does the second trial start? This is driving me crazy. Chang Xin frowned slightly, listening to Zhou Yang's tone. His mood was obviously unstable. Zhou Yang, calm down for a moment. Before Chang Xin could finish his words, Sumu snatched the cell phone with a bad tone. Zhou Yang, what do you mean? Why did you hang up on me? And blackballed me? And as soon as Sumu's voice fell, Zhou Yang on the other end of the phone fell into silence once again. A few seconds later, Sumu then heard a beep again, and the phone was hung up again. Sumu's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at Chang Xin and slowly opened his mouth. He's sick, isn't he? Chang Xin was also a bit puzzled by Zhou Yang's unusual behavior. By all rights, Zhou Yang should be very eager to contact them. It's only right to actively cooperate with their plans. Especially since the other party's attitude just now had proved that. Then how come it's suddenly like this now? Touching his chin, Chang Xin frowned with a thoughtful glint in his eyes. There must be a demon when things go wrong. Zhou Yang was so anxious about the second trial before. Now we reach out to him and he shuns us and even pulls the plug on you. This is so not normal. Hearing this, Sumu also scratched his hair in annoyance. Did he find another lawyer? Or he solved the problem himself? Upon hearing this, Chang Xin shook his head without even considering it. Unlikely. In his condition, the likelihood of him solving it on his own is slim to none. Besides, if he'd found another lawyer, there's no reason he shouldn't have informed us. After all, the agency contract between us is still valid. As those words fell from his lips, a brief silence fell over the room. Unable to resist pacing back and forth, Sumu's high-heeled shoe struck the floor, emitting a crisp ringing sound, as if it was striking Chang Xin's nerves. Suddenly, Chang Xin jerked his head up and some light flashed in his eyes. Could he have been threatened? Sumu's footsteps lurched as he turned his head to look at Chang Xin, and a touch of gravity surfaced in his eyes as well. Threats? You mean someone doesn't want him to contact us? The thought was like a bolt of lightning that cut through the fog in both men's minds. All indications are that this is not an empty promise. Just as the two were thinking, the silence of the room was broken by the sudden ringing of a bell. Chang Xin's cell phone screen was clearly displaying the words Zhou Yang. The two exchanged a look, both seeing surprise and some caution in the other's eyes. Chang Xin motionlessly gave Sumu a wink. Sumu understood and quickly took out the recorder from the drawer and pressed the record button. Chang Xin also turned on the recording function of his cell phone, which connected the call. Hello? Chang Xin tried to make his tone sound calm and natural. Only before he could open his mouth, Zhou Yang's slightly apologetic voice came from the other end of the phone. Lawyer Chang, I'm really sorry, I didn't mean to hang up on you just now. My rude behavior just now was simply a result of the fact that I've been fleshed out for the past 2 days. The phone number was also exposed. So many women called and cursed me, it was annoying. I just heard it was a female voice. I just hung up by reflex, I'm so sorry. Hearing the other party's explanation, Chang Xian and Su Mu, who were already prepared, froze. What's this about? Zhou Yang's voice continued to come, carrying an extremely obvious helplessness. Lawyer Chang, you don't know, those women's curses can be hard to hear. Obviously I'm the one who's a victim. But now I'm getting psycho from them. I've also had people threaten to find my house, throw paint and throw rats at my door. I'm so scared of them. Hearing this, Chang Xian and Su Mu couldn't help but twitch the corners of their mouths. Where is this plot going? Why is it a little off? So? Just now was really a misunderstanding, just said Su lawyer, right? Is she still around now? Tell her I'm sorry for me. After Chang Xian heard Zhou Yang's explanation, his eyebrows couldn't help but jump. He looked up and glanced at Su Mu, and the other party was equally speechless, and the corners of his mouth were still involuntarily twitching. Apparently, the brainstorming script they had just spiced up was now looking extra awkward. Su Mu tapped his finger on the desktop twice, reminding Chang Xian to dominate this conversation. Chang Xian understood the situation and suppressed the churning feeling of powerlessness before continuing to speak. I was just worried about you, that's why I called a couple more times, and I heard you say it was so serious. Mr. Zhou, are you still safe in person? Do you want to call the police? Or, do you need us to contact the police department for you and apply for a writ of habeas corpus? No. Hearing Chang Xian's words, Zhou Yang immediately spoke back. I'm not in any danger for the time being, and the people who called me names on the internet aren't really looking for me for a while. Only, mentally, I guess, I'm about to be destroyed. Lawyer Chang, you don't know, I can't even sleep well these days. The head is full of those tirades, especially when some of them are particularly venomous. Chapter 71 Ways to Fight Back. Anything hurtful can be put on my head when I'm clearly the one who is the victim. Chang Xian could hear Zhou Yang's helplessness and exhaustion from the other end of the line. But he wasn't going to add to the comfort for now, instead pinching the key points. All the more reason to stand up and speak out since you've been cyber violated like this. Mr. Zhou, right now everyone is just unilaterally hearing the other side. You didn't even make your position clear before you became acquiescent, you know? Su Mu raised an eyebrow, quite agreeable to Chang Xian's cut. She reached down and straightened the papers scattered on her desk. Purposefully, he handed Chang Xian a material on the orientation of online public opinion and reminded him with a lip sync. Don't agitate him too much, take it step by step. Chang Xian took the information, nodded, and continued into the phone. Mr. Zhou, I know you have a lot of doubts. But the situation is so clear now that it's more dangerous not to stand up for yourself than to stand up for yourself. You just need to be truthful about what has happened to you in the last few days, without taking a position or being confrontational. Just so people can see the other side of things. Besides, you're an adult at least, are you going to be a shrinking violet for the rest of your life? Zhou Yang on the other end of the phone was silent for a while, obviously digesting Chang Xian's words. He then responded with some hesitation. Lawyer Chang, I understand what you're saying, but can people on the internet really listen? Just these days, I'm looking at all the cursing I'm getting on the Hot 100, it's just overwhelming. Honestly, I'm not making a fool of myself by making a video out of it? Upon hearing Zhou Yang's question, Chang Xian instantly snorted. Your way of dealing with cyber violence is to let people stomp on you with their feet? Mr. Zhou, I don't think you're willing to fall foul of the name, are you? Even if 90% of the people won't believe it, there will always be some voice of reason that can stand up for you. Zhou Yang was clearly provoked beyond words on the other end of the phone, and only after a long time did he hesitantly open his mouth. Lawyer Chang, are you sure this will really work? At this time, Su Mu, who had been listening from the sidelines, finally opened his mouth. Perhaps because of the slight oops earlier, her voice now seemed unusually cool. Mr. Zhou, what else are you going to do? Continue to hold back until these people actually find your door and throw paint on your door? Instead of being passive, we should be proactive. I don't suppose you'll need us to come around 3 times to teach you how to behave? And we were supposed to be the innocent ones, right? The words obviously carried a bit of a sting, and Zhou Yang on the other end of the phone suddenly became speechless. A moment of silence finally squeezed out. Counselor Su is right, I'll think about it. Hearing the other party's still crossly grinding reply, Chang Xian also narrowed his eyes slightly. With his powers of observation as a lawyer, he had once again sharply grasped the key point right away. There's no time to reconsider, we need you to move quickly. You may not exaggerate, but you must be swift. Realize that the flames of public opinion burn fast, and once they spread completely, your little bit of gas can't be extinguished. We'll help you plan the content of the copy and the pacing of the release, but the video must feature you. At this moment, Sumu raised his chin and once again tapped the desktop with his pen. Mr. Zhou, I can't guarantee anything else, but there is one thing you must be clear about. Standing up for yourself may not turn the tide, but if you don't, you're sure to be doomed. Zhou Yang on the other end of the phone finally let out a long sigh. Okay, I'll shoot. But are you guys really sure? There's number 100% certainty, just a little bit of a chance of winning is enough. The corners of Chang Xian's lips were slightly raised, and there was a touch of cold sharpness in his eyes. All we want is a break. After hanging up the phone, Chang Xian took a long breath and turned his head to Sumu. It seems that Zhou Yang, now, still has to give a push. Sumu hummed lightly, his slender fingers tapping on the desktop. Isn't that right? It's time to be indecisive. If it weren't for the fact that he's really pathetic. And if it's already signed with us, then I really don't care about people like that. Hearing this, Chang Xian smiled and picked up the information on the table. Alright, since he promised, let's get a move on. I'll write the copy, and you contact the side of the PR firm that you know well and reliably. They are needed to control comments and guide public opinion after the video is released. That's naturally no problem. Without any thought of beating his mouth, Sumu directly answered and picked up his cell phone to start contacting. Chang Xian quickly drafted the video copy. He knows that truth and brevity are the most powerful weapons in this maelstrom of public opinion. He lays out the core facts of the incident, avoiding any sensationalism or over-the-top rhetoric. Seeks to present what happened to Zhou Yang in an objective and dispassionate manner. He also made a point of noting the choice of recording location. A well-lit room with a neat background to enhance the credibility of the video. The clock on the wall was already pointing to 11 o'clock in the middle of the night as the minutes ticked by. Chang X rubbed his sore eyes and finally finished the first draft of. I'm going to contact a few big verses and ask them to forward this evidence to expose Hong Yuan Group's counterfeiting behavior. Chang Xian nodded and was about to prepare to further refine the counterattack plan. Chapter 72 Desperate Blue Screen? Suddenly, he stared at the computer screen and his face froze. Immediately afterward, an undisguised smile surfaced at the corners of his mouth. Looks like the fun is about to begin, he said softly. Sumu followed his gaze, and the computer screen had turned a desperate blue. She immediately understood what was happening. Successfully hacked? At this, Chang Xian shrugged, his tone relaxed. Expected. However, this also means that what I prepared earlier will finally come in handy. Sumu raised his eyebrows, and some excitement flashed in his eyes. You mean? Chang Xian did not show half panic in the face of the blue screen computer. His fingers flew over the keyboard, a complex section of instructions like his second language. Soon, a pitch-black screen replaced the dead blue silence of just moments before. It was a backup system made with the added skill of the top hackers that the system rewarded him with 24 hours. A separate environment that runs outside of local permissions. At first he had only made it just in case, but he hadn't expected that it would be used now. What a coincidence, this is the kind of situation I would have expected. Chang Xian said with an inscrutable smile. He pressed an icon, and the entire annihilation countermeasure program was quickly activated. Sumu probed over to take a look and froze slightly. You still have this hidden? I can't believe you didn't mention it to me before. You may not hear me even if I mention it. Chang Xian raised an eyebrow, and the smile on his face became even more pronounced. Not that I'm boasting, but I'm afraid you won't find many in this circle who can break through this defense. Hearing Chang Xian's slightly Versailles-like speech, Sumu couldn't help but roll his eyes, and his mouth muttered twice. Although no sound was made, Chang Xian did understand what she meant. The corners of his mouth curved up a few more points. His fingers flew across the keyboard like a pianist playing a rousing piece of music. Lines of code emerged, building an impenetrable defense on the black screen. The backup system starts up and computer operation is quickly resumed. The countermeasure program also began to kick in completely, deadening the intrusion. Not only that, the countermeasure program intercepted some of the intrusion data. Chang Xian squinted his eyes and carefully analyzed the pieces of data. With his current abilities, he couldn't do much though. But these more basic things can still be read. Soon, he found out the end. The data was extremely similar to the server code habits of the Hongyuan group that he had previously hacked into. Though not much different from a book in the sky for those who haven't been exposed to this. But with a little study, you can see some of it. These numbers, what an unexpected surprise. Chang Xian stared at the code still scrolling on the screen, and the corner of his mouth raised in a meaningful arc. Sumu turned his head to look at his screen, although he couldn't understand certain details in the code. But this attitude of Chang Xian also made her realize something. Especially since she was a reporter before, to find some news evidence. Secretly did some. Ahem. Instead, I can read a few things. At that moment, he also took out his cell phone and immediately recorded it. Hey, Chang Xian, this is a big road that leads straight to the interior of the Hongyuan group. These data, they are much more real than the camouflaged ones we looked up before. As long as they're organized, we can guarantee that we'll be able to make the Hongyuan group eat their words. After looking at it for a while, Sumu also saw the doorway. A bit of excitement also surfaced in his tone at that moment. But it was also laced with a few hard-to-conceal bits of gnashing of teeth. Obviously, what Everest Group had done had long since built up too much resentment in her heart. Chang Xian, however, did not respond immediately, but merely dragged the window of another program to the center and quickly knocked down a series of commands. Don't worry, organizing the data is your business, my mission isn't over yet. Chang Xian revealed a meaningful smile as he hit the last enter key. The tracking program on the screen instantly began to complete data algorithms and clue splicing at incredible speed. Sumu glanced at him and couldn't help but speak. I can't really tell, you have the potential of a professional gambler with that hand speed. Don't you want to tell me how you managed to devise such a complex countermeasure program? How come I've never heard you mention it before? Chang Xian raised his head and half-jokingly raised an eyebrow at her. Cowards have a habit of digging a few more retreats, and it's hard to see how that's worth bragging about. Hearing this, Sumu couldn't help but snap his mouth, squinted at him and said, It's a shame you're so excessively thick-skinned that you can still flirt with yourself in a dignified manner. The two tossed words while they did their own thing. Sumu used the intercepted data to quickly sort out a series of key evidence. While Chang Xian continues to dig deeper into the identity of the hacker hidden behind the clues. However, 10 minutes later, a big bright red failure popped up on Chang Xian's screen. Letting people get away? Sumu obviously noticed the change as she asked in a playful tone. Chang Xian closed his eyes, as if he was trying to quell some sort of complex emotion. He turned his head just in time to meet Sumu's smiling eyes full of flirtation. Hey, who was the one who was just saying I'm not boasting, no one can break this defense? Sumu spread his hands, his voice trailing off, almost writing the word yin and yang on his face. Looking at the cold Sumu in the past, now this cute little face looks like the delicious mouse treasure on the internet. The corner of Chang Xian's mouth couldn't help but twitch. I hadn't realized that this girl was a bit eccentric before. But is inexplicably kinda cute. Ahem. After reacting, Chang Xian hastily coughed lightly to hide his loss of temper. We're in the middle of something. Why are we thinking about this? And Sumu was his schoolmate. The two were more like confidants, and the idea that they were wrong when they were wrong. Suppressing the inexplicable emotions in his heart, he stared at the screen with full concentration and responded under his breath. A man can lose his footing, and a horse can lose its hoof. This was normal. But this light-hearted remark obviously didn't allow Sumu to collect himself on this. She laughed petulantly and continued to chase after and flirt with Chang Xian. Yo, weren't you great just now, why are you blushing now? Hey, it's just a failure, what's there to be embarrassed about? Sumu's voice dragged on for a long time, and when combined with her intentionally lengthened tone, it was indeed a bit unbearable. And Chang Xian was also stimulated by her words again, his brain jerked and he blurted out. It's not like I'm blushing because of this failure, it's... Halfway through his sentence, he reacted and stopped in a huff. But it was already too late, Sumu's curiosity was completely aroused. Completely regardless of the rules of the Jianghu of handing over the flash not to kill, continue to open the mouth to pursue the question. Not because of failure, then because of what? God Chang Xian, tell me about it? Chapter 73 Wisdom. Hearing this, Chang Xian didn't say anything more. Just glancing up at her, Sunny's handsome face reddened a little more. Sumu was a little bit furious by his look and asked again. I asked you a question, don't answer, just look at me and do. But halfway through his words, Sumu also looked as if he had reacted to something. The tone of his voice lapsed, and his face reddened at a rate visible to the naked eye. The whole atmosphere of the room became a little awkward. The air between the two seemed to freeze, only the hum of the computer fan continued. Chang Xin felt his heart beating a bit faster as he tried to control himself from looking at Sumu. But out of the corner of his eye, he couldn't help but sneak a glance over. Sumu lowered his head, his fingers twisting the corner of his coat uneasily. The long eyelashes fluttered slightly, like a frightened deer. In his 2 lives, he and Sumu had been in contact for almost 30 years combined. But this was the first time he had seen such a gesture. It also made him feel that the words he had just blurted out were indeed that. Chang Xin was the first to break the silence. I'll get a glass of water. He fled into the kitchen and turned on the faucet. Let the cold water wash over his hands. He looked at himself in the mirror, his cheeks red and his eyes flustered. Living like a love-struck brat. What's wrong with me? Asking himself in his heart, Chang Xin looked closely at himself in the mirror. Sumu is my schoolmate, my confidant, my benefactor. How could I think that about her? He took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down. He knew he couldn't go on like this. He needed to keep his distance from Sumu, or at least act normal in front of her. Chang Xin returned to the room with 2 cups of water. Sumu had already regained his composure and was looking down at his cell phone. She seemed to be deliberately avoiding Chang Xin's gaze, which made Chang Xin even more embarrassed. Have some water. Chang Xin handed a glass of water to Sumu and tried to make his tone sound as natural as possible. Thanks. Sumu took the cup of water and whispered. Silence once again fell between the two, but the atmosphere was even more subtle than earlier. Finishing their water in silence, the pair gently placed their cups on the table. There was a small crashing sound, which stood out in the quiet room. It was also like a knock on the hearts of both of them, making the already delicate atmosphere even more awkward. Chang Xin felt like he was sitting on pins and needles, and he didn't know where to put his hands. Sumu, on the other hand, lowered his head and never took his eyes off his cell phone screen, even though there was nothing on the screen. I'll go out and organize the information. After sitting for almost 3 to 5 more minutes, Chang Xin couldn't help but be in such an awkward situation. Once again, he made a lame excuse and practically fell off the face of the earth. Sumu looked at Chang Xin's back as he hurriedly left. His heart was full of mixed feelings. The ambiguous atmosphere just now made her heart beat faster and her cheeks burn. She bit her lip and muttered inwardly. This wood, finally got the hang of it? But how did it run away? Is it hard to be half enlightened? Sumu was torn in his heart for a while, and finally decided to stay put. This girl has been reserved for so many years, it's not so bad for a while. Besides, all of this is a huge improvement. Thinking of this, Sumu couldn't help but feel a little smug, the corners of his mouth rising slightly. She was now finally seeing the light of victory. The atmosphere didn't get much better when Chang Xin returned to the room. Both men deliberately avoided eye contact, and an unspeakable awkwardness filled the air. Chang Xin cleared his throat and tried to make his voice sound natural. Do you have any new ideas about Zhou Yang's case? Chang Xin quickly adjusted his emotions, putting the little episode just now behind him, and resumed his usual calmness and wisdom. Now that public opinion is in our favor, the official side is expected to delay as long as possible. I'm guessing the second trial won't be until 3 days at the earliest. And when Sumu heard Chang Xin's words, he came back to his senses as if he had been electrocuted. She took a deep breath without a trace and pushed down the charming thoughts she had just had. The usual calm and wise demeanor was restored. She sighed softly, her slender fingers tapping lightly on the desktop with a rhythmic clacking sound. Although public opinion is in our favor, the other party's resources are unfathomable and cannot be taken lightly. Sumu's voice was still crisp and pleasant, but it carried a bit of gravity. The Honyuan group isn't a vegetarian, they definitely have a backhand. She paused and looked sharply at Chang Xin. I suggest taking advantage of this lull before the trial to do a few targeted preparations. Sumu stretched out his slender fingers and said word by word. First, increase the positive guidance and evidence support for the existing public opinion, and do not allow Honyuan group to have a chance to turn the tables. Second. Saying this, Sumu's tone also became more serious. Continuously track down the core weaknesses hidden by the other side, especially the recent newly discovered hacking incidents. I suspect there's a bigger conspiracy behind this. Chang Xin nodded approvingly, a thoughtful light flickering in his deep gaze. I intercepted some of the data related to the Hong Yuan group from the countermeasure program, although it's crippled. But maybe there are some clues to be found in it. While we have time, we can take advantage of the trial before it starts. The data will be cleansed and consolidated into more key clues that will be fixed as additional material to be submitted to the court. Sumu's eyes lit up as he gave Chang Xin an appreciative glance. That's really a good idea. But... Her words changed, and worry surfaced in her tone. We need to proceed with caution as soon as this material is leaked early. Everest is likely to counteract it early, even doggedly. Chang Xin understood Sumu's concerns, and he pondered for a moment. I'll handle it carefully and won't let them notice any movement. After that, the two of them finalized some more details. The two went to their respective rooms and spent the night without words. Early the next morning, sunlight poured into the room through a gap in the curtains. Chang Xin stretched his back, the embarrassment of last night still seeming to linger. He quickly washed up and changed into clean clothes, trying to look refreshed. Walking out of the room, Chang Xin saw Sumu at a glance. She wore a light blue dress today, which made her look extra fresh. Sumu also saw Chang Xin, and the two of them met their gazes, a current of embarrassment flashing through the air. However, both of them tacitly refrained from mentioning last night's incident as if nothing had happened. Morning. Chang Xin was the first to break the silence, his tone as natural as possible. Morning. Sumu responded with a faint smile on his face. After a brief greeting, silence once again fell between the two. Sumu walked to the sofa and sat down, picking up the documents on the table and flipping through them. Seeing this, Chang Xin also went to his desk and took out the information on Zhou Yang's case that he had organized last night. Zhou just hasn't arrived yet? Chang Xin looked at his watch, it was already past the appointed time. Chapter 74 Overwhelmed. But just as his sentence fell, it was interrupted by a sharp knock on the door. The door to the room opened, and Zhao Gang burst in with gusto, beads of sweat still on his forehead. A document was clutched tightly in his hand, and he looked agitated. Good news. Good news. Zhao Gang said while gasping for air, his tone carrying an uncontainable excitement. Chang Xin and Sumu raised their heads at the same time and looked at him suspiciously. There's a new development in the Zhou Yang case. Zhao Gang handed the document to Chang Xin with an unmistakable smile on his face. The court, pressured by public opinion, has decided to speed up the process of the second trial, the day after tomorrow. Chang Xin took the document and quickly skimmed through it, confirming that what Zhao Gang had said was true. He raised his head and exchanged a glance with Sumu, and both of them revealed a pleased smile. Things are going better than they expected, and the sooner the trial starts the better for them. And the Hong Yuan side has been notified. Sitting on his butt on the sofa and taking a breath, Zhao Gang once again added. Their team of lawyers is already on the move. They really look up to us. Upon hearing this, Chang Xin couldn't help but sneer as well. A case that has nothing to do with their own company. They're now afraid I'm going to shake them out of all that, and now they have to stick their nose in. If that's the case, then don't blame us for not being polite. Sumu also let out a light laugh, and a cold aura flashed within his good-looking willow eyes. Since they want to play, let's have a good time with them. While the two conferred, Zhao Gang had just taken a large drink of water. Grabbing the towel on the table and wiping the sweat from his forehead, he looked at Chang Xin, who was in deep thought. Brother Chang, what are we going to do next? Chang Xin stared at the documents on the table, the corners of his mouth lifted as he raised his head and said in a faint voice. Since those guys from the Hong Yuan group are in such a hurry to try to intervene, this is just a good opportunity for us to strike back. With that, he turned sideways to look at Sumu. You're in charge of the public opinion piece. Hearing this, Sumu raised his head and the light in his eyes flowed. How exactly does it work? Chang Xion's eyes twitched out of the corner of his eyes and he couldn't help but flirt with a word. You've been in journalism for so long, such a famous person, and you're asking me? Cut it out. Sumu rolled his eyes without any good reason, then laughed softly again and turned serious. Don't worry, I'll keep an eye on the hot searches and the trend of netizens' opinions. I have to warn you, though. After these public opinion battles, you can see that Hong Yuan is no slouch either. They're sure to have countermeasures. No fear. Waving his hand, Chang Xion's tone didn't half falter. The fire, too, will have to burn on them, and I will never give them a chance to breathe. Sumu raised his eyebrows, and a meaningful smile gently rose at the corner of his mouth. Good, then I'll be waiting to see you make your mark. Zhao Gang looked at the pair of explicitly fighting partners in front of him and said in his heart. Is this an alternative understanding they have? And why does? Feel like the duo is a little weird right now? He didn't delay, though, knocking on the table to bring the conversation back to the point. Leave the matter of public opinion to Sister Su, what about me? Zhao Gang scratched his head, feeling like a forgotten child, and looked blearily at Cheng Xian. Cheng Xian glanced at him, the corner of his mouth curling into a slightly playful smile. You, on the other hand, are in charge of checking. Sift through the information and evidence within our team again. Make sure that every document sent to the court is clean as a whistle, understand? When Zhao Gang heard this, he collapsed his face. No way, Brother Chang, making me do this job again? This is too boring. He grumbled, but dutifully took the task. He knew that this seemingly boring job was vital. It is no exaggeration to say that a small slip-up can lead to a total loss. Chang Xian ignored his complaints and continued. Also, keep an eye on the movements of the people involved in the Zhou Yang case, especially those witnesses. Don't let them be bribed by those grandsons from Han Yuan. When the time comes to give us a proffer, it's inevitably a bit of a pain in the ass, though I still have a way to do it. Understood. Zhao Gang was immediately energized, and this was a job he really liked. After all, it's still a college student just out of school anyways. Hair to Bone enjoys this challenging work. When the two had finished, Sumu also elegantly crossed his legs, his slender fingers gently tapping the desktop. In terms of public opinion, I'm going to soldier on. First way, keep digging deeper into Hong Yuan's blackmail. Expose their scandals one by one and make them burn. Now that public opinion is completely on our side, that's not so hard. As for the second way. She paused, her tone becoming harsher. Contact the major media outlets to create a bigger public outcry. Burn this fire even hotter, so that the Hong Yuan group can't sit down at all. Hearing this, Chang Xian couldn't help but nod appreciatively as well. Good, just do it. We must make the Hong Yuan group pay this time. It's not just because the other side is coming down on us. Rather, this unscrupulous business must be fought. After arranging everything, Chang Xian returned to his office, closed the door, and took a deep breath. The whole thing slumped into the boss chair and rubbed his brow wearily. The days of intense work had left him physically and mentally exhausted. However, when he thought of the imminent bringing down of the Hong Yuan group, a slight smile appeared on his tired face again. After a moment's rest, he turned on his computer and began working on the hacker who had invaded the company's servers. There weren't many traces left behind, but the means he left behind were no joke. Chang Xian pulled up the intercepted packets at the time and began to analyze the intruder's behavioral patterns. Kind of. Chang Xian whispered to himself, appreciation flashing in his eyes. He launched one of the tracking software he had written in the first place. This was at the peak of the system's reward for his hacking skills, with powerful tracking and counter-surveillance capabilities. However, the tracking program ran for a long time but was never able to pinpoint the location of the intruder. Surprisingly, he was able to evade the tracking of this software, so he seems to be an expert. Chang Xian raised his eyebrows with interest, his curiosity about this mysterious hacker intensifying in his heart. He tried a few more different methods of tracking. But the results were the same, they all ended in failure. Shadow. Chang Xian looked at the codename of the intruder displayed on the screen and fell into deep thought. The Shadow is not only highly skilled, but also extremely meticulous. This is not something that an unusual hacker can have. This made Chang Xian realize that this Shadow was by no means an idle person. If we can scoop him up. A glint flashed in Chang Xian's eyes. His biggest shortcoming right now is his lack of hacking skills. Chapter 75 Like a Tiger with Wings. If the hacker named Shadow could be recruited, it would undoubtedly be like a tiger with wings. But the idea didn't surface for long before Chang Xian directly suppressed it. Reaching up, he rubbed his temples and encrypted the record of the Shadow's intrusion for safekeeping. It's too early to think about things like poaching. If this Shadow is the dog raised by that old fox Li Hong Yuan, wouldn't it be leading the wolf into the house? Even if it wasn't, with this case in full swing right now, he wouldn't have the free time to dig up any masters. Wait until you've completely screwed up Everest and freed up your hands. For now, well, it's better to organize the evidence in front of the eyeballs. Don't lose the lawsuit then, that would really put the cart before the horse. He stretched and fished a pack of cigarettes out of a drawer. Light one up and inhale deeply. Sort of relaxes his taut nerves a little. He'd been working back to back for the past few days, and he felt like he was falling apart. However, the thought of the fruits of victory that were about to arrive filled him with renewed vigor. Time to get down to business. He shook his head vigorously and walked quickly to the bookshelf, pulling out an entire stack of papers. These are the evidence relevant to Everest. Employee corruption records, financial loopholes for tax evasion, quality issues in construction projects, and more. All the details that could lift the veil of darkness from Hong Yuan have long since piled up after days of effort. He grouped them according to the priority of their contents, one by one in a clear order. Gee, these guys are rotten to the core. Chang Xin muttered disdainfully as he flipped through it, occasionally reaching out to circle the margins next to the document. Rubbing his sore eyes, Chang Xin put the last document in order. For 2 days and nights, he barely closed his eyes, and his desk was littered with buckets of instant noodles and cigarette butts. There was a strong odor of nicotine in the air. Even though he was as energetic as he was after the system boost, he felt a wave of exhaustion. But he knew it would be worth it. The Hong Yuan Group, a tumor that has been entrenched for years, will finally be uprooted. Knock knock. A knock sounded on the door. Chang Xin looked up, and it was Sumu and Zhao Gang who had long been ready. Looking at Chang Xin, Sumu pushed the golden glasses on the bridge of his nose and revealed a faint smile. Senior Chang, it's almost time, we should get going. Without saying anything more, Chang Xin nodded and put the organized documents into his briefcase. Taking a deep breath, a glare flashed in his eyes. Let's go and meet that old fox Li Hong Yuan. In front of the courthouse, it has long been crowded. Flashbulbs rose and fell, and reporters swarmed like sharks who smelled blood, aiming their long guns at the courthouse door. A couple of scantily clad, heavily made-up internet celebrities were whining into their cell phones as they streamed live. Babies, we are now at the second trial of the sensational Hong Yuan Group case. Wait for the male god Chang Xin to appear. Oh. Everyone swipe your gifts and go. And as the anchor's words fell, the pop-ups in the live broadcast room grew in an explosive manner. Chang Xin. My male god. Must win. None of that matters, I've watched you live. What do I watch that you don't know? These assholes from the Hong Yuan Group should have gone out of business a long time ago. Support Chang Xin. Down with female boxing. Aha, so looking forward to Chang Xin's appearance. Sisters, get ready to take screenshots and lick the screen. As soon as Chang Xin stepped out of the car, he was taken aback by the scene. There's been a previous experience, though. He had sort of expected it, but he really didn't expect the scene to be so hot. Reporters rushed up like mad and surrounded him. Mr. Chang, may I ask what you think of this second trial? Mr. Chang, what do you think the chances of winning are? Mr. Chang, what is the grudge between you and Li Hong Yuan? Mr. Chang. Chang Xin frowned as each of these reporters' questions were more pointed than the other, causing his brows to furrow gently. Zhao Gang, who was on the side, also rushed forward to block the reporter and spoke in a deep voice. Fellow journalists, please maintain order. Any questions, we'll answer them in unison when the trial is over. It was hard to squeeze into the courtroom, and before Chang Xin could catch his breath, he saw a familiar figure. Li Hong Yuan, the chairman of Hong Yuan Group, was standing at the other end of the corridor, looking at him with a smirk. Li Hong Yuan was wearing a straight suit. His hair was immaculately combed and he wore a winning smile on his face. He walked over slowly and held out his hand. Lawyer Chang, hello, this is kind of our first time meeting, right? Only now that it had come to this point, Chang Xin was also too lazy to maintain the surface face with it. At that moment, he also ignored his gesture of goodwill and just spoke back softly. Li Hong Yuan, your good days are over. Hearing these unceremonious words, Li Hong Yuan was not annoyed and still maintained his smile. Yeah? I'd like to see how you're going to make me feel bad. He paused, lowered his voice, and said in a tone that only the two could hear. Just winning a lawsuit once, and you really think you're at the level of Elder Ho? Boy, this cake under me is too big. You can't move. Get yourself killed, but I have nothing to do with it. Chang Xin heard Li Hong Yuan's slightly threatening words, and instead of being the slightest bit intimidated. Instead, he laughed softly, as if he had heard some funny joke. He slightly sidestepped, and actually took the initiative to approach Li Hong Yuan, whispering in his ear. Li Dong, this cake of yours is indeed big, this poundage of mine now, I really can't gnaw on it. But. He paused deliberately, wryness flashing in his eyes. What if I just want to move your little piece of cheese? Are those friends behind you going to come out and protect you at the risk of exposure for your little piece of cheese? Chang Xin deliberately emphasized the pronunciation of the word friend, the sarcasm of which is self-evident. The smile on Li Hongyuan's face froze, and some panic flashed in his eyes. But he is, after all, an old man who has spent a lifetime in the mall. The moment was quickly covered up by him as well. He took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. Lawyer Chang, meals can be eaten carelessly, but words can't be spoken carelessly. What's a friend when I walk the walk? And even if it's really as you say it is, so what? Oh, I don't have a team of lawyers on hand. Yes? Chang Xin raised an eyebrow, a hint of playfulness in his tone. In that case, let's wait and see. After saying that, Chang Xin no longer paid attention to Li Hongyuan and walked straight into the courtroom. Leaving Li Hongyuan standing in place, his face clouded. The atmosphere at the courtroom was heavy. The gallery was full, and reporters were on standby. Prepare to record every detail of this high-profile second trial. Chapter 76 Perfection. Outside the courtroom, the air was stagnant and solemn as the calm before a storm. Chang Xin stood in the corner, quickly flipping through the documents in his hands. From time to time, he exchanged a few whispered words with Zhao Gang to make sure every detail was perfect. Is the chain of evidence complete? Don't make any more mistakes. Chang Xion's tone was low, with an imperceptible tension. Even though he's been preparing for this case for a long time. And with the help of the system, but he wasn't the least bit careless. After all, this sort of thing is no joke. It's true to take a must-win mentality, but it would be a real clown to be careless about it. Zhao Gang hurriedly nodded and handed over a cup of water. Don't worry, Chang, all the evidence has been verified and is foolproof. That's good. Chang Xian took the water and drank it all in one go, taking a deep breath. Closing the paper in his hand, a look of determination came into his eyes. Come on, it's our turn. With the banging of the gavel, the trial officially began. Plaintiff Zhou Yang entered first, slim and bleary-eyed. What was once a spirited college student is now as haggard as a frosted eggplant. His head was bowed and his steps were heavy, as if each step took all his strength. Clearly he is the plaintiff. But now he looks like the being who was being punished. These days of cyber violence, like an invisible blade, carved deep scars in his body. There were whispers in the gallery. Is this the college student who stole the movie? Doesn't look like it either. Who knows, who's to say what's true and what's false on the internet these days? What are you guys still suspecting? How could a little girl joke about something like that? This kid must have stolen the camera. How could this young man do such a thing when he looks so decent? It's such a bad world for young people these days. It's just that it's driving other little girls into depression. Immediately thereafter, the defense entered. Walking in the forefront was a young woman dressed up in a flamboyant manner. Heavily made up and covered in designer labels, she is none other than Li Hongyuan's daughter. Lena. She held her head high and her eyes wide open, as if the entire courtroom was her stage. Compared to Zhou Yang's downbeat, Lena looks extraordinarily flamboyant. There was even an undisguised contemptuous smile on his face. This woman, at first glance, is no good. Shush, keep your voice down and stay out of trouble. Wait, didn't she say she had depression online? This doesn't look like it. What do you know, the fairies give you jokes. Lena walked over to the defense table and sat down, crossing her legs. A careless scan of the gallery, a look of disdain in his eyes. Silence. And after the parties entered, the judge sat in the main seat. A tap of the gavel and an authoritative voice echoed through the courtroom. The court is now in session to hear the case of Zhou Yang versus Lena's reputation infringement. Please ask the plaintiff's attorney to present his case. Upon hearing this, Chang Xin, who was the defense attorney, got up and straightened his suit. The eyes swept over the curious, contemptuous, or indifferent faces in the gallery. It finally rested on Lena's face, which was powdered but couldn't hide its contempt. The corner of his mouth hooked slightly, revealing a confident smile. Presiding judge, jurors. Standing firmly, Chang Xion's voice was calm and strong. My client, Zhou Yang, was originally a motivated college student with good character.
simply for using a cell phone on the subway to respond to a message from a mentor.
It was then directly falsely and maliciously accused by defendant Lena of being a surreptitious photograph.
In the moment it was subjected to overwhelming cyber violence, both physically and mentally.
Today, we will use irrefutable evidence. Expose the truth and clear Zhou Yang's name. Chang Xin stated Zhou Yang's position succinctly.
And highlights the devastating impact of cyber violence on an ordinary person. He didn't play up Zhou Yang's misery too much, but focused on setting the record straight.
Next, I will present the first batch of evidence to the court. After the words fell, Chang Xin signaled Zhao Gang to present the prepared information.
On the big screen, the first thing that appeared was a video. It was the same video he had pulled from among those surveillance cameras at the subway exit when he had top hacking skills at the time. There is no shortage of video footage that some metro companies say is missing due to maintenance.
And the content therein is exactly the record of Zhou Yang's shooting on the subway on the day of the incident. The full unedited video is clearly shown. There is nothing wrong with Zhou Yang's camera angle.
There is no such thing as clandestine photography. And at this point, as the video played out, the webcast room had long since exploded.
Reversed? This woman actually made a false accusation? I told you, this guy doesn't look like a bad guy.
This woman is also too disgusting, she actually started a rumor for the sake of eyeballs.
Is this your little fairy? It's disgusting to falsely accuse people without moving. Support Zhou Yang. Rumor mongers must be severely punished. When Chang Xin finished his speech, the courtroom fell silent.
People in the gallery whispered and condemned Lena's behavior. Lena, on the other hand, on the defense table, continues to look as if she is not concerned. Like none of this had anything to do with her. The team of lawyers sitting next to Lena are on pins and needles at the moment. The defense strategy they had originally prepared. It is centered around economic crimes such as tax evasion and transfer of assets by Everest. They even have all sorts of evidence ready and are planning to make a splash in court. Minimize the impact of this. But who knows, Chang Xin didn't mention the matter of Han Yuan at all. It's just grasping at straws about Zhou Yang and Lena. Is it really necessary to talk about such a small thing? Isn't the court meeting today to take advantage of Zhou Yang and Lena's affair to find trouble with Han Yuan? Is this kid moving or not? This sudden turn of events caught them off guard, and the rhetoric they had prepared was not useful. This kid, what the hell does he want? One of the lawyers asked in a low voice, his forehead sweating. The other lawyer grimaced and spoke through gritted teeth. This kid just has to be so serious, doesn't he? Just as the legal team panicked, Lena spoke up. There was even an extremely obvious disdain in his tone. None of this matters, does it? I look so pretty, he a beggar college student. Downward-facing men, it's normal to take pictures of me. What, just because I'm a girl, you're bullying me like that, aren't you? I'm being filmed and I can't talk about it? She said, raising her hand and pointing to the video on the big screen, her tone sharp. This so-called evidence, who knows if he got someone to synthesize it? Just bullying me for being a girl. Lena's words caused the courtroom to explode. Chapter 77, How much reason is there? There was a lot of talk in the gallery, with some people expressing outrage at Lena's comments. But there were actually some people who thought there was some truth in what she was saying. This woman is too shameless. The evidence is in her face and she's still talking tough? Exactly. Are all fairies so arrogant nowadays? Doing something wrong and justifying it. Then again, the video does seem a bit strange. What if it's really synthesized? Yeah, didn't they all say on the subway company's side before that they lost a lot of surveillance video because of maintenance? Chang Xin couldn't be any more than a lawyer, how can he have this kind of stuff? Whether it's synthesized or not, there's definitely something wrong with the girl anyway. Lena's legal team was even more frightened when they heard her say this. They hurriedly came to Lena's side and advised in a low voice. Miss Lee, you mustn't talk nonsense. This is a court of law, your every word and action will be recorded. Lena, however, pushed them away with a look of impatience. I know. I don't need you to remind me. As soon as the words fell out of her mouth, she stood straight up. A slight bow was given to the judge before he continued to speak. Presiding judge, I admit that I said Zhou Yang was secretly filming me on the subway, but I didn't maliciously accuse him falsely. I'm just a girl and I'm afraid of being photographed, that's why I said that. Is it wrong for me to protect my rights?
Chang Xin laughed coldly after hearing Li Na's remarks, which could be described as a scoundrel.
The woman knew enough to bow to the judge before rebutting, so she's not so stupid. However, he did not immediately refute it, but continued to submit new evidence. Presiding judge, defendant Li Na claims that plaintiff Zhou Yang secretly filmed her, and on that basis defamed and physically attacked him. But the fact is, based on the evidence we have, Chaoan was using his cell phone to respond to a message from his mentor and was not conducting the alleged sneak peek.
Chang Xin said as he projected the chat logs from Zhou Yang's cell phone and his mentor's testimony onto the big screen.
This chat log shows that clearly. Zhou Yang had been engaged in academic discussions with his mentor during the time period of the incident, and his mentor testified and confirmed it. Li Na's legal team panicked. They didn't expect Chang Xin to actually have this hand, and they were genuinely afraid that Lina would make another shocking statement. At that moment, one of the lawyers stood up in a hurry and shouted a rebuttal. This doesn't prove that Zhou Yang didn't steal the movie. Maybe he's responding to messages while he's taking sneak peeks? Devices are so advanced these days that changing page apps is just a matter of smooth sailing. That doesn't prove anything. Hearing this, Chang Xin glanced at him contemptuously. Where are the new recruits from? This kind of talk is a bit too juvenile, isn't it? Even this guy isn't as good as Joe just graduated. This lawyer, I think you should understand one thing. In court, the burden of proof is on the plaintiff, not the defendant. That means Ms. Li Na needs to prove that Zhou Yang secretly filmed her. Instead, we need to prove that Zhou Yang didn't steal the movie. And so far, aside from Ms. Lina's subjectivity, there isn't any evidence to prove that Zhou Yang made a surreptitious photo. He paused before continuing to speak. In addition, we have also contacted several witnesses. They can prove the authenticity of the subway surveillance video and Ms. Lina's behavior on the subway. After these words fell, Zhao Gang, who had been waiting on the sidelines, rushed forward. Several witnesses waiting outside were brought into the courtroom. The men were variously dressed, from office workers in suits. There were also plainly dressed housewives. There was even a non-mainstream young man in strange clothes and colorfully dyed hair. They all looked a little rattled when they were brought to the witness stand. The non-mainstream youth, in particular, was nervous and kept playing with his colorful hair. The judge saw this and spoke gently. Gentlemen, please don't be nervous, just answer your attorney's questions truthfully. After this statement fell, the judge also began with a question to a man in a suit. Sir, may I ask if you rode the subway on the day of the incident? Being the first person to be asked a question, the man in the suit held up his glasses and answered slightly nervously. Yes, I was riding the subway. May I ask if you witnessed a dispute between the plaintiff and the defendant? Nodding, the judge waited until the recorder on the sidelines was fully recorded before continuing his question. After there was an exchange, the man in the suit sort of relaxed a bit, and nodded again at that moment. I saw it when Ms. Lina suddenly and loudly accused Mr. Zhou Yang of secretly filming her, drawing the attention of the surrounding passengers. Can you describe the specifics of the situation? I was looking at my cell phone when I suddenly heard someone yelling. I looked up and saw Ms. Lina pointing at Mr. Zhou Yang's phone and saying that he was secretly filming her. Mr. Zhou Yang looked confused at the time and kept explaining that he hadn't been filming secretly. But Ms. Lina was unforgiving and shouted insults at Mr. Zhou Yang, attracting many onlookers. When he had finished his story, the judge nodded and turned to another housewife-looking witness. Ma'am, may I ask what you saw on the subway at that time? The housewife looked more nervous than the man in the suit. Speech was also a bit staccato. I was there and I saw the girl. Pointing at the boy and saying that he was secretly filming. But the judge didn't say anything about that. He's been in the business for years and has seen a handful of witnesses. This situation is already considered good. At that moment, it was once again patiently guided. Then, based on what Attorney Chang just said, can you confirm that the surveillance video on the subway at the time is authentic? The housewife nodded quickly. Yes, I'm sure. The judge next questioned several other witnesses. Their answers were much the same, all confirming the authenticity of the subway surveillance video, as well as Lina's irrational behavior on the subway. Although these witness accounts are slightly confusing and the logic is somewhat unclear, but their testimony is strong evidence of the authenticity of the subway surveillance video. As well, it was after Lena did make a loud noise on the subway that she drew the attention of the surrounding passengers. Presiding judge, jurors. It was only after the judge had finished questioning him completely that Chang Xian stepped forward and summarized in a chesty manner. The testimony of these witnesses is sufficient to establish that Ms. Lena's actions on the subway were not motivated by self-preservation. Rather, they purposely draw the attention of others to confuse them. Chapter 78. Nothing to fear. Chang Xian clasped his hands behind his back, his eyes sharply locking onto Lena. The clamor of the crowd was silenced in this solemn courtroom. And as witness after witness is presented, Lena's originally painted delicate face gradually showed a panicked look. Her fingers gently tugged at the shirt she was wearing, her eyes dodging. But he lifted his chin in a pretense of composure and tried to put on a fearless demeanor. The corner of Chang Xian's mouth lifted slightly, and he didn't look at anything more. He stepped forward and tapped the table, standing up straight and looking at the judge. Presiding judge, I request that a new exhibit be submitted. This evidence will further prove what the defendant did and reveal her deliberate manipulation of public opinion in this case. Granted. Naturally, the judge would not refuse this request of his. At that moment, he nodded and waited for Chang Xian to make his move. Chang Xian took out a few printed paper documents from the file bag on his desk, folded neatly and handed them to the judge, while familiarly ordering his assistant to synchronize the projection of these onto a large screen for the jury to view with everyone in the gallery. A whisper rang through the courtroom the moment the screen lit up. Those photo screenshots make Lena's reckless rhetoric clear. If I hadn't yelled stop in time, that creepy guy would have gotten it. These scumbags are just trying to take advantage of the situation because they can't be captured on surveillance. Sisters must be careful. Disgusting peeping toms like this one are literally everywhere. The screenshot clearly presents that this is what Lena posted on social media within 3 days of the incident. It's safe to say that every comment was carefully selected responded to by her. Reinforcing the image of her as an underdog creates a group hate mentality. The words in the comments section are cutthroat and defamatory. Scum like surname Joe should have been swept away by society long ago. How shameless, just call the police and arrest them. As for Lena's response in the comments section, it can be described as adding fuel to the fire. It's useless to call the police, people like this aren't afraid of the law at all, and by the looks of it they're still a poor student, it's disgusting. After waiting a few moments for the live and jury audience to finish watching, Chun Shinsai took a step forward again, putting his hands behind his back as he continued to speak. I'm sure you've all seen it. In them, she deliberately portrayed Cho Yang as a morally deficient person and channeled the emotions of the internet towards him. And they have sparked a heated debate on the internet. There was even online bullying by overzealous netizens against Zhou Yang. A direct and devastating blow to his schooling, his life and his character and reputation. Hearing this, Zhou Yang raised his head and looked at Chang Xian with a complicated gaze. It was a gaze mixed with gratitude and anticipation. Lena, for her part, visibly shook her shoulders, but quickly dropped her gaze and grunted with a hard mouth. The different reactions of the two did not matter to Chang Xian. He just continued to say the prepared words. There is no excuse for citizens to enjoy freedom of speech. But freedom does not mean that one can fabricate and spread untruths without restraint. He flipped the penal code text from the table with ease, his fingertips lightly touching a particular line, and his tone lowered noticeably. Our current laws clearly define defamation and violation of the right to reputation. Ms. Lena exploited subjective malice on a non-factual basis. Influenced netizens who do not know the truth through public platforms, thus worsening the situation. This behavior not only violates Cho Yang's human dignity. More than anything else, it has done damage to the order of public opinion and the level of public trust. When these words fell, the scene was silent. Even the jurors leaned their bodies forward slightly, completely captivated by Chang Xian's words. And Lena, who was in the dock, was apparently a little too seated. Her face was bright and dark, and her lips seemed to open to say something, but she was stopped early by her lawyer. The lawyer pushed his glasses up on the bridge of his nose and got up and said calmly, Presiding Chairman, these screenshots submitted by Counselor Chang, we rebut. Because these are spur-of-the-moment statements made by Ms. Lena under great personal emotional shock. So we believe that these do not meet the standard of rigorous evidence and may even be taken out of context. However, just as his words fell, Chang Xian directly let out a light laugh. Without the slightest bit of thinking, he directly opened his mouth to retort.
So, what about the responses to the comments under these screenshots?
Saying that, Chung Shinhai spread his hands in a pretense of innocence.
Ms. Lena is not just making emotional statements.
Even more so, he insisted on his victim status several times when questioned by netizens.
And make further false statements about Mr. Cho Young. Isn't that enough to show that Ms. Lena had clear subjective malice?
Clearly, this was far from a moment of anger, but a planned and deliberate slander. Looking at the incredibly confident Cheng Xin, Lena's lawyer braced her hands on the table and secretly screamed in her heart. But he knew that he must not be brought into the midst of Cheng's new rhythm at this moment.
As a battle-hardened lawyer, he wasn't so bad that he couldn't even fight back. Right then and there, he quickly looked up and pushed back the frames of his glasses, and stood up after a slight smile. Presiding Judge, Counselor Cheng's speech just now was well organized. But we cannot decide that Ms. Lena's conduct was premised on malice merely on the face of the text. He didn't speak fast, but he had a dark edge. My client is a young female. Feeling offended in an environment as complex and dense as the subway is an extremely normal emotional response,
he said, turning to face the jury box. In public, she was approached by strange men.
Felt an inescapable uneasiness and even suspected that I might have been targeted or surreptitiously photographed.
In this situation, she reacted out of personal instinct and self-preservation.
Such behavior would have been understandable.
He took a step backward, his voice suddenly rising. Especially in a subway environment, similar cases are by no means unique.
Jurors, I'm afraid you've heard of the unfortunate experiences of women being photographed and even molested on the subway.
At this statement, the eyes of several women sitting in the jury box visibly wavered.
A few people turned their heads sideways and seemed to be whispering.
The pop-ups on the other side of the broadcast room were even more lively, and the public screen had begun to frantically brush the screen.
This is true, subway peep shows are really scary. My friend has been filmed. What girl wouldn't empathize with someone like Lena?
While she may have been a bit heavy-handed with her words, I might have been more excited if I had met her.
Public opinion seems to be starting to tilt a bit again.
And listening to these remarks, Cheng Xin on the opposite side of the table raised his eyelids slightly. The smile on his face did not change though.
Chapter 79 Traitor?
However, the look in Cheng Xin's eyes was significantly colder. Seeing that the atmosphere was gradually being guided, Lena's lawyer hastened to strike while the iron was hot. He took a document from his desk and held it up to add fuel to the highly inflammatory scene. To give you an idea of the fear my client was feeling at the time, I purposely prepared a couple of public reports. Documents real-life cases of similar assaults on women in the subway over the past year. For the jury's eyes, this is the root cause of her panicked choice to speak out at that moment. With that, he also stepped forward to hand over the papers, looking as intent as he could in his eyes.
Though most of their energies today are focused on the economy of Everest.
But not so much as to be unprepared for the case of the great lady, Lena.
Cheng Xin, on the other hand, remained indifferent and instead surveyed the other party's smugness with interest.
He stood up slowly and methodically only after the other man looked as if the play was already over.
Panic?
Cheng Xin's words were calm, but they were on the side of oppressive. Mr. Counselor has said all the right things, but there are a few facts that I need to remind you to look at again in conjunction with the details of the case. As he spoke, Cheng Xin unhurriedly took out a document from his briefcase and held it up to shake it gently.
This is an appraisal report from a leading psychologist. The report states that Ms. Lena's behavior on the subway was not consistent with the normal reaction of the average person when threatened.
He paused for a moment to hand the paper to the clerk to present to the court before continuing.
The report states that Ms. Lena's reaction at the time was closer to an act. A kind of show that's done deliberately to get attention.
Her exaggerated body language, her high-pitched vocal tone, and the behavior that quickly followed to fester the incident on the internet all point to the same purpose. Hype. Lena's lawyer's face changed slightly, her eyes flashing with panic behind her lenses. However, he quickly calmed down and was about to open his mouth to retort, but was interrupted by Cheng Xin raising his hand.
I know what Mr. Defense Counsel is trying to say. Cheng Xin looked at him with a smirk. You're trying to say that this appraisal report is too subjective and lacks objective evidence to support it, right?
Without waiting for the other party to reply, Cheng Xin continued on his own. That's okay, I have more direct evidence here. With that, he signaled his assistant to connect a laptop to the courtroom's projector. Soon a video appeared on the big screen.
The video is none other than the full footage of Lena's confrontation with Jo Yan on the subway. Unlike the previous edited clip that circulated on the internet, this full video clearly captures the entirety of the incident. In the video, Lena's expression and tone of voice are exaggerated. Every now and then, he also scanned the area out of the corner of his eye, as if to make sure that no cameras were filming. She vociferously accuses Cho Young of stealing the movie. It even deliberately raised its volume and shouted out some highly inflammatory rhetoric. See, this is what Ms. Lena calls panic. Chang Xian pointed at the image on the screen, his tone cold. May I ask, would a woman who is truly frightened look like this in a show-stopping manner? The first thing to look for is a shot, not looking for protection. It's more like she's acting than asking for help. The video was shown and the courtroom was silent. Several women in the jury box had embarrassed faces. The sympathy and empathy that had previously been stirred up by Lena's lawyers was also gone. The pop-ups on the livestream were even more windy. Netizens who were previously supportive of Lena have fallen on their sword and started accusing her of hypocrisy and manipulation. This acting is too pompous. The Oscars owe her a little gold. I sympathized with her before, but now it seems that she's the real drama queen. The reversal came so fast it was like a tornado. And in the presence, Chang Xian was not affected. With a playful smile on his lips, he continued. Ms. Lena claimed she was in shock. Okay, we'll take what she said as true now. But what did she do after her so-called shock? Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, ladies and gentlemen of the audience, please see the next evidence. The big screen image switched and a series of screenshots of the chat logs appeared. This is a record of Ms. Lena contacting a marketing number after the fact. The content includes how to steer the conversation in the right direction, how to stir up the emotions of netizens, and even precisely which keywords to use. Chang Xian narrated while pointing a laser pointer at key information on the screen. Be sure to emphasize that he's a molester, imply that he's a repeat offender, blackmail him to death. I don't think I need to explain these words too much, do I? With brand new evidence, and Chang Xian's words falling. A low murmur rang out in the courtroom, and the pop-ups in the live stream exploded. Good lord, this is tough. This is a premeditated bumper sticker, isn't it? If she gets her way with this, dude's life is over. All of this evidence suggests that Ms. Lena is not a mere victim. Rather, a calculating manipulator. She used the internet and incited net violence, causing great mental harm to Mr. Zhou Yang. It also has a deplorable impact on the social order and online environment. Walking back to his seat, Chang Xian concluded with a final sentence. I ask the court to punish Ms. Lena severely as an example to others. After this statement fell, Lena's legal team was kind of completely flustered. They didn't expect Chang Xian to have so much evidence. Objection. Lena's lawyer blurted out with a red face. This evidence is one-sided and does not prove that my client had subjective malice. My client's behavior was simply an instinctive reaction out of self-preservation. She was just expressing her feelings, there was no subjective malice. Instinctive reactions? Expressing feelings? Upon hearing this, Chang Xian, who had just sat down, once again let out a light laugh. If it's those previous behaviors, it could indeed be explained by that statement. But is it also an instinctive reaction to contact marketing numbers, hire mercenaries, and incite netstorms? But cyber violence is the spontaneous behavior of netizens, it has nothing to do with my client. The lawyer is still making his last stand. Spontaneous? Faced with his question, Chang Xian did not answer directly, but asked a rhetorical question. Without Ms. Lena's guidance and incitement. And will there still be so many netizens attacking her? Both sides went back and forth, words were exchanged, and the atmosphere in the courtroom was tense to the extreme. Lena, on the other hand, as the person concerned, was completely confused at the moment. She sat frozen in the dock, her face pale, her lips trembling slightly. It's true that she's used to being arrogant and bossy, but she's not stupid. She made a point of deleting all the chats when she contacted the waterbender Sa. How did Chang Xian get this evidence? Is there a mole on your side? Chapter 80 Evidence in Court. No one cared what Lena thought. While in the middle of the room, Chang Xian raised his eyes and swept around the opposing team of lawyers after expressing himself. The smirk on his face was a little more pronounced. Under the ironclad evidence, he would like to see how the other party would come to refute it. And as he watched, Lena's team of lawyers. A middle-aged man with a mustache and a shrill voice is still clinging to the last vestiges of hope. Your Honor,
I strongly object to these so-called chats as evidence in court.
Their origin cannot be verified and there is every possibility of forgery.
He waved the paper in his hand excitedly, trying to pull back the situation with a sharp tone.
Who can prove that these records were not made by Mr. Ching looking for a computer expert?
It is an insult to the law that my client should be found guilty on the basis of such fabricated evidence.
Hearing this, Chang Xin stood up and slowly applauded.
It was only after drawing the crowd's eyes over that Chang Xin smiled and opened his mouth.
Forgery? Not a bad idea at all. But I want to tell you something.
What is deleted may not escape. After these words fell, the courtroom was so quiet that you could hear a pinprick of grass. Chang Xin turned toward the evidence display table, and in full view of the crowd, he pulled out a laptop computer. There is no need to argue in order to prove the truth of these records. Now I will briefly demonstrate in court how to recover deleted chat records. As soon as he spoke, the operation interface of the recovery software appeared on the screen in turn. The atmosphere in the courtroom is getting more tense, and the pop-ups in the broadcast room have long been bristling.
Chang lawyer also ordered technology wrist enough hardcore
does the person who deleted the chat log and thought it was okay now want to just die in place?
Awesome. Come on, keep hitting the face.
Shoot better, I'm going to study hard.
I'm useful.
Chang Xin, on the other hand, demonstrated the steps one by one without blinking his eyes, and each step was operated in a smooth manner. In less than 3 minutes, he recovered a complete set of chats. He then turned the screen to the group and tapped his fingers on the recovered data.
Ms. Lena, please feel free to enjoy it. This is data that you deleted yourself.
If you don't think it's too much, I can also apply for a third-party technical appraisal to ensure impartiality. Lena's face turned from white to green, from green to purple, as if the blood in her entire body had been drained at this moment. Her team of lawyers were even blushing, opening their mouths but not being able to make any sound at all.
I didn't do this. He's setting me up. It must be a setup.
Lena finally screamed uncontrollably, her voice tinged with torn sobs. At the same time, it was extremely calculated to shrink its body together, once again revealing itself as a victim.
It's the best thing she's got going for her. And Chang Xin just smiled coldly, his tone sharp. Really?
Then we'll let the technical test explain it and see who's covering up the truth with falsehoods. Hearing Chang Xin's words, Lena's legal team instantly panicked.
At the moment, even Lena's state, they didn't care about it. How can this be allowed to be measured now?
Although it was true that they did not expect Chang Xin to be able to do this either. But since he dared to do such things in front of so many people, the evidence must be true.
Once you let the tech department test it, then you really don't have to play. Just finalize it straight away.
At that moment, they looked at each other with fine beads of sweat oozing from their foreheads. It was the eight-bearded lawyer who reacted first. The palms of his hands snapped up and his shrill voice became a little shaky. Your Honor, we request a 10-minute recess. The sudden request caused a commotion in the gallery, and the pop-ups in the broadcast room exploded.
That's a wimp? What tricks can you come up with in 10 minutes? Probably went to discuss how to run away, ha. Lawyer Chang is awesome. This face slaps.
There was a slight frown, but the judge didn't say much. After all, it was a reasonable request from the other party, and at that moment he raised his hand and tapped the gavel. A 10-minute recess is granted. With a 10-minute recess, Lena and her legal team retreated woefully into a makeshift lounge. As soon as the door closed, that usually soft and gentle Lena in front of outsiders immediately flipped her face. She sat bolt upright in her chair, propping her head up with one hand. Coldly scanning the few lawyers following him, he did not hide the dislike in his eyes at all.
Did you figure out what was going on with that chat log or not?
Lena's aggressive voice echoed in the small lounge, piercing everyone's eardrums. A young lawyer with gold-rimmed glasses spoke tentatively.
Ms. Lee, you did delete the record in the first place, didn't you?
Chang Xin's recovery tactics have gone too far, or we'll figure out how to respond to this. Before the words were finished, Lena backhanded and slapped the blonde-rimmed glasses hard in the face.
Pop. As the voice came out, the lawyer's expressions froze in unison.
The blonde-rimmed glasses that were hit even covered his face and took a step back, his face full of shock. And Lena's hand shook slightly as she gripped the bag, her nails digging hard into the leather handle, her shrill voice unforgiving.
How dare you doubt me? Am I, Lena, a brainless person? I can't even delete chat logs well, am I even a human being? You're asking me questions like that now to prove that I'm a cutie. Is that it?
The gold-rimmed glasses opened and closed their mouths a few times, and finally swallowed all the words they wanted to say, and only sullenly bowed their heads.
I'm sorry, Ms. Lee, it was a slip of the tongue. Hearing this, Lena didn't have any relief energy and once again sneered. A slip of the tongue? This has gone all over the internet. You can't all be giving me dementia now, one by one. The eight-bearded lawyer sighed heavily. His eyes swept from the evidence presented to the court to Lena's grimace before he spoke slowly. Ms. Lee, this is not the time to point fingers, the situation at hand is clear. Chang Xin has enough technical support in hand that the recovered evidence looks like it would stand up to any third-party authentication. He paused as he spoke, lowering his voice tentatively. Maybe if we don't want to be beaten to death with a stick, we could try to go the other way. Narrowing her eyes, Lena stared deeply at the eight-bearded lawyer, her tone noticeably a little colder. Say. With Lena's permission, the eight-bearded lawyer licked his dry, cracked lips. Chang Xin is nothing more than a lawyer who wants nothing more than to win lawsuits, for his reputation and money. No matter how much he pretends to be noble, at the end of the day, he has to eat and get by. If we can reach out privately, wouldn't a little good faith to get him to let go be the most direct solution? Chapter 81 Litigation as Business? Private contact? Lena raised an eyebrow, and a slight smile did appear on her face. So, you're saying use the money to get rid of him? The eight-bearded lawyer nodded boldly. Indeed, Ms. Lee, we have limited time to talk about long-term planning. The situation is just too unfavorable for us at the moment. It's less expensive to pay out more money than to lose in court. Not to mention. He lowered his voice and his eyes fluttered noticeably. Chang Xin is righteous on the surface, but as long as one is human, there are weaknesses that can be pried open. Lena still stared at him with a cold gaze, as if weighing the feasibility of the plan. Several other lawyers have looked down and pretended not to hear. The slapped blonde-rimmed glasses carefully moved to the back and pretended to sit down and drink water for fear of being slapped again. It took a few minutes before Lena nodded slowly, biting her words like a knife. Good, then hit him with money for once. You guys set me up, I want to talk to him face to face. The eight-bearded lawyer breathed a sigh of relief when he heard Lena's cold command. Luckily, the ant was not completely out of control after all, was at least willing to listen. Just 2 steps out, that stretched brow furrowed again. Just now, although the words were easy to say. But in his heart, he knew very well that this showdown with Chang Xin was not an easy task. It's not just because of Chang Xin's stubbornness. Rather, it's because, from the beginning, this lawsuit has been a poorly informed showdown. Who would have thought that Chang Xin simply didn't take those loopholes in Hong Yuan's tax evasion and transfer of funds as his main focus? Instead, he threw almost all of his firepower at Lena's own problems. Words, accounts, email records. Every single one of these is a serial bomb. Especially the restored redacted data that looks like it was instructed by someone high up, precise enough to lock Lena down to a trickle. Where in the world did this Chang Xin dig up a godly teammate? It's a bit much for a lawyer to have this kind of technology. The eight-bearded lawyer muttered under his breath, a fine layer of sweat seeping from his forehead. He raised his hand and glanced at his watch, his face once again startled. Damn it, there's only 5 minutes left in the recess. He was getting faster on his feet, but his heart was a little bitter. In fact, at such a time, the best thing was for Lena, as the person concerned, to personally come forward to contact Chang Xin. But this barbaric young lady, up to now, still had a lofty look on her face and dumped all the work on him. He swallowed and quickened his pace, all the while sketching out in his mind a new strategy for contacting Chang. Smoothly bowing his head in a gesture of weakness, he asked the other party to make an offer. As long as Chang Xin has the mindset that lawyering is a profession and litigation is a trade, then there may be a solution to this lousy battle. He trotted all the way to the rest area of the courthouse. It was too late to take a deep breath before he realized that Chang Xin was already sitting upright. Chang Xin's aura was all the same as in the courtroom. Dressed in a dark suit, he leaned back on the couch, a pile of information spread out in front of him, and was flipping through it with a calm demeanor. His long fingers occasionally paused at a certain passage. As soon as he raised his eyes, the pair of compelling eyes behind the lenses instantly gave off a pressure that made it difficult to look directly at him. Lawyer Chang. Calming his somewhat panicked breathing, the eight-bearded lawyer adjusted his expression and squeezed out a smile as he stepped forward to greet him.
Cheng Nusheng looked up, his gaze faintly sweeping over him. Without even answering the question, he continued to throw himself into the document in front of him. And this cold attitude of his instantly punctured the eight-bearded lawyer's shield of self-confidence. At the same time, it made some annoyance rise in his heart. You know, he's a senior no matter what. Cheng Xin, a newbie who hasn't even been in the industry for 3 years, now dares to treat him like this? Isn't it just that you have the upper hand now? You're really not giving me any mercy, are you? However, when he thought of Lina's divine expression, he didn't dare to have the slightest dissatisfaction at that moment. He could only suppress his mind and forced a smile to take 2 steps forward again. Lawyer Chang, I disturbed your rest. I came over today because I wanted to talk to you privately. The eight-bearded lawyer grinned and slowly sat down across from Cheng Xian, trying his best to maintain his superficial composure. Cheng Xian closed the document, raised his eyebrows slightly, and finally spoke. Talk? Ms. Lina has always been high and mighty. What would you like to talk about today? The eight-bearded lawyer took a dark breath and adjusted his smile again. About the case, of course. Counselor Chang, I'm sure you understand that litigation is a transaction. Why don't we open up and talk about needs? Cheng Xian did not respond immediately after hearing the eight-bearded lawyer's proposal. His long fingers tapped the tabletop with a rhythmic sound. It was like a knock on the eight-bearded lawyer's heart, making his already uneasy heartbeat faster. Under his gaze, Cheng Xian seemed to smile as he took a sip from the teacup in front of him. Talking about needs? Cheng Xian put down his teacup and looked at the other party without the slightest turn of his eyes. And what are Ms. Lina's needs? Do you want me to drop the case, or do you want me to amend my testimony? The blunt question caused the eight-bearded lawyer to tug awkwardly at the corners of his mouth and laugh dryly. Lawyer Chang, you're joking. We just want to settle with you privately after all, litigation is a drain on both parties. Hearing this, Cheng Xian once again laughed softly. Only the laughter sounded incredibly harsh to the eight-bearded lawyer. Reconciliation? Your so-called reconciliation is to gag me with money? The eight-bearded lawyer's face changed slightly, and he quickly opened his mouth to explain. Lawyer Chang, you've misunderstood. We're just trying to show our sincerity, and we hope you'll hold your head high. And we're all civilized people, it can be a little hard to say it so bluntly. Sincerity? Just before he could finish his words, Cheng Xian interrupted him with an icy tone. I, Cheng Xian, have only the law in my eyes, not money. Your so-called sincerity is worthless to me. The eight-bearded lawyer wanted to say something else, but was interrupted again by Cheng Xian. Go back and tell Lina that everyone is equal before the law. She broke the law, and she must face the law. Don't presume to set things right with money. After saying that, Cheng Xian got up and left the rest area, leaving the eight-bearded lawyer sitting there alone with a grimace on his face. How can I explain to Lina if I go back so gray? The eight-bearded lawyer felt a rush of scalps. He knew Lina's temperament, arrogant and brash. If he knew that the reconciliation did not work out and he was humiliated by Cheng Xian in such a way, he might be angry with him. The eight-legged beard let out a low curse and rubbed his face hard. His career may, indeed, be cut short. Chapter 82 Other Breakthroughs. Sighing helplessly, the eight-bearded lawyer got up grayly. That's all that's happening now. Forget about Ing, let's figure out how we can keep our jobs. But after just a few steps, a flash of light went through his head. He jerked to a halt, nearly bumping into the table in front of him. I'm really stupid. Why did I have to fight with that tough guy Cheng Xian? The eight-bearded lawyer cursed in a low voice, with extremely obvious chagrin in his tone. Cheng Xian is just a lawyer. Even if he's as good as he is, he can't completely sway the outcome of the case. There are only 2 people in the entire courtroom who can do this. One is a judge and the other is. Eyes gradually lit up, and the eight-bearded lawyer's face gradually relaxed. They were bluffed by Cheng Xian's cold and icy attitude at the beginning and completely fell into his rhythm. I can't believe I forgot the man at the center of this case. Plaintiff Zhou Yang. As long as Zhou Yang is taken care of and made to drop the lawsuit, then won't this matter be over? The more the eight-bearded lawyer thought about it, the more feasible he felt, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but spread a wicked smile. How much can you ask for a college student who is going crazy from cyber violence? A few tens of thousands of dollars to get rid of it, right? It's much more cost-effective than slipping money to that Cheng Xian kid.
At that thought, the eight-bearded lawyer immediately reversed course and walked briskly toward the plaintiff's lounge. Now that there were only the last 3 minutes left in the stoppage break, he had to hurry. He ran all the way, calculating in his mind how to talk to Jo Young. Should we play pathetic for sympathy first, or just drop the money? With various words running through his head, the eight-bearded lawyer practically jogged to the plaintiff's lounge. Took a moment to slow his somewhat disorganized breathing. He adjusted his expression once more before gently pushing open the door to the plaintiff's lounge. Probing first, a sudden sigh of relief washed over him. Because right now, in the middle of the lounge, only Zhou Yang was sitting alone on a chair, holding his cell phone with both hands in a daze. It made what he was going to do next a lot less difficult now. "Hello, Mr. Zhou Yang. Please, I'm interrupting you now, there's something I'd like to talk to you about alone." Piling on a professional smile, the eight-bearded lawyer did not step directly into the lounge. Instead, he first raised his hand and knocked gently on the door of the room. Zhou Yang raised his head and froze when he saw the other party. He obviously hadn't expected any more drama from being approached by the other side on such an occasion, but he nodded politely. "Come in." The eight-bearded lawyer walked in and casually closed the door behind him. After observing the surroundings once again and making sure no one was around, he sat on the chair opposite Zhou Yang. And with the movement, his smile gradually became more genuine. "Zhou Yang student, I guess it's been quite difficult for you during this period of time. I can understand how stressful it must be to suddenly be in a situation like this at your age." Zhou Yang, on the other hand, was clearly a bit uncomfortable with this start, frowning slightly but not answering. He really couldn't figure it out, it had come to this. What else does the other side, being the opposing counsel, want with him? Don't you have to avoid suspicion? And naturally, the eight-bearded man noticed the change in his countenance. At that moment, it also hurriedly changed its strategy. He sighed softly, further casting himself in the role of outsider. "Ugh, honestly, this is something I really didn't want to get involved in to begin with. It's just that person in question has a temper, and you should have felt it. But then, a lot of times work can't be helped, the job is always important, right?" said he, too, gradually lowering his voice. "So it's a little bit of pain in my ass to come to you today. What do you mean?" Looking at the other party's posture, Zhou Yang was confused and vaguely wary. The eight-bearded lawyer saw the puzzled look on his opponent's face and immediately drew a check from the folder. Both hands were pushed flat in front of Zhou Yang, and the smile on his face looked extraordinarily kind. "Here's the thing, it's a compensation payment. By no means is it a small amount, and I can assure you it's more than you could get through litigation. And the amount is not an issue, right now this amount is just our good faith. As long as you're willing to withdraw the charges, we can all be good and negotiable. And even help with other difficulties in your schooling and life." Money? Looking at what was in front of him, Zhou Yang froze and then frowned. He didn't reach for the check, but stared at the octogenarian with a complicated gaze. "Just because of the money? I know you probably don't think that's appropriate. But we're in a society where everyone likes to solve problems in the simplest and most effective way." The eight-bearded man snorted and assumed the posture of a man who had been there. "Zhou, I heard that the school you're in is not bad, right? Then you're certainly not stupid, and all this fuss isn't really doing you much good. It's not worth it for a kid who's still studying to die with a big shot with a background." Zhou Yang stared at the check for a long time, and when he lifted his eyes had a little more coldness in them. What about her apology? Her humanity, her responsibility, is worth that much? The eight-bearded man's smile faltered, and his lips twitched as if he hadn't expected the other party to dwell on this. "Gee, apologize or something. Her status is there, sometimes we have to learn to sympathize with people." Zhou Yang took a deep breath and pushed the check back. "It's time to say no, Mr. Lawyer, what you're saying does make my heart sing. But I'm also sorry if Ms. Lena won't apologize to me publicly. This money, I don't want." At this, the smile on the eight-bearded man's face froze, and he rubbed his hands together as he pushed the check forward again. "Mr. Zhou Yang, think about it again? That's not a small amount, it's enough for you. No need to think about it." However, before he could finish, Zhou Yang directly interrupted him, his tone even more obviously icy. "I appreciate your kindness, but there are some things that can't be measured by money." The kindness on the eight-bearded man's face completely disappeared, and his eyes couldn't help but become gloomy. "Young man, don't drink to your honor. Do you think you can win just like that? Don't be naive. What is Ms. Lena,
And what are you? This lawsuit, even if you win, so what? Do you know what this lawsuit will do to your life afterward? He lowered his voice, a threat in his tone. So yeah, I'd advise you to be sensible, take the money now and leave, and suffer a. He stood up and looked down at the eight-bearded man, his eyes sharp as knives. Ms. Lena owes me more than an apology, she owes me an explanation. I'm not going to let her get away with this, much less be intimidated by a jumped-up clown like you. You? The eight-bearded man was so angry that his face turned blue, wanting to speak, but he really didn't know what to say. He didn't expect that this seemingly weak student would be so tough. Joe Young picked up his cell phone and looked at the time. Court will be in session soon, Mr. Counselor, so if there's nothing else, please return. I have things to do next, I don't have time to waste with you here. The smile on the eight-bearded lawyer's face completely tightened, and the gloom in the bottom of his eyes was about to be hidden. He stared at Joe Yang, and some complicated emotions arose in his heart. Just now, when he was slapped in the face by Chang Xin, although he had some dissatisfaction in his heart, he was considered to be able to accept it. After all, who is Chang Xin? That's a tough guy who could be looked at by elder he. And where did this milquetoast college student in front of her get the nerve to be so arrogant? He was really looking the other way, and was going to wipe the slate clean with a few words and a check. But only now do I realize that I've kicked the bucket. Suppressing the anger that was gradually rising in his chest, the eight-bearded man tried to make his tone as calm as possible and spoke again. Student Joe Yang, let's circle back to your previous request then. You just meant as long as Lena is in front of the entire network. Apologize publicly and sincerely, and you'll sign a letter of understanding, right? Joe Yang raised his eyelids at the words and looked at the eight-bearded man, resting the glass of water in his hand on the table with a soft thud. His brow furrowed lightly, and some impatience became apparent, yet he still answered positively. Yeah, right. But the apology must be heartfelt, not perfunctory. I don't care about the rest, the only thing I want is for her and me, and the public, to give a clear explanation. The eight-bearded man sniffed, his narrow eyes narrowed, not moving to gauge Joe Yang's demeanor. This kid really doesn't want to die. In this world, a few words offending a princess lady with a strong background like Lena is not a big deal. The people behind her won't let it go if they really push her down. He, Joe Young, really thought that he would be remembered after he died. Or is it just a rush of blood and a hot head that doesn't care? Cursing in his heart, the eight-bearded man put on a satisfied appearance on the surface, the corners of his mouth pulling back a forced smile. That's a yes. A great man's word is his bond, Mr. Joe Yang, these are your words. Don't say anything else when the time comes. Though I don't see you as a character that would back out. But it can't be ambiguous, this position must be clear. And in response to his words, Joe Yang returned his two words indifferently. Sure. And after getting his answer, the eight-bearded lawyer didn't say anything more. Reaching out to pick up his briefcase, he then looked vaguely away from Joe Yang's bland face and turned to leave the lounge. He walked quickly, almost jogging the whole way, stopping unexpectedly at the corner and catching his breath hard. This kid is really biting the dust. He grunted lowly, then took a deep breath. Straightened his collar and tie before retracing his steps back. He stumbled a little on his feet, but in his heart he had a vague feeling that things would never be so simple. Now there is a bit of a breakthrough though. However, he kept feeling that it was still a bit difficult to break the game if he wanted to do so. While his mind was wandering, the eight-bearded lawyer returned to the lounge where he and Lena's group were. Almost as soon as he stepped over the threshold, the bell for recess rang. Time was running out and it was too late to say any more nonsense, so he immediately dragged Lena back to the courtroom. At an angle unseen by the onlookers, the eight-bearded lawyer approached Lena. Lowering his voice, he quickly informed her of the contents of the conversation he had just had with Joe Young. Ms. Lee, that's just how it is, that Chang Xin kid doesn't take money. And Joe Young even bit the bullet and refused to let go. He will only sign the letter of understanding if you publicly apologize. A public apology? I apologize to him? What kind of a thing is he? At these words, Lena's almond eyes widened and she forced herself to lower her voice. If she hadn't been concerned about the other people around her, she would have slapped her across the face. The eight-bearded man shrank his neck at her sudden anger and hurriedly explained. Miss Lee, calm down. I can't help it. That kid is greasy, soft and hard, and Chang Xin side is also. Chang Xin? What happened to Chang Xin? You can't even handle a Chang Xin?
My father spends so much money every year to raise you losers, and you can't even do this little thing when it matters. Only before he could finish his sentence, Lena interrupted unceremoniously. The tone was full of contempt. The eight-bearded man's face was a burst of green and white, but he didn't dare to retort, and could only lower his voice and smile. Miss Lee, Chang Xin's side, is in a special situation. Now that a titanic figure in our Dharma realm is starting to pay attention to him, it's not good for us to use force. Special? I see what you do for a living. I don't care what you use, there's no way in hell I'm apologizing to that redneck. Let me bow down to an inferior, he's dreaming. Lena's tone was decisive, without a hint of negotiation. Fine beads of sweat oozed from the eight-bearded man's forehead, and his heart screamed in agony, but there was nothing he could do about it. He carefully watched Lena's face and tentatively opened his mouth to ask. So? Ms. Lee, what do you mean? My point is simple, either shut that kid up or... When Lena said this, she deliberately paused, her eyes flashing sinisterly. Shut him up for good. The eight-bearded man's heart shook, and a chill ran straight from the soles of his feet to the top of his head. He knew that Lena was getting real. I'm afraid this is not good, Ms. Lee, if a person is killed. The eight-legged beard was a bit hesitant, though he was profit-oriented. But also know that there are some bottom lines that can't be touched. Chapter 84 Choice. Cut the crap. Do what I tell you to do. I'll take the blame if anything goes wrong. What's the use of having you as a lawyer if you can't even handle this small matter? Lena snapped, a threatening tone in her voice. The eight-bearded man's face was pale, and he knew he had no choice. But it's also really impossible to get him to do it in the moment. Ms. Lee, it's not a matter of how big or small the matter is. It would be fine if it was normal, after all, there are many accidents that happen every day. But it's during court time, we really don't have time to do it. Hearing this, Lena's face turned even more ironic to the naked eye. What the eight-lettered beard said was nothing more than a reminder that she was not in a generous position today. The tail has been stomped to death, and the slightest misstep is an abyss of 10,000 feet. Those words are true. But now that it had reached her ears, it was certainly adding fuel to the fire. She clenched her teeth, her fingers clasped the armrests of the chair, her knuckles whitened, looking at the eight-bearded man's heart in a cold sweat. Show me how to shut him up. Lena's voice was not high, though the coldness in it was indeed unmistakable. Either speak up or stop yakking around here. The eight-bearded man wiped a cold sweat from his forehead and bowed with a compensatory smile. Ms. Lee, if we really move strong, it will only lead to a lot of trouble. Zhou Yang now bites the bullet on this word of reason, and Chang Xin's side has become a mountain in the sunlight again. The attention from above is really tight right now. The slightest movement we make could be viewed 10 times larger. So the safest way to go right now is still. It's better to go along with him, even if it means bowing your head first. Head down? Hearing those two words again, Lena turned her head violently, her eyes blazing like knives. Did you call me Lena bow down? It's a temporary bow. Looking at Lena's current state, the eight-bearded man almost kneeled and hurriedly added. Think about it, we can only turn the page when the understanding is signed. When the time comes, we'll find another reason to make his life difficult is all. Apologize, isn't today just a scene? Ms. Lee, you are the queen of people, to meet with that kind of small character, you are giving him face. That kind of stepped on Lena's temper. Her expression loosened a little at the word talk. But the extremely obvious reluctance was still strained on her face. Especially the thought of apologizing to that poor boy Zhou Yang in front of so many pairs of eyes. Lena felt her lungs explode with anger. It was a strange shame and an unacceptable reality for her. But Lena being the daughter of a treacherous man like Li Hongyuan. In the moment it wasn't just a case of having a big girl's temper, it still had a brain. Taking a hard breath, Lena tried to calm herself. Good, since that's the only way. I will, then, fulfill him. And the eight-bearded man in front of Lena couldn't help but feel his heart skip a beat when he heard her tone. Whether this missy was truly compromised or ready to lift the table, he couldn't really tell. But it was clear to him that the scene, which could be called a dead end, was sort of finally breaking down. The gavel sounded, and the solemn courtroom once again resumed its previous order. The judge scanned the room with an expressionless face and spoke softly once more. Court will now continue. As soon as the words left his mouth, Chang Xin stood up from his seat like an arrow off a string. In his hand, there was suddenly an extra pile of papers as well. And seeing Chang Xian's stance, Li Na and the others' hearts thumped. A chill ran from the soles of his feet straight to the sky. This kid, how much more is there? Is he digging his own grave just to her? As the thought stopped, the veins at the corners of Lena's forehead throbbed vaguely, and she cursed in her heart. Crazy, really crazy. The eight-bearded lawyer who was the main lawyer was even more scared out of his wits, and at that moment, he also got up in a hurry, with a fawning smile piled up on his face. Lawyer Chang, Barrister Chang. Please wait a moment. As he spoke, he wiped the beads of sweat seeping from his forehead. After so many years of lawsuits, he really did not see the process of new this kind of rash off. The point is that this rash is also holding all the key clues. Who can resist showing new clues at the drop of a hat? Upon hearing this, Chang Xian raised his eyebrows with a bit of teasing in his eyes. What? Counsel for the opposing side is now opening his mouth. Is it hard to believe that Ms. Li has any more insights? The eight-bearded man accompanied the smile and said carefully. It's like this, Counselor Chang, during the recess just now. We have already reached a settlement agreement with your client, Mr. Zhou. The condition, on the other hand, is an apology. He paused, observing Chang Xian's reaction, and saw that the other party did not interrupt before continuing. My client, Miss Li, has also agreed to sincerely apologize to Mr. Zhou. And Mr. Chao has said he will sign a letter of understanding as long as an apology is in place. Chang Xinyan just smiled faintly and didn't answer immediately. He slowly shifted his gaze to the side, watching Zhou Yang, who had never spoken out positively. And Zhou Yang, who was sitting there, couldn't help but lower his head when he saw Chang Xinhuang coming. The look was visibly complicated, his fingers twisting the corner of his coat back and forth. There was a moment of silence before he finally nodded. Brother Chang, forget it, just do what they say. Zhou Yang's voice was very soft, yet it seemed unusually clear in this solemn courtroom. Chang Xian frowned slightly and imperceptibly, clearly dissatisfied with this answer. He spat out two words in a low voice. Sure. Hearing Chang Xian's certainty, Zhou Yang also nodded his head once again and said as if he was reassuring himself. They just need to apologize, I just want to live my life, I don't want to keep things going. And as soon as Zhou Yang's final choice came out, the live broadcast room and the gallery instantly exploded. This is a reconciliation? Is this kid stupid? That's right. The evidence is overwhelming, and you're not even suing? You're out of your mind. Was this kid threatened by the Li family? How else could he let go of such a good opportunity? Goons. Pussy. What a disgrace to men. In the live broadcast room, pop-ups poured down like a waterfall, with all kinds of abuse and questioning. Of course, there are some sensible netizens who analyzed the pros and cons and thought that Zhou Yang's choice was unjustifiable. Upstairs, will you use your brains? What is the background of the Li family? If this kid really sends Lena in, will he have a good life in the future? Analyzing a wave of rationality, the probability is that this kid was forced to compromise by the pressure of the Li family. Hey, it's a shame, I was expecting to see a good show, but it turned out. That's right, even if he wins the case now, he won't have a good time in the future. The Li family has 100 ways to make his life worse than death. Chapter 85 I Don't Accept. It's called Knowing What's What do you keyboard warriors know? Chang Xian gave him a deep, complicated look, then slowly withdrew his eyes. He resumed his seat and straightened the folds of his lawyer's robe, but did not say another word. But a sense of powerlessness flooded through him. He knew that he was just a lawyer after all. The rights and interests of the parties can only be defended within the framework of the law. And he understood Zhou Yang's choice. If they really sent Li Na to jail, then with the power of the Li family, Zhou Yang would not have a good time in the future, I'm afraid. It's even a question of whether or not you'll even graduate. It is human nature to seek profit and avoid harm, Chang Xian cannot be harsh. The scene didn't escape Lena's eyes, and she finally breathed a sigh of relief. But at the same time, an extremely subtle smile surfaced at the corner of her mouth. See, so what if we're pushed this far? She, Li Na, would never be a loser, and the influence behind the Li family could not be shaken by this group of paupers? However, these voices of reason were soon drowned out in a torrent of invective. And inside the courtroom, the judge, looking at the mess, banged his gavel heavily and snapped. Silence. No clamor in the courtroom. The clamor died down and the judge looked at Lena once again. Defendant, do you have anything else to say? When Lena, who had just had a smug look on her face, heard these words, her body visibly trembled. And she had to apologize to this beggar. Though it wouldn't have cost her anything and would have saved her a jail sentence. But when you think about these. Clenching her fists, Lena forced herself to hold back the annoyance in her heart. I have no objection. Hearing her words, the judge nodded softly once more. Since there are no objections from the parties, we will now draw up a letter of understanding. Please ask the defendant, Ms. Lena, to fulfill her responsibility and apologize to the plaintiff, Mr. Zhou Yang. As soon as the words fell out of his mouth, the entire court also quieted down once again. Hundreds of pairs of eyes, as well as the cameras present, all locked onto Lena as well. Under this gaze, Lena's face once again became visibly ugly. But it had come to this, and she couldn't back down. At that moment, he could only stand up his body and look at Zhou Yang, saying in a voice that was almost gnashing his teeth. Zhou Yang, I'm sorry. Those 3 words, as if squeezed from her teeth, were full of reluctance. Zhou Yang, who was still a bit uneasy, gradually had a change in his face after hearing this so-called apology from her. And Lena's apology didn't satisfy viewers on the air or in the gallery. Just this? That's it? You call that an apology? There's no sincerity at all. This is clearly a provocation. This woman is disgusting. She's so grotesque when she apologizes. Judge, that's not an apology. She should be made to apologize again. Sitting on the chair, Chang Xian lowered his eyelids and gently folded his hands in his lap. The peaks of his brows furrowed, revealing a sense of pent-up exhaustion that had been building up for a long time. Seriously, he has seen too many similar cases as a lawyer. Having seen too many ordinary people like Zhou Yang, bowing their heads in front of power. He closed his eyes and let out a soft sigh. Perhaps that's for the best. With a silent whisper in his heart, Chang Xian's body relaxed even more. And Zhou Yang was right beside him, his face pale and his fingers clenched into fists. Chang Xian had thought that the boy would follow his expectations. Accept it all in silence and then leave in a state of disarray with tattered dignity. But he didn't do that. Zhou Yang slowly stood up, his gaze shifting from the ground he was originally staring at tightly to the front. The crowd in the gallery whispered, but held their collective breath the moment Zhou Yang opened his mouth. Yes. His voice was raspy, but now it had a strange firmness to it. You guys read that right, I'm scared. The scene resounded with an uproar, and even the pop-ups in the live stream almost exploded. Is he conceding? This kid is such a loser. I should have known not to watch. What a wimp. But in the next second, Zhou Yang sneered and slammed his hands onto the tabletop. The clear voice sounded again, and it also overpowered all the noise. I'm afraid of the Li family's power. I'm afraid I won't be able to graduate. I'm afraid I'm going to have a hard time in the future, that's why I'm thinking of resting on my laurels. But just now, it occurred to me to understand something. Said Zhou Yang also raised his head and for the first time looked straight at the woman who had trapped him for so long. Because Miss Lena's apology makes it all seem like a joke to me. I've lasted so long and suffered so much. But in the end, not even a sincere apology? His voice started out trembling and gradually became resonant. It was a ridiculous farce and a process that made me see myself clearly. Until just now, when she looked at me and that apology poked me in the face like a knife. It just dawned on me that there's not really that much of a reason. And it's just that I choose to be afraid. Chang Xian suddenly opened his eyes as he stared blankly at Zhou Yang in front of him. The determination shining in those eyes was surprisingly strange to him. While he was looking at Zhou Yang, the other party turned his head and looked straight at Chang Xian. He bent down and bowed respectfully. Counselor Chang, I'm sorry I almost made you waste this nearly week-long effort. It was cowardly of me just now, but now, I'm thinking clearly. I don't want to back down again. Chang Xian's throat knots rolled slightly, but he didn't reply immediately. He just gazed at Zhou Yang in silence. It was only after a few seconds that the corners of his mouth rose slightly, revealing an extremely obvious smile of relief. Good. A short and powerful word, but like an ignition point, it completely ignited the emotions of this scene. Zhou Yang stood up straight, but this time he looked directly at the judge on the high platform. Your Honor, I don't accept her apology. The moment these words fell, the scene was once again in an uproar. And Lena's face went pale for an instant, then reddened like it was dripping blood. She braced herself with her usual condescending demeanor and sternly questioned. What else do you want? What I want is simple and has never changed. That is if you admit your mistake. Zhou Yang's voice was low, but his words were loud and clear. As well as I want you to take the law into your own hands. As soon as those words left her mouth, an extremely obvious panic flashed through Lena's gaze. Again, it was quickly overshadowed by anger. Ridiculous. She slammed the table, no longer able to put on that victimized demeanor. Zhou Yang, don't think I'm afraid of you. Do you realize who you're fighting against? No. Zhou Yang raised his hand, pointing at her and then behind her. Chapter 86, Cheer up Zhou Yang. I know what I'm up against. But do you realize what you're facing now, what the consequences are? His eyes swept across the room, and he spoke calmly as countless eyes widened and breaths plummeted. But what if I put my life on the line today? To exchange my life for several years of imprisonment for your Li family's eldest daughter, I now feel that it is quite worth it. Chang Xian gave a low laugh, looking at the spirited but slightly youthful back on the stage in front of him. A thought suddenly surfaced in his heart. Here's a chance to see how much this sharpness can stir up. And Zhou Yang's extremely tough words were like a bomb that exploded inside the courtroom. The buzz of chatter rose and fell like a swarm of annoying flies in the air. People in the gallery mingled and whispered, their eyes filled with shock and excitement. The live stream is exploding with pop-ups. All kinds of awesome 666 brushed the screen. Some people even started to brush up slogans such as Go Zhou Yang and Li Na. While on top of the courtroom, Li Na, who was a party to the case, turned her face from white to red. She couldn't hold back any longer and stood up violently, her slender fingers trembling as she pointed at Zhou Yang. The shrill voice made those present frown uncontrollably. Zhou Yang, don't you toast to the fact that you're not going to be punished? What do you think you are, daring to go against me? Do you know the consequences of offending me? She had this furious rant. Instead, it's like a hammer blow, an indirect admission that there is indeed something fishy going on behind her back. The gallery and the live stream instantly exploded with more chatter and frantic pop-ups. Good lord, that's an admission? I told you there must be someone behind this woman. This is going to be a good show. Chang Xian, on the other hand, had the corners of his mouth rise slightly, revealing a wry smile. The idea had just occurred to me, and this opportunity was delivered. He took advantage of the situation and stood up, walking nonchalantly to the judge and handing over the information he had already prepared in his hand. Your Honor, it is our contention that Miss Lena's actions are not only defamatory, but this is not the first time. Allow me to submit new evidence. As Chang Xian's words fell, the judge projected the evidence onto the projector. The screen showed a chat between Lena and her best friend. The content is unpleasant and full of malicious comments and surreptitious photos of passers-by. I met a handsome man on the subway, but unfortunately he was bald. I saw a muscular guy today, well-built, just a little crooked in the face. That little fresh meat just now, his leg hair is a bit long, tsk. A revealing comment, a sneak peek of an unauthorized photo, slapped Lena hard in the face. Chang Xian cleared his throat and pointed to the projection, his tone calm but loud. May I ask Ms. Lena, are these actions of yours considered surreptitious? Is it considered a violation of someone's right to a portrait? Is it considered illegal? Before the crowd reacted, the eight-bearded lawyer also stood up in a panic, trying to stop Chang Xian from continuing. Your Honor, we ask for a stay. The judge banged his gavel expressionlessly. Objection overruled, proceed. Meanwhile, a reporter on the sidelines quietly posted this key turning point on social media. In just a few minutes, the message was frantically retweeted, triggering a large number of netizens to watch and comment. What a ing double standard, laugh out loud. The reversal is too exciting. Support Zhou Yang. Sue this green tea whore to death. And just as Chang Xian's words fell, the scene was also once again abuzz with whispers like a tidal wave. Lena sat at the defense table, though deliberately keeping herself composed. But a closer look reveals that her hands have long been clenched into fists and her knuckles are white. The whole thing even looked like it was nailed to the seat. Her gaze darted to the eight-bearded lawyer, unease revealed in her eyes. With that, she lowered her head slightly, tilting it slightly to one side. At the same time, he gently tapped his finger on the tabletop, a code word that the two had agreed upon long before. This also made the eight-bearded lawyer quickly realize. Cold sweat slid down from his temples, and the tightly pursed corners of his mouth gradually twisted. He feigned composure as he flipped through the papers in front of him, but in reality he was already drumming inside. The situation can now be said to be completely settled. Lena was indeed unclean, and he knew it. But he never expected that the other party's offense would be so aggressive, barely giving them any room to breathe. He pinched his brow with his right hand, then stood up and raised his hand to shout. "Your Honor, I ask again for a recess." The sudden submission of new evidence by the other side requires ample time for verification. But just as his words fell, the judge frowned slightly. The corner of his eye held a few cold moments, and he hammered away. "It's only been 10 minutes since the last recess. So the motion is denied." The court proceeds. The eight-bearded lawyer's face suddenly sank, and an extremely obvious panic flashed in his eyes. He hastily straightened his lawyer's robe over his shoulder, ready to start his old delaying tactics. Attack the legitimacy of the evidence. However, just as he opened his mouth, Chang Xayan's voice sounded once again. "Your Honor, I think this attorney's behavior is wasting the court's valuable time." The smirk on Chang Xayan's face was not hidden, and his words were even tinged with undisguised sarcasm. If he is before contesting the legality of the evidence, it's good to get a good overview of the legalities and procedures involved. Then maybe he'll realize that he's doing nothing. A burst of laughter erupted on the scene, and the pop-up screen also followed the crazy screen. Chang Xayan's mouth, "It's also too poisonous." Professional. The attorney was really organized. "A little more of the hard stuff, I'm not done with this melon yet." The eight-bearded lawyer's face instantly turned red, but he couldn't find the words to retort. He sneaked a sideways glance at Lena and signaled with his eyes. "It's not looking good. You've got to do something." And while Lena's nails almost pinched into her palms and her face went white, a small smile squeezed out of her lips. She muttered in a nearly inaudible voice. "What a bunch of rabble, trying to overwhelm me. Delusional." Then, seeming to have an idea, she gently nudged the eight-bearded lawyer's desktop, signaling him to change course. However, Chang Xian didn't care about these small actions of theirs. At the same time, they weren't going to give them any respite. He held his head high and pointed to the screenshot of the chat on the projection. It is well known that the right to privacy has been violated by surreptitiously photographing another person and distributing it without their permission. And Miss Lena, on more than one occasion, has engaged in such behavior. Not once, but many times maliciously flirting and disrespecting others. Not only that. His voice suddenly rose steeply, startling Lena and the others. She relied on these behaviors to gain traffic and exposure, which in turn led to improper gain. The courtroom and beyond erupted, the spectators were so excited they almost stood up, and the live stream pop-ups instantly exploded. Is this the legendary traffic first? Good lord, this green tea is really something. Zhou Yang and Chang Xian, I support to the end. The eight-bearded lawyer's throat moved as he tried to open his mouth to deny the validity of the evidence again. Yet Chang Xian did not give him such an opportunity and continued. Of course, if the other side doesn't think the evidence holds up, do your best to make a rebuttal plea in the post-trial investigation. The judge sniffed and glanced meaningfully at the octogenarian. Mr. Counsel, do you have any other comments? If not, then please stop repeating these unhelpful objections in a routine manner. Lena couldn't hold back any longer. Such a long courtroom standoff. This, coupled with Chang Xian's aggressive aura and unrelenting accusations, had caused her mind to go into a tizzy. At this moment, under the laughter of the onlookers and the impatient gaze of the judge, she completely exploded. Slapping her hands hard on the table, she stood up unexpectedly. Zhou Yang, you shameless villain. How can you put on a moral face when you're as poor as you are? After all, aren't you just taking the opportunity to knock me for a large sum of money? Don't think you can step on me just because you got a lawyer with a big mouth. You're not qualified. This flurry of vicious words could be said to be a direct reference to Zhou Yang's character. Her voice was high-pitched and shrill, out of place in the solemn courtroom. The gallery was shocked into silence for a moment by her sudden loss of control. A few obvious jeers followed. Chang Xian sneered, not giving Lena a chance to catch her breath at all. He casually pushed up his glasses, his tone even more so with undisguised contempt. Your Honor, this client is seriously out of control. What she just did was not only an unwarranted personal attack on the other side of the lawsuit, it was a gross disrespect for the court. I formally request that she be admonished in order to maintain order and fairness in the courtroom. Upon hearing these words, the judge's brow furrowed slightly, and a serious and dignified voice followed. Ms. Lena, please watch your language. The courtroom is a place for law and facts, not a place for you to vent your emotions.
If similar behavior occurs again, we have the right to take enforcement action. Hearing this, Lina gulped, her face once again turning green and white.
Your Honor, I'm just being honest.
He's nothing but a scoundrel who covets my reputation, and this whole thing is a farce from start to finish. He doesn't have any right to be victimized at all. As for those photos, was just kidding. Who really takes it seriously? Besides, those photos weren't even widely distributed, so talk about an invasion of privacy. Her tone was a little shaky, but her eyes held some hint of a fluke. It seemed that in her opinion, as long as the pot was dumped on Zhou Yang, re-emphasize the just kidding excuse and you're off the hook. However, just as she put on those slight complacent looks, she was quickly pressed back by Chang Xian.
Kidding?
Snorting, Chang Xian's tone was direct and incomparable.
I wonder if Ms. Lina has some misconception of the word joke.
Your Honor, please allow me to continue to add relevant evidence. As soon as the words fell out of his mouth, he picked up the remote control and flicked it. At that moment, the image on the projection screen flickered, and then several clearly visible screenshots appeared.
Chang Xian pointed at the screen and said,
"This is a group interface for a major social platform. According to the platform's data analysis, the group has up to 85,000 members.
These are photos that Ms. Lina recklessly posted to the group 6 months ago. And the data on clicks and retweets of these photos is clearly available. Just one set of photos broke 5,000 retweets. And you still don't think it's called proliferation?" And after Chang Xian's words fell, Lina also directly closed her mouth. His face was red, but he couldn't spit out a word. Her mind buzzed as she watched what was on the projector. Chang Xian actually got these things?
How is this possible? How in the world did this man do it under such a long time span? But how could she know that in the 24 hours that Chang Xian had obtained the master-level hacking skill rewarded by the system?
He can pretty much do anything as long as it's about the internet.
He could come and go as he pleased with a network system as solid as that of the Hongyuan group, not to mention her mere cell phone.
Not to mention these photos, even as long as Chang Xian wanted to.
Those more explosive selfies on her cell phone and chats with different men can be dug up. Chang Xian's smile became more pronounced at the corners of his mouth as he watched Lina visibly freeze up. He pressed the remote again and more graphs analyzing the data appeared on the screen. Clearly shows the path of the photo's distribution and its reach. Ms. Lina, your so-called joke affected over 80,000 people and was retweeted over 5,000 times. Are you sure this is just a joke? Chang Xian's tone was icy cold as he once again spoke out a clear string of data. Your Honor, according to our law, public dissemination of private photographs of another person without his consent. If the circumstances are aggravated, the penalty shall be fixed term imprisonment of not more than 3 years, detention or control, and a fine or a single fine. And Miss Lina's actions here have seriously violated Mr. Zhou Yang's right to privacy. It even subjected it to nearly half a month of cyber violence. It also led to disruptions in her schooling and life, so the maximum penalty for her is not too much to ask. Once again, the gallery exploded with people condemning Lina's shameless behavior. This woman is really vicious. What in the world was she thinking to do such a thing? Heartbroken little brother Zhou Yang, it's really bad luck to meet such a crazy woman. Acting like a white lotus on the surface, but so sinister behind her back. Serves her right. She deserves to go to jail. This kind of scum should be made to lose her reputation. The pop-ups in the live broadcast were even more overwhelming, almost all of them cursing Lina. Bitch. Go to hell. This woman is disgusting. You. That's it? Is there anything more explosive? Please share. This kind of scum deserves to be sentenced. Let her sit in jail for the rest of her life. Sit back and wait for the melons. I hope Your Honor passes a heavy sentence. And listen to the voices coming from the gallery. Coupled with the thought of the outcome she would face, Lina's mental defenses also visibly crumbled a bit. The eyes reddened and a little tear fell. I'm not. I'm just. Chapter 87 Heavenly Complaint? With this look, if people who didn't know the previous situation, I'm afraid they would really think that she had suffered a great deal of wrongdoing. However, Zhou Yang was indifferent to the belated tears. He just stood up slowly and straightened his spine. Taking a deep breath, he looked to the judge in the main seat. Your Honor, I request the floor. As he opened his mouth this time, his face didn't change much though. However, it was clear to hear the determination in its words.
Plaintiff's motion is reasonable and granted.
Naturally, the judge would not refuse this legal right, and nodded his head in agreement at that moment. Lawyer Chang, please give me some more time. After receiving the judge's permission, Zhou Yang once again yawned at Chang Xian, some embarrassment appearing on his face instead. It would have been the other person who had stepped in to help himself when he was at his most helpless. But under this approval, one keeps giving the other a hard time. In his heart at that moment, he really felt a little embarrassed. Oh, there's no need to talk to me about that, go do what you want. After all, you're my customer now. Laughing softly, Chang Xian naturally would not stop the current Zhou Yang. This kid, now he's doing something that pleases him. Nodding gratefully, Zhou Yang also moved his feet to the center of the courtroom. Eyes swept across the courtroom, eventually landing on Lena. There was no hatred, no anger in those eyes, only deep disappointment and pity. This half-month has been like being in hell for me. Lips opening and closing, Zhou Yang's voice echoed within the courtroom. I live in fear and anxiety every day, afraid to go out, afraid to meet people, afraid to even answer the phone. My life, my schooling, was completely destroyed by this unmitigated disaster. He paused before continuing. Ms. Lena mouthed off that it was just a joke. But has she ever thought about how much this joke has hurt me? My honor is tarnished, my spirit is tormented, my life is changed. Can this be explained by a mere joke? Zhou Yang's voice became more and more high-pitched, and his eyes were visibly red. Ms. Lena's behavior not only hurt me personally, but also challenged social morality and the bottom line of the law. She used the convenience of the internet to distribute my private photos indiscriminately, inciting cyber violence and creating public pressure. It's not just a disservice to me, it's an injustice to all the victims. His fists gradually clenched, and Zhou Yang's face was visibly flushed. Me, I'm just an ordinary college student, I have no power, no background. But I'm standing here today to tell everyone. Even if I am just a mortal, I will never allow anyone to trample on my dignity recklessly. I demand that the law give me a fair judgment and clear my name, as well as give an explanation to all those who have suffered from cyber violence. His voice echoed through the courtroom with a resounding thud. And as the last word fell, there was silence. Immediately afterward, in less than 3 seconds, applause exploded like thunder and people in the gallery rose to their feet. The hoots and cheers were so loud that they nearly toppled the roof of the courtroom. The live broadcast room was even more completely abuzz. Zhou Yang is awesome. This green tea whore. Support Zhou Yang. Never let cyber violence go unpunished. Go Zhou Yang. We're all behind you. The screen was filled with "Let's go Zhou Yang," almost obscuring the entire screen, and even the server started to lag for a while. Lena, who had been holding on to her composure, could no longer maintain that pathetic facade at this moment. She stood up violently and pointed at Zhou Yang in a hysterical rant. You stupid boy. You think you've won? You're nothing. You. She was incoherent, going from crying out her grievances at first to swearing. It's basically no different than a shrew. Quiet. Ms. Lena, please be orderly in the courtroom. And the judge sitting in the main seat quickly reacted to the situation, banging his gavel heavily and sternly. But at this point, Lena acted as if she hadn't heard the judge at all. Still pointing at Zhou Yang's nose, he hissed and growled. You hillbilly. What do you think you are? How dare you sue me? Just you wait, I won't let you go. My dad is Li Hongyuan. Ms. Lena, please remain calm. The 8-bearded lawyer who came back to his senses also rushed forward to pull her back, wiped the sweat seeping out of his forehead, and advised in a low voice. This is not the time to get carried away, you're only doing us a disservice. But Lena had completely lost her mind at the moment, and as soon as she shook off the other's hand, she continued to curse at Zhou Yang and Chang Xian. You two dogs. Working together as one. Shall not die a good death. I curse you. She was so hysterical that people in the gallery were talking. Even the judge couldn't help but cringe. Eventually, 2 bailiffs had to forcibly hold her down in her seat before order could be restored. However, Lena's loss of control did not make Zhou Yang and Chang Xian feel any discomfort. Zhou Yang had just experienced an even more violent internet storm than this, and this bit of verbal abuse was nothing to him. As for Chang Xian, he had been a man for 2 lifetimes and had never seen any big storms. What's more, he had the system with him, what hadn't he seen before? Now how can you be called out for breaking your defense by a girl who doesn't even have much of a brain?
It's not a joke? Instead, Lina's loss of control gave Chang Xian a perfect opportunity. Slightly raising the corners of his mouth, Chang Xian cleared his throat and stood up to speak. Your Honor, I have a request. As soon as he spoke, the eyes of everyone in the courtroom instantly focused on him. Based on all the things the defense has just said and done, I formally request that Ms. Lina be suspended from the courtroom. Her obscenities have now disrupted the dignity and order of the courtroom. Upon hearing this, the judge nodded slightly without thinking, and with his palm raised, he directly banged the gavel. Application approved. Ms. Lina, from now on, you may not speak again without permission. What? Lina stood up violently, like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, and shouted angrily. What's to stop me from talking? What are you guys? Two bailiffs immediately stepped forward and pressed her back into the chair with a death grip. The 8-bearded lawyer standing next to him had an iron face, and the cold sweat on his forehead had become a small stream. He was just about to excuse his client when he heard Chang Xian's voice ring out again. In addition, I would like to make a request to the court for further investigation. Chang Xian appeared unhurried, but the words he uttered caused everyone in the room to freeze. Chapter 88 The Sweating Judge. I have some prima facie evidence that suggests Ms. Lina may be more than just an isolated cyberbully. And behind her, there's a good chance that she's harboring a deeper level of wrongdoing. He paused, his eyes blazing over Lina and her lawyer. For example, issues relating to the financial flows of certain multinational corporations. As soon as the words fell, the air in the entire courtroom seemed to condense instantly. Lina's eyes widened violently, and she couldn't control the look of horror. You're talking nonsense. Don't you slander me. Unfortunately, she had completely lost her voice and was held down by bailiffs on both sides just before she opened her mouth. One of the female bailiffs even pulled out a clean white towel and covered her mouth directly. In fact, according to the unusual rules, behavior like Lina's is to be taken down directly. But because of the special nature of the Li family and this case, plus Lina, as a suspect, had to be present until the trial was over. And the 8-bearded lawyer's face turned pale in an instant, and even his lips couldn't help trembling slightly. And at this time, the gallery had completely exploded, countless whispered comments rising and falling like a tidal wave. The pop-ups on the live stream were even more overwhelming. Chang Xian is awesome, directly pointing out the key issue. What does that mean? What other big shady deal is Lina involved in? I'm going to dig up the bottom of Lina's father. This scumbag family is designated as no good. Not only the audience, but even the judge's brow furrowed. The original seated stance couldn't help but lean forward slightly. Obviously shaken by the information Chang Xian had thrown out. After all, Everest was a company with an official background no matter what. It doesn't matter if Li Hongyuan's daughter engages in something small. But it would be too big a problem to transfer funds across borders. The thought stopped there, and he coldly scanned the seething courtroom before restoring order to the scene with a forceful bang of his gavel. Quiet. There shall be no clamor in the courtroom. The judge's tone was not angry, and his complex gaze then turned to Chang Xian. Counselor Chang, the problem of transnational financial flows that you mentioned is very serious in nature. I'm asking you to provide specific evidence here. Otherwise, the claim will be considered invalid and may even trigger legal recourse against you. As soon as the words left her mouth, Lina let out a visibly long breath. Apparently, after hearing those words, she thought the judge was still biased in favor of their Li company. Actually, come to think of it, the Li family has been rooted in a city for a long time now. Coupled with its own special nature, the average person would not even suspect it. And crucially, pulling out the carrot brings out the mud. Without accurate evidence, she really didn't believe that she would really approve of her Li family. And what evidence? Lina didn't think Chang Xian could get it. After all, that was the most fundamental thing about her Li family, and it could be said that everything revolved around that one thing. He, Chang Xian, though, was able to strip her of what she had done in some unknown way. But concerning that aspect, she didn't believe Chang Xian could get it. But on the contrary, the 8-bearded man became even more nervous at this point. His body had practically pressed against the seat. Both hands were clasped tightly on the armrests of the chair, the knuckles white from overexertion. There were things that Lina didn't know. But he's very clear about it. Thinking about what his own chairman had said to him earlier. Coupled with Chang Xian's behavior of not moving to pull out evidence today, he was truly flustered at that moment. This kid. can't really have it, can he? And unlike the others, Chang Xian still had that trademark smile on his face. Your Honor, I understand your caution. After all, Everest has a deep background, and when it comes to cross-border capital flows, it really needs to be careful. He paused, his eyes sweeping over Lena and her legal team before continuing to speak. But I can assure the court that the evidence I have is overwhelming. As soon as the words fell out of his mouth, he also calmly removed a thick document from his briefcase and handed it to the court clerk. This is a detailed report on the financial flows of Everest and its affiliates in recent years. It clearly shows how Mr. Li Hongyuan used shell companies to launder money and evade taxes. After all, on an occasion like this, empty words aren't really my style. As his words fell, the clerk also handed the judge the papers. And on the cover of the folder were written in large letters: Preliminary Investigation Report on the Flow of Funds of the Hongyuan Group. Without further ado, the judge, after taking the hand, quickly turned over the document. At first glance, I was attracted by the huge data and detailed entries on the inner pages. This is not only a statement of the flow of funds, but also contains the registration information and bank account records of the company concerned. There are even several screenshots of transfers that resulted in unusual money movement. Next to each piece of data is a red pen notation of the source and possible violations involved. Even the tiniest of hundreds of transfers are clearly outlined. And also because the approval was live streamed in its entirety, it was on the occasion of the judge's flip-flop. The contents of which, because of the camera, also reached the eyes of those who were following the story. At once, the atmosphere of the originally serious courtroom exploded once again. My God, how did this man get this information? This is no longer simply a matter of transnational funding, is it? This is simply a crime. The pop-ups were then detonated. Absolutely, Chang Xian was sent by the CIA, right? This protagonist hangs on too outrageously. Is this a big fall for Hongyuan Group? And as the audience murmured, the judge on the bench finally looked up. The all-too-obvious data problem almost forced him to make an initial judgment. Even because these messages are so explosive. For a moment he forgot to strike the little hammer to quiet the others. He slowly raised his head and looked straight at Chang Xian with a stream of scrutinizing eyes. Where do these data come from? Are you aware of the legal implications of their authenticity? Chang Xian, however, was frank and fearless, not panicking. These data are from legitimate sources and have been initially verified. And about how extensive the involvement behind it is. Only before his words were spoken, the judge raised his hand and interrupted him. Without leaving a trace, he wiped the sweat from his forehead. This judge is really scared now. When he had just turned over this evidence, he had made a point of keeping his eyes open. The body is slightly sideways, blocking some shots. And now he couldn't be more glad he did. After all, there are a few names in this document that can't be in this thing at all. He didn't even know if he'd live to see the day of the trial if those people were involved. And now that he has hidden it, naturally he can't let Chang Xian say it off. Chapter 89 Judgment of the Court. Submit the relevant evidence to the relevant authorities for further investigation. During this period, Miss Li Na and her father, Mr. Li Hongyuan, are prohibited from leaving the country. The gavel fell, and Judge Ming's palms were a little weak. But the sound was like a thunderbolt, and the entire courtroom instantly boiled over. The people in the gallery couldn't help but mingle, their faces filled with uncontrollable surprise. Realize that this is no ordinary financial dispute. That's Everest, a behemoth with an official background behind it. And now the judge's decision has undoubtedly confirmed Everest's conviction for transferring funds out of the country. This melon, it's enough for everyone to eat for a year. This Li Hongyuan, I really didn't expect looking human-like, behind the scenes to do this kind of thing. That's right. Who dared to say a word against Hongyuan before, but now it seems that the water is deep. Did you guys notice that the judge interrupted Chang Xian just now for a moment? Obviously there's some more explosive news he can't say. TSK, I don't know how many people are involved behind this, there's a good show to watch. The pop-ups in the live broadcast even followed suit. That reversal, I'm TM straight a good guy. Chang Xian is awesome. This wave of operation is simply six to the sky. This is the rhythm of Hongyuan Group to cool down. Sit and wait for the follow-up. Lena and the eight-bearded lawyer were now sitting paralyzed in their chairs, their faces as white as death. They know that the jig is up and it's all over. This verdict is tantamount to pronouncing their death sentence. The eight-bearded lawyer was even more desperate to cry, and his heart was like a river turning over. He had thought he was winning even if he wasn't, right?
But after all this preparation, you should have more or less a 6 or 7% chance of winning.
But he didn't expect Chang Xian to come up with such weighty evidence. How can he fight this? It was simply a no-holds-barred hangover. He just regretted taking the case now. After all, it's not just about winning percentage. Now that he's involved in something this big, that's a huge problem for his entire career as a lawyer.
But just as everyone was marveling, Chang Xian raised his hand again, indicating that he still had to speak. As these words fell, the entire courtroom was once again startled.
This. He even has melons to burst out? People in the gallery were even more excited and mingling.
All of them stretched their necks for fear of missing something exciting. As for those reporters, they even raised their cameras high in the air and kept checking the recording equipment.
If they miss out on such big news, then they can just resign. And the pop-ups in the live broadcast were pouring down like a waterfall. There's more? Is this Chang Xian ready to strip the bottom of the Hanyuan group? This melon is killing me. More and more. That's a real lawyer. Defying the powers that be and fighting for the people.
The judge above the high seat also only felt his scalp tingle and a chill run down his back when he saw the scene.
No, can't this kid see what he meant by stopping him just now?
This document was edited by him, and the names of those people in it should be extremely clear to him as well.
Is that something that can be said in public? He just saved his life, so he has to die? But the point is, you kids send it and you send it. Why did you have to bring him down?
But in front of so many people, he did not have the right to tell Chang Xian, the lawyer, to shut up even as a judge. Without leaving a trace, he wiped the beads of sweat that surfaced at the corners of his forehead. The judge struggled to maintain his dignified demeanor and asked in as smooth a tone as he could muster.
Counselor Chang, do you have anything else to add?
If it's about the economic paper just now, then there's no need to say more for now. These documents are meant to be sent to a specialized department to test for authenticity in a while. The description you make of it cannot be recorded until the results are in. The words fell, and although the judge's face remained unchanged, tension was clearly written in his eyes. This master, I've reminded you of this, so you must realize it. He secretly prayed in his heart, fearing that Chang Xian would say those things he was most worried about. Boy, being a lawyer can defy the odds for justice. But sometimes, it's better to turn your head. You boys must understand. And under the judge's nervous gaze, Chang Xian, with that calm smile still on his face, spoke softly once again. Your Honor, I have no objections to the way Li Hanyuan was handled. However, it seems that the results of Lena's punishment are still pending. Now, I would like to ask if the criminal law can be adjudicated for what Lena did. Hearing Chang Xian surprisingly did not continue to pursue the matter of that document. The judge's hanging heart finally fell back into his stomach. He let out a long breath and his tense shoulders relaxed, his look of relief unmistakable. This kid, after all, isn't stupid enough to know what to say and what not to say. But soon the judge realized his lapse and blushed an old face. How can he act so obviously in plain sight? He coughed lightly and sat upright, trying to regain his dignified posture. Lawyer Cheng's addition is very reasonable, then the court will now sentence Ms. Li Na. He picked up the gavel and pounded it, the sound loud in the silent courtroom. Li Na, as decided by the court, you are guilty of violating another person's portrait right, disinformation, inciting the emotions of social agents, and unlawful mobilization. There was a buzz in the gallery as the judge read word for word. The netizens even exploded, with pop-ups pouring down like a waterfall. What's this? Straight up full buffs for Lena? If these charges are stacked on top of each other, you won't be locked up for 8 or 10 years? While it's true that Lena is disgusting, isn't the verdict a little too heavy? Is there a brother who knows the law to explain? Is this judgment reasonable? Even Lena herself froze, her eyes wide as if she couldn't believe her ears. She could no longer resist raising her hand and pointing at the judge, shouting in a trembling voice. You're abusing your power. I'm going to appeal. I'm going to sue you. Without changing his face, the judge continued to read the verdict and finally sentenced Lena to the maximum sentence. And after saying that, he couldn't help but feel a little smug in his heart. That's just him, but any other rash person is going to have something happen today. After all, Chang Xian, this kid, just now that was clearly knocking him around. You know, just now that Lina scolded him in front of so many people. Although Chang Xian didn't show it on his face, he definitely took it to heart. Why else would he specifically bring up Lena now?
Isn't that a hint as to what I should do? Chapter 90 Efforts to Maintain. Though as a judge it was a bit humiliating to let a lawyer get the better of you. But the thought of all that evidence in Chang Xian's hands sent a chill down the judge's back. If Chang Xian really shakes those things out, that's not Lina's bad luck alone. Standing in the middle of the courtroom, Chang Xian watched the judge's smugness, yet trying to maintain a calm surface. Some doubts couldn't help but rise in his heart as well. Isn't this Lina verdict a little too harsh? Portrait violation, rumor mongering, all of that makes sense. However, the crime of incitement of social elements and unlawful mobilization. Isn't that a bit of a stretch? These charges stack up and the sentence is no joke. Touching his chin, Chang Xian did quickly think of a possibility. Your Honor, this judge is not one of those cynical, old-fashioned people who can't take a grain of sand in their eyes, is he? But that's good, at least it shows that there are still a lot of good people in this world. The thought stopped there, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly as he gave it a few genuine smiles. The judge caught a glimpse of Chang Xian's smile out of the corner of his eye and was even more pleased. See, this kid really means it. He's affirming what I'm doing here. I hadn't guessed wrong. At the thought, the judge straightened his back and felt himself filled with the power of justice. And as the judge's sentence fell, Lina was taken down by the bailiff. Though she is still screaming about appealing and suing the judge for abuse of power. But no one paid any attention. For the gallery at the moment also broke into a loud applause as the case fell. Netizens have also been on the pop-up screen to brush up the happy, justice will prevail and other words. And just then, someone in the gallery shouted. Real man Zhou Yang. Gold medal lawyer Chang Xian. But also on this slightly middle-of-the-road slogan. But it drew more and more people to follow the cry. The voices became louder and louder, more and more neat, and finally merged into a torrent that resounded through the clouds. Real man Zhou Yang. Gold medal lawyer Chang Xian. Real man Zhou Yang. Gold medal lawyer Chang Xian. Even the pop-ups on the webcast were swept up with the slogan. A variety of fonts, colors, and special effects render the phrase striking. Just as he raised his foot to the exit of the court, Chang Xian was made to laugh and cry a little by the sudden praise. He turned his head to look at Zhou Yang and found that the guy was actually enjoying himself. There was even a wave toward. Our group has always admired your talent. I wonder if you'd be interested in joining us. Millions of dollars a year, option incentives, and all sorts of perks and benefits. Chang Xian was even more confused. The Watson Group? $1 million a year? This. Before he could say anything, another group of reporters swarmed around him. Lawyer Chang, may I ask what you think of today's verdict? Lawyer Chang, how did you find out about Lina's incriminating evidence? Attorney Chang, what are your thoughts on your future career plans? Facing the swarming group of reporters, Chang Xian was shocked in his heart, but he quickly reacted. Showing the usual calm and collected demeanor. He straightened his posture, but didn't answer right away. Instead, he started by raising his hand slightly, signaling them to be quiet. Maybe it's because the way he looked above the courtroom on those two occasions was so oppressive. So this simple act of his actually really quieted this reporter. Thank you all for your attention. After waiting until no one was noisy, Chang Xian once again smiled and opened his mouth. First of all, I was just doing my job as a lawyer. The case was won as a result of our team's efforts. As for the specific means of solving the case, it was thanks to my client Zhou Yang's initiative to provide clues that the truth could surface. He raised his eyes and swept the reporters crowding around him, a few imperceptible smiles appearing at the corners of his mouth. Of course, the details are not readily available to the public. But I believe that justice never fails. But no sooner had his words fallen than a follow-up question was asked. So Counselor Chang, for the recent praise on the internet. What do you think about the trend of even eventually referring to you directly as a gold medal lawyer? Chang Xian let out a light laugh and shook his head. A designation like gold medal is just too high for me right now. I'm just doing what's within my specialty, not much of a hero. After the words fell, just as Chang Xian was about to continue opening his mouth to say a few one-sided words, he was ready to leave. Instead, Sophie's coquettish voice suddenly rang out beside her again. Lawyer Chang, it's better to speak humbly than truthfully. Your face, your aura, plus this amazing expertise. There's a real lack of talent like you in the entertainment industry right now. There was a touch of deliberate closeness in her words.
He even took a step forward, his palms outstretched about to go towards Chang Xian's arms, an imperative smile on his face. In fact, she knew today that it was hard to get Chang Xian to go with her. Or one could say not at all. But it doesn't matter. If only she could get a couple shots with Chang Xian right now. Rub this heat in, then she hadn't come today for nothing. And as he watched the other party's actions, the smile on Chang Xian's face became noticeably colder by a few points. Without the slightest hesitation, he stepped back, dodging the other man while politely owing slightly. I appreciate the favor, but I'm afraid I'm going to have to disappoint you. The profession of lawyering has explained to me what true responsibility and value are, and I have no intention of leaving. Chapter 91, Privacy? Also. He turned his words around with a bit of a slight warning in his tone. Please don't feel free to touch my privacy in the future either. Including this time. If I go back and find some strange messages on the internet, or photos, then I will reserve the right to pursue your company. The sentence hit Sophie's confident smile like a lead hammer. Her hands also visibly trembled and her face became rigid. Seriously, since she dared to come today. That's a lot of preparation. Being scolded, even beaten, was something she expected and even kind of looked forward to. After all, that was a big hit. But now this situation. She really didn't dare to make the slightest move to cross the line anymore. Wang Chang, who was not far away, smiled slightly at this scene and then stepped forward to speak. Lawyer Chang, you really live up to your name. My proposal just now might be worth reconsidering. We at the Huaxing Group have always placed great emphasis on talent. And of course, our bosses have long instructed us not to put any pressure on you. So you can take your time and there is no rush to reply. And in response, Chang Xian merely nodded and counted it as a response. Seeing his calmness, the reporters who had been surrounding him for most of the day finally caught a chance to ask random questions one after another. Lawyer Chang, please reveal a little more about the inner workings of the Hongyuan Group in the case. Lawyer Chang, it is said that the evidence you uncovered involves certain powerful people. What is your opinion on this? However, Process Nu was not disturbed by the fancy questions. After what happened last time, he was quite experienced in dealing with this aspect. I'm sorry, this case is still in the process of following up on the judicial proceedings, and the details are not readily available. But I believe that any evil that hides behind power will eventually have no place to hide. The words were sharp and the words were flowing. Although the reporters still want to get to the bottom of the matter, they gradually had to give up in Chang Xian's calm tone. But just as he was trying to get out of the encirclement, a middle-aged man in ordinary civilian clothes, however, also stepped out from behind the crowd. It came directly in front of him, blocking the way. Seeing the other party's movements, Chang Xian frowned. Have all the reporters gone so overboard now? But just as he was about to open his mouth to say something, the other man conveniently reached into his coat pocket and pulled out a piece of identification and flashed it. Hello Lawyer Chang, I'm an officer from the City Bureau's Economic Investigation Brigade. You can address me as Captain Huang. We've just received reliable information. The information you submitted regarding the Hongyuan Group involves a major economic crime, and I hope you can assist in the investigation. Hearing the words Economic Investigation Brigade, Chang Xian did freeze for a moment. Although the case of the Hongyuan Group is involved in a wide range of issues, it mainly focuses on commercial fraud and unfair competition. What's with the sudden connection to economic crimes? He quickly responded, though, and gave a slight nod. Of course I will fully cooperate with the police investigation. His tone was calm, with the characteristic ease of a lawyer. It's just that the case I'm currently working on has just ended, and my client is not very stable and needs my presence. So, could you please ask Captain Huang to give me a little time to finish dealing with this side of things? Captain Huang smiled, revealing a mouthful of slightly yellowed teeth. Understand, there aren't many dedicated lawyers like Mr. Chang nowadays. Don't worry, we're not being unreasonable. You take care of your business and we'll be waiting any time. He looked to Zhou Yang, who was fidgeting to the side, and nodded with a light smile as well. Looking at the other party, Chang Xian politely returned a smile. Should do. I'll get busy then? As he said that, he intended to take Zhou Yang away from this place of strife. But just after taking 2 steps, Chang Xian felt someone following behind him. He turned around and saw that it was Captain Huang who was following them step by step. Looking at the other party, Chang Xian also stopped once again and asked with some confusion. Captain Huang, anything else?
Hearing Chang Xian's question, Captain Huang visibly froze. An imperceptible doubt flashed in those cloudy eyes. He scratched his head hesitantly, as if organizing his words. It wasn't until several breaths later that he gave a dry cough. As soon as his feet moved, he moved closer to Chang Xian and lowered his voice. Lawyer Chang, your nascent vigor is really admirable. There are some things, though, that are much better not to know than to know. A mixture of smoky odors hid his face, and Chang Xian unconsciously frowned. Without moving, he took half a step backward, pulling away from Captain Huang. Being a more or less sociopathic person, Chang Xian actually disliked it when others got too close to him. At that moment he responded with a leathery smile. Captain Huang is joking, I'm a lawyer, the most important thing is evidence and facts, how can I pretend I don't know? Upon hearing this, Captain Huang couldn't help but shake his head. The smile widened around his mouth, in turn revealing a mouthful of yellowed teeth. Lawyer Chang, the information you submitted is now stirring up a hornet's nest, involving quite a few big shots. There are some things that are out of your and my control, understand? It's safe to say that I'm afraid that if I didn't have me to protect you right now. He patted Chang Xian's shoulder meaningfully, the implication of which was sort of obvious. As these words fell, Chang Xian's heart fluttered. With his intelligence, he naturally understood the chill in Captain Huang's words. That's not an invitation, it's obviously to protect him. However, after reacting, Chang Xian's face did not change, nor did he make a sound. He just glanced at this Captain Huang beside him without moving. The body that had just taken a step back took another step forward. Come to each other's ears. Team Huang, you said that this group of people are too bold, daring to do such things in broad daylight. If you officials have all received the news, why did you send you alone? Isn't that a bit? He purposely lengthened his tail, while those eyes narrowed slightly. And while the words were not made clear, the implication was unmistakable. When Captain Huang heard this, he frowned and looked deeply at Chang Xian. And after a few moments of silence, he sighed and spoke slowly, with a hint of helplessness in his tone. Chang, old brother, you're still too young, thinking this world is too simple. He paused, as if organizing his words, and continued. Some things are not as simple as you think. We, the Economic Investigation Brigade, have a top and a bottom. There are a lot of things that we can't just regulate if we want to. Hearing this, Chang Xian was moved. It seemed that this Captain Huang really did have something to say. He inquired again in mock confusion. Team Yellow, what do you mean by that? Chapter 92. The parties make their move. Could it be that there are still some forces behind this group? But I don't remember anyone who could be linked to your department in that evidence I submitted. Captain Huang sighed, and instead of answering his question directly, he asked in return. Elder brother Chang, do you think, just by yourself, you can deal with this group? As these words fell, Chang Xian also heard the strings in Captain Huang's words. The pool was deeper and murkier than he had imagined. Obviously, the forces involved behind this Hong Yuan group can never be shaken by his strength alone. Does Team Yellow mean someone doesn't want me to keep looking into it? Raising his head, Chang Xian stared sharply at Captain Huang and spoke softly. Upon hearing this, Captain Huang also couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh. Chung Lao Di, I said. You're new here, there are things you don't understand. You know, this city, is only calm on the surface, but underneath there are dark currents. There are only some things that are not ours to meddle with as we wish. And there are some things that we can't say just because we want to. Captain Huang paused, and as his eyes flickered, his voice was once again a little smaller. There are forces that are so intertwined and entrenched that even we, the Economic Investigation Brigade, sometimes have to avoid it. Chang Xian laughed coldly in his heart. These words were spoken in a dignified manner. But it was actually telling him something. That is, someone is covering the Hong Yuan group and telling him to be sensible and not to pursue the matter further. Team Huang, according to you, isn't my little life in danger? Chang Xian asked in a pretense of worry, only that the teasing intent in his tone was unmistakable. And sensing his changed tone, Captain Huang's mouth couldn't help but twitch. Elder brother Chang, you mustn't misunderstand. I came here today to remind you to be careful. He hesitated for a moment before he looked like he had made up his mind about something. Lowering his voice, he came to Chang Xian's ear and said, Before I joined the Economic Investigation Brigade, I was Lao's favorite student. I volunteered for a transfer this time too, you know what I mean? As soon as Captain Huang's words fell, Chang Xian had a flash of light in his head and all his doubts dissipated. Ho Sr. Surprisingly, it was Elder Ho. It is amazing that highly respected leader of the legal profession is still concerned about this matter. And this Captain Huang is actually He Lao's favorite student. No wonder he showed up of his own accord and sidestepped himself. Chang Xian's eyes changed when he looked at Captain Huang. It wasn't exactly trusting, but it wasn't as defensive as it had been a moment ago. After all, He Lao taught them. Especially the favored disciple can never be the kind of person who forgets what is right in the eyes of the beholder. The two of them smiled at each other, and it was all in the air. In that case, let's retreat first? Chang Xian raised his eyebrows, looked around at the onlookers who were still pointing at him, and lowered his voice. There are a lot of people in front of this courthouse. Although in the way of Captain Huang's identity, those reporters and company representatives did not dare to rush forward. But there's no guarantee that anything will get out. Hearing Chang Xian's words, Captain Huang and Zhou Yang naturally had no opinion. I drove here, just go straight to my car. Captain Huang pointed to a black sedan parked not far from the court. The three of them got into the car and Captain Huang started the car, intending to first send Zhou Yang, who had now become an outsider, back. Along the way, the atmosphere in the carriage was a little dull. Zhou Yang had no idea what was happening. However, as an ordinary college student, it was inevitable to be nervous in the face of an authority with a special status like Captain Huang. And Captain Huang and Chang Xian were not in a good position to talk about the intricacies behind the case because Zhou Yang, an outsider, was present. After the car turned a few intersections, Captain Huang and Chang Xian sitting in the front row frowned at the same time. The road was empty, not only was it devoid of any pedestrian traffic. And in the center of the road, surprisingly, there were a few rudimentary barricades. Randomly constructed out of discarded tires and worn-out wooden planks, it looks like a temporary setup. With such an obvious anomaly, the two instantly realized what was going on. Unable to resist shaking his head, Chang Xian let out a light laugh. "Heh, are all these guys so bold now? Dare to go right ahead in broad daylight?" Team Huang's face was also visibly gloomy, and he cursed in a low voice. Damn, what a bear's gall. Does he really think a city is run by his family? Zhou Yang sat in the back seat, confused, and weakly opened his mouth to ask. Yellow team, Xing, what happened? Chang Xian looked back at him and said in a relaxed tone. It's okay, small scene, I guess it's some ungrateful punk who wants to touch the porcelain. This matter had nothing to do with Zhou Yang now. Nowadays, naturally, there is no need to go into details and bring him into the picture. After his voice fell, Captain Huang chimed in. Yeah, don't worry Cho, I'm here. Although they said so on their lips, both of them knew in their hearts that they were in some trouble this time. Since the forces behind the Hongyuan group can put their hands on the Economic Investigation Brigade, then naturally, you can do more outrageous things too. Captain Huang quickly dialed a phone and spoke in a deep voice. Old Li, I've got a bit of trouble on my side. Someone's setting up a roadblock on the road to block me, so bring a couple of guys over for backup. After hanging up the phone, Captain Huang said to Chang Xian. Elder brother Chang, it looks like you'll have to wait for me a little while today so that I can move my muscles. Or would you like to experience a real-life need for speed? The corners of Captain Huang's mouth lifted slightly as his words fell, and there were a few hints of teasing in his eyes. Chang glanced at him and held his glasses. The cars had closed windows and no markings on them. But from their silent encircling formation, it was clear that they were no ordinary punks. Captain Huang's face instantly sank, and the smile at the corner of his mouth disappeared without a trace. He eased the car to a stop, his eyes scanning the area warily. Fingers tapped on the steering wheel as if pondering a response. When Chang Xian saw this, his heart fluttered, knowing that his previous guess was not wrong. He didn't move, adjusting his sitting position and shrinking himself deeper into the seat. Try to look as inconspicuous as possible. Zhou Yang, on the other hand, was filled with panic, his mouth slightly open and his eyes constantly scanning back and forth in the surrounding area. Obviously having been startled by the sudden scene. Looks like we're in real trouble today. Captain Huang said in a low voice, with a few hints of helplessness and hidden caution in his tone. Chang Xian nodded, his voice calm. In that case, I'll trouble Captain Huang. His tone was relaxed, but his eyes flashed with gravity. He wasn't a combatant, and when faced with a situation like this, the best option was to not add to the chaos as much as possible. When Captain Huang heard Chang Xian's words,
the corner of his mouth lifted slightly, revealing a bitter smile. Elder brother Chang, your mind is really as stable as a mountain.
Chang Xian smiled faintly and did not answer, only that his gaze remained vigilant as he watched the movements outside the car.
The doors slammed and a group of men in black fishtailed out of the SUV. After they came out, they didn't make any unnecessary movements, and directly took 2 steps forward to surround Captain Huang's car. Zhou Yang, who was sitting at the back, had been scared pale by Captain Huang's sudden acceleration just now. Now see this scene. More than that, he couldn't help but tighten his grip on the seat, shivering as he asked. Lawyer Chang. Chang, what's going on? And compared to him, Chang Xian was much more bashful, and at that moment, he just pushed up his glasses and spoke in a calm tone. Take it easy, small scene.
And while Chang Xian was pacifying Zhou Yang,
Captain Huang also took a deep breath, opened the car door and walked down. He had his hands in his pockets and a few smiles on his face though. But the influence of this job still naturally gives him a sense of unruffled authority. Guys, what do you mean by this? And just as his words fell, a big, burly man came out of the black-clothed men. He took off his sunglasses and swept a contemptuous glance at Captain Huang. You are Captain Huang of the Economic Investigation Brigade, right? On weekdays I can give you some face, but this time, seeing as we're all waifs from a city, I advise you to be sensible and get lost and mind your own business. Nosy? Hearing this, Team Huang didn't hold back a snort. I'm a cop, and I'm letting you, a jerk, give me lessons? It's my duty to maintain public order, how do you call it meddling? You're illegally detaining people, okay? However, his words didn't make the strong man change, and he spat disdainfully. Don't bull me about this useless. Our boss said that the surname Chang has recently messed with someone he shouldn't have. Let's keep him honest this time and stop fooling around. Captain Huang frowned and turned his head to look at Chang Xian in the car.
Chang Xian still didn't change his face, and only nodded lightly to indicate that he understood.
Since you know me, I won't say more than that. This way, if you leave now, then I can pretend nothing happened. Until now, Captain Huang still maintained his final restraint. The burly man sniffed and spat disdainfully, thick phlegm falling straight onto Captain Huang's shiny leather shoes. I poo. Who are you to bargain with us? I've warned you anyway. Get lost if you know what's good for you, don't force us to do anything. Captain Huang's face sank, and his eyes instantly became stern. He jerked his foot up and viciously kicked the burly man to the ground. I'll give you a face, won't I? If it wasn't for the fact that my teacher had explained that I couldn't let anything happen to elder brother Chang, do you think I'm really good-tempered? Toast to the world. And that kick completely ignited the clash. Seeing this, the rest of the black-clothed men swarmed up and surrounded Captain Huang. Punches and kicks fell like rain, although Captain Huang had good hands. But being outnumbered, they soon fell behind. Damn it, a little captain, how dare you stop our boss from doing his job? Seek death. The burly man rose from the ground, viciously spat bloodied saliva, and joined the fray once more.
Chang Xian inside the car saw this and frowned.
He knew he couldn't sit on his hands any longer. Zhou Yang, call the police.
Chang Xian instructed Zhou Yang as he pushed open the car door and prepared to get out to support Captain Huang.
Although he is not a professional combatant, but having spent decades in prison in a previous life, he had learned some underhanded tricks. Coupled with the boost that the system had given him during this period of time, he had no idea what to do in his heart though. But thought it would help a bit. Taking a deep breath, Chang Xian was also mentally prepared. But he was about to get out of the car when a shrill siren sounded from far away. Several police cars roared up and surrounded the man in black. Old Li. Captain Huang wiped a handful of blood from the corner of his mouth and shouted in surprise. Old Li jumped out of the car with a team of heavily armed police officers and quickly took control of the situation. Team Huang, are you alright? Old Li asked with concern. It's okay, it won't die. Captain Huang waved his hand and pointed at the surrounded black-clothed men. Cuff these guys. After his voice fell, the police officers who had already surrounded the place also moved in. The somewhat dazed black man was pinned to the ground and cuffed tightly. Only then did Chang Xian let out a long breath and stepped out of the car, rubbing his somewhat stiff shoulders to come in front of Team Huang. Talked about being one against many just now. Team Yellow's face was colored, and the corner of his mouth was broken and oozing some blood.
But the spirits were high, and it was clear that they hadn't suffered any great loss. Old Lee grew up in the same pants as me and lives nearby, so I sent him a locator and told him to bring someone over to the hood. Captain Huang squeezed his eyes towards Chang Xian with an expression of being in control. Hearing this, Chang Xian also raised his eyebrows in some surprise. No wonder this Captain Huang was so calm before, so he had made arrangements earlier. Originally he thought it was because the yellow team was extremely confident in his own combat power. At that moment he scratched his head, a little embarrassed. I just saw the emergency and called the police too. It's okay, it's always good to have an extra layer of insurance. Captain Huang waved his hand and directly pulled out his cell phone. Chapter 90 for the knife blocker. I'm going to call over there and ask him to expunge the police record on your end. And while Captain Huang was on the phone, Lao Li, the stout, country-faced officer walked over and extended his hand to Chang Xian. Hello Mr. Chang, I'm Li Hongyuan, an old friend of Team Huang. And sort of deputy head of this operation. Hearing this, Chang Xian also smiled faintly and held the other party's palm. Hello Officer Li, thanks to your timely arrival this time. After a few brief pleasantries, Chang Xian noticed a problem. Each of these handcuffed black-clothed men bowed their heads in silence. The outcome of the arrest didn't seem to come as a surprise. That made him mutter in his mind. He had felt before that these people were well-trained and acted in unison, not at all like ordinary street thugs. The energy of those behind Li Hongyuan is great though. But to find a team of this caliber in such a short period of time. Yellow team. Chang Xian came over to Captain Huang's side and lowered his voice. These people seem a little off. Captain Huang hung up the phone and sniffed and frowned as well. I also think Hongyuan Li and those people do have a lot of energy though. But not so much as to be able to mobilize a hitter of that caliber. And I haven't been around the block much before, I have some faces of some hooligans or people who do some gang-related work. But not only are any of these people not known to me. Especially the way they just wrestled, it was very professional. Professional? Hearing this, Chang Xian's heart jumped. The yellow team means. Don't jump to conclusions yet. Only before Process Nu could finish his words, Captain Huang tapped him on the shoulder. I'll take these guys back for interrogation first and find out who's really behind them. I'm going too. Chang Xian said without hesitation. This started with me, and I have to figure it out. For this request of his, Captain Huang did not refuse and agreed readily. He would bring Chang Xian back later anyway. It's not that difficult to do this kind of incidental hand thing. Okay, then we'll go together. Old Lee, I'll leave this side to you. On my side, I still have to send Joe back, and then take Lawyer Cheng back too. But in the middle of his words, a sudden change occurred. A black-clad man suddenly and violently broke free from the control of the police officer beside him. With the swiftness of a thunderbolt, he pulled out a bright dagger from his pants pocket and stabbed straight at Chang Xian's heart. It all happened so fast that even Captain Huang and Old Lee didn't react. Chang Xian's pupils suddenly shrunk as he subconsciously sidestepped and tried to dodge. But the dagger was too close to him, and even with his quickest reflexes, he was too late to avoid it completely. A muffled grunt sounded in the nick of time. Chang Xian only felt a blur before his eyes as a figure blocked in front of him. Immediately afterward, an ear-splitting sound of metal scraping and the toothsome sound of a sharp instrument entering flesh came. Chang Xian fixed his eyes in shock and froze. The one who deflected the fatal blow for him turned out to be Zhou Yang. Zhou Yang stifled a grunt and swayed, his face instantly turning pale. He clenched his teeth, one hand firing to cover his chest. But crimson blood continued to pour out along his fingers, staining his white shirt. Zhou Yang! Chang Xian's eyes were wide with anger, and his face paled slightly as he held onto the staggering Zhou Yang. How are you? Zhou Yang lifted his head and barely managed to squeeze out a smile as he said weakly. Chang, Mr. Chang, I'm fine. The surrounding officers finally reacted. Swarming around, the black man who committed the murder was pressed to the ground in death. The man in black was still struggling desperately. For being pinned to the ground, a slurred hiss came out of his mouth and his eyes were filled with madness. However, Process Nu did not even look at him, all his attention was focused on Zhou Yang. He examined Zhou Yang's injuries with trembling hands. The dagger stabbed deep into his chest, and his white shirt was instantly stained red with blood, shocking to the eyes. Chang Xian sucked in a breath of cool air, his face turning pale. Luckily, the dagger was stabbed from diagonally above, avoiding the vital heart. But even so, the situation remains critical. Blood was still gushing out, staining Chang Xian's hands red. Call an ambulance. Call an ambulance. Chang Xian hissed at Captain Huang and Oldly, his voice slightly distorted from anxiety. He pressed Zhou Yang's wound with deadly force, trying to slow down the bleeding with pressure. At this moment, even Captain Huang and Oldly were in disarray. If a murder case does occur in front of them, then they're ready to be sacked too. The duo, who came back to their senses at that moment, also rushed to arrange for an ambulance to be called and the scene to be controlled. In the confusion, Chang Xian took off his jacket, haphazardly wrapping it around Zhou Yang's wound, hoping that it would help a little. He kept whispering Zhou Yang's name, trying to keep him awake. Zhou Yang, hold on, the ambulance will be here soon. You'll be fine. Chang Xian's voice trembled with a slight nasal tone. He was genuinely surprised that the age was just 20. Life is just getting back on track for the lad. Surprisingly, he would lay down his life for himself in the moment this can be said to be a fatal accident. The ambulance whizzed by, its piercing siren cutting through the quiet of the street. The paramedics quickly jumped out of the car, skillfully lifted Zhou Yang onto the stretcher, fixed it, and sent it into the car. Chang Xian followed and squeezed into the car, holding Zhou Yang's cold hand tightly, his heart hanging in his throat. As the ambulance sped along, Chang Xian stared at Zhou Yang's pale face. His lips were bloodless now, and the blood-stained shirt on his chest was even more shocking. Though nothing was said on the surface. But inwardly, he blamed himself constantly. If you don't insist on getting off yourself, if one is a little more careful, then none of this would have happened. He knew full well that those people were coming for him. And why do you try to be strong when you know you're powerless? Upon arrival at the hospital, Zhou Yan was immediately sent to the operating room. Chang Xian could only anxiously pace back and forth outside the operating room as well. And after almost 20 minutes, Captain Huang and Oldly arrived later. There was also a look of obvious unease on his face. Lawyer Chang, don't worry too much. This kid is blessed with a great life, he'll be fine. Captain Huang comforted, but his tone was not quite sure. Standing next to him, Oldly also hastily echoed a sentence. Yeah, medical technology is so advanced nowadays, it must be fine. And didn't we watch it before? That area isn't a fatal injury, so Lawyer Chang doesn't have to worry too much. Hearing the duo comforting him, Chang Xian just barely managed to squeeze out a smile at that moment. The heart is not at all relaxed. Hours passed and the lights finally went out in the operating room. The doctor came out wearily, removing his mask. Chapter 95, Getting Out of Danger. Doctor, how is he? Seeing the door of the operating room open, Chang Xian also hurriedly took 2 steps forward to ask anxiously. Looking at him, the doctor also sighed in obvious fatigue before speaking again. The patient has lost a lot of blood and is in critical condition. But luckily, the dagger avoided vital organs such as the heart, and it was not life-threatening. However, a period of observation in the ICU will be required, followed by rehabilitation. Hearing that Zhou Yang's life was not in danger, Chang Xian's hanging heart finally relaxed. He leaned helplessly against the wall and let out a long breath. Thank you, doctor, thank you. Captain Huang and Oldly also breathed a sigh of relief. Looking at each other, both saw celebration in the other's eyes. Watching Zhou Yang being pushed into the ICU, Chang Xian sank helplessly into a chair in the corridor, his taut nerves finally relaxing a little. It's good that the surgery was successful, although it's not out of danger as of yet. But at least a life was retrieved. He raised his hand and rubbed his sore eyes, replaying the image of Zhou Yang blocking the knife for himself over and over again in his mind. The heart lurched, and the aftermath came like a tidal wave. It was close, just close. There goes his chance for a good do-over. Did God send a rash to save him this time? Today was a lucky escape. What about next time? Will you be so lucky next time? You can't expect someone to give up their life every time, can you? And come back from the dead every time? The odds of that are lower than winning the lottery. This also made Chang Xian realize with a jolt that being reborn once didn't mean that he could lie down and win. He can't always rely on others for protection, he has to be able to defend himself. Especially since what he's doing now is so offensive. Instead of counting on others, count on yourself. At the thought, he rose to his feet with a flourish. Striding towards Captain Huang, who was discussing the case with Oldly in a low voice. Yellow team. Chang Xin interrupted them with a firm tone.
Captain Huang and Old Li both froze for a moment, looking at Chang Xin, whose face was unusually serious, and were a bit puzzled for a moment.
Chang Xin took a deep breath and bowed deeply to Captain Huang.
Yellow team, I want to learn close combat.
Do you have time to teach me? If not, can you recommend a reliable coach?
Captain Huang and Old Li looked at each other, obviously confused by Chang Xin's actions.
Lawyer Chang, what are you?
Captain Huang asked hesitantly, his eyes filled with doubt.
Yellow team, today's incident made me realize something. If I want to do this next, then you can't be as hands-off as you used to be. Chang Xin looked straight into Captain Huang's eyes, his tone firm.
I need to be able to protect myself, and I need to be able to protect those around me. Captain Huang looked at Chang Xin's determined eyes. There was a moment of silence, then he patted him on the shoulder and laughed.
Good boy. No wonder you can make even my teacher praise you in front of me one after another, you just have ambition. Want to learn, right? No problem.
I may be old, but I'm still more than capable of dealing with a few punks.
But you know I've been busy lately. It's not very effective, even though I can be around to point you in the right direction.
Tell you what, I'll recommend someone to you, a former comrade of mine.
He's a retired boxing champion, an absolute fighter.
With that, Captain Huang took out his cell phone, rummaged around for a while, and handed Chang Xin a number. This is old Zhao's number, contact him and tell him I introduced you and he'll teach you well.
Chang Xin took the phone and nodded solemnly. Thank you, Yellow Team. After exchanging pleasantries again, Chang Xin again made sure with the nurse that there was nothing wrong with Zhou Yang before leaving the ICU.
Arriving at the front desk of the hospital, Chang Xin was about to take out his card to pay, only to find a hand reaching behind him, snatching the card and handing it over.
It's better to let us do the medical bills.
After all, it's our fault that this is still happening in front of us professionals. Old Li said with a smile, but his eyes had a complicated look in them.
Hearing this, Chang Xin didn't argue with him and nodded his head as a thank you.
From the way Old Li looked at him today, Chang Xin knew he or she is considered to be completely in the police's sights. But he didn't care, after all, with the current situation, it was basically impossible for him to still want to fight alone.
After paying the fee, Chang Xin once again sat in the hospital chair. After waiting for almost another hour, Zhou Yang's parents finally arrived at the hospital.
Looking at the two elderly anxious look, Chang Xin heart mixed feelings. He walked up to the two old men and bowed deeply.
Uncle and Auntie, I'm sorry for making you worry. Zhou Yang's father sighed as he helped Chang Xin up. Hello Lawyer Chang, we've understood the general situation on the way. You're not to blame for this, it's our Zhou Yang who was impulsive.
Zhou Yang's mother, on the other hand, had red eyes and choked on her words as she took Chang Xin's hand.
Lawyer Chang, you mustn't say that. It would have been thanks to you that this court session was held. If it weren't for you, our family Zhou Yang.
Speaking of this, Zhou's mother had sobbed uncontrollably.
Chang Xin consoled a few words and once again briefly explained what had happened. After listening to Chang Xin's narration, Zhou's father and mother exchanged glances, both seeing some fear in each other's eyes. On the way was someone who gave them the general idea of their son being stabbed. But the details of the inner workings, they don't know. Now that they've heard it, they're a little stiff in the head, too. After all, how could they not expect it? His own son, who had always been honest, was surprised that such a thing had happened to him. So that's how it is, but that's not your fault. And I haven't thanked you yet.
Chung Lu, I'm so grateful to you this time, if it weren't for you, our family Zhou Yang. Father Zhou's voice also choked a little as he spoke.
Uncle, don't say that. Giving a voice to people who have been wronged is all I should do. Hearing this, Chang Xin hurriedly said.
And this time Zhou Yang is only
to save me. Chung Lu, we all understand.
Mother Zhou patted Chang Xin's hand, her eyes still red.
Don't worry, we won't give you a hard time. Hearing the second old man say this, Chang Xin didn't know what to say. After all, he was not related to Zhou Yang.
It's already a kindness for people to say such things. At that moment, he also had no choice but to thank him seriously before lifting his feet and leaving. And looking at Chang Xin's back, Zhou Yang's parents glanced at each other, both seeing a hint of relief in the other's eyes. Although they were heartbroken for their son, they were sensible people. Naturally, they knew how much Chang Xin had helped their son this time. Now the knife that his own son had blocked was a kind of repayment.
After walking out of the hospital, Chang Xian breathed a long sigh of relief, pulled out the crumpled cigarette case from his pocket, and lit one up. Chapter 96. I Want to Get Stronger. The smell of nicotine relaxed his taut nerves a little. What happened today is still a big shock to him. Although he had encountered similar situations before, it was the first time he had almost lost his life like today. Thinking of this, Chang Xian took a hard drag on his cigarette and exhaled a thick cloud of smoke. It seemed that he was still too young, and he would have to be more careful in the future. After all, it's no joke. If you're not careful, you'll lose your little life. The thought stopped here. Extinguishing the cigarette, Chang Xian took out his cell phone and dialed the number given by Team Huang. The phone rang 3 times and a gruff voice exploded from the receiver. Hello? Hello, I'm Chang Xian, Team Huang, but Zhang Huang introduced me. When he heard the call connect, Chang Xian didn't say much and directly opened the door. Oh, it's Lawyer Chang, old Huang told me about you. The voice on the other side was a lot more enthusiastic. It's like this, I'd like to learn some fighting skills from you. Chang Xian directly stated the purpose of his visit. No problem, he just told me everything. When are you free to come over? And upon hearing Chang Xian's words, the other party agreed with alacrity. Is tomorrow okay? Chang Xian asked. Okay, tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock, come to my boxing gym, I'll send you the address on WeChat later. The others said. Yes, thank you. Chang Xian thanked him and hung up. Soon after, he received an address and contact information from the other party. And after determining the matter of learning fighting, Chang Xian then felt physically and mentally exhausted. There was just so much going on today that he was a little overwhelmed. Rubbing his temples and not wanting to deal with anything else, he took a cab straight back to his law office. The firm's upstairs home, to be precise. After simply washing up, Chang Xian fell headfirst onto the bed and fell into a deep sleep. Early the next morning, Chang Xian woke up from his headache. The reason for the headache is not so much the alcohol. Rather, it was because of what happened yesterday that kept him up all night. After hastily washing up and changing into clean clothes, he hurried to old Zhao's boxing gym. The cab made 7 turns and eventually stopped deep in a remote alley. Chang Xian looked at the small, modeled 2-story building in front of him. Especially on the signboard Zhao's boxing gym 4 words have faded almost unreadable, cannot help but wonder if I came to the wrong place. After all, according to Team Yellow, wasn't this friend of his a retired boxing champion? Not to mention how expensive boxing instruction is. The mere fact that he is known as the champion of boxing must have made a lot of money in his career. The building before them A mountain is not as high as a fairy, and water is not as deep as a dragon. Judging by appearances is not something an adult should do. Exhaling slowly, Chang Xian comforted himself and pushed down the uneasiness in his heart. Then he pushed open the creaking wooden door and stepped inside. And he had just entered it when the smell of sweat mixed with disinfectant hit him. The inside of this boxing gym is even more dilapidated than it looks on the outside. The siding is peeling away, revealing mottled brickwork. Even the lighting was dependent on a few dim fluorescent lights. It causes it to look a little dim even in daylight. And in the middle of the field, there were several other shirtless, strong men sweating in front of sandbags, the sound of fist-to-flesh blows deafening. Standing in the doorway, Chang Xian was in a bit of a trance for a moment. It was nothing like the modern boxing gym he had imagined. And while he was in a trance, a lean man with an inch of hair. The middle-aged man with a hideous scar on his face also walked towards him. He looked Chang Xian up and down and grinned, revealing a mouthful of yellowish teeth. You're Chang Xian, right? Hello, I'm old Zhao Daxin. That old boy Wang mentioned you to me, said your boy is a lawyer, what? Thinking of switching to boxing? Hearing this, Chang Xian came back to his senses and also hurriedly opened his mouth to explain. Master Zhao, you've misunderstood, I just want to learn some self. You'll be the first person I'll want to come to if I have a legal problem afterward, too. So if you come to my place to work out, or relax, you're totally welcome. But if you want to talk about giving yourself more than average combat ability, I think you'd better go back to your lawyering and not waste your time here. After all, everyone's talent is different, you do realize that, don't you? And his words did not cause Chang Xian to rise up and retreat. On the contrary, it had stirred up his competitive spirit even more. Different talents? Just kidding, in his last life he was falsely imprisoned. In just 3 days, he had learned a lot from all those moves others had beaten him with. A week later it started to return the favor. If it was a matter of talent, then Chang Xin didn't feel that he was any worse in this regard. At that moment, he also straightened his back and spoke earnestly in response. Master Zhao, I know I have a poor base. But I'm willing to learn, and I know how hard it is. But I also promise that I will work harder than anyone else. Seeing him, old Zhao raised an eyebrow with interest. Originally, he really thought that Chang Xin had come here to decompress because his job was too stressful. After all, he did see a lot of such people. But now, by the look on his face, it's a case of thinking poorly? Oh? So determined? Okay, then let's see if you have the perseverance first. As soon as the words fell out of his mouth, he reached out and pointed to the trainee. Both made him feel his muscles twitch vaguely. Having had experience in his previous life, he was no stranger to this feeling. It looks like there's no escaping the soreness and pain that will be on my body when I wake up tomorrow. And old Zhao, who had just been somewhat polite. It's like a different person when it comes to getting into training. The tone was even harsher as he was relentlessly corrected on his every mistake. Chapter 97 continued tomorrow. Sweat soaked Chang Xion's clothes and clung to his body. Every movement felt like the strength squeezed from the bone to accomplish the same. Breathing raggedly, huffing and puffing as if pulling on a bellows, his legs trembling so much that he could barely stand. But despite this, Chang Xian continued to clench his teeth. Without a word, he completed all the training arranged by old Zhao. When the last push-up was done, Chang Xian directly collapsed to the ground. And old Zhao walked up to him and looked at him condescendingly, with an imperceptible appreciation in his tone. Kid, good perseverance. Continue tomorrow. At night, Chang Xian lay in bed, feeling his whole body fall apart. Soreness came in wave after wave, making it difficult for him to even roll over. But in his heart a long-lost excitement welled up. It felt like what it was like to be in prison in a previous life, pushing the limits of your body every day. It also reminds Chang Xian of a saying. Only those who have experienced despair know better the value of strength. Early the next morning, Chang Xian forced himself to endure the soreness of his muscles and arrived at the gym on time. The smile on old Zhao's face became more pronounced as he watched him limp. What? Didn't you get enough practice yesterday? And hearing his words, Chang Xian looked like he didn't understand the flirtatious meaning of them at all. In the moment, just take a deep breath and straighten your back. Of course it's not enough, where is this? Seeing this, appreciation flashed in old Zhao's eyes, but his mouth remained unforgiving. That's quite a mouthful, I hope your body can keep up with your mouth too. As soon as the words fell, old Zhao did not say anything more. In the following time, Chang Xian began a hellish training. Basic fitness, pace work, boxing, fighting techniques. Lao Zhao taught him everything, but at the same time pointed out every mistake he made without mercy. Too slow to throw a punch. Are you tickling people? The pace is too stiff. Are you dancing or fighting? Too slow to react. By the time you react, the yellow flowers will be cold. Elbow a little harder. Are you giving someone a massage? Old Zhao's roar exploded in Chang Xian's ears, shaking his eardrums. Chang Xian stifled a grunt as he swung his elbow again, striking the sandbag with a dull thud. Speed. Speed. Are you sleepwalking? However, Lao Zhao's voice did not lower at all, but instead became more high-pitched. Chang Xian spent almost all of the morning's training in the midst of old Zhao's growls. Various vulgar words, mixed with criticisms of Chang Xian's movements, bombarded his eardrums like a succession of cannons. Waste. You can't even beat an old lady with your slow movements. You throw soft punches like a pussy. Give it to me harder. You pace like. Can you walk in a straight line? But Chang Xian remained expressionless, bearing it all without a word. He knew in his heart that old Zhao's severity was precisely the importance he attached to him. In his previous life in prison, he had experienced more brutal training and heard more vicious abuse. Those outlaws won't be like old Zhao. And will patiently correct you. They will only teach you to behave with their fists and homemade weapons. In comparison, Lao Zhao's training was child's play. Take 5 minutes off. Old Zhao finally shouted to stop and stepped aside to pick up a water bottle and slammed a few gulps into it. Chang Xian also sat on his butt on the ground, breathing heavily. He felt his lungs burning like they were on fire now. The already sore muscles all over his body were even more so now that they had all begun to tremble. He looked up at old Zhao and realized that he was staring at him.
Unlike the stern look from earlier, the other party now carried undisguised appreciation. "Kid, quite a bearer." Old Zhao walked up to him and threw him a bottle of water. "It's stronger than I thought. Thought you'd be lucky to last a day." Chang Xian took the water and unscrewed the cap and drank most of the bottle in one gulp. The cool liquid flowed down his throat and into his stomach, making him feel better. "Not bad, I've practiced before." Chang Xian replied indifferently. "Practiced? Practiced where? Shaolin Temple?" Hearing this, the smile on old Zhao's face grew even wider, clearly disbelieving. "Keep your legs up. Faster. Why are you turning around? Are you square dancing?" Old Zhao's reprimand was mixed with all sorts of coarse and vulgar words, smashing onto Chang Xian like dense rain. Rao Chang Xian had seen all kinds of ruthless characters in prison. Sometimes it's a little hard to resist a secret grunt. On the surface, however, he remained expressionless and suffered through it all in silence. After all, he was also clear that old Zhao's severity precisely proved that he valued himself. It's worse still in a real-world confrontation. Chang Xian was completely no match for Lao Zhao and the other trainees at first. He was like a sandbag that they took turns knocking down. But every time he fell, he didn't need to be called by others. Then they would grit their teeth, get up, and continue into the fight. "This kid, he's resistant to a beating," a cadet said, rubbing his sore fist. "It's amazing to be on your feet after all those hits. Good willpower." Another cadet chimed in with a comment, a bit of admiration surfacing on his face. "Just terrible technique, like a stake in the ground. But it's nice to be able to do that at a novice. I think I would have been afraid of punches when I first made contact." Old Zhao was observing coldly from the sidelines, and with his eyesight he could naturally see more. He realized that Chang Xian had rough skills though. But the ability to learn is excellent. With a purple clay pot in his hand, he slowly sipped his tea. Hearing his words, old Zhao didn't even raise his head. Just narrowed his eyes and nodded. Go on boy, don't be late tomorrow." Chang Xian laughed, didn't say anything, and turned around to leave the boxing gym. In the past 2 days, he had done nothing but take care of some necessary work. Pretty much soak it all in and work yourself to death. He knew that a hard fist was the only way to gain a foothold in this world. Turning a corner, Chang Xian walked straight towards a noodle shop hidden deep in an alley. He had stumbled upon this noodle shop 2 days ago, and it was surprisingly tasty. In particular, a bowl of signature beef noodles brought back memories. After every training session, he comes here to treat his tired body. However, just as he rounded a corner, his footsteps lurched slightly. Across the street, a man with a ducktail hat and his hands in his pockets was walking toward him. The man was tall and walked in a somewhat odd manner, as if he were deliberately hiding something. Although there are still pedestrians walking on the street at this hour. But this man made Chang Xian feel slightly inexplicably uneasy. He subconsciously tensed his entire body, didn't move to distance himself from the man, and continued walking towards the noodle shop. The man seemed to have noticed Chang Xian's movements as well, and his footsteps slowed down. After a few steps, Chang Xian also arrived at the door of the noodle shop. The owner's wife, a sassy middle-aged woman, was sitting in the doorway getting high. Seeing Chang Xian arrive, he immediately greeted him warmly. "Young man, here for noodles again? What do you want to eat today?" "Same as always, a bowl of signature beef noodles," Chang Xian said with a smile, while glancing at the man behind him without a trace. The man didn't follow, but stood on the street corner. However, Process Nu could feel that the other party's eyes were indeed on himself now. But until the other party made a move, Chang Xian naturally wouldn't make some overreaction. "I found a seat near the door and sat down, but my heart was never at peace. Lad, your noodle. And in this weird way." A moment later the boss's wife carried a steaming bowl of beef noodles and placed it in front of Chang Xian, and the rich aroma instantly filled the air. Chang Xian picked up his chopsticks and was just about to eat when he suddenly heard a cold laugh from behind him. "Lawyer Chang, you're in good spirits." Chang Xian turned around violently, only to see that the man with the duck-tongued hat had stood behind him at some point. The most crucial thing was that the other party was holding a bright dagger in his hand. "Who are you? What do you want?" Chang Xian asked in a deep voice, but his heart thumped as an ominous premonition surged through his mind. The man didn't answer, just slowly raised the dagger in his hand, a cold glint in his eyes. "Of course. Send you to Hades."
As soon as he said that, the man raised his hand violently and stabbed the dagger in his hand at Chang Xin. Sick, aren't you? Chortling, Chang Xin violently leaned back and managed to dodge the oncoming dagger. Still, the sharp dagger left a bloody mark on his arm. Hiss. Chang Xin sucked in a breath of cool air as the intense pain caused cold sweat to seep from his forehead. Damn, this grandson is playing for real. But he was no lamb to be slaughtered. Especially since the recent devilish training at the gym wasn't for nothing. Enduring the pain, Chang Xin's eyes flashed. A sidestep dodged the man's next attack while raising his leg and kicking the man hard in the crotch. The man stifled a grunt and there was a brief pause in his movements. Chang Xin seized the opportunity and slammed a hard straight punch into the man's face. Bang! There was a muffled sound and the man's nose was suddenly bloody. He covered his nose and staggered back, surprise in his eyes. He hadn't realized that the frail-looking lawyer had a couple of tricks up his sleeve. Well, that's not the same message he received. And as the two fought, the noodle shop was in chaos. The boss's wife screamed in terror, scattering the melons in her hands. Diners ducked for cover, fearful of being caught in the sudden struggle. After all, the man had a knife in his hand. And they had seen just now the extent of the duo's hands. That's running for the other guy's life. Get out of my way, all of you. The man roared, brandishing his dagger to force back those around him. Chang Xin didn't dare to be careless. He knew that although he had learned some fighting skills. But it's still a far cry from this kind of outlaw. Especially when the other guy is armed in his hands. The best thing to do in this situation is actually to spread your legs and run. But there are just too many people next to us now. Chang Xin was worried that when he ran, he completely angered the other party. Instead, some of the crowd was injured, and that would have been a problem. So in the moment, he could only barely maneuver around it with his nimble pace and quick reflexes. Bang! 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 The sound of fists and feet clashing continued to ring out, and the tables and chairs and benches in the noodle shop were knocked to the ground. Chang Xin was barely able to fend off the man's attacks though. However, the wound on his arm was becoming more and more painful, and blood continued to flow out, staining his sleeve red. In the confusion, the man saw an opening and kicked Chang Xin hard in the abdomen. Chang Xin stifled a grunt and felt his internal organs shift. He stumbled back, knocking over the table behind him and falling to the ground. Kid, you're dead. Don't blame me, blame the people you've offended. As soon as the words fell out of his mouth, the man lunged with a sardonic grin. The dagger in his hand was raised high and was about to stab Chang Xin's heart. Stop! In the nick of time, a bellowing voice exploded in front of the noodle shop. A figure directly squeezed through the crowd and rushed in, blocking in front of Chang Xin. It's none other than Lao Zhao. Only to see that before Lao Zhao even stood still, he lifted his foot to deliver a crisp withdrawal kick, hitting the man squarely in the abdomen. Bang! With a dull thud, the man flew out like a kite with broken strings. He fell heavily to the ground, covering his stomach and kept dry heaving, his face as white as paper. And after dry heaving several times, he even bothers to spit out some blood. Obviously old Zhao's whipping leg strike just now wasn't that good. And that's when old Zhao walked up to the man and looked at him condescendingly. Kid, dare to spread your wildness in my territory, are you tired of living? The man groaned in pain, unable to say a word. Lao Zhao, thanks. The back of the room, Fang Xin, also covered his injured arm and stood up, coming to his side to say a word of thanks. Chapter 99, Unfortunate, Fortunate. Thanks for nothing, it's just a show of hands. You were handed over to me by old Huang, I will definitely not let anything happen to you. Old Zhao waved his hand, then looked at the man on the ground, the coldness in his eyes intensifying. Say, who sent you? The man raised his head, his eyes staring resentfully at Chang Xin, and suddenly grinned, revealing a mouth full of blood. Want to know? Go to hell and ask the king of hell. As soon as the words left his mouth, he actually violently pulled out a small bomb from his arms. Seeing this thing, Chang Xion's pupils suddenly plummeted, and a chill ran straight from the soles of his feet to the top of his head. A bomb? This lunatic! To pull out a bomb in broad daylight in a downtown area. He subconsciously tried to back away, but his legs were as heavy as lead. In the nick of time, Lao Zhao moved. As swift as a praying cheetah, he snatched the bomb from the man's hand. The muscles in his arm puckered and he flung it hard into the depths of the noodle shop. There was the kitchen, which was relatively empty. Get down! Old Zhao let out a violent cry and tackled Chang Xin to the ground. Almost at the same time, a deafening explosion rang out and the entire noodle shop shuddered. The airwaves rolled in and the heat was intense. Broken glass, wood shavings, and pieces of dishes poured down like a torrential downpour. After the explosion, the noodle shop was in shambles, smoke rolled out, and the pungent smell of gunpowder filled the air. Chang Xin only felt his ears buzzing and his eyes were even more blurry. He struggled to rise from the rubble, covered in dust and debris. The wound on his arm from earlier also split open again, and blood penetrated the clothing. Cough, cough, cough. Lao Zhao also climbed up from the side, his head grimy, some blood oozing from the corner of his mouth. He was covering his chest, and he was obviously quite injured as well. Lao Zhao, are you okay? Returning to his senses, Chang Xin hurriedly asked anxiously. When the explosion happened just now, old Zhao had pinned him down. If he had been injured, Lao Zhao could only have been heavier. But compared to his nervousness, old Zhao waved his hand flatly. Can't die, this motherer, playing for real. After the words fell, he looked around the room and his eyes were visibly glazed over. That guy got away. The chaos of this explosion just now gave the man the perfect opportunity to escape. It's long gone at the moment. However, Process Nu wasn't too concerned about it anymore. After all, this kind of minion who had already held the determination of certain death would be of little use even if they were caught. And his heart was extremely heavy right now. After all, he now knew that this was no longer a simple case of provocation. You know, the other side has gone so far as to use a bomb. If it wasn't for the fact that they had just seen blood because of the fight, the bystander eaters would have already run some distance away. Then this could get national attention today. And it shows that the people behind it have gone out of their way to get rid of him. How many people are involved in that case he's investigating now? Old Huang, the old boy, pit me. Standing up slowly, old Zhao spat and rubbed his chest. Saying something about you offending someone and telling me to pay attention, is that a ing thing to pay attention to? This is clearly playing for keeps. Old Zhao, I'm really sorry for getting you involved. Hearing this, Chang Xin was slightly stunned. Then he took 2 steps forward, full of apologies, and patted old Zhao's dusty shoulder. Yeah, I almost had a streak today myself. And his movements made old Zhao flinch. Then, as if he had thought of something, he swung his big hand and slapped it directly onto Chang Xin's shoulder. Hey, what are you talking about? I'm complaining about that old Huang kid. Lawyer Chang, you're just overthinking it. I mean, if it wasn't for him not making things clear, would old me be so passive? Almost lost my life. As soon as the words fell out of his mouth, he also touched his chest once again with a palpitating look. Counselor Chang, you have to know that I'm usually too much of a pain in the ass, and it's those boys under my hand that follow you. I can show up here today because I happen to have nothing better to do. So I wanted to get out and get some air, so I came here on my own, and who knows? Old Zhao couldn't help but burst out when he said that. Damn, I can't believe I ran into this kind of play. He spat hard and bloody and continued. Luckily, I practiced in the special forces for a few years back in the day, or else I'd be accounted for here today. In the place of my little brothers, they'd probably be ashes. And because of the presence of 2 particular words, downtown and bomb. The police force was also quick to arrive at the scene. Dozens of police officers moved quickly to bring the cordon up quickly, surrounding the explosion site. There is also a specialized bomb squad that goes in to look for sources of explosions that may still be present. And Chang Xin and Lao Zhao were taken separately to the police station to make statements. Chang Xin sat expressionlessly in the interrogation room, but his thoughts once again drifted back to the scene of the explosion just now. If it wasn't for old Zhao, he would have been a charred corpse by now. Lawyer Chang, please describe what happened in detail. The young officer asked formulaically, pen and transcript in hand. Returning to his senses, Chang Xin took a deep breath and retold the story as it was. Including the physical description of the assailant, the weapon used, and so on, everything. The assailant was about 5 feet 7'5", thin, and wearing a duck hat and mask, making it difficult to see exactly what he looked like. While recording, the officer looked up at Chang Xin from time to time with a little probing look in his eyes. It was late at night after the statement was made. Chang Xin dragged his tired body out of the police station, and when the night wind blew, he couldn't help but shiver. Back at the office, Sumu and Zhao Gang were anxiously waiting for him. Seeing that Chang Xin was safe and sound, the 2 of them were relieved. Chang Xin. Are you all right?
We were scared to death when we heard the news. Taking 2 steps forward, Sumu anxiously asked, his eyes filled with concern. And Zhao Gang, a strong man, was now tense.
Boss, what's going on? What's with the bomb? Are you hurt? It's not too late, should we go to the hospital to get checked out?
Looking at the duo in such an anxious manner, Cheng Xian forced a smile and waved his hand feebly.
I'm fine, too alive to die.
Said word fell, and he briefly recounted what had happened. Of course, it omits the part where Lao Zhao sacrifices his life to save him. After all, he didn't want to make Su Mu and Zhao Gang even more worried.
Chapter 100. She likes me.
Hearing that Cheng Xian had been attacked again and that the other party had used a bomb, both Su Mu and Zhao Gang felt incomparably shocked and terrified. Su Mu's face was even whiter as he tightly grabbed Cheng Xian's arm.
This group of people are just crazy. Cheng Xian, either.
Or we don't investigate this case, it's too dangerous. Zhao Gang, who had come back to his senses, chimed in.
Yeah boss, this is no joke.
The other party has used the bomb, obviously they want to put you to death.
And we've gotten to that point now.
Even if we spill the beans now, someone will naturally step in.
Let's not go into the gladiatorial arena of these big shots of theirs, shall we? Cheng Xian looked at the worried looks of the two and a warm current surged in his heart.
But he also knew the case had to be investigated. Not only for himself, but for those he implicated.
Especially Chowan, who was just now out of IUC.
The thought stopped there, and he took a deep breath, his eyes firm.
No, we can't give up.
Right now their actions may seem crazy, but in some ways they are already afraid.
If we back down now, it will only make them more rampant. So I'd like to see what they are. How dare you commit murder so blatantly?
And seeing that Cheng Xian was so determined, Sumu and Zhao Gang stopped persuading him.
They knew Cheng Xian's character, and once they decided something, they wouldn't change it easily. Sumu sighed and walked over to Cheng Xian.
Gently cleaning the dust and blood from his body, and his eyes were undisguisedly filled with heartache. She kept her head down, her long hair falling down and covering most of her face. Only the tip of her tiny nose and slightly fluttering eyelashes showed.
And Cheng Xian was feeling the warmth of her fingertips.
There was also that silent care after which the nerves that had been taut slowly relaxed. At the same time he was in a bit of a trance, as if he had returned to his last life. At that time, Sumu was also like this, always silently taking care of him and caring for him. Zhao Gang, who was on the side, scratched his head, looked at Cheng Xian, and then at Sumu, with a somewhat complicated expression on his face.
The atmosphere between these two, cutie, could all tell something was wrong.
Earlier he had thought he was overthinking it, after all, one was a thundering great detective.
One is a partner with a fiery personality, and it doesn't look like a good match in any way.
But now it seems that this is clearly a man in love with a concubine, just about to pierce the window paper. Although this kid Zhao Gang looked big and thick, his mind was.
Cheng Xian looked at her lowered eyes, and an inexplicable stirring suddenly surged in his heart as well. Moo moo. With his heart beating faster, Cheng Xian also finally couldn't help but open his mouth. Why are you being so nice to me?
Sumu's hand gave a slight lurch and raised his head, a little panic flashing in his eyes. But he soon regained his composure and flashed his usual trademark smile.
What's all this talk about jerks?
We've been friends for 5 or 6 years.
It's proper for friends to help each other. Hearing this, Cheng Xian wanted to say something else, but was interrupted by Sumu. Well, it's getting late, so get some early rest.
When she finished, she packed up her medical kit and turned to leave the office.
Cheng Xian lay on the bed, tossing and turning how could not sleep. Sumu's shadow lingered in his mind.
All those actions of Sumu in the past were like a tiny thorn. It stuck in his heart and sent a tingle through him. He admitted that his feelings for Sumu had gone beyond friendship. But he dared not confess. He's afraid that if he fails in his confession, he won't even be friends. Although he also sensed that Sumu seemed to have a good feeling about him as well, but what if it was an illusion? After all, one of the 4 great illusions in life is that she likes me. Cheng Xian lay in bed, tossing and turning, unable to sleep. Damn, what a tangle. Cheng Xian scratched his hair irritably and sat up from the bed. He went to the window and lit a cigarette. Looking out the window at the blinking neon lights, thoughts were running through my head. Early the next morning, Cheng Xian felt as sore as if he had been run over by a truck. He struggled to his feet and took a hard drink of cool water to feel slightly more awake.
Last night's insomnia gave him a splitting headache, and Sumu's shadow lingered in his mind. Damn, why think so much? Let's solve the case first. Chang Xin cursed and shook his head vigorously, trying to shake these distracting thoughts out. This is not the time for childish love. The perpetrator of the bombing has not yet been caught, and he must find new leads as soon as possible. Otherwise, even if they do get together, so what? Isn't this taking someone else's girl on an adventure? He's not the kind of man who doesn't take responsibility. And after simply washing up, Chang Xin forced himself to endure the soreness in his body and came to the police station. He was received by a young police officer named Lu. Wearing a pair of gold-rimmed glasses, he looked literate. Mr. Chang, hello, I'm Officer Lu in charge of this case. After seeing Chang Xin, this little Officer Lu also smiled and politely extended his hand. Chang Xin shook his hand and opened the door to ask. Officer Lu, I'd like to find out how the case is progressing, any new findings? Hearing this, Officer Lu pushed up his glasses with a professional smile on his face. Mr. Chang, our police have set up a task force and are doing their best to investigate the matter, please be patient. And with your current health, it's only fair that I sincerely remind you to get plenty of rest. Chang Xin frowned, he heard something perfunctory in Officer Lu's tone. He knew that the police must be hiding something. Chapter 101 Detective Stage. But now he had nothing better to do than to continue asking. And may I ask, did the killer leave any clues? Officer Lu remained smiling. Mr. Chang, the case is still in the investigation stage. You are also in the industry and naturally these rules. It's really not convenient to disclose too much information at the moment, so please understand. Hearing this extremely official reply, Chang Xin couldn't help but curse an old fox in his heart as well. But he also knew that asking further questions wouldn't get him anywhere. So he got up and excused himself, not intending to waste any more time. Alright, Officer Lu, I'll trouble you then, please keep me informed of any progress. Definitely. It was only after his words fell that Officer Lu still had that everlasting smile on his face. Coming out of the police station, Chang Xin felt like he was holding a tightness in his chest. The attitude of the police made him a little uncomfortable. But he could understand, after all, this case was not a small one. A poorly handled situation can cause social panic. Chang Xin didn't go back to the office, but went directly to Zhao's boxing gym. Though it's exhausting now. But he didn't dare have any thoughts of resting either. After all, the situation was getting more and more dangerous, and improving one's strength was the most important thing. Chang Xin pushed open the heavy wooden door of Zhao's boxing gym. A familiar smell of sweat mixed with medicinal oil hit me. He took a deep breath, and his tired body seemed to perk up a bit as a result. In the boxing gym, several young disciples were sweating and practicing, shouting. Chang Xin walked to the wall and habitually picked up his tied hands, ready to start today's training. What are you kids doing? A bellowing cry scared Chang Xinjian so much that he almost dropped his tied hands on the ground. He turned around and saw that old Zhao was standing behind him with a tiger face, his thick eyebrows turned up and his eyes like they were about to spit fire. Training, what else? Chang Xin was a bit uncertain. Old Zhao snatched the tied hand from his hand with a tone of hatred. Training? Look at the hell you're in now, and you're training. You're trying to practice yourself to death, aren't you? It was only then that Chang Xin noticed old Zhao's gaze lingering on his bandaged arm for a moment. He touched his nose in some embarrassment. This injury doesn't bother me. Out of the way? Upon hearing this, old Zhao immediately let out a cold laugh. Don't play dumb with me, you kid, do you think I'm blind? Look at the black color under your eyes, you're obviously under-rested. The arm injury, plus this soulless look you have right now. Can't I see that in your mind? You're in such a state, what's the point of practicing? Chang Xin was also a little bit weak after being counted down by old Zhao. It was true that he hadn't slept well, the pressure of the bomb case, coupled with the inexplicable affection for Sumu, had left his mind in turmoil. Still, he returned with an almost subconscious stiff upper lip. I don't want to improve my strength as soon as possible, in case I encounter danger again. Dangerous my ass. Only before he was even halfway through his sentence, old Zhao unceremoniously interrupted him. Don't say you're in danger in your current state. It's just that any random punk could take you down. You think practicing martial arts is by brute force? In your current state, you're purely adding loads to your body, it will only backfire. Chang Xian was dumbfounded by old Zhao's words, and he knew that old Zhao was doing it for his own good.
But there's just something about the heart. He sat sullenly on a wooden bench to the side, watching the other disciples train, his heart annoyed. Old Zhao sighed and walked over to sit down next to him, his tone easing a bit. Counselor Chang, I know you're anxious in your heart, but the desire for speed is not enough. You're in a state where the most important thing you need is rest and adjustment. Instead of pushing yourself too hard. The body is the capital of the revolution, if you screw yourself up. And talk about protecting people and solving crimes? And although I don't usually say it, for starters, Counselor Chang, your progress is considered to be in the top 5 among all the people I've seen. It's already a big improvement. Chang Xian was silent, he knew that Lao Zhao was right. But he just couldn't control his inner anxiety. He scratched his hair in annoyance, feeling a headache coming on. Seeing this, old Zhao pulled out a small bottle of medicinal oil from his pocket and handed it to him. Here, take this, rub it on your temples, it'll ease the headache. You should stop practicing for a few days, rest and get in shape. When you're better, I'll teach you a new set of punches. Chang Xian took the medicinal oil and a cool medicinal fragrance hit his nose. Rather, it really relaxed his taut nerves a little. Looking up at old Zhao with some gratitude, he whispered. Thank you, Zhou. Thanks for nothing. Looking at Chang Xian like this, old Zhao also couldn't help but smile and pat his shoulder. I didn't understand it before, and I had a good talk with Old Yellow after yesterday. You boys are excessively bold, aren't you? But it's a good thing you're doing for the people, you kid. Hurry back and rest, don't stand around here. And don't be afraid if you run into danger, since I know about this, I naturally won't just stand by and watch. Hearing old Zhao's last, slightly threatening words, Chang Xian couldn't help but be dumbfounded. This old Zhao, he's really a knife mouth and tofu heart. He nodded and got up to leave the gym, the cool breeze on his face clearing his muddled mind. Walking home, Chang Xian felt that his body was still heavy. After all, what he was facing now was not something he could just forget. But he was in a lighter mood. Old Zhao's words made him realize that he had indeed pushed himself too hard. He needs to rest and adjust to be better prepared for the challenges ahead. Back at the apartment, Chang Xian took a hot shower. It was nice to change into clean clothes, but I felt refreshed as a whole. He was about to lie down and rest when he suddenly heard a knock on the door. Who? Rubbing his hair, Chang Xian asked while opening the door. And when he saw the person standing outside, his entire body froze straight away. Because the other party turned out to be Elder Ho. No, why is this one here all of a sudden? Shouldn't he be in the capital? Elder He? You? What brings you here? Chang Xian asked in surprise and hurriedly invited He Lao inside. He Lao laughed and waved his hand. What, I'm not welcome as an old man? Of course not. Hearing this, Chang Xian hurriedly explained a sentence. It's just so unexpected, what brings you to a town all of a sudden? Ah Chang, this time I came to a city mainly to thank you in person. Elder He sat on Chang Xian's sofa, a little seriousness in his kind face. Those clues you provided were a big help. Chapter 102 The Meaning. Those assholes, it's long overdue for a cleanup and purge. It's just that before it was a lack of opportunity and clues, but now it's better. Chang Xian scratched his head, a little embarrassed to open his mouth. You flatter me, Elder He, I just did what I was supposed to do. Should have done? Oh, in this society nowadays, there aren't many young people who can be as courageous and responsible as you. Elder He patted Chang Xian's shoulder, his tone full of relief, yet with extremely obvious worry. But Cheng this pool of water in a city is much deeper than you think. I've heard about those things you've been experiencing lately, those people are really fast. Chang Xian's heart tightened as old Zhao's words once again echoed in his ears. It seems that his intuition was right and someone is indeed behind this. What Elder Ho means is, someone doesn't want you to keep looking into it. Elder He's gaze sharpened up, and his eyes behind his gold-rimmed glasses also became sharp. They're afraid you'll dig up more than you can handle, so they're going after you. Chang Xian clenched his fists, and anger burning in his chest. He is not a little cutie, naturally understood what Elder Ho meant. But instead of being afraid, he was even more determined to find out. Don't worry, Elder He, I won't back down. Good boy, with a backbone. Seeing that Chang Xian did not look like he was faking at all, Elder He also nodded appreciatively. But also, be careful and protect yourself. This time when I come to a city, I will also secretly investigate this matter and help you find out who's behind it." Hearing this, a warm current surged in Chang Xian's heart. He was empowered by the care and support of Elder Ho. "Thank you, Elder He. What are you thanking for? What your kid is doing is a great thing that benefits the country and the people. It's only right for my old man to support you." Smiling and waving his hand, the more He Lao looked at Chang Xian, the more joyful he felt in his heart. This kid is more reckless than he was even when he was young. But that's the kind of character he likes. But be careful yourself and don't be as reckless as you were before. There are some things that it's just a matter of knowing what to do. There's no need to put yourself in harm's way. Listening to this old-timer's guidance, Chang Xian also nodded solemnly. "I understand, Elder He, I'll pay attention." As soon as the words fell out of his mouth, he wanted to be saying something else. Suddenly, as if remembering something, his face changed. "Elder He, you are still. What's wrong?" Having just taken a sip of tea, Elder He looked suspiciously at Chang Xian, whose face suddenly changed color. "It would be better for you not to stay with me too long now." After stabilizing his thoughts, Chang Xian opened his mouth somewhat anxiously. "I don't know how many eyes are on me right now. If I put you in any danger because of me, then I..." Only before he could finish his words, Elder He directly laughed. He interrupted with a wave of his hand. "You kid, you're so timid? Don't worry, my old man is not a vegetarian. If they want to touch me, they don't have that ability yet." Chang Xian wanted to persuade him further, but was interrupted by Elder He once again. "Okay, enough of that. Have you found anything lately? Tell me." "Elder He, here's the thing." Looking at He Lao's attitude, Chang Xian also knew that the other party could not be persuaded today. So at that moment, he organized his thoughts and recounted in detail what happened when Zhou Yang blocked the knife for him. The location of the cut and the ruthlessness of the killer are emphasized. He then went on to talk about today's encounter at the police station, with a hint of resentment in his tone. "They just beat a dead horse with me, saying things like under investigation and please be patient. It's obvious that you're trying to perfume me." Elder He listened quietly, his brows getting tighter and tighter. When Chang Xian finished speaking, he pondered for a moment before speaking slowly. "Ah Chang, it seems that this pool of water in a city is even more muddy than I thought. To be able to reach into the police station and arrange such a precise assassination, the other party is by no means idle." He pushed the gold-rimmed glasses on the bridge of his nose, the lenses reflecting a cold light. "It seems that there are more people involved behind this than we expected." Chang Xian nodded, and his heart grew heavier. He had thought it was just a few capitals behind the scenes. Now it seems that things are far from simple. "I'm going to need some time to sort through this information." Elder He stood up and walked to the window, looking at the scenery of a city. Some light flashed in his eyes. "The waters are too deep in City A. We have to be careful." "Elder He, what are you going to do?" Hearing Elder He's words, Chang Xian couldn't help but ask as well. It's a rare opportunity to learn from an old-timer. Elder He turned around and patted Chang Xian's shoulder. "Don't worry, I will use all my network of connections to secretly investigate this matter. But don't mind my nagging to remind you once again. You must be more careful these days too. Don't do anything without my instructions, understand?" After sending off Elder He, Chang Xian dragged his tired body back to his place and fell headfirst onto the bed. He Lao's words swirled around in his mind, like a mess. The more he sorted them out, the more confusing they became. This pool of water in a city is indeed unfathomable. He rubbed his temples, only to feel a swelling pain. After an unknown amount of time, exhaustion overcame anxiety and he fell into a deep sleep. Early the next morning, the ear-piercing alarm bell woke Chang Xian from his sleep. He struggled to his feet and shuffled haphazardly, dragging his heavy steps downstairs to the office. In the firm, Su Mu and Zhao Gang had already started their day's work. Seeing Chang Xian's listless appearance, Su Mu asked with concern. "Chang Xian, what's wrong with you? You look so bad, didn't you sleep well last night?" Looking at their appearance, Chang Xian also barely managed to squeeze out a smile. "It's okay, just a little tired." Zhao Gang put down the papers in his hands and came over and said, "I see you look pale, are you sick? Should we go to the hospital?" "It's really okay." Hearing this suggestion, Chang Xian waved his hand and walked over to his desk to sit down. "It's just that there's been a lot going on lately and I'm a little tired."
Sumu walked to Chang Xian's side and asked with concern. Is there some kind of trouble? You can tell us about it, maybe we can help. Chang Xian hesitated for a moment, but decided to tell them what happened. After all, they were partners now, and it wasn't a good idea to keep some things to themselves. Actually, I've been having some trouble lately. He briefly recounted to Sumu and Zhao Gang about Zhou Yang blocking the knife for him and his encounter at the police station. After listening to Chang Xian's narration, both Sumu and Zhao Gang's faces became grave. It seems that we all underestimated the strength of our opponents. I'm sorry, Sumu said in a deep voice. Elder, he is right. Chapter 103 Other Ways? Yeah, I seriously don't know who to trust these days. Hearing Sumu's words, Chang Xian also couldn't help but shake his head. When I think of the anger I took yesterday at the police station, my heart is a bit clogged. On his side, he pleaded for the people, and even Yilao, the Titan, once again came from the capital to help him. But I didn't expect to be tripped up on these little people. Sumu nodded, and there was a slight pout on his delicate face. Now the authority in a city, it doesn't look like it's clean either. We're still on our own. That's for sure. Upon hearing this, Zhao Gang followed suit and chimed in. The face that used to be slightly youthful, at the moment there was a maturity that didn't match his age. Managers can't be relied on, so let's find out for ourselves. Brother Chang, Sister Su, don't worry, I have a little bit of other ways in this matter. Chang Xian and Sumu both looked at Zhao Gang with some surprise. You still have the road? After looking Zhao Gang up and down, Chang Xian couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. You're hiding it deep enough, kid, I don't usually hear you talk about it. Zhao Gang hemmed and hawed, scratching his head in some embarrassment. It's not a big deal, it's just that I know a few friends who are better informed. Sumu sized up Zhao Gang with interest, the corner of his mouth hooked into a meaningful smile. Oh? What kind of friend can ask for information that the authority can't even find out? Zhao Gang, can't see that you're quite capable. Zhao Gang was a little uncomfortable by Sumu's look and quickly waved his hand. Sister Su, don't say that, I'm just lucky. Okay, stop it. With a slight smile, Chang Xian reached out and interrupted the duo. This is not the time to play around. Now that we've decided to do that, we're going to have to speed up our time. After all, time is of the essence at the moment, so use all the resources you can. Tell me, what can your special friends find out for us? Zhao Gang cleared his throat and lowered his voice. Those friends of mine, they have better sources. Anyway, what the regulars can find out they can, and what the regulars can't, they can. Coughing lightly, Zhao Gang slowly opened his mouth with a mysterious face. Although the words were spoken arrogantly, the tone of the voice was also characterized by an extremely obvious certainty. Upon hearing this, Chang Xian froze once again. This kid's got a big mouth. Looking Zhao Gang up and down, Chang Xian was truly a bit surprised. This kid usually looks honest, but I didn't expect to have this kind of way. You kid can do it, you're hiding deep enough. I don't usually see you showing off. Tell me, what are these friends of yours? After all, you're in our law firm now, so don't touch something you can't. Zhao Gang hemmed and hawed, scratching his head with a little twinkle in his eyes. Why, Chang, don't ask so many questions, it's all. Anyway. It's a friend who roams the gray area and is well informed. It's not too easy to reveal exactly what's coming, you know. No process, brother, don't worry, definitely won't step on the red line. Only after receiving an affirmative reply did Chang Xian nod lightly. This kid, he's really something. But now is not the time to get to the bottom of this, time is short. Just make sure you don't step over the red line. It's not that he's absolutely hostile to the forces of darkness. After all he had been through in his last life, he knew where there were really good people. Just because there are fewer, doesn't mean there aren't any. It's just that they have enough on their plate right now. It would be really troublesome if something else happened because of the prying news. Alright, Zhao Gang, I'll leave this to you. Remember, be careful. Chang Xian patted Zhao Gang's shoulder with a solemn tone. Don't worry, brother Chang, I know in my heart. Zhao Gang grinned, revealing a mouthful of white teeth. Well, more than that. Since Zhao Gang has resources in this area, let's make good use of them. Time is running out, let's split up into 3 groups and make the most of the investigation. Thus, with Chang Xian's final pat decision, the 3 of them began to split up. Chang Xian and Sumu went to the archives and law firms, going through the files and looking for information, trying to find a breakthrough from the legal level.
Zhao Gang, on the other hand, contacted his friends and used his special channels to find out information.
The day passes in a hectic manner.
The three men met again in the evening back at the law firm and exchanged their findings.
I checked into a couple of companies and on the surface there's nothing wrong.
But intuition tells me they must have a problem.
Chang Xian rubbed his brow with a tired face.
Even in his current body, in the midst of heart failure,
high-intensity review of the whole day files still feel tired.
It's the same on my end, those companies are like a brick wall, there's no valid evidence to be found. Across from him, Sumu sighed, and his delicate face also wore a slightly weary look. And unlike the two of them, Zhao Gang smiled mysteriously.
I've got a little something on my side. I've heard from those friends of mine that there's been some recent underground dealings in city lately.
It seems to have something to do with a couple of companies. I just don't know if it's the same few you guys investigated, Brother Chang.
Underground trading? Hearing this, Chang Xian and Sumu asked in unison.
Yeah, it's not clear exactly what the deal is.
But certainly not in a good way.
Speaking here, Zhao Gang also unconsciously lowered his voice. My friend says the deals are very secretive and involve some.
Not a very nice character to mess with.
Not a very nice character to mess with?
Chang Xian, who had already been sensitized by these things, frowned. What man?
Hearing the question of Chang Xian's words, Zhao Gang also frowned and shook his head. I don't know exactly who it is, and my friend is afraid to ask more questions.
But my friend gave me an address.
Says the guys meet there all the time. With that said, Zhao Gang scratched his head, so he pulled out a crumpled note from his pocket. There was an address scribbled on it. West suburb of the city, abandoned Honda machinery factory.
Chang Xian took the note and his brows couldn't help but tighten.
That part of the western suburb of the city, as a native a city local, he naturally knew about it. That place is notoriously chaotic, with a mix of fish and dragons and all sorts of bull.
Is this news really reliable? Putting the note away, Chang Xian looked up at Zhao Gang suspiciously.
In response, Zhao Gang, on the other hand, patted his chest without hesitation. Don't worry, Brother Chang, my friend isn't very organized, but he's definitely well informed. He said that place has been getting a lot of cars in and out at night lately. It's sneaky, there's definitely something wrong. Sumu also came over to look at the address, his delicate face carrying obvious worry.
The western outskirts of the city.
That place isn't very safe, is it?
Chapter 104, Playing with Fire, right? Should we notify Elder Ho or Team Huang? Upon hearing this, Chang Xian pondered for a moment and finally shook his head. Don't alarm them yet.
After all, the source is irregular and it's not certain who exactly is in this place.
It wouldn't be good to startle a snake.
So let's go check out the situation on our own first, and it's not too late to contact them if there's any real danger. After saying that, Chang Xian's eyes flashed with some light. But since we're going, we have to be prepared for anything.
The three quickly conferred on a plan of action.
It was decided to take advantage of the cover of night and head to Hongda Machinery Factory to find out what was going on. To be on the safe side, they each prepared their own self-defense tools.
Chang Xian brought a throwing stick, while Zhao Gang pulled out two-finger tigers.
Although Sumu had no hands, he had brought a bottle of wolf spray. As night fell, the three drove to the western outskirts of the city. The abandoned Hongda Machinery Factory stands in the middle of the wilderness. The area was overgrown with weeds because no one had been there for a long time. Under the night, it was rather like a hibernating beast, making people subconsciously feel uncomfortable. After approaching the Hongda Machinery Factory, the car stopped behind a dense forest. The inside of the factory was faintly visible through the cover of the trees. Dim light seeped through the broken windows of the plant, vaguely interspersed with a few figures swaying in the sound of intermittent conversation.
Holy, there's someone!
This place is eerie, it can't really be some kind of cult, can it? Zhao Gang rubbed his arms, a slight uneasiness in his tone.
Chang Xian narrowed his eyes, carefully observing the situation inside the plant, and spoke in a deep voice.
Unlike, cults are usually secretive, how would they light up so blatantly?
It should indeed be some kind of unseemly deal. Those friends of yours can be, Gonzo.
Sumu clutched her arms tightly, worry written all over her delicate face.
Whatever it is, always be careful. Chang Xian, are you really planning to go in? Now that we're sure there's someone, why don't we contact the yellow team? Others can't be trusted, but he's elder, he's student, so he should be trustworthy. Only her words did not change Chang Xian's mind. At that moment, he also just patted Su Mu's shoulder and opened his mouth to comfort. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Just this little scene doesn't scare me. And if we inform the yellow team, we won't know what time to come over at this hour. It's too late for that, let's just explore a bit first. And you won't be going in with us this time. Just wait here, if we're not out in an hour. Just call old Joe's number I saved for you, he'll bring backup. Although Su Mu was apprehensive, he still nodded. Then take care of yourself and don't be a hero. Once again, something was explained. Chang Xian and Zhao Gang, while the two of them then separated from Su Mu. Cat-like, he slowly approached the plant through the cover of the night and the abandoned machinery on the periphery of the plant. But before they could get close to the shattered window, a strong, fishy odor drilled into the two men's nostrils. Holy, what's that smell? So punchy. With a footstep, Zhao Gang then directly covered his nose and complained in a low voice. Chang Xian also frowned. The smell reminded him of the smell of a crime scene that was once described in the textbook when he was in school. A sickening, strange odor mixed with blood and corruption. The two looked at each other, both seeing shock and doubt in the other's eyes. Something's not really wrong, is it? This smell. Zhao Gang, who had returned to his senses, gulped and spoke with a slight uneasiness in his tone. Chang Xian didn't say anything, but just made a silent gesture, signaling Zhao Gang to move on. The two men slowed down and approached the plant more cautiously. Through the broken window, a few figures could be vaguely seen swaying in the dim light. There's someone. And there seems to be more than one. Zhao Gang lowered his voice and said in Chang Xian's ear. Chang Xian nodded and signaled Zhao Gang to encircle from the other side, while he himself continued to observe the situation inside the plant. As the two of them went deeper, the fishy odor intensified, almost making it impossible to breathe. Chang Xian forced himself to endure the discomfort and carefully observed the situation inside the plant. By the dim light, he finally got a good look inside the plant. Several men in white coats were gathered around an operating table. A motionless figure lies on the operating table. And scattered around the operating table were blood-stained medical instruments. Holy, what is this? This? Zhao Gang also saw the scene and couldn't help but exclaim in shock. Chang Xian hurriedly covered Zhao Gang's mouth, signaling him to keep his voice down. Despite the cacophony of sound inside the plant, they couldn't guarantee that they wouldn't be discovered. Keep quiet and see what happens first. Steadying himself, he made sure that the people in the middle of the plant were not looking in their direction. Chang Xinsai whispered. The two men hid behind the abandoned machines and continued to observe the plant's interior. As time went on, they came to see the truth of the matter. It wasn't exactly a murder scene. Rather, it's a more excessive occasion. This place turned out to be a place for illegal organ trading. Those people in white coats are not doctors, but a bunch of heartless butchers. They anesthetize the living, harvest their organs alive, and trade them. And the man lying on the operating table is their next victim. Damn, these guys. Zhao Gang said through gritted teeth, his fists clenched so tightly that his knuckles were white. Not only Zhao Gang, even Chang Xian felt a surge of anger burning in his chest. He's seen a lot of criminals. Still, a crime like this one, so cruel, so indifferent to life, made him incredibly angry. Calm down, Gonzo. There are only two of us now, a hard fight definitely won't work. Chang Xian lowered his voice, trying to keep himself calm. What then? Are we just going to watch the group get away with it? They certainly don't do this sort of thing every day. If we leave now, then we won't know when we'll encounter it next time. Maybe the victims will increase as much. After being advised by Chang Xian, Zhao Gang calmed down a little. But still, it was said with extreme reluctance. Chang Xian didn't reply, but squinted his eyes and carefully observed the situation inside the plant. Brain racing, thinking of countermeasures. Suddenly, he noticed some gasoline drums stacked in the corner of the plant. It looks like it should be for the diesel generator at this location. The thought stopped there, and a bold idea came to his mind. Gonzo, did you see those gasoline barrels? Chang Xian pointed to the corner of the plant and whispered. Zhao Gang followed Chang Xian's finger and instantly understood what he meant. Do you want? Chang Xian nodded, a slight sneer appearing at the corner of his mouth. Since they like playing with fire so much, let's play nice with them. Chapter 105 Sin in the Fire. Gasoline, playing with fire. Zhao Gang licked his dry, cracked lips, his eyes glittering with excitement. New brother, that's a tough idea, I like it. Chang Xin ignored Zhao Gang's words. Instead, he scrutinized the layout of the plant and whispered. Gasoline drums were stacked in the northwest corner of the plant, and an operating table was in the southeast corner. In that case, let's try to move the gasoline tank near the operating table first. And then see those raggedy clothes on the ground? Use those to connect into a fire path and finally a fire to burn the hell out of the place. Okay. Zhao Gang rubbed his fists together and jumped at the chance. After determining the plan, the two of them looked at each other, and both of them took a deep breath and dived into the plant with a cat's back. Everything inside the plant looked even more eerie in the dim light. The smell of blood and disinfectant was heavy and sickening in the air. They carried the gasoline barrels carefully, trying not to make any noise. Sweat soaked their clothes, but they did not dare to slack off. After all, what they were doing now was saving lives. This naturally includes themselves. Damn, this bucket is heavy. Zhao Gang grumbled in a low voice, and his foot accidentally kicked a piece of iron plate, suddenly letting out a crunching sound. The voices inside the plant came to a screeching halt, and several whitecoats looked around. Who? The next moment, a rough voice snapped out. And Chang Xin and Zhao Gang held their breath. Motionless, he hid behind the machine, his heart pounding. Don't be so shocked, do you really think this place is our operating room? It's not uncommon to see rats and stuff. Last time I saw a mouse as long as my little arm. Hurry up and get on with it, we'll go back when we're done, this hole is disgusting. However, while the two of them were incredibly nervous, an impatient voice also sounded once again. Chang Xin then heard a few cursing voices, but no one said anything else. Phew. After determining that the danger was lifted, Zhao Gang also breathed a long sigh of relief. Scared the hell out of me. Hearing this, Chang Xin, who had just relaxed, couldn't help but glance at him and spoke in a low voice. Keep your voice down. Do you want to lure everyone over here? Zhao Gang hurriedly shut up and continued to carry the gasoline barrels. After moving the gasoline drums near the operating table, they began connecting strips of cloth to form a fire path. HSIN, are the hostages still alive? After doing this, Zhao Gang looked at the figure on the operating table and asked worriedly. Hearing this, Chang Xin once again raised his head cautiously. A closer look made sure that the hostage's chest was still rising and falling slightly. Still alive, and now it looks like it should be anesthetized. With everything ready, Chang Xin took out his lighter and directly lit the fire path. Boom! Diesel fuel masked by the pungent smell of disinfectant. It burst into flames the moment it made contact. It also seemed to be just a blink of an eye. It then followed the trail on the ground and spread out across the plant, illuminating the night sky. Ah! It's on fire! Run! The whitecoats inside the plant were in a state of chaos, scattering in panic. Chang Xin and Zhao Gang took advantage of the chaos to rush to the operating table. Carrying the unconscious hostage over his shoulder, he quickly evacuated the burning plant. Outside the factory, Sumu was waiting anxiously. Seeing the two return safely and bring back an unconscious man, the heart she had been hanging on to finally dropped. Are you guys okay? Hastily taking 2 steps forward to greet the duo, Sumu asked with concern. It's okay. Putting the hostage on his shoulder down, Chang Xin shook his head. Call the yellow team first and tell him everything that's going on here. Hearing this, Sumu also came back to his senses and hastily nodded, taking out his cell phone to start contacting. After doing all this, Chang Xin looked at the burning plant and had mixed feelings in his heart. He had originally only come to look for some clues. But I didn't expect to come across this kind of thing. Shin, what are you thinking? Zhao Gang noticed Chang Xion's strange appearance and asked. I was thinking about. Halfway through his words, Chang Xian paused before continuing to speak. What happens if we don't find this place in time? Zhao Gang was silent. He knew that if they didn't find the place in time, the hostages on the operating table will probably have their organs harvested alive. And such evil will continue. Chang Xian looked at the fire rushing into the sky and couldn't tell what he felt in his heart. Saving someone's life was a good thing, but the hidden evil behind it sent shivers down his spine. It was merely a stronghold they had stumbled upon. So how many other such evils are fostering and spreading in the darkness? In his last life in prison, he hadn't realized that a city was already like this? It didn't take long for the ear-piercing sound of sirens to come from far and near, causing Chang Xian to come back to his senses as well. Team Yellow arrived on the scene quickly with a team of officers trained to control the fire and send a small team to survey the site, successfully pressing the few white coats remaining in the area to the ground. Meanwhile, paramedics arrived at the scene to provide emergency treatment to the rescued hostages. Fortunately, it was delivered in time. The cut was deep, but it's good to see that there are no parts missing. Now after you stop the bleeding, you'll be out of a life-threatening situation. In the middle of several minutes, the attending doctor raised his hand and wiped the sweat from his forehead as he spoke to the yellow team. After the hostages were sent to the ambulance, Team Huang walked over to Chang Xian and patted his shoulder hard. Good boy, another credit. However, Chang Xian was not happy when he received the compliment. Instead, he let out a bitter laugh. He hadn't recovered from the situation just now. Team Yellow, that's no credit. I just did what I had to do. And seeing Chang Xian in this state, Team Yellow froze slightly, and then also wanted to be thinking of something. At that moment, the smile on his face tightened a lot. Once again, he patted his shoulder gently, and his tone became noticeably gentler. Kid, I know this one hit you hard. But you've done well. Some things, when you see them, you can't pretend you don't see them. Upon hearing this, Chang Xian also barely managed to squeeze out a smile. Yellow team, I'm fine, I'm just a bit blocked in my heart. Nodding lightly, Team Huang knew the powerlessness of words at this moment, and that some things needed to be digested by Chang Xian himself. Afterwards, Chang Xian, Sumu and Zhao Gang were brought back to the police station to make statements. The three men were cooperative and recounted the events in detail. And while Chang Xian was giving his statement, it happened to be Team Huang who came to dominate as well. At that moment, some light flashed in his eyes, after looking around. Then he deliberately lowered his voice and said to the yellow team who was recording. Yellow team, I always feel that it's not that simple, I'm afraid there are ghosts in the authority. Chapter 106 Underground Casino? The yellow team's pen was poised, and he raised his eyes to look at Chang Xian, signaling him to continue. Think about it, an underground organ trading den of that size. How is it possible that not a word has gotten out? I suspect someone within the authority is tipping them off. Chang Xian paused and added. Otherwise I wouldn't have called you directly. After hearing Chang Xian's words, Team Huang's brows also visibly furrowed. Fingers tapped lightly on the tabletop. Obviously, Chang Xian's words made him start to seriously think about the possibility of this problem as well. Team Yellow mused for a moment, tapping his fingers on the desktop a few times. You kid, your intuition is pretty sharp. As soon as the words fell out of his mouth, he lifted his head, an imperceptible appreciation flashing in his eyes. It's something I find fishy too, I'll look into it deeper. After making a statement, Team Huang also personally escorted him out of the police station gate. Sheng Ah. Team Huang patted Chang Xian's shoulder, his tone carrying a few words. Thank you for this one. Hard work for you too. After seeing Chang Xian leave, Team Huang then also immediately dialed a phone. Teacher, it's me, Yellow. You're in a city now, right? I have a situation on my side that I would like to report to you. On the other end of the phone, Elder he put down the dossier in his hand, his face also slightly puzzled. He was well aware of the character of this student of his. But it's going to be so strong that you can contact yourself now? Say, what is it? Team Huang reported the matter of the underground organ trading den and Chang Xian's suspicions in detail to Elder he on the other end of the line. And after listening again, Elder he was silent for a moment before slowly saying. I know, I will contact the capital side and ask them to send someone to assist you in your investigation. On the other hand, the atmosphere was also a bit gloomy after Chang Xian's trio returned to the law firm. The experience just now was not a small shock to all three. Damn, these guys. Zhao Gang hammered the table fiercely and cursed angrily. And although Chang Xian was calm on the surface, he still had a strange feeling inside. Among the three, only Sumu, who hadn't witnessed the scene, was still in a better state. I'll ask those friends of mine again and see what I can find out. Zhao Gang took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down. He pulled out his cell phone and dialed a number, lowering his voice. Hey, Wang, what's new these days? Well, yeah, it's one of those. You know. When Zhao Gang called, Chang Xian leaned back on the sofa, resting his eyes and rubbing his temples one by one.
Sumu, on the other hand, was flipping through his cell phone, seemingly looking up something. The little law office was a little eerily quiet at the moment. Only the sound of Zhao Gang's lowered speech came through intermittently, occasionally interspersed with a few slurred responses. 10 minutes later, Zhao Gang hung up the phone, a smile once again on his face.
Hey, Brother Chang, Sister Su, I've inquired about another good place. An underground casino, rumored to be frequented by quite a few prominent figures in a city. Maybe we can find something there. Hearing his words, Chang Xian also directly got up and opened his eyes. A casino? This thing still exists in this part of a city? That's kind of interesting, so let's go check it out tonight.
When Sumu, who had just wanted to open his mouth, heard this, his eyebrows furrowed slightly. The words he was about to say were swallowed back. Turning a little worried, he asked,
"Wouldn't that be a bit too quick? Why don't we take a couple days off before we go?" However, just as her words fell, Chang Xian directly shook his head without even thinking about it.
Soldiers are precious. You have to realize that the human organ trafficking site has just been busted now.
So the word hasn't gotten out yet, and those people definitely haven't reacted yet.
When the wind dies down and they get defensive, it'll be harder for us to find out. Sumu wanted to persuade again, but saw Chang Xian's firm eyes. Eventually, he sighed and compromised to speak.
That's fine, but I have to go with you. It's good to have two people to look after. Night falls on the outskirts of a city. An unassuming internet cafe stands quietly on the side of the road. Flashing neon signs give off a cheap glow. The vehicle stopped, and Chang Xian and Sumu also followed the information provided by Zhao Gang and arrived at the entrance of this internet cafe. Saying it's an internet cafe is really just a front, the real entrance is hidden in the basement level. Chang Xian was dressed in a black casual outfit with a duck-tongue cap pressed down, covering most of his face.
Sumu, on the other hand, was dressed in a dry black tracksuit,
wearing a mask to hide her pretty face.
The two stood in front of the internet cafe, exchanged a look and stepped right in. The internet cafe was smoky and the air smelled like a mixture of bubbly and sweat. Several young men were frantically tapping away at the screen. A few foul words popped out of his mouth from time to time.
Chang Xian and Sumu walked straight to the bar.
A young man with dyed yellow hair and a face full of pimples was boredly playing with his cell phone.
2 bottles of mineral water. Without any nonsense, Chang Xian directly leaned towards the bar and opened his mouth extremely casually.
The young man pointed to the shelves without looking up.
Help yourself. Chang Xian picked up 2 bottles of water and walked to a relatively secluded corner. Unscrew the cap and take a gentle sip.
And behind him, Sumu's pair of beautiful eyes also scanned the surroundings.
What are we waiting for? Didn't Joe just tell you the code word?
After waiting for several minutes, he saw that Chang Xian hadn't done anything yet.
Sumu then couldn't help but whisper as well.
And compared to Sumu's somewhat eager upstate, Chang Xian, however, just smiled faintly and walked over to the bar, placing the empty water bottle in front of the young man.
2 more, on ice. The young man looked up impatiently. Didn't I say I'd take it myself? Chang Xian pulled a $100 bill out of his pocket.
2 more $10, one $5 bills were pulled out and placed on the bar.
Don't bother looking for the rest, order me a takeout.
Upon hearing these words, the young man who hadn't even raised his head froze for a moment. Then he looked up and carefully surveyed Chang Xian and the two of them, and with a movement in his hand he quickly pocketed the money.
1 moment.
When he finished, he walked behind the bar and pressed a couple of buttons on a nondescript button.
Moments later, a door in the corner of the internet cafe opened silently. Chang Xian and Sumu looked at each other and quickly dashed in.
Behind the door was a narrow passageway, the dim light barely illuminating the path ahead. After walking for about a minute, a heavy iron door appeared at the end of the passage. A burly man with a big body stood guard at the door, expressionlessly sizing up Chang Xian and Sumu.
Never seen you guys before, who introduced you?
Taking 2 steps forward, the burly man directly blocked the door and slowly opened his mouth. And in the face of his question, Chang Xian smiled faintly.
The 3rd button on your shirt is undone. Chapter 107 Entering it.
The burly man heard Chang Xian's windy words. The original ferocious expression on his face actually eased up a bit. That's exactly the casino's code word, a line of crap that sounds uninformed to a normal person.
He looked Chang Xian and Sumu up and down and snapped his fingers.
A tall female bodyguard in a black leotard appeared out of nowhere and walked up to the two.
Gentlemen, I'm offended.
The female bodyguard's face was expressionless and her tone was cold. Chang Xian and Sumu cooperatively raised their hands and allowed the female bodyguard to grope on them. Sumu frowned slightly, seemingly a little uncomfortable with this near-personal contact. After confirming that the two were unarmed, the female bodyguard stepped back and the burly man sidestepped out of the way. "Excuse me, gentlemen, routine inspection, please also come inside."
Nodding their heads, Chang Xian and Sumu didn't say much and went straight through the iron gate.
And just that one step was like entering a very different world. The deafening sound of music, the rising and falling of shouts, as well as the sound of the latter shaking the dice mixed together, stimulating their eardrums. The casino was brightly lit, although there was not a single window among the rooms. But it is hard to create like an afternoon, relaxing lighting effect. The smell of cigarettes, alcohol and sweat filled the air, causing Sumu to frown. Especially with some of the people passing by from time to time, it made her subconsciously approach Chang Xian.
Chang Xian, on the other hand, looked bashful. After intentionally protecting Sumu, he also looked around.
Finally, he led Sumu to a relatively secluded corner and sat down.
"How's it going?
Still comfortable?" Sitting on the sofa, Chang Xian asked in a low voice, with a bit of teasing in his eyes. Hearing this, Sumu blankly glanced at him and said in a good-natured manner,
"What do you think? It's like a madhouse in here.
I've never seen anything like this before when I went to work as an undercover reporter at a black workshop."
Looking at Sumu's appearance, Chang Xian also couldn't help but let out a light laugh.
"It can't be helped, if you want a fish, you have to get in the water first." Rolled his eyes lightly. Sumu didn't say anything else, but just quietly observed the surroundings. She also knew that coming over today was no joke. If it's because of some minor temper tantrum of your own that affects the overall big picture, that could be a real problem. And at this time, a middle-aged man who was well-dressed and had an extraordinary temperament also caught Chang Xian's attention. He sat down at a gambling table and struck out. Every bet was a big chip, and everyone around him treated him with respect.
"Looks like we found our target."
Chang Xian narrowed his eyes, the corner of his mouth curling into a playful smile.
"Are you sure it's him?"
Following Chang Xian's line of sight, Sumu also asked in a low voice.
"Intuition, I guess." And Chang Xian shrugged.
"This guy's got a different vibe than the others. And he's so generous, the average person doesn't have that kind of gambling capital."
"So what do we do now?" Hearing Chang Xian's somewhat farcical reasoning, Sumu, however, was not the least bit dissatisfied.
After all, she's also a lawyer and a journalist.
So also understand that sometimes intuition is always more accurate than the answer after many guesses. Touching his chin, Chang Xian had some difficulties in his mind. "That's a bit of a problem, I don't know how to gamble."
Before that, in this area it was just a game of mahjong and solitaire. The present moment allows me to go under these circumstances to approach a person without arousing suspicion. There's no other way to do it but on the tables. While he was at a loss, a mechanical voice suddenly sounded in Chang Xian's head.
Ding, detected the host's current environment.
Record the host's whereabouts and analyze the cause of the situation.
Analysis complete, the host is here for crime-solving reasons. The system detects the dilemma and provides a solution for it.
Reward the host with top 1,000 techniques 24 hours.
Chang Xian froze for a moment, and then an extremely obvious smile appeared on his face. This system couldn't have come at a better time. Top hacker last time, top millimeter this time. It's all time limited though.
But it's already the optimal solution for the situation at hand.
It seems God is helping me.
As the thought stopped, Chang Xian turned his head to look at Sumu, his eyes flashing with excitement.
Get ready for a good show.
Hearing this, Sumu, who was still in the middle of his thoughts, froze, then looked at him suspiciously.
You came up with a solution?
Chang Xian smiled mysteriously, got up and walked over to the bar and changed a bunch of chips. Then walked straight to the gambling table where the middle-aged man was.
Mind if I join you, sir? Chang Xian asked in a polite tone.
The middle-aged man looked Chang Xian up and down, contempt flashing in his eyes. Kid, this is no place for you to play, I advise you to go back earlier.
Chang Xian smiled and placed the chips in his hand heavily on the table. Just trying my luck, who knows? The middle-aged man snorted coldly and didn't say anything else.
Sumu looked at Chang Xian's back as he walked towards the gambling table, and his brain had a moment of downtime.
Gambling? That's what he came up with? She followed quickly, her heart thumping like a rabbit in her pocket. After 7 or 8 years, she had never seen Process Nu get involved in gambling. Not even talking about gambling, I haven't seen him play poker a few times. Now it's good, directly running to this place where dragons and snakes mix, playing with a group of old gamblers for real. Chang Xin. You wait. Sumu lowered his voice and shouted, with anxiety in his tone. She was really afraid that Chang Xin would lose all his money in a brainstorm. He couldn't be trying to make away with money and befriend that middle-aged man, could he? This is too much child's play. However, Chang Xin acted as if he hadn't heard her. Walking straight to the gambling table, he slapped his chips on the table with a muffled thud. The movement was so big that Sumu was startled. This is great. You can't stop it even if you want to. Sumu could only watch Chang Xin sit down, silently praying in his heart that he wouldn't lose too badly. She took a deep breath and swallowed back what she wanted to say, deciding to see what happened first. Chang's newest addition to the table is playing the popular Texas Hold'em. Although Sumu didn't gamble, he still knew the basic rules. She stood behind Chang Xin, staring nervously at the situation on the gambling table. The dealer begins to deal, and the 2 bottom cards are placed covered in front of each person. After Chang Xin got the card, he just casually glanced at it without any change of expression on his face. Sumu, on the other hand, noticed the middle-aged man, their target. The corners of his mouth turned up slightly as he was dealt his cards, seemingly confident in them. The first round of betting began. Chang Xin directly threw out a large chip and said in a relaxed tone. Heel. Chapter 108, Getting to the Gambling Table. The middle-aged man was not willing to show weakness, and also threw out chips, with undisguised provocation in his eyes. Seeing this, the others discarded their cards, leaving only Chang Xin and the middle-aged man to continue their confrontation. The dealer dealt out 3 public cards one after another, the Ace of Hearts, the King of Spades and the Jack of Clubs. Chang Xin remained unchanged and called again. The middle-aged man hesitated and chose to call the bet as well. The 4th public card, the Queen of Diamonds. Chang Xin suddenly changed his strategy and chose to raise his bet directly, and the raise was quite large. The middle-aged man's face changed slightly, as if he was weighing the pros and cons. He stared at Chang Xin for a long time and finally chose to call. The last public card, the 10 of Spades. Once this card was dealt, the middle-aged man's face instantly turned ugly. Chang Xin, on the other hand, the corners of his mouth rose slightly, revealing an imperceptible smile. All down. Chang Xin said in a flat tone, pushing out all the chips in front of him. The middle-aged man's face turned blue, and fine beads of sweat oozed from his forehead. He gripped the cards in his hand tightly and hesitated for a long time before finally gritting his teeth. I follow. 2 people show their cards. Chang Xin is the Ace of Hearts and the Ace of Spades, a pair of aces. Together with the kings, queens, jacks, and 10s of the public cards, it just so happens to make the biggest straight ever. And for the middle-aged man, it's the King of Spades and the King of Clubs. A pair of kings, along with the community cards, make up the largest 2 pairs. Looking at the deck, the muscles in the middle-aged man's cheeks twitched. And it was only after Sumu saw Chang Xin win that he took a long breath of relief. Understood. Chang Xin spoke in a bland tone, gathering the piles of chips in front of himself, making a pleasant clattering sound. The middle-aged man's face turned blue and he didn't say a word. Others in the casino let out a gasp. Clearly surprised by this clean win for Chang Xin. It's not like they haven't seen the money before. But to come up and call so decisively, to play straight to the end and still have that stance. It was really the first time they had seen it. After a moment of silence, the middle-aged man suddenly raised his head and squeezed out a smile that was worse than crying. Good luck, little brother. A few more games? Hearing this, the corner of Chang Xin's mouth rose slightly. This fish, hooked. Yes, by all means. In the next few rounds, Chang Xin seemed to be hanging on, winning many battles. And every time you win, the deck is just a little bit bigger than your opponent's. This kind of close victory made the middle-aged man's heart even more stifled, but it always allowed some hope to exist in him. It was so close to winning. I don't believe it. The middle-aged man roared and pushed out all the remaining chips. All down. Chang Xin smiled and called the bet without hesitation. The dealer deals the cards and opens them. Chang Xin, a pair of QS. Middle-aged man with a pair of J's. Another close win that was only a little bit bigger. Seeing this result, the middle-aged man crumpled into his chair in dismay. The eyes were hollow, as if the soul had been drained from them. Not that he lost it. The amount of money he had just lost in a few games was astronomical for an ordinary person though. But for him, it's just the amount of doing business a couple times. The main thing was that losing was so stifling that it did make it a bit unbearable for him. And Chang Xian laughed in his heart as he looked at the middle-aged man's appearance. Under the enchantment of the divine thousand arts. Except for filming him with a super fast video camera dead center. Otherwise trying to see a break in him would be impossible. But he hadn't forgotten what he had come to do this time. So on the surface, he still put on a look of concern. This big brother, is everything okay? Winning and losing is a matter for soldiers, don't take it too much to heart. The middle-aged man raised his head, resentment flashing in his eyes. But it was quickly covered up again by him. He barely managed to smile and waved his hand. It's okay, willing to bet. Chang Xian, on the other hand, looked as if he didn't see his dissatisfaction and still opened his mouth to make a comforting remark. Big brother, I see you don't have a good hand. As such, I'll lend you some money and you try again? Isn't there a saying about borrowing luck? You try? The middle-aged man froze for a moment, obviously not expecting Chang Xian to make such a suggestion. He hesitated for a moment, eventually dismissing the idea of going for another chip change himself, and simply nodded. After all, the expression of borrowing luck was quite widely circulated among them old gamblers. Then, thank you, little brother. Upon hearing this, Chang Xian also smiled slightly, revealing a mouthful of white teeth. With a single movement of his palm, he pushed a pile of chips in front of the middle-aged man. The tone was even more cheerful. Big brother, this is a small token, no honor. Just make a friend. The middle-aged man froze, looking at the small mountain of chips in front of him, a hint of suspicion flashed in his eyes. He's been in the casino for years, what kind of people haven't he seen? It was really the first time I'd seen someone as generous as Chang Xian. But don't take the money that's delivered to your door. When the Jianghu moral, 3 give and 3 refuse, he still knows. At that moment, he also laughed dryly again and rubbed his hands together. That's not good, is it? However, just as his words fell, Chang Xian once again waved his hand boldly. A man's word is his bond. Big brother, take it as much as you want, even if you lose again, it's fine. Let's just say my little brother asked you to play a few games. In the next few innings, Chang Xian seemed like a different person. A series of mistakes that allowed the middle-aged man to win back a lot of chips. The middle-aged man was a bit cautious at first. But as he won more and more money, he also gradually let go and the smile on his face became wider and wider. Little brother, your hand. TSK can be a little not so good. The middle-aged man said as he gathered the winning chips in front of himself. Across from him, Chang Xian also scratched his hair in mock chagrin. Ugh, what a wicked day. It looks like all my luck has gone to you, big brother. So the saying about borrowing luck is true. As the two of them gambled and chatted, Chang Xian didn't move to inquire about the middle-aged man's bottom line. I learned that the man's last name was Zhao and that he was in the building materials business. It's a little known in the area. The most important thing is that he is a good gambler, and he is not convinced when he loses, always thinking of turning over his money. Brother Zhao, I see that you are also a cool person, why don't we play something big? It just so happens that it's kind of a way to wash away this bad luck for my brother, how about that? Chang Xian narrowed his eyes, a slight provocation in his tone. When Zhao Cohen, who was already on top of his game, heard this, he immediately became interested. Oh? What do you want to play, little brother? Just bet. That watch you're holding. Chang Xian pointed at the glittering gold watch on Zhao Cohen's wrist with a playful tone. Zhao Cohen looked down at his watch. It's a limited edition that he paid a fortune for and usually babies it. However, looking at the piles of chips in front of him, the urge to bet big surged in his heart again. Chapter 109 Alternation. Just bet. Who's afraid of who? Zhao Cohen slammed the table and said with bravado. And in the next few innings, Chang Xian went on another wave of intentional alternating wins and losses. Keeping him consistently winning amounts of money, yet never really winning that watch. This Zhao Cohen's heart was like riding a roller coaster, up and down, tense and exciting. Little brother, this gambling skill of yours is really brilliant. After another handful, Zhao Kuan couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. He was a good gambler, but he was no cutie pie. Chang Xian had deliberately let the water out before so that he could win back some money. Again, he deliberately used words to stimulate him, so that he would willingly increase the stakes. He saw all these little tricks. The degree of not processing new to do these things is extremely well grasped. It made him feel the ultimate thrill without loss, so he didn't say anything before. The bottom line is this. Even if he knew Chang Xian had cheated. But you can't catch it at all, either. I just got lucky. Chang Xian smiled modestly, but secretly sneered in his heart. Little brother, you are too modest. You're not lucky, you're a real master. I, Zhao Kuan, am considered to have read countless people, and a young and powerful gambling expert like you is really rare. Zhao Kuan said, his eyes showing appreciation and imperceptible greed. Chang Xian watched Zhao Kuan's expression without moving, secretly pleased in his heart. The fish is hooked and waiting to be reeled in. Sure enough, Zhao Kuan hesitated for a moment and rubbed his hands together. Once again, he opened his mouth and asked tentatively. Little brother, I see that you also look new. I think it's also your first time to play here, right? He paused and added. And by the sound of your accent you're a bit on the southern side too, not from around here, right? Upon hearing this, Chang Xian's eyes widened in mock surprise. Yo, old brother, your ears are really sharp. Can you even hear this? He said, and purposely trailed off the word off for a long time, mimicking a southern accent. And as Sumu on the side watched the scene, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but twitch. Chang Xian is serious, a city people, pretend southern accent even. The point is that it's ridiculous that anyone actually believes it. She felt a shock to her three senses and silently took a step back. Fear of being caught in the wave of this awkward atmosphere. Instead, Zhao Kuan waved his hand with a smug expression. Hey, what the hell? When I was young, I traveled all over the world. What places hadn't I been to? What people haven't seen? It's not hard for me to hear things like accents. After saying that, Zhao Kuan rubbed his hands together, his eyes flashing with greed. Little brother, since you're from out of town, I don't think you'll be staying in a city for too long, right? What do you think of this? He came closer to Chang Xian, lowered his voice, and mysteriously spoke again. In that case, why don't you teach me your gambling skills? I, Zhao Kuan, have nothing else but money. I can give you a pretty substantial figure. Upon hearing this, the smile on Chang Xian's face instantly disappeared. In its place was undisguised coldness. He slowly got up and looked at Zhao Kuan condescendingly, and his tone became icy. Elder brother Zhao, you've stretched your hand a little too far, haven't you? I respect you as a man and play with you, and you're really stomping on me? He paused, an undisguised sneer in his tone. This maneuver of mine isn't exactly high-end though. But it's kind of a family heirloom, so I'm sorry I can't pass it on. If old brother Zhao really wants to learn, why don't you go home and ask your father? Maybe his old man knows a thing or two. After saying that, Chang Xian was about to turn around and leave, not paying the slightest attention to Zhao Kuan's gradually gloomy face. But also when Chang Xian had just raised his foot, his face suddenly changed as well. Covering his chest, he then began to cough violently. He coughed his lungs out, his face turning from red to white as if he was going to give out the next second. This sudden turn of events caused Sumu, who was on the side, to be startled. She rushed forward to assist Chang Xian and asked anxiously. Ah, Xian, what's wrong with you? Sumu was now truly flustered. Chang Xian was alive and kicking 1 second, why did he look like he was going to die the next? He's obviously in good health, so why is this not even an hour old and he's in this hellish state? Can it be that it was poisoned, just now? The more Sumu thought about it, the more scared she became, and her little face became visibly pale. They were exposed? What time is it? Lips trembling, Sumu shivered and tried to say something else, but was rudely interrupted by Chang Xian. Isn't it just that lung? Cough cough. Thing? What's there to panic about? Chang Xian broke off while covering his chest and coughing violently. No one would doubt this kind of posture even if they said he would just pass out in the next second. Seeing this unprecedented rough attitude of Chang Xian, Sumu's face froze, then immediately reacted. They're investigating a human organ trafficking case. And Ching Hsin deliberately mentioned the lungs. He's putting on an act. Thinking of this, Sumu also immediately entered the state. Her eyes reddened, and she said with a sobbing voice. I know. But I just can't help worrying about you. Xin, we'd better go back, after all, your lungs have become like this. Let's just take the doctor's advice and get well. Seeing Sumu reacting to cooperate with the act, Chang Xin's eyes flashed with satisfaction. This niece is just witty. On the face of it, however, he sighed once more. Showing even more weakness and powerlessness, he waved his hand. There's no need to say more. Ahem. I'm in this body, and that's all the time I have. Cough, cough, cough. Might as well walk around more, at least it won't be so boring before you die. Chang Xin said, stumbling forward. Sumu hurriedly followed, carefully supporting him for fear that he would fall to the ground in the next second. The two of them limped along like this, with Sumu looking at Chang Xin with worried eyes from time to time. Chang Xin, on the other hand, looked like he was holding on for dear life, coughing a few times every now and then. And such a combination walks through the bustling casino hall, passing by gamblers of all shapes and sizes, drawing a lot of curious stares. This kid, he's not losing at all, is he? Looks like it to me, look at his face, white as paper. Tisk, tsk, young man, this gambling thing, it's better to stop in moderation. The surrounding murmurs reached Chang Xin's ears, but he just sneered, not caring in the slightest. He's just trying to act like he's terminally ill. So that Joe Gon would have another excuse to reach out to him. The two walked to the entrance of the casino. Chang Xin suddenly stopped and covered his chest, coughing violently. Chapter 110 Changing Lungs? At this moment, although Sumu knew it was an act. But still, his heart skipped a beat in fear, and he hurriedly held him steady and whispered. Xin, are you really not okay, or are you just pretending again? Give me the word, I'm real. However, halfway through his words, Sumu swallowed back the latter content stiffly. Because behind them, Zhao Kuan also trotted all the way to catch up, and his face was even piled with a false smile. Ouch, why are you guys walking so fast? Look at my little brother, who was already in poor health. It's worse now with the cold wind, isn't it? As he said that, he reached out to help Chang Xin, but was blocked by Sumu without moving. It's okay, old hat. What is your illness, sir? It looks pretty serious. And when those words fell, Chang Xin felt like he had been poked in the sore spot. Suddenly agitated, he sat bolt upright. Raising a hand to his chest, he hissed and growled. Sick? What ing disease? I'm terminally ill. A terminal illness. Do you understand? Sumu was startled and hurriedly hugged him, patting his back and softly persuading him. New brother, don't get excited, your body can be. Now. Chang Xin pushed Sumu away, his eyes filled with blood, as if he was insane. Take it easy? My life is ing over. The doctor said the only way I could live was to get a new lung. Do you know how hard it is to get a new lung? I'm so rich I can't even ing do it. As he spoke, he coughed violently again, coughing up tears. Sumu looked at him with heartache, and his eyes filled with tears. She hugged him tightly and kept comforting him, like she was coaxing a child. When Zhao Kuan heard the word lung replacement, the light in his eyes flickered. He made a show of pondering, his fingers tapping the steering wheel. Old brother, this disease of yours, alas, is indeed tricky. But it's not completely out of the question. He paused, and his voice lowered unconsciously. I know some special channels that may be able to help. It's just the price. Only just after his words were finished, Chang Xin was like he had grabbed a lifesaver. Sitting up straight, he grabbed Zhao Kuan's hand. The force was so great that Zhao Kuan's wrist was vaguely painful. Are you serious? Price is not an issue. I'll pay any amount of money. Just as long as I can get my lungs replaced. Lungs? The current Chang Xin was so excited that he was incoherent, and his eyes were even flashing with a crazy light. And that caused the smile on Zhao Kuan's face to freeze. He did not expect Chang Xin to be so excited, and this reaction seems to be a little over the top. Although people can overreact a bit before the chance to live. But in this state, it's like he's waiting for himself to say something. When he thought of this, he subconsciously tried to draw back his hand, but found that it was tightly clutched by Chang Xin and could not break free. Seeing this, Sumu screamed in his heart that it was not good, and rushed forward to round up the situation. New brother, calm down, this kind of thing, a stranger's words.
She gently patted Chang Xian's arm, trying to calm him down. Chang Xian's excitement came to an abrupt end, and his heart sank slightly. This is kind of a lost cause. It's been a long investigation, so it's hard to have a little breakthrough. He fell back on not controlling his emotions for a moment. But it's good to have 2 lifetimes of experience as a human being. Chang Xian didn't panic and immediately adjusted himself. Hastily releasing Zhao Kuan's hand, he smiled awkwardly. I'm sorry, Zhao, I got carried away and made you laugh. He slumped back into his seat, his eyes darkening. Actually, the doctor said I have 6 months at most. He said, his voice choking up, like he was going to break down at any moment. Hearing this, Zhao Kuan rubbed his wrist without moving. The doubts in his heart were sort of solved a little. So this kid only has 6 months left to live? No wonder you could lose your mind like that just now. But the mind scoffs though. But he still put on a look of concern. Older brother, don't be discouraged, there is always a way. Tell you what, I'll contact those friends of mine later and see if I can help. Don't worry too much about it, getting well is the most important thing. The vehicle stopped and watched Chang Xian and Sumu walk into the hotel. The corner of Zhao Kuan's mouth hooked into an imperceptible cold smile. He pulled out his cell phone and dialed a number. Hey, Scar? I have a big fish over here, I want to change my lungs, money is not a problem. He added to the description, his tone full of triumph. The voice on the other end of the line was low and husky. From the south? Reliable? Hearing Brother Scar's words, Zhao Kuan also hurriedly assured him. Absolutely reliable. Brother, you are not seeing it. That kid is coughing so hard he's dying to give up his family for a life. Scar brooded for a moment. Okay, you arrange a meeting and one hand will do the talking. In the revolving door of the hotel, Chang Xian and Sumu both looked at each other. Chang Xian scratched his head and laughed awkwardly. This hotel situation seems like something we didn't anticipate. Hearing this, Sumu, who had been worried all the way, gave him a blank look. Nonsense, you've improvised a scene, I'm lucky I can react. Chang Xian coughed dryly, cursing his carelessness. Now Zhao Kuan's car is still parked outside. If they left immediately, wouldn't it be obvious that they were telling Zhao Kuan that they were playing him? Thinking about it, I had to tough it out and stay for now. Chapter 111, only one room left? Chang Xian walked to the front desk and tried to act as if nothing had happened. Hello, 2 rooms. And the receptionist flashed her standard professional smile. Sir, I'm sorry, but we only have 1 room left right now. As these words fell, Chang Xian and Sumu's expressions also instantly froze. This bloody bridge, did it run out of a TV show? After reacting, Chang Xian also hurriedly opened his mouth to explain. That, we are not in that kind of relationship, no need to specially arrange a room for us. Only after his words fell, the receptionist remained smiling. Sir, you've got it wrong, it's peak tourist season, there's really only 1 last room left. Upon hearing this, embarrassment flashed across Chang Xian's face as he touched his nose and let out a dry laugh. Looks like I was overthinking it. Seeing this, Sumu snorted out a laugh. Didn't say anything though. However, between the flow of the eyes, it also carried extremely obvious derision. Chang Xian coughed twice in a pretense of composure, but in his heart, he gave a secret belly laugh. This hotel receptionist is a little too frank, but to give him some face, there was no way around it, there was only 1 room left and the 2 of them had to take it. The receptionist handed over the room card with a meaningful smile on her lips. There was inexplicably some hairiness in Chang Xian's heart when he looked at him. Swiping their cards to enter, Chang Xian and Sumu both froze. This 1 remaining room turned out to be a couple's suite. The house smelled faintly of incense. Right in the center was a huge circular waterbed with rose petals sprinkled on top. The dim light reflected on the surrounding veil, adding a few ambiguities. Returning to his senses, Chang Xian felt his cheeks burn a little. At that moment, he coughed awkwardly a few times, trying to break the eerie silence. Ahem, this hotel is quite chic, ha. And compared to him, Sumu was much bolder. Looking around, he gave Chang Xian a teasing glance with a smirk. Yeah, it's pretty chic, looks like we're going to have to share a bed tonight. Hearing this, Chang Xian's body suddenly stiffened. At that moment, he hastily waved his hand and stammered an explanation. No, schoolmate Su, you've misunderstood, I definitely didn't mean that.
I'm going out to see if Zhao Kuan has left. Come on, just kidding with you. But before he could finish his words, Sumu interrupted him with a smile. Look at how nervous you are, you and I have known each other for so long, is that so? Hearing this, Chang Xian scratched his head awkwardly, but in his heart, he secretly grumbled. Seriously, if he still only has memories of this life, that's fine. But now he's a two-timer. Especially the things Sumu did for him in his last life. It made him. Pushing down the distractions in his mind, Chang Xian looked around and pointed at the bathroom. Things aren't always clean in this hotel, so I'd better go out and buy some supplies. After saying that, without waiting for Sumu to respond, he left the room as if he was fleeing. The cold wind outside the hotel blew on his face, and Chang Xian finally calmed down. He slapped himself on the head in chagrin, cursing his lack of talent. Isn't it just being in the same room with Sumu? What's the point of panicking like that? He was a man with memories of 2 lifetimes, how could he still be disturbed by such a trivial matter? Taking a deep breath, Chang Xian forced himself to calm down. He looked around the room, his eyes sweeping unobtrusively over the street corner. A black sedan was parked there, its windows closed so that it was impossible to see who was inside. But the familiar license plate on it still made Chang Xian instantly recognize that it was Zhao Kuan's car. This guy, sure enough, didn't leave. Chang Xian cursed in his heart. Actually, on seeing each other, he guessed that Zhao Kuan should have contacted the so-called special channel. Are now hiding in the shadows and watching them to make sure they are who they say they are? Thinking about this, Chang Xian frowned. If that was the case, then he'd have trouble trying to contact the others. Chang Xian fumbled for his cell phone and hesitated for a moment. Eventually, he gave up on calling the yellow team and asking them to send covert support. He didn't want his movements to be exposed to Zhao Kuan's surveillance. It seems that another way will have to be found. Meanwhile, in the hotel room, Sumu sat alone on the circular waterbed, thinking back on what had just happened. Her cheeks were vaguely flushed in the dim light. Even his heart couldn't help but speed up a few points. Especially when she thought about her sharing a bed comment, she wanted to find a crack in the ground. Wasn't my boldness a little too much just now? Sumu whispered to himself, but the corner of his mouth involuntarily raised a smile. Especially when she remembered Chang Xian's back as he fled in panic, she couldn't help but laugh out softly. What a dork! Pacing back and forth outside the hotel, the cold wind made Chang Xian more awake. Zhao Kuan's appearance disrupted all his plans. He had to come up with a foolproof plan now. It was necessary to ensure Sumu's safety and fulfill the mission at the same time. However, when he thought of this, Chang Xian's face changed once again. Because Zhao Kuan has guarded this place all by himself. Would that send someone to infiltrate the hotel to spy on them? Thinking of this, Chang Xian's heart tightened and he could no longer care about anything else, turning around and rushing back to the hotel. Sumu was the only one in the room right now. In case he did guess correctly, it would be really dangerous. Hurrying back to the door of his room, he first scrutinized the hallway. Make sure there are no suspicious people before gently opening the door to the room. However, the sight in front of him made him instantly freeze in place. Sumu had already finished her bath, her slender body wrapped in the bathrobe provided by the hotel. Wet hair cascaded over her shoulders, revealing some pale skin that was even more tantalizing in the dim light. This sudden scene made Chang Xian feel his heartbeat suddenly accelerate. Returning to his senses, he also panicked and lowered his head, not daring to look directly at Sumu. In his heart, he kept thinking, "Don't look at me, don't look at me, don't look at me." That. Me, I'm back. And as Sumu looked at his embarrassed appearance, the look of panic on her pretty face dissipated. Instead, the corners of his mouth rose slightly in a wry smile. What? So nervous about seeing me in a bathrobe? No, it doesn't. I'm just worried that Zhao Kuan will send someone up. Chang Xian hurriedly explained, trying to hide his embarrassment. Sumu walked in front of him, gently lifted a strand of wet hair and looked at him with a smile. Yeah? It seems to me like you're more worried about something else, right? Chang Xian felt his cheeks getting hotter and hotter. He subconsciously took a step back to avoid Sumu's gaze. Schoolmate Su, don't joke around, the situation is urgent now, we have to discuss a countermeasure. Seeing how nervous he was, Sumu stopped teasing him and walked over to the bedside to sit down. Go ahead, what's going on? Chapter 112 Big Trouble. And what did you say about being afraid of Zhao Kuan sending someone up? Hasn't he left yet? Hearing this, Chang Xian also took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down. Told Sumu about Zhao Koen's surveillance downstairs. And he analyzed Zhao Koen's possible motives and his next move. So, we can only wait and see what happens now, waiting for Zhao Koen's next move. Otherwise, it'll be a problem if the other side really sends someone to spy. After listening to Chang Xian's summary, Sumu nodded in agreement. Looks like we're going to have to share a bed tonight. Hearing this, Chang Xian, who had just gotten serious, once again almost spat out a mouthful of old blood. Sister Su, you're joking again. Feeling like his face was being roasted by fire, Chang Xian was truly somewhat helpless. I mean, I was worried that guy Zhao Koen would send someone up. What the hell is wrong with your head today? Sumu snorted out a laugh, his eyes flowing with obvious teasing. What's wrong with my head? You didn't think I was going to do anything to you, did you? Chang Xian reddened and waved his hands in a hurry. No, that's not what I meant. I mean, to avoid suspicion, to be safe. The more he explained, the more confused he became, and finally he simply closed his mouth and scratched his hair in chagrin. Spare him the eloquence that would now make him a perfectly good gold medal lawyer. However, now in front of Sumu, but still somewhat do not know what to say. Sumu saw his embarrassed appearance and stopped teasing him. At that moment, he collected his laughter and his expression became serious. Okay, no kidding. It's a real emergency right now, we need to be careful. I think it's better if we take turns keeping watch, just in case. Upon hearing this, Chang Xian was also instantly relieved and hastily nodded his head in agreement. Okay, I agree. I'll keep watch for the first half of the night while you rest. Sumu nodded, wrapped in his bathrobe and walked over to the waterbed. She hesitated, but lay on it. The soft waterbed swayed gently. There was a ripple, like the one she was hiding at the moment. This nerd, obviously she's talked about it to this point. Take the initiative. As long as he takes a step forward, then he himself is not. Biting her lips slightly, Sumu stuck her little head out and gave Chang Xian an extremely grudging look. However, Chang Xian didn't notice a thing about this look she gave him. He just sat in the chair next to the bed, keeping a wary eye on the movements around him. The room was eerily quiet, with only the breathing of the two men clearly audible. As time passed by, Chang Xian gradually felt sleepy and his eyelids became heavier and heavier. He steeled himself and tried to keep himself awake. But he had done so much in the past 2 days. Both body and spirit are now on the verge of reaching their limits. Just as he was about to fall asleep, he suddenly heard a light footstep coming through the door. Chang Xian instantly sobered up and immediately got up and walked to the door, looking out through the cat's eye. The corridor was empty, with only dim lighting illuminating the empty aisles. Chang Xian was puzzled in his mind. Had he heard wrong? He frowned, listening carefully to the movement around him. Light footsteps once again came from the corridor, and this time Chang Xian heard them really well, not like a hallucination. His nerves immediately tightened. Though naturally there will be pedestrians coming and going at the hotel. There are even some bold people who like to play with strange things. But it was the middle of the night, intentionally close to the room he was in. Then who else could it be but that Zhao Koen guy? He gently walked to the bedside and gently pushed Sumu. Wake up, it looks like someone's coming. Sumu slept in a daze. Having just been pushed awake, when he opened his eyes and saw Chang Xian's tense expression, his sleepiness dissipated for the most part. At that moment, he steeled himself and asked in a low voice. What's wrong? Chang Xian pointed to the door, signaling her to keep her voice down. There's someone out there, you hide in the bathroom. Sumu was puzzled though. But obediently, he wrapped his robe tightly around himself and dashed into the bathroom. And carefully brought the door up a crack. Chang Xian took a deep breath and grabbed the lamp on the nightstand. It was a relief to weigh it up. This hotel deserves to be one of the few best in a city. The quality of the stuff used is good, it's pretty heavy to get into, and it's fine to use as a weapon. He gripped the lamp tightly and stood behind the door. Heart thumping like a drum. Though he had now learned about grappling as a class. But this unique environment was also the first time he had faced it, and it would be a lie to say he wasn't nervous. However, in order to protect Sumu from getting hurt, he could only come forward now. The footsteps were getting closer, one at a time, as if they were stepping on the tip of his heart. Eventually, the footsteps stopped at the door of their room. Chang Xian held his breath, his back pressed against the door panel.
Sweat that had surfaced from nervousness also ran down his temples. But just at that moment, a brilliant light also flashed through Chang Xian's mind.
No, if I just wait for my opponent to strike, then I will be the one who will always be at a disadvantage.
It's important to take the initiative into your own hands.
And if I make a move now, I'll even be suspected by Zhao Kuan afterward. I could have gotten away with a few excuses, too. Right. Must strike out on my own. As the thought stopped here, Chang Xian once again let out a deep breath.
Turning straight around and pulling the door open, without even thinking about it, he swung the lamp straight up and smashed it.
Ouch! A scream rang through the room. The scream also made Chang Xian a bit dazed. Because the voice, why was it kind of familiar to him? Instantly, he took a step back and reached out to turn the light on. And as the light appeared, Chang Xian was instantly dumbfounded. The one who fell to the ground and covered his head was surprisingly Team Yellow. Blood flowed from Team Huang's head, and he looked at Chang Xian with a dumbfounded expression. The burly man, who stood almost 5'9", now had a look of disbelief in his eyes. There's even a bit of aggravation? Chang Xian, what are you doing? It's me. Only then did Chang Xian react, hurriedly throwing away the lamp and going forward to help Team Huang up. Yellow team, how come it's you? Are you okay? Team Yellow grimaced in pain and covered his head. It's a wonder I'm okay. You hit me so hard you almost gave me away. I was given a secret message from Zhao Gang. Came to back you guys up. Why did you come up here and give me a big one? I know you're on a mission, and it's only right to be vigilant. But next time, can you see who it is before you do it? I'm kind of an old arm and leg here, I can't stand up to you. Chang Xian scratched his head awkwardly, explaining the opening. I thought Zhao Kuan had sent someone. I'm sorry, Team Huang. Team Yellow waved a hand inside. Forget it, I was too careless to say hello in advance. Then again, who is Zhao Kuan? Chapter 113 Something's wrong. Team Huang, that's what happened. We're secretly investigating Zhao Kuan's smuggling activities. 5 minutes later, Chang Xian explained things succinctly. Of course, he did it for the sake of the yellow team to understand the meaning properly. The cunning and danger of Zhou Gan was also emphasized. After hearing this, Team Huang sucked in a breath of cool air and touched his still vaguely aching head. Good lord, this Zhao Kuan is too bold. How dare you engage in this kind of behavior in his city, you're really tired of living. That's why we have to be careful not to spook them. And if he dares to do so, not only is he bold, the forces behind him are definitely not small. And after his words fell, Chang Xian also added once again. So what are you guys going to do next? Leaning toward the door, Team Yellow's face also became visibly serious. Chang Xian thought briefly. The most important thing now is to continue to monitor Zhao Kuan and see what his next move is. I'll keep an eye out for you then. But after his words fell, Team Yellow waved their hands and volunteered. You boys hit me too hard, and I'm still buzzing in this head for strenuous exercise. You stay here to protect Sumu, lest Zhao Kuan's dog jump over the wall. When Team Huang left, Chang Xian also gently closed the door and turned around to return to the room. And it was only then that he realized that Sumu had come out of the bathroom at some point. The diminutive figure was wrapped in a bathrobe and stood by the window, looking at the night view of a city with a slight frown. What's wrong? Gently bowing his head and reciting the words of nonchalance in his mind, Chang Xian raised his feet and walked to her side, asking softly. And hearing his words, Sumu turned around. There was an extremely obvious uneasiness in his eyes. I always thought something was a little off. Zhao Kuan's reaction seems a bit excessive. Hearing this, Chang Xian also couldn't help but sigh and raised his hand to pat the other party's small head. Don't worry, the arrival of the yellow team can be good news for us now. Everything is under control. Don't think so much, and I'm still here, don't be afraid. Looking at Chang Xian revealing this rare gesture, Sumu was slightly stunned. A smile followed, and a soft sigh. Let's hope so. And after the attack earlier, both of them are not sleepy. Now with both of them no longer speaking, the room became silent. The atmosphere suddenly became a little ambiguous too? How about we play some games? Coughing lightly, Chang Xian couldn't help but propose a sentence, trying to break the slightly awkward silence. Yeah. Hearing this, Sumu, who had already calmed his mind, nodded his head gently at that moment. There was even a slight flash of cunning in his eyes.
However, if you lose, you have to promise me one condition.
Chang Xin raised his eyebrows and smiled playfully. I agree to your terms? No, we've been together for so long, can I still not know your ghost girl brain? Hearing this, Sumu's cheeks also became slightly red. But at that moment, he said in a calm manner. Don't worry, it certainly won't be too much. However, Process Nu ignored her conversation and went straight to the cabinet to take out a playing card. It's kinda common amongst star-level hotels like this. Patty. Looking at Chang Xin, he completely ignored himself. Sumu also couldn't help but toot his horn, but he didn't say anything more. It's not as if the two men play with these things on a regular basis. Even if Chang Xin now has master-level 1000 techniques. But if you play with Sumu, you won't be able to use this kind of maneuver at all either. The two of them started to play a simple game of race to the top. But it was Chang Xin who suggested playing the game though. But his mind was not at all on the card game, and his eyes flicked out of the window now and then. Sumu's words just now did make him a little uneasy as well. Now Zhao Kuan's reaction is indeed somewhat abnormal. What kind of first meeting reveals so much without probing at all? In this one, is it a set within a set? And Sumu also clearly noticed Chang Xion's absent-mindedness. She stretched out her slender fingers and gently tapped his forehead, opening her mouth angrily. You, just play the game, what are you thinking about? Chang Xian looked back and smiled awkwardly. It's nothing, I'm just worried that Zhao Kuan will pull some tricks. But didn't you just say that you're here now, so what are you afraid of? Sumu smiled sweetly, but it was completely different from the nervous state she was in just now. Senpai, what you're showing now is not the same as what you just said. Seeing Sumu in this posture, Chang Xian couldn't help but feel a stirring in his heart. Not what's going on with this ninny today? Returning to his senses at that moment, he also hastily coughed in mock seriousness and opened his mouth with a straight face. That's for sure, it's my job to keep you safe. But despite the words. But the current Chang Xian didn't even dare to raise his head. Does this ninny really not know how attractive she is? Jingle bells. And just then, a shrill electric bell broke the ambiguous atmosphere in the room. At that moment, Chang Xian's heart tightened, and an ominous feeling of foreboding surged through his mind. Mumu, go hide in the restroom again. Without any hesitation, he once again signaled Sumu to hide in the bathroom. Then stepped gingerly to the door and peered out through the cat's eye. Through the cat's eye, Chang Xian saw a hotel attendant standing outside the door. In front of it pushed a food cart covered with a snow-white tablecloth and a professional smile on his face. Chang Xian frowned slightly, the doubts in his heart intensifying. What's a hotel bellhop doing over at this hour? But it's not a big deal to stay up with each other like this. At that moment he gently opened the door of the room a crack as well and asked warily. What is it? The waiter bowed politely. Hello sir, this is a free evening snack from the hotel, enjoy your meal. Chang Xian suspiciously surveyed the waiter and the food cart, and didn't exactly open the door to the room. We didn't order a late-night snack, did we? But the waitress continued to smile at his question. Sir, this is a special gift from the hotel to enhance the customer experience. Available to all premium suite guests. Chang Xian still felt that something was wrong. But it is not good to refuse directly, after all, the other party is a hotel attendant. It does seem a little bad if you go and embarrass yourself somehow. So at that moment he hesitated. Eventually, he opened the door to the room and let the waiter wheel in the food cart. The waiter parked the food cart in the center of the room. The tablecloth was lifted to reveal the delicate snacks and fresh fruit that had been placed on top. Enjoy your meal, sir. After saying that, the waiter didn't stay much longer, he just bowed again and turned around to leave the room. Chang Xian closed the door to his room, but the uneasiness in his heart grew stronger. Zhao Kuan's unusual reaction and now this inexplicable late-night snack. Chapter 114 Splitting Up. Zhao Kuan walked over to the food cart and swept his eyes over the delicate snacks and fruits, not immediately enjoying them. Sumu poked his head out of the restroom and asked curiously. Who is it? A late-night snack delivery? Hearing Sumu's voice, Chang Xian just wanted to reply. Instead, his face snapped. He lowered his voice and spoke softly. Yeah, honey, this city hotel is just fine. It's so much better than our side of home, and there's a free nightcap. As soon as this unique name came out, Sumu froze, and her small face instantly turned red. This nerd, is he off his meds today? When did it get so bold?
She was just about to open her mouth to question, but she saw Chang Xian's face stony and raised his hand to point to a corner on the food cart.
Sumu followed Chang Xian's pointing. Underneath one of the plates that was being lifted up by Chang Xian, there was an inconspicuous trinket glued to it. Looking at the shape, is that a wiretap? Sumu sucked in a breath of cool air and looked at Chang Xian with worry in his eyes. Chang Xian gave her a reassuring look, signaling her not to panic. Seeing that Sumu understood what he meant, Chang Xian was then relieved as well. Squeezing the bug, he placed it on his fingertips and turned it gently. This thing is pretty well made. If it weren't for his 2 lifetimes, plus the prudent habits he had developed over the years in the middle of a prison in his first life, that's not really easy to spot. He narrowed his eyes and an extremely obvious sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth as well. Zhao Cohen, you're playing with fire. With this in mind, Chang Xian said no more. Intending to take the plunge, he accompanied Zhao Cohen to have a good time. And while he was thinking, Sumu also flipped out a pen and paper from the drawer of the bedside table and brushed down a line. When was this bug planted? Everything we just said couldn't have been overheard, could it? And again its brow was filled with worry. Seeing Sumu tense up again, Chang Xian also sighed slightly. Reaching for a pen and paper, he wrote a line on it. Don't worry, if Zhao Cohen really wanted to disadvantage us, he wouldn't have waited until now. With this whiny voice, those who didn't know would have thought that the two of them really had some kind of ulterior motive. However, now is not the time to think about that. Chang Xian coughed lightly to hide his embarrassment and quickly got into the mood. Said into the air in a slightly raspy voice. I also don't know if the city miracle doctor that friend said earlier is true or not. If it were true, I wouldn't have to replace these lungs and I'd be able to live. With the knowledge that Zhao Cohen was supposed to be eavesdropping, he also intentionally said the words live extra heavy. After all, the persona in front of the other person now was a rich man who was afraid of death. This persona can't fall apart. And as his words fell, Sumo immediately picked up the conversation. The tone of his voice took on even more obvious concern. Yeah, I hope it's for real this time. After all, we've been all over half of the Dragon Kingdom, and several times we've been told that there's a divine doctor. Results? Alas. She paused deliberately as she spoke. That disappointment was taken extremely well. Chang Xian stole a glance at Su Mu and gave her a thumbs up. It's a shame you don't go for an Oscar for that kind of acting. He cleared his throat and continued the act. That would be true. By the way, baby, what did you think of that Zhao Kuan today? He said he had the way to replace the lungs in his hands. When Sumu heard this, he immediately exploded, his tone filled with dissatisfaction. Xin, don't let him fool you. We haven't come into contact with this kind of person before, but this kind of thing is illegal. What kind of person who does this says they have this path the first time they meet? If you ask me, he said that on purpose, intending to cheat us out of a fortune. This Xiao Cohen, not only does he have lousy poker skills, but he's also just willing to play these little tricks. Hearing this, Chang Xin couldn't help but have the corners of his mouth jump. No, isn't that a bit much? But at that moment, he also still sighed in an extremely cooperative manner and said with a feigned helplessness. Ugh, I'm sick of it too. After all, the Zhao looks like quite a character, this. Only before he finished his words, Sumu once again snorted coldly with a disdainful tone. Like a character? I think he's a clothes horse. Xin, you have to be careful, don't be fooled by him. Saying that, Sumu also stomped his feet in a pretense of anxiety, and there was a grumbling tone in his voice. There are so many scammers these days, we have to be careful. Chang Xin sighed and feigned a sad face as he spoke helplessly. Ugh, I can't help it. A day's delay in this disease is a day's life less, so let's beat a dead horse. In order to make the scene more realistic, Chang Xin picked up a pen and paper and once again wrote down a sentence. Tell you what, let's split up and I'll look for other doors. You stay here and continue to confuse Zhao Cohen. After handing the note to Su Mu, Chang Xin then stood up and spoke in a low voice. I'm a little bored inside, I'm going out for a walk, so get some rest. Receiving the note, Su Mu nodded with a smile on his face. But the tone of voice was still that of extreme worry. Xin, then be careful yourself, don't be fooled by those charlatans. Chang Xin patted Su Mu's hand and comforted him. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. The two of them had another false discussion before it was over. Walking out of the hotel, Chang Xian carelessly walked towards the nearby park. Chapter 115. A clue emerges. However, Chang Xian appeared to be leisurely, but he was secretly alert to everything around him. And after arriving at the nearby park, he found a secluded corner to sit down and pretend to enjoy the scenery. But it was just under 5 minutes later that he became acutely aware. Not far behind himself by a large tree, there seemed to be a figure shifting. The man was well hidden though. But it still didn't escape the observation of Chang Xian, who had already been fully focused. It seems that the fish has indeed taken the bait. The corner of his mouth hooked into a cold smile, Chang Xian whispered a sentence in his heart. At that moment he pulled out his cell phone and falsely dialed a number. Hey, Kay? I've got a bit of progress on my end. Yes, that miracle doctor in a city, I seem to have found a clue. Well, the other guy said it wasn't a problem for me. You know. The price, well, it does seem a bit steep. But in order to stay alive, it doesn't matter that much. Chang Xian deliberately spoke vaguely, yet revealed key information. The purpose was to be heard by those who were secretly watching him. After hanging up the phone, Chang Xian pretended to pace around a few more times before slowly returning to the hotel. Meanwhile, Sumu stayed in his hotel room and put on another good show. Gee, baby, I'm telling you, I'm worried sick. This sickness of Xian's is a bottomless pit. If it weren't for his superior gambling skills and his family's wealth, he wouldn't have been able to carry it off. Sumu cried to her best friend on the other end of the phone, her tone full of helplessness and worry. Some time ago, he sold a Seaview villa in order to cure his illness. Do you know how much that villa is worth? A whole $80 million. It's just gone. Ugh, I don't know when this disease is going to end. To the cell phone did not even open the screen, she described Chang Xian's misery in color. And all of this was transmitted word for word to Zhao Kuan's ears by the bug installed in the room. Zhao Kuan sat in the car, tapping his fingers on the steering wheel one by one. Sumu's petulant whining voice was still echoing in his ears. An $80 million villa sold just like that? This Chang Xian is really a big fish. At this moment, Zhao Kuan had even seen the banknotes drifting into his pocket like snowflakes. You know, in their line of work, the price of changing loans is not a particularly lucrative business. So he originally just wanted to make a quick buck off of Chang Xian. But now it seems that the deal is much bigger than he thought. A divine doctor? Oh, I'm afraid I'm just sick and desperate. Zhao Kuan sneered, and in his heart, he was convinced of Chang Xian's fabricated story of a miracle doctor. A gambler who would lose his family's money to supposedly stay alive. This is the kind of person that is the easiest to hook. However, thinking about those harsh words of Sumu just now, Zhao Kuan's face was glooming again. Bad poker player? Liar? How dare this? He hammered the steering wheel hard, a nameless fire raging in his chest. Who is he, Zhao Kuan? In this part of a city, who dares to talk to him like this? I took the initiative to expose myself today, that's because I look up to him. Chang Xian, do you really think I care about his broken gambling skills? The more Zhao Kuan thought about it, the more angry he became, and he couldn't help but burst out. But as soon as the words left his mouth, he suddenly froze. Like being doused with a basin of cold water from the head, the whole person instantly calmed down. Because Sumu's words now, in turn, opened a new door for him. Before, he only wanted to make a fortune from Chang Xian. Just like any other business he's ever done. One hand to pay and one hand to deliver, plain and simple. But now, he had a new idea. A bolder and more exciting idea. That kid's 1,000 tricks. The corner of Zhao Kuan's mouth hooked into a greedy smile, and his eyes flashed with a refined light. This kid said before that the 1,000 arts were family heirlooms, so I'll ask how dare he mock me for a beat. So what if I traded the news of the lung source for his 1,000 tricks? As this thought fell, it was like he had already seen the previously arrogant and incomparable Chang Xian kneeling in front of him. There was even a scene where he begged bitterly and surrendered his life's best skills. This can be more valuable than just money. A gambler's skill with 1,000 tricks, that's what kills him. It is never shown lightly until it is absolutely necessary. And now, Chang Xian is desperate. What could he not give up to live and to be cured? The thought stops here. Zhao Kuan can no longer sit still. Especially after thinking about Chang Xian's previous win at the gambling table, using those techniques to win him his pants. He was even more impatient to meet Chang Xian and wanted to catch this fat fish on the hook with his own hands. At that moment, he just took out his cell phone and dialed a number. Hey, help me check if any so-called divine doctors have appeared in a city recently. Zhao Cohen hung up the phone and lit a cigarette. White smoke swirled in front of his eyes, making his cross-eyed face look even more hideous. It wasn't long before his cell phone vibrated and he couldn't wait to answer it, asking gruffly. Well, did you find out? A complimentary voice came from the other end of the line. Brother Quinn, what you ordered, how dare I slack off, I've already checked it out. There just aren't any miracle doctors out in the city these days. By the way, don't blame me for talking too much, Quinn. What do you want with this so-called miracle doctor? Is the medicine I got you last time not strong enough? Then if that's the case, I still have upgrades on my side. Only the telephone end has not finished, Zhao Kuan face ugly directly will hang up. What's not strong enough for a dog's mouth? The old man still needs medication? After cursing, Zhao Kuan couldn't help but laugh out loud as well. Pressing the butt in his hand down hard into the ashtray. Damn, I knew I was right. What kind of divine doctor could a gambler know? Must have been fooled by some charlatan. He rubbed his chin, the cold light in his eyes intensifying. But that's good, when the kid realizes he's been tricked. When he's desperate, I'll make another move, so won't he just have to be obedient? Thinking of this, Zhao Cohen once again couldn't help but smile smugly. Kid, I'll take your 1,000 tricks. And while Zhao Cohen was indulging in the beautiful dream that he was about to get Cheng Xian Xianjia. On the other side, Cheng Xian also returned to his hotel room once again. Entering the room faithful, he did not speak immediately. Instead, he first glanced at Su Mu, who was sitting on the sofa. Under his gaze, Su Mu did not move and nodded gently. It's been quite a day, so get some early rest. Seeing her movements, Cheng Xian's heart was a little more at ease. He said under his breath, while taking a pen and paper from the table and writing down a few words. The plan went well? Su Mu swept a glance at the note, also nodded slightly and said softly. Chapter 116 Undeclared. Sleep. After all this grinding, the tacit understanding between the two poured out more and more. It was just a few short words, but they hid an unspoken tacit understanding between the two. And just then, Cheng Xian's cell phone vibrated. He opened it up and it was a message from Team Yellow. Careful. Zhao Kuan paid off the hotel attendant and installed a listening device in your room. Cheng Xian couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth when he saw this message. This yellow team, what is it going to be? They've found the listening device, the play's over, and he's just getting the message through? It's a crying shame to be the chief of detectives. Before he could finish spitting, the second message from the yellow team came back. I just went behind on my cell phone bill and I'm just now charging it up. I don't suppose there's been any delay? Seeing this message, Cheng Xian almost spat out a mouthful of old blood. Outstanding fees? At such a critical moment, the delivery of information is actually delayed due to unpaid bills? That's a reason that's even more outrageous than an elementary school student saying his homework was eaten by a dog. Honestly, if it wasn't for the yellow team being an old favorite disciple. He was really going to wonder at that moment if that traitor in this criminal investigation brigade was the yellow team. He took a deep breath and tried to calm down. Forget it, it's useless to bother with such unreliable teammates. The most important thing now is to continue with the program. As the thought stopped, Cheng Xian sighed helplessly. Fingers flew across the screen. It's fine, just keep an eye on Zhao Kuan. Also, prepare 2 or 3 good actors for me tomorrow. And it's a criminal investigator who hasn't shown his face on any platform. The message had just gone out, and it was almost a second reply from the yellow team's side. Want someone? What for? The time has come to arrest Zhou Gong? How can we arrest them now without any evidence? It's for you to get someone to act. Seeing this sentence, Cheng Xian was truly somewhat speechless. Is the yellow team drinking today? Why do you feel disoriented? Or is the trust in him too high to think he's taken it? Seriously, if it wasn't for the old CID chief's sake, he would have smashed the phone. After this message from him passed, however, the yellow team was even more puzzled. Acting? What kind of play? Cheng Xian held back the desire to spit. Fingers flew and tapped, explaining his plan in general terms. Su Mu and I just put on a play. If Zhao Kuan really heard it, then he only has 2 choices tomorrow. First, block me directly in front of the hotel and tell me that the miracle doctor is a fake. Second, wait until I meet with Dr. Divine before jumping in and revealing it. Good to make me more desperate, then take the opportunity to make an offer. And based on what I know about him now, Zhao Kun will most likely choose the second one. So, I have to prepare the actors in advance. Just in case it shows. And as his message passed, the yellow team has finally stopped returning in seconds as well. There was a moment of silence there before a string of ellipses was sent. You kid, that's really shady. Chang Xin smiled and didn't reply. Ian? It's called strategy. To play with someone like Zhao Kun, you have to be more devious and ruthless than him. Early the next morning, Chang Xin woke up from the sofa in the hotel. Because the couch was a bit scary, it caused his head to still be a bit foggy. He rubbed his temples, walked to the bedside, and gently pushed the still sleeping Sumu. Mu, wake up, it's time to meet our divine doctor. Woken up by Chang Xin, Sumu, who had also somewhat not rested well yesterday, also opened his eyes in a daze, scratching a bit of hair that had fallen out of place. Good morning, Senior Chang. Chang Xin looked at her sleepy eyes. Couldn't help but reach out and pat her little head like he did back in school. Good morning, get up, don't keep our miracle doctor waiting. Being reminded once again, Sumu then reacted. Rising in a hurry, he quickly washed and dressed. The two walked out of the room and into the hotel lobby. Chang Xin scanned the circle without moving. Sure enough, he saw the eyes of a few waiters flitting over him and Sumu. And every now and then, they sneak up and say something on the walkie-talkie. Seeing the small movements of these people, the corner of Chang Xin's mouth rose slightly. It seemed that Zhao Kun had really chosen the first way. At that moment, he then also intentionally raised his volume and said to Sumu. Mumu, I'm a bit hungry, let's eat something first. It's still early for the appointment with that divine doctor anyway. Seeing Sumu's heartfelt understanding, he nodded his head obediently. It's all on new brother's terms. The two ordered a couple of delicate pastries and coffee, enjoying breakfast while having a chat. But not for a moment, Chang Xin noticed. The waiter who had been staring at them just now had quietly left the restaurant and headed out of the hotel. Can't help but get started on this one. Seeing the other party's actions, Chang Xin also whispered softly in his heart. Holding back from revealing a smile, he turned his head to Sumu and said, Mumu, why don't you go get me some food, I want to eat some more. Although Sumu was a bit puzzled, he obediently got up to fetch the meal. Just the moment she turned to leave, Chang Xin saw a familiar figure appear in front of the hotel. Zhao Kun. Zhao Kun was wearing a straight suit today, and his hair was combed and oiled. There was still that trademark treacherous smile on his face as he walked straight towards Chang Xin. But after sensing the figure of the other party, Chang Xin then withdrew his eyes. Continuing to look down, he slowly ate the pastry on his plate. That was until Zhao Kun walked up to him and patted his shoulder in a pretense of intimacy. Chang Xin just raised his head in surprise and made a face as if he had just realized the other party. Yo, Mr. Zhao? What a coincidence, you're here too. Looking at the other party, Chang Xin asked in mock surprise, with just the right amount of doubt in his tone. And Zhao Kun also showed a look of surprise. Yes, elder brother Chang, after sending you over yesterday, I didn't bother to make another trip, so I got a room here. Didn't expect to run into it. As he said that, he also pulled aside a stool and sat down with extreme familiarity. Elder brother Chang is having breakfast here? It looks like he has a good appetite. It's okay, it's okay. Hearing this, Chang Xin followed suit and responded perfunctorily. A look of obvious absent-mindedness. And seeing him like this, Zhao Kun wasn't annoyed. Instead, a bit of smugness flashed in his eyes. This reaction was exactly the state he was expecting. After exchanging pleasantries, he couldn't help but cut to the chase. Elder brother Chang, where are you going after breakfast? Want to go play a couple more games? Chang Xin realized in his heart that Zhao Kun was about to start his show. He waved his hand in a mysterious manner. Not today, Mr. Cho. I have to meet that divine doctor in a little while, so I have to get ready. Chapter 117 Fish and Dragons Mixed Up. When he heard the word divine doctor, Zhao Kun's lips turned upwards. There was even an imperceptible flash of mockery in his eyes. He picked up the coffee on the table and took a sip, pretending to admire it. Elder brother Chang is really young and talented. Finding a divine doctor so quickly, unlike old brother me, who is still worried about some trivial matters. Nowhere, Zhao is joking.
With a compensatory smile, Chang Xian still looked careless as he fiddled with the dinner fork in his hand. However, his eyes kept an eye on Zhao Kuan's change in expression. Zhao Kuan put down his coffee cup and spoke as if he had no intention of doing so. But process, old brother, is this divine doctor reliable? There are a lot of crooks in this world nowadays. Especially in our city of A. It's a mixed bag, so be careful. Hearing this, Chang Xian couldn't help but sneer in his heart. This fish is totally hooked. But the heart is happy though. However, his face visibly sank, and his tone was a bit displeased at the moment. What does that mean, Joe? This divine doctor was recommended by my best buddy, there's absolutely no mistake. When Zhao Kuan saw this, the smugness on his face increased. But still in a tone of regret. New old brother, it's not that old brother I'm talking about you, you're still too young. Older brother, I've been around this city for many years, and I'm considered a local snake. That little tidbit of information is still known. When has there been a miracle doctor in this city, can I not know? He paused and continued. Yesterday at the gambling table, old brother, I felt that you kid is a person with guts, doing things I like. So what, I also purposely had someone investigate the divine doctor you mentioned. The results. When he said this, he deliberately lengthened the end of his voice, and his eyes were full of teasing. Chang Xian forced back the laughter in his heart, but his face pretended to be anxious as he asked. How did it turn out? Zhao Kuan shook his head with a pained look. Ugh, you don't know until you check. A so-called miracle doctor did come out of a city recently. But he's simply a charlatan. Specializes in ripping off the rich. New old brother, you mustn't be fooled by him. Chang Xian stood up violently, his tone even more excited. Brother Zhao, meals can be eaten indiscriminately, but words can't be spoken indiscriminately. I know exactly what my buddy is, he would never lie to me. Take it easy, new old man. Zhao Kuan took a slow sip of coffee. I don't have anything to gain by lying to you, old man, do I? If you don't believe me, I can accompany you to meet this divine doctor and expose him on the spot. Chang Xian took a deep breath, clearly looking exasperated. Well, let's go together then. I'd like to see what you've got to expose him, Zhao. Sumu came back with his dinner plate, and seeing the two men's saber-rattling atmosphere, he couldn't help but be a little puzzled. She placed the dinner plate in front of Chang Xian and asked softly. Shin, what's wrong? Is the atmosphere so tense? Ah, Joe is here too, good morning. Seeing Sumu return, Chang Xian took a deep breath. Trying to suppress the anger churning in his heart, he explained in a tone as calm as possible. Brother Zhao, there is some questioning about my hiring a divine doctor. He added after a deliberate pause. Think I'm being cheated. With that, he picked up his knife and fork in a seemingly careless manner. However, he touched Sumu's feet under the table without any trace. And passed her a quick glance. In response to his movements, Sumu immediately understood. At that moment, she gave Chang Xian a slightly bitter smile and turned to Zhao Kuan with a slightly helpless tone. Xian, since Zhao has already said it. Then I won't hide my thoughts anymore. Actually, I feel the same way. What? Upon hearing this, Chang Xian jerked his head up. Mew, do you realize what you're saying? And when Zhao Kuan, who was beside him, saw this, a smug smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Picked up his coffee and took a sip, with a wisecracking look. Sumu was undaunted by Chang Xian's feigned anger. Instead, he met his gaze and spoke again in a firm tone. Xian, it's not once or twice that you've been cheated by that friend. The first time, the second time, it might be fair to say that your friend was lied to by someone else and misinformed. But what happens after that? Over and over again, how much money have we already spent on those so-called miracle cure sources he provides? Are you the slightest bit better? As soon as the words fell out of her mouth, she paused and her voice lowered a bit, with a slight plea. Hsin, wake up. Chang Xian looked at Sumu, an imperceptible appreciation flashed in his eyes. This girl, she's really getting to know him. Such a double entendre, it's a perfect fit. This doesn't put Zhao Kuan, the little cutie, played to death? But he didn't show it on his face. Instead, he sighed heavily, leaned back in his chair in dismay, and muttered. Could it really be that I'm wrong? When Zhao Kuan saw this, his heart was even more pleased. He put down his coffee cup and walked over to Chang Xian.
Patting him on the shoulder, he said in a serious tone. New old brother, it's not that old brother I'm talking about you just trust people too easily. There are so many crooks these days. Especially if you're out of your league like you are, you're an easy target for them. But don't worry. This time, with old brother here, I'm sure I won't let you be fooled again. Brother Zhao, thank you so much for this time. Hearing his words, Chang Xin barely managed to squeeze out a smile with an extremely obvious self-deprecation. Let's be cheated, I'm not short of that kind of money anyway. He paused, his tone dropping. It's just. My lungs, can't they really be cured? And Zhao Cohen's heart was even happier when he saw Chang Xin's disoriented appearance. He patted Chang Xin's shoulder and spoke in a serious tone. New old brother, don't be discouraged, modern medicine is so advanced, there will always be a way. It just so happens that I know a few experts in this field, why don't I take you there? That goddamned man has been unmasked anyway. Why don't you take a walk with me as a distraction? Opening his mouth, Chang Xin pretended to ponder for a moment. It waited a moment before nodding as if finally spoken for. Good, then I'll trouble brother Zhao. Sumu quietly watched the two performances from the sidelines, secretly laughing in his heart. This Zhao Cohen, what a self-righteous fool. But thankfully so. Otherwise this is really not a good idea. After packing up a little, Sumu and Chang Xin followed Zhao Cohen to his luxury car. Along the way, Zhao Cohen seemed to open the box. Gushingly, he bragged about how well connected he was in a city. How brilliantly insightful it is in itself. And the experts who came out of his mouth were all Hua Tua in the world, and Bianchi reborn. Chapter 118, The Doorway. Chang Xin, on the other hand, duly acted as if he had lost his mind after being cheated. And yet, he had a slightly hopeful look for Zhao Cohen. Plus echoing Zhao Cohen's words from time to time. He was so flattered that he could hardly find his way out. Brother Zhao, these people you know are amazing. If I can really be cured of this disease, I'll definitely set up an eternal life tablet for you and offer it to you every day. Said with a sincere face, Chang Xin didn't forget to fake a weak cough twice. Ha, new old brother, you're too polite. It's all a little thing, it's all a little thing. I have nothing else, old brother, but a lot of friends. Hearing this, Zhao Cohen laughed and waved his hand. The obese body is even more with the laughter of a tremor. The car slowed to a stop after about half an hour of smooth driving. Chang Xin and Sumu originally thought that they would stop at the entrance of some high-class private hospital. However, I did not expect to be greeted by a lavishly decorated private club. The gilded gates, the scantily clad welcoming ladies. And the luxury cars that come and go. All of them highlight the dignity and extravagance of this clubhouse. Seeing this, Chang Xin was first stunned. Then his heart secretly rejoiced. It seemed that this Zhao Cohen was more anxious than he thought. Such a private place. It's a case of can't wait to talk to him about human organ replacement. However, his face didn't move, instead showing a puzzled look. Brother Zhao, aren't we going to that specialist's private consultation you mentioned? What brings you here? Loosening his seatbelt, Zhao Cohen still had a smirk on his face. Don't be so nervous, newbie. Let's relax first, a good mood is good for the body, right? He said, and patted Chang Xin's shoulder meaningfully. Brother Zhao, this isn't too good, is it? Hearing this, Chang Xin instantly coughed twice in a fake weak manner. With one hand covering his chest, he pushed back the cigarette handed to him by Zhao Cohen. This body of mine can't afford to be tossed around right now. Besides, it's not good for me to have Mu here. Sumu, who was on the side, spoke at the right time. Brother Zhao, it's true that our new brother's current physical condition isn't very suitable for this kind of occasion. It's better to get down to business. Zhao Cohen's fat face was piled with smiles, and he said with a big hand, full of concern. Aya, new old brother and younger siblings, don't be so formal. And don't worry, it's nothing bad. After all, the younger siblings are still here, so I wouldn't arrange something like that. It's not just a little drink and a couple rounds of cards. Besides, the experts I know are actually here right now. You'll be introduced later. And hearing his words, Chang Xin still pretended to be hesitant and frowned. Brother Zhao, this physical condition of mine is really not very suitable for this kind of occasion. Look, Mu also. But before Chang Xin could finish speaking, Zhao Cohen put his arm around Chang Xin's shoulders. Geez, new old man, you're just too cautious. Come, Brother show you, this is city's top pinnacle. Guaranteed to blow your mind. After saying that, he yanked Chang Xian towards the clubhouse without saying a word. Sumu, on the other hand, gently tugged on Chang Xian's sleeve and whispered in a fake worried voice. New brother, why don't we go back? I always feel that here is not quite right. Chang Xian patted the back of Sumu's hand. Gesturing for her to be at ease, he then forced a smile at Zhao Kun. Brother Zhao is too kind to refuse, so we'll be respectful. The interior of the clubhouse is gilded with crystal chandeliers that sparkle. Young, scantily clad women make for a glamorous scene. This made Chang Xian, a native of a city himself, secretly stagger. He really didn't know that there were such high-class places in a city. This Zhao Kun is really a master of enjoyment. Under his unmarked observation, Zhao Kun familiarly led the two to a luxurious box. Pushing the door open, a strong scent of perfume hit her. There were several scantily clad young women already waiting in the box. All of them have hot bodies and pretty faces. When she saw Zhao Kun come in, she immediately twisted her waist and got up. Come, new old brother, sister-in-law, sit down. Zhao Kun greeted Chang Xian and Sumu and sat down, then said to the women. Come here, all of you, and serve your new old brother and sister-in-law well. Those women immediately surrounded them, pouring wine and lighting cigarettes for Chang Xian and Sumu. Chang Xian also coughed twice in feigned discomfort and pushed away the woman who came up to him. Brother Zhao, this isn't good, is it? My body. New old brother, you're just too formal. What's the point of being polite when you're here? Here, have a drink. In a moment brother will let you be cured of this disease. Zhao Kun said, handing a glass of wine to Chang Xian. Chang Xian pretended to shrug it off, but finally took the glass and drank it down. Chang Xian dried another glass, the spicy liquor sliding down his throat. It burned his stomach, which hadn't eaten much in the first place. He pretended to be drunk and rubbed his temples with his hands, slurring his words. Brother Zhao. This wine is strong enough? Zhao Kun laughed out loud and directly reached over to a girl. New old man, this is good stuff. It's hard to get money for this stuff, he said, pouring Chang Xian another cup. Come on, one more drink. No drunkenness today. Sumu gently pulled Chang Xian's sleeve from the side, his eyes filled with worry. Chang Xian, on the other hand, gave her a reassuring look. After taking another drink, he pretended to be incapable of drinking. The body also began to shake slightly. Between the pushes and swaps, Zhao Kun began to test Chang Xian's bottom line. New old brother, you this disease. But you have to hurry up and cure it. After all, this is no joke if it drags on. Chang Xian pretended to look disillusioned inside. Alas, who says otherwise? This disease is driving me crazy. I've traveled half of the Dragon Kingdom for the cure, but still. He paused, the sadness on his face intensifying. I'm really desperate now. Alas, what a pity. Zhao Kun patted Chang Xian's shoulder in mock sympathy. But don't be too discouraged, after all, as long as you're trying to heal, then there's still a chance. Like, for example, this is some of the stuff I've got right now. Stuff? Hearing these somewhat strange words, Chang Xian lifted his head, some doubt surfacing on his face. And seeing him like this, Zhao Kun smiled mysteriously. Yeah. It's something that definitely cures you. Let's see if you're willing to pay the price. A glint flashed in his eyes, but Chang Xian superficially grabbed Zhao Kun's hand with feigned excitement. Brother Zhao, as long as I can be cured, I'm willing to give anything. Smugness flashed in Zhao Kun's eyes and his heart was secretly happy. This kid took the bait. Chapter 119, The Real Face of the World. As the thought stopped, the look on Zhao Kun's face changed slightly. Since new old brother has this realization, then I won't say anything more, brother. He said, clapping his hands together with a crisp thud. This sudden move caused the atmosphere in the box to change abruptly. The warblers who were originally scratching their heads changed their faces. Without any hesitation they stood up and wiggled their way out. Also at the same time, several tall, burly men in black suits fishtailed into the room. Before Chang Xian and Sumu could react, Zhao Kun waved his hand. The few burly men then walked straight towards Chang Xian and Sumu, looking like they wanted to search them. Chang Xian was quick on his feet and protected Sumu behind him. His brows were locked, his eyes were stirred as he stared at Zhao Kun, and his tone was icy cold. Zhao, what does this mean? Zhao Kuan crossed his legs and slowly picked up his wine glass. Taking a light sip, a playful smile curled up at the corner of his mouth. Don't be nervous, newbie, it's just a routine checkup. As you know, it's a lot of stuff, so it's good to be cautious. Hearing Zhao Kuan's words, Chang Xian's hanging heart was slightly put down. He had thought that his identity had been exposed and that this was going to be the end of the game. But now it seems that this is not the case. Even things are moving in a favorable direction. After all, Zhao Kuan pulling this stunt likely meant that he was going to show his cards. Shine a light on what he's been waiting for. Although he was slightly at ease inside, Chang Xian remained motionless on his face and stared coldly at Zhao Kuan. Mr. Zhao, I'm not sure what you mean by that right now. But if it's the case as you say. If it's for your peace of mind, then feel free to screw around. Search me all you want, but not Mumu. You'll have to get a woman to search her. Otherwise this disease I will not cure today, immediately leave. And Zhao Kuan seemed to have expected this reaction from Chang Xian. Unperturbed, he took another sip of his drink, and the smile at the corner of his mouth intensified. New old man, rules are rules, and this isn't something I can just change. But don't worry, my men are rough and tumble, and I'm afraid of offending my younger siblings. So there's been another one ready for a long time. With that, he clapped his hands and a tall woman in a black leotard came in at the door. The woman wore sunglasses, making it difficult to see her face. However, judging from the way she walked and the cold aura emanating from her body, she was by no means an idle person. This is Black May, my personal bodyguard, also a female. Let her do the search, the new old man should feel relieved, right? Zhao Kuan raised an eyebrow, his tone carrying undisguised teasing. Chang Xian looked at the woman called Black Rose in front of him, and his heart was also slightly aggravated. A bodyguard? I'm afraid you're not a punching bag for disobedient guests, are you? After all, he had studied inside a martial arts school for a while before. You can also see something in the moment. The woman looked normal, but it was obvious that her muscles were in a semi-tense state. The palm of the hand is also shaped like a half grip from end to end. This position is an extremely convenient state for both attacking with the fist and defending with the palm. He didn't say anything, though, just nodded slightly in agreement. Sumu, on the other hand, hid behind Chang Xian with a nervous face, clutching the corner of his coat. Though she had faced more dangerous situations before when she was a reporter. But now she hadn't forgotten her persona as a timid girl. Black Rose walked up to Sumu, her eyes behind the sunglasses swept her with an icy cold glance, and then began the body search. She moved cleanly and without a moment's delay. And Sumu after these few days. The acting has also improved dramatically. The slender body trembled slightly, an effort to keep its composure. The eyes still couldn't stop glancing at Chang Xian. Chang Xian was surrounded by several strong men, like his eyes were fixed on Black Rose's every move, and his heart was more or less uneasy. He has done a lot of preparation though. Also envisioned many possible scenarios. Still, in this deep wolf's den situation, accidents can happen. And under his worry, Black Rose's hand probed into Sumu's collar, scrutinizing every place where something might be hidden. Sumu felt a chill and goosebumps rose. She took a deep breath and tried to control her discomfort. The search proceeded quickly, and Black Rose almost touched Sumu's entire body. But in the end, nothing was found and only Sumu's cell phone was taken away. Cell phones can't stay. Black Rose coldly dropped a sentence, then turned around and walked towards Chang Xian. Chang Xian was slightly relieved when he saw this. It seems they were right to be cautious and not carry any audio or video recording equipment. Well, it's my turn, isn't it? Hurry up then. The thought stopped there, and he also looked impatient. Voluntarily stretching his arms out, he allowed the burly men to search him. Although it felt bad to be groped by a couple of grown men. But for the sake of the next plan, he could only endure. The search was complete, and the burly men took Chang Xian's cell phone as well, then retreated to the side. And when that was done, the smile on Zhao Kuan's face became a little more genuine. He walked over to Chang Xian and took the initiative to pick up the wine glass and drink it all in one go. New old brother, don't be angry, brother is also doing it for safety. After all, what we're going to talk about next is not trivial. Looking at the other party, Chang Xian snorted coldly. Mr. Zhao, you've done a wonderful job with this one. Those who don't know think you're going to have me arrested. However, his coldness didn't cause Zhao Kuan to be the slightest bit displeased, instead he laughed out loud.
New old brother is joking, how could brother do something like that? Come on, sit down and talk. Pulling Chang Xian to sit down, he personally poured him another glass of wine. Older brother, my brother promises you that what he's going to say next will definitely satisfy you. Chang Xian took the glass but didn't drink it, instead staring sharply at Zhao Kun. I hope so. Hearing Chang Xian's words, the smile on Zhao Kun's face grew a few points thicker. New old brother, what you're saying, haven't I heard you say that before, brother? You're sick, and you want to be cured, but you have to find an exact match for your lung. But well. He paused, a glint in his eye. Brother, I can't give you my lungs though. But I can get a lung source that's an exact match for you. How's that for fun? So new old brother, if you want to live, you'd better be polite when you talk to brother me now. Hearing Zhao Kun's almost threatening words, Chang Xian knew that the main event had come. He took a deep breath and fought for fear of revealing any cracks. His face pretended to be stiff, and he laughed dryly. Brother Zhao, your joke is too big, right? A lung source? That's no joke. He purposely acted like he was startled, and his body shrank back. This subtle change in expression naturally could not escape Zhao Kun's eyes. He laughed coldly in his heart, little fellow, still pretending with me? I've seen a lot of people before. Sumu on the side also reacted quickly. Immediately stepping forward and gently pulling Chang Xian's sleeve, he muttered in a fake whisper. Xian, I remember Mr. Zhao did say that before. It's hard to believe that he was able to contact the right source of lung. Is true? Her voice wasn't too loud or too small, just enough for Zhao Kun to hear her clearly. And after her words fell, the smile on Zhao Kun's face grew even wider. Extremely pleased with himself, he glanced at Sumu. He hadn't forgotten that when he was listening in last night, this woman Sumu had a disdainful look on her face. You're kind of reacting now? Looks like this woman isn't so stupid after all. How's it going, new old man? Brother, you still can't trust my skills? As long as you behave, this fresh lung, it's yours. As he said this, he deliberately paused, his body leaning forward at a more pronounced angle. Of course, there's no such thing as a free lunch. If you want something, you have to pay for it. Hearing Zhao Kun's almost threatening showdown words, Chang Xian secretly breathed a sigh of relief instead. The fish, at last, has taken the bait. However, he knew deep down that the more times like this, the more he couldn't show his cracks. So he forced himself to hold back his inner excitement, deliberately squeezing out some difficult looks on his face, and laughed dryly twice. Brother Zhao, what you said is true? Really get a lung source? I'm sick, as you know, and a day's delay is a day's less. After these words fell, Chang Xian, perhaps because of his overexcitement, once again couldn't help but cough twice. Seeing this, Sumu also revealed a worried look at the right time. Gently patting Chang Xian's back, he softly comforted. Brother Xian, don't be anxious, since Mr. Zhao said so, there must be a way. Chang Xian gratefully glanced at Sumu and turned his head to look at Zhao Kun with hope in his eyes. Brother Zhao, as you know, I have nothing else but a little bit of stinking money. I'm willing to pay any amount of money if you can get me a lung source. Really, I'll never be vague. It's just that, as you know, this is the kind of thing that can be done with just a couple of words from your mouth. It's a bit too much child's play, at the very least, Brother Zhao, will you let my oldest brother see something real? And when Zhao Kun heard this, the smile on his face grew even wider. That was the effect he wanted. If Chang Xian agreed without saying anything, then he would instead have to wonder if the other party was acting. Now this way, this skepticism of his was rather reassuring. After all, picking and choosing is what makes a buyer. New old man, cool. Zhao Kun laughed and clapped his hands, his fat flesh shaking. I just like dealing with cool people. But well, this lung source is not a cabbage, not money can get. As you know, this kind of thing takes maneuvering and connections. So it's not enough to have money, you have to show me your sincerity. Chang Xian said, hastily nodding his head. That's right, Zhou's right. Sincerity, I'm sure I have it. As long as Brother Zhao can help me, I'll give whatever sincerity I want. He had an impatient look on his face, rather like he was afraid that Zhao Kun would back out. Seeing this, Zhao Kun became even more complacent in his heart. He knew that Chang Xian had completely taken the bait. Good, since new old brother is so sincere, then I'll let you see my strength.
With that, he beckoned toward Black Rose, who was off to the side. Black Rose understood and immediately pulled out a cell phone from the bag she was carrying and handed it to Zhao Kun. Zhao Kun took the phone and swiped on the screen a few times before throwing it directly to Chang Xin. "See for yourself, and afterward you'll know if I've fooled you." Chang Xin took the cell phone and just glanced at it. The fingers couldn't help but tremble slightly. The phone's screen was lit up and stuck in the gallery screen. What comes to mind is a grid of thumbnails, with photos and videos mixed in. The picture in the photo made Chang Xin's heart flinch, and a chill ran straight from the soles of his feet to the sky. It was a blinding bright red, with various human internal organs displayed extremely clearly in it. And the video thumbnail shows the morose operating room. Several figures in white coats stood among them, their faces unreadable. Chang Xin took a deep breath and tried to calm his wildly beating heart. He told himself to be calm. Since Zhao Kun dared to show him his cell phone, it meant that these things were real. And all he needed now was confirmation that they were real. He clicked on one of the videos and the screen began to play. Under the cold surgical lights, an operation is underway. The video has no sound. But Chang Xin could clearly see the scalpel slashing through flesh and blood gushing out. He fought back the flip-flopping in his stomach and kept his eyes glued to the screen. The video shows a very professional surgical procedure, with the doctors moving with skill and precision. Obviously not the first time this type of surgery has been done. The more Chang Xin looked, the more chilled his heart became. He doesn't know anything about medicine though. But it was also understood that it was definitely not a 1 or 2 time proficiency that could achieve this level of skill. "How's that, newbie? I didn't lie to you, did I?" As he couldn't help but be on the verge of throwing up, Zhao Kun's voice rang in his ears. There was even more obvious smugness in it. "It cost me a fortune to get this, it's absolutely true and reliable." Chang Xin didn't say anything, just silently turned off the video and handed the phone back to Zhao Kun. He closed his eyes as his mind kept replaying the images from the video. Chapter 121 Our Experts. Chang Xin felt like his heart was being clutched tightly by an invisible hand, and he could barely breathe. "Brother Zhao, you're..." After slowing down, Chang Xin opened his mouth with difficulty, his voice even more obviously hoarse. "That's a wild way for you to go, isn't it?" Looking at him like this, Zhao Kun also laughed out loud once again. "Ha, new old man, these days, how can you do without some way? I suppose you're relieved to see these things, too? Now if you just nod your head, I guarantee you'll get healthy lungs in the shortest time possible." Chang Xin took a deep breath and tried to suppress the nausea that welled up in the back of his throat. He narrowed his eyes, pretending as if nothing had happened, and tossed the phone back to Zhao Kun with a fake smile. "Brother Zhao, your path is wild enough. How does this lung replacement thing work, exactly? Is it risky?" While his words fell, Zhao Kun smiled even more triumphantly. "Don't worry about that, new old man. I'll do my job, don't worry. Risk? As long as you can come up with what I want, there's no risk. The experts in my line, that's..." He paused and mysteriously lowered his voice. "That's nothing less than a specialist at a well-known hospital. You'll be as good as new and alive after the change." Eyes narrowing slightly, Chang Xin exhaled softly and continued to pursue the question with feigned curiosity. "Brother Zhao, where did you get this source from? It's not some black market, is it? I'd be a little afraid to do that if that were the case. After all, quality and all, I can't believe it when you guarantee it, old man." Zhao Kun's face changed slightly, then he laughed out loud. "New old brother, your imagination is too rich. How long have I, Zhao Kun, been hanging around? How could it be that it would be with that kind of crap road? My roads, those are extremely high-end, there is no need to worry about the quality at the very least. It's just that there are some things that it's not convenient to reveal too much, you know." With that he patted Chang Xin's shoulder and said in a serious tone. "Anyway, you just have to trust me, and I definitely won't let you down." Upon hearing this, Chang Xin was somewhat helpless in his heart. This Zhao Kun seems to have some brains after all. It seemed unlikely to get any more information out of him. However, he wasn't about to give up on it. "Zhao, you're right, I was overthinking it." When the thought stopped, Chang Xin hurriedly put on a look of sudden realization, and his expression became much more eager. "Nothing else matters as long as we get healthy lungs. As for the price, you can just ask, as long as I can be cured, I'm willing to pay any amount of money." Zhao Kuan's eyes lit up when he heard this. He rubbed his hands together in excitement. New old man, I like your kind of fastidiousness. Since you're so sincere, I'll be blunt. This surgery, it's not cheap. He stretched out a fat palm and waved it in front of Chang Xian, 5 fingers spread wide. $500,000? Looking at the other party's gesture, Chang Xian asked tentatively. However, his words only caused Zhao Kuan to skim his mouth in disdain. $500,000? New old man, you're hitting on a barker? 5 million. One price, not a penny less. 5 million? Brother Zhao, you're is too expensive. Hearing this price, Chang Xian stood up violently, pretending to be shocked and waving his hands repeatedly. Joe, I mean not bad. But I can't get my hands on so much cash. Zhao Kuan, however, was unhurriedly sipping his tea and said slowly. New old man, this is a lung replacement. Not buying a cabbage. And that's a price that's already looking at my giving you a discount. Chang Xian, on the other hand, still had a face of flesh pain and said with a crying face. Brother Zhao, as you know, I've been putting off this illness for so long. If it wasn't still a bit of a handful, that family fortune would have been kind of emptied out. $5 million is really out of reach at this moment. He rubbed his hands together and tried cautiously. What do you think about $2 million? Hearing this price, Zhao Kuan immediately snorted and looked askance at Chang Xian. $2 million? New old brother, are you kidding me? 2 million won't even touch the edge of a lung. Upon hearing this, Chang Xian gritted his teeth as if he had made a great determination. 3 million then. 3 million is already my limit. Any more than that, and I literally couldn't get it out of my house. And after his words fell, Zhao Kuan also pondered. Fingers gently tapped on the desktop for several breaths before he opened his mouth to respond with a sentence. 3 million. Is okay, who let us two are brothers. But, as promised, not a penny less than $3 million. Only then did Chang Xian breathe a sigh of relief, a relieved smile on his face. Thank you, brother Zhao. Thank you, brother Zhao. If it actually works this time, then you are truly my savior. A new old brother. However, after his words fell, Zhao Kuan spoke with a smile once again. Don't think this is expensive. Normally, I, Zhao Kuan, wouldn't take this business yet. After all, you know in my line of work, it's all about the cooked not the raw. And, at that price, it's actually a lot cheaper. He mysteriously approached Chang Xian and lowered his voice. For a regular person to have this surgery, not only do you need an acquaintance's recommendation, but it costs $8 million at least. I'm living to give you half a bargain this time. Aren't you curious as to why, new old man? Chang Xian's heart fluttered, but on the surface, he asked with feigned curiosity. Oh? Why is this I'd like to ask brother Zhao to enlighten me. Looking at Chang Xian's puzzled face, the smile on Zhao Kuan's face became even more unrestrained. New old brother, it's come to this, don't play dumb with old brother, right? Narrowing those small green bean eyes, Zhao Kuan's tone carried undisguised greed. That family heirloom 1,000 techniques of yours, new old brother, I've been coveting it for a long time. Hearing these words, Chang Xian's heart trembled and he secretly said that it was not good. There had been so much going on in the past 2 days that he had actually forgotten about the bait he had thrown out at the beginning. That is the system rewarded master 1,000 techniques. But the key to this thing is that it only has a 24-hour statute of limitations. It's long past its expiration date now. Now that Zhao Kuan wants him to teach, he doesn't know how to do it at all. However, Chang Xian was, after all, someone who had experienced great storms. Quickly adjusting himself, he piled a smile on his face and opened his mouth as if in a daze. So that's how it is. Brother Zhao, you should have said so earlier. He paused, and his words changed, a look of difficulty on his face. But Zhao, you know this is a family heirloom. Chapter 122, Serious Business? The rules passed down from our ancestors are passed down from male to female and from within to without. Chang Xian rubbed his hands together with a face of flesh pain. It's like you're doing business with strangers. You're afraid that the other side has a problem, and I'm afraid that you have a problem, too. In case all that stuff just now was you lying to me. I've handed over the fundamentals of my fortune on my side, so He purposely didn't finish his sentence, but the meaning of it came across loud and clear. If you want to learn my 1,000 tricks, you have to show some sincerity. Don't just think about taking advantage.
How shrewd was Zhao Kuan, he naturally understood the meaning of Chang Xian's words.
New old brother, what are you talking about? How could I lie to you, old brother? Plus.
Leaning back, Zhao Kuan pointed at Black Rose and the other bodyguards.
New old man, if I'm really doing serious business, what am I paying big bucks to keep this group of people for?
When Chang Xian heard this, he let out a cold laugh in his heart.
So this dog still knows he's doing something hurtful, huh?
However, on the surface he pretended to look enlightened.
Brother Zhao, I'm relieved when you say that.
Then since you think so highly of me, I can't be ungrateful.
But... Chang Xian deliberately stretched his voice, and a difficult look appeared on his face once again.
Older brother still has some uneasiness in his heart.
Let's put it this way, Zhao, look at it. How about I teach you after this lung surgery? During that time, I also needed to recuperate. You can't run away, so naturally you have to worry about something, right, Zhao?
Zhao Kuan sniffed and pondered slightly, his fingers gently tapping on the desktop. It was only a moment later that he let out another laugh.
Ha ha ha. New old brother, you've really thought this through. Caution is warranted, after all, this is what you eat.
Saying this, he slapped his thigh and looked at Chang Xian with a smile.
Okay. Just do as you say. We'll teach it after the surgery, it won't take more than a day or two. After all, if I push you and you hide it, then there's nothing I can do about it, old man, right?
When Chang Xian saw this, his heart was secretly happy, but his face was piled with gratitude.
Aya, Brother Zhao is really reasonable. Thank you, Brother Zhao, for understanding.
Don't worry, Brother Zhao, after the surgery, I'll definitely teach you everything and never hide anything.
When the time comes, you can have all the fun you want.
You're guaranteed to have a great time.
Good. With your words, I'm relieved, old brother. Zhao Kuan was in a good mood and immediately ordered his men.
Blackie, go get in touch with the people up there, and arrange for the best doctors. After the words fell, Zhao Kuan then turned his head once again to look at Chang Xian. Older brother, it takes a little something to prepare things, too.
Let's set the surgery for 3 days from now. In 3 days, I'll send you the exact location, so you can just come straight over then. Yes, Quinn.
The henchman known as Blackie responded respectfully, and then directly retreated.
And after everything was arranged, both Chang Xian and Zhao Kuan felt very satisfied. Inwardly relieved, Chang Xian got up and said to Zhao Kuan with a smile.
Brother Zhao, since things are settled, I'll go back and wait for your news first.
Saying that, he took Su Mu's hand and walked towards the door. However, just as they reached the door, a sudden change occurred. Black Rose had moved silently to the doorway at some point.
In his hand, he held a dagger that shone with a cold light and pressed it against Chang Xian's neck. The cold blade pressed against his skin, causing Chang Xian to feel a piercing chill.
With a footstep, Chang Xian was shocked in his heart. Zhao, what does this mean?
While on the couch, Zhao Kuan took a slow sip of wine.
As if he didn't hear Chang Xian's question, his eyes playfully swept back and forth between him and Su Mu.
It was only a moment later that he put down his glass and let out a soft chuckle. New old brother, just now you said something that old brother I particularly like. Chang Xian's heart skipped a beat, not understanding what drug Zhao Kuan was selling. At that moment, he could only follow his words and ask.
Which sentence? The corner of Zhao Kuan's mouth hooked into a meaningful smile. It's always good to be careful. New old brother, you don't really think I'll let you go so easily, old brother, do you? A southerner I've never met. And it's also extremely coincidental that it requires internal organ replacement surgery.
Even though I've agreed to do your business now, I wouldn't be entirely comfortable with that, old brother.
Chang Xian cursed an old fox in his heart, but his face was still piled with smiles. Zhao is joking, haven't we all decided?
That's the word. Zhao Kuan interrupted Chang Xian's words, and some light flashed in his eyes.
But you just said that word of mouth doesn't mean anything, right? Who knows if it's true or not, if it's an empty promise? In case your kid pulls any tricks, won't I be in danger, old brother?
So what does Zhou mean by?
Chang Xian tried carefully. It's simple.
Zhao Kuan waved his hand, and the smile on his face grew a bit more intense.
For the next few days, you'll stay at the place I've arranged for you, old brother. It's convenient to do some checkups and such when the time comes, isn't it? Hearing this, Chang Xin cursed an old fox in his heart. It's really not that easy to deal with such old farts. Isn't this so-called arrangement to put them under house arrest? But he also understood that today was not the time to dwell on that. Never panic. At that moment, he took a deep breath and squeezed a smile on his face. Brother Zhao, in that case, you said it earlier, make such a sword so. He said, his eyes glancing at the dagger against his neck. Weirdly scary. And after his words fell, Zhao Kuan smiled and nodded to Black Rose. Look, I've warned you before to be gentle with your guests. Now you're scaring people again, aren't you? Black Rose didn't say anything back. Simply withdrawing his dagger, he once again stood coldly by. Chang Xin laughed dryly and rubbed his neck. Brother Zhao is really cautious, I admire him. Then we'll be chattering for a few days. Sumu, who was on the side, gripped Chang Xin's hand tightly, not saying a word, his eyes full of worry. Zhao Kuan stood up and patted his stomach. Since new old brother is so painfully honest, let's go? I'd also be relieved if I arranged it earlier, ha ha. Looking at the other party, Chang Xin echoed with a leathery smile. Then I'm grateful to Zhao. He secretly squeezed Sumu's hand and gave her a comforting look. A group of people left the KTV, 2 black cars had long been waiting at the entrance. Chang Xin and Sumu were invited into one of the cars. Zhao Kuan got into the other one, and pinched them front and back, making it clear that he was preventing them from escaping. Chang Xin cursed in his heart, this old fox was really overly cautious. Chapter 123 A Place of House Arrest. The car sped along and eventually stopped in front of a secluded suburban villa. The iron door slowly opened, revealing a lavishly decorated European-style building inside. Zhao Kuan got out of the car and said with a smile. New old brother, this is the VIP guest house I prepared for you, how is it, still satisfied? It's not the top of the line, though. But it's better than you staying in a hotel, right? Chang Xin looked around, the tall fence, the closed iron gate. And the burly men in black standing in the doorway, it looked like a cage anyhow. Brother Zhao is really polite, this place is really unique. He barely managed to squeeze out a smile, but in his mind he was calculating how he could escape from this place. At the very least, it's a good idea to get the word out about this place. The black sedan drove smoothly down the highway. Chang Xin looked calmly at the rapidly receding scenery outside the window. Instead, out of the corner of his eye, he kept scanning the interior of the car. In addition to the driver, there were 2 burly men in black in the back seat. They sat on either side of Chang Xin and Sumu, left and right. The broad palms of his hands were even placed at his waist, in which something was obviously resting. The car eventually stopped in front of a luxurious villa. The towering iron gates slowly opened, revealing the exquisite courtyard and imposing building inside. This also caused Chang Xin to stifle a sneer in his heart. This Zhao Kuan really knows how to enjoy himself. After entering the villa, Zhao Kuan's attitude was much warmer. Serving tea and pouring water again, like the saber rattling earlier, was just a joke. Chang Xin also cooperated by putting on a flattered look. One mouthful of brother Zhao called him affectionately. Oh new old brother, you'll stay here in peace for the next few days. All expenses are on me. Placing the teacup in front of Chang Xin, Zhao Kuan was all smiles. How about we schedule the surgery as soon as the test results come back? Then thank you, Zhao. In response to Zhao Kuan's words, Chang Xin didn't say anything else. Straight away, he raised his hand and lifted his teacup. Brother Zhao is really taking care of little brother, I can't thank him enough. After the 2 of them exchanged a few false pleasantries, Zhao Kuan arranged for someone to take Chang Xin and Sumu to the guest room to rest. Chang Xin observed his surroundings without moving. The location of the cameras in the hallway, the layout of the room. Even the way the windows opened was double-checked. Sumu's mood, on the other hand, had been noticeably somewhat unstable. From the moment she left the KTV, she clutched Chang Xin's hand tightly and didn't say a word. And when she got inside the room, she finally couldn't help herself. Straight away he jumped into Process's new arms and whimpered. Though she had gotten into a lot of dangerous places before as a reporter. But it was still a situation like this that she had never experienced before. It's okay, don't be afraid. Chang Xin gently patted her back and softly comforted her. I'll be fine, trust me. But they... Stopping to cry, Sumu's voice was still visibly choking. They've already blocked our retreat already. It's going to be hard for us to leave now. Don't worry,
I know what I'm doing. Lifting his hand to touch her small head, Chang Xian once again whispered in her ear. I've found a surveillance dead zone. There's another grove of trees behind the villa, we have a chance to escape. Sumu raised his head with a hopeful glint in his eyes. Really? Really? Chang Xian's firm tone was considered to give Sumu a peace of mind. In order to prevent the walls from having ears, he once again hugged Sumu tightly and whispered in her ear. There's a small area outside the rear window that doesn't have a camera. And it's close to the woods. We'll wait until midnight and slip out while they're asleep. As soon as the words fell out of his mouth, he tightened his arms once more. Chin against the top of her head, murmuring softly in her ear. It's okay, I'm here. With that, he gently wiped the teardrops from the corners of her eyes with his thumb as well, speaking in a firm tone. Trust me, we'll get out of here. With this reassurance, Sumu also gently nodded his head. At that moment, he took a deep breath and tried to calm himself. And after seeing her emotions calm down, Chang Xian released her as well. Okay, Mu, let's get down to business. Chang Xian said, the usual smile reappearing on his face. He patted Sumu's shoulder with a wry look in his eyes. Time to test your eyesight, little reporter. Hearing this, Sumu also couldn't help but blank him. But the tension did ease quite a bit. She took a deep breath and began to survey the room in earnest. Although it was in the middle of a villa, the room wasn't very big. A double bed, a closet and a table. As well as a separate bathroom, that's all there is to it. Chang Xian walked over to the window and scrutinized the latch and the surrounding walls. Sumu, on the other hand, pulled open the closet and drawers and carefully rummaged through them. There were only a few clean bathrobes and slippers in the closet, and the drawers were empty. Undeterred, Sumu rummaged through the nightstand and the table again, and still found nothing. Nothing. Sumu sat down on the bed disheveled, his tone low. Looks like they were prepared. Chang Xian laughed and walked over to sit beside her, patting her shoulder. Don't be discouraged, there's always a way. Once the words fell out of his mouth, he raised his hand and pointed out the window. Remember what I just said? There's a small area outside the back window that doesn't have a camera and it's close to the woods. Sneak out later while they're asleep. Rear window? That's one way. Sumu walked to the window and followed Chang Xian's gaze. It was pitch black outside, with only sporadic lights flickering in the distance. But how are we going to get down there? This is the second floor. Chang Xian smiled mysteriously and pointed to the sheets and curtains in the room. Isn't this a ready-made tool? Sumu froze for a moment before he then realized. She said with some concern. Are the sheets strong? What if it breaks? Chang Xian walked over and tugged hard on the sheet before nodding again. Don't worry, this little thing is too hard for me. Even if it's not strong enough, I'll find a way to reinforce it. With that, he set to work tearing the sheets into strips of cloth and tying them to the curtains to make a simple rope. In order to avoid making noise, Chang Xian also purposely wrapped the part of the rope rubbing against the window frame with a towel from the room. Once everything was ready, the two hid behind the curtains and began to watch the commotion outside. The villa grew quiet as we entered the early hours of the morning. There were also fewer patrols around and they all looked a little tired. It's now. Chang Xian whispered and looked around once more to make sure there was no danger, then took the lead and threw the rope out the window. Chapter 124 Beginning the Plan. Chang Xian's palm gently pushed at Sumu's back. You go down first, I'll watch from up here, just in case. Sumu didn't refuse, she understood what Chang Xian meant. After all, the ragged sheet knotted into the rope just didn't look very secure. In case it breaks off in the middle, Chang Xian can still think of something up there. And if Chang Xian goes down first, in case something happens to her, there's really no one up there to help her. At that moment she took a deep breath. Grabbing the rope with both hands and stomping his feet on the ledge, he prepared to slide downward. The night breeze blew through, bringing a hint of coolness. It also gradually calmed her heart, which had been a bit flustered. But just as Sumu was about to go down, Chang Xian suddenly called her to a halt. Wait, Mu. His voice was low, but it also caused Sumu's movements to lurch, and he looked up at him suspiciously. What's wrong? Chang Xian's face looked a little tangled in the dim light. He opened his mouth as if he had something to say, but hesitated for a moment. Sumu's heart lifted. With this look on Chang Xian's face, it was obvious that something was going on. Did you think of something?
Cocking his head, Sumu asked cautiously. Chang Xin gave her a deep look with complex emotions in his eyes. Mu, do you trust me? For this question, Sumu naturally nodded his head without hesitation. Of course I believe you. Answering this question, Sumu still had curiosity. Do you even need to ask such a question? How could she not believe him after all this? Chang Xin seemed relieved when he received an affirmative answer. Since you believe me, I'll get right to the point. I have an idea, though it's a bit risky. But I think it's worth a try. There was a pause in his words before Chang Xin continued to speak. We can leave now and be safe though. But then everything that was done before would have been for nothing. Those poor people whose organs were taken, and the people behind it, we can't catch. And after this, their guard will be up. It's going to be hard to get to that point again. So instead of that, Sumu's heart began to race as she vaguely guessed what Chang Xin wanted to say. How about? Speaking of this, Chang Xin's eyes also flashed with some light. How about, I get out of here first? Contact Yellow Team where there's a signal and tell him all about the situation here. And then come back here. When that organ replacement surgery starts in 3 days, we'll catch a direct hit. Sumu sucked in a breath of cool air. This was indeed a bold plan. But it's also fraught with risk. But it's too dangerous for you to go out alone. In case they find out. Only before she could finish her words, Chang Xin shook his head and directly interrupted Sumu. Don't worry, I've got it covered. Since you trust me, Mumu, then I'll go down and start acting according to the plan I just mentioned. You just wait here for me. Remember, whatever happens, don't do anything rash and wait for me to return. Sumu wanted to say something else. But looking at Chang Xin's demeanor, at that moment she knew that she could not change his decision. Biting her lip, she finally nodded. Okay, I'll wait for you to come back. Chang Xin smiled and reached out to touch Sumu's head. Wait for me. Chang Xin slid down the rope quickly, collecting his strength in time to land without making the slightest sound. Standing up and stabilizing his body, he then arched right back. Using the cover of the night, he quickly sneaked into the woods on the outskirts of the villa area. Since it was already early in the morning, the patrolling guards in the villa area were sparse. Each one was depressed, as if they were about to fall asleep at any moment. However, Process Nu was not careless. The more this happens, the more careful you can be. At that moment, he used the shadows of the trees to avoid a few yawning guards and smoothly left the villa area. However, as he walked up the main road, he was dumbfounded. This villa area, surprisingly, was built in a suburb. As far as the eye could see, there wasn't even a ghostly shadow to be seen, except for the dim streetlights and the empty road. Not to mention any hotels or 24-hour convenience stores, not even a single regular home. Chang Xin couldn't help but burst out. Holy! What the hell is this place? You know, his cell phone never came back after it was searched by Zhao Kuan's gang earlier. Trying to get a way to get in touch with the Yellow Team. That can only be done by seeking out other equipment. Looking at the empty streets, Chang Xin felt his brain freeze. What can we do about this? But soon he reacted. Calm down. Must calm down now. Chang Xin took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down. The current situation is bad, but it's not completely hopeless. He quickly analyzed his current situation and thought of 2 possible solutions. The first, walk along the road and take your chances. See if you can meet a passing vehicle and then borrow a cell phone to contact the Yellow Team. But it's purely a gamble, and hell knows how long you'll have to walk before you come across a car. Especially since it's still the middle of the night. The chances of that will be reduced again. The second, immediately return to the villa, bring Sumu out, and the 2 of them escape together. Though the previous plan might have gone out the window as a result, at least it would keep the 2 safe. The 2 options collided back and forth in his mind, and in the end, Chang Xin made a decision. Go back. He knew in his heart of hearts that if he was the only one, the risk wouldn't matter. But Sumu had already experienced too many dangers because of this incident. He couldn't risk her further. So even if the plan fails this time, the big deal is to think of something else later. With this in mind, he decided to go back and take Sumu away. But he was just about to act when 2 rays of light suddenly came from the distance. At the same time, the sound of the wheels penetrated his ears. At that moment, Chang Xin was slightly stunned. No, he's that lucky? It can't be that coincidental, can it? But he didn't just pounce either. After all, this kind of place is just too remote. The greater probability that this car, instead, could be the vehicle of Zhao Kuan's gang. Thinking of this, Chang Xian hurriedly crouched down and hid himself with the help of the green belt on the side of the road. At the same time he narrowed his eyes and looked closely at the two beams of light. Soon, a black sedan came from the distance. Seeing this car, Chang Xian's hanging heart was finally released. The car was not Zhao Kuan's, but an ordinary private car. At that moment he was delighted. There's drama. As long as this car was willing to stop, then he had a way to contact the yellow team. Thinking of this, Chang Xian no longer hesitated. He charged straight through the green belt and stopped in the middle of the road with open arms. The harsh brakes squealed. The black sedan slammed to a halt in front of Chang Xian. Chapter 125 Touching Porcelain? The body even slid forward a bit because of inertia. You kid looking for death? The driver's window opened and a head poked out of it. Through the dim streetlight, Chang Xian could see the other party's appearance. It was a man in a flowered shirt, probably around 30 years old. At that moment, the other party was glaring at him with an angry face. Do you realize this is dangerous? Of course Chang Xian knew that this was dangerous. But he couldn't care less now. Big brother. I'm sorry. I just can't help it. Can I borrow your cell phone? My cell phone is dead. I have to call the police. Hearing these words, the anger on the flower-shirted man's face disappeared quite a bit, and he turned his head crooked and squinted his eyes as he sized up Chang Xian. What's a police report in the middle of the night? You boys aren't touching the porcelain, are you? He said, and made a point of looking down at the front of his car. Afraid of really getting hit with some kind of mark. Chang Xian laughed bitterly. What's all this about? Big brother, I'm really not a bumper. I was camping nearby with a friend and got lost and my cell phone died. Just wanted to borrow your cell phone to contact a friend. He tried to sound as sincere as possible. After all, the other side's concerns were indeed not false. It's the middle of the night, who knows if the other party will be some kind of vicious person. Being careful is a normal situation. And hearing this, the man in the flowery shirt was half convinced and looked Chang Xian up and down a few more times. Seeing that he was dressed though plainly, though his face could not be seen in the darkness. But the personal temperament and the mood of what he had just said, too, was fairly calm. It really didn't look like a bad guy, and only then did he hesitantly hand over his cell phone. Just make a phone call, don't around. Yes, please. Seeing the other party's movements, Chang Xian was relieved in his heart. When he thanked him, he hastily took the cell phone and dialed the number of the yellow team in his memory. Hello? Yellow team. I'm Chang Xian. As soon as the phone was connected, Chang Xian immediately identified himself. I'm in a bit of trouble and I'm at. He quickly reported his location. While waiting for the call to dial just now, he had glanced at the map on his cell phone software. So in the moment, you can kind of pinpoint where you are. And Zhao Kuan's gang. He gave a concise account of what had happened. And after he finished speaking, the yellow team on the other end of the phone was silent for a moment, their tone grave. I know, stay safe and evacuate immediately if the situation is critical. The big deal is that we'll figure it out afterward. I'll gather my men as soon as I can and crouch in the neighborhood. Wait until the surgery site in 3 days and just kill them all. Understood. Then please yellow team. Only when he got the answer did Chang Xian breathe a long sigh of relief, his hanging heart finally released. Hanging up, he handed the cell phone back to the floral-shirted man and sincerely thanked him. Thank you so much, brother. I don't know what I would have done if it weren't for you. And that's when it should have been established that Chang Xian wasn't the bad guy for a reason. The floral-shirt man's attitude was also noticeably better. Reaching for the phone, he waved his hand as well. A small thing, but... He paused, as if he had some desire to speak. Did you just say? Surgery? What surgery? Do you need any help with that, although it's a bit of a lie to say that when you and I are meeting for the first time? But if you are in any kind of danger, I can take you away now. He is not a cutie after all, Chang Xian's call content just now. Clearly revealing some less unusual information. Chang Xian naturally wouldn't be stupid enough to tell him the truth. After all, that's a dangerous thing to do when you're dealing with criminal gangs. If innocent people were involved, his conscience would be really uneasy. At that moment, he could only speak vaguely. It's. My friend is having a minor surgery and I have to go with him. After he said that, he even laughed dryly. And while the man in the flowery shirt still had his doubts. But after all, it was the first time they met, so it was not a good idea to ask further questions at that moment, but just nodded. Oh, well, take care of yourself then. Anyway, I heard what you just said about those. Forget it, anyway. Dude, live well, don't do anything illegal or think about it. After that, he started the car and prepared to leave. Just then, the headlights came on, shining right in Chang Xian's face. And this one then made the flower-shirted man freeze right in his tracks. His eyes widened as if he had seen a ghost, staring at Chang Xian for several seconds. Then slammed on the brakes and opened the window, sounding incredulous. Lawyer Chang. Chang? Chang Xian froze, his mind whirling. You have to know, his current makeup, but after Sumu carefully designed the disguise the glasses were removed, the mustache was pasted on, and even the shape of the features were trimmed quite a bit under Sumu's skillful hands. Otherwise, even if Zhao Kuan was a fool, he wouldn't be able to do his business. Not to mention the image he has now. Even Zhao Gang had to look closely to recognize him when he arrived. This man in the flowery shirt, he saw through it at a glance? As the thought stopped, Chang Xian didn't move and took half a step backward. The right hand also drops naturally into a half grip. Although he had just allowed the other party to help, his own hands to knock the other party out was a bit of enmity. But this mission is about so much more. There is no room for carelessness. The man in the flowery shirt, however, didn't notice Chang Xian's wariness. He rubbed his hands together in excitement, his eyes even more obviously wide. Lawyer Chang. Chang? Is it really you? Oh my god, I can't believe it. Saying this, he also directly opened the car door and came to Chang Xian's side, constantly looking up and, after all, the dude looked pretty fancy dressed though. But I guess it's not an evil person. After all, who's a bad guy who has nothing better to do than cuddle up and watch his own video of his courtroom? It does get a little overzealous. Chapter 126, Getting Involved. Lawyer Chang, are you micromanaging? Ignoring Chang Xian's now somewhat embarrassed appearance, the man in the flowery shirt was still curiously sizing up Chang Xian. And I heard what was said earlier. Do you have another big case coming up? Do you need my help? I don't have much skill, but I'm absolutely fine with running errands and delivering mail connectors and whatnot. Chang Xian cried and laughed. This dude was really overzealous. If it were usual, it would be fine to take this righteous dude for a while. But now in this case, that's a lot of lives to lose for this crime team to find out. You can't just bring other people into it. No, it's just a little personal matter. As soon as the words fell, Chang Xian raised his feet to leave. The floral shirt man was a little too enthusiastic though. Although it didn't look like a bad guy either, Chang Xian didn't want to dwell on it. Seeing Chang Xian about to leave, loss clearly flashed across the flower shirt man's face. He rubbed his hands together and looked at Chang Xian's back with a desire to speak. This action made Chang Xian sigh in his heart. This dude is really persistent. But he didn't want to say anything more. After all, Sumu over there was still waiting for him to return. If this is delayed for a long time, there might be some danger. Chang Xian also couldn't help but shiver at the thought of leaving Sumu alone in that kind of wolf's den. That Chang lawyer. However, when Chang Xian had just taken no more than 2 steps, the man in the flowery shirt shouted again behind Chang Xian. This made Chang Xian's footsteps lurch, forcibly resisting the urge to roll his eyes. He turned back and asked, "What else?" He really wanted to leave now. But there's the fear that you won't take care of the kids. In case he gets curious and sneaks over after himself. That would be a big problem. Lawyer Chang, wait a moment. The man in the flowery shirt walked quickly to Chang Xian. After seeing Chang Xian's somewhat impatient look, a bit of a bitter smile surfaced on his face as well. Originally, this was not something I wanted to inform you about. Actually, my last name is White. Hearing this word, Chang Xian's heart thumped. He didn't have any friends with the name White around him though. But as for the last name, he knew it. After all, there aren't many people with the name White in a city. But as long as the last name is White, it's not an ordinary person. The largest Yakuza organization in his city, the Iron Teeth Society, is headed by the White family. It could be said that in this city, as long as one's last name was Bai, that in itself represented a status.
As the thought stopped, Chang Xian narrowed his eyes and for the first time began to seriously look at the flower-shirted man in front of him. Though he was dressed fancy and his demeanor was slightly exaggerated just now. But now after he had carefully observed him, he was able to realize that he did have an indescribable aura about him. This kind of aura was not something that an ordinary rich kid or pretentious guy could have. So, you are? Chang Xian asked tentatively, already having some sort of guess in his heart. The flower-shirted man gave a bitter laugh and nodded. I'm not hiding anything from Counselor Chang, I'm Bai Hejia. White Hoppers? As soon as this name was said, Chang Xian froze a bit. No. A mixed-up black guy with the name Hopper? Isn't this a bit off? Contemporary crown prince of the White family, Bai Hejia. As he wondered, the flower-shirted man added, his tone also full of helplessness. And after his words fell, Chang Xian came back to his senses. But the look was also noticeably colder. He narrowed his eyes as he surveyed the white hopper in front of him, his mind calculating. The Iron Teeth Society was notorious in a city though. But Chang Xian was under the impression that they hadn't done anything to harm the world. It was even because of their existence that the other black forces didn't dare to go unchecked in City A. In a way, the Iron Teeth Society is sort of an umbrella for the people of a city. After all, they're just doing business in a somewhat gray area. Never bullied ordinary people though, and never got into drugs or gambling. But that didn't mean Chang Xian could drop his guard against them. After all, the case he was investigating now was closely related to the forces of darkness. In particular, Zhao Kuan's organ dumping business is huge. It's even to the point of forming an assembly line. And the Iron Teeth Society, as the largest Yakuza organization in a city, couldn't possibly know nothing about it. So, whether this prince is involved or not, Chang Xian didn't even want to get too involved with him. So it's Bai Xiao, just now I didn't recognize it, it's considered that I have eyes but no pearls, I hope Bai Xiao is not to blame. Speaking again, Chang Xian's tone was much more respectful than before. But with extremely obvious detachment. Since young Bai's status is so honorable, I won't hide it. I do have some cases I'm working on right now. But there's so much at stake that I'm not at liberty to divulge the details. Bai Hejia still maintained his smile, only there was a little more probing in that smile. Lawyer Chang, I'm a big fan of yours, really. Instead, after a brief stiffening, he squeezed out some bitter laughter once more. Lawyer Chang, I really don't mean anything else by coming here today. The white hoppers rubbed their hands together, the cuffs of their floral shirts slipping off, revealing a hideous tattoo of a green dragon on his large arm. Or, you listen to what I'm about to say, and please, don't laugh at me. Chang Xian frowned, the doubts in his heart intensifying. Does this white hopper family really not understand human language or is he just pretending to be stupid? He's made it so obvious, and this kid is still sticking around? What else is there to say? Is it possible to threaten him? He wanted to see what other tricks this prince of the Bai family could play. In that case, then Xiao Bai might as well be straightforward if he has something to say. Also saves some time with you and me. Chang Xian's tone was cold and his body leaned back slightly, pulling away from Bai's family. Upon hearing this, the White Hopes also took a deep breath. As if he had made some major decision, his expression became serious. He looked straight at Chang Xian and said word for word. Counselor Chang, I come from the mob though. But the career I'd most like to have is actually administrator. The air seemed to freeze for a moment. Chang Xian froze, wondering if he had heard wrong. Administrator? What administrator? The neighborhood manager? Librarian? And as if Bai Hejia could see Chang Xian's doubts, he hastened to add a sentence. No, not another administrator. Chapter 127 The White Son of the Black Family? I mean, the kind of administrator who fights sin. The initial one stuttered, but he got more and more excited as he spoke. Not to get into the middle of the authority as an undercover mobster. I really want to be one of them, to rid a city of violence and justice. But after hearing this, Chang Xian froze for a moment before reacting. I couldn't hold it back for a second and almost laughed out loud. But immediately reacted that his behavior was a bit impolite. Then he once again made an effort to hold back his laughter, his shoulders shrugged and his face flushed red. This dude, even if the name is odd, this idea. It's a bit of a novelty, isn't it? Fighting sin?
Isn't the biggest source of evil in a city his by family? This kid can't get his family out of jail fast enough?
Seeing Chang Xian's reaction, Bai Hejia scratched his head in some embarrassment and snapped his mouth open to explain.
I know it sounds incredible. But, Counselor Chang, I really mean it. Ever since I was a little girl, I've had a dream of being a hero, of being like you. Upholding the dignity of the law and protecting the weak. Chang Xian also managed to stop laughing at this point, but the corners of his mouth still couldn't stop twitching. Bai, you don't have a fever, do you? Do you realize what you're saying?
And in the face of Chang Xian's question, which was clearly meant to be a bit of a mockery, Bai Hejia nodded with a serious face.
I know it's hard, but I really want to try.
I know I come from a bad background, but I can change.
I'm actually starting to study law right now and I can. Stop.
But before he could finish his words, Chang Xian hurriedly interrupted him. Now he was really feeling his temples jutting. Bai Xiao, instead of talking to me here with these irrelevant words, why don't you go back and figure out how to launder your family's business? If you really want to fight sin, start with your own family. And there's no use talking to me about this dream of yours. I'm just a lawyer, I can't help you much. So please make yourself at home yet, young Bai. Chang Xian finished speaking and turned around to leave. He really didn't want to continue to tangle with this middle-aged prince. It's really a waste of time. Lawyer Chang.
Wait.
And seeing his movements, Bai Hejia also became anxious once again and hurriedly called out to Chang Xian.
I know my request is very special, and know that my status makes it difficult for you. But I really just want to do my part for a city. I promise, I will absolutely obey orders and never add to the chaos.
Bai Hejia's face was so serious that it even took on a supplicating tone.
One could say it's close to swearing and betting on it. Looking at him like this, Chang Xian's heart couldn't help but let out a dark sigh. This white family prince is still so persistent that it gives people a headache. With such an oddly firm attitude, he even began to wonder if this kid was deliberately playing dumb. Trying to get close to him with this, to find out what's going on.
But looking at Bai Hejia's clear eyes, Chang Xian didn't feel like it again.
Those eyes, they don't look like they're acting. Could it be that this kid is really a one-dimensional idealist?
Chang Xian rubbed his temples, only feeling that he had two big heads.
Bai, why are you so bitter? This business of fighting evil is not child's play. You're so delicate, in case something happens. Sighing, Chang Xian once again tried to dissuade the other party. After all, this is a really weird situation. Not afraid. I've practiced martial arts since I was a child and I'm not bad at it. Bai Hejia said, and flailed his fists twice with a fervent look of eagerness. The corners of Chang Xian's mouth twitched even more. Martial arts training? If he had before, he might have actually believed it. But now, after almost half a month of combat training by Team Yellow and the others, he could kind of see something. With those two fancy punches, I don't think I could even beat a punk. Bai Xiao, you're Lawyer Chang, just once. Just let me follow the action for once, even if it's just to watch from afar. If I can't do exactly what I'm told, I'll leave immediately and never mention it again.
However, before Chang Xian could get more than a few words in, Bai Hejia once again folded his hands, almost pleading.
Unable to resist rubbing his head, Chang Xian also swallowed his words. Started to make calculations in his mind.
I'm afraid that if we don't agree to this by family's son, it will be very difficult to make peace with this today. In case this kid tripped him up in a fit of rage, then his plans would all go down the drain.
After thinking it over, Chang Xian sighed. Well, young Bai, since you've said this, I can't say anything else. However, it's really not convenient for me to bring you along with me in my current actions. Tell you what, you stay here. The yellow team will come by later, and you will follow him. Everything is under the yellow team's command, understand?
If the yellow team says no, then you can say I arranged it.
The yellow team would absolutely agree. Upon hearing this, the Bai Hejia family was first stunned, then ecstatic. Going forward and holding Chang Xian's hand, he was a bit incoherent with excitement. Thanks. Thank you, Lawyer Chang. I knew I didn't pick the wrong guy. You are truly my idol. Don't worry, I will complete the mission. Looking at the Whitehopper's excited childlike appearance, Chang Xian once again couldn't help but helplessly shake his head. Why did he feel as if he had dug himself a hole? But when it's all said and done, it's just a matter of trying to believe each other first. Remember, everything is under the yellow team's command. As the thought stopped, Chang Xin emphasized one side once more before drawing back his hand and turning to leave. Chang Xin left and returned the same way through the heavy night color. And less than an hour after he left, Team Yellow arrived on the scene with several heavily armed administrators. This time, the yellow team didn't dare to be careless. After all, what Chang Xin reported was not trivial. This is an assembly line involving human organ trafficking, and it's no joke. If something happened to Chang Xin or Sumu under his nose, he would not be able to take it. The White Hopper family was overflowing with excitement when they saw the yellow team and their entourage arrive. He didn't even get to introduce himself. Nor did he mention the verbal agreement he had reached with Chang Xin, so he rushed straight forward. "Hello, yellow team. I'm White Hopper. I've long heard of your great name. It's an honor to have the opportunity to be part of this operation today." Bai Hejiao was so excited that he was almost incoherent, spittle flying about, almost spraying the yellow team in the face. Team Yellow was a little confused by his sudden enthusiasm. Subconsciously, he took half a step back and raised his hand to wipe his face. No, who is this kid? So familiar? Chapter 128: The Doubtful Yellow Team. But good professionalism. It still made him swallow hard the national curse that was on his lips. There was just a slight frown, a hint of doubt in his tone. This, Mr. White, right? What are you? What are you doing here in the middle of the night? Bai Hejia then realized that he had lost his temper and hastily took a step back, coughing dryly twice. Straightened his clothes and tried to look composed. After all, he was aspiring to be like Chang Xin, so how could he be so furtive? Hello Team Huang, I'm Bai Hejia, a friend of lawyer Chang Xin. And after the conversation just now, lawyer Chang has agreed that I will follow you. Upon hearing this, the yellow team immediately sized up the White Hope suspiciously. This kid, although he had never seen it before, was fine-skinned and wore a name brand. How do you look at it? It doesn't look like he can suffer. How could Chang Xin let him follow? Especially since this time it's fighting a bunch of outlaws. He couldn't afford it if anything happened. Lawyer Chang agreed to you following? Team Yellow repeated, skepticism in his tone. Yes, 1,000 times yes. Lawyer Chang said that if you don't agree, just say he arranged it. And after his doubt fell, the White Hopes also hurriedly swore their assurances, just short of pointing to the heavens. Team Huang was still a bit hesitant, but Chang Xin's face still had to be given. Besides, this kid may look unreliable, but what if he's really something? It's better to do more than less, so let him follow. It's not like it's in the way of anything big anyway. Alright, since it was arranged by lawyer Chang, then follow it. However, all actions are under command, no unauthorized actions, understand? The thought stopped there, and the yellow team also opened their mouths with a stern face and said seriously. Understood. Understood. I will definitely follow the yellow team's command. The White Hopes were ecstatic and nodded their heads so much that they were close to giving a military salute. Only then did the yellow team let go a little and began to lay out their next plan of action. According to the tip-off, the target is in a single family house a few hundred meters away. We'll split up into two groups, one to ambush near the gate. The other team ambush to the side door. Remember never to expose yourself. Make sure you get the target in one shot. Yes. Several administrators responded in unison, quickly dispersing and preparing for action. Looking at the state of the players, the yellow team nodded with a sort of satisfaction. And just as the action was about to be announced, Team Yellow suddenly seemed to remember something. Snapping his head around to look at the White Hopper family, his face was also instantly serious. Wait. Your last name is White? Bai Hejiao was startled by the sudden look from Team Huang. Subconsciously, he took half a step back and stammered. It's... Yeah, what's up? Team Huang narrowed his eyes, his tone icy. What's your relationship with the Iron Teeth gang? The air instantly froze, and the Bai Hejiao's face suddenly changed. Eyes flickered and he stammered for words. Just now he was able to inform to Chang Xin of his true identity, that was because the other party was a lawyer. It's okay to know. But now these men before him. The surrounding administrators also cast puzzled glances, and the atmosphere became tense. And no matter what the White Hopper thought, the yellow team kept a close eye on him. I'll ask again, you and the Iron Teeth gang, what exactly is your relationship?
Under such high pressure, Bai Hajia couldn't help but have fine beads of sweat oozing from his forehead. At that moment, he counted on knowing that he couldn't get past this point no matter how much he pretended to be a fool. Especially with the wary eyes of the administrators around him sticking to him like needles. He took a deep breath and said as if he was going out on a limb. "Alright, I'll show my cards. I'm the youngest leader of the Iron Teeth Gang, White Hopper." At these words, the air around them seemed to freeze. Several administrators subconsciously gripped the weapons in their hands and stared menacingly at him. Team Yellow pressed forward even further, their tone cold as ice slush. "What do you want to do here, you kid? Undercover? Or a troublemaker? Considering that your Iron Teeth Gang is still honest, I'll pretend I didn't see you today. Get the hell out of here." Bai Hajia hurriedly waved his hand and eagerly opened his mouth to explain. No, you're mistaken, Yellow Team. I'm not here to cause trouble, but to investigate a traitor in our gang. I've gotten word that what happened here has something to do with that traitor. That's why I want to covertly assist you and make up for your mistakes." This explanation sounded full of holes, and Team Huang naturally didn't believe it as he sneered. "Assist us? With just you? I think you're trying to take advantage of the chaos to fish in the water." The words came out and made the White Hoppers stamp their feet in a hurry. "Yellow Team, I'm telling the truth. If you don't believe me, you can ask lawyer Cheng Xin, I really do it for." Team Yellow gave him a suspicious look. He also remembered that Cheng Xin, earlier, did use an unfamiliar number to call him. Now it seems that it should be the Spy Family kids. And although this kid looks unreliable, but it's not like that energy to prove himself earlier was faked. The bottom line is that it's okay if what the other person is saying is false. But if it is true, one rejects the other now. Let's not talk about whether it will delay Cheng Xin's plan. After all, he wasn't the kind of person who would randomly arrange for other people to join the program. The arrangement will definitely have its own use. If he did drive away, something might happen. And if there really is a traitor from the Iron Teeth Gang here. If he didn't let this young master join him, the other party would be exposed if he came home and led the Iron Teeth Gang. After thinking it over, Team Huang decided to trust him for the time being. After all, more people, more helpers. All right. With that in mind, the Yellow Team moderated their tone a bit. I'll trust you for once. But listen to me, you kid, all actions must be at my command. If you try anything, I'll be the first to shoot you. Anyway, as the crown prince of the Bai family, I don't believe you're that clean. Upon hearing this, the corners of the Bai Hajia's mouth gently twitched. Not that he was really somewhat helpless. Ming Ming has always obeyed the law since he was a child, but he also studied hard. It's true, the preconceptions in a person's mind are a big mountain. Although he couldn't help but whisper a sentence in his heart, on the surface he hastily nodded his head in agreement. Yes. I promise to obey orders absolutely. Team Yellow stopped paying attention to him and turned around to start continuing to lay out the arrest plan. Remember, this operation must not fail to be exposed. Our informants have risked a great deal to be able to do this. Under the shroud of night, two teams of people silently surrounded towards the villa. Chapter 129, Changing Angles. The White Hoppers followed closely behind the Yellow Team, trying to look as inconspicuous as possible. Honestly, though, he'd been looking forward to it before. But when it came to actually acting on it, there was a lot of panic. After all, where had he experienced this kind of battle since he was a child? But he tried to put on a calm face. After all, he was the young master of the Iron Teeth Gang, how could he show his cowardice? Meanwhile, Cheng Xin once again returned to the villa with the help of a simple bedsheet rope. And seeing him return safely, Su Mu's nerves that had been taut finally relaxed. A hanging heart fell back into place. How'd it go? Did it go well? Su Mu asked eagerly, with an imperceptible tremor in his tone. Even though she was already consoling herself constantly. But she was a girl without a defense weapon in this environment. Still can't help but be a little scared. About this point Cheng Xin naturally knows. At that moment, he smiled and touched Su Mu's head, said in a relaxed tone. It went pretty well, just an oddball on the way. Su Mu tilted his head suspiciously, signaling him to continue. Guess who I ran into on the way? The young master of the Iron Teeth Gang, Bai Hajia. That kid, as the young master of the Iron Teeth Gang, even wanted to participate in this operation. Cheng Xin said, unable to stop himself from laughing.
What's even more outrageous is that he's trying to use this credit to become the neighborhood administrator. At that moment, Chang Xian completely informed Sumu of what had happened after he met the Baihe family. In order to ease Sumu's nervousness, he also deliberately exaggerated a bit for the sake of fun. Sumu couldn't help but laugh out loud even as he listened to Chang Xian's description. An administrator? He's got a pretty good idea. When Sumu finished speaking, Sumu smiled and teased. A gangster young master wants to be an administrator. If this gets out, it'll probably make people laugh. Who says otherwise? I was dumbfounded, but luckily, I had the bright idea to just hand this mess over to the yellow team. To my way of thinking, with the yellow team's character, I guess I don't think this kid is reliable either. But then again, I'm afraid he'll get into something, and I think he'll leave him behind. Chang Xian shrugged and smiled helplessly. Now it's good that there's one more undercover agent on the yellow team side, and I don't know if it's a blessing or a curse. Sumu covered his mouth and the smile on his face became even more pronounced. This is a good show. I wonder if Team Huang can hold this young master. Chang Xian looked at Sumu's smile, and his heart was also much lighter. He reached out and gently pinched Sumu's cheek and said in a soft tone, "Well, stop laughing and think about what we're going to do next. Although the yellow team's side has already started to move, we can't take it lightly. After all, counting the time, there are still 2 days left. In these 2 days, if Zhao Kun's people come in and see this scene, it's inevitable that they won't think much about it." Chang Xian said, his gaze sweeping across the room, his brows furrowing slightly. Though they hadn't touched much else in this room. But only the bedspread was torn by them into strips of cloth to be used as ropes, and even if restored, it could not hide the traces of violent destruction. If Zhao Kuan's men come in and see this, they'll be suspicious. After his words fell, Sumu also realized the seriousness of the problem. Walking over to the bed, he began trying to put the messy strips of fabric back together to look like sheets. "Let's see the extent of the damage first, maybe we can salvage it," she said as she fiddled with the cloth. Chang Xian looked at Sumu's busy figure and was a little overjoyed. It was clear that he should have been the one to make the move this time. As a result, it now keeps bringing it into danger. He walked to Sumu's side and gently pulled her hand away. "I'll do it, you take a break." Sumu looked up at him with a tired look in his eyes. "Get it together, it's faster that way." The two men worked together to put the sheets together barely. But there are obvious tear marks and crooked stitches on it. Any way you look at it, it looks like you've been in a fierce fight. This is too obvious. Seeing the situation, Chang Xian also scratched his head somewhat helplessly. Zhao Kuan isn't a little cutie, one glance, and you can tell there's a problem. Hearing this, Sumu also sighed. "Yeah, what can we do about that?" She walked over to the bed, her brow visibly furrowed even as she did so. Chang Xian walked behind her and gently patted her shoulder. "Don't worry, there's always a way." Feeling the big hand on his shoulder, Sumu's heart more or less relaxed. A bold idea also suddenly flashed through his mind. "Do you think if we tell Zhao Kuan that we're playing an overly aggressive little game for two here, he'll believe us?" Chang Xian froze for a moment, then snorted out a laugh. "Are you serious? If Zhao Kuan believes that, I'll eat this broken sheet on the spot." These words made Sumu also couldn't help but give him a blank look. "No, you vetoed the idea anyway. Then you figure it out." As these words fell, Chang Xian's laughter came to an abrupt end and he raised his hand to touch up his chin. Although Sumu's words just now were absurd, they unexpectedly gave him a thought. That is, instead of hiding the truth, it is better to use it as an excuse. Create a more disorienting illusion. "Hey, wait." As the thought stopped, Chang Xian's eyes lit up, as if he had thought of some brilliant idea. What did you think of?" Seeing Chang Xian like this, Sumu's eyes also lit up. After all, when Chang Xian vetoed her proposal just now, she was really a little bit worried. The tie sheets don't look like they can be fooled with in any way. The corner of Chang Xian's mouth hooked up a bad smile, picked up a blue and white porcelain bottle on the table, and smashed it towards the bed without hesitation. Pop! A crunching sound came from the vase as it fell apart, the pieces scattering on the patchwork sheets, adding to the mess. Some things are actually a lot better if you just look at them differently. Sumu froze, looking at Chang Xian's sudden move, not reacting for a moment. "What are you?" "We had a fight." "How'd it go?" But before Sumu could finish his words, Chang Xian raised his eyebrows. There was a sly glint in his eyes. Let's just say you're uncomfortable because you've been imprisoned here and think I'm still being cheated by Zhao Kun. I, on the other hand, insisted on believing Zhou Gon, so we had a big fight and broke things to vent our anger. Sumu's eyes gradually widened, then he snorted out a laugh and reached out to gently hit Chang Xin. As expected of a senior, there are so many ghost ideas. But the idea seems to work. She walked over to the bed and kicked at the tiles of china scattered on the floor. Another look at the miserable sheets and a satisfied nod. Now, even if Zhao Kun sends someone to check, they'll just think we're a squirmy little couple. Chapter 130 Destroy. After the words fell, the two of them said no more. There was a flurry of strikes, slamming the perimeter towards the ground or the wall. Almost 10 minutes later, the entire room had been damaged by the two of them to the point where there was nothing good left except for the wall coverings. Gasping for air, Chang Xin and Sumu looked at each other and couldn't help but smile. It's a scene that they should have played out kind of seamlessly. Hey, tired, destroy. Chang Xin stretched exaggeratedly and slumped his butt on the sofa. Smoothly, he picked up an apple on the table and nibbled on it. Sumu blankly glanced at him and also walked over to the sofa and sat down. Grabbing a random pillow and cradling it in his arms, he muttered in mock anger. It's all your fault. Now Zhao Kun must think I'm being unreasonable even more. Chang Xin smiled and moved over, whispering in her ear. It's okay, Pepper, it's more realistic that way. Saying that, he even deliberately reached out and pinched Sumu's cheek. Sumu slapped his hand away and pouted and opened her mouth. You! Who's a chili pepper? Early the next morning, the minion who delivered the food appeared at the door right on time. The door to the room opened, and the sight before him made his eyes nearly fall out. The room was a mess, the sheets torn to shreds. Shards of china were all over the place, tables and chairs were askew, and there were suspicious stains on the walls. The minion froze for a long moment before stuttering. What's going on here? Rubbing his messy hair, Chang Xin sighed with a tired face. Ugh, don't mention it, had a fight with this. Saying that, he also pointed at Sumu, who was sitting on the corner of the bed holding his knees with an aggrieved look on his face. She nonetheless said Joe was lying to me about the surgery being fake. Just trying to keep me here as a guinea pig. Of course I don't believe it. How nice is Zhao to me? How can you lie to me when you're scheduling surgeries and serving good food and drink? She ended up messing with me, you see, making a scene. Sumu raised his head, his eyes red, and said with a sobbing voice. You are just stupid. Being sold and still counting the money for others. I don't care, I want to go home. And the minion looked at the cockamamie scene in front of him. For a moment, I didn't know what to say. He hurriedly put his meal down and ran off in a huff, afraid of getting caught up in the strife. After all, Zhao Kun had explained them before. These two are honored guests. It is to be looked after, but it must not be neglected. Now that the two were arguing, he couldn't make a decision. It didn't take long for the minion to add to the report of Chang Xin and Sumu's quarrel to Zhao Kun. After hearing this, Zhao Kun, instead of getting angry, revealed a smile. Quarrel? Yeah, that's a good one. With this in mind, Zhao Kun straightened his clothes and then personally came to Chang Xin in Sumu's room. Pushing the door open, the sight before him caused him to frown slightly. Then he stretched and changed his expression to one of concern. Miss Sumu, I heard from my men that you had a fight? Zhao Kun walked to Sumu's side and asked with feigned concern. Are you still mad about the surgery? Actually, you shouldn't worry so much, I understand how you feel. After all, organ replacement is no small matter, and it's only right for a girl to be more careful. Sumu raised his head, his eyes were still red, but his tone could not be the slightest bit weak. Zhao Kun, don't you dare cat cry in fake mercy here. Didn't you lock me in here to experiment on my boyfriend? You really think I'm a cutie? Zhao Kun sighed and turned his head to look at Chang Xin. Brother Chang Xin, look, what are you angry with your girlfriend? She's just so worried about you. Haven't I explained everything to you before? This surgery is absolutely safe and reliable. And you'll be able to live like a normal person after the surgery. Don't worry, I will arrange your surgery as soon as possible so that you can recover soon. Chang Xin hurriedly shook Zhao Kun's hand and said with a grateful face. Brother Zhao, I'm really happy that you understand me. I actually figured it out a long time ago. My life was going to be a lost cause anyway, so what do I have to wonder about?
It's my fault for not persuading her, letting her think blindly, and causing trouble with you, brother Zhao. Saying that, he fiercely glared at Sumu. Don't apologize to brother Zhao yet. Sumu let out a cold snort and looked away. I'm not going to apologize. I'm telling the truth, he's a liar. But Sumu's suspicion after this, Zhao Koan didn't take it to heart. Instead, he laughed and patted Cheng Xian's shoulder. Young people, a little friction is normal. Big man, don't talk down to your own woman. Don't worry, I'll do what I say and schedule your surgery as soon as possible. Seeing this, Zhao Koan was secretly happy. This guy, indeed, is a man who has been frightened by death. That's trusting him completely. On the contrary, this Sumu, what a trouble. He's been suspicious of him from start to finish. The genius was getting a little irritated in his mind. However, when he thought of Cheng Xian's out-of-this-world thousand techniques, he pressed down his annoyance. Once he gets this kid's powers, he'll be able to kill it in the casino. By then, won't there be as much money as you want? As for the woman, after he's done with his business, it's not too late to take your time with her. Okay, all of you, cut it out. The thought stopped here. Zhao Koan pretended to be a peacemaker and advised. We're all family, why hurt our feelings? Ms. Sumu, don't worry too much. I assure you, your new brother is in absolutely no danger. After saying that, he patted Cheng Xian's shoulder and gave Sumu another meaningful look before turning to leave. The door closed and silence returned to the room. Cheng Xian and Sumu looked at each other, and both of them had a smile on their faces. This old fox, he really thought we were fooled by him. Cheng Xian snorted, his tone full of mockery. That's just it, don't even look at who we are. Sumu followed suit and laughed. Really think we're cuties? No? However, soon the two of them were once again somewhat gloomy. After all, they were well aware that it was just a reprieve. The way things are today, they have to stall for time. It dragged on until 3 days later, the moment the surgery took place. 3 days passed by in a flash, and Zhao Koan, as expected by Cheng Xian, did not pay too much attention to them anymore. Every day, except for the henchmen who deliver food regularly, almost no one came to disturb their sweet world. Cheng Xian and Sumu were also happy to be at ease, continuing to play the role of the young couple who looked at each other with disdain. Every now and then, we have a couple of mix-ups, a few fights, and a whole lot of drama. And on the afternoon of the third day, Zhao Koan suddenly appeared in front of them, with a smile piled on his face. Chapter 131 Departure. New boy, Ms. So, I have good news for you. The surgical site and personnel are ready, let's go now. Cheng Xian and Sumu exchanged a look, and a sentence surfaced in their hearts with great understanding. Finally. And on the surface, Cheng Xian put on a look of gratitude and held Zhao Koan's hand tightly. Brother Zhao, thank you so much. I can finally live like a normal person. Sumu, on the other hand, still put on a reluctant look and muttered in a low voice. Who knows if it's true? Zhao Koan laughed and waved his hand in disbelief. Just rest assured, Miss Su, I, Zhao Koan, am a man of my word and will never lie to you. With that, he made a gesture of invitation, signaling the two to follow him. Cheng Xian and Sumu didn't say anything more. Silently following behind Zhao Koan, he walked out of the villa. Sumu sneaked a glance at Cheng Xian. Realizing that his expression was still as bland as ever, his heart settled down quite a bit. Outside the villa, a black sedan had been waiting for a long time. Zhao Koan attentively opened the car door for the two of them. New boy, Ms. So, please. In response to his attentiveness, Cheng Xian and Sumu were not polite and directly got into the car one after the other. And just a short distance from the cottage in the woods, Teen Yellow and his crew were catatonic, their eyes dead set on the villa's movements. For 3 days, they had been winded and exhausted. But everyone's eyes were gleaming, glued to the villa's every move. For them, the elite. It's just squatting, though, is something that really isn't considered tough. The white hoppers were a bit of a mess by comparison. What had been white cheeks were now waxy and yellow. Plus the shirt I was already wearing and the shorts. In this environment, it has long been covered with red bags left by mosquito bites. Some places were even scratched through his skin, revealing the bright red tender flesh inside. But despite this, he still clenched his teeth and held on without uttering a single word of complaint. Young Bai, why don't you go back and rest first? Just leave it to us here. And it does seem a bit wrong to stay with us in your position. Even the yellow team, which was full of defenses at first, looked at this miserable state of the Baiha family. The heart is more or less in awe. These 3 days would not necessarily be resisted by any ordinary member of the authority. And this kid has held back hard until now. If it weren't for the identity of the white. The black sedan drove smoothly on the highway. Chang Xan and Sumu sat side by side in the back seat, and the atmosphere was a bit dull. Zhao Kuan sat in the co-pilot's seat and watched the duo's reaction through the rearview mirror. The smile on his face was no longer hidden in the slightest. The car gradually drove away from the city and into a desolate suburb. The buildings along the roadside are becoming sparser and sparser. In their place are abandoned factories and overgrown wastelands. Seeing this environment, Sumu couldn't help but frown. Such a remote environment, in case the yellow team and others lose them. That would be a real problem. Chang Xian held Sumu's hand back and gave her a soothing look. He didn't move on the surface, but he had actually been secretly observing his surroundings. Zhao Kuan must have something to fall back on if he chose to strike at this place. He had to stay alert to be able to deal with unexpected situations. About an hour later, the car stopped in front of an abandoned factory. The factory gates were rusted and overgrown with weeds around them, and it looked like it had been abandoned for a long time. Zhao Kuan took the lead to get out of the car and once again personally opened the door for Chang Xian and Sumu. "New old brother, Ms. Su, please." Sumu hesitated for a moment and finally followed Chang Xian out of the car. The interior of the factory was even more eerie and dilapidated, and the air smelled of dampness and decay. Having reached this point, Chang Xian and Sumu didn't dare to show any extra expressions. It just didn't move as he surveyed his surroundings. The plant was filled with all kinds of discarded machinery and miscellaneous items. It was dimly lit because the windows were all tainted with inexplicable filth. There was also the occasional squeak of a mouse in the corner. Zhao Kuan looked at the two of them, and his face became even more smug. "Oh, new old brother, do you feel bad about the environment now? Don't worry, I'll show you the eye, old brother." As he said that, he clapped his hands, and several black-clad bodyguards immediately walked up behind him. The bodyguards walked over to an abandoned coat closet and worked together to push it open. Behind the closet, a staircase extending downward was revealed. The smile on Zhao Kuan's face intensified. "New old man, please. Let's go see your primary care doctor. Boss Zhao is really generous. This place, it's really a bit of a surprise for old brother." Chang Xian complimented with a leathery smile, but his eyes were scanning the surroundings without moving. Sumu, on the other hand, held his arm tightly, her fingers gently rubbing on the back of his hand. "Ha, it's good that the new old brother likes it. Brother, I'm a person with nothing else. It's just professional, otherwise it wouldn't have made it this far. Come on, down there is the real purpose of our trip." Hearing Chang Xian's compliments, the smile on Zhao Kuan's face became even more pronounced. With a wave of his hand he turned around and lifted his foot directly towards the underground entrance. Seeing his actions, Chang Xian and Sumu didn't say anything else. They took a breath then followed in unison. The trio made their way down the narrow staircase, and the odd musty odor grew stronger. Sumu couldn't help but cover her mouth and nose, her eyebrows knitting. Chapter 132 Double the price? Chang Xian, on the other hand, secretly raised his guard. This place looks more and more like a black clinic. Zhao Kuan gourd sold what medicine, his heart more and more bottomless. Instead, upon reaching the basement fully, the sight before them took both of them by surprise. Spacious and bright with spotless floors. The musty smell in the air disappeared, replaced by the somewhat pungent smell of disinfectant. A variety of advanced medical equipment is placed in a well-organized manner. It completely reversed everything they had just seen. A man in a white coat was standing by the operating table, and when he saw them coming down, he immediately greeted them. "New old brother, this is Dr. Li. The top internal medicine specialist in the country, even among my team. I've been specially invited to operate on you this time." Seeing this person welcome him, Zhao Kuan also hurriedly introduced him warmly. "Hello Mr. New, hello Miss Su, my humble name is Li." Dr. Li pushed the gold-rimmed glasses on the bridge of his nose, a professional smile on his face. "Everything for the surgery is ready for you." While they were introduced in one, Chang Xian was still unmoving and surveying the surroundings. Several black-clad bodyguards stood at the exit. All of them are big and bulging at the waist. Not so much firearms, but some cold weapons for sure. It made him sneer inwardly. This Zhao Kuan is really cautious, this is afraid that he will run away. "Ah. Dr. Li,
what is this surgery all about? I'm a little nervous. As the thought stopped, Chang Xin came back to his senses and asked in a pretense of apprehension. Mr. New doesn't have to worry, it's a very safe procedure. And across from Chang Xin's inquiry, Dr. Lee was extremely patient in explaining. We just need to harvest a little bit of your body tissue first to use to match the lung source. And once it's finalized, with the efficiency of our team of professionals, a suitable lung source will be found in exactly half an hour, and then the operation can be performed. So fast? Chang Xin pretended to be surprised. Yes, we have specialized channels. That's something I think Boss Zhao already told you guys, right? Dr. Lee said confidently. So, is this surgery risky? Lowering his head, Sumu's eyes flashed with some light and opened his mouth to ask worriedly. At that moment she naturally knew it was stalling. Otherwise, if the surgery starts over here, if the yellow team doesn't make it, then Chang Xin could be in real danger. There's no risk at all, Miss Su, please don't worry. Dr. Lee smiled with a reassuring remark. It's a minor surgery, and it'll be done quickly. No risk at all? Really? Hearing this, Chang Xin once again pretended to be nervous and gulped. The other answered too dryly. It's not dragging on at all. Of course it's true. Dr. Lee pushed up his gold-rimmed glasses and smiled with an imperceptible contempt. Mr. New, just put your mind at ease. This minor surgery is as easy as cutting a vegetable from my experience. Chopped vegetables? Chang Xin laughed dryly. Dr. Lee is so funny. Okay, Mr. New, please lie down on the operating table. Dr. Lee made an inviting gesture. Chang Xin took a deep breath and tried to put on a look of anticipation as he slowly laid down on the cold operating table. He scanned the layout of the room with his afterglow. Keep the location of ventilation ducts and security cameras in mind. At the same time, Sumu also understood the urgency of the situation at the moment. She didn't move and gave Chang Xin a wink before pretending to speak as if nothing had happened. I'm going to the restroom. She had wanted to take the opportunity to find a way to contact the outside world. But before she could take a step, a tall woman in black tights then appeared silently behind her. It's none other than Black Rose. Miss Su, this way to the restroom, I'll accompany you. Blocking in front of Sumu, Black Rose's face was still without the slightest expression. Open computer this person, Sumu heart cursed, face barely squeeze out some smile. Don't bother, I'll do it myself. This is Boss Zhao's order, please cooperate with Miss Su. Black Rose interrupted, a faint threat in her tone. Seeing the other party like this, Sumu understood at that moment. It was definitely not possible to break in now, so we could only give up the idea for the time being. She sighed helplessly and followed Black May towards the restroom. Chang Xin was lying on the cold operating table, and his heart was heavy. Zhao Cohen, the old fox, is really dripping with water. Stalling is not an option now. One can only maintain one's persona in front of them. Dr. Lee, does this really not hurt? Don't worry, Mr. New, we'll give you a local anesthetic and you won't feel a thing. Dr. Lee pushed back his gold-rimmed glasses, and there was more than a little impatience in his tone. The man is a little too bold. How dare you come in for organ replacement surgery with that? So you need not worry. And it's a quick step, it only takes a couple minutes. Dr. Lee replied perfunctorily, his hands already preparing the instruments. Seeing the other party's movements, Chang Xin also had no choice but to take a deep breath and try to keep himself calm. With the way things are going, one can only take one step at a time. Dr. Lee wiped Chang Xin's arm with a sterilized cotton swab a few times. Then took out a thin syringe and slowly pushed it into his veins. Ah! Chang Xin let out an exaggerated cry and his body shook violently. Mr. New, are you okay? Dr. Lee frowned, no longer hiding his displeasure at all. He's been here for surgery dozens of times anyhow. It's the first time I've seen how troublesome Chang Xin is. No. It's fine, just a little nervous. Chang Xin hurriedly explained. Without another word, Dr. Lee quickly extracted a small tube of blood and then pulled the syringe out. Well, Mr. New, you'll have to wait a moment. We'll be able to match the right lung source in no time. Dr. Lee said, taking the blood sample towards a hidden room in the corner of the room. At the same time, Sumu followed Black Rose into the restroom. She looked at her reflection in the mirror and tried to keep herself calm. Black Rose stood right in the doorway, as motionless as a door god. Sumu took a deep breath, turned on the faucet, and washed his face to calm himself down even more. Your name is Black May, right? Seeing as you're pretty good with your hands, why did you come to protect Zhao Cohen? Because he was kind to you? Sumu asked in a low voice, with a bit of testing in his tone. And in the face of her question, Black May just replied with a blank face. I'm just getting paid to do it. And what if I offered double? Hearing this, Sumu's eyes lit up and he spoke directly. Chapter 133 Arrival of the Yellow Team. Since the other side has indicated that they are doing things because of money, that can be so much better. No trespassing without my orders. Bai Hejia immediately looked like a deflated ball as he said in a resigned manner. Yellow Team, I want to join the operation too. With a bitter face, Bai Hejia once again couldn't help but add a sentence. And at this attitude of his, the Yellow Team frowned. Somewhat helplessly, he waved his hand. Okay, don't rub it in. It's already on Chang Xian's honor to bring you here. After all, this isn't child's play, and if we really get into a fight later, it's going to be deadly. You're a fine kid, and you're still the crown prince of the Iron Teeth gang. What if we really are missing an arm or a leg? A city will have a big problem. Upon hearing this, the White Hoppers wanted to fight a little more. But he was glared back by a stern look from the Yellow Team. At that moment, he could only shut his mouth resentfully and squatted in a corner to draw circles. Team Yellow stopped paying attention to him and turned to the team to lay out the final battle plan in a low and forceful voice. Did you hear everything? Understood. The team roared low in unison, their voices solemn in the night. Action. With a command from the Yellow Team, the team members scattered like arrows off a string and disappeared into the night. A team approached the front door of the warehouse quickly and silently. The breaking tool in his hand glinted coldly in the darkness. Ka-da. As an imperceptibly soft sound came out, the warehouse door was opened a crack. The team entered the warehouse without making any noise. The interior of the warehouse was dim and damp, and the air smelled musty. The team pushed forward cautiously. Tactical boots made a slight rustling sound on the concrete floor. It was crystal clear in the silence of the warehouse. The beam of the flashlight wavered in the darkness, illuminating the piles of goods ahead. The goods were covered with a black plastic sheet, bulging so that it was impossible to see exactly what they were. All be careful and watch your surroundings. Team Yellow warned in a low voice. The team exchanged glances with each other, gripped their weapons in their hands, and continued to push forward. They walked to the place where Chang Xian and the others had not reached earlier. It was much dimmer in here, and the smell got even weirder. The second team sneaks in through a side door and meets up with the first team in the center of the warehouse. Well, what do you got? Bending down in a crouch, Yellow Team lowered their voices and opened their mouths to inquire in the middle of their headsets. Reporting to Yellow Team, no abnormalities found at the side door. Whispering openly, the captain of the second team once again took a closer look before replying with a sentence. Just then, a sudden cacophony of voices came from the depths of the warehouse, shattering its tranquility. Listening to the voices, it was obvious that someone was coming in their direction. And it's getting closer. Team Yellow immediately ordered. Stop the advance and stand by. The team immediately stopped walking, held their breath, and listened sideways for movement. The beams of the flashlights were all turned off as well, eyes locked tightly ahead. The third team members are responsible for guarding the perimeter to prevent the enemy from escaping. They were scattered around the warehouse, waiting for a possible leak. Yellow Team led the members of Teams 1 and 2 to quietly approach the source of the sound. There was a steel door deep in the warehouse, and the sound was coming from behind it. Through the crack of the door, one could faintly see several figures shifting inside, and the sound of talking faintly coming out. It sounds like they're moving things. Should be our target this time? Team Yellow didn't say anything, just signaled the team to get ready for the raid. He took a deep breath and violently kicked the iron door open. Bang! The iron door let out a loud bang and fell backwards, hitting the ground hard and stirring up a cloud of dust. The depths of the warehouse were suddenly revealed to the crowd. Several men dressed in black were gathered around a table with several boxes on it. When they heard the commotion, they immediately turned around and looked at the police officers who suddenly appeared with a stunned expression. Freeze! Police! Team Yellow snapped. Several men froze for a moment, then reacted by pulling out their weapons and aiming them at the police. Bang bang bang! Gunfire echoed through the warehouse,
flashes of fire and bullets whizzing by. A fierce gunfight broke out instantly. Team Yellow and the others quickly sought cover and confronted each other. Bullets were raining down on each other. The goods in the warehouse were smashed to pieces, with wood shavings and dust flying everywhere. These people actually have guns. One of the team members cursed, dodging bullets as he returned fire. All calm down. Take cover. And don't be a ING winner, didn't we take into account that the other side had personal weapons? Leaning toward the wall, Team Yellow gasped out a loud reminder. The sounds of gunfire, yelling and cursing, and the breaking of cargo were intertwined. Regular people would probably get their heads shaken right off if they were here. Team Yellow catapulted themselves behind a pile of cardboard boxes and yelled low into their headsets. Team 2, fire suppression. Team 1, follow me. As soon as the words fell, and without the slightest hesitation, he scurried directly out of the bunker with both feet powered up. The gun in his hand was raised, firing accurately at the bandits across the street. Chapter 134. The scene of the firefight. Bullets whistled through the air, leaving bullet holes in the tin walls. Damn, these grandsons have a lot of firepower. One of the team members covered his arm, blood trickling down his fingers. Cut the crap. Hit me. Team Yellow roared, and with a roll once again entered new cover. Once again, he got up and fired several shots at one of the bandits, killing him. The three teams outside the warehouse weren't doing nothing, they were still patiently lurking in the darkness. A bandit tried to sneak out through a side door, and as soon as he showed his head, he was shot in the head by a member of the third team. Reporting to Yellow Team, a target attempted to escape and has been killed. 3. The team leader's voice came over the headset. Well done. The bodies of the bandits lay on the ground, and the air was thick with the smell of blood. Check to see if there are any survivors. It took a few ragged breaths for Team Yellow to calm down. Yes. The team carefully searched the warehouse and confirmed that all the bandits had been killed or subdued. Reporting to Yellow Team, all resolved. A team member reported. Good. Open the box and see what's inside. Team Yellow said, pointing to several black boxes on the table. One of the team members stepped forward and pried the box open with a crowbar. Upon seeing the contents of the box, his face instantly turned white. Yellow Team. This. Team Huang walked up and took a look at the contents of the box, and his face turned ironic. Instead of human organs, the boxes contained packets of white powder with a pungent odor. It's drugs. Cutting the bag open with his dagger, his fingers glued, and when he was sure, Yellow Team spat viciously. That kid Chang Xin, the intelligence is wrong. He immediately realized the gravity of the situation. It's not just as simple as trading in human organs. There are also drugs involved, which changes the nature of the issue completely. The injured team members rest in place, the rest of you follow me. Go find a new entrance and meet up with Chang Xin as soon as possible. There was no such intention, and the Yellow Team spoke on the spot. We've made such a big commotion, Zhao Kuan must have noticed, we must support Chang Xin as soon as possible. As the words fell, Team Huang didn't dare to be the slightest bit slow, immediately leading the team to look for other exits in the warehouse. All carefully. Don't miss any corners. I don't need to tell you how cunning these criminals are when they touch human organs and then drugs. Keep your eyes open, all of you. Such serious words also made the players not dare to be careless. Hurriedly, he spread out and shone his flashlight into every corner of the warehouse, trying to find any possible passage to the outside world. However, the walls of the warehouse were solid and thick, and there didn't seem to be any other exit than the front door. How the hell did these grandsons hide people? After searching for several minutes, the team members whose eyes were a bit blurry couldn't help but curse. Cut the crap. Keep looking. Team Huang snapped. The air inside the warehouse grew duller and duller as each second passed. An anxious look grew on the faces of the players. This dog is hiding too deep. Just as Team Yellow was about to give up, a voice suddenly came from the front. Yellow Team. Over here. I found the entrance. Team Huang's face was delighted, although the voice sounded somewhat unfamiliar. But finding the entrance is the best thing. At that moment, he rushed over with his team. However, when he saw the iron cabinet that was pushed open as well as the person standing on the side, the Yellow Team's face instantly became a bit ugly. Because the person who found the exit was none other than the White Hopper family that he had just told to stay well outside. Bai Haijiao was currently standing by the iron cabinet with an excited look on his face.
Invitingly, he pointed to the darkened passageway inside. Yellow team, look! I found the secret passage here. Team Huang couldn't even care about being happy at the moment, taking a few steps forward and grabbing White Hopper's collar. You kid is really not afraid to die. Didn't I tell you to wait nicely outside? Do you realize how much your life is worth? Once you're dead, then the Iron Teeth gang will riot, and the whole of a city will be in chaos. Yellow team, take it easy, you're going to rip your collar off. However, in the face of Team Huang's violent anger, the White Hopes remained playful at this point. I'm just worried about you because you haven't moved in half a day. Besides, I know this place well. Team Huang's eyes widened, veins popping out on his forehead. Cooked? You're familiar, my ass. Do you have any idea what's in here? Drugs. Is that something you boys can touch? Your father promised that in front of those guys back in the day. Never touch poison, you kids want your dad to die, don't you? And, did you boys forget your brains at home? I told you to stay outside, and how dare you sneak in? The White Hopes were still smiling, completely ignoring the Yellow Team's anger. Yellow Team, don't be angry. Don't worry, I can now represent the White family to say once again that I will never touch drugs. And isn't it for the greater good that I'm doing this now? You couldn't find your way, so I just showed up in time to save the day. Besides, our White family used to have some plots of land that were designed this way. It looked familiar to me as soon as I saw it, and no, I found it right away. Saving the day? You kid has the nerve to say that. Team Huang was so angry that he almost lost his breath. This kid really doesn't know how important he is. Now the Yellow Team's heart could be described as angry and helpless. This stupid kid, is he really stupid or not? He had sold out there by family, and he was actually here to claim credit. But now was not the time to lecture him. It was imperative to find Zhao Kuan as soon as possible and rescue Chang Xian and Sumu. Okay, cut the crap. The thought stopped there, and Team Huang didn't bother to say anything more, directly pushing away the White Hopper with one hand. Team, enter the secret passageway immediately and move fast. When they heard the Yellow Team give the order, the team moved quickly. Neatly arranged in long lines, they disappeared into the darkness of the secret passage. Team Yellow turned around and gave the White Hoppers a hard stare. Chapter 135 The Meeting. You kid, get the hell out of here right now. Do you hear me? If you dare to follow me in here again, I'll really break your legs. The White Hopes shrunk their necks and couldn't help but mutter. Really, nice try. Although he grumbled with his mouth, the White Hopes obediently retreated. He knew that Team Huang was doing him a favor, and he also knew that he was indeed reckless this time. After all, he had heard the gunshots just now. Though now he had 2 layers of body armor issued by himself and Yellow Team. But in case of a hit to the head, he'd better just leave this beautiful world. The secret passage was dark and the air smelled damp and musty. The team cautiously made their way down the stairs that stretched downward. The beam of the flashlight wavered in the narrow passage, illuminating the mottled walls and slippery steps. All be careful. Team Yellow walked at the end of the line and whispered a word of caution. If I'm not mistaken, this place is the core of Zhao Kuan's crime syndicate. So don't be so careless as to cause a lost cause. The Yellow Team led the crew, circling down the damp, chilly steps. The air in the secret passage was foul, and a putrid odor went straight to his nostrils. At first, the smell was sickening, but over time, the crowd actually gradually adapted to the suffocating atmosphere. After about a minute, the putrid odor faded, replaced by the pungent smell of disinfectant water. This obvious and incomparable change in flavor also caused Team Huang's face to visibly change. They're not far from their destination here. Attention all crew, halt forward. Team Yellow ordered in a low voice through his headset. The team immediately stopped and stayed in battle formation in a well-trained manner. Team Yellow stepped to the front of the group and cautiously looked around by the faint glow of a flashlight purposely turned down. He gestured for the team to advance slowly. The crowd descended dozens more steps to a corner. There was a faint light and sound of people coming from around the corner. Team Huang held his breath and listened carefully. It was Chang Xian's voice. Found them. Team Yellow's heart rejoiced, and he quickened his pace, catapulted himself to the corner, and cautiously peeked out. With the dim light, Team Yellow also got a good look behind the corner. It was a spacious basement. The air smelled heavily of antiseptic water with a hint of blood. Chang Xian was lying on the operating table, his hands resting casually on his chest. There was still a slight smile on his face, no sign of being tied up at all. Sumu, on the other hand, stood on the side, next to a tall woman wearing a tight leather jacket. That gesture was obviously watching over her. A few big bladed guards were scattered around, their waists bulging with guys as soon as they looked at them. Zhao Koan stood in front of Chang Xian, a cigar in his hand, and was talking smugly about something. Though he couldn't hear what the two were talking about because of the distance. But surely it's not important, think it's some more reprieve from Chang Xian. After all, that kid is a lawyer that his own teacher would praise. A bit of bull stalling can still be done. The thought stopped, and Team Yellow quietly retreated back to their team members, lowering their voices to speak. Target confirmed, Chang Xian and Sumu are both there, as is Zhao Koan. But it's not going well. Chang Xian is lying on the operating table and Sumu is being watched by a woman. There are quite a few more guards around, and by the looks of it, they're all carrying guys too. All of you get the up, this operation is only for success, not failure. Yes. The team whispered in response. Now the situation was a crisis, but they were instead getting more and more excited. After all, this kind of thing is also extremely rare for them. And once it's done right, then they'll all get at least third-class credit. This is an urgent situation, so let's keep it short. Team Yellow pointed around the corner to the basement entrance. Same old rules, 2 groups, watch my hand signals to throw 2 flashbangs. After that, Group A will make a frontal assault, and Group B will flank and outflank. Remember, our primary goal is to control Zhao Koan and rescue the hostages. As for the minions, this is not an important run. Did you hear everything? Understood. The team replied in unison. Okay, now the big question is. Team Yellow paused, his brow furrowed. Chang Xian and Sumu are too close to the enemy. If we use flashbangs, they might get hurt by mistake. Permanent blindness is not out of the question at this distance. Captain, I have an idea. And as soon as his words fell, one of the players simply raised his hand and said, we can start by shining a laser pointer at the target. Remind them to close their eyes before you throw a flashbang. Team Yellow's eyes lit up and tapped the player on the shoulder. Good boy, there you go. That's it. Captain, one more question. Another member of the team weakly raised his hand. What if that old boy Zhao Koan saw the laser pointer too? His question, however, was met with a blank stare from him on the yellow team. Are you kids stupid? Zhao Koan the dead fatso was now complacent, who would notice this little commotion? Besides, how long has it been since you returned to the team? Today our equipment has been updated. The light emitted can only be felt once the person enters the eye. An onlooker can't find out in a place like this where there's still a bright light. Hearing the yellow team's words, the team member scratched his head and hemmed and hawed. Captain, I'm not at home with my wife and kids enjoying myself, I'm out of touch with the times. Team Yellow grunted. Next time you make this kind of cheap mistake, you'll be waiting to write a check. After saying that, he took a deep breath and his eyes became sharp. Action. 2 lasers that were barely visible to the naked eye shot precisely into Chang Xian's eyes. Chang Xian felt something strange and subconsciously squinted his eyes, glancing around the corner out of the corner of his eye. Half of Team Yellow's face flashed in the dim light, a black cylinder in his hand. Flashbulbs. This discovery made Chang Xian's heart unable to hold back his ecstasy. The reinforcements had finally arrived. Zhao Koan noticed Chang Xian's strange appearance, and his fat face was piled with suspicion. What do you see, new boy? A rat? Chang Xian's eyes rolled and the smile on his face became even more pronounced. Quinn, nothing, just the thought of getting a good lung change soon. It's a little bit of a panic of excitement to be able to live and breathe like a normal person from now on. Upon hearing this, Zhao Koan laughed out loud, his fat meat flopping around, and the cigar smoke sprayed Chang Xian's face. New old man, look at you. Don't worry, brother, I'll make sure you're satisfied. When the time comes, don't say alive. As long as you teach your brother all your 1,000 arts. Then even if you want to go to the sky, brother, I'll arrange a hot air balloon for you. Chapter 136 Blasting begins. At his words, Chang Xian dryly laughed in agreement. However, in the next moment, he still covered his chest and showed some weakness. Quinn, my heart is beating so hard here, I want to lie down for a while. By the way, I talked to Sumu, after all, she's always been there for me, this invalid of mine. Now that it's almost done, there's some knowing to talk about. Zhao Koan waved his hand, full of concern. Fine, feel free to do as you please, new old man. As long as you don't come out of this room, you can do whatever you want with Ms. Su, brother. I will definitely not disturb. Quinn, thank you so much.
Hearing this, Chang Xian also revealed a look of gratitude.
Palms over his chest, he coughed weakly once more. Mumu, come here for a moment, I have something to tell you. Being watched over by Black Rose, Sumu sat in the corner.
When she heard Chang Xian call her, she first froze before getting up and pretending to walk over timidly.
Zhao Cohen waved his hand and puffed out a mouthful of smoke with full concern.
Go ahead, young people, it's normal to be affectionate.
Don't mind me, a bad old man.
Sumu walked over to the surgery bed, and Chang Xian blinked rapidly.
A palm went to her eyes, signaling her to cover them.
If it were before, Sumu wouldn't have been able to see the meaning of his gesture.
But under these few days of acting, the tacit understanding between the two had long since improved a lot. That level of reminder was still visible to her.
And although Sumu was unsure, he obediently did as he was told. This scene, on the other hand, was caught in the eyes of Black Rose, who then followed. Her mind was racing, and without even thinking, she immediately covered her eyes like Sumu did. Too late, Team Yellow slammed the flashbang into the room. Buzz! A piercing sound, accompanied by a blinding white light, suddenly turned the entire room into daylight.
Ah!
Zhao Cohen was caught off guard and screamed miserably, covering his eyes and rolling on the ground.
My eyes! My eyes!
The wailing echoed through the room, and Zhou Gan's tears flowed unceasingly as he rolled around on the floor.
Loosening his grip, Chang Xian left to seize the opportunity. A carp jumped off the operating table,
drawing the pistol at Zhao Cohen's waist in a swift manner. Raising it, he aimed the blackened muzzle at Zhao Cohen, who was still rolling around.
Don't move or I don't mind shooting you right now. Steadying his body, Chang Xian snapped. And that's when Team Yellow stormed into the room with their crew.
Seeing Zhao Cohen, who had been subdued, as well as the strong man who was all covering his eyes and shedding tears on the side, a triumphant smile appeared on his face. The most dangerous part of the plan was solved by them with a single flashbang at zero sacrifice.
This could be a surprise. Well done, Chang Xian.
However, before they could rejoice for too long, a sharp cry cut through the air.
Ah!
The crowd followed the sound and their faces changed drastically. Only to see that Black Rose had taken Sumu hostage at some point. The sharp dagger was against Sumu's white neck, glowing with a cold, chilling light. Black Rose's face was not the least bit flustered, and her eyes scanned the crowd icily.
Don't even come over. I'll kill her if anyone moves.
Chang Xian, on the other hand, his heart sank violently, as if it was clutched by a large invisible hand. Sumu was being held hostage under his nose, and this sudden turn of events made his brain buzz. He took a deep breath, trying to calm himself, and shouted at Black Rose.
Calm down. Black Rose, you must calm down.
You're surrounded, drop the knife now and everything is still salvageable.
Black Rose ignored it, and the dagger was still tightly pressed against Sumu's neck.
And seeing that the other party did not make the slightest move, Chang Xian stabilized his mind and then continued. Black May, given the circumstances, you're only an accessory to the crime. Taking hostages today will only make you more guilty. Black Rose sneered, her eyes filled with disdain.
Cut the crap.
Release Mr. Zhao and prepare another car or I'll kill her. As soon as the words fell out of her mouth, she gave her arm a slight push. The sharp dagger cut a bloody mark on Sumu's delicate neck, and bright red beads of blood seeped out instantly. Sumu stifled a grunt in pain, his body trembling slightly.
Chang Xian felt like his blood was about to freeze. He fought back the anger within him and tried once again to distract Black May. Black May, I know you're loyal to Quinn. But in this situation, what can you do even if you escape? Zhao Cohen he.
Just before he could finish his words, Black May violently interrupted him and spoke sternly.
Shut up. I'll kill her right now if you keep talking nonsense.
As these words fell, Black Rose's arm exerted a slight force. The sharp dagger made a deeper cut on Sumu's neck. And this one may have injured an artery. A lot of blood gushed out again, staining Sumu's collar red in a near instant. Sumu stifled a grunt in pain, and his face instantly turned pale. Chang Xian's pupils plummeted, and he could barely breathe at that moment. Though he's been a man for 2 lifetimes. But still, an unprecedented sense of fear swept through his body now. When Team Huang saw this, his face also became extremely ugly. He knew deep down that Sumu's life was at stake.
So it didn't dare to have any more hesitation and only gritted its teeth to agree to Black Rose's request. Good. You mustn't be impulsive, I promise you now. Release Zhao Cohen and let's prepare the car. Receiving an affirmative answer, Black Rose's face did not relax in the slightest. Instead, he stared more warily at the police around him. Bring Zhao Cohen here. 2 police officers immediately escorted Zhao Cohen, who was still wailing. Zhao Cohen's eyes were red at this time, tears mixed with blood muddled his face, and he looked wretched. When he saw Black Rose holding Sumu hostage, he instantly understood everything. His heart was shocked and angry, and he cursed at Sumu and Chang Xin. You stinking! How dare you lie to me? Waiting for the old man. Shut up! This is not the time to talk. Black Rose glared at him fiercely and led Sumu outward as well. When we get out, you can do whatever you want. Startled by Black Rose's stern voice, Zhao Cohen was also instantly too scared to speak again. He could only stare viciously at Chang Xin, his eyes filled with resentment. Black Rose escorted Sumu slowly backed up, until he retreated to the door, where a black sedan had long been waiting. Open the door! Black Rose snapped. A police officer immediately opened the car door. Black Rose held Sumu hostage and got into the car, while Zhao Cohen also sat in the main driver's seat with extreme eyesight. Drive! The black sedan's engine roared as it quickly drove away from the hospital. Chang Xin looked at the distant vehicle, his fists clenched tightly. His eyes were now bloodshot. Obviously all ready for everything. Even the culprits were caught. But now Sumu was being held hostage under his nose. Chapter 137 in person. This situation could be said to be incredibly frustrating for him. Chang Xin, are you in good shape now? Do you want to rest for a while? You've expended a lot of energy on this mission. Team Huang walked over to Chang Xin and asked in a deep voice. Hearing Team Huang's concern, Chang Xin came back to his senses and took a deep breath. Trying to calm myself down. Team Yellow doesn't have to worry about me right now. You immediately contact the transportation department, retrieve the surveillance along the route, and track the location of the vehicle. Also notify all intersections to set up barricades to stop them. And hearing such a detailed arrangement, Team Huang couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth and mutter in his heart. This kid, he really thinks he's a captain? But he knew this was not the time to be counting on that. Human life is at stake, hurry up and make arrangements, as Chang Xin said. It's a changed world these days when lawyers know more about arresting criminals than the police. Thanks to the powerful eye in the sky system. In less than 10 minutes, the authority locked onto the location of the vehicle that hijacked Sumu. Sirens wailed and a manhunt quickly unfolded. And as the crowd began to move, Chang Xin defied Team Huang. Hardly squeezed into an authority vehicle and even became the driver to personally participate in the chase. Chang Xin, you're crazy. You're a lawyer, what are you chasing after prisoners? After learning the news, Team Huang couldn't help but growl directly over the intercom. Team Huang, Sumu is my client and my friend, I must guarantee her safety. Chang Xin gripped the steering wheel tightly, his tone firm. Friends? I think it's... Team Yellow's words came to a screeching halt, knowing that now was not the time to gossip. But Process Nu didn't care about Team Yellow's ranting at the moment. He put his foot on the gas. Driving the police car, he then chased after the directions provided by the authorities' headquarters. The sound of sirens ripped through the air and echoed over the city, announcing the start of a manhunt. Roadblocks had been set up at each intersection according to Chang Xin's instructions, and police officers with loaded guns stood by. And Zhao Cohen, whose eyes have not yet fully recovered, is now considered to be completely on top. Driving a black sedan, not caring about the has-beens. The gas pedal blasted to the ground and it began to frantically flee through the dense traffic. He jerked the steering wheel, and with a nice dump, he actually broke through the first barrier hard. Chang Xin cursed as the steering wheel turned nimbly in his hands. The police car weaved through the traffic like a swimming fish, clinging to Zhao Cohen. Zhao Cohen faced grim, the steering wheel in his hands crazy twisting, several times nearly hit other vehicles, scared passers-by screaming. How can this kid not be a ghost? Zhao Cohen whacked the steering wheel hard and looked in the rearview mirror. He saw that the vehicle driven by Chang Xin was like a piece of dogpile that couldn't be shaken off, biting tightly behind. Black Rose, who was sitting in the back seat, turned pale and hugged Sumu tightly. Feeling the violent bumps of the limo made even she a little dizzy. Zhao Cohen, can you drive more steadily? Are you trying to get us killed? Shut up. And Zhao Cohen, who had now been pushed to the brink, didn't care about that much and directly roared out in anger. It's time to run for your life, so cut the crap. Chang Xian was in hot pursuit, his eyes like a torch, his hands steadily controlling the steering wheel. And it's still accelerating. He knew that he had to catch Zhao Cohen as soon as possible, otherwise Sumu would be in danger. Chang Xian, are you crazy? Something will happen to you. The yellow team's anxious roar came over the intercom. Chang Xian ignored it as he pressed his foot on the gas. The police car let out a growl and increased its speed a little more, getting closer to the black sedan. Seeing Chang Xian pressing on step by step, Zhao Cohen completely panicked. He turned his head and growled at Black May. Blow out his tires for me. Hearing this, Black Rose's face stiffened. Something odd flashed in his eyes. But she didn't say anything at the end of the day, just pulled out her pistol and fired several shots into the back. Bang! 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 The sound of gunfire echoed over the city, startling passers-by into scattering. Chang Xian was quick on his feet and jerked the steering wheel. The police car made a nice drift to avoid the bullets. Crazy! What a lunatic! The bullet struck the rear of a small sedan on the side of the road, sending sparks flying. The owner of the car was so scared that he abandoned the car and fled. Damn it! Chang Xian cursed, he knew he couldn't drag this out any longer. The other side is now moving guns downtown. If it drags on any longer, it's going to be a really big deal. At that moment he exhaled deeply once more. Suppressing his agitation, he calmly analyzed Zhao Cohen's possible escape route. As a native of a city, he was all too familiar with these roads. And in his memory, there should be a fork in the road not far ahead. If that place is utilized in place by Zhao Cohen, driving deeper into the city would be a real problem. There was already enough involved in this case. If the general public is injured again, that is the people who came down after that can be too big for Chang Xian to think about. Yellow team, intercept at the fork ahead. Repeat, intercept at the fork ahead. Chang Xian shouted into the intercom. With this intersection, it was imperative that the yellow team and others step in to stop the other side. At the same time, he also increased the speed of his car to a terrifying point, trying to force Zhao Cohen's vehicle to stop. Zhao Cohen saw the roadblock in front of him and knew that he had no way to escape. He yelled in desperation and jerked the steering wheel. The black sedan dashed into a small road next to the turnoff, a dirt road leading to an abandoned factory. The police car followed, but its speed was hampered by the bumpy road. The black sedan eventually stopped at the entrance of the abandoned factory, and Zhao Cohen held Sumu hostage as he stumbled into the factory. Stay back! Stay back! Zhao Cohen roared hysterically, the gun in his hand pointing at Sumu's temple. Or I'll kill her! Looking at Zhao Cohen, who gradually retreated towards the plant. Chang Xian gripped the walkie-talkie tightly, veins rippling on the back of his hand. Yellow team, I'm in place. A team member will send you the location. Make sure you send someone over to block all the exits and snipers in position. But never shoot without my consent. Chang Xian's tone was low, with an imperceptible tremor. It wasn't that he was afraid of Zhao Cohen now, but he was afraid that Sumu would be hurt. Looking up at the abandoned factory, he took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down. Zhao Cohen chose this place, never mind whether it was premeditated or forced. All sort of adds up to a problem for Chang Xian. After all, the terrain is complex and easy to defend, making it the perfect hiding place. Damn, this! Chang Xian spat viciously, and in his heart, he greeted Zhao Cohen's ancestors. He had to come up with a way to save Sumu from that madman as soon as possible. Chapter 138 Desperate. Inside the factory, Sumu only felt dizzy and the wound on his neck was vaguely painful. Zhao Cohen roughly shoved her around, while Black Rose followed in lockstep. Zhao Cohen, calm down. You're kind of desperate in this situation. Sumu endured the pain and tried to persuade Zhao Cohen. You can still fight for leniency if you surrender now. Shut up. Zhao Cohen turned back violently, his scarlet eyes glaring at Sumu. Don't you tell me that crap. I don't care about anything now. Do you really think you don't know what those sins my old man committed represent? Leniency? Off. Sumu's heart sank. She knew that Zhao Cohen was already completely going to break the boat. No amount of persuasion will help now. All the while, Black May watched coldly from the sidelines, no expression on her face. Black May, do you really want to follow him to his death? Sumu turned his gaze to Black Rose, trying to find a breakthrough from her. Hearing Sumu's words, Heime's delicate eyebrows knitted slightly, obviously somewhat displeased. What do you take me for? Am I, Black May, the kind of person who would die for nothing? Her tone was icy cold, and there was even an obvious mockery in it. Sumu and Zhao Kuan both froze, not reacting to this sudden shift in Heimei for a moment. Zhao Kuan was even more jaw-dropped, pointing at Black Rose, half speechless. What do you mean? He stammered the question, a sense of foreboding rising in his mind. Black Rose glanced at him contemptuously and slowly and methodically pulled a bank card from her pocket and waved it in front of the two men. My paycheck for this month has come in before, and today is my last day of work. Her tone was calm and her attitude extremely serious. I, Black Rose, may be an assassin, but I'm also an assassin with professional ethics. The spirit of contract, understand? Sumu and Zhao Kuan looked at each other, their brains buzzing. Dare I say that this woman has been hijacking and outlawing cars before just to get her job done? What is this? To work? Or just plain sick in the head? Returning to his senses, Zhao Kuan was as disgusted as if he had swallowed a fly in his heart. But he still had to have a smile on his face. After all, given the current situation, one's own life can be completely pinched in the hands of others. Without such a strong helper as Black Rose, he was in a situation of certain death today. Ms. Black Rose, don't rush off. Why don't we renew our contract? The price is negotiable. The thought stopped and he hastened to take 2 steps forward. Black Rose stopped and looked back at him with an odd look in her eyes. Zhao Kuan, what do you take me for? Cootie. Yes? In this situation now, wouldn't it be pure death for me to take your job again? When these words fell, Black Rose smiled contemptuously as well. I, Black Rose, am a killer, not a reckless man. Zhao Kuan's face stiffened and he compensated with a smile. Ms. Black Rose, what you said. Price-wise, just mention it. Anything you can do to help me. However, before he could finish his words, Black Rose directly interrupted him with an icy tone. My contract expired half an hour ago. Sending you here has been for the sake of us working together. With that said, she even pulled a compact makeup mirror out of her pocket and touched up her lipstick against it. The spirit of the contract, understand? Cold sweat oozed from Zhao Kuan's forehead as he realized. The woman in front of him was really out of his control. But at the moment, he could only rely on the other party. Ms. Black Rose. I'll double it. No, 3 times. As long as you can help me escape. Black May snorted and put the vanity mirror back in her pocket. You think money will solve everything? This life of mine is worth a lot more than the little money you have. She no longer paid attention to Zhao Kuan and turned around without the slightest bit of procrastination. Seeing her movements, Zhao Kuan's face instantly turned pale. Almost couldn't help but sit down on the floor. Could it be that today, he's really going to die here? Sumu looked at this scene with mixed feelings in his heart. She didn't think that Black Rose would leave at this time. Though she didn't have a good feeling about Black May as a person. But it had to be said that Black May's departure made her situation even more dangerous. Just as Black Rose was about to disappear at the end of the hallway, Sumu had a flash of light in his head and shouted as if he had grabbed a life-saving straw. Ms. Black Rose. Wait. Black Rose's figure lurched, and she looked slightly sideways, a clear impatience in her eyes. What else? Sumu took a deep breath and spoke rapidly. Your contract is over, so that means you can take a new job, right? I am now officially hiring you as my personal bodyguard. Black Rose raised an eyebrow, seeming somewhat interested in the offer, but her tone remained cold. State your terms. The price goes according to the market price. Sumu said in a hurry, and in the heat of the moment, she directly moved out the recruitment treatment of Cheng Xin law firm. There's an extra bonus for good behavior. Every Saturday and Sunday can be taken off if there is nothing of particular importance. Double pay for overtime. And 5 insurance policies and 2 free physicals a year. Black Rose's face began to change with Sumu's words. When Sumu was completely finished, she also completely turned around. Taking a step towards Sumu, a strange light flashed in his eyes. Do you know what my previous base salary was? That's $20,000, and you're sure there's a break, as well as a doubling of your paycheck? Black Rose asked right to the point, her tone a little less cold and a little more serious. Upon hearing this, Sumu froze for a moment. I didn't realize that my momentary thought had actually interested Black May. But she froze for just a moment, then nodded repeatedly. I'm perfectly fine with that, and doubling it is true. With your stature and contractual spirit, that price seems low to me. Is the 5 insurance policies real? Her words didn't make Black May change her demeanor, though. At that moment, she continued to pursue the question, her eyes staring even more sharply at Sumu. Of course it's true. Sumu hurriedly assured him, fearing that Black Rose would back out. All benefits are the same as regular employees. The corners of Black Rose's mouth rose slightly, revealing an imperceptible smile. What about medical tests? Can I use it for other people? It had come to this point, although Sumu didn't know why the other party could ask such words. But still, he said in a rush. Of course the medical exam slots are transferable, you can use them for whoever you want. Hearing her question fully answered, a sudden smile appeared on Black May's face. Deal. Hearing Black Rose's reply, a big stone in Sumu's heart suddenly fell to the ground. I didn't expect this crisis to be a misguided solution to a pressing problem. This Black May, though, looks cold. She also acted like a murderous witch before. Chapter 139 Price of Conscience? Sumu also didn't expect that Black Rose would be unexpectedly good at talking. And, the price of hiring, it's a price of conscience. After all, this one is because of the so-called spirit of contract. Just dare to risk your life and take your employer to break through the siege formed by the administrators. And at this moment, Zhao Kuan's face was more ugly than eating a fly. He watched as the gold medalist he had hired at great expense. Just a few words from Sumu and he's turned him? No, Ms. Black Rose, what do you mean by that? Zhao Kuan's voice was trembling a bit as he pointed at Sumu and then at Heimei. Like an indictment of the unruly behavior of these two. You're the one I pay for. Black Rose glanced at him contemptuously, her tone icy. My contract is over, now I'm Ms. Su's personal bodyguard. She paused and added. Legal compliance. Zhao Kuan was so angry that he almost spat out blood as he pointed at Black Rose's nose and cursed. You ungrateful thing. I spent so much money and you just sold me out? Black Rose didn't even raise her eyelids, just said coldly. Mr. Zhao, please watch your words. I'm a professional bodyguard, responsible only to my employer. And right now, my employer is Ms. Su. And I personally feel that in serving you, it's been kind of dutiful. And an extra half hour of your service. It stands to reason that you should give me a favorable review. Though with the way things are going, you shouldn't be able to do it. But if I have to hear a bad review about me afterward, I will find you and... Speaking of this, Black Rose's eyes narrowed slightly, and her voice was noticeably colder. Kill you. And Black Rose's last sentence was like a huge stone that hit Zhao Kuan's heart hard. His face was white and his lips trembled, but he could not squeeze out a word. Sumu couldn't help but laugh out loud as he watched this scene. This Black May, she's quite a wonderful person. A cold exterior hides a soul so. Interesting? But now was not the time to admire Black Rose. Sumu coughed lightly and tightened his smile. Miss Black Rose, I will draw up a labor contract as soon as I get out. All the perks and benefits, absolutely nothing worse than what I said before. Well now. Sumu looked at Zhao Kuan, and an extremely obvious chill flashed through his eyes. And please, Ms. Black Rose, show your strength. Tie him up and give him to the administrator. After that, safely escort me out of here. You may leave on your own when you have completed your mission. Just come see me at Qingshin's law office when it's over. Hearing this, Black Rose didn't say anything and just nodded. Good. She then turned around, her gaze icy cold as she stared at Zhao Kuan, slowly lifting her foot towards him. Zhao Kuan was scared out of his wits and hurriedly aimed his gun at Black Rose, shivering and shouting. Don't come any closer. Come any closer and I'll shoot. I'll give up anything. Big deal. Black Rose kept her feet on the ground, disdain flashing in her eyes. Just you? I have the gun now, but I have it. Zhao Kuan's voice trembled with fear and was incoherent. His finger was even more deadly on the trigger, but he was hesitant to fire. However, his actions only caused the corners of Black Rose's mouth to curl up in an arc of contempt. Letting out a soft laugh, his feet suddenly exerted force and his figure flickered, approaching the other party as fast as a ghost. Zhao Kun only felt a flash in front of his eyes, his wrist was numb, and the gun in his hand had fallen into Black Rose's hands. Immediately afterward, he felt his arms being clipped back behind his back by a powerful force. The joints of the arms were locked firmly in place and could not be moved. Ah! Ouch, ouch, ouch. Zhao Kun let out a pig-killing howl and struggled desperately, but only in vain. Black Rose's face was expressionless and her movements were clean. In 3 tries, Zhao Kun was tied up. Putting the gun he had just grabbed against the back of his head, he escorted him towards the exit. Sumu followed behind, watching Black Rose's flowing movements. The heart couldn't help but give a secret sigh of admiration as well. The stance, the aura, it was well worth her money. But $20,000 a month and that's how much you play? Sumu also had some doubts in his mind. Ms. Black Rose. After all, he didn't hold back the curiosity in his heart. Sumu opened his mouth to ask a question. Aren't you afraid he'll actually shoot? That's a little hard to hear, though. But is it really necessary to play hard to get when it's only $20,000 a month? And hearing her question, Black Rose's face suddenly turned a little strange. However, she didn't open her mouth to answer, and just threw the gun in her hand to Sumu. Sumu was startled and caught it with his hands, looking at Black Rose suspiciously. Black Rose, on the other hand, raised her chin and signaled for Sumu to draw out the magazine. Sumu was uncertain, but did as he was told. The moment she drew out the clip, she couldn't help the corner of her mouth twitching. The magazine was filled, not with bullets, but with a water balloon. This heavy pistol is just a toy? Sumu froze, then cried and laughed. She looked to Black May with a question in her eyes. Black May shrugged and made light of the situation. Something to scare kids. You really think you can kill people, don't you? Besides, I have the real thing. But how can I possibly give it to an employer whose time is up? It's not like I'm a cutie. With that, she patted her waist and a black object loomed under her clothes. After the words fell, Black Rose said nothing more. At that moment, he escorted Zhao Kun, with Sumu following closely behind, and the 3 of them arrived at the front door of the dilapidated warehouse. Black Rose lifted her long legs and kicked Zhao Kun to the ground with an unrelenting kick that sent dust flying. Zhao Kun rolled on the ground a few times like a broken sack, letting out a moan of pain. This guy just dropped it here. Black Rose clapped her hands together as if she were handling not a person, but a bag of trash. The rest is up to you. I'll come to you when I have the contract ready. With that, she walked into the depths of the warehouse without looking back, her figure quickly disappearing into the dim light. Sumu looked at the direction where Black Rose disappeared inside helplessly. This woman, what an enigma. $20,000 a month for a job that involves playing with your life, yet you use a toy gun to scare people. What the hell is she after? But now is not the time to think about that. Let's get rid of this trouble with Zhao Kun first. With this in mind, Sumu bent down and strained to tug on Zhao Kun's collar, dragging him out like a dead dog. Ouch, 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 ouch. Zhao Kun's pig-killing howls echoed in the empty warehouse. Shut up. Sumu impatiently chided the opening. Scream again or I'll cut your tongue out? Chapter 140 The Power Behind. Zhao Kun immediately silenced his voice, but his body still kept twisting and struggling. Sumu dragged him laboriously out of the warehouse, only a few steps away from walking outside. Sumu. Sister Su. Zhao Kun's voice trembled with an extremely obvious crying tone. I was wrong, I was really wrong. Please let me go. I'll give you anything. I have millions of dollars in foreign banks. And there's millions of dollars worth of gold. All of this is yours if you let me go. After pulling a few meters, Sumu, who hadn't had a good rest for a long time, also felt tired. It was just as well to sort of take a moment's rest at the moment. Then he stopped and looked at him condescendingly, with mockery in his eyes. Zhao Kun, do you think I lack money? What I'm missing is making you pay. When Zhao Kun heard this, he panicked and begged incoherently for mercy. Don't do this. Mr. Su, I have an old man and a young man, I can't have anything happen to me. I'll give you anything you want if you let me go. I'll do anything for you. Hearing Zhao Kun's plea for mercy, Sumu, however, only laughed contemptuously. At that moment she also simply ignored the other's cries. After resting for a moment, he once again tugged on Zhao Kuan's collar. Continue to keep dragging it out like a dead dog.
Zhao Kuan was dragged along, his body rubbing against the rough concrete. The fiery pain caused him to let out a guttural groan. Seeing that Su Mu was indifferent to his pleas for mercy, the fear in his eyes was gradually replaced by madness.
Su Mu! Don't you do it until you're forced to do it. Zhao Kuan hissed and roared, his face as fierce as an evil spirit. You really think one of you can take me down? You're so naive.
Su Mu stopped and glanced back at him, his eyes filled with disdain.
Oh? I'd like to see what other cards you have. I'm telling you, I've got people behind me. Seeing Su Mu finally take the initiative to speak,
Zhao Kuan's face also loosened up a bit, and at that moment, he also hurriedly opened his mouth again. As long as you're still in the country, as long as you're still in a city, don't even think about touching me.
You think I can afford an assembly line of human organs and that large a quantity of drugs all by myself? You dream.
Su Mu raised his eyebrows and asked with interest.
So you have a bigger backer behind you?
Humph. Zhao Kuan snorted coldly, and his heart was sort of relieved.
This didn't say a word just now, but now that she knows there's someone behind her, she's still afraid? You know you're scared, right? Be sensible and let me go, maybe I'll spare your life. Otherwise.
Su Mu didn't wait for him to finish, and directly stepped on his chest, blocking the rest of his words.
How else? The people behind you will come to your rescue? Ahem.
Zhao Kuan said with difficulty as he was stepped on and gasped for air.
You wait, they won't let you go.
Su Mu squatted down and approached Zhao Kuan, his tone cold as frost. I'll wait and see how good they really are. After saying that, Su Mu no longer paid attention to Zhao Kuan and continued dragging him towards the outside of the warehouse. Zhao Kuan's yells and curses were gradually muffled by the sound of the wind, leaving only his ragged panting.
Outside the warehouse, Chang Xian and his group were already heavily armed.
The body armor fit snugly around the body. The tactical gear didn't reflect in the dim light in the slightest. Team Huang patted Chang Xian's shoulder with a tone of obvious helplessness. Lawyer Chang, I know you're worried about Su Mu. But you are, after all, a lawyer, a civilian. Leave the rest to us professional combatants. Just stay out there and wait for the news. Chang Xian's face was expressionless, his eyes firmly looking at the warehouse door, but his tone was calm.
Yellow team, I can listen to you on everything else.
But not this time, I have to get personally involved.
Team Huang sighed deeply, he knew that Chang Xian was determined. After all, this kid's feelings for Su Mu were obvious to him as an onlooker. Though the two never picked on it. But that unspoken ambiguity. As well as this time Su Mu risked his life to accompany Chang Xian's action. Even the cuties. It's all visible.
Thinking of this, Team Huang stopped persuading. Pinning a flashbang skillfully to his tactical belt, he murmured.
Prepare for action.
The crowd nodded neatly.
Gripping the weapon in his hand tightly, an aura of solemnity filled the air.
Just then, a loud bang suddenly came from inside the warehouse. It was followed by Zhao Kuan's hysterical screams. Chang Xian's heart tightened as he violently pushed open the warehouse door, and the scene in front of him caused his face to freeze. The small hand was so hard that it turned white, tugging at Zhao Kuan's collar. Su Mu gritted his teeth and yanked out the tightly tied Zhao Kuan. Zhao Kuan's face was covered in blood and his nose was caved in. The eye sockets were bruised, and blood kept gushing out from the corners of his mouth. His appearance was miserable.
Su Mu! Chang Xian exclaimed in shock and quickly rushed up. He practically pounced in front of Su Mu. At that moment, they did not care about the differences between men and women. Asked eagerly as his hands ran over her body. Are you okay? Are there any injuries? Su Mu was stunned by his sudden movement, then let out a light laugh. I'm fine, do I look like I'm hurt?
She shook the small hand in her hand that was still tightly tugging on Zhao Kuan's collar, and there was a teasing tone in her voice. On the contrary, this guy will probably have to lie in the hospital for a while. Zhao Kuan was currently as limp as a dead dog. Nosebleed mixed with saliva smeared all over his face, long gone was his previous arrogance. Only a faint moan remained. And it was only then that Chang Xian noticed the injuries on Zhao Kuan, who was being carried in Su Mu's hands, and surprise flashed in his eyes. This little girl looks so soft and weak, but she's so ruthless? He didn't remember his opponent practicing any martial arts, did he? Ahem.
Zhao Cohen coughed out a few mouthfuls of bloody foam with difficulty and cursed vaguely. Bitch! You wait for me. Sumu stomped on his stomach, causing him to scream out in pain once again. Any more bull and I'll cut your tongue out. The yellow team also rushed in at that moment with a team of authority officers. Seeing the scene in front of him, he was also stunned. A little girl who was soft and hijacked. Now it was surprising that he single-handedly subdued Zhao Cohen like this. What the hell is going on here? It was Team Yellow who was the first to come back from the shock and commanded his men with a big wave of his hand. Cuff this grandson and take him away. Two authority officers immediately stepped forward and dragged Zhao Cohen up with rough movements. Zhao Cohen grimaced in pain, his mouth still cursing incoherently. But it was already so disoriented that it was inaudible. Cheng Xian then had the chance to take a good look at Sumu. There were no visible injuries on her body, just a slightly pale face. Breathing was also slightly rapid. Chapter 141, Reprimand. At that moment, his hanging heart was finally released, and his tone carried undisguised reproach. You really don't want to die. What if something happens? Next time if this happens again, you can't be with me. Sumu smiled sweetly at him, revealing two shallow dimples. And, I know what I'm doing. She patted Cheng Xian's shoulder, her tone relaxed and pouring. Besides, aren't you still here? I trust you to protect me. Cheng Xian was a bit overwhelmed by her sudden and somewhat ambiguous words. Her face flushed slightly, but her eyes softened involuntarily. After Team Huang arranged for someone to escort Zhao Cohen to the car. Again, he directed his men to do a final cleanup and evidence collection inside the warehouse. Cheng Xian was worried about Sumu's physical condition and wanted to take her away immediately, but Sumu refused. I'm fine, let's go together when the police finish their work on the scene. Shaking his head, Sumu spoke softly. After all, I am also a party to this, and it is my duty to cooperate with the police investigation. Cheng Xian couldn't argue with her, so he had to wait with her. Outside the warehouse, the night breeze was brisk, and the streetlights stretched out the two men's silhouettes. Tell me, what's going on in there? Cheng Xian broke the silence, finally unable to hold back the curiosity in his heart and opened his mouth to ask. How did you subdue the Zhao Cohen guy all by yourself? Sumu smiled wryly and said mysteriously. Secret. She paused and then continued. But I can tell you something else. What is it? I already have a labor contract with Black May. The smile on his face became more and more obvious as Sumu gently kicked away a stone at his feet. Cheng Xian froze for a moment, then reacted. Black Rose? The one who hijacked you before. You have a labor contract with her? Sumu nodded, affirming his guess. Are you crazy? Cheng Xian almost roared out. Someone who came from that kind of knife-edge organization, and you dare to make contact with her? Sumu shrugged his shoulders in disbelief. That was actually unexpected. Especially at this price. She stretched out two slender fingers and waved them in front of Cheng Xian. $20,000, 2 Saturdays and 2 Sundays, 2 physicals a year, plus double pay. Where to find this condition? Cheng Xian couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth after hearing this. $20,000 for a top assassin from an international mercenary organization as a bodyguard? This is too much child's play. He opened his mouth to say something, but didn't know where to begin. Sumu couldn't help but laugh out loud as he looked at his dumbfounded appearance. What, heartbroken about the money? Cheng Xian gave her a blank look without a good reason. Heartbroken about the money? I'd be happy to spend as much as it takes to protect you completely. Ki, are you sure this woman can be trusted? Sumu looked at Cheng Xian's serious expression and couldn't help but snort out a laugh. The smile deepened especially when she remembered, just now, Black Rose's serious look as she talked about the terms of the contract in a serious manner. Gee, what were you thinking? She's not as dangerous as you think. Sumu reached out and gently poked Cheng Xian's chest with a flirtatious tone. She's actually quite nice. Cheng Xian was still frowning tightly, a look of disbelief on his face. Nice? Outlaws in possession of firearms who dare to face the authorities siege head-on. You're telling me people are nice? Mumu, have you been put under some kind of spell by her? Sumu laughed even more joyfully, the corners of his eyes carried a cunningness that he couldn't hide. You're overthinking it. I got out this time solely because she stepped in. It's fair to say the mission was accomplished brilliantly, cleanly, and
Sumu deliberately paused and looked at Chang Xian's increasingly nervous expression. Only slowly did he continue. And also because she's pretty good at it too. And we're reaching more and more people now. Having a presence like that can do so much for us. But the police investigation ended much faster than expected. As Sumu's words fell, Chang Xian just wanted to say something. The yellow team on the warehouse job then rubbed their hands together and walked out. His eyes darted back and forth between Chang Xian and Sumu, wanting to speak. He could sense that something was happening in the warehouse that he didn't know about. Something beyond his cognizance. But he didn't ask anything after all, didn't even make a statement, waved his hand and let them leave. Chang Xian and Sumu naturally understood what Team Huang wanted to ask. None other than the black rose that appeared and disappeared out of thin air. But there are some things that the fewer people who know about them, the better. The two men stayed silent in unspoken silence, walking back along the dim streetlight, side by side. Along the way, Chang Xian still had a grudge against Sumu for hiring Black Rose. Mu, have you really thought this through? It's too dangerous to get involved with people like that. $20,000 and you want to hire a top assassin? You think you're buying cabbage at the market? There's definitely something fishy going on behind the scenes. Just like at the beginning, Sumu was still not nervous. Still smiling, he patted Chang Xian's shoulder in a relaxed tone. Anan, I know what you're worried about. But Black May she. How can I put it, she's actually quite nice, really. Put your mind at ease and just trust me for once, okay? Reassured? I'm not at ease at all. Mumu, listen to me, people like mercenaries are paid to do things and have no loyalty. If she can help you today, she can help someone else against you tomorrow. This can be seen from the fact that she was able to betray Zhao Kuan and help you just today. Besides, she's an outlaw, and has a dick in her hand, in case one day. The day she points a dick at you? Sumu took over and smiled wryly. Don't worry, she won't. At the very least not as long as it's not until the contract is up. Chang Xian had a black line on his face. What is this all about? Talking contracts with a hitman, that kind of thing is real? After returning to the law firm, Sumu and Chang Xian collapsed on the sofa. Before he could catch his breath, a cool voice floated out from the inner room. You guys are too slow, aren't you? Before the words left her mouth, Black May walked out with a bucket of instant noodles in her hand. She was wearing Sumu's housecoat. The white dress looked a little empty on her, but accentuated her slender figure. She ruffled the broken hair in front of her forehead, and her posture was even more languid. Chang Xian's eyes widened as he pointed at Black Rose, half speechless. How could he not have imagined that this dangerous man would just waltz into their law office? And wearing the clothes Sumu put here and eating instant noodles? The scene is simply too comedic. Chapter 142 Efficiency. Sumu couldn't help but raise the corner of his mouth as he looked at Chang Xian's expression of seeing a living ghost. How about this? This is called the efficiency of a top killer. The noodles are all ready. Chang Xian, however, was not at all infected by Sumu's relaxed tone. Instead, with a serious face, he pulled her aside and lowered his voice. Mu, are you serious? Is it okay for this man to just show up at our office? She's a killer. What if she brings trouble? Like the fact that there's actually someone else behind her, and now she's here to silence them or something like that. Saying that, Chang Xian even made a neck-wiping motion. Sumu helplessly rolled his eyes and gently shook his head. Although it was also known that Chang Xian was being kind to himself. But Chang Xian was also a little too careful in this matter. At that moment, he waved his hand, first signaling him not to be nervous, and then turned to Black Rose. The noodles taste okay, right? But next time you're here, say so you can at least say hello. We don't have too good a heart. It's easy for us to get spooked when someone appears out of nowhere. Hearing this, Black Rose's slender eyebrows furrowed slightly. Putting down the bucket of instant noodles in his hand, his eyes sharply swept over Sumu and Chang Xian. Chang Xian's heart tightened and he subconsciously blocked in front of Sumu. However, the words Black Rose uttered in the next second made the corners of his mouth twitch. Black Rose nonchalantly shivered another mouthful of bubbly before speaking slowly. If you're referring to cardiac arrest or something unexpected because of my presence, then I need to make it clear in advance that I charge 200 per first aid. Excuse me, Ms. Su, is this price acceptable to you? Sumu froze for a moment, then snorted out a laugh. She patted Chang Xian's shoulder and walked out.
Chang Xin, look, I told you Black May was nice. She even thought of first aid for us and was a thoughtful partner. Chang Xin had a black line on his face. What is this all about? He felt that he and Sumu were not on the same channel at all. Isn't the world a little too magical? He took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down. Ms. Black Rose, I'd like to know why you chose to stay? I mean, your mission is accomplished, and so is Zhao Kuan's side. As soon as Chang Xion's words fell, Black Rose slowly put down the bucket of bubbling noodles. Looking at him with a look of a retard, his thin eyebrows were even slightly raised. Why stay? Without answering Chang Xion's question, she asked a rhetorical question. There was an imperceptible mockery in his tone. Is that a question? My last job just ended and Ms. Su offered me a new one. Great deal, why wouldn't I stay? Is it hard to find a new one on your own? You do have a steady job, and you're really full. Chang Xian listened in awe. He could have understood that if it had come from a day laborer on a construction site. But you're a top assassin, opening your mouth about work and treatment. Isn't this picture a little too weird? He felt like his worldview had been severely impacted. Right then and there, he couldn't help but rub his temples and spit out a feeble sentence. Big sister, you're in the assassin business, not a bricklayer. Black Rose didn't seem to understand his tirade and continued shivering her noodles to herself. But visibly also his eyes drifted, as if he was thinking about something big in life. Sumu watched the back and forth conversation between the two and laughed her ass off. She walked over to Black May and bent down, her tone gentle as if she were coaxing a child. Is a bucket of instant noodles enough? Not enough for me to order you another takeout? Only then did Black Rose retract her eyes from the void and land on Sumu. She thought hard, then shook her head. No, I don't eat much. And it's kind of late, too much food is bad for your stomach. After saying that, he lowered his head again and continued to deal with the bucket of instant noodles, as if there was some kind of absolute deliciousness hidden in there. Chang Xin felt like he was dreaming as he watched this scene. A cold and ruthless killer before, but at this moment, he was nestled on the sofa eating instant noodles like a well-behaved kitten? The contrast caught him a little off guard. He took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down, deciding not to dwell on it. Anyway, Sumu had already decided, so it was useless for him to object anymore. And just as this thought of Chang Xion's fell, Sumu then hummed a little song and went out to get Black Rose's necessities. But it says to go get things ready. It was actually more of a space for Chang Xian and Hei Mei to talk alone. She knew in her heart that Chang Xian still had misgivings about Black Rose's inclusion. Instead of having them second-guess each other, let's have them talk about it for once. Chang Xian watched her back disappear in the doorway before he turned around, his face sinking as he retraced his steps to Black Rose. Black Rose remained in the same position as earlier, her head lowered as if she was indifferent to everything around her. Chang Xian sat down across from her and crossed his arms over his chest, his tone serious. Ms. Black Rose, let's open up. Black Rose finally raised her head and looked at him with a pair of unwavering eyes, her slender eyebrows raised slightly. Mr. Chang, what are you trying to say? Is this really the end of the matter with Zhao Kuan? Chang Xian looked straight into her eyes and asked in a single word. Are you sure there are no other hidden quests? Or is there someone else behind all this? Black May snorted and sucked in another mouthful of bubbly. Mr. Chang, your imagination is really rich. My previous mission was to protect Zhao Kuan. Now that the job is done, I'll take the money and go. After that, it was followed by a verbal agreement with Ms. Sumu, and after that, a contract was signed, and that was it. As for the rest of the mess, what does it matter to me? Are you sure? Chang Xian's gaze was like a torch, trying to see any breaks in her face. Your appearance was too abrupt, and you acted too. He paused, as if searching for the right adjective. It's so out of character. Not common sense? Hearing this, Black Rose put down the bucket of bubbling noodles and leaned her body forward slightly, bringing a bit of mockery into her tone. Mr. Chang, do you have any misconceptions about the assassin profession? We're not what they show in the movies. Wearing black all day, wearing sunglasses, and pulling out guns and killing people at the drop of a hat. We have to eat and live and make money for our families too. Chang Xian choked on her words. At this moment, he felt like a little cutie. To be taught what life is by a killer? He took a deep breath and tried to keep himself calm. Chapter 143 Hidden Objects. Ms. Black Rose, I hope you understand that Sumu is my friend and my partner. I don't want any harm to come to her. If you have anything to hide, you'd better tell me now. Otherwise, I won't stand idly by.
Black Rose looked at him, a meaningful smile on her lips. Mr. Chang, you can doubt my motives, my purpose, and even my character. But please don't doubt my expertise. Since I've taken the money, I'll do a clean job and leave no loose ends. As for Ms. Su's safety, you can rest assured that I mean her no harm. On the contrary, I think she's a very interesting person and I admire her. After all, the average woman wouldn't think of hiring me in a situation like the one before.
Chang Xian looked at her and frowned.
He still couldn't quite believe her words, but he couldn't find any evidence that she was lying either. He could only hold off and bide his time to see what she was up to.
Right.
Black Rose added as if she suddenly remembered something.
Mr. Chang, if you're really uneasy, you can keep an eye on me at any time. However, I would advise you not to do so. Because you'll realize that my life is actually boring. Besides eating and sleeping, it's, well, researching some beauty care recipes. Chang Xian couldn't help but cry and laugh a little as he watched her say these irrelevant words in a serious manner.
At that moment he even began to wonder if he was really overthinking things.
Perhaps she really was just a simple killer. It's a weird idea, but it's just to make money? Chang Xian stared at Black Rose with suspicion in his eyes.
Black May, on the other hand, chewed her bubblegum with a relaxed expression, as if none of this mattered to her.
Chang Xian eventually sighed.
Without any obvious evidence, he had to accept Black May's words for the time being.
Silence fell between the two, the scent of bubbly and the faint smell of gunpowder filling the air.
It was only after about 10 minutes that Sumu finally returned. She was carrying a large bag in her hand. It was filled with towels, toothbrushes, facial cleansers and other toiletries, as if they had just returned from a supermarket sweep.
Chang Xian froze on the spot. What was this? Didn't Sumu go to find out where Black May lived?
What's with all the groceries? Sumu walked to Black Rose with a smile on his face.
Ms. Black Rose, it's too late today, let's do the contract thing tomorrow. I have everything ready for you, let's see what's missing. Chang Xian finally couldn't help himself and asked, pointing at the toiletries. Sumu, what are you doing? Is it hard to believe you're actually going to let her live here?
Sumu nodded rightfully.
Yeah, Black Rose will be staying here from now on, keeping you close. Chang Xian felt his head buzzing. Close protection? What kind of protection is that?
He stammered, pointing at Black Rose and then at himself.
She's a killer, and the kicker is a girl. Stay with me? Is this appropriate? Sumu blinked and said with an innocent face. What's inappropriate? It's safer for you that way. You yourself know that other forces exist behind Zhao Kuan, right?
And you're still the centerpiece of our group when it comes to where you live, which is a clear sign.
It would be a big problem if you had an accident. Chang Xian was completely speechless. He felt like he had fallen into a huge pit. And this pit, he can't climb up now.
At that moment he slumped helplessly in his chair. Watching the two of them, Sumu and Heimei, discussing the brands and efficacy of toiletries as if no one else was around.
Feeling like an extra.
Black Rose put down the bucket of instant noodles in her hand and surveyed what Sumu had brought with interest.
And every now and then, I even give my opinion. This is a good brand of cleanser that whitens the skin.
The bristles on this toothbrush are too hard for your gums.
Chang Xian looked at this scene and felt like he was going crazy. An assassin, a schoolmate of his own. How dare you discuss beauty care in front of him? Right.
Black Rose suddenly turned her head to look at Chang Xian, the corner of her mouth hooked into a meaningful smile.
Mr. Chang, although my employer is now Miss Su.
But since Ms. Su has spoken,
then I'll leave my safety to you from now on. Oh. Chang Xian froze for a moment, then reacted that Heimei was deliberately flirting with him.
He took a deep breath and tried to suppress the anger in his heart as he said with a leathery smile.
Ms. Black Rose, please get this straight. You're here to protect me, not me to protect you.
Black May shrugged with a disinterested look on her face.
Protect you, protect me, what's the difference?
We're all living together now anyway, so it's only right that we take care of each other.
Live together?
Hearing this fact that he tried his best to ignore, Chang Xian felt his blood pressure spike.
Who lives with you? You get out and live. Black Rose raised an eyebrow and looked at him with a smirk. Mr. Chang, are you crossing a bridge? Miss Su paid and kindly asked me to protect you, and you're kicking me out? At that moment Chang Xian was choked speechless by her words. It wasn't that he didn't have the words to refute the other man. Rather, after he said it, Sumu would definitely be mistaken. It was something that he really couldn't do. Sumu couldn't help but have a slight smile on his face as he watched the two fight from the sidelines. It could make Chang Xian, a gold medal lawyer, have such obvious mood swings. And now it looks like it's just the eccentric killer. But watch the fun. She still lifted her foot at that moment and walked to Chang Xian's side, gently patting his shoulder and comforting him. Okay, don't be mad. I'm letting Ms. Black May do what's best for you, so just let her stay here. Chang Xian sighed helplessly. He knew he couldn't argue with Sumu. It had to be compromised. He pointed to a small couch in his office. You'll sleep there. Black Rose and Sumu looked at the small sofa that Chang Xian pointed to and both had subtle expressions on their faces. That couch. It's a couch, but it's more like a wider version of a recliner. It's also just a little bit more comfortable than those public seats at the airport. Letting a girl, a paid assassin who's good at what she does, sleep here. This arrangement of Chang Xian's is really a bit unjustifiable. Sumu secretly spat in his heart. Chang Xian, who usually looks quite generous, why is he so confused at this moment? The second floor of this law firm is a 3-room layout. There are 2 empty rooms eating dust. Chapter 144 Knowing Everything. Why can't you think of letting Black May sleep on the couch? Even if you don't want Black May to stay in the guest room, it's fine to let her make do with the office on the first floor. Sumu was just about to open his mouth, but Black May grabbed it first. Black May put down the bucket of bubbly in her hand, licked her lips, and said in a slightly teasing tone. Barrister Chang, you have the second floor of this firm, except for your master bedroom. The one on the left is the guest room and the utility room is on the right. This pattern, TSK, if you arrange it like this it would be a waste. Chang Xian froze. He didn't expect Black Rose to know the pattern of his second floor. How many things had this woman done while they were away? I don't know what you're talking about. Black May laughed softly and walked over to the office window, pointing upstairs. That room to the left of the master bedroom has a great view of the surroundings. Perfect for a security officer like me. In case of an attack, I can be the first to react. And when Sumu, who was on the side, heard this, his eyes lit up, and his heart's appraisal of Hei Mei went a few points higher. This observation, this professionalism, it's worthy of a top killer. She hastily nodded in agreement. Yes, Ms. Black Rose is right, safety first. As she said this, she scowled at Chang Xian, signaling him to hurry up and agree. Chang Xian was a bit confused by the two singing together. He opened his mouth to retort, but couldn't find the right reason. After all, Black May did have a point. And Sumu had agreed, so what could he say? Mainly he knew right then and there that what he had said was a bit too much now that he had calmed down. Alright, just do as you say. Chang Xian helplessly compromised as he pointed upstairs. The one on the left on the second floor, go up there and clean it up yourself. Smiling with satisfaction, Black May picked up her own suitcase and turned toward the stairs. Sumu also followed, and before she left, she didn't forget to turn around and say to Chang Xian. Senior Chang, thank you. Chang Xian looked at the backs of the two as they went upstairs. His heart was full of mixed feelings. How he never thought of his own firm. Surprisingly, it would be turned into a temporary home for an assassin at the hands of her own schoolmates. What he hadn't expected was that this assassin knew everything about his place less than half an hour after they met. Black Rose clattered up the stairs on her heels. Sumu followed behind upside down, looking left and right like a curious baby. Wow, Ms. Black Rose, you walk with the wind. Sumu had a face of adoration. Black May laughed softly, didn't say anything, and pushed open the door to the guest room. The room is not big, but it is clean and tidy. A double bed, a closet, a desk, and a bathroom. It can be described as an extremely standard guest room configuration. Only because it hadn't been lived in for a long time, it had fallen into a lot of dust. But Black Rose didn't care about that. She went straight to the window first and double-checked the latch. Then pulled back the curtains again and surveyed the outside. Then she knelt down and checked under the bed and under the table. Not even the corner socket. Holding his bladder, Sumu watched from the sidelines and sked. Ms. Black Rose, that's a little too professional. And Black Rose smiled faintly. Professional habits. With that, she pulled another small toolbox out of her suitcase. It contains a variety of tools. Sumu probed curiously. Instead, all you see is a bunch of odd-shaped things that you don't understand what they're for at all. Black Rose started to get busy in the room. Checking circuits, installing miniature cameras, debugging infrared alarms. Sumu was dazzled. In a few short moments, all she could think in her mind now was that Black May was practically omnipotent. Downstairs, Chang Xian sat at his desk, trying to keep himself focused on his work. During Zhao Gang's absence, the firm's affairs, both large and small, fell on him. Although he was mainly responsible for Zhao Kuan's case. But other cases can't be completely ignored. He picked up a dossier and began to peruse it. This is an ordinary civil dispute case. The plaintiff and the defendant have been at loggerheads for a long time over the ownership of a parcel of land. Chang Xian rubbed his brow, only feeling a headache. These little chicken scratch things were distracting him. He just wanted to get this over with and get some rest. Just as he finished reading the last case. Preparing to get up to make a cup of coffee, Black May suddenly appeared in the office doorway. She held a document in her hand and handed it to Chang Xian. Counselor Chang, this is my current situation according to the firm. The security deployment program that was developed, take a look at it. Chang Xian received the document with a puzzled look on his face. Security deployment program? Is this necessary? However, in the face of Chang Xian's questioning, Black Rose's tone remained calm. It's very necessary. Attorney Ching, your firm is now in potential danger. Chang Xian froze as he looked at Hei Mei's serious expression, a sudden uneasiness rising in his heart. He flipped open the file and read it carefully. The program is very detailed, from the camera mounting location to the protection of the entrances and exits. Even the emergency escape routes are planned. The more Chang Xian looked, the more he was shocked. He didn't expect Black Rose to be so meticulous. But the scenario also struck him as a bit of a stretch. Tunnel access? Infrared sensors? Isn't this a bit much? Ms. Black Rose, isn't your program a little too far ahead of its time? The corners of his eyes jumped. Chang Xian finally couldn't help but open his mouth and ask. In response, Black Rose, however, shook her head directly at the thought of not thinking about it. Not ahead of his time at all, Counselor Chang. You should know that Zhao Kuan is not a good person. I'm a professional assassin, so I won't give out information about my employer. But I can tell you something. Since you've already done those things, the other side will definitely try to get back at you. Your firm is his easiest target. And I won't put the targets my employer asks to protect in danger. Chang Xian frowned. He had to admit that Black Rose had a point. But let him turn his firm into a fortress. In the moment he still had some difficulty accepting it. Black May, these next words are unadulterated by any personal feelings on my part. But this is a bit too much of a fuss? Black Rose suddenly closed in on Chang Xian, and the two were so close that Chang Xian could smell the faint perfume on her. She stared into Chang Xian's eyes and said word for word. Lawyer Chang, are you doubting my professional ability? The faint scent of perfume on Black Rose's body made Chang Xian a little uncomfortable, and he didn't move to take half a step back and pull away. Chapter 145 Security Arrangements. Ms. Black Rose, you're getting too close. His tone was flat, but his eyes showed clear displeasure. Before Sumu was present, he couldn't afford to have a fit. After all, that ninny was being kind to herself, so it wouldn't be good if she got hurt by mistake. Now that Sumu was out of town, he naturally didn't need to hold back. Doubt your expertise? Chang Xian let out a light laugh, his tone carrying undisguised mockery. How am I, a lawyer, to judge the expertise of a killer like you? But isn't this scenario a little too dramatic? Infrared sensors, I can understand that. But digging a tunnel? It's not like it's a movie. He turned the program to the page labeled Emergency Escape Route. Pointing to a meandering line above, his tone became more mocking. You want me to dig a tunnel from the ground to the next block? Mind you, this is downtown. It's full of pipes down there. You're going to make me blow up the whole street? Black Rose's expression remained calm, as if she had anticipated Chang Xian's reaction. She didn't answer directly. Instead, he took out a roll of drawings from the briefcase he was carrying and unrolled it on Chang Xian's desk. Here's a floor plan of the building and a map of the underground piping.
Black Rose pointed to the drawings, her tone still calm and professional.
Tunnels are not unfeasible, they just need to avoid major pipelines.
The amount of work is going to be bigger, but it's not impossible.
Moreover, the tunnel can be used not only as an emergency escape route, but also as a...
She paused and lowered her voice to speak again.
Secret passage. Chang Xian looked at the densely packed lines on the drawings and his scalp tingled.
He admitted that Black May had thought it through very well indeed. But the scenario was still too shocking for him.
Ms. Black Rose.
Raising his hand, Chang Xian rubbed his brow, his tone helpless.
I understand your professionalism and appreciate you looking out for my safety. But the program is really over the top. All I need is some regular security and I'll be fine.
There's no need to make it look like we're going to war.
Black Rose didn't say anything, just quietly looked at Chang Xian.
Chang Xian was a bit uncomfortable by her look and coughed lightly.
Tell you what, let's compromise.
I agree to install cameras and alarms, the rest is waived.
Especially that tunnel, never.
Black Rose finally spoke, her tone still calm.
Lawyer Chang, you've underestimated the insanity of Zhao Kuan's group.
He's not going to let you off the hook easily, and regular security won't keep you safe at all. You have to prepare for the worst.
Worst case scenario? Upon hearing this, Chang Xian sneered. What can he do to me?
Now that the person is caught, there is no need to even file a lawsuit, the sentence is just direct. And I've been prepared for that aspect of it since the beginning of the operation.
However, just as he finished his words, Black Rose suddenly approached Chang Xian.
Almost close to his ear, he whispered.
Lawyer Chang, you're still a bit naive. Originally, as a professional assassin, I would not have revealed any of my employers.
But just so you understand the gravity of the situation, I'll divulge some information. The being behind Zhao Kuan isn't the type to follow the rules.
They'll do anything. Think about your family, your friends.
And all I'm doing is that when the situation is at its most dangerous, you'll have a way back. Chang Xian's face changed, Black Rose's words poked his soft underbelly.
Okay.
After thinking for a moment, Chang Xian sighed, his tone somewhat compromised.
Let's discuss the details again. The tunnel thing, though, is still.
But before he could finish his words, Black Rose directly raised her hand to interrupt him. Counselor Chang, you don't need to make a decision now.
You can look at my other options before you consider them.
With that, she pointed to other markings on the drawing. In addition to the tunnels, I have designed other security measures such as... Black Rose began to explain her security design in detail.
From the location of the camera, to the type of alarm. Then to the planning of escape routes, every detail is well thought out. This system utilizes military-grade thermal imaging technology. Black Rose's long, slender fingers traced a nondescript red square on the drawing. It can accurately capture any heat source body even in total darkness.
Any guy who tries to get close will be spotted at the first opportunity. She paused, the corners of her mouth curving imperceptibly. Assuming, of course, that they have a normal body temperature.
Chang Xian couldn't help but shiver as he felt that Black Rose seemed to have something in her words. But can't say exactly what it is. He could only respond dryly. Sounds like. Is awesome. Not just awesome, Counselor Chang. Black Rose's voice carried an undisguised confidence.
And it's a system that can be directly networked with the municipality's police system. Once the alarm is triggered, a police force can be on the scene within 5 minutes.
Given your friendship with the authority, they should allow you to link. More importantly.
Speaking here, she deliberately paused for a moment, watching Chang Xian's reaction.
This system has an independent backup power supply.
Even if the entire building loses power, it will continue to work for 72 hours.
Chang Xian felt like he was listening to the plot of a science fiction movie as he listened to Black May's explanation.
He originally thought he was just installing a few cameras and alarms. I didn't realize Black Rose had come up with such a complicated system. He rubbed his temples, feeling a slight headache.
Ms. Black Rose, isn't this a little bit of a fuss about all the packages?
Black Rose's eyes sharpened and her tone became serious.
Counselor Chang, you must understand.
The people behind Zhao Kuan, their methods are far more brutal than you can imagine.
Regular security measures are nothing in front of them.
She walked over to the window, overlooking the traffic downstairs. I'm going to repeat that you must prepare for the worst.
Black May continued to explain her design, from the reinforcement of the doors and windows to the special treatment of the walls. Every detail reflects her professionalism and experience. When she spoke about the design of an emergency reserve room, Chang Xian's brows furrowed once again. This room, Black May pointed to an area labeled Safe House on the drawing. It can be completely locked down in 3 minutes and is equipped with an independent air circulation system and food reserves. Enough to keep you safe in there for 3 days. And it uses special shielding materials. Blocks out all detection of electronic signals, including thermal imaging. Chapter 146 Security System. Well, Ms. Black Rose, you mentioned the security system, and I agree. Chang Xian sat on the sofa and rubbed the corner of his forehead. Again, he pointed to the drawing in the other's hand. But forget about digging tunnels. I'm not a battlefield underground command post here. Black Rose smiled softly at that. Lawyer Chang, I knew you'd say yes. With that, she rummaged through her tactical bag and pulled out a projector slightly larger than the palm of her hand and swung it towards the coffee table. The blue beam hit the wall in front of him, immediately revealing a 3-dimensional security system map. The drawings are intricately detailed, and as they slowly rotate, everything is visible. This system. Black Rose was about to start explaining when she was interrupted by Chang Xian raising his hand. Wait, this place. He pointed to an area at the edge of the drawing. This safe house, what's with its door? Black May glanced down and lifted her chin. Oh, you mean this blast-proof door, right? 7 centimeters thick, 2 layers of steel plates, the center filled with special materials, first-class impact resistance. 7 centimeters? Is this a bank vault move for you? Chang Xian was so shaken that he almost bounced off the sofa. Ms. Black Rose, are you sure this is for defense against common criminals and not to hold back tanks? Black Rose spread her hands. Counselor Chang, my philosophy is that I'd rather be sharp and collected than underestimate the enemy so easily. This door is modified from embassy protection technology, and it hasn't touched any threats it can't carry. Chang Xian twitched wordlessly. Eventually, he resigned himself to signing the contract and making the payment. After sending Black Rose away, Chang Xian leaned back in his chair and let out a long breath. The annoyance is finally over. He straightened his bow tie and looked at his watch. He had a court hearing in the afternoon and had to get out the door. He was about to go out the door when his eyes bumped into Black May, who was leaning against the doorframe. Ms. Black Rose, what are you doing leaning over here? Chang Xian frowned and unconsciously adjusted the cuffs. Protecting you, barrister. Black May raised an eyebrow. Chang Xian sighed helplessly. It's not like we're going to break into some life and death barrier, we're just going to the courthouse. What's the point of making a scene like this? Be careful, Counselor Chang. The people you've offended won't take kindly to that. She said, pulling a pair of sunglasses out of her pocket and putting them on. Chang Xian raised his hands in a gesture of surrender. You're tough. You're in charge, okay? The corner of Black Rose's mouth lifted, and without saying anything more, she immediately followed Chang Xian. When he arrived at the court, Chang Xian dove headfirst into a complex civil case. The plaintiff and the defendant are 2 mountains in the real estate sector in a city, but for a piece of land in the city center to make a mess. Each felt they had hard evidence and were at odds with each other. In the courtroom, standing calmly opposite the defendant's seat, Chang Xian held up a land ownership certificate in his hands. This certificate shows that the respondent party acquired the right to use the land in January 2021. He paused briefly, raised his gaze to scan the other party's subsequent reactions, and then continued, and according to the information we have, in December 2020, the defendant applied for a loan from the bank in the name of this land parcel. May I ask how this loan was granted when the land use right had not yet been obtained? An oily, middle-aged man at the defense table froze for a moment, his lips trembling slightly. He craned his head to mutter in a low voice to the lawyer next to him, and finally held his tongue in a knot. It's probably a misunderstanding of the time difference. Oh, time difference? Chang Xian sneered. What kind of a courtroom do you think this legal document is when you make such a low-level mistake? He then turned to the judge. I am applying for a forensic examination of this land title certificate to determine the authenticity of the time of its formation. The judge thought briefly and nodded to adjourn the court. The courtroom suddenly buzzed with murmurs, and the people in the gallery were clearly excited. Chang Xian left the courtroom with slightly hurried steps, still clutching the evidence documents in his hands.
Just stepping out of the hall door, Black Rose immediately greeted him, her tone lowered.
"Counselor Chang, someone was following us at that moment in the hallway." Chang Xin frowned tightly and his voice was suppressed. "Looks like we've stabbed someone in the sore spot this time. More sensitive than I thought."
Black Rose took off her sunglasses and looked around, quickly locking onto a few suspected targets in the crowd.
"Follow me, underground parking lot," she warned in a faint voice.
The two of them quickened their pace towards the elevator, and Black Rose effortlessly blocked behind Chang Xin, observing the surrounding situation clearly.
Once in the parking lot, Black May got into the driver's seat without a word and started the car.
She swept a glance in the rearview mirror and noticed two black commercial cars pulling in, one after the other, with movements that were clearly unsavory.
"Hold on tight, Counselor Ching."
Black Rose coldly threw down a sentence, her foot slammed on the gas, and the car instantly ejected.
Chang Xin glanced at the rearview mirror and reminded in a deep voice. "They're catching up. I saw it."
Black Rose's eyes were dead ahead, her hands gripping the steering wheel.
"I'd like to see how much can be done." Chang Xin reached into his pocket and pulled out his cell phone, quickly dialing Zhao Gang's number. "Zhao Gang. I'm being followed, here in the underground parking lot of the courthouse, can you come and help?"
On the other end of the microphone, Zhao just growled back.
"Xin, hold on. I'm on my way."
Before he could get back to his senses, the two commercial vehicles behind him accelerated violently, their headlights shaking blindingly, and came straight at him. The wind picked up suddenly, and the whine of the wheels came closer and closer.
"TCH, this is coming on strong." Chang Xin glanced at the rearview mirror and warned.
Black May had her hands on the steering wheel, her eyes glancing into the rearview mirror.
"Hold on tight."
Then jerking the steering wheel, the body almost went sideways, hard through the gap between the other two cars, shaking off the pursuit.
"Holy crap, Black May.
That's a great drift for a race car driver."
Chang Xin was so shocked by this maneuver that he almost knocked his elbow on the car door.
Black Rose cannot bother, a foot hard on the gas pedal, the car jeep like rushed into the narrowest aisle of the parking lot, and whoosh a few sharp turns. The business car behind was not willing to give up and was in hot pursuit. Seeing the chase getting closer and closer, Black Rose's lips pursed up slightly and pushed the gas pedal straight to the floor on the soles of her feet, and the car spun into the alleyway at the back of the parking lot. The alley was narrow to the limit, the high walls on either side grazing the car windows, the graffiti on the walls so fast you couldn't see the lines.
"Now, that's almost enough to get rid of it, isn't it?" Chang Xin finally couldn't help but speak out.
Black May squinted in the rearview mirror and a few words popped out coldly from her mouth.
"Don't be too optimistic, Counselor Chang. They're probably still waiting with backstabbing."
Chang Xin just wanted to ask, Black Rose has not said anything to step on the brakes, tires across the ground issued a sharp squeak, the car stopped steadily.
Chapter 147 GPS.
Before Chang Xin could react, Black Rose quickly pushed the door and got out of the car, lying directly on the side of the car and probing her hands towards the chassis.
"What's wrong?" Chang Xin probed through the glass and asked.
Black Rose sneered and pulled something small from the sump, twirling it between her fingers and raising it to his eyes.
"Check it out, GPS tracker." "Hey, these guys are really good at using old tricks." Chang Xin couldn't say anything for a while, and could only watch as Black May yanked the tracker towards the roadside trash can.
He immediately got out of the car and tapped Black May's wrist, grabbing the tracker and whispering. "Don't worry, let's use our brains a little more to see what they can play." It was just as a garbage hauler drove slowly by, its hopper filled with tattered cardboard boxes and blackened garbage bags.
Chang Xion's eyes instantly lit up.
"There." When no one was looking, he took 3 steps to the transport truck, quickly lifted a cardboard box, peeled back the sandwich with his fingertips, and slipped the tracker in silently. After doing so, he stood on the side of the road, slowly straightening his sleeves and pretending that nothing had happened, causing Black Rose to raise an eyebrow when she looked at him.
"Lawyer Chang, the brain is still spinning fast."
She glanced at the distant garbage truck, a bit of derision in her tone.
Chang Xian scratched the back of his head and casually replied.
"What's this little trick? Compared to those who crawled out of the dark corners of their world, our tricks are still in the beginner's class and not worth mentioning." The two men then got into their car for the return trip. At this time, the 2 commercial vehicles then followed the GPS signal all the way to catch up, and finally stopped at the garbage factory on the outskirts of the city. 2 burly men dressed in black got out of the car, their eyes sweeping over the piles of trash in front of them. The 2 men stopped where they were, their faces blue. "I'll go.
Isn't this a blatant attempt to trick us? One of the burly men cursed under his breath and kicked violently at a nearby trash can again. The other burly man didn't say anything and pulled out his cell phone and flipped through his contacts to dial a number. Boss, the target is lost. They found the GPS on the car and moved it. Asshole. There was a growl on the other end of the line, followed only by a beep as the call came to an abrupt end. The two men stared at each other for a moment, neither of them speaking. A black SUV slowly pulled up in the underground parking lot of the courthouse, the parking spot dimly lit. The door of the car opened and Chang Xin and Hei Mei walked down from the car one after the other. Chang Xin lightly rubbed his brow. HSIN. Are you guys okay? An urgent voice interjected abruptly. Chang Xin's gaze turned to the visitor. Zhao Gang was standing at the entrance of the parking lot, breathing heavily. It's okay, things worked out. Take it easy. Chang Xin's words were calm and patted Zhao Gang's shoulder. Zhou just frowned, clearly not letting go. What the hell is going on? Who did this? Chang Xin stopped and organized his thoughts a little. We don't know exactly who it is yet, but it looks like it's coming for today's court hearing. Zhao Gang was so angry after hearing this that he almost exploded. Screwing Shin? You're looking for death. He cursed, his brows furrowing into a frown. Then, as if he remembered something, his gaze went straight to Chang Xin. Xin, you say, it should not be. Don't guess. Chang Xin interrupted with a decisive wave of his hand. It's not good to say right now. You'll check the license plate numbers of those two black cars for me later and see where they came from. No problem. I'll check right away. Zhao Gang pulled out his cell phone without saying a word, and his fingers tapped the screen quickly. Just halfway through the operation, his gaze suddenly swept to Black Rose standing beside Chang Xin and sluggishly froze. HSIN, who is this? Black Rose, my bodyguard. Chang Xin spoke in a flat voice and gave a brief introduction. Zhao Gang froze for 2 seconds and fiercely glared at Chang Xin. Bodyguard? My new brother, you're hiding deep enough, aren't you? Black Rose nodded faintly. I'll talk to you later, I'm in a hurry now. Chang Xin's tone was slightly hyped, clearly not wanting to stay on this topic for long. The trial is about to start, so don't dawdle. Hurry up. The trio picked up the pace and entered the elevator. In the trial court, in the gallery, Sumu has already waited a little impatiently, looking anxious. She quickly scanned the doorway and suddenly saw Chang Xin walk in. The stone her heart was hanging on finally falling to the ground. Inside the courtroom, the sound of the gavel striking served as the starting point for the entire ceremony. Came the low voice of the presiding judge. Silence, continue the session. Chang Xin carried the information to the witness stand and cleanly drew out a document and handed it to the presiding judge. This is our forensic report. This document proves that the land ownership certificate provided by the defense is a forgery. As the words fell, the middle-aged man in the defendant's seat looked instantly embarrassed. One report and you want to overturn the situation? Lawyer Chang, it's too naive. No. Chang Xin's mouth vaguely showed a sneer. You really think you can get away with faking your own evidence, don't you? This report is interesting and shows that the land ownership certificates provided by the defense were surprisingly generated earlier than when they acquired the land use rights. Chang Xin spoke smoothly, but poked his opponent's face alternately red and white. In other words, this certificate was created without waiting for the use rights to be granted. Is this an attempt to beat the plaintiff? As soon as the words were out of his mouth, the defense attorney rose to his feet with a prancing motion. Presiding judge. The provenance of this report is in doubt, and we also have strong doubts about the authenticity. Also, this report was submitted late, in violation of procedure. Program? Chang Xin snorted coldly, not even bothering to glance at the other party. Falsifying evidence and trying to mislead the court is the crux of your behavior. What on earth is the procedure that can be so important? He paused briefly, his eyes turning to the presiding judge. If this is not enough, I suggest that the court conduct another appraisal or even notify the staff of the appraisal body to testify. Let the facts speak for themselves and save them from going around in circles here. The corners of the defendant's lawyer's mouth trembled twice, wanting to say something, but eventually calmed down with an expression that looked more like he had swallowed a yellow fever, and only dared to glare at Chang Xin with eyes full of fire. Chang Xin tapped the document lightly and handed over the other piece of information. Presiding judge, here is another contract. This loan agreement looks fine on the surface, but it's hidden. The terms are uniquely illogical and very telling. Chang Xin flipped the contract. By this elaborate instrument, the defendant tripped over the plaintiff step by step, and finally took the family's property outright.
Here, the defendant's lawyer could not sit still, a series of 3 times to interject, but Chang Xin rapid speech, clear logic, every time on the other side of the words before the exit of the hard blocked back.
The middle-aged man couldn't hold back any longer and stood up violently, pointing at Chang Xin and yelling a few words. Enough! Lawyer Chang, you've gone too far. Slander us, the company rules are clear, according to the law, where is the frame-up? Chapter 148, Stalling for Time. Chang Xin smiled coldly. Since the rules are so good, dare to let the people from the bank come forward? Give a clear explanation why the borrowing water record is lumpy, how to see how ghosts.
The middle-aged man's face looked like it was stained with lime, and even his lips were faded.
Chang Xin's words changed.
Presiding judge, I'm applying to call the relevant bank personnel to testify live to make the situation more transparent. The presiding judge pondered for a moment and nodded in response to the application.
Plaintiff's motion is granted. When the atmosphere became chilly, counsel for the defense rose in protest.
Presiding judge, with respect to the witnesses presented by the plaintiff, it is necessary for us to further confirm the reliability and validity of their identities in order to ensure that the testimony is fair.
Chang Xin secretly slandered. Good Lord, is this intended to be a stall?
His tone was unhurried. I have nothing to say, and indeed, verification of identity would fall under a reasonable request. He turned his words around and came up with a light sentence.
How long does it take to confirm the identity, though?
The other man visibly froze, the muscles in his face tightening.
Well.
Time is not good to say too accurate, after all. The bank's internal processes are more complex, coordination and communication will take a little time.
Coordination? Chang Xin's tone was dripping with sarcasm. Gee, I think we're talking about collusion, aren't we? What's the benefit of delaying? Or do you want to drag this out so that all your dirty tricks will be revealed?
The face of the defense attorney across the table was clearly off, but he still spoke stiffly. Lawyer Chang, please be careful with your words.
We're just exercising our rights reasonably, don't engage in malicious speculation. Chang Xin spread his hands and his tone was even colder. Malicious speculation? That's a great skill for your fancy, isn't it? If there's anything else you want to do, come on, I'll do it. The gavel bangs in the trial hall. Silence.
In view of the request of the defense counsel, this court is temporarily adjourned to a time to be announced.
The court hearing ended and Chang Xin turned toward Sumu.
She handed over a bottle of water, worry still on her face.
Chang Xin, are you alright? They must be trying to delay, it's too obvious. Chang Xin unscrewed the cap of the bottle and took a sip of water, then shook his head. It's fine, it was expected. Delaying it will only expose their weakness.
After the court adjourned, Chang Xin accompanied Li Tianhong back to the firm with his team. As soon as he entered, Li Tianhong rubbed his hands together, his eyebrows twisted into twists.
Counselor Chang, these bastards, procrastination is the old way. There may be someone behind them.
Although we have the advantage, but after a long time, our hearts are scared.
Chang Xin swung open the papers on his desk.
Mr. Li, don't worry. Our chain of evidence is tightly knit, they are digging their own graves by dragging it out.
Don't worry, just go with the plan.
This matter, we're sure to win.
Li Tianhong's steps lightened as he listened.
Sung. I'll do exactly as you say, and if you need anything, just ask. He then went back to his own business, leaving Chang Xin leaning against the back of his chair, his thoughts reeling.
Sumu brought a cup of coffee and placed it by his table, his voice soft. What's on your mind again? Is there something particularly unusual about this case? Chang Xin picked up his coffee cup and took a gentle sip.
Well, this case involves too much money. Li Tianhong is tough, but the forces behind the other side are more vicious.
I'm afraid of rushing him.
Sumu frowned slightly, worry written on his face.
If we can't, why don't we remind him? Chang Xin waved his hand and balked. Alert? That's pure alarm. It's not vigilance he needs, it's an escort. Put Black May in charge of his safety and keep me informed.
Sumu nodded, suddenly thinking of something, his tone lightened.
There's still a problem, though. We haven't officially signed Black Rose's contract, have we? Chang Xian froze for a moment, then slapped his forehead and let out a bitter laugh. You're right. I've been so busy with the trial these days that I forgot about it. Sumo had a smile on his face and said in a warm voice, "Good, then I'll go draw up a contract for Black Rose to sign." Chang Xian put down the coffee in his hand and nodded slightly. Okay. Sumo promised, turned around and walked out of the office, and began to busy himself with the contract. She wrote down the contract plainly, then returned to Chang Xian's place with the documents and set her things down on the table. The contract is done, so take a look at it and show it to Black May if it's okay. Chang Xian took the document and flipped through it. The non-disclosure agreement is quite well written, but can the contract term and breach of contract clauses be more detailed? If the other party doesn't fulfill it, there could be a lot of trouble. Sumo nodded slightly. I considered this before and added the division of responsibility to the supplement. You'll see it again. Chang Xian was inexplicably satisfied after reading it. Do it thoroughly, that'll do, I'll take it to Black May for confirmation. Chang Xian went to Black Rose's conference room with the contract in his arms. Buckled the door lightly a few times. Black May, interrupting, there's a contract here that needs your attention. He said, offering the contract to Black Rose, who took it and looked at it intently. After a few minutes, Black Rose looked up. The content is quite clear, but there are some areas that may need to be adjusted. For example, in the event of an emergency, how do we confirm the scope of responsibility? And how do we give timely feedback and get support in case of emergencies? Chang Xian smiled in response. What you've mentioned is really important, especially the reporting part I've just given less thought to. Take your comments and let's change them. Black May began to open up with one suggestion at a time. This paragraph, employer's confirmation is required before the escort party can take action. This could drag its feet in an emergency situation. I think it could be changed to, in specific cases, the escort party reacts at its discretion and provides an after-action report. Also here, the details on the division of regional responsibilities are not clear enough. After some lively discussions, they finally finalized the contract. Chang Xian printed out the revised version and handed it to Heimei, who gave it a quick scan and signed it obediently. Black Rose lifted her chin to Chang Xian. Lawyer Chang, since the contract has been written, then from this moment on, I am your man. If there's anything you want, feel free to order. Chang Xian smiled back at her and shook her hand. That's it, looking forward to our partnership. Meanwhile, on the other side of the city, on the top floor of a skyscraper that stuck straight up into the sky, the atmosphere in the conference room of Zhangyan Real Estate Company was tense. In front of the thick mahogany desk, several stacks of papers flew out and scattered all over the floor. Waste. It's all crap. Zhang Yan's hand clenched into a ball. What a hole. Did you feed the risk assessment to the dogs or what? What? A few executives across the room stiffened their bodies into their reclining chairs, not even daring to steal a glance at their bosses. I've been with him for years, and I know exactly what he's talking about. When Zhang Yan went crazy, his own mom didn't dare to interrupt him, let alone them. One of the executives, an older man with graying temples, finally opened his mouth stiffly. Mr. Zhang, you must not be angry with your body, now these also cannot be recovered. Before he could finish his words, he shivered when he saw the eye power that Zhang Yan shot over. Chapter 149 Mess. Not helpful? Zhang Yan jolted to his feet. All you guys do is talk. What matters now is how to clean up this mess. Chang Xian. That oily little brat. His tone gritted his teeth. His head is smoother than a monkey's, and he can't do anything right. Is there any chance to turn over the cards? Humph, if you have any cards, show them quickly. The room was silent, no one answered. Instead, the lawyer, sitting against the wall, opened his mouth. Mr. Zhang, I talked to my friends over at the bank. They might be able to use some of their connections to put a little pressure on Li Tianhong. Dependable? Zhang Yan's sight pinpointed the lawyer. The corner of the lawyer's mouth quirked slightly. Mr. Zhang, Li Tianhong is a shrewd businessman, and any action has to be accounted for to him. He won't give up other more lucrative businesses for that piece of land. What's more, the information we have shows that he is planning a bigger deal recently. He's already strapped for cash on hand, and all it would take is a little push from the bank and he'd have to give in. Zhang Yan pursed her mouth slightly and nodded, snorting coldly. Listen to you. He's just a ghost, and he dares to fight with me. This time, I'll let him know what killing with a borrowed knife means, and let him taste what it's like to set up his own trap. Mr. Zhang, this is just an appetizer. The lawyer's voice was unhurried as he continued, if we're going to get to the root of the problem, we have to know his next move like the back of our hand. To take it a step further is to cut off all his avenues of retreat. Good, let's do it according to your thinking. From now on, keep a close eye on his every move, meals, meetings, and even which bank he goes to for tea. Also, at a time like this, if anyone gets confused again, I don't mind calculating the interest with a favor account. When Zhang Yun finished speaking, he swept his eyes across the room once more, and the crowd was busy nodding their heads. After the people dispersed, that lawyer went to the window, fished his cell phone out of his pocket, and dialed a number. Things are screwed up. Chang Xian's side was sniffing around too much, and the loophole was dug out. A cold male voice came from the other end of the line. Rubbish. If you can't handle this kind of thing, what the hell are you doing? Do you believe that next time you won't even have a chance to regret? The lawyer's face stiffened slightly, and his voice dropped a level. The situation is still saved. Now that we're keeping an eye on Li Tianhong, as long as he makes another move to play his cards, everything is under control. When the time comes, we will definitely report to you first. There was a 2-second silence, and a viciousness in the tone of voice from across the room. Too much trouble? Let's just kill Li Tianhong. Hearing this, the lawyer frowned a little and opened his mouth to retort. Kill Li Tianhong? I don't know if this means directly telling the world that we are the ones who started this. The police may not investigate too deeply, but Chang Xian's head is not ordinary, so he will definitely pick up everything, and in the end, we will be left in the dark. A snort came from the other end of the line. What are you afraid of? When the time comes, just find a scapegoat and put the pot on Zhang Yun's head. Why not kill 2 birds with 1 stone? The lawyer held the phone slightly away from him and slowly lifted it back up. Do you really want to wrestle with this? Although Zhang Yun is quick-tempered, he's not the kind of person who can be led away by pulling his nose. If you really piss him off and things escalate, the risk factor will soar. Cut the nagging. The other interrupted him directly. Remember, results are hard. Keep your hands clean and don't leave loopholes. Next time, I only want to hear good news, got it? The call was cut off and the lawyer looked down at the phone, his palm actually a little wet. Kill Li Tianhong? This is not a petty street conflict, this is a knife-edge job. Once things are exposed, he will definitely be the first to take the thunder. The law? Meh, the law is out there, and frankly it's just a balance between people with killing weapons in their hands. The first one, go according to plan, use the old bank routine, give Li Tianhong pressure, step-by-step clamp down. It seems to be stable, but the effectiveness is unknown. In case Li Tianhong carries on, it is equal to nothing. What's the second option? Directly eliminate the target as instructed, once and for all. High risk? Of course it's high, but it's bursting with efficiency, and as long as Li Tianhong hangs up, Zhang Yun's turf subsides, and the blame can still be pushed clean. No, this is dragging on and the consequences are hard to predict. He jerked around the room and stopped in his tracks. He needs to weigh the weight of trying the first path first, to minimize the risk. If this card is really not playing well, then consider moving that trump card. Fumbling for his cell phone, he quickly flipped through his contacts, and the name Old Wang popped up, dialing it. Hey, Lao Wang. It's me, Xiao Lu. What have you been up to? Come out for a drink. A familiar hearty laugh came from the other end of the line. Hey yo, Xiao Lu. A rare guest. Why do you want to find me? Is there a good deal for you? Don't, old brother, don't yell like that. I've been so worried these last few days where there's no good in it. He sighed in mock helplessness. There's a job that's pretty tricky, and I'm really out of ideas today, so I remembered that you have a lot of friends over at the bank, and you have a good head on your shoulders, so you're always able to give me a few directions. Hey! What is it? Tell me, your old brother Wang never hides anything. He lowered his voice and combed through the story. Old Wang, this time it's a tough one. You also know very well that Li Tianhong is a modern version of a piece of craft candy, and when you go up and bite it, you can get your teeth stained off. But just because he's so slippery, I really lack confidence. Want to pry a piece of meat from him, old brother, your heavenly path, let me lend a hand again. There was a silence on the other side of the phone, just the sound of a fan blowing across the microphone. After a long time, old Wang finally spoke out, but his tone was tinged with a few moments of hesitation. Xiao Lua, it's not that my old brother is beating a retreat for you. You say this financial circle, there are so many rules, where can you just interfere, right? Of course he heard what that meant. Old Wang, we've been friends for decades. You don't know what kind of person I am, don't you? This matter, as long as you help, there is no way you won't benefit. But if you find it difficult, then I won't force myself, just. At this point, he paused deliberately. Hey, Xiaolu, what do you mean by this? The relationship between our brothers, which is measured by money. Old Wang hurriedly interrupted with a change of attitude. In this case, I will try for you, ask about the situation, and I will definitely give you a shakeout wherever this power can be utilized. But frankly speaking, this matter we do not have too high hopes in our hearts. The lawyer knew that Lao Wang was agreeing to help. Old Wang, I knew you were good enough. Don't worry, I definitely won't forget you after this is accomplished. Old Wang is very efficient, or rather, some people can easily trample on the so-called rules for the sake of profit. Chapter 150 Loan Calls. A few days later, Li Tianhong then received a series of calls from the bank to call the loan. At first, he just thought it was a routine call from the bank and didn't take it to heart. However, he panicked when he received a lawyer's letter from his bank informing him that his company was suspected of money laundering and demanding early repayment of all loans. What the did this? Li Tianhong was so angry that he slammed the lawyer's letter on his desk and cursed. Of course, he knew that the company accounts on some operation, but those are the industry's unspoken rules. As long as they do not break, everyone will be fine. But now, someone was trying to force him into submission in this way. It was simply too much of a bully. Li Tianhong angrily barged process the new law firm, clutching the damn lawyer's letter in his hand. Chang Xin, look at that. This is clearly ing aimed at me. Chang Xin took the lawyer's letter and scanned the contents. The timing of the bank suddenly pressuring you and charging you with money laundering is too coincidental. He crossed his fingers against his chin. It seems like Zhang En is trying to get a quick fix. Zhang Un? Li Tianhong slapped the table. It's him. It must be him. Who else could it be but him? Chang Xin nodded. They're trying to force your hand and get you to drop the case. Withdrawal? Li Tianhong spat out. He's dreaming. I'm going to sue him even if I lose all my money. I can't swallow this. Mr. Li, I know you're angry right now, but impulsiveness won't solve the problem. Chang Xin slowed down his tone. We now need to calmly analyze and find the opponent's weaknesses in order to bounce back. Li Tianhong sat back in his chair disheveled. Lawyer Chang, what do you think I should do now? The bank is pressing me every step of the way. I'm really afraid I won't be able to hold out. Chang Xin stared at Li Tianhong. Mr. Li, the more times like this, the less you can disorganize yourself. Right now, the top priority is not to get tough with the bank, but to find out the breakthrough through which they are attacking you. He paused and continued, after you go back, immediately organize the company's accounts and mark out all the places where there might be loopholes for me. Remember, not a single trace can be spared, understand? Without much hesitation, Li Tianhong nodded his head fiercely in response. Okay. I'll go and arrange it without delay. Chang Xin sat back in his chair. He pondered for a moment before picking up the phone on his desk and speed dialing. Zhao Gang, come to my office, now. Not a moment later, Zhao Gang pushed his way in. Brother Chang, calling me in a hurry, what's the matter? Chang Xin did not beat around the bush and spoke directly. Zhao Gang, you've heard about Li Tianhong, right? I heard. Zhao Gang frowned. The bank side suddenly came down hard on Mr. Li and made a money laundering charge. Isn't it obvious that someone behind the scenes wants to get him? Chang Xin gave him a look. That's right. This time we have to break it down clearly. Who is pulling the strings behind the scenes? You go check and see who those bankers in charge of Li Tianhong's case have been involved with recently. Remember, be clean, don't give me the whole vague speculation. As soon as Zhao Gang heard this, he smiled, revealing a mouthful of large white teeth, and patted his chest in assurance. Brother Chang, this kind of job is a piece of cake for me, don't worry. He threw down the phrase, I'll take care of it, with the air of a movie agent on a mission, and left without looking back. Just at the other end, the atmosphere of Zhang En's office was permeated with a chill. Mr. Zhang. The lawyer pushed his way in, moving with care, and spoke after placing the papers on the table. Just got word from an informant, thought you'd have to see it. Zhang En leaned on his chair and opened the file with interest and scanned it a few times. Li Tianhong actually ran to Chang Xin? Interesting. Yeah, this afternoon. He 80% panicked in front of the bank's accusation. The charge of money laundering is bad enough, and looking for Chang Xian is just a way to take a stab at it and see if he can flip it. The lawyer's tone hid a few moments of speculation. Zhang Yan tapped his fingers on the desktop unsteadily. Chang Xian, this person is a bit interesting. I've heard that he's gathered a lot of talent at his place, and even the authority occasionally asks him for advice. But he thinks he can just meddle around without a license to practice? Really think of himself as not sticking his nose in the pot? The lawyer bowed his head and softly concurred. You're right, this man Chang Xian is indeed not easy to deal with. However, if you feel it's necessary, I can arrange for some more action to make them realize whose territory this is. Zhang Yan smiled lightly at his words. Let them toss and turn. A trapped beast's fight is nothing more than kicking up a few more pieces of dust. With that, he got up and walked toward the window, his eyes deep. Also, tell the bank side to stop dragging their feet, they need to move faster. The Li family's assets must be frozen within a week, and with all those rumors in the market, the more the better. As for Chang Xian's law firm, public opinion has to be covered over for me, so that their clients can't sit still. Mr. Zhang, just relax. The lawyer smiled slightly, his tone one of unhidden certainty. All the operations have been arranged. The media wins are in our hands, getting rid of a law firm is easier than crushing a cookie. As for the bank side, I have also sent someone to keep an eye on it, ensuring that it will be executed step by step according to your requirements. In addition, that anonymous reporting route is also open, we did it seamlessly. Zhang Yan raised an eyebrow and nodded lightly. Very well, the goal this time is to remove the root. Whoever stirs me up, no matter how small a thorn in the side, don't even think about keeping it. Understood. The lawyer stood up straight, threw in a word, and turned away without wasting a second. Zhao Gang pushed open the door to Chang Xian's office and came in panting, holding several thick documents in his arms. Chang Xian was writing, and only raised his head when he heard the commotion, giving him a faint look. Brother Chang. I've done a big job this time. Zhao Gang couldn't help but yell as soon as he entered the door, his face a smugness he couldn't hide. Chang Xian raised his eyebrows slightly, his words only one sentence. Find out? Absolutely, brother. Zhao Gang grinned and snapped the papers in his hand onto the desktop. In this case, the bank side is operated by Governor Wang behind the scenes. Chang Xian picked up the document, his eyes scanned it for a few moments, but his hand quickly closed it. Governor Wang doesn't have the guts. Obviously, there are bigger people behind the scenes pushing for it. Zhou just nodded and lowered her voice to add. Brother, you're awesome. There really are still people of high standing behind Governor Wang. He paused and continued, I dug down the circle of friends of Governor Wang, and it turned out that recently he and lawyer Lu have been walking around especially hard. And the two have a lot of shady dealings, and the form of meeting also tries to avoid the outside world. You know, this lawyer Lu engaged in those gray resources, that is a set of sets. I feel that it's likely that lawyer Lu is secretly stringing along to give Governor Wang a boost. Chapter 151 The Bigger Picture. Meh. Chang Xian hooked his lips. Lawyer Lu this set of I've seen a lot. Taking care of players who walk on the edge of the law and profit with empty gloves. If this is really behind his back, then it's becoming interesting. He intoned, his eyes sinking a bit. However, this will never stop with Lu alone. There has to be a bigger picture that can hold this thread. Zhao Gang slammed the table, his voice clearly agitated. From what you're saying, this is just getting started? Then I'll proceed to dig deeper into Attorney Lu. I've got ways to penetrate the bottom of this relationship network of his tricks. Chang Xian raised his hand and waved it. Don't monkey around yet. Lu Mao has already revealed his footsteps, which means they can't hold back. Let's wait and see what happens. We'll take an inch after he reveals a point, don't let him think he's playing chess with us. With that, he returned his gaze to the few papers in his hand. There are still some questions, always leave some time to get it right. He paused, his tone chilling. Keep your eyes peeled, but don't wake the snake's nest. Zhao Gang immediately nodded his head, his demeanor serious. All right. I understand the score. Li Tianhong out of the Chang Xian office that called a gas, almost did not hit the passerby back to the company. As soon as he entered the office, his voice pulled right to the top. Hurry up, all of you to the conference room for the meeting. All the finance department, no one less.
The financial sector employees are still wondering it, do not dare to hesitate, each hurriedly put down the hands of the work dare to rush to the conference room. In the conference room, Lee Tianhong heavily slapped the lawyer's letter onto the desktop, and his men were all shaken to the core.
Now, immediately. Immediately. Comb through all the company's accounts for me. Whether it's income or expenses, even if it's a fraction of a dime, don't leave anything out. His voice rose to its highest pitch. Especially those accounts that have been tampered with, mark out the details of each one clearly for me, do you hear me? The treasurer stammered and spoke. But, Mr. Lee, the volume of these books is too large, it may be too late to organize them in a short time.
Too late?
Lee Tianhong slammed the table.
The banks are already putting us on the hook for suspected money laundering. You'll be in time when the police come and take the people away. The conference room was instantly quiet to the sound of heavy breathing, and the blood drained from the treasurer's face. No one dared to say another word.
Lee Tianhong swept a glance at the crowd. Tonight, all work overtime. Don't even think about leaving the company if you can't sort out the accounts. Remember, if anything goes wrong, don't blame me for being merciless.
One by one, the people in the finance department bowed their heads and clutched their folders, scrambling out of the conference room to go back to their workstations to deal with the accounts. The conference room was suddenly cold, and the piles of papers on the table were scattered and distracting to look at.
Lee Tianhong rubbed the corner of his forehead vigorously, as if trying to quiet his chaotic thoughts for a moment. He knows very well in his heart, the company's accounts and those operations is not something unseemly, but now it has become a dog chasing and biting people. Those means of tax avoidance, the subterfuge used all year round, have now all become mines buried under his feet that could explode at any time. As the sky turned dark, the treasurer, who was so tired that she had to walk to hold up the wall, finally found him with several thick documents and handed the information to the table. Mr. Lee, these accounts are partially organized. Lee Tianhong flipped through the file. High-risk content, make a separate list, email me the information and I'll get someone to go through it again. He finished and waved his hand wearily. The treasurer nodded and went down to continue the process, and the office once again returned to cold silence. Chang Xian sat at his desk, his eyes fixed on the computer screen. The decrypted email stung his eyes more and more, and he couldn't help but squint. The emails were falsified financials with a complete route of the money flow attached. The data is accurate down to the time of each transaction and is even linked to offshore shell companies. Whether it's a bank or a regulatory investigation, this evidence can be detonated in an instant. Zhao Gang pushed his way in. Brother Chang. It's too bombastic. This email is ironclad proof that lawyer Lu was really black-hearted, directly forging transaction records and hard-targeting Lee Tianhong. Chang Xian's expression was as calm as water. So incendiary is the physical evidence, though strong enough, that a single email won't convict of a capital offense. His brow furrowed slightly. It's not simple, though it shows that the other side is skillful in detailing to a fault. Zhao Gang was about to continue talking when Chang Xian's cell phone suddenly rang. He glanced down and hit the answer button. What is it? On the other end of the phone, Sumu reported in a rapid speech. Chang Xian, the informant intercepted a circular. Directly accused Lee Tianhong Company is a money laundering platform. Self-media content, written exactly the same as the actual hammer, with details, time, get out properly let Lee Tianhong planted. Chang Xian frowned tightly. Specifics? In the draft, even the account data have been moved up, and lawyer Lu dragged on the media to suppress public opinion, like he intends to rely on the wind and public opinion to force Lee Tianhong into a corner first, and then get out of the way. The action is too fast, the draft is estimated to be online today or tomorrow morning. Chang Xian's eyes rolled as he listened and simply ordered. Drag out the fluff. Delay the release first to buy some time. Zhao Gang will transfer lawyer Lu's stash, we have a way to feel out the loopholes. Sumu immediately answered. Understood. I'll go arrange for an informant. After hanging up the phone, Chang Xian turned to Zhao Gang and added, 2 ways, one to keep an eye on the offshore accounts and the emails, and the other to follow the chain of public opinion and media relations to see who's in command. Zhou just said immediately. Understood, I'll get right on it. Chang Xian tapped the desktop. That lawyer Lu, he thinks he's in control of the whole situation, we'll let him suffer. After Sumu hung up the phone, she flipped through her address book and found her trusted reporter, Chen Jian, and dialed over. Chen Pak's slightly tired voice came out. Sister Su, what's wrong? Urgent. Keep an eye on the upcoming circular. Sumu breathed some pressure. The content is money laundering by Li Tianhong's company, and I want to know which self-published media is leading the charge, and also find out who's behind it. Chen Pak's sense of smell was activated and he responded quickly. Understood. But when does it go live? How much content do you have? Sumu briefly recounted the intercepted information, adding, the informant said that the draft will be released tomorrow morning at the latest, and that it's moving fast, so we'll have to act fast. Done. Knowing a few editors in the circle, we may be able to find clues. However, if it involves such a sensitive topic as money laundering, there may be quite a bit of behind-the-scenes input, requiring the use of deeper resources. Chen Fitting cautiously warned. Sumu responded decisively. Resources are not an issue, I just want results. Chen Fitting committed to strike before hanging up the phone. The next morning, Lawyer Lu came to Zhang En's office on time, carrying a briefcase full of documents. Chapter 152 Countering an Army. Zhang En stood in front of his desk. The article has been sent to the reporter, my team has personally reviewed it, the content is rigorous, and the loopholes are almost non-existent. After 10 o'clock today, according to the reason momentum, Li Tianhong simply can't carry this wave of pressure. Lawyer Lu put his briefcase on the table and sat down. This batch of data is laid out solidly enough, not only does the timing coincide, but the financial chain is also all meticulously handled. When the time comes, public opinion will become the strongest weapon, depending on how Li Tianhong responds. However, if he holds on for dear life, it will be a bit hilarious to watch. The metal strap crunched against the glass coffee table as Lawyer Lu pulled the tie loose for the third time. 10:17. Zhang En disliked the screen of his cell phone to the other party, his fingertips refreshing the financial news page repeatedly. You're looking for media that are turtles? Lawyer Lu took a sip of the cooled coffee and rolled the knot in his throat twice. Self-publishers have to wait for a traffic spike and then wait. He stared at the toe of his leather shoe as he spoke, where there was a nondescript scratch. Got caught in the apartment elevator door on the way out this morning. The electronic clock on the wall jumped to 10:23, and Zhang En suddenly slammed his cell phone on the leather sofa. The screen popped up reflecting his distorted face. Surname Lu, have you been ing backhanded? No way. Lawyer Lu jolted to his feet, the hem of his suit bringing over his coffee cup. Those funds flow I personally stared to do, the IP of the offshore account jumped 3 layers of servers, even if they invited the FBI to check. He was interrupted by Zhang En's sneer before he could finish his sentence. The real estate mogul pulled a black card from his alligator wallet and tapped the edge of the card against the coffee table. Last week you said you wanted $3 million to hit the media, and now there's not even a splash. You know what I hate the most? He suddenly leaned in close. A punk who gets paid to do nothing. The air in the conference room suddenly froze. Cold sweat oozed from the back of Lawyer Lu's neck when the cell phone in the inner pocket of his suit suddenly vibrated. His fingers slipped when he pulled out his cell phone, and the metal case clanged on the marble floor. The caller ID made both men freeze at the same time. Put it on speakerphone. Zhang En squeezed 3 words out of his teeth. As Lawyer Lu crouched down to pick up his cell phone, he saw his shaking fingertips leaving sweat stains on the screen. Mr. Zhang is in good spirits. Li Tianhong's voice came with a current murmur. I hear you paid $3 million for a brilliant fluff piece? Zhang En's temples jutted. Mr. Li is well informed. No offense, just happen to know a couple of kids who do data recovery. The rustle of paper turning came from the other end of the line. For example, that Swiss bank transfer record, the timestamp shows it was generated last Wednesday. Coincidence, no? Last Wednesday the Zurich Stock Exchange was closed for 8 hours due to a system upgrade. Lawyer Lu suddenly snatched the words. I'm afraid that Mr. Li has misread it, all we submitted are. Barrister Lu. Li Tianhong steeply raised his volume. The running water you faked is much more interesting. You know what? The template you used is a pre-2019 version of the Golden Triangle Casino Sweep, which has long since stopped using paper chips over there. It was just featured in Southeast Asia Finance last month. What do you mean by that? I don't understand. Zhang En's voice was low. It's okay that you don't understand. Li Tianhong's tone carried a hint of mockery. My attorney has a king's bomb in his hand, enough for you to drink 3 pots. The busy signal suddenly choked off. Zhang En gathers up the ashtray and flings it to the ground, splattering fragments on the tips of Lawyer Lu's leather shoes. This grandson Chang Xin has 2 skills. He ground his back teeth together. Baldy Lee is usually as wimpy as a quail, but today he dares to call my bluff? Lawyer Lu's head was seeping with oily sweat, and his tie was strangling the knot in his throat. Data mingle. The words were cut off before they were finished. Zhang Yan gripped his collar and disliked him towards the wall. 3 days. Cigarette ash rustled into the lapel of his suit. Whatever you do, make that Cheng guy subside. The conference room chandelier shook people's eyes, and the hairs on the back of Mr. Lu's neck stood up. Zhang Yan suddenly let go of his hand and sneered, "If you can't handle it, get lost." He stretched the gold cufflinks and lifted his foot to crush the remains of his cell phone on the floor. Lawyer Lu rolled and left the office. His division held onto the wall, his chest rising and falling violently. Even his shirt had been completely dampened by cold sweat. He knew Zhang Yan too well, and that wasn't a simple angry remark. With Zhang Yan's ruthless methods, he was afraid that he would be in trouble this time. Lawyer Lu cursed under his breath and slammed his fist against the wall. He had realized that there was no turning back at this moment, and that the first path had come to an end. He recalled the advice the man had once given, to get rid of Li Tianhong and put all the blame on Zhang Yan's head in order to protect himself and get out in one piece. This is dangerous, but certainly a viable way out of the current predicament. Back at the law firm, Lawyer Lu unlocked his office door and rummaged through the depths of a drawer to find an old black cell phone. The phone has no boot code, just an unnamed address book number. He took a deep breath and dialed the number, waiting for an answer. "Hello? I need you to help me with someone," Lawyer Lu said hurriedly, his voice was a bit rushed. "Price." The other party was concise and without unnecessary nonsense. 3 million when it's done. Attorney Lu quoted a number. Target. Li Tianhong, of the Tianchang Group. Information. The other interrupted rudely. Lawyer Lu knew the rules of these killers, and without further ado, transmitted an encrypted file. It contains Li Tianhong's photo, address, company address, and even his regular daily schedule for going to the gym. 48 hours. The other party replied with only 3 words and hung up. Lawyer Lu held his cell phone, his palms sweaty. He knew there was no turning back, he had to throw his weight around. Cheng Xian rubbed his swollen temples. Staring at the computer screen for too long dried out his eyeballs. It was dark outside by the time the encrypted folder popped up with a green flag for a successful save. Getting up and moving his muscles, Cheng Xian inadvertently glimpsed that the light in Su Mu's office at the end of the corridor was still on. He picked up the cold coffee that was still half a cup left and walked to the door of Su Mu's office, knocking gently on the door. "Enter." Su Mu's voice was tinged with exhaustion. Cheng Xian pushed the door in, only to see Su Mu buried in a pile of documents. "You're not off work yet?" "Workaholic you." Cheng Xian laughed and joked. Su Mu rubbed his brow. "It's not a case of urgency, we have to hurry to finish analyzing these statements and see if we can find any breakthroughs." "Have you eaten yet?" Cheng Xian asked, his gaze falling on Su Mu's slightly messy hair. He couldn't help but reach out and help her straighten it.